Chapter 1. Ascending from the Wilderness with a Supreme Martial Soul. In the serene depths of the Star Dou Forest, there lies a tranquil lake, surrounded by a myriad of rare spiritual herbs that emit a gentle luminescence. This locale serves as the heart of the Star Dou Forest, a gathering place for the most formidable soul beasts. To humans, it is akin to a forbidden zone, a realm that must not be trespassed. At this moment, however, by the lakeside, there sits a striking young human clad in a black robe, his appearance suggesting he is merely 14 or 15 years of age. Mo Tianxing, as always, cast a glance at the items within the system shop. Displayed were several pale, jade-like scrolls, each inscribed with 10 years of cultivation. Yet, there was one scroll of a soft yellow hue, denoting a century of cultivation. Without hesitation, Mo Tianxing swiftly purchased all the scrolls from the shop's shelves. Ding! Cultivation increased by 10 years. Ding! Cultivation increased by 10 years. Ding! As the last yellow scroll took effect, the system chimed once more. Ding! Cultivation increased by 100 years. Mo Tianxing opened his personal panel. Name: Mo Tianxing. Martial Soul. Golden-eyed black dragon evolvable. Secondary martial soul. Age: 15. Cultivation: 11,200 years. Mo Tianxing clicked the plus sign next to the secondary martial soul on his panel. The system shop reappeared. Ding! Detected new martial soul, a common hen. Do you confirm this as your secondary martial soul? Mo Tianxing stared at the newly revealed martial soul, first in shock, then in fury. Is this wretched system mocking me? The martial souls I summon are becoming increasingly worthless, and now it dares to present me with a white, non-cultivatable martial soul. Does it believe me easy to bully? Until I summon a top-tier secondary martial soul, I shall not emerge from this wilderness. Mo Tianxing felt a surge of indignation. This system is becoming increasingly unreasonable, withholding benefits while expecting him to venture out. He reclined on the grass, basking in the warm sunlight, shielding his eyes with his hand. Once an ordinary employee on Earth, he had been filled with curiosity and a desire for exploration, particularly after the recent explosion of interest in the world of Douluo Continent, which had captivated him completely. He envisioned, should he traverse into the Douluo Continent, even with the most mundane martial soul, he would surely carve out a path of greatness, overpowering the main characters and marrying the beautiful Pope, reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet, he had indeed crossed over. Fortunately, he arrived with a system and found himself rejuvenated, transforming from a newly employed worker into a youthful lad of 12 or 13 years. This system possessed the ability to refresh martial souls daily. After several years of accumulation, he had managed to summon the top-tier martial soul, the golden-eyed black dragon. In this world, others might be unaware, but he recognized that the golden-eyed black dragon belongs to the lineage of the beast god Tian. Should it evolve, it might become a divine martial soul like the golden-eyed black dragon king. Once he matured, aside from the six-winged angel and sea god martial souls, both of divine rank, who could rival him? The Haotian hammer? The blue lightning tyrant dragon? They shall all tremble before him. Ha ha ha. With the emergence of the golden-eyed black dragon martial soul, an inexplicable dragon might envelop him. The system indicated that by venturing to the Star Dou Forest Star Lake, his cultivation would swiftly ascend. Moreover, according to the system's danger assessment, his peril in the Star Dou Forest was merely half a star. Thus, he ventured forth. The dragon might emanating from him instilled fear in the soul beasts, causing them to retreat as he approached the Star Lake. The once dominant soul beast ruler of this area, the sky blue bull python, regarded him with trepidation but made no move to expel him. Within the Star Lake, without the need for deliberate cultivation, his power would rise year by year. Indeed, it was measured in years. His cultivation astonishingly followed the timeline of soul beasts, calculated in years. The Titan giant ape, having encountered him, dared not voice dissent, merely occasionally inquiring about his origin. Indeed, they all regarded themselves as century-old soul beasts in the midst of recultivation. Mo Tianxing had grown somewhat numb to this, accustomed to it. He pondered whether the title Douluo fellow humans shared this belief. Thus, he refrained from taking risks, choosing to remain in the Star Dou Forest until he amassed a cultivation of 10,000 years. If translated into the cultivation hierarchy of soul masters, he should be at the Soul King level, yet his combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of Soul King. Lying on the grass under the sun, he led a leisurely yet somewhat monotonous existence. He resolved to remain until his secondary martial soul reached a top-tier level before emerging. After all, outside, there was Tang San with his twin martial souls. The alluring female Pope Bibi Dong possessed dual martial souls. Qian Renxue wielded the six-winged angel, a divine martial soul, with innate soul power at level 20. Moreover, they would inherit divine powers, their strength soaring to unprecedented heights. Without a top-tier secondary martial soul, how could he compete with them? "Brother, what are you doing?" A petite girl in a pink outfit, adorned with bunny ears, appeared beside him. Mo Tianxing removed his hand from shielding the sun, revealing golden pupils that radiated a soft glow. "Xiao Wu, what brings you here?" Mo Tianxing rose from the grass, observing the young Xiao Wu. She looked to be merely 5 or 6 years old, akin to a neighborly little sister. He reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking gently. He recalled that when he first arrived in the Star Dou Forest years ago, Xiao Wu was merely 3, a lively little girl bursting with curiosity upon seeing him. Throughout these years of companionship, he had come to regard her as his own sister, occasionally guiding her in her cultivation. According to the storyline, she was likely on the verge of departing the Star Dou Forest for the human world to train, and he was well aware of the events that would unfold. Encountering Tang San, participating in the Advanced Soul Master Competition, attracting the covetous gaze of the Spirit Hall, and Xiao Wu sacrificing herself in the Star Dou Forest. Even Deming and Erming would become Tang San's spirit rings. They were truly treated as mere tools. Brother? Xiao Wu tugged at Mo Tianxing's sleeve, her face a mask of confusion. To her, Mo Tianxing had always been enigmatic. Deming mentioned that he was likely a dragon-type soul beast with a cultivation of 100,000 years, possessing extraordinary strength before his transformation. Yet, it was unexpected that a soul beast of such caliber would choose to take human form and recultivate. In the eyes of the sky blue bull python, despite Mo Tianxing's origins from outside the Star Dou Forest, he posed no threat to the soul beasts. Moreover, his path of transformation preceded Xiao Wu's, suggesting he possessed vast knowledge regarding the recultivation of soul beasts, which was why the sky blue bull python allowed their interactions. "I wish to venture into the human world, otherwise my cultivation will progress too slowly," Xiao Wu expressed to Mo Tianxing. The surface of the star lake suddenly churned, and an immense creature emerged, its form resembling a small mountain. It was covered in azure scales, with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent, now opening its enormous, lantern-like eyes that glowed with a cerulean aura. It was none other than the emperor of the Star Dou Forest, the sky blue bull python, Xiao Wu. At that moment, a towering titan giant ape emerged from the forest, kneeling on one knee, gazing longingly at Xiao Wu below. They were already aware of Xiao Wu's intention to leave the Star Dou Forest. Understanding that this path was a necessary journey for soul beasts undergoing transformation only within human society could they rapidly elevate their cultivation. "Brother, would you accompany me to the human world?" Xiao Wu gazed at Mo Tianxing's face, her eyes filled with anticipation. The sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape turned their gazes towards Mo Tianxing. Suddenly, a system interface appeared before him, presenting 2 choices. One was to accompany Xiao Wu to the human society for cultivation, which would directly alter the predetermined path, with the future outcome uncertain and shrouded in mystery. The other was to decline Xiao Wu's invitation, thus averting her destined demise. Mo Tianxing hesitated for a moment. He needed to lay out some plans for the future. As someone who wished to be the puppeteer, it was unwise to expose himself to scrutiny so early on. In the end, he gently ruffled her little head, remaining silent. Yet, all present understood that his silence signified refusal. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat dejected. "I will come to find you in the future. You must stay safe," Mo Tianxing said with a light smile. "Really?" Xiao Wu's face brightened instantly. Mo Tianxing extended his pinky, and Xiao Wu mirrored the gesture, their fingers entwined, both wearing warm smiles. Pinky Promise. Chapter 2. Secondary Martial Soul, Blade of Existence. A week had passed since Xiao Wu departed from the Star Dou Forest, and Mo Tianxing's life had once again settled into monotony and tranquility. The sky blue bull python coiled around the Star Lake, while the Titan giant ape roamed nearby. I wonder how Xiao Wu is faring out there, the Titan giant ape mused, gazing towards the forest's edge, concern evident in his tone. At that moment, the sky blue bull python emerged from the lake's depths, also looking towards the direction Xiao Wu had departed. Mo Tianxing, however, remained unfazed, devoid of worry. He was well aware of what Xiao Wu would encounter in the outside world. Overall, the initial phase posed little danger. Rather, it would serve to sharpen her character. The true peril lay in the grand finale of the Advanced Soul Master Competition, during the journey to Spirit City, where the joint ambush of Zhu Thaw and Ge Thaw awaited, yet it was thwarted by the seven-treasure glazed tile sect's leader Ning Fengji and Star Dou. After the Soul Master Competition concluded, when the Spirit Hall discovered Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, they sought to capture her, but Tang Hao intervened to dispel this calamity. Later, the Spirit Hall launched a hunting operation against Xiao Wu, with Zhu Daoliu and Ghost Daoliu leading a formidable group of soul masters into Xinghu. Utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, they forcibly subdued the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape. Although Tang Sen had arrived, he was utterly incapable of protecting Xiao Wu, ultimately resulting in her sacrificial demise. When he witnessed this scene, he was infuriated by Tang Sen's incompetence, his teeth grinding in frustration. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly alter this tragic fate. Now, that opportunity has truly presented itself. He has descended upon the Douluo Continent, determined to change everything. With a decade remaining before that catastrophic event, the majority of those who will appear are titled Douluo, possessing devastating power. He must seize the time wisely. Within these 10 years, he aims to elevate his cultivation to over 100,000, stepping into the realm of titled Douluo, so he may have a chance to break this deadlock and rewrite destiny. Furthermore, there lies the impending God War, which will plunge the entire world into turmoil. Should he wish to protect those dear to him, he must possess godlike strength. That day will be even more terrifying than Xiao Wu's calamity, and time is truly of the essence. Less than 20 years remain. His goal is to ascend to titled Douluo within 10 years, and to reach godhood within 20. Yet, all of this necessitates the support of formidable power and unparalleled martial souls. He requires extraordinary strength. A glint of golden light flashed in Mo Tianxing's eyes. The pressures and the forthcoming future dictated that he could not remain complacent in the Star Dou Forest, idly enhancing his strength. He routinely accessed the system interface and selected the option for a second martial soul. Understanding that martial souls are the essence of the Douluo Continent, with all systems and powers revolving around them, he knew he must seize the opportunity to draw a martial soul that could shift his fate. In a fleeting moment, a golden light illuminated the results of his martial soul selection, enveloping his vision in a verdant glow, a powerful and rich life force surrounding Mo Tianxing, rendering him momentarily dazed. The Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape turned simultaneously to gaze at Mo Tianxing, who was enveloped in a vibrant life aura, akin to a verdant sun, dazzling to the point of obscuring his form. The Xinghu area erupted in a brilliant tidal wave of life, causing the soul beasts in the Star Dou Forest to look up in awe, absorbing the emanated life force and rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Exchanging glances, the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape were struck by a sense of astonishment. This overwhelming vitality was extraordinary. What was its true origin? Mo Tianxing gazed at the verdant glow materializing before Hema, jade green, carving knife, radiating a divine green luminescence. He could hardly believe his eyes. The Blade of Life. It was the embryonic form of Hua Yuhao's artifact, the Blade of Life. Crafted from divine materials known as the life gold, it contained immense life force, and from its inception, It was a nascent artifact, capable of evolving into a true artifact through the nurturing of life energy. Ding. Selected Martial Soul, Blade of Life. Would you like to confirm it as your second martial soul? Without hesitation, Mo Tianxing clicked to confirm. This was precisely what he desired, an even better divine martial soul than he had anticipated, and a divine weapon martial soul at that. At the moment of his confirmation, a surge of verdant life energy erupted from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his meridians and enveloping his entire being. The warm and exhilarating sensation compelled him to exhale softly, instinctively closing his eyes. The rich life energy cocooned him, nurturing and cleansing his meridians, bones, and skin, imbuing him with formidable vitality as his body gradually transformed under the nurturing essence of life. When Mo Tianxing opened his eyes once more, a glimmer of green light flickered in his gaze before gradually fading. He raised his left hand, revealing a translucent, 3-inch-long jade green carving knife suspended above his palm, exuding a potent life aura. A subtle smile graced the corners of Mo Tianxing's lips. At last it has arrived. With dual martial souls, the convergence of two divine martial souls is merely his starting point. His true foundation lies within the system he possesses. If given a little time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the world, unlocking the gates to the divine realm. Big brother, what treasure is this? The Titan giant ape, bending low, gazed at the blade of life in Mo Tianxing's hand, addressing him as Big Brother. It felt that, given the circumstances of the other being's rebirth as a 100,000-year soul beast, calling him Big Brother was hardly a loss. The Tianxing Niumang also lowered its head, examining the jade knife in Mo Tianxing's grasp, its eyes sparkling with intrigue. They instinctively believed Mo Tianxing to be a 100,000-year soul beast reborn, naturally dismissing the notion of dual martial souls. Even in the human realm, dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, regarded as a hidden talent. Thus, both soul beast monarchs perceived the item in Mo Tianxing's hand as a priceless treasure, a mysterious artifact brimming with life force. Mo Tianxing retracted the blade of life into his body, but could still feel its presence, an endless supply of life energy flowing to him. It appeared that he could indeed utilize the life force from the blade of life to assist his golden-eyed black dragon martial soul. Moreover, he was aware of the method to condense a second soul core, allowing him to manifest both martial souls simultaneously in the future. At that time, transforming into the golden-eyed black dragon, wielding the blade of life, he would truly be unstoppable. Gods and Buddhas alike would falter before him. As for the so-called theoretical master of martial souls, Yu Shaojiang, apologies, but I far surpass your theoretical understanding and eclipse you in strength. When Mo Tianxing acquired his second martial soul, the Spirit Blade, the system was truly activated. Ding! The Soul Ring shop has been opened. Would you like to make a selection? The Soul Ring shop? Mo Tianxing's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He had previously believed that he was straying further down the path of spirit beasts, especially considering that his spirit beast cultivation had reached an astonishing 12,000 years. Yet the signature spirit ring of a spirit master remained elusive. It turned out that this stagnation stemmed from his inability to confirm his second martial soul. Without hesitation, he accessed the spirit ring shop, where he was greeted by a 9-grid system display, showcasing 9 ebony spirit rings, all of which were indeed 10,000-year spirit rings. Chapter 3. The selection of spirit rings. Mo Tianxing gazed at the 9 eternal soul rings emanating a dark, lustrous glow within the system's shop, and indeed, there were 5 vacant soul rings upon his own being. Do you believe this is merely a selection of 9 out of 5? You are gravely mistaken. This is but a gift from the system, bestowing upon Mo Tianxing the 9 soul rings of the formidable assault category. Moreover, there exist 6 additional categories: agility, defense, support, control, and mentalism, each endowed with skills, and all comprised solely of eternal soul rings. Which path shall he choose to embark upon? Mo Tianxing is no fool. He has wisely opted for a hybrid approach. Although the golden-eyed black dragon is classified as a powerful assault-type martial spirit within the Wuhuan series, excelling in extreme burst damage, Mo Tianxing prefers not to confine himself to such limitations. Such extremities can easily lead to mishaps, especially when faced with cunning opponents who can readily counter his moves. Therefore, it is imperative for him to select a well-balanced combination of abilities, encompassing both explosive output and supportive control. Now that he has the opportunity to choose 5 soul rings, he can afford to deliberate extensively. After meticulously examining the 54 10,000-year soul rings across various categories, he has carefully shortlisted his desired configuration of 5 soul ring skills. First soul ring, Mirage of Flowers and Moon soul ring configuration, black. Mental support type soul skill effect, initiates a mental attack, ensnaring enemies in an illusion, also possesses breath simulation capabilities. Currently able to simulate the essence of tidal Douluo and 10,000-year soul beasts, increasing with the longevity of the soul ring. This skill is akin to an all-purpose tool, excelling in mental assault and illusion generation, making it a divine technique for surpassing challenges in the early stages. The breath simulation aspect grants him enhanced maneuverability. It occupies the first soul ring position as it does not require enhancements. Its effectiveness remains unchanged regardless of its placement. Second soul ring, Dragon Dance in the Void soul ring configuration, black, support type soul skill effect, transforms the entire body into a dragon form, enhancing strength, agility, perception, and defense by 200, increasing with the longevity of the soul ring. This transformation is more direct than enhancing individual parts, delivering a boost comparable to the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, resulting in a temporary surge of power. Alarmingly, this enhancement will escalate as the longevity of the soul ring evolves. Third soul skill, Dragon King's Claw, upgradable, soul ring configuration, black. Assault type soul skill effect, engages in secondary dragon transformation of the hand, infused with the destructive force of dark elemental energy, exhibiting astonishing destructive power. Fourth soul skill, Domain of the Black Dragon, upgradable, soul ring configuration, black. Support control type soul skill effect, establishes a black domain centered on himself, enveloping a radius of 500 meters, within which enemies lose visibility and their attack power is diminished by 50, subject to the longevity of the soul ring. Inducing a negative vulnerability effect of 200, also influenced by the longevity of the soul ring. Additionally, within this black domain, enemies will be subjected to assaults from dark wind blades. Indeed, this is a domain skill, akin to the blue-silver domain or the killing god domain. This skill can only be countered by opposing domains. Other methods are utterly ineffective. Once activated, it persists unless one is utterly exhausted. Possessing a domain skill in the early stages presents an enticing advantage. Fifth soul skill, Black Soul Dragon Killing Spear Soul Ring configuration, black. Assault type skill effect, converges dark dragon energy into a black spear, striking with incredible speed and pinpoint explosive power, practically a guaranteed kill. These effect-based soul rings are invariably influenced by the longevity of the soul rings. For an ordinary person, this note would be inconsequential, unless they were to receive a deity's legacy that could not enhance the longevity of their soul rings, thus rendering the benefits of fixed value. However, for Mo Tianxing, who possesses a unique system, it is an entirely different story. His soul ring longevity does not depend on divine power. It will continuously improve alongside his cultivation. Currently, all 5 of his soul rings are configured for 12,000 years, embodying the so-called optimal arrangement of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings in the Soul Master community, a mere jest in his case. Once he surpasses the threshold of 100,000 years in cultivation, all his soul rings will evolve into the divine configuration of 9 red rings. At that time, neither Pope Bibi Dong nor Tang San, nor even Qian Renxue, will be able to rival him. This shall be his significant advantage. He now seeks to further amplify his strengths and ascend with utmost haste. The moment Mo Tianxing finalized his soul ring configuration, he became enveloped in a shroud of 5 black soul lights, the intense radiance soaring skyward, coalescing into a colossal black silhouette in midair. It materialized as a 100-meter-long black dragon, cloaked in ebony scales, with expansive black membranous wings unfurling behind it. A massive and fearsome dragon head, its eyes ignited with golden flames, resembling a flickering candle in the night. The formidable dragon's might erupted from the Star Lake, its aura stirring the entirety of the Star Dou Forest. The Tianxing Neo Python and the Titan giant ape reappeared, their gazes captivated by the aura emanating from Mo Tianxing. Is this elder truly of the dragon lineage? It appears he is a pure blood black dragon. The Titan giant ape wore an expression of intrigue. Golden-eyed black dragon. The Tianxing Yo python gazed at the black dragon in the sky, speaking calmly yet harboring some speculation. I wonder from which soul beast gathering he has emerged. The Titan giant ape mumbled. Could he possibly be related to the extreme north? I recall Xiao Wu's mother mentioning that there is a gathering of soul beasts in the extreme north, where 10,000-year soul beasts also reside. I seem to remember that the ruler of the Arctic tundra was a woman. It should not be the case. The Tianxing Yo python observed Mo Tianxing below. It possessed knowledge of the extreme north, and among the three kings of the tundra, there was no golden-eyed black dragon. Where he originates from is of little consequence. If he chooses not to disclose his identity, one should not pry incessantly. Since he has undergone a rebirth as a soul beast, he is, in essence, a friend. A seeker of truth among our kind. Should he encounter difficulties, we shall assist him where we can, the Tianxing Yo python declared. All of us are 10,000-year soul beasts. He and Sister Xiao Wu have dared to tread the path of transformation and rebirth, which indicates that, at the very least, they share a common mindset. The Titan giant ape nodded slightly, observing Mo Tianxing with curiosity, recognizing his own lack of courage compared to him. The Tianxing Yo python cast a silent, yet approving glance at Mo Tianxing before submerging into the Star Lake. After a considerable duration, when Mo Tianxing reopened his eyes, the aura surrounding him had undergone a profound transformation, emanating a depth and weight far surpassing before. With a mere thought, 5 enormous black soul rings spiraled upward beneath him, radiating an inky black light, oscillating rhythmically. The Titan giant ape, positioned beside him, bent slightly, offering a warm smile. Brother, should you ever require assistance, feel free to ask. I, along with my brother, shall strive to help you in any way we can. Mo Tianxing gazed at the amiable Titan giant ape, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He nodded slightly. Indeed, they were well-intentioned. The methods of interaction among soul beasts can, at times, be remarkably simpler than those in the human realm. Perched upon the precipice beside Star Lake, Mo Tianxing gazed out at the vast world beyond. In a few days, he planned to depart from the Star Dou Forest to explore the realm of humanity, and the thought filled him with anticipation. Although his days spent cultivating his martial soul in the Star Dou Forest were steady, they lacked a certain fervor. It was the vibrant world outside that truly captured his heart. Chapter 4. Opportunities must not be missed after more than 3 years in the Star Dou Forest. Mo Tianxing felt a twinge of reluctance as he prepared to leave, bidding farewell to De Ming and Ming. If you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek our assistance, De Ming advised. And should you meet Sister Xiao Wu, remember to send us word. Mo Tianxing gazed at the stout and honest Titan giant ape, offering a subtle nod. His affection for Xiao Wu was akin to that of kin, naturally prompting his attentive regard. The Qing Tian Yo Meng merely poked its head above the surface of the Star Lake, silently observing him without uttering a word. Daming, Erming. Farewell for now. We shall meet again soon, Mo Tianxing remarked, waving at them before departing. The two soul beast kings stood by the lakeside, watching his retreating figure. The Qing Tian Yo Meng felt a twinge of discomfort at this fellow addressing Xiao Wu as sister, despite having shared a childhood bond with her. After all, he was the emperor of the Star Dou Forest, while calling Xiao Wu's sister was habitual due to their upbringing together. This newcomer's sudden declaration of Xiao Wu as sister and Erming's Navi adoption of brother was somewhat unsettling. Though they had spent 3 years in each other's company, their interactions had been rather sparse, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Nevertheless, considering that this individual had lived for 100,000 years as a soul beast, addressing him as brother, while perhaps diminishing his own prestige, was ultimately a minor concession. Mo Tianxing proceeded confidently towards the direction of the Heaven Dou Empire, encountering formidable soul beasts along the way, all of which prudently retreated. It was no jest. This individual possessed remarkable valor and prowess. He was capable of navigating the core regions of the Star Dou Forest, having made a name for himself in the Star Lake. And naturally, these ancient soul beasts chose to steer clear of him, for they were not to be trifled with. Thus, Mo Tianxing's journey unfolded with a sense of tranquility, his objective crystal clear, to reach the Heaven Dou Empire. In his mind, he had already devised a plan, primarily because the Sunset Forest lay within the territory of the Heaven Dou Empire. To others, the Sunset Forest might appear as merely a smaller gathering place for soul beasts compared to the Star Dou Forest, fraught with peril. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Mo Tianxing remembered vividly that in a certain corner of the Sunset Forest, the poisoned Douluo Dugubo had claimed a hidden treasure known as the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye. This sacred ground, formed from the fall of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, yielded an abundance of celestial materials and rare herbs. It was even said that the remarkable achievements of the Shrek Seven Devils were significantly linked to their past consumption of celestial herbs, particularly Ning Rongrong. After consuming the Qilua tulip, advanced her 7 treasure glaze tile to the 9 treasure glaze tile, elevating this divine item to the pantheon of the sacred. Similarly, Tang San experienced a profound transformation in his physique after simultaneously ingesting the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot, showcasing the extraordinary potential of such treasures. It was indeed a time when even a pig could soar at the crest of the wind, let alone someone of Tang San's caliber. However, all of this was to be altered. Currently, Tang San was merely a 6-year-old child. Priorities must be observed, and such treasures were beyond his reach for now. The Azura Heartbreak read that once accompanied Xiao Wu had no need to bloom again. As Mo Tianxing contemplated these matters, it must be noted that the Star Dou Forest was truly vast. He had been walking for quite some time, without fully exiting its bounds. At that moment, his keen spiritual perception detected that 1,000 meters ahead, a group of humans was besieged by soul beasts, caught in a dire predicament. And in a state of considerable distress, the beleaguered human team appeared to be a coalition of several families and hired mercenaries, led by a beautiful girl with flowing black hair, who, despite her gentle demeanor, was currently directing the battle with a tense expression. Frankly speaking, their team was not particularly strong. The mercenaries barely reached the level of 3-ringed soul masters, and some even bore white soul rings representing a mere decade of cultivation. In contrast, the regular troops tasked with protecting the black-haired girl were 4-ringed soul masters, boasting an optimal configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, which was also true for the lovely black-haired maiden. Observing their youthful faces, all barely in their 20s, it was evident that their backgrounds were anything but ordinary. They were besieged by 3,000-year-old nether spirit cats, a foe that could only be managed by 5-ringed soul kings. And facing 3 of them at once was a daunting challenge, even for a 6-ringed soul emperor. It was indeed reckless for a group of 3- and 4-ringed soul masters to venture into the Star Dou Forest. Such folly was truly a recipe for disaster. Mo Tianxing leisurely walked towards the distance. Their identities and backgrounds could perhaps be put to good use, especially that dark-haired girl. If he recalled correctly, the emblem on her attire bore the mark of the royal family of the Tiandou Empire, with the timeline tracing back a decade from Tang San's era. He was uncertain of the identity of the royal lady from the Tiandou Empire. Yuxuan, what should we do now? The delicate girl beside the dark-haired maiden could no longer contain her anxiety and buried herself in her embrace, her voice trembling. The girl addressed as Yuxuan comforted her with a gentle pat on the head, assuring her that everything would be fine. Yet, her eyes betrayed a deep sense of regret. This expedition was primarily to assist her in acquiring a 4th soul ring. Naturally, the emperor had dispatched a soul sage from the palace to lead the team. As securing a 4th ring was simply a matter of caution, a soul sage could easily handle the vast majority of soul beast threats. Thus, the young nobles from her circle eagerly volunteered to join, believing that with a soul sage's protection, as long as they did not venture too deep into the Star Dou Forest, it would merely be a scenic tour for them. It was indeed delightful to take a stroll, especially considering the exquisite beauty of the Star Dou Forest. They wandered for several days along the forest outskirts but were unable to find a suitable 4th soul ring for her. Consequently, the esteemed soul sage suggested they venture slightly into the mixed zone of the outer region, where they might encounter a more fitting soul beast. However, upon their arrival at the boundary of the outer mixed zone, the soul sage was suddenly detained by a 50,000-year-old soul beast king seeking nourishment, urging them to make a hasty retreat. Just as they escaped one peril, they stumbled into another, encountering 3 10,000-year-old ghostly spirit cats blocking their path. They were on the verge of collapse, unless the missing soul sage could return in time to alleviate the crisis. In that moment, the ghostly spirit cats broke through their encirclement, preparing to strike at the dark-haired maiden within. Should they advance any further, the 2 fragile girls in the circle would surely perish. Yet, at this critical juncture, the ghostly spirit cats unexpectedly retreated. The 3 10,000-year-old beasts seemed to sense an impending terror, their expressions filled with apprehension as they cautiously withdrew, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. At that moment, a young man with a sharp tongue turned pale, struggling to swallow. I recall my teacher mentioning in class that when powerful soul beasts retreat, it signifies that something far more dangerous lurks nearby. Upon hearing this, the countenances of all present turned ashen. Even the previously weeping girl fell silent. fearing the attention of a more formidable soul beast. There's no need to be so tense. A voice, laced with playful sarcasm, emerged from the forest, stunning everyone present. Chapter 5. Golden-eyed black dragon martial soul, call father. A young man clad in black emerged from the woods, a gentle smile adorning his face as he regarded them. It was none other than Mo Tianxing. Xue'er and her companions were taken aback, staring blankly at the black-clad youth. A single thought surging in their minds. He seems almost divine. This youth emanated an indescribable aura, illuminating his surroundings as if the world around him radiated with light. The blue-silver grasses nearby swayed, glimmering with flecks of blue light. The young nobles, accustomed to grandeur, from the empire's sovereign to the esteemed title Douluo, had never experienced such a profound spiritual impact. Xue'er gazed at Mo Tianxing, momentarily rendered speechless. Who was he? Why had he appeared alone in the mixed zone of the Star Dou Forest? What exactly are you? The golden-haired youth encircling Xue'er regarded him with a wary gaze, questioning his origins. I merely came to see what was happening after hearing the commotion, Mo Tianxing replied with a warm smile. This is not a place for conversation. Let us retreat to the outer circle. Xue'er nodded, her eyes lingering on Mo Tianxing. Is that all right? She sensed a genuine kindness emanating from him, an instinctive intuition from a woman. However, with the 3 10,000-year-old ghostly spirit cats retreating, it was evident that an even more dreadful soul beast was closing in. Despite the slight frown from the young men and her team at her invitation, they refrained from voicing any objections. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, fully aware of the situation. He understood that abruptly intruding into another's domain not only unsettled himself but also aroused suspicion in the other party, fostering doubts about his ulterior motives. Although this was indeed the case, it was imperative that he concealed such intentions. Mo Tianxing walked alongside them, separated by a distance of 5 or 6 meters. As they hurried towards the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest, the region of the mixed circle was, in fact, quite expansive, with its definition difficult to articulate. However, a discernible characteristic was the age of the soul beasts that inhabited the area. It was only when they found themselves in a locale predominantly occupied by century-old and millennium-old soul beasts that they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having escaped that ominous place, their retreat this time had been remarkably smooth, as they encountered almost no 10,000-year soul beasts. And even the slightly more formidable millennium soul beast remained hidden from sight. Xue'er's gaze drifted towards the depths of the forest, a flicker of concern crossing her features as she pondered the well-being of that esteemed soul sage. She retracted her gaze, allowing it to settle finally on Mo Tianxing. At that moment, he stood apart from them, clad in a black robe, exuding an air of calm serenity. Throughout their journey, the younger individuals occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction, speculating about his identity and cultivation, and questioning why he had ventured alone into the Star Dou Forest. Greetings. I am Yuxuan. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend? Xue'er spoke with a demeanor that was both humble and gentle, easily endearing herself to others. Mo Tianxing. He replied succinctly, adopting a demeanor of aloofness. May I ask for a few words, Mo brother? Their interaction, though somewhat one-sided, was amicable. Xue'er candidly revealed her royal lineage from the Tiandou Empire, while the other young individuals were senior students from the Imperial Academy of Tiandou, all of whom had just embarked upon their journey as young prodigies of the Fourth Ring. Xue'er's martial spirit was a lineage treasure of the Tiandou Empire, the Swan. She had recently broken through to the Fourth Ring and had only just acquired her 4th soul ring. Despite her commendable talent for cultivation, the Swan martial spirit indeed imposed certain limitations. Xue'er initiated the introductions, and the girl in green, who had earlier collapsed into her embrace, introduced herself as Yi Huangying, an auxiliary soul master. When she mentioned that her martial spirit was an orange, Mo Tianxing felt a jolt within. It reminded him of another woman who possessed an orange martial spirit. Yi Huangying appeared to be very close friends with Xue'er as they held hands, and her expression betrayed a lingering fear from their previous encounter. After all, she was merely an auxiliary soul master with limited combat prowess, thus requiring protection. The third to introduce himself was a blonde youth who seemed to harbor a degree of hostility towards Mo Tianxing. I am Sharp, a level 43 strong attack soul master of the 4th Ring, my martial spirit being the cracking mountain dragon. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Mo Tianxing, his eyes betraying a hint of self-satisfaction. Although his martial spirit belonged to the subdragon category, it was still classified among the powerful second-tier dragon spirits. At just over 20 years of age, he had already attained the fourth ring, marking him as a prodigy within the Soul Master community. Coupled with the support of the Sharp family, he was indeed a paragon of excellence. Sharp had long harbored feelings for Xue'er, and the appearance of Mo Tianxing instilled an odd sense of pressure within him. Being experienced in matters of the heart, he was acutely aware that the mysterious aura emanating from Mo Tianxing was particularly alluring to women, which only intensified his underlying resentment towards him. Mo Tianxing could hardly be oblivious. This was not merely an introduction, but a declaration of sovereignty. Subsequently, the four young individuals showcased their formidable martial souls, each a prodigy who had attained the fourth ring of cultivation. They hailed from prominent families within the Tiandou Empire and were members of the most formidable seven-man team from the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy. As their introductions concluded, their gazes turned toward Mo Tianxing, who had notably refrained from disclosing any details regarding his cultivation or origins. Among these young individuals, comparisons were inevitable. If they were of equal standing, friendships might blossom, but if their statuses diverged, it would lead to disdain. "I am but a wandering cultivator," Mo Tianxing remarked with a light chuckle. The term wandering cultivator elicited puzzled expressions from those present. They were unfamiliar with the concept. Recognizing their confusion, Mo Tianxing realized he was not in the realm of immortal cultivation where such terminology would be understood. "I am merely a carefree drifter, akin to idle clouds and wild cranes," he elaborated. The young individuals immediately exhibited disdain in their eyes. A grassroots cultivator is still a grassroots cultivator, regardless of how gloriously one might phrase it. "Is that all you've got?" scoffed Sharp, his face adorned with mockery. Yi Huangying, observing the derisive expressions of her companions, felt a twinge of discomfort. What was wrong with lacking a powerful background? Did being a commoner render one unworthy? "What type of soul master are you? And what is your martial soul?" Yi Huangying deftly diverted the conversation. Sharp and his companions erupted into laughter. It was common knowledge that martial souls were typically inherited. What formidable martial soul could a commoner possess? Surely, revealing it would only bring further embarrassment. However, Xue'er remained composed, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Tianxing. Eager to discern the nature of his martial soul, the audacity to venture alone into the Star Dou Forest suggested a desperate circumstance. For without an elder to accompany him in hunting suitable soul beasts, his path as a soul master would be fraught with difficulty. As for his martial soul, Mo Tianxing contemplated for a brief moment before raising his right hand. An overwhelming aura reminiscent of dark flames enveloped him, and beneath his feet manifested a configuration of 2 yellow and 2 black soul rings. A fearsome black dragon, with its eyes shimmering with golden light, materialized behind him. Thud. The formidable presence of the dragon caused Sharp to kneel in terror. His gaze glazed as he stared at the imposing black dragon behind Mo Tianxing, his own martial soul trembling in submission. Xue'er and the others stood in stunned silence. A dragon martial soul, and it appeared to be among the elite. They gazed in awe at the magnificent black dragon martial soul displayed by Mo Tianxing. Could such a martial soul truly belong to a grassroots commoner? Even if there were anomalies in martial souls, how could one transform from a meager lineage to possessing a top-tier black dragon martial soul? Beyond the extraordinary nature of his martial soul, the configuration of his soul rings was equally astonishing. Though he appeared younger than them, he was already a 5th-ring soul king, boasting 2 10,000-year soul rings, with the 4th ring being the black 10,000-year soul ring. How absurd, they thought. It was well known in the soul master community that there were limitations on soul ring absorption. At the 10th level of soul power, one could only absorb rings of approximately 400 years. Upon breaking through to the 40th level, the maximum was around 6,000 years. Attempting to absorb a soul ring beyond one's capacity could lead to devastating consequences, often resulting in death. Yet here he was, having audaciously absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th level, crossing a threshold of 4,000 years. Finally, they comprehended why the 3-headed 10,000-year nether spirit cat had fled. It was not due to the presence of formidable soul beasts, but rather the approach of an almost monstrous soul king. In this light, their very lives had been preserved by his presence. Was this truly a wandering commoner? Upon witnessing the achieved effect, Mo Tianxing contentedly retracted his martial soul. The configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, accompanied by 2 black ones, was merely a deceptive illusion conjured by his first soul skill, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Had his 5 10,000-year soul rings been revealed, it would likely have instilled sheer terror within them. Furthermore, the quintet of black 10,000-year rings would appear exceedingly unrealistic. Should the spirit hall take notice, Bibi Dong might even deduce the existence of his second martial soul. Although this strays somewhat from the truth, it would undoubtedly invite complications. The current soul ring configuration, however, was far more credible. He recalled vividly that Tang San's fourth soul ring was also a black one of 10,000 years. While it elicited shock and admiration, deeming him a prodigy with immense potential, that was the extent of it. Presently, as he stood ahead of his rivals, refreshing the perceptions within the Soul Master community was not unwelcome. It might serve to humble those who dared to challenge him. Once Mo Tianxing withdrew his martial soul, the overwhelming pressure bearing down on Sharp finally dissipated, yet his spirit remained somewhat numbed, leaving him in a state of disarray. Mo Tian walked up to him, extending his hand to lift him from the ground, remaining silent. It was only then that Sharp realized the situation, feeling a mix of anger and, more prominently, shame. He had been so frightened that he had knelt, completely overpowered by the aura emanating from the opponent's martial soul. The other party possessed a true dragon martial soul, which was a devastating counter to their own dragon subspecies martial souls. How could he possibly contend with such an adversary? Furthermore, the opponent was a soul king of the fifth ring, far beyond his capacity to challenge. At that moment, Sharp's face flushed with a blend of green and red as he clenched his fists tightly, ultimately deciding to retreat. He was acutely aware that provoking the other party now would yield no favorable outcome and would only brand Yuxuan as barbaric and unruly. Just then, Mo Tian suddenly sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching from the depths of the forest, directing his gaze towards the shadows within. His actions instantly captured the attention of those around him. What was he up to? In the realm of spiritual exploration, Mo Tianxing discerned the presence of a robust middle-aged man in his 40s. At this moment, his garments were tattered, and his body bore wounds, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. Nevertheless, his movements through the forest remained agile and fluid, akin to that of a monkey. This individual was likely the esteemed soul sage, the predecessor whom Shui Yuxuan had mentioned as being separated from them. A soul sage, indeed. Mo Tianxing sensed the formidable aura emanating from the other party. A seven-ring soul sage, capable of manifesting their martial soul's true form, stood among the ranks of true powerhouses in the realm of soul masters, likely comparable to soul beasts with tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Perhaps due to his own cultivation being measured against that of soul beasts and having spent considerable time in the Star Dou Forest, he had grown accustomed to evaluating matters by the standards of those creatures, within a radius of nearly 500 meters. The robust soul sage noticed that amidst the group of younglings he was protecting, there was an unusual black cub. This black cub seemed to have detected his presence even before the others, indicating that the lad possessed quite a keen sense of perception. Intriguing. As the soul sage immediately accelerated, he traversed the dense thicket of towering ancient trees, directly arriving before the group. Shui Yuxuan and Yi Huangying's expressions lit up with joy. Gu Sr. The other talented individuals respectfully called out to the middle-aged man as well. He, being a soul sage, naturally commanded respect in this world that venerates strength. The robust man, clad in tattered garments, relaxed upon realizing that the princess and the young ones were unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief regarding the young junior's respectful address. He merely nodded, not overly concerned with such formalities. His gaze then settled on Mo Tianxing, scrutinizing the black cub before him with a hint of surprise. Gu Sr. This is a friend of mine named Mo Tianxing, Shui Yuxuan interjected, noticing the curiosity in Gu Mingji's eyes. Oh, Gu Mingji expressed surprise, acknowledging that the lad was indeed quite impressive, though he had not anticipated that the princess herself would personally introduce him. Mo Tianxing offered a gentle smile, speaking with a calm assurance, hello. Unlike others who addressed him as senior, he saw no need for such formality. Gu Mingji couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of the young man before him. Despite his youth, he carried himself with the demeanor of an elder, seemingly intent on standing on equal footing. Quite bold indeed. Gu Mingji felt a flicker of curiosity towards him and decided to test his mettle. In an instant, he appeared before Mo Tianxing, raising his hand to pat the young man's shoulder. Although his intention was merely to gauge his abilities, the gesture lacked malice. However, Mo Tianxing was no fool. Why should he indulge in a charade? Like a wraith, he deftly evaded Gu Mingji's hand and vanished from sight. Gu Mingji, noticing the emptiness before him, turned around only to find Mo Tianxing had already integrated himself among the crowd of youthful companions surrounding Shui Yuxuan. Observing the displeasure etched on Mo Tianxing's face, it was evident that he was not pleased with the earlier test. Gu Mingji couldn't help but feel amused. Is your martial soul akin to an eel, impossible to grasp? He mused. Senior Gu means no harm, Shui Yuxuan whispered beside Mo Tianxing, anxious to prevent any misunderstanding. Their proximity allowed Mo Tianxing to catch a whiff of her fragrant hair, plunging him into contemplation. Is there shampoo in this world? Chapter 7. The Tiandou Royal Academy. The others held no objections to Mo Tianxing's inclusion. They had all witnessed the extraordinary martial soul he possessed, along with his remarkable cultivation and soul ring configuration. In comparison, their own four-ring talents seemed to dim in his presence. Du Mingji was astounded to learn that this young man had already attained the status of a five-ring soul king. Could he possibly be a spy sent by the Spirit Hall to infiltrate the Tiandou Empire? After all, such a prodigious talent with no apparent backing seemed rather implausible. A black dragon martial soul? Could it be that he was born with a mutated martial soul from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Yet, would they truly allow such an exceptional individual to serve as an undercover agent? Gu Mingji's mind raced through various scenarios. Occupying a high-ranking position, he possessed a clearer perspective. The Soul Master realm was not as tranquil as it appeared, with factions routinely employing spies and informants to maintain a balance of power. Nevertheless, Mo Tianxing seemed devoid of any malicious intent. Was it possible he was indeed an ordinary person? If so, the Tiandou royalty would undoubtedly seek to ally with him. The imperial family's resources were substantial, and the key lay in transforming these resources into formidable support for the Tiandou Empire. As they journeyed onward, each individual harbored distinct thoughts and motives. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxing was preoccupied with another matter, Qian Renxue. If his memory served him correctly, she had been lurking within the Tiandou Empire's royal family, usurping the position of the first prince, Xue'er. She was approximately a decade older than Tang San, now around 15 or 16, coincidentally aligning with his own age. A subtle smile graced Mo Tianxing's lips. This was indeed intriguing. He pondered the current cultivation level of Qian Renxue, who had remained hidden within the Heavendou Empire from a young age, a truly formidable individual. After several days of travel, Mo Tianxing and his companions finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Heavendou Empire. Although he had anticipated its grandeur, the capital's splendor still left him profoundly astonished. The buildings, predominantly adorned with lofty glass roofs, stood in immaculate alignment, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The city's layout was artfully arranged, with broad, bustling streets teeming with traffic. Occasionally, one could observe a contingent of royal knights clad in the empire's heavy armor patrolling the streets, ensuring public order. From within the capital, one could gaze upon the central palace's grand plaza, where a magnificent statue of a great emperor stood tall, clad in armor, with arms crossed atop the sword's hilt. Its tip resting on the ground, the statue exuded an air of valor. Given the current technological capabilities of the Douluo Continent, the creation of such a monumental edifice was indeed impressive. Shui Yuxuan led the group back to the Royal Soul Master Academy, where Sharp, Yi Huangying, and the others were senior students. The academy itself sprawled across vast grounds, encompassing lush mountains and flowing waters, and was equipped with various areas designated for Soul Master training. The architecture within the academy was not only intricate, but also lavishly opulent. As Mo Tianxing gazed upon the opulent Royal Academy, he could not help but silently marvel at the extravagant lifestyle of the nefarious capitalists, a life that evoked both envy and admiration. Along his journey, he encountered numerous students from the academy, who naturally recognized renowned figures such as Shui Yuxuan, Sharp, and Yi Huangying, each a paragon of excellence within their institution. Their attention was immediately drawn to Mo Tianxing, piquing their curiosity about his origins. Wherever he went, hushed discussions among the students trailed in his wake. Who was that young man in black? Is he a newcomer? His demeanor is so impressive, one speculated, to be personally accompanied by Princess Yuxuan and Senior Sharp. He must be at least a young powerhouse of the Fourth Ring Soul sect, another predicted. Oh my, I think I'm falling in love, gushed a starry-eyed girl. Her gaze fixed on Mo Tianxing as he passed by. The whispers of the female students did not escape Mo Tianxing's ears, outwardly composed and serene. He felt a surge of delight within. So this is what it feels like to be in the limelight, he mused. Relying on one's looks is indeed a most pleasant experience, a truly euphoric sensation. Meanwhile, Sharp stood to the side, his expression darkening, growing increasingly displeased. Shui Yuxuan and Gu Mingji led Mo Tianxing into a brightly lit, elegant room, fragrant with incense and adorned with verdant plants. Inside, 3 elderly gentlemen with snowy hair awaited them, exuding an aura that revealed they were indeed 3 Soul Daoliu. Greetings, esteemed elders of the teaching committee. Shui Yuxuan said with utmost respect to the three bearded elders. Ah, Yuxuan has returned. You even thought to visit us old men for a chat. Young Gu, how was your journey through the Star Dou Forest? The elder at the forefront replied with a jovial smile. Mo Tianxing gazed ahead at the three venerable soul Douluos, their white hair contrasting with their vigorous spirits. Instantly, their identities materialized in his mind. The director of the Tiandou Royal Academy, a title held by generations of the Tiandou emperors, was merely ceremonial. The true affairs of the academy were managed by the trio of committee members within. If his memory served him correctly, the elder with the white beard who had just spoken was none other than the esteemed chief of the three committee members, Mengxinji, a control system soul Douluo at the formidable rank of 86, wielding the martial soul known as the Black Demon. To his left sat the stout elder, Bai Baoshan, the vice chairman of the committee, a defense system soul Douluo of 85, with the martial soul of the heavenly star furnace. To his right stood the tall and slender elder, Ji Lin, the third member of the committee, a control system soul Douluo at the rank of 83, whose martial soul was the celestial green vine. Mo Tianxing recalled that he had once tested Tang San, triggering his external spirit bone to achieve complete integration, thus advancing his cultivation. At that time, it appeared that Shrek Academy sought to merge with their Tiandou Academy, but this endeavor was thwarted by the Snow Prince, invited by the Fourth Prince, who disrupted the proceedings. Little did he expect that upon leaving the Star Dou Forest, he would encounter these three titans of the Spirit Master realm. He wondered if anyone might intervene today, feeling a sense of anticipation. After all, in such circumstances, the system typically presented him with two choices or the like, which could yield rewards and further enhance his cultivation. He simply had to wait and see if any short-sighted individuals would make an appearance. The gaze of Mo Tianxing fell upon Xiao Pu, filled with hope for his potential. This scrutiny sent a shiver down Xiao Pu's spine, leaving him to ponder the intentions of this individual. Meanwhile, the dreaming divine machine also took note of Mo Tianxing, subtly sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from him, indicating he was indeed a promising talent. He is a friend of mine, exceptionally gifted, and currently without a place. I hope he can spend some time training within the academy. Snow Jade Qian's voice rang clear, her eyes inadvertently glancing at him. Greetings, esteemed seniors, I am Mo Tianxing, he said warmly, offering a slight bow to the three venerable figures. The fact that Princess Yuxuan praised his exceptional talent intrigued them. Young man, reveal your martial soul for us old fellows to behold, Bai Baoshan said with a jovial smile. Their curiosity was piqued, especially since even Princess Yuxuan had lauded him. Xiao Pu's expression darkened, clearly indicating he had suffered losses at their hands before. He too sensed an indescribable charm in Mo Tianxing's presence. Just how extraordinary was this young man? Chapter 8. Mo Tianxing? You Tianxing. Young man, show them your martial soul. Gu Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, as if he could already envision the expressions of the old men before him. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, prompting Sharp to instinctively take a few steps back. As Mo Tianxing raised his right hand, a formidable black aura enveloped the surroundings once more, his robe billowing dramatically. Beneath his feet, 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, began to shimmer in an alternating rhythm. Behind him materialized a menacing and jagged black dragon, its massive wings unfurling majestically, golden light swirling in its eyes as it gazed down upon the 3 elderly men. Mengxinji and his companions were rendered speechless. Despite their extensive life experiences and the many storms they had weathered, they found themselves utterly intimidated by the manifestation of Mo Tianxing's martial soul. Sharp, who had already retreated a few steps, struggled to withstand the oppressive aura that accompanied the emergence of the martial soul, feeling as if even his own soul trembled in response. He had no choice but to awkwardly hide behind Gu Mingji, seeking solace in the aura exuded by the soul sage, which provided a slight reprieve, though his back was already drenched in sweat. A black dragon martial soul? Mengxinji's throat felt parched. Your 4th soul ring. Bai Baoshan gazed in astonishment at the 4th soul ring coiled around Mo Tianxing, which was unmistakably of the 10,000-year grade. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. It is well known that a 4th soul ring can typically only enhance a soul master up to around 6,000 years. Attempting to absorb a ring exceeding this limit, be it 7 or even 8,000 years, would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences, culminating in the destruction of one's body. At the 4th ring level, a soul master simply cannot withstand a soul ring surpassing the 6,000-year threshold. This is considered the upper limit for soul masters. How is it that this 10,000-year ring has appeared? This young man, seemingly of a similar age to Princess Yushuan, has already achieved the rank of a 5-ring soul king. How has he cultivated to such an extent? Could it be linked to his mysterious black dragon martial soul? Does Her Highness imply that this young friend, Mo, is to undergo training at the academy for a period? Meng Shenji inquired with great difficulty, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Tianxing. He was consumed by the urge to dissect him then and there, to uncover the nature of his martial soul and to understand how he had defied the established theories of soul ring absorption. Achieving such a remarkable leap in cultivation, Shui Yushuan turned her gaze toward Mo Tianxing, seemingly seeking his consent. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. Remaining at the Heavenly Royal Academy was indeed a commendable choice, as he quietly retracted his martial soul. May I inquire as to where you have received your tutelage? Young friend Mo, would you consider taking me as your mentor? The previously silent Jilin suddenly spoke, his gaze towards Mo Tianxing filled with fervor. You, an elder of the control system, should recognize that he is evidently a powerful assault-type soul master. It would be far more appropriate for him to take me as his mentor. Meng Shenji retorted sharply. I believe he should take me as his mentor. For my celestial star furnace can also be deemed a formidable assault-type weapon soul, Bai Bashan interjected, unwilling to yield. The three of them argued passionately, while Xiaopu's face turned somewhat pale, and Gu Mingji beside him appeared somewhat embarrassed. Who would have thought that you old fellows would one day vie for a disciple? He remarked. However, have you inquired about his wishes regarding such mentorship? After a brief discussion among the 3 faculty members, they turned to Mo Tianxing with amicable smiles. Young Mo, would you consider taking the 3 of us as your mentors? Even a nominal apprenticeship would suffice. They speculated that Mo Tianxing likely had a true master, making the prospect of him taking on another mentor exceedingly slim. Given his extraordinary talents, it was presumed he might not be inclined to perform the grand gesture of apprenticeship. In contrast, accepting a nominal mentor would be considerably easier, with far less obligation binding the master and disciple. Before him, a prompt from the system materialized. Option 1. Accept their request to take you as a nominal disciple, granting you an elevation of 500 years of cultivation, along with the support of 3 soul Douluos and a preferential allocation of training resources. Option 2. Decline their invitation to become a disciple, which rewards you with 700 years of cultivation. Was there even a choice to be made? Mo Tianxing's lips curled into a faint and somewhat forced smile. As he embarked on his journey within the heavenly, his background undoubtedly held significant importance. Securing the support of 3 soul Douluo would enable him to better orchestrate his plans in the future. Furthermore, being merely a nominal disciple exempted him from the constraints of genuine master-disciple teachings, rendering it an admirable choice. Thus, he promptly opted for the first option. Mo Tianxing feigned a semblance of hesitation, but after the 3 formidable soul Dou reassured him repeatedly that they would not interfere with his personal freedom, merely requiring his nominal agreement, he reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. In no time, the system rewarded him with an impressive 500 years of cultivation. Suddenly, he felt a surge of soul power coursing through him. A flash of soul light illuminated the air, and a mysterious force radiated from within, spreading through his meridians. Instantly, his soul power surged, elevating his cultivation level to an astounding 11,500 years. This astonishing transformation left those present momentarily speechless, pondering the implications of his newfound strength. Mo Tianxing felt somewhat awkward. He had been overly excited moments ago and inadvertently experienced a breakthrough. Not only was Sharp disheartened, but even Shui Yushuan was profoundly affected. What kind of prodigy was this? On that day, the 3 elderly men who had acquired a new disciple were utterly elated and arranged for Mo Tianxing to have a dedicated residence, a private villa perched on the mountainside. They also informed him that if he had any questions or required assistance, he could seek their guidance. Mo Tianxing found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Did these 3 elderly gentlemen truly regard him as a treasure? However, to enjoy the privilege of residing in a lavish abode within the academy was undeniably delightful, reminiscent of the days spent in university life. Yet, here, he was destined to shine even more brilliantly than in his past existence. The mere thought of such a life was tantalizing, to say the least. After arranging Mo Tianxing's accommodation, Shui Yushuan and Gu Mingji returned to the palace for a brief visit. Prior to her departure, she had specifically instructed Yi Huangying to keep a watchful eye on Mo Tianxing, as well as to monitor Xiaopu to prevent any foolish actions. For Shui Yushuan, it was imperative to ascertain Mo Tianxing's true identity. Keeping him at the Tiandou Royal Academy until the truth was unveiled seemed the wisest choice. Meanwhile, The three esteemed instructors convened to clandestinely deliberate and speculate about Mo Tianxing's background. The presence of the black dragon martial soul made it highly unlikely that he was of humble origins. The aura he exuded was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary individual. He must have hailed from a prominent family or sect, and his status was certainly not insignificant, given the dragon-type martial soul and the affiliation with a distinguished family. Their collective gaze turned towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan of the three great sects. It was quite possible that his black dragon martial soul was a result of a mutation within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage. Mo Tianxing. Even the middle character fortuitously coincides with the name of the heir of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Tianeng. What are the odds of such a coincidence? His surname, Mo, must be a fabrication or perhaps inherited from his mother. His true name should be Yu Tianxing. They immediately began their investigation along this line, confident that results would soon emerge. Chapter 9, My Identity? Eating Oranges. The investigation into Mo Tianxing yielded swift outcomes. His origins remained a mystery, seemingly having appeared out of thin air. However, intriguingly, over a decade ago, a stallion from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family had seduced a beautiful commoner, resulting in the birth of a boy. That mother and son eventually departed from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and remarkably, it was discovered that the commoner bore the surname Mo. Oh, what a twist! It would be difficult for anyone to misconstrue this. The three esteemed professors of the Tiandou Royal Academy speculated that Mo Tianxing indeed hailed from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, but for reasons unknown, had wandered with his mother since childhood, likely harboring resentment toward the clan. This development was undeniably dramatic. The professors exchanged glances, having clarified his identity, now pondering whether the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family would seek to reclaim their disciple. After all, as a first-rate power among the top three sects, their influence was formidable. Simultaneously, the Tiandou royal family received similar investigative results. Shui Yushuan, in her palace, perused the report regarding Mo Tianxing, which concluded with a strong suspicion of his lineage to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. She appeared to have anticipated this outcome, exhaling a sigh of relief, her lips curling into a smile. As long as he was not an infiltrator from the Spirit Hall, all would be well. A descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, though the reasons for his estrangement remained unclear, could still be regarded as a familiar figure within the Tiandou Empire. Should he be integrated into the royal system to serve the empire, it would be a significant boon. She promptly presented the findings to her father, the Emperor Xue'er, capturing his keen interest. As the president of the Tiandou Royal Academy, he acknowledged Mo Tianxing's identity and extended the utmost privileges, aspiring to cultivate him into a future pillar of the Tiandou Empire. Naturally, this news reached the current crown prince, Xue'er. The true Xue'er had been swapped out during his infancy, replaced by Qian Renxue, who possessed a six-winged angel martial soul. Now, at the tender age of 15, she disguised herself as a boy, biding her time within the palace. Her intelligence network was formidable, bolstered by spies from the Spirit Hall embedded within the Tiandou Empire, allowing her to effortlessly monitor the movements within the empire. Qian Renxue scrutinized the investigative report in her hands, which included a photograph of a handsome youth, his eyes faintly gleaming with gold, exuding an air of freshness and otherworldliness. The details were meticulous. Name, Mo Tianxing. Height, 1.87 meters. Estimated age, 16 years. Martial soul, black dragon, likely a variant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, mutated from lightning to darkness. Cultivation, 5-ring soul king, with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. The 4th ring's legitimacy is questionable, having absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring beyond its level. A stray disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, possessing a dark attribute, Mo Tianxing. Qian Renxue mused over the report, a gentle smile gracing her lips. His age was comparable to hers, and his martial soul was equally remarkable, with attributes directly contrasting her own, and he just so happened to be at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Was this a divine arrangement to hone her skills? It seemed she must find an opportunity to discover what manner of person Mo Tianxing truly was. Tiandou Royal Academy. Mo Tianxing was blissfully unaware of the happenings around him. At that moment, he reclined on the grassy bank beside the river within the academy, basking in the warm sunlight. The slope of the lawn provided a secure resting place, ensuring he would not roll off. Sunbathing had become a cherished habit during his time in the Star Dou Forest, subtly enhancing his cultivation over the years. Though the progress was akin to a mosquito's leg, it was still progress nonetheless. He deeply speculated whether Should he possess a plant-type martial soul, the system might concoct a mechanism wherein sunlight would bolster his strength, or perhaps some ingenious method of self-sustenance through solar absorption. The angle at which he lay was quite favorable, allowing him to steal glances at the beautiful female students on the opposite bank. Their graceful legs, a consequence of the academy's uniform design, were indeed a delight to behold. Furthermore, his reputation was fairly prominent, prompting passers-by to glance back at him. Their frequency of turning their heads genuinely remarkable. The sensation of being the center of attention within the academy surpassed even the enjoyment he experienced during his previous university days. A graceful young lady settled beside him, adjusting her skirt and drawing her knees close. "Aren't you going to cultivate while lying here?" she inquired, a faint fragrance of youthful vitality emanating from her. "I am a genius. I can progress even while reclining," Mo Tianxing jested, not needing to look to discern her identity from the scent alone. If his memory served him right, her name was Yi Huangying. His playful remark elicited laughter from her. "Who can cultivate while lying down? Do you think you are a plant-type soul beast?" Yi Huangying chuckled, her soul power shimmering as two plump, orange-hued oranges materialized in her hands, one of which she offered to Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing rose from the lawn, accepting the orange she offered. Turning to gaze upon her face, he noticed her delicate cheeks flush with a rosy hue. "Is there something on my face?" Yi Huangying shot him a defiant glare, her courage evident. "Nothing of the sort. By the way, you haven't added anything to this orange, have you?" In good spirits, Mo Tianxing peeled the orange, scrutinizing the fruit for any surprises upon biting into it. "Don't you enjoy sour flavors?" Yi Huangying, unable to comprehend his thought process, retorted. "I prefer sweetness." He replied with a gentle smile. "If you don't like it, then give it back to me." With that, Yi Huangying attempted to snatch it back. But Mo Tianxing was not about to relinquish his prize. He decisively popped the fruit into his mouth, only to discover that the orange was indeed sweet. Contrary to his expectations, "This little girl is playing tricks on me," he mused. Upon glancing up, he noticed her wearing a look of disdain. "I find you to be quite hypocritical," Yi Huangying declared, vigorously chewing the orange as if it were a piece of his flesh. "Is that so?" Mo Tianxing was taken aback by her candid assessment, realizing that this young lady possessed a certain charm. She was not just a mere passerby in the Douluo Continent, but a tangible individual, reminiscent of encounters with female classmates in university. "On the outside, you appear quite refined, yet internally, you're just a coy oddball, hoping to court my friend." Yi Huangying continued to gnaw on the orange, emitting a playful snort. Her words amused Mo Tianxing, who found her surprisingly perceptive. "I believe you are far more entertaining than Princess. How many admirers do you have?" he teased. "Go to hell." Yi Huangying finished her orange, casting a fierce glare at Mo Tianxing before preparing to leave. Just then, several young men approached, their sights set squarely on her. Mo Tianxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that my vision is so poor? Is this little girl seeking him as a shield? Chapter 10. The incident triggered by oranges. Mo Tianxing gazed at the several young individuals approaching him, noticing the displeasure etched on Yi Huangying's face. "Miss Yi, this is rather unsatisfactory, isn't it?" remarked the leading young man, his tone icy as his gaze swept dismissively over Mo Tianxing, carrying a hint of provocation. Mo Tianxing found the situation rather peculiar. Given that Yi Huangying was able to cultivate at the Royal Academy of Tiandou, it stood to reason that her family must possess a formidable background. Moreover, her close association with Princess Xue'er made it even more baffling that some brazen individuals would dare to provoke her. This seemed rather illogical, unless these individuals were members of the royal family or had some connection to Yi Huangying's lineage. Yi Huangying cast a helpless glance back at Mo Tianxing, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She still intended to pursue her infatuation with that pretty boy. How audacious of her. The leading young man spoke coldly, oblivious to the fact that his silver-headed, waxy demeanor was merely for show and devoid of substance. Laughter erupted from his companions as they summoned their soul rings and respective martial spirits, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Clearly, these newcomers were all 4-ring soul masters, boasting optimal soul ring configurations. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram," the young men sneered. In the Royal Academy of Tiandou, aside from the 3 esteemed instructors, there was truly no one they feared. Before Mo Tianxing appeared 2 system options. Option 1. Extend a helping hand to Yi Huangying to extricate her from her predicament, with a reward of 300 years of cultivation. Option 2. Remain silent and depart, with a reward of 250 years of cultivation. Mo Tianxing slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers. This system is utterly ungrateful. The individual who programmed it must be quite deranged, as their words are laced with insults. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge their dependencies, considering the circumstances. That orange I just consumed was rather costly. Hey, what are you lot up to? Mo Tianxing adopted a swaggering demeanor, casting a challenging gaze at the four young men who had encircled him. Though these youths hailed from noble lineage, their demeanor was irreverent. Yet they still adhered to basic etiquette. Upon witnessing Mo Tianxing's behavior, they were momentarily taken aback. What on earth is going on? Why does everything seem to be directed towards our academy? They exclaimed, laughter erupting among them. However, the expression on Mo Tianxing's face had returned to calmness, though a flicker of hostility flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Sharp also noticed the situation unfolding nearby. Upon discovering that several individuals, emboldened by their royal status, dared to encircle Mo Tianxing, he immediately sought to intervene. Before he could voice his objection, Mo Tianxing had already activated his soul rings. 2 yellow, 1 purple. And 2 black soul rings rose from beneath his feet. Dark energy rippled outward like waves, and Mo Tianxing moved with a ghostly grace, delivering punches and kicks with extraordinary ferocity. Before Sharp could utter a word of caution, the 4 youths surrounding Mo Tianxing were sent flying like cannonballs, landing on the ground 50 meters away in a disheveled heap, resembling discarded dogs. This scene left Sharp utterly stunned, rendering him speechless. He turned awkwardly to leave, fearing that he might be mistaken for the instigator of the conflict. This individual was becoming increasingly formidable. Moments ago, he had not even unleashed his martial spirit. Yet with the strength of his physical body enhanced by the soul rings, he had dispatched the 4 soul practitioners in an instant. The true architect of this chaos, Yi Huangying, was equally astounded, unable to articulate her shock. She had never anticipated Mo Tianxing would act so decisively, offering her no opportunity to mediate. The earlier spectacle had drawn the attention of other students within the academy, who stood frozen in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? A 4-ringed soul practitioner being tossed aside as if they were mere chicks. They quickly noted the 5 soul rings that flickered alternately around Mo Tianxing, including 2 colossal black soul rings. Soul Emperor? This thought immediately sprang to their minds. Where had such a young soul emperor emerged from? Observant individuals soon recognized a more terrifying reality. He was not a 6-ringed soul emperor. They repeatedly confirmed the configuration of Mo Tianxing's soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, black, black. He lacked a 4,000-year purple soul ring, which had been replaced by a black 10,000-year soul ring. This was a 5-ringed soul king. What was happening? The students were left in a state of shock. Their instructors had repeatedly emphasized that soul masters could not absorb soul rings beyond their rank. The maximum age for a 4th ring was around 6,000 years, and exceeding that could lead to catastrophic consequences. The textbooks were filled with grim case studies detailing such truths. Yet today, this mysterious individual had shattered that rule, boasting a 4th ring that was a black 10,000-year soul ring. Mo Tianxing retracted the soul rings adorning his body and discovered that these so-called 4-ring soul sects were indeed rather weak. He had barely begun to warm up before they succumbed. Observing the dazed expression of Yi Huangying before him, Mo Tianxing raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder. Consider this a reward for your oranges. Should you wish to swat flies in the future, do not hesitate to seek me directly, bypassing any unnecessary detours. With that, Mo Tianxing turned and returned to his villa. To be candid, the sensation of being utilized by a young girl was rather displeasing, even if it was merely a trivial effort on his part. It was only then that Yi Huangying realized and attempted to catch up to explain that she had not intended to exploit him. Yet, upon looking back, Mo Tianxing's figure had already vanished from sight. Her gaze dimmed, and with a deep sigh, she quietly departed. The incident of Mo Tianxing striking someone swiftly circulated throughout the Tiandou Royal Academy. Those who come here for cultivation are predominantly the aristocrats of the Tiandou Empire, particularly the members of the royal family. Among the 4 individuals apprehended by Mo Tianxing, the foremost was the eldest grandson of Prince Xue. Consequently, the situation escalated dramatically. This matter was promptly reported to Prince Xue, inciting his wrath and compelling him to seek an explanation. The 3 esteemed instructors Mingxinji, Bai Bashan, and Jilin found themselves ensnared in a whirlwind of chaos as they endeavored to resolve the issue. When royal family members are involved, the complications multiply. At this juncture, Shui Yushuan had just returned to the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy and was taken aback upon hearing the news. Had she not instructed Xiao Yezi, Yi Huangying, to keep a watchful eye? Upon uncovering the intricacies of the situation, she was left speechless. realizing it stemmed from her foolish cousin. Without delay, she made her way to Prince Xue's residence, seeking her uncle in hopes of reconciling the matter. Certain that a misunderstanding lay at its core. Mo Tianxing has been receiving a succession of messages, including an apology letter from Yi Huangying. In her letter, she expressed that it was never her intention to instigate this tumultuous situation. The root of the matter lies in her engagement to Prince Xue's grandson, Xue'er. Xue Yuxuan even personally visited Mo Tianxing to clarify Yi Huangying's stance. As for the strong demand from Prince Xue for Mo Tianxing to offer an apology, he insisted, in his own words, that scoundrel should kneel and beg for my grandson's forgiveness. Naturally, Xue Yuxuan refused to comply and refrained from disclosing the developments of the situation to him. Mo Tianxing has untangled his emotional knots regarding Yi Huangying. Yet he cannot help but lament that those who thrive on creating discord will always be at work, causing disturbances wherever they go, much like the infamous Prince Xue. In the original narrative, it was the fourth prince who incurred the wrath of Prince Xue, despite the unwavering support from the three esteemed leaders. The group from Shrek Academy ultimately faced expulsion. Little did he expect that the tides of fortune would turn, bringing such turmoil upon himself. The corners of Mo Tianxing's mouth curled slightly upward. I am curious to see what capabilities this Prince of Snow possesses. Chapter 11. Encounter with Qian Renxue in the secluded villa of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Three esteemed mentors reassured Mo Tianxing, urging him to remain at ease. They pledged to handle the situation, vowing to ensure Mo Tianxing's safety and allow him to focus on his cultivation. The three elderly gentlemen had made up their minds. Should the Prince of Snow persist in his relentless pursuit, they would collectively resign from their positions to safeguard Mo Tianxing. They were determined. If they could not even protect a single disciple, it would be a profound disgrace. Furthermore, they wished to maintain their dignified image before their pupil, ensuring he recognized their steadfast reliability. Meanwhile, Xue'er, also known as Qian Renxue, received similar news regarding Mo Tianxing's conflict with the Prince of Snow. The prince, in fact, held the title of Xue'er's uncle in name. It seemed the time had come for her to take action. A subtle smile graced Qian Renxue's lips. She found herself intrigued by Mo Tianxing. Subsequently, Xue'er paid a visit to the Prince of Snow, engaging in a profound dialogue. Ultimately, the prince chose to cease his pursuit and instead confined his favored grandson, Xue'er. When Xue Yuxuan received this news, she was taken aback, feeling a sense of admiration for her brother's methods. However, she was also aware that her brother, as the crown prince and future heir to the empire, wielded far more influence than she, a mere princess. Fortunately, the matter had been resolved, bringing her a sense of relief. Had it not been handled well, Mo Tianxing might have departed, potentially entangling her cherished friend in the turmoil. Mo Tianxing was contemplating whether to use breath simulation to take the initiative against the Snow Prince's residence in the coming days, aiming to deal with that old man. However, before he could set his plans into motion, he heard a gentle knock at the door. As Mo Tianxing opened the door, he beheld Xue Yuxuan standing gracefully at the entrance, accompanied by Yi Huangying. May we come in? Xue Yuxuan inquired softly, while Yi Huangying, positioned cautiously behind her, peered anxiously at Mo Tianxing's expression. What cunning scheme might these two young ladies be concocting? Mo Tianxing nodded with a heart full of, ushering the two of them inside. Mo Tianxing glanced at the two lovely ladies seated elegantly on the sofa and prepared a pot of tea for them. Has something occurred? He inquired, pouring a cup of fragrant tea for himself and taking a delicate sip. His question took Xue Yuxuan by surprise. Well, my second uncle has ceased to pursue the matter, so you can rest assured and continue your cultivation here, she replied, cradling the warm teacup in her hands. Oh, that indeed astonishes me, Mo Tianxing remarked, intrigued. When did Prince Xue become so accommodating? This is not his usual demeanor. There is one more thing, Xue Yuxuan said, gathering her hair behind her head and lifting her gaze to meet his. My brother wishes to make your acquaintance. The Crown Prince? Mo Tianxing's first thought was of Qian Renxue, who was secretly residing in the Heaven Dou Empire, masquerading as the Crown Prince, Xue'er. Xue Yuxuan nodded slightly. Mo Tianxing finally understood that it was Qian Renxue who had resolved this matter, and her true intention was to meet him. A smile unexpectedly crept onto his face. After all, Tang San had initially connected with Xue'er through Ningfengji due to his exceptional talent. It seemed that his excellence had caught the attention of that girl disguised as a boy. When had this happened? Mo Tianxing's expression remained tranquil as he sipped from his cup, the surface of the tea reflecting the brilliance of his golden eyes. He had not anticipated that Qian Renxue would come to him so willingly. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Xue Yuxuan inquired. There was indeed time to spare. Mo Tianxing engaged in a brief conversation with the two ladies, during which Yi Huangying recounted the events of that day, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings, assuring him that she had never intended to use him as a shield. Just as she was about to finish her explanation, the villa's door was forcefully flung open, revealing 3 figures blocking the entrance. "Disciple, the matter has been resolved," Mengxinji began. But his words faltered upon noticing Mo Tianxing conversing with the 2 women in the living room. The 2 elderly men behind him peered in, sensing the delicate atmosphere, and their faces immediately broke into warm smiles. "Please, continue nurturing your bond. The issue has been settled, so there is no need for you to worry." Mengxinji cheerfully attempted to reassure, but before he could complete his sentence, he was pulled away by Baoshan and Jilin, who also conveniently closed the door behind them. Mo Tianxing gazed at the door that had just been closed once more, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Prior to his journey through time, he had no inkling that these 3 elderly gentlemen possessed such whimsical personalities, nor did he anticipate that they would become his mentors. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge their thoughtfulness. At the very least, they had come to inform him promptly upon receiving the news. The 2 young ladies, Shui Yuxuan and her companion, were hastily compelled to take their leave due to the interruption caused by the 3 esteemed figures. Mo Tianxing sat alone in the living room, quietly sipping his tea, lost in thoughts concerning Qian Renxue. The following day, in the afternoon, at a refined tea house in the capital city, Mo Tianxing reclined on the sofa in the private room, observing Xue Qinghe, who was seated across from him. Shui Yuxuan and Yi Huangying were also present. Xue Qinghe, clad in a light white outfit, sat upright with poise. His slender figure was complemented by a neatly cropped golden hairstyle, exuding an air of elegance. His complexion was fair, with a hint of rosy undertones, and his striking features rendered him exceptionally handsome, garnering the admiration of young women. His countenance radiated a sense of vigor. In terms of etiquette, he was impeccable, truly embodying the refinement expected of a prince raised in royal tutelage. Were it not for Mo Tianxing's knowledge of her true identity, one might easily mistake this youthful and dashing individual for a boy, when in fact she was a girl. Xue Qinghe, or perhaps more aptly, Qian Renxue. It was well known that a prodigious soul master had emerged from our empire, and upon meeting Mo, it was evident that he was indeed extraordinary. Xue Qinghe smiled with grace, his demeanor reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze as he scrutinized Mo Tianxing. Upon their first encounter, a profound sense of unease inexplicably surged within her. Her instincts warned her that the person before her was perilous, or perhaps equally enigmatic. She had yet to ascertain the full extent of his identity and stance. "Your Highness, you flatter me," Mo Tianxing replied with a hearty laugh, equally observing his counterpart. He could distinctly sense that the true cultivation level of the individual before him had already reached the 5th ring of the Soul King. At merely 15 years of age, this Soul King seemed to surpass Tang San by a remarkable 10 levels within their age group. Mo Tianxing vaguely recalled that Qian Renxue seemed to possess innate soul power at the pinnacle of level 20, being a 6-winged angel, a divine martial soul, indeed. Although Qian Renxue had employed some esoteric secret technique to disguise her 6-winged angel martial soul as a swan martial soul, the radiant aura emanating from her soul was in stark contrast to the dark essence surrounding Mo Tianxing. The resonance between them was palpable, each sensing a subtle peculiarity in the other's martial soul. Both wielded divine martial souls, light and darkness, angel and black dragon. This led Mo Tianxing to reminisce about the biblical legends from a previous world, where the archangel Lucifer led a cadre of angels in rebellion against heaven, descending into hell and transforming into a colossal black dragon. As these thoughts spiraled, Mo Tianxing found himself increasingly adrift in his own unique line of reasoning. At that moment, Shui Yuxuan also sensed a subtle and inexplicable tension in the auras surrounding Mo Tianxing and her brother, an elusive contradiction that was difficult to articulate. Recently, there was to be a grand auction, promising an array of treasures from the world of soul masters. She wondered if Brother Mo would be interested in attending. Xue Qinghe offered a gentle smile, extending a sincere invitation. The auction house had already released information indicating that this event would feature some truly precious items, and all the prominent figures would be in attendance. An auction? Mo Tianxing's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. That was indeed a prime opportunity. How could one possibly resist? Chapter 12, Soul Guide Devices. Although I find this quite intriguing, my financial situation leaves much to be desired. Mo Tianxing sighed helplessly, revealing a look of regret on his face. Xue Qinghe wore a gentle smile, raising his hand to reveal a ring adorned with an oval jade stone, from which a black card materialized out of thin air, intricately engraved with the royal gold-trimmed patterns exclusive to the Tiandou Empire. Upon the emergence of the black card, both Shui Yushuan and Yi Huangying expressed their astonishment. This was the royal exclusive black card, which could be used directly at any auction house, with a maximum spending limit of 100,000 gold soul coins, highlighting its remarkable value. They all gazed at the black card, and Mo Tianxing's immediate reaction was, soul guide devices? Mo Tianxing suddenly recalled the existence of soul-guiding devices in this world. However, in this era, these devices were merely used for storage, and their capacity was rather limited. In the Douluo world a millennium hence, such devices would truly serve as the guardians of the realm, wielding soul-guiding cannons to unleash devastating firepower. This black card is a gift for you, Brother Mo. I hope to see you at the auction, Xue'er has said with a smile, placing the black card on the table. She possessed a certain finesse in drawing people closer, first establishing rapport, and then discerning their true nature. Then I must thank your highness, Mo Tianxing replied, not one to be overly polite as he accepted the card. His gaze fixed on Xue'er with a playful smile. My dear, should you dare to come, I assure you, I shall devour you whole. Upon returning to his villa, Mo Tianxing began to contemplate the matters concerning the auction house. He recalled that Xue'er had a mentor, the esteemed Ningfengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Given Xue'er's high regard for him, it was apparent that influential figures would be in attendance, among whom Ningfengji was likely to be prominent, possibly accompanied by the Sword Daoliu or the Bone Daoliu. It was expected that both Prince Xue'er and the Scarlet Bishop of the Spirit Hall would also be present, along with other sect leaders. He needed to leverage omniscient clues to initiate his preparations in advance. The optimal solution seemed to lie solely with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. To capture the attention of sect leader Ning, mere talent would not suffice. Tang San had previously established a partnership through the use of hidden weapons. However, the notion of employing hidden weapons was unappealing to him. He was reluctant to retrace Tang San's path, and there lingered a sense of discomfort within him. With a system at his disposal, he found it beneath him to emulate others, even Tang San. The intricacies of hidden weapons were too cumbersome and restrictive, and he lacked the expertise and blueprints necessary for such endeavors. Mo Tianxing raised his left hand, revealing a jade carving knife, approximately 3 inches in length, glowing in a vibrant green hue. This was none other than his second martial soul, the Blade of Living Beings. At this moment, the Blade of Living Beings was devoid of any soul rings. For him, the concept of being restrained by dual martial souls was non-existent. His cultivation was inherently coherent. The longevity of the soul rings was developmental, and the timing of their addition bore little consequence for him. Primarily, he had yet to ascertain the path his second martial soul should take or the type of soul rings it ought to possess. He felt it was still premature. He could wait until he had a clearer direction before enhancing his soul rings. Mo Tianxing toyed with the Blade of Living Beings, an artifact initially designed for inscribing the core chips of soul-guiding devices. He recalled the spatial soul-guiding ring held by Xue'er, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He promptly activated the system to conduct a search. The system appeared to respond, as a comprehensive compendium of soul-guiding core array engravings materialized within the system's store. Mo Tianxing eagerly opened the tome, and an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, detailing the intricate carving techniques of various soul-guiding devices. He stood transfixed. A foolish grin plastered across his face. The elation he felt was unparalleled. He had directly acquired the core technology and diverse developments of soul-guiding devices that surpassed the current world by a millennium. In this realm, the development of soul-guiding devices was virtually non-existent, merely relying on the existing spatial attributes for storage. Hidden weapons? The Zhuge Divine Crossbow? In the face of cutting-edge soul-guiding technology, these pale in comparison, akin to primitive humans hurling stones before towering mechas. No matter how formidable a hidden weapon might be, it is no match for the barrage of a soul-guiding cannon, let alone a 9th-level soul-guided missile, even the titled Daoliu or the Empire. And institutions like the Spirit Hall and Douluo Hall would be reduced to ashes. This is the might of technology. With this thought, Mo Tianxing hurriedly sought out his 3 masters, requesting a considerable amount of scarce metal materials, including several pieces of spatial stones for crafting storage soul-guiding devices. Although they were unaware of his intentions, they unconditionally supported him. After gathering sufficient materials, Mo Tianxing promptly informed his 3 masters of his intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, subsequently immersing himself in the vast ocean of soul-guide device creation. He toiled day and night, skillfully inscribing intricate patterns upon special metals using the blade of living beings, enabling the instant activation of these patterns upon the infusion of soul power. On the day of the auction, Shui Yushuan and Yi Huanying arrived to seek him out, only to be greeted by a panda at the door. "What have you been up to these past few days? Engaging in thievery?" Yi Huanying exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld Mo Tianxing's heavy dark circles. Shui Yushuan also regarded his weary demeanor, sensing he had likely not slept for several days. Mo Tianxing waved his hand and retrieved 2 identical silver rings from the storage soul guide, presenting them to the 2 women. "Is this a storage soul guide?" Yi Huanying exclaimed in astonishment as she accepted one of the silver rings from his palm. The storage soul guide is exceedingly precious, possessed by only a select few. Individuals of her standing would never have the opportunity to encounter such an item. Shui Yushuan took the remaining storage soul guide. I understand, Yi Huanying said, blinking her playful eyes, exuding an air of someone who is adept at using others' resources to their advantage. "However, presenting us with rings identical to yours seems rather inappropriate. Does it not?" Yi Huanying scrutinized the silver ring in her hand and then glanced at the matching silver ring adorning Mo Tianxing's finger, noting that even the engraved patterns were identical. "Cease your banter in my presence." Mo Tianxing waved his hand dismissively, remarking that the formations carved were identical, both designed to expand space. The craftsmanship of storage soul guides in this world was nothing short of a travesty. "Did you create this yourself?" Shui Yushuan, being a perceptive individual, evidently had been tinkering with this device over the past few days. Yi Huanying had already begun to explore its usage. Shui Yushuan and Mo Tianxing exchanged glances as they observed Yi Huanying, who was holding the storage ring with an expression of sheer astonishment. "What now?" Mo Tianxing thought, his face darkening as he considered how fortunate it was that he had not allowed the 2 young women to enter. Otherwise, the situation might become rather convoluted. Shui Yushuan also scrutinized Yi Huanying, pondering why she had been so easily startled lately. Yi Huanying pointed at the ring in her hand. "The interior space is enormous. At least over 30 cubic meters. Over 30 cubic meters? Shui Yushuan was equally astonished and opened her own storage soul guide, confirming that it indeed possessed a space of around 30 cubic meters. Most other storage soul guides only offered a maximum of 1 cubic meter, which was essentially the limit. This expansion represented a 100-fold increase over the size of a space stone the size of a fingernail. The sudden emergence of a 30 cubic meter storage soul guide was astonishing beyond measure. In that moment, the gazes of the 2 women toward Mo Tianxing transformed entirely. Chapter 13. Iron Clump, Killing Tool? First update, seeking support. At the entrance of the Tiandou auction house, 2 gilded lion statues stood majestically, flanking the grand entrance adorned with a row of marble Roman columns. The area was bustling with activity as 2 lines of exquisite young maidens, clad in matching red kipayos that accentuated their flawless figures, stood poised. Their faces bore a delicate touch of makeup, enhancing their captivating allure. At that moment, the entrance was already teeming with people, forming a long queue. Mo Tianxing gazed at the scene before him, his curiosity piqued. The middle-aged steward outside, clad in a sleek black tailcoat, promptly took note of Shui Yushuan and hurried forward to assist. After a brief exchange, the steward summoned 2 maidens to escort the 3 of them through the VIP entrance. Ordinary patrons, who were queuing to pay their deposits, cast envious glances at the trio entering through the privileged passage. The Tiandou Auction House, a grand establishment funded by the Spirit Hall, stands as the premier auction venue in the Tiandou Empire. However, this remains the territory of the Tiandou Empire, and in matters of profit and shares, the Spirit Hall cannot monopolize. The Tiandou royal family holds significant stakes in this auction, with royal members enjoying certain privileges. The enchanting maidens led Mo Tianxing and his companions to an opulent private box, furnished with every luxury, including high-end hotel beds and bathing facilities. This prompted Mo Tianxing to ponder deeply whether this auction house engaged in ventures beyond mere auctions. "Is there a place for treasure appraisal here?" he inquired of the maiden beside him. "If you require it, I can summon the esteemed appraiser," the maiden responded with utmost respect. Shui Yushuan and Yi Huanying immediately turned their gazes towards Mo Tianxing. Did he possess something that needed auctioning? Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, prompting the maid to withdraw and summon someone. Soon after, a portly, greasy gentleman appeared, clad in a tailcoat, his hair slicked back with pomade, giving him a rather oily appearance. The rotund man first addressed Shui Yushuan with a gentlemanly noble gesture, which, though executed with precision, appeared somewhat comical. After completing this formality, His gaze shifted to Mo Tianxing, to whom he offered a slight bow. "Esteemed sir, I am the chief appraiser of the Tiandou auction house, and it is my pleasure to serve you." As the chief treasure appraiser, his discerning eye was sharp, and he discreetly scrutinized Mo Tianxing several times, quickly noting the ring on his finger that bore a striking resemblance to a storage soul guide. It seemed that the princess had brought along a companion of considerable significance. Undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. His keen perception soon revealed that the princess herself possessed an identical storage soul guide. Furthermore, the unknown young lady accompanying her also bore one. This situation was becoming rather intricate. After all, she was the princess. "Mind the young lady's status, my boy," he mused internally. "You are quite young to be entangled in such affairs." The greasy gentleman's imagination began to run wild. Even envisioning the scene of the young prince vying for favor and legitimacy a decade or so hence, Mo Tianxing faintly sensed that this corpulent man was behaving oddly. He gently tapped the corner of the table, prompting the rotund figure to awaken from his daze, offering him a sheepish grin. Mo Tianxing, indifferent to the matter at hand, promptly retrieved 3 palm-sized soul-guiding cannons from his storage ring. Indeed, they were storage soul-guiding devices. The rotund man silently nodded. It was imperative to pay attention in the presence of such a formidable figure, and he immediately began to investigate the purpose of these 3 iron contraptions. The streamlined bullets of the soul-guiding cannons were a rare sight in the current Douluo world, quickly capturing the attention of both Xue'er and Yi Huangying. Ever since they discovered Mo Tianxing's ability to create storage soul-guiding devices, their interest in his inventions had surged tremendously. Aside from the 2 that the rotund man was examining, both Xue'er and Yi Huangying picked up an iron contraption each for their scrutiny. As time passed, however, the rotund man grew increasingly flustered. What on earth were these objects? He found himself utterly baffled, and after injecting a modicum of soul power in an attempt to probe their functionality, he was met with silence, no change whatsoever. Surely, these 2 iron masses could not be intended for exercise? Their awkward shapes made them difficult to handle. Perhaps it was his lack of insight, or perhaps he was the victim of a deliberate jest. While the greasy man studied the devices, he occasionally cast furtive glances at Mo Tianxing, who appeared utterly unfazed. What were these objects? How were they used? Yi Huangying scrutinized the metallic lump in her hands, utterly perplexed. The rotund man seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. His ears perked up in eagerness to hear Mo Tianxing's explanation. Xue'er, too, looked up at him, her expression mirroring her confusion. The iron contraption in her hands was evidently a meticulously crafted item, but she could not fathom its purpose. Could it be merely an ornamental piece? Observing the trio's bewildered expressions, Mo Tianxing maintained an air of nonchalance, though internally, he was reveling in delight. Their curiosity, paired with their evident lack of understanding, greatly satisfied his vanity. Ahem, these 3 items are, in fact, instruments of lethality. Mo Tianxing feigned seriousness as he coughed. Upon hearing this, Yi Huangying's expression froze, and she silently returned the iron contraption to its original spot. Instruments of lethality? Xue'er, however, appeared intrigued. Could these items be used for smashing? The rotund man was even more embarrassed. These were instruments of lethality? I could very well choke on one. We should find a suitable venue. Otherwise, I fear this auction will not proceed smoothly, Mo Tianxing remarked, adopting a tone of profound mystery, with no intention of elaborating further. He returned the 3 soul-guiding cannons to his storage ring and followed the rotund man to another location. This was an open area, equipped with various testing facilities, including multi-layered steel plates and shooting ranges. "Hello, is this location acceptable?" the rotund man inquired respectfully. The area also had several staff members, who immediately gathered upon seeing the chief. What is the chief here to appraise? Among the 3 young individuals, the one with long black hair, a beautiful and elegant young lady, appeared to be none other than the current princess. Mo Tianxing surveyed the expansive area of over 500 meters, reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement. To be candid, this space was clearly insufficient. However, if no significant commotion were stirred, it would serve no purpose. He promptly retrieved a soul-guided cannon from his storage ring, the peculiar metallic object instantly captivating the attention of all present. This item was, in essence, a consumable. As he spoke, Mo Tianxing began to channel his soul power into the cannon, a steady stream flowing from within him. When the soul power reached a sufficient threshold, the cannon suddenly sprang to life, its tail emitting a brilliant blue flame. Remarkably, the metal object shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, soaring through the air with astonishing speed. So swift, even Xue'er, a seasoned soul master, could hardly react. The cannon's velocity left only a fleeting shadow in her vision. Should one be struck by such an apparatus in battle, even a soul sect of the fourth ring would likely suffer grave injury. What a terrifying weapon. Chapter 14. The Emergence of the Title Douluo. Do you think this is the end? A faint smile curled at the corners of Mo Tianxing's lips as the soul-guided cannon, propelled into the air, abruptly altered its trajectory. Can it truly track? Stammered the astonished rotund man, rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. What on earth was this contraption? Its reckless flight suggested that a collision would likely prove fatal. After a brief display of aerial acrobatics, the soul-guided cannon soared directly towards the towering structure of steel plates, effortlessly penetrating through, leaving the crowd in a daze. What in the world could this be? As Mo Tianxing gazed upon their astonished expressions, he deftly maneuvered the soul-guided cannon, directing it through the roof, leaving behind a gaping hole. A streak of blue light pierced the heavens, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath. The attendees of the auction instinctively crouched down, clutching their heads, as the entire venue succumbed to a tremendous upheaval. Within the auction hall, a violent tremor ensued, causing Ningfengxi, who had been leisurely conversing with Xueqinghe in a private box, to alter his demeanor drastically. The young Ning Rongrong, filled with fear, rushed into her father's embrace. At that moment, two imposing figures appeared beside Ningfengxi. "Master, take care of the master and Rongrong," spoke the silver-haired man. His 7-kill sword martial spirit manifesting, revealing a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. A title Douluo of the 9th ring. Sword Douluo Qinshin immediately soared into the air. Xueqinghe's expression also stiffened. What had just transpired? Not only the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but also the royal Xue family and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan were equally shaken. The red-robed archbishop from the Spirit Hall's branch and the Heaven Dou Empire and other individuals from the lower 4 sects were also affected. In an instant, powerful figures from various factions that had gathered for the auction hovered in the sky, their faces marked with bewilderment. What had just occurred? Was it the manifestation of a soul skill? Sword Douluo Qinshin was the first to notice the massive breach directly beneath the explosion. He immediately enveloped himself in the might of sword energy, descending from the sky. Other soul Douluo powerhouses followed suit, descending as well. In the trial grounds, Mo Tianxing observed the cold, silver-haired man descending from above, the silver 7 killing sword floating beside him, entwined with 9 soul rings. The 9th ring title Douluo wielding a sword could only be the guardian elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sword Douluo Qinshin. Alongside Sword Douluo, a contingent of soul Douluo powerhouses descended from the opening. Their gazes swept over the crowd, most of whom were huddled on the ground, with the sole exception of a lone black-cloaked youth standing upright. It seemed things had escalated beyond expectations, creating quite a commotion. Mo Tianxing found himself somewhat speechless, suddenly attracting a multitude of individuals, including the formidable title Douluo. He appeared calm outwardly, yet internally, he experienced a flicker of unease. However, the sword Douluo was not one to revel in bloodshed. His presence indicated that Ningfengxi was also within this auction venue. Thus, Mo Tianxing stood alone, confronting a significant number of adversaries, yet he managed to maintain an imposing demeanor. All eyes in the room were fixed upon him, while the immense soul power emanating from the red-robed archbishop and other soul Douluo surged toward him. The intensity of this soul power created a tempest in the air, causing Mo Tianxing's garments to flutter wildly. The terrifying pressure had no discernible effect on him. His golden dragon pupils shone with an even more captivating brilliance. At that moment, 3 elderly soul Dou suddenly appeared before Mo Tianxing, shattering the oppressive force emanating from the red-robed archbishop and shielding him. "Are you all right, my disciple?" Dream God Machine inquired, while Bai Baoshan and Jilin faced off against the group across from them. Among that group, those from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family exhibited a mixture of vigilance and a protective instinct. The Heaven Dou Royal Academy? The red-robed archbishop regarded the 3 elders opposite him. "Xi'er?" Prince Xue, noticing the cowering figure of Xue Yuxuan, changed his expression upon realizing that it was this young man who had bullied his grandson. Xue Yuxuan and Yi Huangying slowly rose, equally astonished by the grand spectacle before them. The presence of title Douluo was indeed overwhelming. The oily, corpulent man appeared utterly stunned. "I merely came to authenticate an item, and it has escalated to this extent." The sword Douluo observed the composed Mo Tianxing across from him, feeling a measure of surprise at the young man's calm demeanor amidst such a tumultuous scene. His temperament was indeed exceptional. What transpired? A gentle voice drifted from behind Mo Tianxing, growing increasingly near. Leading the approach was a refined, middle-aged man clad in elegant white garments, exuding an extraordinary aura. To his left was the current crown prince, Xue Qinghe, and to his right, he held the hand of a young girl approximately 6 or 7 years old. Following closely behind was a gaunt elder towering over 2 meters. Ning Zongzhu, Bone Elder, His Highness Qinghe. Dream God Machine and the others acknowledged the arrival of these distinguished figures with respectful bows. Each individual present was of monumental significance. The skeletal elder, resembling a grim specter and standing over 2 meters tall, was none other than the guardian elder of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Bon de la Gurong. The appearance of 2 titled Douluo from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, accompanied by Ning Zongzhu, rendered the atmosphere of the venue palpable with tension. Xue Qinghe gazed at Mo Tianxing in the crowd, a serene smile gracing his face. Brother Mo, it has been quite some time. Ning Fingji's gaze was fixed upon Mo Tianxing. Is he the prodigious soul master that Qinghe mentioned? Ning Rongrong, hiding behind Ning Fingji, scrutinized Mo Tianxing, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Your Highness Qinghe, Mo Tianxing acknowledged with a slight nod. What has transpired? Ning Fingji inquired, his expression warm as he surveyed the assembled crowd. The oily man, trembling, finally stood. We were testing a formidable weapon. His words immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Testing a formidable weapon? Was that explosion not the result of a soul technique? The oily man's gaze trembled as he turned to Mo Tianxing, recognizing the caliber of individuals surrounding them. As the chief appraiser, he was acutely aware that he was but a minor player in the presence of such titans. To deal with him would require but a single utterance. Mo Tianxing raised his hand and swept over his storage ring, revealing a palm-sized iron lump in his grasp. A storage soul guide? The prominent figures present instinctively focused on the ring adorning Mo Tianxing's finger. Those who had just witnessed the earlier spectacle involuntarily took a step back upon seeing the object in his hand. Just as Mo Tianxing was about to speak, 2 options from the system materialized before him. Option 1. Claim that this is a soul guide of his own creation, capable of mass production provided the resources are sufficient. Reward: 10,000 years of cultivation. Danger level: 5 stars. Option 2. Pretend that a senior master stands behind him, attributing this as a concealed weapon developed by that elder. Reward: 1,000 years of cultivation. Danger level: 2.5 stars. Chapter 15. The Test, First Update. Seeking collections, Mo Tianxing gazed at the 2 choices presented by the system before him. The first option, though it promised a direct reward of 10,000 years of cultivation, carried the peril of being captured for dissection and study. His 3 masters, despite their intentions, would find it exceedingly difficult to safeguard him. At this juncture, he lacked the strength to confront a titled Douluo, rendering the danger level an alarming 5 stars. Should he choose this path, it would be a matter of cultivating with a life at stake. The second option, while offering a considerably lesser reward, merely 1/10 of the former, possessed an aura of intimidations, potentially prompting others to conjure an elaborate and fictitious background for a mysterious titled Douluo. Furthermore, Mo Tianxing himself wielded a soul skill that allowed him to simulate the aura of a titled Douluo, making him truly formidable and instilling fear. Not one to be easily fooled, decisively opted for the second choice. This is an item entrusted to me for auction by a senior. I've been informed that this concealed weapon poses a significant threat to soul masters below the rank of Soul King, he remarked. In truth, understated its potency. This device could effortlessly eliminate a Soul King, let alone those of lower rank. Even a 6-ring Soul Emperor, caught off guard, would likely find themselves incapacitated, if not outright killed. What's more, this was merely a miniature soul-guided cannon crafted by. The prospect of a concealed weapon capable of threatening a 5-ring Soul King piques interest. Others might not have paid much heed, as, despite the intricacy of concealed weapons, they often appeared rather trivial to prepared soul masters, mere external possessions. The individuals at their level were, at the very least, 8-ring soul Douluos. Possessing little interest in tricks aimed at those below 5 rings, they believed it far more prudent to cultivate their own strength. What seemed to be trifles to these powerful beings held significant importance for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, renowned for its supreme auxiliary martial soul. For pure auxiliary soul masters, survival proved exceedingly challenging, their safety often reliant on the protection of their teammates, thus necessitating external safeguards. In the realm of soul masters, reaching the 5-ring Soul King status marked the threshold into true strength, with few soul masters attaining this rank. Should this concealed weapon provide protection against a 5-ring Soul King's assault, or even turn the tables on one, its value to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would be immense. Could this concealed weapon be deployed once more? Inquired with a cultured smile. Mo Tianxing feigned contemplation as he gazed at the remaining two soul-guiding cannons, seemingly weighing the costs of the demonstration. After all, they had witnessed firsthand that each cannon was a consumable, diminishing with each use. Yet, inwardly, he was quite exhilarated. His original plan was to forge a connection with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If he could establish a collaborative relationship with them, he would at least find greater security within the Heaven Dou Empire, having a powerful ally to deter those unscrupulous individuals. Rest assured, you may proceed with the tests. I shall reimburse you according to the auction price shortly, Ning Fengxi smiled. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. However, to assess the lethality of a concealed weapon, one must first have a test subject. After all, a steel plate is ultimately an inanimate object and lacks practical significance. Ning Fengxi is well aware of this. Gu Shu. Ning Fengxi spoke, as a tall figure, over 2 meters in height, stepped forward. The man cast a benign smile towards Mo Tianxing, yet this smile bore an unsettling undertone. Gu Rong made his way to the central arena, halting approximately 50 meters from Mo Tianxing. Young man, unleash your abilities as you wish, Gu Rong said, his face adorned with a friendly demeanor. Bon Douluo Gu Rong, renowned as the foremost defensive title Douluo in the realm, possessed a martial soul in the form of a bone dragon. Granting him formidable defensive capabilities along with a touch of spatial power, he was often heralded as the embodiment of absolute defense. At this moment, Gu Rong simply wished to witness the purported concealed weapon capable of injuring a Soul King and causing such a ruckus at the auction venue. With this in mind, Mo Tianxing decided to refrain from concealing his intentions any longer. To the onlookers, this seemed akin to a charade. Both the Snow Prince and the red-cloaked Archbishop from the Spirit Hall displayed expressions of disdain. They could not fathom how a mere lump of iron could incite a cataclysmic explosion that would shake the entire venue. Only the old fool Ning Fengxi would harbor such beliefs. The crowd gathered with keen interest, while Xue Qinghe observed the scene beside Ning Fengxi. And the 6-year-old Ning Rongrong gazed curiously at Mo Tianxing, who was encircled by the throng. At this moment, Mo Tianxing exuded an air of composure. Against the formidable Bon Douluo, the miniature soul-guided cannon posed no threat, allowing him to proceed with his experimentation without restraint. Mo Tianxing quietly channeled his soul power into the iron lump. The staff members who had previously witnessed the earlier spectacle began to prepare for a hasty retreat from this inferno. The detonation of that object in the sky had already unleashed a colossal energy storm. Should it explode within the venue, the repercussions would be unfathomable. While numerous formidable individuals were present, these lesser beings would likely meet their end without a chance for survival. Mo Tianxing swiftly infused the soul-guided cannon in his palm with soul power, causing the intricate core patterns within to illuminate completely. When the soul power reached a critical threshold, the cannon was instantly activated, emitting a jet of blue flames from its rear, racing toward the central figure of the Bon Douluo with remarkable speed. This astonishing velocity left the onlookers in awe. As a concealed weapon, it was undeniably superior and ahead of its time in terms of swiftness. The cannon rapidly closed the distance to the Bon Douluo. Noticing this, the Bon Douluo manifested a layer of skeletal armor that enveloped his gaunt physique. The cannon collided with the armor, and despite its initial ferocity, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier at the moment of contact, rendering it immobile. Its penetrating power was commendable. The Bon Douluo remarked that such penetration, in the face of a 5-ring Soul King, could indeed present a possibility for a decisive kill. However, if this device merely possessed physical penetration capabilities, Mo Tianxing would not have resorted to such measures. Suddenly, brilliant patterns erupted from the iron lump before the Bon Douluo, and a blinding light exploded forth with a deafening roar. The emitted brilliance was reminiscent of the sun's first light, rendering the onlookers momentarily blind. Ensnared in a fleeting state of darkness, a potent energy storm threatened to shatter the entire venue, as the terrifying tempest erupted almost instantaneously, sweeping through the space with ferocious winds. Gu Rong, taken aback by this unforeseen chain reaction, marveled at the extensive radius of the explosion. He immediately wielded his mysterious spatial power to envelop and absorb the storm's energy into another void, restoring calm to the venue. In its wake, only scattered remnants remained, testifying to the recent spectacle. Chapter 16. The auction commences. The audience was left in stunned silence. The explosive force generated in that fleeting moment could undoubtedly annihilate soul masters of the Soul King level. More importantly, this device also possessed a blinding effect. This meant that even if it merely struck without lethal intent, it could allow the wielder to escape or deliver a finishing blow during the opponent's moment of blindness. This was indisputably a formidable weapon that would instill fear in lower-tier soul masters. At that moment, the cardinal in red robes and Prince Xue'er appeared visibly uncomfortable. Akin to having swallowed a fly, their expressions difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, they discerned that this device required a substantial amount of soul power to operate. Akin to a portable explosive soul skill, which similarly necessitated soul power as a foundation. Such a contraption would likely be inconvenient for mass production, and in terms of utility, it would be more beneficial for support-type and food-type soul masters, granting them a degree of deterrence. However, this device ultimately differed from soul skills, which could be utilized repeatedly as long as sufficient soul power was available. This contraption, however, was merely a consumable, a costly endeavor that could not sustain development. Realizing this, the two prominent figures could not help but scoff. It was merely a clever trick, destined to remain inconsequential. Yet, Ning Fengji exhibited genuine interest. For the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, wealth was merely a sequence of numbers, while means of self-preservation held far greater significance. His gaze toward Mo Tianxing shifted slightly. Pondering the possibility of discussing a partnership with the elder behind him, perhaps to procure a batch of these devices for trial. The distinguished individuals, initially drawn to the experimental venue by the explosion, soon departed, returning to their respective private rooms upon discovering the source of the explosion. For them, this event was more akin to a circus performance, unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Their objective was straightforward: to witness the three coveted treasures unveiled at the auction. Ning Fengji approached Mo Tianxing, extending a gold-embellished business card with a gentle smile. "This is my card. Should you find the time, young friend Mo, feel free to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I am quite intrigued by your concealed weapon." Mo Tianxing accepted the business card handed to him, nodding slightly. Xue Qinghe offered a faint smile in return, also nodding, while Ning Rongrong curiously observed the imposing figure clad in black robes before her, her lively eyes sparkling with intrigue. Ning Fengji led them away, accompanied by two formidable titled Douluos providing close protection. This left only the three elderly masters from the Heaven Dou Royal Academy and the chief appraiser from the auction house present. Meng Xinji and his companions regarded Mo Tianxing. Although they had numerous inquiries, the setting was not appropriate for conversation. After a brief exchange, they departed, knowing he would not escape anytime soon, as he was bound to return to the academy. Consequently, the scene was left with Mo Tianxing, Shui Yushuan, Yi Huanying, and the rather corpulent chief appraiser from the Heaven Dou auction house. "Come here." Mo Tianxing beckoned to the plump man who had just emerged from beneath the table. The man hurried over, a sycophantic expression plastered across his face as he gazed at Mo Tianxing. Clearly, this individual was a significant client, not only connected to the royal family, but also the cherished disciple of the three esteemed teachers at the Royal Academy, and now allied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, truly a coveted prospect. At this moment, Mo Tianxing retrieved the final soul-guided cannon and handed it to him. The rotund man trembled, hesitant to accept it, fearing it might unexpectedly detonate. It is worth noting that he had just clearly heard that if this device were to explode, even a Soul King would have to be carried away. With his mere second ring Soul Master cultivation, should it erupt, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing but ashes. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, it won't explode, Mo Tianxing reassured him. The soul-guided cannon is equipped with an anti-misfire mechanism, so it won't detonate from minor bumps. And what if the circumstances are anything but ordinary? The rotund man displayed a woeful expression, trembling as he accepted the device, his legs quaking. He hastily called for a servant to bring a small cart. "This item is to be auctioned. Could you provide an estimated value?" Mo Tianxing inquired. 550,000 gold soul coins? The man stammered, struggling to articulate the figure. Is the life of a Soul King worth merely that much? Mo Tianxing regarded him with a bemused smile. Even at this critical juncture, the foolish man remained true to his nature, still scheming to take advantage of him. 100,000 gold soul coins. That is the highest bid I can offer for auctioned items, he lamented, nearly in tears. Setting the starting price too high would yield no good outcomes for them. If the item remained unsold, the appraisers would bear the blame. Now, it's your responsibility to prepare for the auction, Mo Tianxing said, hurriedly dismissing him. Upon turning back, he caught sight of the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two women. "What is the matter?" Mo Tianxing asked, genuinely intrigued. "Let us return to the private room. The auction is about to commence," Shui Yushuan spoke first. Indeed, this was not a suitable place for discussion, and although they were filled with questions, they found it difficult to voice them. As Mo Tianxing and his companions returned to their private box, the auction venue was on the verge of commencing. Situated on the second floor, the box was adorned with one-way glass, allowing a clear view of the bustling auction below while muffling the sounds within. Observing the crimson seats teeming with eager participants, Mo Tianxing was struck by a wave of sentimentality. He had never anticipated that one day he would rise from the ranks of ordinary people, looking down from his privileged position as a member of the VIP room. His fate had irrevocably altered the moment he traversed into this new realm. At the auction podium, a young male and female host energetically initiated the proceedings. The first item presented was a purple Ganoderma. This precious mushroom, harvested after arduous efforts by an adventurous team from the Soul Beast Forest, had been painstakingly extracted from a sheer cliff over a millennium ago. When ground into powder, it was said to prolong life and enhance the cultivation of soul masters. The male host elaborated, sharing rumors that this miraculous herb could influence the inherent soul power of children under 6 who had yet to awaken their martial spirits. For these unawakened children, it represented a fortuitous opportunity to alter their destinies. The starting bid for the purple Ganoderma was set at 10,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 1,000. The female host adeptly seized the moment to engage the audience, igniting a fervor for bidding within the crowd. The prospect of enhancing a child's innate soul power was undeniably enticing, a chance to rewrite fate. However, those within the VIP room regarded such matters with disdain. While the promise of increased innate soul power was not entirely unfounded, it was largely a gimmick. Any potential benefits were limited to the realm of cultivation, and innate talent still held sway. The crowd below displayed an overwhelming enthusiasm for the millennium-old purple Ganoderma, with its price soaring from the initial 10,000 to over 3 times that amount, ultimately fetching 36,000 gold soul coins in the hands of a business magnate. Subsequent auction items drew fierce competition among the attendees, yet aside from a splendid pink diamond claimed by a notable figure from the VIP box, no further bids were placed. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the items being auctioned below, nearly all of which boasted the ability to enhance the cultivation of soul masters, selling with fervent enthusiasm. However, the reactions of the prominent figures suggested that these items were far from remarkable. It appeared that the truly exceptional treasures were reserved for the grand finale. As Mo Tianxing's thoughts meandered, he suddenly noticed 2 attendants laboriously pushing a small cart draped in red cloth onto the auction stage. Judging by their exertion, the item being presented must possess considerable weight. Although the forthcoming item may not captivate the audience as much as the earlier offerings, it nonetheless retained its intrinsic value. The deep voice of the male host resonated throughout the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, let us present the 5th item for auction, Starfall Divine Iron. As the attendants unveiled the red cloth, a peculiar black iron block, over half a meter in height and irregular in shape, was revealed, faintly emanating a bluish glow, an intriguing sight indeed. Yet, the crowd's response was lukewarm. Only a select few gazed at the black iron block with eyes alight with interest. At first glance, Mo Tianxing was captivated by the imposing figure that stood over half a meter tall. Just then, the system unexpectedly displayed a prompt. Ding. Detected a treasure. The starry blue sapphire. Before his eyes appeared a structural diagram of the hefty black iron block. Within the gleaming dark iron or lay a sapphire with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters, sparkling with twinkling starlight, reminiscent of the resplendent stars concealed within the depths of a blue celestial sky. Mo Tianxing was utterly stunned. The starlight sapphire, was it not the core extracted from the metallic giant that would be taken by Huiyuha thousands of years hence? It turned out that this was the source of it all. The starlight sapphire was a premier material for engraving the core of soul-guided devices, capable of significantly expanding its internal space. A starlight sapphire over 30 centimeters in width, once inscribed with core patterns, could expand its interior to at least 1,000 cubic meters. What does this imply? It is akin to a mobile warehouse, playing an immensely vital role in his future endeavors of storing various soul-guided devices and other items. If it could be slightly modified to function like Dong Gubo's wondrous bag, capable of containing living beings, it would essentially resemble a miniature world, allowing for the nurturing of soul beasts and even farming. With such a system in place, nothing is impossible. Only the limits of imagination restrain one. As this notion dawned on him, Mo Tianxing's gaze grew increasingly fervent, akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Yi Huangying observed this scene with a hint of astonishment. Could this fellow possibly have some physiological issues? His excitement over a mere lump of iron surpassed that of encountering a beautiful woman. This was a divine metal discovered within a meteorite crater, standing half a meter tall and weighing an impressive 537 pounds. The high temperatures generated by ordinary flames were entirely inadequate to soften it, let alone forge it. Its best fate would be to fall into the hands of a master craftsman, perhaps enabling it to metamorphose into a legendary artifact. Today, it awaited a destined individual. With the starting bid for the Starfall Divine Metal set at 500,000 gold soul coins. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 10,000 gold soul coins. Although the host's exuberance was palpable, the atmosphere remained somewhat lackluster. This so-called Starfall Divine Metal was merely a name concocted by the auction house. While it was indeed meteorite iron that had descended from the heavens and held some research value, that was the extent of it. Regarding its forging value, one must first possess the capability to soften the metal. In fact, the Starfall Divine Metal had previously failed to sell, with an initial bid of 700,000 gold soul coins attracting no interest. Now, with the price lowered to 500,000 gold soul coins, it was already somewhat undervalued. If they could partition it for separate auctioning, it might be easier to sell and facilitate forging. Yet they seemed to lack the capacity for such an endeavor. 500,000 gold soul coins? Mo Tianxing furrowed his brow slightly. He truly desired this item. Yet its price posed a significant challenge. With only a mere 100,000 gold soul coins provided by Xue'er at his disposal, even the starting bid remained beyond his reach. He now realized that lacking external resources could indeed be a considerable predicament, even in the Douluo Continent, where strength reigns supreme. The rules of the game apply universally. At that moment, Xue'er produced 2 royal black cards and handed them to Mo Tianxing. I have an estimated 200,000 gold soul coins. Take this for now, she stated with her customary aloofness. Yu Huangying also presented her long-accumulated savings card. I have over 30,000 gold soul coins as well. Use this to support yourself for the time being. Though she felt a pang of reluctance as she spoke. She recognized that despite her noble upbringing, her family's financial assistance for young women was rather limited. Nevertheless, recalling the storage ring that Mo Tianxing had gifted her, which far surpassed this amount, she decided to be generous. Observing the eagerness of these 2 young ladies to contribute, Mo Tianxing found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, even with their combined total of 230,000, he was still left with a mere 330,000, falling short of the 500,000 required by 17,000. This was merely the opening bid. Complications would surely arise if others began to compete. 510,000 gold soul coins. Just as Mo Tianxing contemplated this predicament, someone called out to contest the price. Mo Tianxing's gaze swiftly penetrated the glass, revealing in the corner a gathering of enigmatic figures cloaked in black. Each stood over 2 meters tall, their physiques remarkably robust. Could they be members of the Artisan Alliance? Mo Tianxing furrowed his brow slightly. 520,000 gold soul coins. Mo Tianxing immediately quoted a price, regardless of whether he had sufficient resources at hand. It was imperative to secure the item and prevent it from falling into the hands of others, not even for a moment. Brother, there is someone bidding, remarked the black-robed man, frowning as he turned to look at the elder beside him. Raise the bid, commanded the elderly figure. His voice resonant and powerful despite his advanced years, his gaze fixed intently on the black meteorite standing over half a meter tall on the auction stage. He had missed the opportunity to acquire this celestial iron during its first appearance, but fortunately, it had not been claimed by anyone else. Thus, he was prepared to deplete his resources to ensure that this extraordinary material returned to him. While it might be deemed worthless by others in their hands, it had the potential to be transformed into a supreme weapon. Understood, replied the black-robed man, following his brother's directive and continuing to raise the bid. When the price exceeded 600,000 gold soul coins, even his brother's brow furrowed as he glanced back towards a certain private room in the VIP section. Who could it be that dared to contend with their clan? If the opponent merely sought it for collection, it would indeed be a sheer waste. Chapter 18. A show of rivalry. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was seated in Ning Fengji's private room, delicately placing a jade butterfly upon the table. This exquisite jade butterfly appeared to be intricately carved from precious stone. However, Mo Tianxing clarified that it was not merely an ornamental piece, but rather a concealed weapon. Significantly less potent than a soul-guided cannon, capable of inflicting harm solely on soul masters of the 4-ringed rank and below. Nevertheless, its production cost was considerably lower than that of a soul-guided cannon. Ning Fengji picked up the jade butterfly and observed the intricate patterns adorning its surface, which allowed for a substantial capacity of soul power. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it elicited a peculiar sensation, akin to the activation of a switch. Xue'er. astonished to discover that such an exquisite artifact was indeed a concealed weapon, regarded it with intrigue. As soon as Ning Fengji set the jade butterfly down, Ning Rongrong eagerly seized it, examining it with fascination. The craftsmanship of the jade butterfly was so exquisite that it resembled a decorative accessory rather than a weapon. Although Mo Tianxing refrained from elaborating further, Ning Fengji, being astute, surmised that the mysterious predecessor behind Mo Tianxing was likely a divine craftsman capable of creating such intricate and lethal concealed weapons. Divine craftsmen undoubtedly covet various minerals, and the allure of a sizable piece of star-fallen divine iron was immense. Thus unfolded the current scenario, with Mo Tianxing personally visiting to seek collaboration. Ning Fengji, equally intrigued by the concealed weapons, readily accepted the proposition, leading to amicable negotiations that resulted in a swift agreement for cooperation. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Ning Fengji retrieved a golden card from his storage ring and handed it to Mo Tianxing, signifying a deposit of 1 million. Mo Tianxing naturally would not decline and accepted it directly. At this moment, the price of the Starfall Divine Iron at the auction had escalated to 700,000 gold soul coins, with bids becoming increasingly sluggish, creating a tense atmosphere. The Titan family of the Li Ji clan was beginning to feel overwhelmed. The price had reached their limit, and any further increase would jeopardize their family's ability to function on a daily basis. They were consumed with anxiety, uncertain of who was competing against them in the bidding. Yet they were unwilling to let the precious divine iron slip away right before their eyes. In the private box, Yi Huangying felt even more anxious than they did. Although Shui Yuxuan, who was placing bids, appeared somewhat composed, she too was plagued by a sense of guilt and apprehension. Mo Tianxing instructed them to first assist with the pricing before departing the private room, leaving their return time uncertain. The issue was that they currently lacked sufficient assets. Once the items were secured, the moment of actual payment would be daunting, even for Shui Yuxuan, the imperial princess. The price had been elevated to 720,000 gold soul coins by Shui Yuxuan, and the Titan family's assets could no longer keep pace. Titan furrowed his brow, rising from his seat, resolved to take a gamble with no way back. I request verification of both parties' assets. Titan's deep voice resonated throughout the auction hall as 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings flickered around him, totaling 8. An 8-ring soul Douluo. This spectacle left all present in astonishment, momentarily stunning the auctioneer as well. The request for asset verification was indeed a rule within the auction house, designed to prevent malicious bidding that could lead to financial losses for the auction house and its competitors. In this contest over the Starfall Divine Iron, only 2 parties were involved, the other being the esteemed guest in the private room. To request verification of assets? Wasn't that akin to slapping the nobility in the face? If a commoner were to make such a request, the auction house might feign ignorance, always siding with the aristocracy. However, the towering figure in the black cloak, adorned with 8 soul rings, revealed himself as a formidable soul Douluo, far from a mere trifling opponent for the auction house to provoke lightly. The situation had taken a dire turn. Upon hearing the news, the expressions of Shui Yuxuan and her companion within the private room turned ashen. This was disastrous. They were unable to produce 720,000 gold soul coins at this moment. Meanwhile, the soul Douluo was showcasing his assets, amounting to 750,000 gold soul coins, more than sufficient to meet the 720,000 gold soul coin bid. Next, they would proceed to verify the assets of the esteemed guests. Although the Tiandou auction house was exceedingly reluctant to offend the noble elites, they found themselves compelled by the circumstances to proceed. At that moment, Yi Huangying was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, while Shui Yuxuan's complexion remained pale, remains elusive. And as the auction house manager arrives to verify the assets, they vanish. Suddenly, a gentle knock resonates from outside the private room. Esteemed clients, may I trouble you to open the door? Yi Huangying and Shui Yuxuan exchange a glance, a palpable sense of dread enveloping them. If death is inevitable, let it come sooner rather than later. Steeling herself, Yi Huangying approaches the door, while Shui Yuxuan sits quietly on the sofa, cradling a cup of water, her palm rubbing the base in contemplation. As Yi Huangying opens the door, she is met by the sight of Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the impeccably dressed auction manager and several attendants. Anger surges within her, she yanks him inside and slams the door, leaving the auction manager outside, bewildered. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused for me in Qian? Yi Huangying shoves Mo Tianxing against the wall, glaring fiercely at him. Shui Yuxuan gazes at him with an unsettling calmness. What has happened? Mo Tianxing inquires, confusion etched on his face. How dare you ask? This mess is your doing. Yi Huangying is on the verge of tears, feeling unjustly implicated, while the perpetrator appears entirely oblivious. A sharp knock sounds again at the door. Hello, I am the manager of the Tiandou auction house. May I come in? What should we do now? The manager's voice resembles a death knell to Yi Huangying, sending shivers down her spine. What do you mean, what to do? Mo Tianxing retorts with a teasing smile. Xue'er gently places her cup on the table and strides towards the door. Witnessing this, Yi Huangying resigns herself, sinking into a corner in despair. It's over. This will be a monumental embarrassment. We might even end up working here to repay our debts, all because of that scoundrel, Mo Tianxing. Woe is me. With a serene demeanor, Xue'er opens the door. The Tiandou auction house manager, surprised to see the imperial princess Yushuan, stands before her, alongside the young man in black who had just been pulled inside. Please, come in, she graciously invites him, demonstrating her impeccable etiquette. The manager's gaze lands on the corner where the despondent girl in green murmurs to herself, his surprise growing. I trust you are both aware of the purpose of my visit, he states, somewhat awkwardly, yet he proceeds with the formalities. Mo Tianxing directly retrieved a gold card worth 1 million gold soul coins from his spatial ring and handed it to the manager. The auction manager immediately recognized that this was a gold card from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. After a brief examination, he confirmed that it indeed contained 1 million gold soul coins. He politely excused himself, bowing deeply in apology before retreating. Xue'er exchanged a glance with Mo Tianxing, both sharing a knowing smile. She was undoubtedly a clever girl, unfazed by the situation, while the young Yi Huangying sobbed like a rain-soaked pear blossom. At this moment, Mo Tianxing and Xue'er returned to their seats as the auction continued. This undoubtedly demonstrated the substantial wealth of the mysterious patron in the VIP room. Titan let out a resigned sigh and returned to his seat, aware that he had lost his opportunity, although he still possessed an additional 50,000 gold soul coins. Raising the stakes for an item that the other party was bound to acquire would only serve to escalate tensions. The Li family had already suffered significant losses due to the affairs with the Haotian sect. They could not afford to make more enemies. The price of the Starfall Divine Iron remained at 720,000 gold soul coins. When the host called for bids for the third time and received no response, he decisively struck the gavel, announcing, "Let us congratulate the esteemed guest from VIP room number 14 for successfully acquiring the Starfall Divine Iron. The auction item will be delivered shortly." The Titan family from the Li clan could only lament in defeat as the Starfall Divine Iron slipped away right under their noses. Truly, the wealthy nobility were a breed apart. Mo Tianxing finally let out a sigh of relief, genuinely worried that some oblivious individual might spring forth to challenge him. It appeared that those influential figures were solely focused on the three pivotal items, showing no inclination to squander their resources on such trivialities. Meanwhile, Yi Huangying, who had been wallowing in solitude in a corner, faintly heard the sound of the Starfall Divine Iron being auctioned off, taken by the esteemed VIP room number 14. Wait, number 14? Yi Huangying abruptly turned her head, only to find her dear friend seated across from Mo Tianxing, sharing tea and engaging in conversation while observing the auction. The scene was rather heart-wrenching, causing her expression to darken instantly. Have you two conspired to toy with me? In a fit of playful fury, Yi Huangying pounced like a hungry tiger, tackling Xue'er onto the sofa and tickling her sides, eliciting peals of laughter and a flushed face. As she repeatedly begged for mercy, claiming she would not dare again, Mo Tianxing gazed at the enchanting scene before him, propping his chin in earnest contemplation as he observed the playful antics of the two young women. Yi Huangying suddenly cast a cold glance in his direction, taken aback by his utter lack of awareness. What are you looking at? Have you never seen my Xianer before? She huffed protectively, positioning herself in front of Xue'er. Xue'er, standing quietly behind her, busied herself with adjusting her slightly disheveled attire and smoothing her hair, mindful that any onlookers might perceive her poorly. At that moment, her fair complexion bore a hint of crimson, and as she inadvertently met Mo Tianxing's gaze through Yi Huangying, she instinctively averted her eyes. All right, Yi. Let us not cause a fuss, Xue'er gently urged, to which Yi Huangying responded with a soft snort. Finally shifted his gaze. To be honest, both of these young ladies possess quite remarkable qualities. The auction items quickly reached soul-guided canon, with an opening bid set at 100,000 gold soul coins. And each subsequent bid required a minimum increase of 1,000 gold soul coins. When the host proclaimed that this weapon could annihilate a soul king of the 5 rings, the audience was somewhat incredulous. Could a palm-sized piece of iron truly eliminate a Soul King? Did they really think a Soul King was as common as cabbage? Thus, the spectators remained skeptical. Members of the Titan family were also astonished upon witnessing the soul-guided cannon, as the auction house referred to it as a concealed weapon capable of slaying Soul King-level powerhouses, indicating that it must have employed exceedingly intricate and sophisticated forging techniques, perhaps yielding insights for their own research. As one of them bid 120,000, several distinguished guests began to compete for it, causing the price to soar. When the price reached over 200,000, the Titan family members lost hope. Spending such a fortune on a concealed weapon seemed unworthy. The contenders for this item were the elite from the VIP boxes, including the Scarlet Bishop of the Spirit Hall of the Tiandou Empire, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the 3 powerful figures of the Snow Prince. All the prominent individuals present had witnessed the explosive power of this weapon, capable of taking out one or even several Soul Kings. Perhaps it was a case of verbal disdain, but physical desire. They wished to purchase it for research on how to counter it, potentially leading to a replication of its design, with the effectiveness being contingent on circumstances. The Scarlet Bishop intended to acquire it as a gift for His Holiness the Pope. When the bidding reached 300,000, the Snow Prince deemed it unnecessary, while Ning Fingji speculated that the price was excessively inflated. And being in collaboration with the master craftsman who created this weapon, he did not lack for such an item. Ultimately, the soul-guided cannon was secured by the Scarlet Bishop for 300,000 gold soul coins. Inside the VIP box was overjoyed, thinking how foolish these wealthy patrons were. After deducting a 10% service fee, he would still net 270,000 gold soul coins. This transaction was nothing short of a windfall. It was no wonder that those who sold weapons, like the Blackfire merchants, were so profitable. However, he also understood the old fellow's intentions to decipher his technology, hence the exorbitant price. Well, if they manage to unravel it, I shall consider it a loss on my part. Yi Huangying gazed at the iron piece she had been toying with earlier, stunned that it ultimately fetched a price of 300,000. The rarity of an item indeed dictates its value. Had there been 3 of them, each would likely have been priced lower. Shui Yushuan discerned the underlying principle. I don't care. From now on, I shall cling to the powerful. Neither of you can escape. Yi Huangying declared defiantly. All right. Shui Yushuan consoled her from the side. Mo Tianxing found the scene particularly amusing. The personalities of the 2 individuals complemented each other splendidly, a testament to their indulgent affection. The auction soon reached the climax with the unveiling of 3 exquisite treasures. All lights converged in one place, and the gaze of every attendee was drawn to the crimson cloth adorning the auction platform. Next, we present one of our 3 magnificent treasures, introduced with the host's fervent enthusiasm, capturing the attention of the crowd. He raised his hand to unveil the red cloth, revealing an object as dark as crystal, resembling a skeletal arm, exuding a hazy, ethereal glow. The entire audience was left in utter astonishment. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the black, crystal-like arm bone on the auction stage. Indeed, it was a soul bone, a right arm soul bone, to be precise. The rarity of soul bones for soul masters is well understood. They grant the possessor an additional soul skill. The conditions for the birth of a soul bone are exceedingly stringent, with a very low probability of occurrence. As time progresses, this probability fluctuates, and only soul beasts that have lived for at least 100,000 years are guaranteed to drop a soul bone upon death. This particular soul bone originated from the death of a 5,000-year-old Netherwolf king. It is endowed with a soul skill that combines both control and explosive power, Nether Binding Break. The effect is to immobilize the enemy for 1 second, followed by the release of 2 sharp, ghostly energies that tear the foe asunder. The power of this soul skill is nothing short of astonishing. It can undoubtedly catch opponents off guard on the battlefield and alter the course of combat, making it nothing less than a divine technique. The starting bid for this 10,000-year soul bone was set at 1 million gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 10,000 gold soul coins. The host animatedly introduced the item, igniting a fervor among the crowd. A 5,000-year-old soul bone. Such an extraordinary soul skill. This could easily serve as an 8th ring or even a 9th ring soul skill for a title Douluo. Unlike soul ring skills, soul bones have the significant advantage of being inheritable. Their skills remain unchanged, making this treasure immensely valuable to major sects and powerful factions, as it undoubtedly enhances their foundational strength. Chapter 20. In the far north, is the Snow Emperor present? The bidding for the 5,000-year-old right arm soul bone escalated to a staggering 3 million, and it continued to rise. Ultimately, only Prince Xue, Representing the royal family of the Tiandou Empire, Ningfengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family remained in contention. As for why the Scarlet Cardinal from the Spirit Hall's branch did not place a bid, it was because this item was released by the Spirit Hall itself. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's bidding was particularly fierce. A soul bone with both control and offense capabilities, especially one that governed killing, was perfectly suited to their martial spirits, rendering its value unparalleled. 5,000-year-old soul bones are scarce even among the top 3 sects on the continent. The final price soared to 4 million gold soul coins, and it became evident that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was resolutely determined to acquire this soul bone. Continuing the bidding could disrupt the allocation of subsequent auction resources, prompting the Tiandou royal family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to withdraw. With 2 more precious items remaining, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had already expended a considerable amount, which would weaken their competitiveness for the upcoming treasures, akin to forfeiting the chance to vie for the next 2 items. In the end, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family secured the soul bone for 4 million gold soul coins. Xue'er cast a sidelong glance at Mo Tianxing, noting his unwavering calmness throughout the proceedings. Even when encountering members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family during the earlier testing of the Soul Guide Cannon, he remained unfazed. Such composure was truly remarkable. Xue'er, along with 3 masters from the Royal Academy, shared similar sentiments. The 3 elder gentlemen were keen to prevent any interaction between Mo Tianxing and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to avoid raising suspicion. Meanwhile, Ningfengji observed as the soul bone fell into the hands of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. I recall you mentioning that young Mo's martial spirit is a black dragon, correct? Ningfengji remarked with a knowing smile. The young man named Mo Tianxing had indeed presented a tantalizing array of hidden weapons, which the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School desperately needed for self-defense. If they intended to collaborate with him, they must at least understand his background thoroughly. Xue'er had candidly admitted before his mentor. According to our investigation, he is likely from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, with Mo being his mother's surname. Naturally, he used the phrase likely with caution, indicating uncertainty. This was only logical. As martial spirits are inherited, the spontaneous emergence of such a top-tier martial spirit without any background would be rather strange. Gu Rong interjected. Transformations in martial spirits can be understood, but if it were a cross-species transformation, like a cat or dog martial spirit morphing into a dragon, the probability would be exceedingly low. As for something like a chicken turning into a phoenix, is that even feasible? Ma Hongjun grumbled. Is there no information indicating his contact with any master craftsman? Ningfengji inquired. The creation of hidden weapons requires considerable time and expertise. Producing such items likely necessitates at least a divine craftsman, and thus, they would not suspect Mo Tianxing. Xue'er has shook his head slightly. Other information is incomplete. Investigations are still ongoing. This left Ningfengji deep in thought. On the continent, the number of individuals revered as divine craftsmen could be counted on one hand, all of whom were prominent figures with considerable prowess. After all, they forged day in and day out. As for those who remained hidden, could it be he? Ningfengji recalled the man who single-handedly opposed the Spirit Hall 6 years ago, the youngest title Douluo in the continent, Tang Hao. Was it possible that the mysterious powerhouse behind Mo Tianxing was Tang Hao? They might even share a mentor-student relationship. However, this remained merely a theory, representing a possibility. Tang Hao had long harbored a deep-seated enmity with the Spirit Hall and had remained silent for 6 years. No one would be willing to remain idle. He would undoubtedly re-emerge one day, stirring the winds of change. Mo Tianxing is likely a bait he has cast. Upon this realization, Ningfengji's expression shifted subtly. If Mo Tianxing were to grasp their thoughts, he would undoubtedly bestow upon them the award for the most imaginative mind. I am undeniably a traveler from another world. And as for any familial background? Nonsense. The notion that I am merely a pawn in some grand scheme is utterly absurd. Do you think I am akin to Tang San? Such ideas are far from credible. The gaze returns to the auction venue, where the second item up for bid is a white snow lotus, exuding a rich and fragrant medicinal aroma. When Mo Tianxing beheld this extraordinary object, he was momentarily taken aback, and as the host elaborated on its significance, he found himself utterly astonished. This was the legendary 10,000-year snow lotus, harvested from the most frigid northern realms, possessing immense value for ice and snow-type martial souls. While its capacity to enhance soul power was notable, its most remarkable attribute lay in its ability to elevate the very essence of a martial soul, facilitating a profound transformation within ice and snow-type martial spirits. The crowd erupted with excitement. In stark contrast to the previously showcased Millennium Purple Spirit Grass, even the most prominent figures present were intensely envious. This rare entity was universally acknowledged as the sole marvel capable of altering the fundamental nature of martial souls. Ning Fengji's thoughts swiftly shifted from Mo Tianxing to the 10,000-year snow lotus displayed on the podium. This precious specimen was the very objective of his expedition. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was celebrated as the preeminent auxiliary martial soul in the world, it bore a significant flaw. Its martial soul was limited to 7 layers, allowing for the addition of only 7 soul rings. Regardless of their relentless efforts or training, they could never hope to attain the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo, let alone a title Douluo. Perhaps this was the inevitable trade-off. Their auxiliary capabilities were astoundingly formidable, yet their potential ceiling had been unjustly truncated. He placed his hopes upon the transformative properties of the 10,000-year snow lotus. While the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was not of the ice and snow variety, he was unwilling to overlook any chance to assist his daughter's martial soul in breaking free from its existing constraints. The 10,000-year snow lotus must be claimed by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Amidst the clamor of the outside world, Mo Tianxing's thoughts drifted far and wide. The frigid northern expanse. This mysterious territory was never mentioned in the original Douluo world. Yet, he was aware that it was home to numerous ice and snow-type soul beasts. The extreme north was ruled by 3 sovereigns of soul beasts, each surpassing 100,000 years in age: the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. If the Arctic ice field truly existed, then the Ice and Snow Emperors must also be real. Mo Tianxing's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his heart swelled with uncontainable excitement. He was truly enamored by the presence of the Snow Empress, that enchanting blend of aloofness and warmth, which was utterly irresistible. It seemed that once his cultivation reached a higher level, it might be worthwhile to venture to the Arctic ice fields to encounter her and perhaps share some heartfelt exchanges. The prowess and aura of his soul beast afforded him ample maneuverability. The core regions of the ice fields, which others found inaccessible, were to him as simple as his own backyard. Indeed, Mo Tianxing even began to look forward to the journey across the frozen plains. Yi Huangying observed Mo Tianxing as he gazed at a snow lotus with an expression of utter fascination. Could it be that this fellow truly harbored a peculiar obsession? Chapter 21. The vast sea and the universe's cloak. The competition for the 10,000-year snow lotus was exceedingly fierce. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, having surpassed the threshold of 3 million in price, showed no signs of abating and consequently opted to withdraw from the bidding. Meanwhile, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Tiandou royal family engaged in a relentless contest, causing the price to soar beyond 4 million, subsequently breaching the 5 million mark, and continuing its steady ascent. Ultimately, the final bid was secured at an astonishing 6,480,000 gold soul coins, falling into the hands of the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji. Mo Tianxing gazed at the scene before him, somewhat astonished by their immense wealth. It is worth noting that not long ago, the Lord of Ning had bestowed upon him a deposit of 1 million for hidden weapons. And now, they had casually spent nearly 6.5 million, a staggering sum that totaled nearly 7.5 million. Even the Tiandou royal family had relinquished their attempt to compete with them. Mo Tianxing could hardly believe that this was the entirety of the Ning sect leader's treasures. He was now beginning to grasp the true meaning of wealth that could rival nations. The first crowning jewel was a soul bone aged 50,000 years. The second was a snow lotus that had flourished for 10 millennia. Both of these were extraordinary rarities, leaving one to ponder what the final treasure among the triad would be. Even Mo Tianxing found himself intrigued. As the last auction item was presented upon the stage, the eyes of all present converged upon the red cloth, speculating about the nature of the third and final treasure. When the host unveiled the cloth, it revealed a blue triangular prism crystal, no larger than a palm, intricately inscribed with ancient blue runes that shimmered with a cerulean aura, radiating a crystalline luster. The attendees were awestruck by its exquisite form and the ethereal glow that enveloped it, shrouded in an air of profound mystery. The final auction item of the day was none other than the ancient soul-guiding artifact known as the Vast Sea Universe Shield, a veritable super artifact. At the sight of this object, Mo Tianxing was momentarily stunned. So this was the truth, so this was how it was. The Vast Sea Universe Shield, also referred to as the Heart of the Ocean, was a soul-guiding device comparable to a super artifact. bestowed by the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heavendou Empire in an effort to win over Tang San. Later confirmations revealed that this object was indeed a legacy left by the sea god, the heart of the ocean, which held the key to the inheritance of divinity. Thus, it became clear. During this auction, 3 remarkable treasures emerged, each claimed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the royal family of the Heavendou Empire. The first 2 formidable factions had missed their chance, having exhausted their resources in earlier bids, rendering them incapable of competing for subsequent treasures, allowing this most extraordinary artifact to fall into the hands of royalty, ultimately bestowed upon Tang San 15 years later. Here lay the true starting point of it all. Mo Tianxing gazed eagerly at the exquisite triangular prism on the stage. He was determined to seize it. This was an extraordinary opportunity, representing the legacy of a deity, even if he did not desire the divine position. There was no reason to allow this artifact to fall into Tang San's hands. If the latter did not require this item, yet could still become the heir of the sea god, it would indicate that he was indeed the chosen one, destined by fate. However, if he failed to attain it, it would merely suggest that he was a swine soaring on the winds of chance, riding the crest of fortune. This ancient soul guide originated from beyond the continent, crafted by a group known as Sea Soul Masters. This treasured artifact granted its wielder the ability to navigate the ocean with unparalleled freedom, devoid of fear, while also bestowing the immense power of the sea, enhancing one's strength significantly. The host on stage passionately elaborated. Sea Soul Masters? Sailing the vast ocean? For the inland soul masters, this concept felt particularly distant. They considered this functionality somewhat superfluous. The most pressing concern was that they resided inland, where the ability to traverse the sea seemed unnecessary. Was there a deity lurking beneath the waves? Observing the audience's expressions, the host seemed to have anticipated their reactions, beaming brightly. The second skill of the Hanhai Qiankuan shield was a divine technique known as invisibility. This ability could completely mask one's aura, rendering the user entirely invisible, a state that could be maintained until their soul power was utterly depleted. The revelation left the crowd astounded. Even the dignitaries in the VIP room could scarcely contain their excitement. A soul guide possessing not 1, but 2 skills? It was well known that only soul rings or bones of 10,000 years could naturally carry dual soul abilities, while the capacity to traverse the ocean might appear trivial. The true allure lay in the divine skill of invisibility. This singular ability alone warranted the title of a divine artifact for the ancient soul guide. The atmosphere surged with enthusiasm. Even Ning Fengji, who had previously secured the 10,000-year snow lotus, was taken aback by the artifact's remarkable capabilities, rivaling even that of a 10,000-year soul bone. At that moment, the Snow Prince of the Tiandou royal family was particularly envious, thinking to himself, "Who dares to compete with me for this?" In the private box, Mo Tianxing listened intently to the host's introduction, silently acknowledging the truth. They had not fully comprehended the Hanhai Qiankuan shield. This divine artifact actually possessed 4 skills. The ability to traverse the ocean was merely passive. The true power they recognized was the invisibility skill. Its second skill, known as Qiankuan Stabilizing Shield, could immobilize anyone whose spiritual power was 3 times weaker than the caster's. While those within 3 times could also be restrained, the duration of the confinement depended on the disparity in spiritual power between the 2. The third skill, Raging Waves of the Sea, enabled the summoning of tsunamis, serving as an area of effect attack. The fourth skill, Qiankuan Breaking Magic, could disrupt and diminish an enemy's soul power, thereby weakening their strength. Only when these 4 skills were combined did the Hanhai Qiankuan shield reveal its true might, or what could be termed as the heart of the ocean. At present, he lacked the power to influence who would ultimately claim the Hanhai Qiankuan shield. The Tiandou royal family would undoubtedly not relinquish it. With the financial resources of the other 2 major factions significantly depleted, who could compete with the Tiandou royal family? It would be akin to courting disaster. Even after securing the artifact, the Tiandou royal family had not managed to decipher its full capabilities, leaving Mo Tianxing unperturbed. Thus, when the Hanhai Qiankuan shield was auctioned, the Snow Prince made an initial bid of 3 million, and no one dared to counter. With their own interests safeguarded, it was natural that no one wished to oppose the imperial family's prestige. Ultimately, the third and final treasure was acquired for a nearly baseline price of 3 million gold soul coins, falling into the hands of the Tiandou Empire, marking a successful conclusion to the auction. The half-meter-tall Starfall Divine Iron was presented before Mo Tianxing, who promptly stowed it away in his storage ring, sighing with relief. At last, This prized possession was his. The starry blue sapphire was of utmost importance to him now, while the heart of the ocean required further strategizing. He intended to procure this treasure before Tang San rose to prominence. Qian Renxue, playing the role of Prince Xue'er, would serve as his pivotal key. It seemed time to have a heart-to-heart with Miss Qian. A radiant smile graced Mo Tianxing's face. "Why are you still smiling foolishly after leaving?" Yu Huangying observed Mo Tianxing with a slight frown. On the prestigious red carpet, Mo Tianxing encountered Ning Fengxi and his entourage once more, who were now offering him a gentle smile. "Young friend Mo, should you have the time, you are always welcome to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, greeting Xue'er and his sister Shui Yushuan with a subtle gesture, allowing Ning Fengxi and his companions to proceed first. "Goodbye, big brother," Ning Rongrong said, holding the exquisite jade butterfly, her face adorned with an innocent and romantic smile as she turned to wave farewell to Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing waved in response, feigning innocence. "Do not assume I am oblivious to your true nature as a mischievous sprite." Yu Huangying gazed at Mo Tianxing, who appeared so familiar with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, feeling somewhat unacquainted with him. Yet, Shui Yushuan surmised that his wealth of over 1 million was likely derived from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. It seemed he intended to compete with her for talents from the Heaven Dou imperial family. Shui Yushuan remained unfazed. "Let's go. We should return to the academy," Mo Tianxing said as he led the two women towards the passage's exit. Chapter 22. The Starry Mirror Realm, Heaven Dou Royal Academy. As Mo Tianxing returned to his abode, he promptly secured the door, retrieving a piece of starfall divine iron, over 1/2 meter in height, from his storage ring, swallowing hard. In that moment, a verdant luminescence flickered from his left hand, and a blade, sculpted from jade and imbued with the essence of life, materialized in his grasp once more. Mo Tianxing took a deep breath, gripping the blade firmly against the divine iron of the fallen star. With a slight exertion of strength, the metal, which was nearly impossible for outsiders to melt or manipulate, was effortlessly cleaved open beneath the emerald green edge of the sword, as if it were mere clay. As the blade glided through, it revealed an astonishingly radiant blue gem, its starry speckles illuminating the entire room. Within the depths of the divine iron, a colossal sapphire of starlight shimmered brilliantly, its luminous glow dancing gracefully. Mo Tianxing's movements were remarkably delicate, taking considerable time to meticulously remove the jagged edges of the divine metal, ultimately revealing the rough silhouette of a starry blue sapphire. With utmost care, he eliminated the extraneous portions. The texture of the starry blue sapphire was quite fragile, akin to cutting glass. Under his attentive craftsmanship, the irregular gemstone gradually transformed into a football-sized, more rounded blue crystal sphere, its interior shimmering with a kaleidoscope of starlight reminiscent of the vastness of deep space, radiating a resplendent blue luminescence. Mo Tianxing cradled the starry sapphire sphere in his palm, observing it closely and noticing a singular point of light seemingly embedded at its very core. At that moment, a system notification abruptly materialized before him. "Ding! A special starry sapphire sphere has been detected. Would you like to inscribe a unique spatial rune?" "A unique spatial rune?" In Mo Tianxing's eyes sparkled a unique brilliance, and he promptly made his decision. Suddenly, an abundance of system flow patterns emerged within his palm, and the starlight sapphire orb that had been cradled there began to levitate gently. In an instant, the void around extended with intricate chain-like patterns, intertwining with the orb, which radiated a rich azure divine light. Surrounding the starlight sapphire, ancient golden runes floated in the ethereal space. Mo Tianxing was rendered speechless. The transformation was indeed astonishing. Could it be that the system had attuned itself to his innermost thoughts, truly bestowing upon him a small world? After a prolonged period of metamorphosis under the system's power, the starry sapphire, imprinted with golden runes, began to gradually fade, revealing a meticulously carved and enchanted blue crystal sphere that now floated in the void. At that moment, the system's notification reappeared before his eyes. "Ding! Special opportunity triggered, opening a small world. Reward, 20,000 years of cultivation." Mo Tianxing suddenly felt a surge of soul power within him, swelling exponentially, shattering the confines of the Soul King threshold and propelling him directly into the realm of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Ring shop flickered and pulsed. Cultivation level, 34,700 years. The abrupt elevation of his cultivation left Mo Tianxing utterly taken aback. What truly astonished him was the system's recent notification, the establishment of a small world. Could this be real? A torrent of information flooded into Mo Tianxing's mind. including the method to unlock this small world. As Mo Tianxing followed the system's guidance, the moment his fingertips grazed the starry crystal orb, a brilliant blue radiance erupted forth, and a mysterious spatial force enveloped him, transporting him into an entirely different realm. When Mo Tianxing reopened his eyes, the scene before him left him utterly astounded. He beheld a crystalline world of resplendent azure, with a sky mirroring the sea's tranquility, adorned by a dazzling expanse of stars. At the center of this celestial dome hung a radiant sun, casting its daylight and warmth, illuminating this extraordinary world. Mo Tianxing stood upon the crystalline ground, surrounded by his domain. He could distinctly perceive every detail of this world, which spanned an impressive area of 368,800 square meters. Ding. Please name your small world, host. Mo Tianxing gazed at the system interface that had abruptly appeared before him, feeling somewhat dazed. Bestowing a true name upon the world was akin to an act of creation. He lifted his gaze to the resplendent night sky. Standing upon the reflective surface of this realm, let it be called Stellar Mirror Realm, he proclaimed. As his words took form, the system promptly complied. Ding. The world has been named Stellar Mirror Realm. Inscription successful. Mo Tianxing gazed upon this miniature world, where a luminous celestial body, akin to the sun, hung overhead. The fact that he could breathe here indicated that life could indeed thrive in this realm. Perhaps it was possible to cultivate spiritual herbs and treasures of heaven and earth. Ding. The farming system has been unlocked for the host. Would you like to spread the spiritual soil? When Mo Tianxing beheld the system prompt, he was utterly astonished. This system was simply extraordinary. Without hesitation, he chose to confirm. The moment his decision was made, the mirror-like surface beneath his feet was swiftly enveloped by soil, spreading in an instant to every corner of the world. Mo Tianxing was filled with immense excitement as he immediately began to explore the application of rules within this miniature world. After meticulous experimentation and research, he uncovered numerous intricacies. Harnessing the power of the rules, he established lakes and rivers upon the land, thereby creating an intrinsic water cycle. Subsequently, he set about crafting his own dwelling within this realm. Given his intention to become a herbalist, it was essential to create a suitable place to settle down. Mo Tianxing spent the entire day immersed in various endeavors within the small world, brimming with vitality. During this period, he occasionally returned to the real world to tidy up the remnants he had carved from the starlight sapphire. These scraps were sufficient to create large spatial storage soul-guiding devices, exceedingly precious, while the Starfall Divine Iron could provide the core metal for these devices, essential for inscribing the core formation patterns. The Starry Mirror Realm, crafted by the system, could be suspended within the ethereal system interface, accessible only to him. Reminiscent of the celestial realms described in the immortal Cultivation novels of his past life, truly enchanting. The two realms shared a temporal flow that was either consistent with the outside world or remarkably similar. Mo Tianxing busied himself in the small world for the better part of the day. After returning to the real world to satisfy his hunger, he employed his soul technique to simulate his aura, procuring a substantial quantity of building materials, various seeds of flowers and plants, as well as essential daily necessities, all of which he meticulously stored within his spatial ring. Silently, he returned to his abode, arranging the amassed building materials before him. In the presence of the stacked supplies, Mo Tianxing took it upon himself to deftly construct each brick and tile, finding no inconvenience in the labor. Instead, a profound sense of accomplishment blossomed within him. After dedicating an entire day to the creation of a modest dwelling that provided shade and relief from the heat, he arranged his various daily items to cultivate a warm little nest. Only then did he turn his attention to the barren world outside. He planted the seeds he had purchased, and with his blade of life serving as the source of vitality, he immersed it in the lakeside, imbuing the water source with life energy, which swiftly nurtured the growth of the flowers and plants. Ultimately, when Mo Tianxing completed his work, he gazed upon the nascent form of the small world before him. Beside the lake stood a brick house, surrounded by blue-silver grass, each blade radiating a gentle azure glow. And a radiant smile graced his face. This is my world. Chapter 23. My good grandson. After several days of transformation, the small world flourished under Mo Tianxing's care. With peach trees planted and a plot of spiritual field cleared, poised for the cultivation of medicinal herbs. In the confines of a small world, Mo Tianxing sat cross-legged, enveloped by 5 enormous black eternal soul rings, each boasting a staggering limit of 34,700 years, exuding a profound and ominous darkness. Behind him loomed a colossal, fearsome black dragon, its chest adorned with robust black-scaled claws, and its dragon eyes radiating a brilliant golden light, emanating a terrifying dark energy that twisted the very fabric of space. This was none other than his martial soul, the golden-eyed black dragon. Within his own small realm, there was no need for concealment. At this moment, he was meticulously selecting his 6th soul ring from the system shop. With a total of 36 distinct eternal soul rings available for his consideration, after a period of contemplation and research, Mo Tianxing finally solidified his 6th soul ring. At the moment he confirmed the soul ring, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him, enveloping his head like a swirling mist, quickly gathering and coalescing. In no time, that layer of black fog had completely transformed into a soul ring, positioned at the site of Mo Tianxing's 6th soul ring. As the soul ring took form, Mo Tianxing abruptly opened his eyes, his golden irises embodying the laws of cosmic order, piercing through the void. He was shrouded in 6 black soul rings, resembling immense rings of obsidian jade, each pulsating with a flickering, shadowy light. Mo Tianxing gradually raised his right hand. As the 3rd and 6th soul rings simultaneously illuminated, dark, resilient dragon scales emerged along his arm, transforming into a colossal black dragon claw. At this moment, an ominous darkness permeated the air. This was his 3rd soul skill, Dragon King's Claw. Witnessing this, the dark energy swiftly converged within the palm of his claw. After a period of accumulation, a shadowy orb of darkness gradually took shape, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The resulting airflow caused Mo Tianxing's garments and hair to flutter wildly, the obsidian glow casting a divine silhouette. This was his 6th soul skill, Annihilation Black Radiant Sphere. This skill was exceedingly formidable. An energy sphere formed through the compression and distortion of dark energy across multiple dimensions. Once unleashed, its explosive power was utterly terrifying. Even a 6-ring soul emperor, let alone a 7-ring soul sage, would suffer grievous wounds, even with their martial spirits in full manifestation. The most fearsome aspect was the spatial nature of the dark energy. Upon release, the energy would rebound swiftly, tearing apart the internal organs of the afflicted, akin to a parasite relentlessly eroding the body, showcasing incredible lethality. At just 15 years of age, a 6-ring soul emperor would undoubtedly cause a stir in the outside world. This level of cultivation was simply unattainable for ordinary individuals. Even the continent's youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao, only reached 6-ring soul emperor status at the age of 25. His advancement was remarkably ahead of his time. If he achieved 5-ring soul king status at 15, it would signify him as an exceedingly rare prodigy in a millennium. However, attaining soul emperor status at such a young age would evoke sheer terror, with others viewing him as a monstrous aberration. For most, such a situation would be ill-advised to reveal in public, as it would easily lead to being targeted. Nevertheless, for Mo Tianxing, this was of little concern. He had no intention of disclosing his true cultivation level before others. This was all due to his 1st soul skill, breath simulation. He could effortlessly mask his true configuration of 6 black soul rings, simulating the appearance of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black rings of a 5-ring soul king. In life, it is preferable to avoid exposure to the glaring light of day. Now that he had attained the cultivation of a 6-ring soul emperor, it was high time to visit the sunset forest. He had long been pondering the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the treasure of Douluo, and had even prepared the spiritual fields for cultivating immortal herbs. However, there was no rush. He needed to prepare adequately beforehand. He was not particularly worried about soul beasts. The innate dragon might he exuded was akin to a 100,000-year soul beast encountering a mortal before an emperor. They dared not strike, retreating at the mere sense of his presence. What truly concerned him was a direct encounter with Douluo. Although Douluo was at the bottom tier among titled Douluo in terms of cultivation, he still possessed overwhelming strength. A soul emperor stood little chance against a titled Douluo. However, he had his small world. Should danger arise, he could conceal himself within it, undetectable even to titled Douluo. His safety was thus assured, and he felt he owed it to himself to explore the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Moreover, he was aware of Douluo's Achilles heel, the poison of the emerald scale snake emperor. Coincidentally, he knew how to assist Douluo in alleviating this serpent's venom, and he was confident he could heal his precious granddaughter. Perhaps, like Tangsan, he could forge a connection with Douluo. Having a titled Douluo as a backing was undoubtedly advantageous. At the Tiandou Royal Academy, in the Hall of Teaching, Meng Xinji gazed intently at Mo Tianxing before him. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, having temporarily departed from the academy for a while, specifically to tender his resignation to the three elders. Bai Baoshan and Zhiling were present and showed no surprise at his decision, viewing it rather as an inevitability. They had long speculated that Mo Tianxing was backed by a mysterious and formidable figure, his true mentor in life. From the recent Tiandou auction, they had faintly deduced that this enigmatic benefactor was likely a master craftsman, as it would be inconceivable for anyone else to have fashioned that uniquely designed soul-guiding cannon. Meng Xinji had no intention of intervening. They had made it clear prior to his apprenticeship that they would not infringe upon his freedom, imposing little constraint on Mo Tianxing. Travel safely and exercise caution, Meng Xinji remarked, stroking his grizzled beard. Go forth. Mo Tianxing performed a respectful gesture towards the three of them before taking his leave. As he departed, Zhilin's gaze became somewhat complex. This child, has there been any movement from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Meng Xinji inquired, directing his attention towards Bai Baoshan. The representatives of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were present at the auction that day and had a chance encounter with Mo Tianxing. They are genuinely concerned that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family might have sensed something, which is their greatest worry. On the surface, there appears to be no activity. Yet it is likely that an investigation has already commenced behind the scenes. Bai Baoshan sighed softly, feeling a sense of reluctance. Apprehensive that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family might attempt to claim him, Meng Xinji sighed gently as well, acknowledging that some matters are inevitable and cannot be evaded. Let it be. Mo Tianxing had just bid farewell to his three masters, while still within the confines of the academy. He turned a corner and encountered a group adorned in garments emblazoned with the emblem of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, comprising individuals of all ages. Mo Tianxing initially felt a sense of absurdity. Could it be that they? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the spirited old man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My dear grandson." As Xue'er had turned the corner, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Chapter 24. Would you like to hear me tell a story? As Mo Tianxing gazed upon the family of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, particularly when the elderly gentleman referred to him as my dear grandson, a shiver ran down his spine, causing an involuntary grimace to cross his face. Was this old man attempting to take advantage of him? Among them, a poised middle-aged man was unexpectedly scrutinizing Mo Tianxing's features with a hint of nervousness, seemingly searching for familiar traits. "Are you the child of Kaio?" he inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. To be candid, in his youth, he had indulged in a life of pleasure, and even if he had offspring scattered in the world, he had little inclination to concern himself with their fates, prioritizing his own comfort instead. However, it was unforeseen that a patriarch from a clan participating in the heavenly duel auction would take note of a remarkably gifted young man possessing a top-tier dragon martial soul and, on a whim, conduct an investigation. Upon receiving the results of their inquiry, they were astounded to discover that the youth named Mo Tianxing remarkably matched the age of the child taken away by a Mo clan woman over a decade ago. That child had not yet reached 6 years of age when he left the family, thus was unaware of the specifics of his martial soul or whether he had inherited the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. At that time, they had shown little concern for the whereabouts of the mother and child. It seemed inconsequential. Surprisingly, after many years, that lost child appeared once more before them, now recognized as a prodigious talent. Faced with such circumstances, they felt compelled to ascertain the truth, if it were indeed the case. They must bring the child back to acknowledge his roots. The bloodline of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan could not be permitted to dwindle in obscurity except, of course, in the case of the inept. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the group before him with a hint of disdain, his brow furrowing slightly. "I am unaware of the discourse you are engaged in, but I kindly ask you to make way." Mo Tianxing spoke with a tone of indifference, showing no interest in them whatsoever. Naturally, the arrival of high-ranking members from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family at the academy immediately captured the attention of a multitude of students, who flocked around, eager for the latest gossip. "Fourth Grandpa?" A youthful voice resonated amidst the crowd. Mo Tianxing's gaze turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a young boy of around 8 or 9 years old, whose strikingly handsome features overlapped with the image of Yu Tianheng etched in his memory. At that moment, the boy was looking with a puzzled expression at the white-haired elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. "Tianheng, come here. He is your cousin who has been lost to us for many years," beckoned the elder, who was indeed Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng gazed at the tall, aloof young man clad in black before him. Having cultivated at the Heavendou Royal Academy, he was well aware of Mo Tianxing's reputation. The latter possessed a top-tier black dragon martial spirit and was a disciple of 3 esteemed instructors, a young soul king of the 5th ring. He was akin to a resplendent star within the academy, the object of envy and admiration for all. Never did he imagine that this figure was, in fact, his cousin. This revelation left him momentarily disoriented, standing there in a daze. Upon hearing someone attempt to establish a connection without so much as a confirmation, Mo Tianxing felt utterly repulsed. Is this truly all there is to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Brother Yu Tianheng's faint voice called out, but Mo Tianxing, unable to discern the words, simply turned and walked away, genuinely disinterested in engaging with this group of lunatics. Just as he rounded the corner, he unexpectedly encountered Qian Renxue head-on. He had not sought out this young lady, yet she had come to him unbidden. Mo Xiong, do you have a moment to spare? Xue'er inquired, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Mo Tianxing cast a glance at the relentless pursuers from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, visibly disapproving, and promptly vanished into the horizon alongside his companion. By the time the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family arrived, all they could see was Mo Tianxing's fleeting silhouette leaping across the rooftops. The elderly man, with a white beard, couldn't help but sigh, his gaze tinged with complexity. Indeed, that child harbors resentment towards our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. I wonder if Xue'er is still around. The middle-aged man, somewhat frivolous, merely wished to resolve the matter swiftly. As for the mother and child who had fallen into obscurity, they should be retrieved without further ado, for the roundabout complications were tiresome. Yu Tianheng was also present, his mind echoing with a particular phrase. Mo Tianxing turned out to be his cousin, and he was the younger brother of that extraordinary genius. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxing, accompanied by Qian Renxue, soared towards the outskirts of the imperial capital. While it was described as flying, it was more akin to leaping atop the rooftops. As Qian Renxue, pulled along by Mo Tianxing, gazed at his resolute profile, her heart stirred with a subtle emotion. It is worth noting that they were both children cast aside. Qian Renxue's gaze became somewhat distant. Mo Tianxing brought him to a secluded mountain near the imperial capital, where the entire grandeur of the city could be clearly observed. Your Highness, have you summoned me for a particular reason? Mo Tianxing inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression grave and somewhat indifferent. Qian Renxue felt a deep sigh within her heart. If she were to find herself in such a predicament, she would undoubtedly experience immense internal struggle, anxiety, and anguish. Where were they when the family needed them the most? Only appearing when he could stand on his own. It truly provoked a sense of resentment. Are you all right? Qian Renxue asked cautiously, uncertain whether her arrival was ill-timed or perfectly opportune. Mo Tianxing's experiences closely mirror hers. Both are forsaken children, both are exceptionally gifted prodigies, with their cultivation levels nearly equal, and even their martial souls are embodiments of opposing forces of light and darkness. Mo Tianxing seemed to be a mirror reflecting her other self, where she perceived the shadows of her own struggles within him. Perhaps this was the impetus of fate. They bore such a striking resemblance to one another that they could either become confidants, sharing endless conversations, or adversaries locked in fierce opposition. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. The two wandered along the narrow mountain path, seeking solace in nature. Qian Renxue occasionally glanced back, attentive to every subtle movement of Mo Tianxing. Comprehending his intentions and discerning his thoughts, they traversed the forest in silence, and Mo Tianxing, no fool, keenly sensed that she might have misunderstood something, perhaps stirred by a sense of compassion. The resemblance between them was striking, easily fostering a profound connection. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the summit of the low mountain ridge. Mo Tianxing found a relatively flat boulder, casually tidied it up a bit, and sat down, gazing at the bustling imperial capital below. At that moment, Qian Renxue also approached and sat close beside him. Are you lost in thought? Qian Renxue inquired, observing his profile. Her heart stirred, feeling a compelling urge to lend him a hand. Mo Tianxing remained silent, appearing somewhat forlorn. Would you care to listen to my tale? Qian Renxue gazed into the distance, a serene smile gracing her visage. Mo Tianxing turned his head to look at her, clearly sensing a peculiar emotion emanating from her. He gave a slight nod. Chapter 25. Qian Renxue's heart-to-heart. First update. There was no love between her parents, only hatred. From the moment she was born, her mother harbored an intense aversion towards her, perpetually wearing a cold expression and never bestowing a smile upon her. Qian Renxue pretended that this was someone else's tale. Yet, when she touched upon the long-buried memories, she found that her once unyielding heart still stirred with emotion. What is maternal love? The books say it is the most selfless love in the world. To her, it was something she had never touched or possessed. Mo Tianxing sat quietly beside her, attentively listening, aware of the general narrative concerning Qian Renxue. The little girl she spoke of was, in truth, a reflection of her own past. This innocent child could not comprehend why her mother harbored such disdain for her. She believed it was due to her own inadequacies, her perceived shortcomings, which led to her mother's indifference and lack of affection. As a result, she exerted herself in every endeavor, speaking and acting with great caution. She yearned to demonstrate to her mother that she possessed capability and worth, seeking even the slightest acknowledgement from her. At this juncture, Qian Renxue's gaze became distant, her pupils mirroring the scenes of yesteryears. In her youth, she struggled to find a means to validate herself, resorting to diligently training with her grandfather, outworking and outlearning all her peers. While her father would commend her, her mother had never once taken the initiative to visit her or offer a smile. At that time, she believed these qualities were intrinsic, unseen by her mother, and thought that perhaps when she turned 6 and awakened her martial spirit, she could finally capture her mother's attention. From that moment forward, she longed for maturity, hoping to win her mother's favor. Regrettably, when she was 5, her father suffered severe injuries and fell gravely ill. Each day, she would bow before the statue, fervently praying for her father's swift recovery. Alas, despite her prayers, he ultimately succumbed to his ailments, leaving the family estate under her mother's sole control. From that point onward, she found herself solely reliant on her grandfather. When she turned 6 and awakened her martial spirit, displaying remarkable talent, her grandfather wept with joy. Yet, in her quest to prove herself to her mother, she inadvertently deepened her mother's disdain, for she had inherited her father's martial spirit. As Qian Renxue recounted this, her demeanor was calm, as if she had long since come to terms with it. And what transpired thereafter? Mo Tianxing inquired softly, turning to gaze into her eyes, which seemed to cradle an infinite expanse of starry night, profound and dark. Afterwards, Qian Renxue gently closed her eyes. My mother sent me away and never returned home. Are you jesting with me? A subtle expression flickered across Mo Tianxing's face, a blend of amusement and detachment. No, it's just that the remainder is indeed difficult to narrate. Qian Renxue replied with a soft smile, feigning that it was merely a tale. Mo Tianxing could never fathom the truth. Perhaps he merely believed it to be a comfort, a fabricated tale. What she did not realize was that Mo Tianxing was well aware of everything, merely feigning ignorance. While one might assume he lingered at the surface, in reality, he was perched in the stratosphere, perusing the script. Did that little girl later find friends? If she had a companion, perhaps the burdens of her heart would lighten somewhat. Mo Tianxing gently remarked. Qian Renxue was taken aback. But that is merely a story, yet I took it to heart. Mo Tianxing gazed into her eyes, a subtle smile gracing his features, while Qian Renxue's expression froze momentarily, rendering her speechless. If I could encounter her, perhaps I could bring a touch of joy to her childhood, rewriting this narrative. Some individuals are healed by their childhood throughout their lives. Others spend their entire existence seeking to heal the wounds of their youth. Mo Tianxing stated calmly. Qian Renxue was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Tell me, if during the girl's formative years, someone had encouraged her, supported her, and understood her, would she not have embraced hope for her life? Mo Tianxing turned his gaze to her eyes. In truth, that little girl was not at fault. The fault lies within the world. Yet, to claim that this world is entirely devoid of goodness would also be inaccurate, for at the very least, it is peaceful, free from the ravages of war. The sorrow and joy of existence are relative. It is impossible for no one to suffer, for such a world would be excessively idealistic and abstract, unattainable in reality. Qian Renxue listened intently to his words. And what of the divine realm? Might it manifest as an ideal world? Mo Tianxing chuckled. I am not a deity, nor have I ventured into the realm of the divine. However, it ultimately depends on the essence of the beings that inhabit such a realm. If they are still human, there would be little fundamental change. Greed is intrinsic to human nature. In truth, if we were to lose the struggle and the myriad emotions of this world, it might very well lose its significance. Who can say for certain? What we truly need is to seize the present, to live splendidly, and to have no regrets for this journey through the mortal realm. Mo Tianxing's words plunged Qian Renxue into profound astonishment, delivering a tremendous shock to her spirit. Viewing the world from an alternate perspective unveiled a new realm for her. The misfortunes of her childhood had already transpired. Yet now she resolved to seize the fortune that lay before her. A subtle smile gradually graced Qian Renxue's face as she regarded the dark-clad youth beside her through the lens of her identity as Xue'er, the crown prince. Her eyes shimmering with brilliance. In that moment, she was certain that this boy was an angel sent to rescue her. She had already missed so much and did not wish to let anything slip away again. Everything depended on her own grasp. He was shrouded in mystery, igniting her profound curiosity. Rising from the great boulder, Qian Renxue caught Mo Tianxing's gaze, observing the glimmer in his eyes. She extended a hand towards him. "Would you be willing to be my friend?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. Mo Tianxing naturally placed his hand on it. "Are you trying to save me?" Mo Tianxing gazed at her ethereal beauty, faintly perceiving the outline of Qian Renxue. "It seems you can find your own way out. There is no need for rescue," Qian Renxue remarked with a gentle laugh. Having grown weary of the mountaintop scenery, the two prepared to descend. "What brings you to the Sunset Forest? Are you planning to unearth treasures? After all, times are tough at home, unlike your highness. What treasures could possibly be found in the forest? Moreover, it is perilous. Will any elders accompany you? I can navigate around the soul beasts. I have a master, quite formidable. Is he a divine craftsman?" Qian Renxue inquired cautiously, suspecting that the other's hidden weapons bore the mark of a divine artisan's craftsmanship. Mo Tianxing paid her no heed, as uttering anything seemed overly deliberate. "Could your master possibly be the reclusive Qian Daoliu?" Qian Renxue scrutinized his expression, observing every nuance. Qian Daoliu was her father's killer and a master craftsman. If Mo Tianxing's mentor were indeed him, she would be filled with trepidation, everything would be in vain, and he would stand opposed to her. Mo Tianxing naturally discerned his thoughts and gently shook his head, prompting Qian Renxue to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "My teacher is an unparalleled beauty," she exclaimed, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Pray tell, what treasure are you speaking of?" "I shan't reveal it. It is my secret." Chapter 26. The Eye of Ice and Fire, revised. In the imperial palace of the Tiandou Empire, within the prince's chamber, Qian Renxue sat before her vanity, lost in thought, replaying Mo Tianxing's words in her mind until, after a prolonged silence, she regained her focus. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld the visage of a handsome youth, her brow emanating a golden glow. A remarkable transformation had taken place, revealing a delicate face as radiant as jade. Her previously neat short hair had cascaded into long, golden locks. The reflection before her showcased a breathtaking beauty. This was her true appearance. The earlier guise of Xue'er had merely been a disguise crafted through her head soul bone skill, undetectable even by a titled Douluo. She meticulously examined her features, her pupils reflecting Mo Tianxing's silhouette. "Is it the Sunset Forest?" Qian Renxue murmured, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Rising, she turned towards the bathroom, where warm waves enveloped her in a misty ambience. After a considerable while, she emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a long-forgotten white dress, her figure graceful and poised. Observing her reflection, she formed a smile. The image mirrored back at her was as radiant as spring blooms, albeit with slightly pale lips. Seated at the vanity, she rummaged through the drawer to find a light-hued lipstick, applying it with delicate strokes. The reflection that stared back at her was somewhat unfamiliar yet vibrantly alive, imbued with newfound energy. "This time, I shall live for myself." Meanwhile, with the aid of the divine technique of simulating his aura, Mo Tianxing deftly evaded those who pursued him. He slightly altered his appearance, donning a loose black cloak that obscured his visage, and approached the periphery of the Sunset Forest with a serpentine grace. While he wished to keep the gathering of the ice and fire duality eyes celestial herbs a secret, he chose to confide in only Qian Renxue. In truth, this was an opportunity he extended to her, a chance for serendipity. Should she venture alone, Mo Tianxing would not hesitate to lead her through the vast expanses of the Sunset Forest to scour the treasures of the enigmatic Douluo, and perhaps gift her a celestial herb, nurturing their bond amidst the wilderness. However, if she were to arrive accompanied by those from the Spirit Hall, intent on probing into his background, he would regretfully decline any encounter, swiftly plucking the herb and departing. Upon returning to the Soul Beast Forest, Mo Tianxing found himself surprisingly at ease, his spirits lifted. Sometimes, after prolonged sojourns in the realm of humanity, returning to the embrace of nature brought a profound tranquility. Mo Tianxing could only recall the Eye of Ice and Fire nestled within a valley perpetually shrouded in toxic mist, the precise orientation of which eluded him. Primarily due to the vastness of the Sunset Forest, he faintly remembered a soul beast resembling a scorpion, seemingly named Pink Lady or something akin, which allowed scorpions to thrive. Enveloped in a ceaseless veil of clouds and fog, undiscovered by outsiders. This location was likely situated in the heavily humid southern region and should be found within the perilous depths of the Sunset Forest. Proceeded directly into the depths of the Sunset Forest, The higher-level soul beasts, sensing the aura emanating from him, had already retreated in advance. He felt somewhat speechless as he had captured a saber-toothed tiger with a millennium of cultivation, one capable of understanding human speech. Its impressive length reached 4 meters. With sleek fur and a mouthful of sharp fangs, currently held down by, lying on the ground, too intimidated to move. Do you comprehend the existence of a valley shrouded in poisonous mist, encircled by towering mountains? Inquired. The saber-toothed tiger slightly nodded, seemingly aware of such a place. That's good to know, remarked, clapping his hands as he mounted the saber-toothed tiger. Let us proceed, lead the way. The saber-toothed tiger swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest, heading south at an astonishing pace, having already developed its own intelligence. It discerned from the dragonic aura surrounding that he was likely a formidable being, possibly a reincarnated soul beast of 100,000 years, thus it was extremely obedient. One cannot deny the vastness of the sunset forest, even with the guidance of the saber-toothed tiger. Required nearly a day to arrive at the mysterious valley filled with toxic mist. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the valley shrouded in a green toxic mist and leapt down from the saber-toothed tiger, which quietly remained crouched in place. This must be the location. Mo Tianxing turned around and discovered that the saber-toothed tiger had not departed. Its desire for survival was indeed profound. Are you waiting for my return? Mo Tianxing inquired. The saber-toothed tiger gazed at him and slightly nodded, exhibiting remarkable docility. After all, it would be foolish for a formidable beast to forsake the support of a powerful ally. Mo Tianxing found himself in a state of bemusement. With an understanding that was almost uncanny, he raised his hand to gently stroke the character Wang emblazoned on its forehead, channeling a trace of life essence through the blade of beings within it. Wait for my return, he declared before turning to stride towards the valley shrouded in a green toxic fog. This noxious mist emanated from a flower known as the 7 absolute flowers of the green scales, which posed a lethal barrier for lower-tier soul masters. Yet, for Mo Tianxing it held no sway, as the blade of beings within him effortlessly neutralized its effects. He traversed the toxic haze with determination, ascending the mountain until he stood atop the valley's peak. There, he gazed upon the rolling clouds, suffused with the golden-red hues of the setting sun, resembling undulating waves. Indeed, the sunset forest lived up to its name. Enveloped in toxic mist below and cloud cover above, this precious land remained isolated from the world, drawing little attention. It left one pondering how Douluo had initially discovered such a hidden gem. Mo Tianxing soared directly towards the mist-shrouded valley, simultaneously activating his second soul skill, Dragon Transformation. From his back sprouted a pair of ebony dragon wings, propelling him downward with remarkable speed. He pierced through the clouds enveloping the valley, akin to a black dragon descending. And from the sky, one could behold the central ice-fire spring. Below lay a vibrant expanse, lush and verdant. Douluo was not present in this location, and the system's danger assessment rated only a single star. As for the origin of that solitary star, if one were to recklessly consume the mystical herbs or poison, there existed a certain probability of being sent away. A smile graced Mo Tianxing's face. The eye of ice and fire, here I come. Prior to his descent, he deftly stirred the wings behind him, gently alighting on the edge of the eye of ice and fire. This was an elliptical pool, its waters divided into milky white and vibrant crimson. Though contained within the same basin, the two colors remained distinctly separate, resembling the emblem of yin and yang. The milky white represented the chilling yin spring, while the fiery red signified the scorching yang spring. At the focal point of the eye of ice and fire, 2 small patches of land emerged. On the central piece of land in the chilling yin spring, a white herb flourished, its top resembling a grand white flower. Octagonal in shape, with its center glimmering like ice crystals dotted with delicate stamens. In contrast, the circular land in the heart of the scorching yang spring hosted a plant reminiscent of cabbage, yet entirely ablaze in red. These were the 8-pointed mystic ice herb and the fiery apricot vegetable, the 2 celestial herbs that had long occupied Mo Tianxing's thoughts. Mo Tianxing immediately spread his wings and soared towards the octagonal frost grass. He plucked its icy heart and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the breath of frost unfurled within him, causing even the 6-ringed soul emperor Mo Tianxing to feel a chill coursing through his body. He then rushed towards the fire apricot blossom, his claws slicing through the plant with lethal precision to extract its core. He consumed the red heart, and the polar attributes of ice and fire began to radiate within him. Without delay, he plunged into the spring of ice and fire, commencing the refinement of the medicinal properties from the 2 celestial herbs. Chapter 27. Gathering Celestial Herbs. Mo Tianxing ventured deep into the spring of the ice and fire duality eye. Harnessing the external forces of the chilling yin spring and the searing yang spring to temper the raging elemental powers within him. Beneath the surface of the spring, he sensed the potent medicinal properties of the two celestial herbs within his body, inadvertently awakening his golden eye black dragon martial spirit, which manifested as a layer of pitch black and formidable dragon scales. These scales bore luminous patterns reminiscent of molten lava, while on the opposite side, frosty markings emerged, creating an extraordinarily bizarre interplay of red and blue. Fortunately, his physique was sufficiently resilient and domineering, enabling him to withstand the fierce clash of these opposing forces within. While adeptly adjusting the internal balance between them, gradually he discovered a point of convergence, amalgamating the two powers and silently refining their medicinal essence. The entire sacred ground fell into a profound silence as night quietly enveloped the area. The temperature remained relatively stable due to the insulating effect of the valley's cloud cover, resulting in only a minor difference between day and night. After a little over an hour, the previously tranquil ice and fire extreme spring suddenly exhibited a ripple of disturbance, and a dark shadow surged upward from beneath the water. With a splash, a pitch-black figure broke through the surface of the dual springs, soaring into the air with magnificent black dragon wings unfurled, suspended above the eye of ice and fire. He emanated a blend of scorching heat and icy breath, his long, dark hair billowing around him, and his golden eyes sparkling with brilliance. It was none other than Mo Tianxing, having just absorbed the essence of the two celestial herbs. He was met with a system notification, ding. Successfully absorbed the 8-pointed mystic ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, gaining immunity to ice and fire elements. Reward, 5,000 years of cultivation. His cultivation level surged to 39,700 years. Mo Tianxing could distinctly perceive the surge of power within him, as his soul force soared through several levels in rapid succession. More importantly, he felt a marked acceleration in his cultivation speed. His prowess was perpetually on the rise, even while reclining in repose. The phenomenon of automatic enhancement had always been present, albeit at a languid pace, contributing minuscule increments akin to the mere appendage of a mosquito. However, now, with the transformative effects of the octagonal xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, the rate of self-improvement had escalated dramatically, evolving from a trifling increase to a significantly beneficial boon. Mo Tianxing arrived at the edge of the eye of ice and fire, feeling the transformation of power within him, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. He then lifted his head and beheld the other celestial herbs flourishing by the spring's edge, his eyes instantly brightening with delight. Without hesitation, he retrieved a jade medicinal hoe from his storage ring and began to excavate the celestial herbs, roots and soil included. The first target of his attention was a plant whose roots and leaves resembled delicate wisteria drapes, intricately combed, crowned by a resplendent golden tulip. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped Mo Tianxing, drawing him into a state of bliss. This was the ethereal and fragrant Yuxiang Qilua celestial herb. Mo Tianxing's gaze was piercingly bright. This celestial herb possesses the remarkable ability to counteract myriad toxins, rendering its consumer impervious to all poisons. This elixir holds immense value. Mo Tianxing decisively uprooted it and transplanted it into his own miniature realm, nurturing it with spiritual spring water, allowing it to rejuvenate. Suddenly, a system notification sprang forth before his eyes. Ding. Successfully cultivated the fragrant Qilua, activating the elixir system. Celestial herb recorded successfully. Reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. Mo Tianxing's cultivation suddenly soared from 39,700 years to 40,700 years. He found himself momentarily stunned. Was this system truly capable of such wonders? Furthermore, it possessed a function for cataloging spiritual herbs. This left him in a state of despair, as he had consumed both the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. He immediately opened the system's spiritual herb catalog and breathed a sigh of relief. The two herbs he had consumed were indeed listed in the catalog, occupying the first and second positions, while the third was the fragrant Qian flower. The catalog meticulously detailed the effects and age of these spiritual herbs, leaving no stone unturned. Thankfully, there was no loss. However, refining the two divine herbs directly rewarded him with 5,000 years of cultivation, and merely recording a single divine herb granted an additional 1,000 years. It appeared that this was the incentive provided by the spiritual herb catalog system. Mo Tianxing was eager to utilize this opportunity to enhance his cultivation. He promptly shifted his focus and continued to harvest other divine herbs. In a corner, he spotted a peculiar tulip, the Qian tulip. He recalled that after Ning Rongrong had consumed this divine herb, her martial soul, the 7 treasure glaze tile, had undergone a transformative evolution into the 9 treasure glaze tile, the very shackles that the 7 treasure glaze sect had long yearned to break. Promptly collected the others, knowing they would be of great use in the future. Ding. Successfully recorded the Qilua tulip, reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Successfully recorded the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. Reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Successfully recorded the 8-petal immortal orchid. Reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Successfully recorded the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Reward, 1,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Successfully recorded. Observing his rapidly increasing cultivation, the spiritual fields within his small world gradually flourished with more celestial herbs, filling his heart with immense joy. The Eye of Ice and Fire had indeed not disappointed him, nor had the system. Just as he was filled with delight and approached the next celestial herb to collect, he halted in his steps beside it, his smile fading slightly. It was a seemingly ordinary white flower, palm-sized and resembling a peony, with a few blood-red petals. It lacked leaves, its stem connected to a dark stone, as if it had sprouted directly from that obsidian rock. The heartbreak red. Knowing what Xiao Wu had endured, he instinctively felt a twinge of aversion towards this celestial herb. It seemed that the couples it acknowledged often met with tragic fates, their endings excessively sorrowful. Perhaps it inherently symbolized separation and grief. Mo Tianxing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to take the entire celestial herb with him. The love acknowledged by this flower was destined to meet an unfortunate end. He feared that possessing this entity would lead to the repetition of history, and thus, it was imperative that this celestial herb be removed. Proceeded to gather more celestial herbs. After encircling the area, he successfully harvested a total of 11 celestial plants, along with several highly aged spiritual medicines, which he unearthed along with their roots and soil. Laboring tirelessly until the early hours of the night within the realm of ice and fire. The pursuit of celestial herbs and the search for spiritual medicines had significantly augmented his cultivation, amounting to nearly 17,000 years, a truly formidable gain. Presently, his cultivation approached 52,000 years, granting him the prowess equivalent to that of a 7-ring soul saint within the soul master hierarchy. With the addition of the 7th ring, he would attain his martial soul's true form. The manifestation of the golden-eyed black dragon's martial soul at the 7-ring soul saint level marked a pivotal moment, a watershed in the true unleashing of his supreme martial soul's power. Without further delay, sought a secluded cave and, after selecting the 7th soul ring from the system shop, confirmed his choice. A swirling black soul ring materialized once more. Ant's martial soul was instinctively released, adorned with 6 enormous, jet black soul rings. As his cultivation age advanced, all 6 soul rings had been elevated to the astonishing level of 52,000 years, particularly enhancing the effects of the soul skills governed by the age of the soul rings, which had nearly doubled in efficacy. Chapter 28, Confrontation with the Poison Douluo. Within the cave, at this moment, Mo Tianxing was absorbing the 7th spirit ring. Dark radiance flickered around him, and the golden-eyed black dragon martial spirit behind him began to undergo a transformation. Its overall stature elevated slightly, becoming more solid and defined. The golden-eyed black dragon emanated a profound aura of darkness that compressed the surrounding space, giving rise to a swirling vortex of purple-black in the void. Its golden eyes resembled the sun, shimmering with a golden brilliance. As the 7th spirit ring gradually took shape, the transformation of the golden-eyed black dragon was also completed. Mo Tianxing abruptly opened his eyes, his golden irises shimmering with divine radiance, combined with the formidable aura of his martial soul behind him. An overwhelming dragon might envelop the surroundings, creating a seamless unity. The surging power of the black dragon coursed through his meridians, invigorating every limb and bone. Ding! Your martial soul has successfully transformed from the golden-eyed black dragon to the golden-eyed black dragon king, achieving a transcendence from a supreme martial soul to a divine martial soul. Mo Tianxing felt the overwhelming and unparalleled power coursing through his body, as if he embodied the golden-eyed black dragon king, gazing down upon the world with an imposing presence that commanded respect without the need for anger. Surrounding him were 7 majestic black soul rings, each significantly larger than the others, as dark as ink. Attaining the rank of 7-ringed soul sage marked a pivotal moment for soul masters, representing the true manifestation of their martial spirits. Having stepped into the realm of soul sage, he had firmly established himself among the world's elite, distinguished only by differences in soul power, soul rings, and physical constitution when compared to an 8-ringed soul Douluo. At this moment, Mo Tianxing resembled a colossal humanoid dragon, possessing a physical strength that even a Tiandou Douluo could not rival. A mere stomp of his foot could fracture the very earth beneath him. His soul power far exceeded that of a soul sage, reaching the formidable level of a soul Douluo, with soul rings that were overwhelmingly powerful, each boasting an impressive age of 50,000 years. In his current state, even an 8-ring soul Douluo posed no threat to him, and he possessed a considerable degree of self-preservation against a 9-ring Tiandou Douluo. Without the Eye of Ice and Fire, he would not have been able to elevate his cultivation to the threshold of a 50,000-year 7-ring soul sage so swiftly. Mo Tianxing, feeling thoroughly satisfied, retracted his martial soul and soul rings. Acknowledging the benefits derived from Douluo, he felt compelled to offer some form of recompense, lest he feel a twinge of guilt. Thus, Mo Tianxing extracted a small piece of paper and, with fervent strokes, penned a remedy for the antidote to the venom of the azure-scaled serpent. He affixed the note to the rocky wall before making his way toward the cave's entrance. Having gained a decade's advantage, the toxin should not have permeated too deeply into Douluo's bones, making it far easier for his beloved granddaughter to effect a cure. However, upon reaching the cave mouth, Mo Tianxing was met with the sight of the now barren treasure trove he had previously plundered, prompting him to smack his forehead in exasperation. Never mind. He decided to concoct an antidote to mitigate the onset of the toxin. Otherwise, he would surely drive Douluo to madness. Mo Tianxing promptly returned to the cave, where he personally crafted a medicinal cauldron and commenced the meticulous process of concocting an antidote. Within the array of elixirs, he infused a trace of the essence of the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery properties of the flamboyant apricot blossom herb's essence. After dedicating the better part of a day to this endeavor, he finally concluded his work as dawn began to break. Mo Tianxing carefully placed the refined elixir into a jade vial, intending to leave it in its current location. Suddenly, the system activated, and the previously moderate danger level surged from 1.5 to a striking orange-red 4 stars. Concurrently, a hoarse roar from an elder echoed through the valley, reverberating ominously. Could it be that Douluo has returned? Mo Tianxing immediately retracted the 3 vials of antidote in his hand and activated his first soul skill, Mirage of Blossoms and Water, Breath Simulation. With this ability in effect, Douluo was unable to fully perceive the true form of the protagonist's martial spirit. His figure swiftly transformed, draped in a black cloak that concealed his visage. A pair of enormous black dragon wings unfurled from his back. Douluo gazed upon the ravaged expanse of his precious herb garden, fury igniting within him, as he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Who dares to desecrate my apothecary? His emerald eyes brimmed with murderous intent, fingers curling into claw-like shapes in rage, as his Bilan Serpent Emperor martial spirit manifested. Beneath him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings ascended, their aura unabashedly piercing the sky, shattering the clouds above. He quickly sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the cavern within the mountain. Instantly, he transformed into a green streak of light, soaring towards the cave with great speed. How dare you linger near my possessions? Truly, you court death. A pitch-black figure erupted from the cave, revealing a hooded man whose features remained obscured, shrouded in 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings. 10,000-year soul rings? Douluo's heart sank as he recognized the opponent's soul ring configuration. He too was a 9-ring Tiandou Douluo, possessing 10,000-year soul rings. In that moment, Douluo's 7th soul ring flared to life, the Bilan Serpent Emperor behind him awakening in response. A flash of light coursed beneath him, and a spiraling, emerald green venomous serpent coiled upward. The Bilan Serpent Emperor stretched dozens of meters in length, its formidable triangular head adorned with a fleshy crown, its lantern-sized vertical pupils glinting with a chilling light. The overwhelming waves of green soul power rippled through the air. Douluo perched atop the serpent's head, his gaze locked onto the enigmatic figure before him, while simultaneously his dark 8th soul ring ignited. The Bilan Serpent Emperor opened its cavernous maw, channeling a terrifying surge of green energy that surged forth with deadly intent. Its soul skill, Time Stasis. Once ensnared by this emerald divine light, even a Tiandou Douluo would find themselves imprisoned. As Mo Tianxing gazed upon the emerald streak hurtling towards him with a ferocious intensity, he could not help but feel somewhat speechless. Without any preamble, his opponent unleashed a series of formidable techniques, clearly holding him in high regard. In response, the 4th soul skill within him ignited, emanating a dense wave of black energy that swiftly expanded outward from his core, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters. Light was devoured, and the world was abruptly shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. This fourth soul skill, known as the Black Domain, caused Douluo to observe the surrounding area succumb to shadow. The emerald divine light emitted by the Emerald Lizard Emperor dwindled by approximately 60% as it traversed through the black expanse, ensnared by a unique negative effect. In the void, black blades of wind surged toward him, with a fifth-grade soul ring that had endured for 52,000 years. It was undeniably on par with the soul techniques of others wielding 7 or 8 rings. Now, within his own domain, where the adversary was deprived of sight, the time to act had finally come. The 7th soul ring on Mo Tianxing illuminated, and beneath the black domain lay an abyssal ocean, from which a colossal being surged forth with great speed. Its golden eyes gleamed like the blazing sun. The golden-eyed black dragon king materialized behind Mo Tianxing, its golden gaze radiating overwhelming, supreme dragon authority. The emerald-scale serpent king quaked in innate fear before it, confronting a terrifying entity that even the emperor among serpents must submit to. Douluo was struck with profound dread. It was entirely reasonable for the opponent to unveil their martial soul true form, yet the nature of this soul was incomprehensible, capable of instilling such trepidation in his emerald-scale serpent king. The true form of the opponent's martial soul was shrouded in the black domain, rendering it impossible for him to discern the nature of this monstrosity. Suddenly, a scarlet glow ignited against the backdrop of darkness. Douluo's heart raced in terror. Was that the soul skill of 100,000 years from the 9th soul ring? In the black domain, Mo Tianxing had already activated his 2nd soul skill, Dragon Transformation. Cloaked in scales, with a simultaneous doubling of all attributes, as the 5th soul ring illuminated, the dark dragon energy in the void coalesced into an ebony dragon spear, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction. Following the breath simulation, the 5th soul ring was revealed to be the 9th red one of 100,000 years. 5th soul skill, Black Soul Dragon Killing Spear. A 100% enhancement from the 2nd soul skill, combined with a 60% damage reduction and a 60% damage increase from the black domain. Amidst these accumulative augmentations, the 5th soul skill of the 7-ringed soul sage faced off against the 8th soul skill of a 9-ringed title Douluo, empowered by the breath simulation. The Black Soul Dragon Killing Spear clashed fiercely with the emerald long rainbow exhaled by the emerald-scale Serpent King, the terrifying force tearing the green rainbow asunder and rapidly enlarging the resulting fissure. Douluo's complexion drastically changed. He recognized that in close combat, he was among the weakest of the title Douluo, and against an opponent wielding a red 100,000-year soul ring, he was unlikely to prevail. Without hesitation, Douluo commanded the emerald-scale Serpent King to turn and flee. The brilliance of the Black Soul Dragon Killing Spear rent through the remnants of the green rainbow, surging unimpeded from the black domain and creating a vast void in the sky. As Douluo broke free from the pitch-black domain, he stood atop the crown of the emerald-scale Serpent King, feeling a sudden lightness, his expression cold as he regarded the mysterious dark domain. The opponent's enigmatic domain was exceedingly abnormal. Within that black sphere, his strength was diminished by about 60%, and he was burdened with an exceedingly high susceptibility to damage. Even if he wished to engage fiercely, being gradually weakened in such a manner would leave him in a state of utter frustration. The collision just now had awakened him to a sobering clarity. As Mo Tianxing observed the stillness of the solitary bow from beyond the black domain, he retracted the dark expanse, allowing the sky to regain its vivid hues. Douluo, standing 500 meters away, beheld the black-clad figure suspended in the air, arms crossed behind him, his presence marked solely by the flickering of 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red, while his true martial soul remained concealed. Such audacity was truly remarkable. A murderous glint flashed in Douluo's eyes as he confronted him, daring to forego his martial spirit's true form. In truth, Mo Tianxing had not yet descended into such arrogance. The towering form of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, his martial soul, still loomed behind him, hidden through a simulation of aura. Yet, to masquerade as an unparalleled powerhouse, one must foster an atmosphere of intimidation, for the more brazen one appeared, the more convincing their facade became. Within the 500-meter radius, even if the opponent intended a sudden assault, Mo Tianxing possessed ample time to activate the black domain and engage. Who are you? Why have you destroyed my medicinal herbs? Douluo's voice was as frigid as a glacier, devoid of warmth for the one who had ravaged his precious plants. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a treasure of the world, devoid of ownership. There is no place for you or me here. Mo Tianxing replied, feigning a deep, resonant tone typical of a middle-aged man. Friend, matters must be approached in order. I have claimed dominion here, while you have brazenly intruded. Do you truly believe Douluo is easy to bully? A flicker of murderous intent danced in Douluo's emerald gaze. This place is rife with poisonous flora. One misstep could lead to your demise. Even if granted another 10 or 8 years, you might perish before concocting an antidote. Mo Tianxing feigned profundity. Douluo's expression tightened. How did he know? What do you mean? Your martial soul devours its master, not only consuming you, but also endangering your descendants. This martial spirit should never have been cultivated, yet you chose the path of a soul master, poisoning future generations. Mo Tianxing's words struck at the very heart of Douluo. Douluo was seething with rage, memories of his prematurely departed son and his granddaughter, born cursed. Tormented by snake venom, flashing through his mind. The truth of the biphosphorus snake emperor's martial soul gnawed at him. Its toxins would gradually erode its master and be passed down to progeny. Herein lies the antidote, but should you falter, even if granted another decade, you would be unable to produce it, for you fear to disturb those lethal plants. Mo Tianxing smirked. He had laid bare his position. Aware of the poison and the means to counteract it, for this place also harbored the materials necessary for crafting the antidote. Douluo was profoundly shaken by these revelations. His gaze dropping as he noted that the herbs removed were precisely those he feared to touch, including the 2 exceedingly toxic plants within the ice and fire spring that had been harvested. The stranger possessed knowledge of pharmacology and knew how to counter the toxicity of his martial soul. Who are you? Douluo's brow furrowed, his tone softening. While he acknowledged that he was not as skilled as his adversary, he was astonished that there existed someone more knowledgeable about poisons than he, the poison Douluo. Few possessed a 9th ring with a soul ring of 100,000 years. In his understanding, there were only 2, Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, and Tang Hao, lauded as the youngest title Douluo in the world. The figure in black consistently shrouded his martial soul, which was evidently renowned, or one whose identity could be surmised upon revelation. Could it be the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao? Douluo's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. His conjecture remained unconfirmed. Who I am is of little consequence. I possess what you seek, Mo Tianxing stated calmly, revealing 3 jade vials in his hand, causing Douluo's pupils to constrict slightly. Mo Tianxing casually tossed 3 vials of antidote into the air, which sliced through the void. Douluo raised his hand and deftly caught them. He promptly uncorked one of the vials, inhaling the aroma of the medicine and discerning several of its ingredients. However, he pondered the cost of this remedy. Douluo frowned. The antidote appeared reliable. At the very least, it would not lead to his demise, and perhaps it was indeed a genuine cure. At the level of a title Douluo, there was little reason for the other party to deceive him. The destruction of this precious land and the harvesting of spiritual herbs hardly constituted a sacrifice. The world invariably acknowledges the strong. Those lacking skill cannot safeguard anything, including this treasured land. I have a disciple in the Tiandou Empire, and it would be inconvenient for me to intervene, Mo Tianxing stated calmly, implying that those who understood would grasp the meaning behind his words. Douluo, however, felt relieved. If the individual before him was indeed Tang Hao, his identity would indeed render him unable to appear publicly. What is his name? Douluo inquired, tacitly affirming Mo Tianxing's status. Mo Tianxing, he declared, revealing his own name. Having a title Douluo to shield him would certainly facilitate matters within the Tiandou Empire, and his own strength provided a degree of self-protection. Furthermore, the knowledge of having a title Dome Master would circulate discreetly among the higher echelons, achieving his intended purpose. Of course, had he known that the other party was associating his identity with Tang Hao, he might not have found it amusing. Chapter 30. The Sovereign of Soul Beasts. Upon returning to his rocky cavern, Douluo noticed a note affixed to the wall. With a look of skepticism, he removed it to read, compress the toxins into the soul bone and take the antidote as prescribed. Note, your granddaughter is equally affected. Douluo snorted softly, his expression somewhat peculiar, clearly indicating that the individual had long been plotting. He casually discarded the note, which was immediately consumed by green energy, turning to ash. He then sat cross-legged, retrieving a pill to swallow, and began the process of refining it. The disciple's name is Mo Tianxing. I am curious to see what abilities he possesses. Just as Mo Tianxing descended from the eye of ice and fire, he yawned, pondering who might be thinking of him. Upon his descent, he noticed that the saber-toothed tiger was still patiently waiting for him, which lifted his spirits. It was the perfect opportunity to ride it around the core of the Sunset Forest, searching for treasures. The core area of the Sunset Forest was vast, Home to 3 overlords, formidable soul beasts with cultivation spanning nearly 80,000 years, although none had yet reached the century mark. Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the ancient saber-toothed tiger of immense cultivation, set forth to pay his respects to the 3 formidable sovereigns of the setting sun forest. The 3 lords of this realm are the Silver Moon Howling Sky Wolf King, who resides atop the majestic Tianxiao Mountain, the earth-shattering Dragon King, and the man-faced Demon Spider King dwelling in the Toxic Pool. The first 2 are soul beast monarchs with an impressive 80,000 years of cultivation, while the man-faced Demon Spider King, boasting only 50,000 years, wields an unparalleled potency through its venom and the sharpness of its 8 spider spears, capable of easily piercing the defenses of most soul beasts, rendering its combat prowess on par with the former 2 sovereigns. Due to its deadly toxins, even the other 2 monarchs hesitate to engage it. Upon Mo Tianxing's arrival in the domain of the earth-shattering Dragon King, the colossal beast, basking in the sun and towering at a height of nearly 100 meters, immediately sensed an overwhelming dragon might, akin to the descent of a dragon deity. It trembled in response, rising abruptly as the earth quaked beneath its weight. Fixating its gaze upon the source of the formidable aura, it charged forth with unrestrained haste. To comprehend the scale of this creature, one must recognize its sheer mass, weighing in at tens of thousands of tons. Its thunderous strides sent tremors through the ground. The saber-toothed tiger, traversing the ancient path of the jungle with Mo Tianxing, suddenly sensed a titanic force barreling towards them, shaking the very earth with its approach. Ancient trees, less than 50 meters tall, crumbled effortlessly in the wake of this behemoth. Even from 500 meters away, one could discern its mountainous form. Adorned with rock-like dorsal fins and covered in stony scales, a truly formidable soul beast monarch. Indeed, it was the 80,000-year-old earth-shattering Dragon King. In comparison to the towering figure of the Dragon King, the saber-toothed tiger, merely a few meters tall, appeared as a diminutive feline before an elephant, vulnerable to the mere weight of a single foot. In the hierarchy of soul masters, this matchup resembles a 5-ringed soul king against an 8-ringed soul Douluo, a clear disparity of power. Confronted by one of the 3 sovereigns of the setting sun forest, the saber-toothed tiger quivered in trepidation, feeling more like a fox cloaked in the majesty of the soul beast than the fierce predator it truly was. Overwhelmed with fear, it anxiously contemplated the possibility of being crushed beneath the earth-shattering Dragon King's foot. Mo Tianxing gazed at the towering, which loomed before him like a small mountain. Taishan leaped forward, maintaining an unwavering composure, entirely unfazed by the presence of such a formidable opponent. It was all a testament to sheer strength. Not only was this being the master of soul beasts for 80,000 years, but even one of 90,000 years would find itself easily overturned by him. As they approached, the saber-toothed tiger trembled uncontrollably. Just as it seemed on the brink of collapsing to the ground, the earth suddenly quaked, as if a mountain had crumbled, accompanied by a resounding roar and a cloud of dust rising into the air. In a stunning turn of events, they knelt before Mo Tianxing, weeping profusely. Witnessing this spectacle left Mo Tianxing momentarily speechless. His martial soul had ascended to that of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, a being regarded as sovereign even among pure-blood dragon clans, and an emperor-like figure to the subdragon species. Thus, for the subdragon clans, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King indeed represented the pinnacle of authority. Feel free to kneel, but what is this talk of my lord? Mo Tianxing inquired, perplexed. Having cultivated for 80,000 years, naturally comprehended human language. Is your true form the golden-eyed Black Dragon King? They looked up at Mo Tianxing, still teary-eyed. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. You are our sovereign, the supreme ruler of all spirit beasts. The king of the cracked mountain earth dragon spoke. The supreme ruler of all spirit beasts? Upon hearing the familiar title, Mo Tianxing felt a moment of astonishment. Wasn't that the honorific of the beast god emperor? How had it come to be associated with him? Where did you hear such a thing? Mo Tianxing gazed at the individual before him with a face full of skepticism. The emerald swan, seemingly named by Ji, appeared to have chosen the path of transformation as well, her cultivation far surpassing that of the rest of us. She had once proclaimed that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King would become the sovereign of all soul beasts, the ruler over us all. The mountain-splitting Earth Dragon King spoke eloquently. The listeners were left in a state of astonishment upon hearing Mo Tianxing's words. Biki? Was she the illustrious Emerald Swan, ranked 4th among the 10 fearsome beasts, possessing an astonishing cultivation of 570,000 years? The Emerald Swan, renowned as the most formidable healing soul beast, indeed existed in this realm. It was even rumored that several years ago, she traversed the Sunset Forest. informing the rulers of the soul beasts that the golden-eyed black dragon king was the sovereign among them, destined to lead the soul beasts to resurgence. Felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were traversing the very path once taken by the beast god emperor, and with each step, he seemed to stray further from his original course. What secrets did Bai Ji harbor? How could she possibly know that the golden-eyed black dragon king had emerged, claiming the title of the sovereign of soul beasts, destined to lead them to resurgence? Moreover, according to the words of the cracked mountain earth dragon king, she too had assumed a human form, seemingly embarking upon the arduous journey of transformation and rebirth. But where was she now? Inquired, his mind brimming with questions he yearned to pose to her. She had been elusive, having departed several years prior, replied the cracked mountain earth dragon king. At this moment, Mo Tianxing felt a sudden jolt in his heart. A few years ago, was it not precisely when he had just awakened his golden-eyed black dragon martial soul and was in seclusion within the Star Dou Forest? Could it be that his transmigration was somehow linked to her? Had she left behind any words, or indicated where she intended to go? Mo Tianxing's mind was in disarray. What did she truly know? Though there were no messages left behind, as for her destination, it seemed she had vaguely mentioned during her time in the Sunset Forest that she planned to set off for the Arctic ice field. The mountain-fragmenting Dragon King recalled. The Arctic ice field? What business could a Jade Swan have there? Was she perhaps seeking the ice and snow emperors? What exactly was she plotting? At this moment, Mo Tianxing's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 31. Regarding Bai Ji, first update, seeking collections. The Lianshan Earth Dragon King firmly believed that Mo Tianxing was the sovereign. Trailing closely behind him, causing the saber-toothed tiger to tremble in trepidation, reluctant to move, its gaze fixated upon him. The Lianshan Earth Dragon King's eyes were filled with fervent admiration as he regarded him. Mo Tianxing let out a helpless sigh as he rode upon the back of the Earth Dragon King, his heart finally finding satisfaction as he roared twice in a dragon's chant, making his way toward the territory of the Silver Moon Howling Skywolf King. The ancient saber-toothed tiger, with its millennium of cultivation, cautiously accompanied him. Upon arriving at the territory of the Silver Moon Howling Skywolf King, the Wolf King immediately sensed the presence of the Earth Dragon King, who bore upon his back a young man clad in black robes, emanating an overwhelming dragon might. Despite possessing a remarkably fierce bloodline, the Wolf King found itself unable to escape the oppressive aura that was characteristic of a soul beast that had existed for 100 millennia. This individual was a soul beast of human form, and astonishingly, a dragon of that same age. It is well known that dragons are among the most formidable races in existence, capable of transcending the boundaries of cultivation and engaging in combat beyond their years. Such elite soul beasts, once they surpass the 100,000-year threshold, possess powers that far exceed those of ordinary soul beasts of the same age, asserting an indisputable leadership role among them. The arrival of such a terrifying soul beast monarch left the Silver Moon Howling Sky Wolf King astounded. It was immediately reminded of the green-clad woman who had appeared in the Setting Sun Forest years prior, suspected to be a reincarnated 100,000-year soul beast, who spoke of the golden-eyed black dragon king, the future sovereign of soul beasts. Is he truly the one? The Silver Moon Howling Sky Wolf King inquired of the Earth Dragon King, while the 1,000-year saber-toothed tiger remained motionless in deference, recognizing its own inferiority in the presence of such powerful beings. Just sensing the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast exuding from Mo Tianxing had already confirmed to the Silver Moon Howling Sky Wolf King that he was indeed the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The Wolf King was dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the words of that esteemed individual had materialized into reality, living and breathing before them. Was it possible that the esteemed one's prophecy was true? This soul beast supreme would lead them to rise, to no longer suffer under the oppression and hunting by humans. Mo Tianxing verified the words of the mountain-splitting Earth Dragon King through the Silver Moon Howling Sky Wolf King. Several years ago, there indeed lingered a stunning beauty named Bibi in the Sunset Forest, revered as the guardian deity of that realm. Her true form was the Emerald Swan, renowned as the most powerful healing spirit beast, emanating an aura that could only be associated with a soul beast of 100,000 years. Her healing abilities were extraordinarily potent. As long as there was breath within, she could restore vitality in a remarkably short period. During her stay, she treated numerous elderly, weak, and ailing spirit beasts, regardless of their strength, with equal compassion. Even the fearsome and brutal human-faced Demon Spider King, severely wounded by human hunters and on the brink of death, was healed by her, witnessing the miraculous regeneration of its severed legs. From that moment, The human-faced Spider King reigned in its ferocity and retreated into the poison pool to earnestly cultivate. During her time there, harmony reigned among the spirit beasts, and she was revered as the guardian of life. That esteemed being informed them that soon, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King would emerge, the supreme among spirit beasts, the overlord of all spirit creatures. Later, it was heard that she intended to journey to the Arctic ice fields to attend to some matters. The specifics of those matters may be known to the human-faced Spider King, as it had been closer to that esteemed being in the past. The human-faced demon Spider King? Mo Tianxing's brow twitched slightly. He was exceedingly familiar with this lineage of soul beasts. Tang San's external spirit bone was derived from the 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. This entire lineage was notoriously infamous among soul beasts, regarded as the assassins of their kind. It was rare to encounter a man-faced demon spider older than 10,000 years, as they either fell prey to human hunters or were besieged by other soul beasts. To his astonishment, one of the three overlords of the Sunset Forest was a 50,000-year-old man-faced Spider King. After being healed by Baiji, the Spider King inexplicably altered its bloodthirsty nature, which struck him as rather peculiar. A wave of curiosity stirred within him. Consequently, Mo Tianxing's entourage expanded. With the Silver Moon Howling Sky Wolf King and the Cracked Mountain Earth Dragon King, two dominant soul beasts, providing their protection as they journeyed toward the toxic domain of the man-faced Spider King. Upon arriving at the toxic pond, following the path laid out by the two overlords, Mo Tianxing was immediately greeted by a vast emerald green pond, stretching over 100 miles, shrouded in swirling green toxic mist that obscured the depths of the water. The green toxic pond harbored no living creatures, not even fish or shrimp could be found, and the surroundings were devoid of any life. The surface of the pond was as smooth as a mirror, disturbed only by a gentle breeze that stirred a few ripples, failing to raise even the slightest splash. Resembling a stagnant pool, such a desolate place held no value for other soul beasts, yet for the inherently toxic man-faced Spider King, it was akin to paradise. Spider King, come forth, the Cracked Mountain Earth Dragon King proclaimed, extending its enormous paw to press upon the emerald surface, creating ripples that cascaded outward. Mo Tianxing gazed curiously into the depths of the mist-shrouded poison pool. A gentle breeze swept through, yet it could not dispel a hint of the toxic fog. After a brief wait, a colossal black silhouette gradually emerged from the haze, its 8 ebony legs rhythmically undulating across the surface of the water. The face-maned demon Spider King revealed itself, a gigantic arachnid towering over 30 meters in height. Its entire body was shrouded in darkness, adorned with menacing black barbed hairs, while its abdomen bore a long, pallid human visage. Beneath it sprouted 8 extraordinarily robust spider legs, slender and sharp at the tips, as dark as spears, capable of effortlessly perching upon the surface of the pool. Its face was dominated by 8 blood-red eyes, each the size of an infant's fist, fixating on the two formidable soul beast overlords and Mo Tianxing, exuding an aura of chilling dread and terror. The millennium-old saber-toothed tiger trembled in fear before this icy presence, reminiscent of death itself. Before it stood the harbinger of slaughter among soul beasts, the face-maned demon spider. Even with its own millennium of cultivation, it stood no chance, let alone against the king of the 5,000-year-old face-maned demon spiders. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was also scrutinizing the figure before him, the faceless demon Spider King. The aura of malevolence emanating from it was rather juvenile in comparison to his own. It mattered not if the creature had existed for 50,000 years. Even one that had endured for 100,000 would not instill fear in him, let alone attempt to suppress him in terms of presence. The faceless demon Spider King was immediately drawn to the aura surrounding Mo Tianxing. As it endeavored to delve into his essence using its mental prowess, it unexpectedly triggered a profound terror. The overwhelming might of the dragon-ass presence left it gasping for breath. The young man stood before the heavens and the earth as if he were a deity, while the spider was but a humble insect. As it exerted every ounce of its strength to glimpse the true form of the godlike figure, it suddenly beheld a colossal black dragon coiled behind the robed youth. The creature's golden eyes shone with a brilliance akin to the sun and moon, and merely a glance sent shivers through its very soul, as if it were on the verge of freezing. Mo Tianxing recently sensed a small entity attempting to pry open his mental realm, only to be met with a fierce backlash from his martial spirit. Observing the motionless figure of the human-faced demon Spider King upon the lake's surface, a dangerous smile crept upon Mo Tianxing's lips. He pondered whether it might drop the external soul bone, 8 spider spears. Chapter 32, Qian Renxue. I shall watch you weave your tale. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Earth Dragon King noticed the human-faced demon spider standing still, seemingly experiencing some mental disturbance, while Mo Tianxing's smile held a sinister undertone, hinting at an anomaly. It was only then that the Spider King roused from its stupor, and upon seeing Mo Tianxing, immediately cowered in trepidation at the edge of the poisonous pool. "Salutations, my lord. I humbly beseech your forgiveness." The voice of the human-faced demon Spider King trembled with fear and reverence, its heart tumultuous with anxiety. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King. It is indeed the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the sovereign of all soul beasts, as Sister Bibi mentioned. "Rise." Mo Tianxing spoke with an air of indifference. The human-faced Spider King gradually stood, its gaze towards Mo Tianxing fraught with apprehension. "What do you know of Bibi?" Mo Tianxing's tone was somewhat detached. The human-faced Spider King then recounted its knowledge. Its connection with Bibi was closer than that of other soul beasts. Yet it only knew that Bibi journeyed to the extreme northern lands in search of someone, though it remained oblivious to the identity of that person or the purpose of her quest. Mo Tianxing fell into deep contemplation. The information provided by the Spider King was woefully scant. Was the journey to the far north in search of the Snow Empress? The Snow Empress, the foremost among the 3 sovereigns of the Arctic ice fields, is a formidable presence, ranked 3rd among the 10 fearsome beasts, with a cultivation period surpassing that of Bibi by approximately 100,000 years. Yet, what purpose could Bibi have in seeking the Snow Empress? It was difficult to fathom any connection between the two. At that moment, 2 towering silver moonwolves, each measuring over 10 meters, approached, adorned with wounds. As they reported to the Wolf King what had transpired, Mo Tianxing was somewhat taken aback. The injuries on the silver moonwolves emanated a familiar aura of light, prompting a figure to unconsciously materialize in his mind. "There is a human woman outside. She appears to be seeking our master," explained the Silver Moonwolf King. Could it truly be her? In Mo Tianxing's heart, a sense of urgency arose. Which direction? Upon the Silver Moonwolf King's indication, Mo Tianxing unfurled his black dragon wings, stirring up a tempest as he swiftly propelled himself toward that direction, leaving the 3 dominant figures of the poison swamp exchanging puzzled glances. "What has happened to our master?" the Earth Dragon King inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "Foolish one, our master evidently holds great concern for that human female," the Silver Moon Wolf King retorted. The human-faced Demon Spider King fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the setting sun forest, at the periphery of its core area, a stunning golden-haired maiden wielded the angelic holy sword, her 6 wings unfurled as she hovered in mid-air, radiating a quintet of soul rings in shades of yellow and purple. Engaged in a fierce battle against 3 ancient silver moonwolves. The 3 silver moonwolves, bearing injuries, regarded the golden-haired maiden with apprehension, perceiving her as a formidable adversary. Clad in a pristine white dress, Qian Renxue's expression betrayed her seriousness, not due to the ancient soul beast before her, but out of concern for Mo Tianxing. She had previously heard Mo Tianxing mention that he had a master and intended to venture into the setting sun forest, suggesting that his master resided there in seclusion. Thus, she resolved to investigate personally, hoping to meet his master and ascertain whether they were indeed adversarial title Douluo, while other matters were of lesser concern. She was particularly apprehensive about the prospect of his master being the Qian Daoliu. She did not wish to misplace her trust, which prompted her journey. The 6-winged angel martial soul possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to aura, rendering her acutely aware of Mo Tianxing's dark energy. Following the trail of his presence, she delved deeper into the setting sun forest, only to discover that throughout her journey, there was solely his aura. Qian Renxue found herself perplexed. Was his master truly hidden within the core region of the setting sun forest? Or was it possible that his master was merely a fade, and he was alone all along? Upon pursuing further, she realized that even after Mo Tianxing entered the core circle, he remained solitary, accompanied only by the formidable aura of soul beasts nearby. This left her utterly bewildered, and a conjecture surfaced in her mind. Perhaps he had never possessed a master. His identity was fabricated, or he himself was a being that emerged from the depths of the setting sun forest. The beloved of the Qian Daoliu could very well be a 100,000-year soul beast, transformed into human form to traverse the realm of humanity. Mo Tianxing felt a surge of urgency as he perceived the distress of Qian Renxue. She was genuinely alarmed, her heart racing. She wished fervently to avert such a predicament at all costs. Although their interactions had been limited, he was the sole individual capable of unlocking her heart, as her circle of friends was exceedingly small, with Mo Tianxing being one of them. With this apprehension in mind, she boldly declared her intent to confront the cloaked young man amidst the onslaught of the silver moonwolves, showing mercy even to the soul beasts that scurried away to deliver news. Otherwise, with her divine-level martial soul, the six-winged angel, it would have been a trivial matter for her to eliminate a few thousand-year soul beasts at the fifth-ring Soul King level, invincible among peers, undefeated against stronger foes. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was increasingly anxious, his spiritual awareness extending over a kilometer as he hastened towards her location. Why had that foolish girl ventured alone into the heart of the Sunset Forest? What would she do if she encountered those reckless soul beasts? He began to regret disclosing such information to her. However, upon detecting Qian Renxue's silhouette engaged in combat with 3 silver moon wolves, he observed that she remained unscathed. A sigh of relief escaping him as he accelerated towards her. For Mo Tianxing, the distance of 1,000 meters was merely a matter of a few breaths. Suddenly, while the 3,000-year silver moon wolves were locked in battle with Qian Renxue, a dark figure emerged from the thicket, delivering powerful blows that sent the towering wolves crashing into the depths of the forest. He swiftly embraced Qian Renxue as they descended to the ground, then turned to bellow at the retreating pack. "You better scram." The 3 silver moon wolves, taken aback and bewildered, fled in disarray, their minds racing with confusion at the unexpected turn of events. Mo Tianxing finally released Qian Renxue from his embrace and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Qian Renxue shot him a glare and stepped back a few paces, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and indignation. Just moments ago, Mo Tianxing had displayed remarkable prowess in dispatching the 3 silver moon wolves, emanating an aura of lethal intent, yet exercising restraint, merely sending them away, indicating they were indeed allies. It was highly probable that he was a soul beast reborn after 100,000 years. Furthermore, it was peculiar that Mo Tianxing had never witnessed her true form yet treated her with such cordiality. Clearly, there was something amiss. Thus, she resolved to play the fool, as it seemed to be the wisest course of action in that moment. With this, Qian Renxue retracted her 6-winged angel martial soul in feigned astonishment as she gazed at Mo Tianxing, who bore dragon wings and was adorned with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. She was eager to hear the tale he would weave, observed her capricious expression and realized that he had perhaps been overly familiar. In her perception, he was a stranger to her true self. Chapter 33, Mutual Probing, First Update. Seeking collections. Upon hearing the sounds of battle nearby, I came to investigate. Lied with an unfaltering demeanor, fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent, tacitly accepting his falsehood. "Where are your elders? How could you venture alone into such a perilous place?" Feigned surprise as he regarded her. "Are you not alone as well?" retorted, glaring at him with evident indignation. "I inadvertently became separated from my master," sighed earnestly. "This place is exceedingly dangerous, with formidable soul beasts lurking about. Shall we consider departing together?" As Mo Tianxing uttered these words, he lifted his gaze to her profile, his eyes remarkably clear. Qian Renxue cast a fleeting glance at him, gathering her golden locks behind her head, and nodded silently. Her 6-winged angel spirit had already been revealed. It was likely that he had discerned her background, and there was no need for her to conceal anything further. It would be beneficial to engage with him under a different identity. The two of them strolled together towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. "Is your spirit the 6-winged angel?" Mo Tianxing inquired. "Indeed," Qian Renxue replied. "My spirit is the dark attribute golden-eyed black dragon, which is particularly sensitive to the radiant aura that emanates from you." Has this fellow suddenly become quite chatty? Or perhaps he is merely intrigued by appearances? Mo Tianxing continued. "I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing you. Have we met before?" Qian Renxue turned to face him. "Surely you do not say such things to every girl you encounter?" Mo Tianxing gently shook his head, asserting that he was not jesting, as if they had known each other for ages. Qian Renxue felt somewhat speechless. This fellow's fabrications were indeed far-fetched. The distance between them was akin to being in a forest while he was in the Douluo Palace, making it hardly worth her effort to debunk such a lie. Throughout their journey, Mo Tianxing claimed to possess heightened spiritual perception, allowing him to evade formidable soul beasts and guiding Qian Renxue along a winding path. He suddenly inquired whether she had any elder accompanying her. To Qian Renxue, this sounded like his concern stemmed from the fear that his identity as a soul beast might be exposed by a title de law, placing his life in jeopardy. "I came alone," Qian Renxue replied, wishing to alleviate his anxiety. While speaking, she remained attentive to the subtle shifts in Mo Tianxing's demeanor. Indeed, upon hearing her words, his previously tense state visibly relaxed, prompting him to impart earnest advice, urging her not to venture into the soul beast forest alone and to be mindful of the core and high-risk areas beforehand, as they could be perilous. Whether he had discerned her true identity as Xueqinghe or simply had a knack for ingratiating himself, his words brought a warmth to her heart. "And what about you?" Qian Renxue countered. Mo Tianxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Qian Renxue gazed at his discomfited expression and could not help but burst into laughter, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Mo Tianxing gazed in a daze, his heart nearly melted by the enchanting smile that resembled the first snow of spring. It was the first time he had encountered someone whose laughter was so captivating. Noticing his bewildered expression, Qian Renxue let out a soft huff, prompting Mo Tianxing to realize his awkwardness, causing a subtle shift in the atmosphere. During their journey, no formidable soul beasts appeared, and the path remained tranquil. Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat exasperated, noted that this simpleton had not once inquired about her name. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, where low-level soul beasts, aged 10 to 100 years, posed no threat whatsoever. Just as she turned to bid farewell to the simpleton, she suddenly caught sight of Mo Tianxing smiling at her, a magnificent chrysanthemum in hand, which he offered her with a gentle gesture. "This is for you," he said. Qian Renxue was taken aback upon seeing the flower. It was a resplendent purple chrysanthemum, and oddly enough, each petal appeared to be delightfully fuzzy. The entire bloom was a harmonious entity, yet it emitted no fragrance. The center of the flower rose a good half-foot above the petals, its tip shimmering with a soft golden glow. "Is this the Qian Daoliu chrysanthemum?" Qian Renxue gazed in astonishment at the flower in Mo Tianxing's hand. She recognized it, and Mo Tianxing was not surprised by her knowledge, as the martial soul hall's chrysanthemum Douluo possessed the same spirit. Among his many celestial herbs, only the Qian Daoliu chrysanthemum bore a certain light attribute, capable of granting the consumer an indestructible body, making it perfectly attuned to Qian Renxue's six-winged angel martial soul. With utmost care, Qian Renxue accepted the Qian Daoliu chrysanthemum from him, her gaze fixated on the cluster of faintly golden glowing flower hearts. She recalled how the elder Yu Guan had searched the world for this item, lamenting that it might be a divine flower from the realm of gods. She never expected Mo Tianxing to possess one. "Where did you find this?" Qian Renxue instinctively inquired. "I picked it in a certain treasure land," Mo Tianxing replied candidly. Qian Renxue shot him a glance, her expression somewhat complex. This item had eluded even the esteemed title Douluo Yu Guan for most of his life. How could someone of Mo Tianxing's cultivation obtain it so easily? Yet if he were a 10,000-year soul beast in reincarnation, everything would make sense. "Are you truly giving it to me?" Qian Renxue looked up, her gaze fixed on Mo Tianxing as she questioned him. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. "It possesses certain luminous attributes. Legend has it that consuming it can cultivate an indestructible body, which should prove beneficial to you. Why must it be consumed?" Qian Renxue gently caressed the petals, her eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly still quite fond of this extraordinary mushroom, the celestial chrysanthemum. The celestial chrysanthemum is endowed with the characteristic of being impervious to damage. Even when plucked, it can sustain its blooming period for decades. Qian Renxue gazed at the celestial chrysanthemum in her hand, tenderly stroking its petals. Mo Tianxing was truly taken aback by her words. She possessed an intimate understanding of the unique characteristics of the Qian Daoliu chrysanthemum, evidently having absorbed a considerable amount of knowledge imparted by the chrysanthemum Douluo. While it is indeed immortal, its medicinal properties are destined to diminish over time. Mo Tianxing wished to offer some counsel, asserting that he did not require the aid of celestial herbs to achieve unparalleled strength. A hint of amusement glimmered in Qian Renxue's eyes. Mo Tianxing was truly defeated by her, letting out a resigned sigh. "Well, let her be. By the way, throughout this entire time, you have never inquired about my name. Yet you bestow upon me such a precious gift? Is it truly worth it?" Qian Renxue beamed with a radiant smile. "My name is Mo Tianxing. May I ask for your esteemed name, miss?" Mo Tianxing executed a perfect noble gesture. Qian Renxue, feeling satisfied, replied, "I am Qian Renxue. I must take my leave now. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future." Qian Renxue gazed at him while cradling the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum. Mo Tianxing waved farewell to her. "Be cautious in the forest, and if your master is untrustworthy, I suggest you consider finding another," Qian Renxue added, disregarding Mo Tianxing's reaction. She unfurled her golden six wings, slicing through the sky, her figure gradually fading into the distance. Mo Tianxing stood in place, gazing at the figure gradually fading into the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 34. Return to the Sky Academy, refined. After bidding farewell to Qian Renxue, Mo Tianxing returned directly to the heart of the Sunset Forest to meet with the three great dominators of spirit beasts, where he conveyed several matters. Finally, he added a remark: should they encounter that young girl again in the future, it would be prudent to maintain a distance. The three dominators nodded slightly in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding, bid farewell to them, and the saber-toothed tiger lingered, unwilling to part. In light of his connection with, it chose to remain in the core circle of the setting sun forest to cultivate, awaiting the day of reunion with its master. In the grand hall of the Pope in the Spirit Hall city, a regal and aloof woman, the Pope, sat gracefully upon her throne, holding a crystal staff. Below, on the red carpet, stood a white-haired elder clad in a loose red robe, the cardinal of the Spirit Hall branch in the Tiandou Empire. Regardless of the demands presented, every effort was made to retain the individual responsible for the creation of the soul-guiding canon. The voice of Pope Bibi Dong reverberated through the vast hall. The situation unfolded as follows. The cardinal had acquired a unique concealed weapon at the Tiandou auction house. He devoted several days to personally delivering the item, known as the soul-guiding canon, to the Spirit Hall. This mechanism could be activated with a mere infusion of soul power, rumored to possess destructive capabilities equivalent to that of a 5-ringed soul king. Upon conducting her own experiments on this so-called soul-guiding canon, Pope Bibi Dong realized its potential to disrupt the established order of the world, posing a threat to the existing hierarchy of soul masters. Such transformative power must be securely grasped in her hands. If it could not be controlled, it must be destroyed. This core technology must remain under her dominion. The ability to create a soul-guiding canon capable of threatening a 5-ringed soul king suggests that the creator could eventually develop one that could endanger 6-ringed soul emperors and 7-ringed soul saints. Who was the divine craftsman behind this extraordinary talent, who possessed a top-tier black dragon martial spirit with a 10,000-year soul ring by the 4th ring? A flicker of suspicion crossed Bibi Dong's eyes. The cardinal, filled with joy at the Pope's keen interest, resolved to engage in a discussion with the young man named, aiming to uncover the identity of his divine craftsman for the benefit of the Spirit Hall. In his moment of elation, he recalled an important detail. Your Holiness shares a close relationship with the princess. With her assistance, the task of drawing him in would be significantly easier. Before he could finish, he felt a sudden drop in temperature, causing his voice to falter. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the Pope's frosty demeanor, her eyes glinting with coldness. The cardinal was instantly struck with fear, drenched in cold sweat. Enough. You may leave now, Bibi Dong commanded icily. The cardinal, feeling a wave of relief, hurriedly exited the now desolate hall. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples, her expression complex. After a moment of internal struggle, she sighed resignedly. Send word to summon the princess back to the Spirit Hall. Understood. The knights on either side promptly stepped forward to execute her command. In the Tiandou Imperial Palace, within the prince's chamber, Qian Renxue sat at her vanity, golden hair cascading down to her waist. Holding a wondrous flower, the celestial chrysanthemum. She leaned closer to inhale its fragrance, her mind drifting to the visage of, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Yet, the thought that he might be a reincarnated soul beast from 10,000 years ago caused her brows to furrow. With no apparent master behind him, he could not possibly be Tang Hao. Yet, his true identity as a reincarnated soul beast presented a troubling scenario. In such circumstances, she hoped to keep him away from title Douluo, especially her grandfather. She wished for his rapid rise. It was said that when a 10,000-year soul beast took human form and reached the rank of 7-ringed soul saint, it would fully transform into a human, no longer needing to fear title Douluo. Perhaps by then, she could introduce him to her grandfather. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Qian Renxue's face. Meanwhile, at the Tiandou Royal Academy, when returned quietly, the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had already departed. He met with his 3 masters, presenting them with precious herbs sufficient to bolster their foundations and enhance their cultivation. After all, they were the only ones who genuinely cared for his well-being upon his return from the Star Dou Forest. Dream God Machine and the others were taken aback upon seeing the rare spiritual herbs presented by, recognizing their exceptional quality. However, the old men felt no need to accept offerings from their junior. They encouraged him to keep them for his own cultivation. Their satisfied expressions clearly conveyed their understanding of his intentions. Mo Tianxing insisted that they accepted, claiming he had plenty more. Only then did the 3 teachers reluctantly accept. Mengxinji and the others expressed their unwavering support for him, asserting that even in the face of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the Heaven-Dou Royal Academy would not cower before any force. Mo Tianxing sincerely thanked the 3 teachers before taking his leave. On his way back to his residence, he encountered Shui Yushuan and Yi Huangying, Accompanying them was a little girl in a dress, who was none other than Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Mo Tianxing was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the young girl. This suggested that the formidable members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect were likely providing covert protection. "Where have you been these days?" Yi Huangying inquired with concern as she approached Mo Tianxing, who had been silent and elusive, causing her considerable worry. Shui Yushuan, holding the young Ning Rongrong's hand, stepped forward. Her gaze as tranquil as still waters, while Ning Rongrong timidly concealed herself partially behind her, secretly observing Mo Tianxing. The appearance of these three beautiful women, 2 adults and 1 child, immediately attracted the attention of numerous onlookers within the academy, who were eager to discern which notorious rogue had the fortune to be in their company. However, their astonishment deepened upon realization that this was none other than the rumored illegitimate son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Just days prior, they had attempted to persuade him to acknowledge his lineage, only to be met with rejection. Yu Tianting, having caught wind of the commotion, emerged to find Mo Tianxing in proximity to Princess Shui Yushuan, senior sister Yi, and the young girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. He lingered hesitantly, unsure whether to approach, appearing somewhat pitiable. Yi Huangying was the first to notice him. Recognizing her junior, she took his hand and guided him over. While she had heard the rumors swirling around the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, she understood that those matters pertained to the higher echelons of the family and were irrelevant to a child, rendering it unnecessary to burden him with such concerns. Mo Tianxing naturally noticed Yu Tianhing, who looked at him with a hint of timidity in his eyes, awkwardly greeting, "Hello, senior." Mo Tianxing merely grunted, bending slightly to scrutinize Ning Rongrong, who was hiding behind Shui Yushuan. In truth, Ning Rongrong harbored little fear of him. She had even taken the initiative to greet him at the conclusion of the previous auction. Just then, a system prompt unexpectedly materialized before Mo Tianxing. Chapter 35. The Celestial Herb Quest of the System, Refined and Revised. As Mo Tianxing visited Ning Rongrong, a myriad of options suddenly emerged before him. Ding. Bestow upon Ning Rongrong the exquisite Qi Luo tulip, aiding her martial soul in its transformation. Reward. The unwavering support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ding. Grant Shui Yushuan the jade skin of the Narcissus, facilitating the metamorphosis of her swan martial soul into the Emerald Swan. Reward. The full support of the Tiandou Empire, along with a mysterious treasure. Ding. Present Yi Huangying with the 8-petal immortal orchid. Garbled text. Reward. Garbled text. Ding. Confer upon Yu Tianheng the 9th grade purple Ganoderma, assisting his rise to prominence. Reward. Liberation from the control of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Mo Tianxing gazed at the sudden flurry of system notifications that had been triggered, momentarily taken aback. His expression was somewhat peculiar as he scanned their faces, particularly that of Yi Huangying. What on earth was going on with her that caused the system to manifest such a series of garbled messages? Mo Tianxing preferred not to be under the gaze of so many onlookers, so he led the few of them back to his residence. This marked the first visit for Yu Tianheng and Ning Rongrong to Mo Tianxing's abode. Both of these young heirs to the 3 great sects had known each other since childhood, sharing a close age and thus a natural camaraderie, allowing them to easily bond. Yi Huangying and Shui Yushuan were curious about his whereabouts over the past few days, having been unable to locate him. They had even inquired with the 3 esteemed teachers in search of information regarding him, only to come up empty-handed. In response to this, Mo Tianxing candidly confessed that he had been treasure hunting with his master. Yi Huangying rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Shui Yushuan offered a subtle smile. Clearly, the 2 girls harbored doubts about his claim, yet the 2 children displayed genuine interest, gazing up at him with anticipation. Mo Tianxing felt that perhaps he could go with the flow, accomplishing tasks in a roundabout manner. "I have prepared some gifts for you," he said, feigning an air of mystery. His words immediately piqued everyone's interest, and their gazes turned toward him. "What gifts?" Yi Huangying asked, somewhat astonished. Had this fellow changed his ways? Returning from an outing with gifts in hand, Mo Tianxing raised his hand to brush over the storage ring, delicately extracting an ethereal herb from his miniature realm. In an instant, a peculiar flower materialized in his grasp, its petals resembling dainty white bells, shimmering with an immaculate purity akin to finely sculpted ice. The moment it emerged, the entire room was enveloped in an enchanting fragrance, the rich scent of orchids permeating the air and captivating the senses. The 4 individuals present turned their gaze towards the extraordinary blossom in Mo Tianxing's hand, clearly recognizing it as an invaluable medicinal treasure. Mo Tianxing extended his hand to present it to Yi Huangying. What is this? Yi Huangying inquired as she received the herb from his grasp, her eyes instantly captivated. This herb is known as eight-petaled xianlan, a celestial-grade medicinal plant that, when consumed, can strengthen one's foundation and expel impurities from within. Mo Tianxing elucidated. Its medicinal properties are relatively mild, making it easily digestible for food-type soul masters, though it requires an extended period for complete absorption of its effects. The benefits could last until you reach level 70. I am rather curious if, upon reaching level 70 and awakening your martial spirit's true form, you might transform into a large orange. Mo Tianxing concluded with a teasing remark. Level 70? Is it truly as exaggerated as you claim? Yi Huangying's delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She was well aware that certain spiritual herbs could aid soul masters in accelerating their cultivation. But the notion of a herb capable of reliably elevating a food-type soul master to level 70 seemed almost fantastical, despite having raised her soul power to level 40. The quality of her martial spirit imposed limitations. No matter how gifted she was, it would be improbable for her to cultivate her orange martial spirit to level 70. Yi Huangying regarded Mo Tianxing with gratitude, touched that he would gift her such a precious herb for enhancing her cultivation, and sincerely expressed her thanks. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. The eight-petal magnolia could be directly chewed and swallowed, allowing one to activate their soul power for refinement. Yi Huangying nodded in agreement, then produced a second herb, a delicate plant with pristine white blossoms that resembled a pure lotus. This is for you, he said, presenting the ethereal herb to Xue'er. The princess carefully accepted it, gazing at the mysterious plant which exuded a fragrant aroma. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached her side, scrutinizing the divine herb. Xue'er, with eyes as clear as water, lifted her gaze to meets. This flower is known as the water narcissus jade skin bone, renowned for its ability to cleanse the meridians and invigorate the energy pathways, harmonizing perfectly with your swan martial spirit. I wish you swift success in your cultivation, explained with a smile. Thank you, Xue'er replied. Recognizing the considerable value of the gift, though she felt that to decline it would be unbecoming, she resolved to find an opportunity for future recompense. Just then, Ning Rongrong tugged at his sleeve, her wide eyes sparkling as she blinked, as if she were about to speak. Big brother. Mo Tianxing displayed a contemplative expression as he retrieved a peculiar herb from his storage ring. The roots and leaves of this herb resembled delicate wisteria drapes, intricately woven and refined, while at the pinnacle blossomed a resplendent golden tulip, exuding a rich floral fragrance that imparted an air of opulence. Mo Tianxing gracefully placed the exquisite flower, known as the Chihuahua tulip, into Ning Rongrong's hands. This magnificent blossom, resplendent in its elegance, possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon, offering significant nourishing benefits. A concise introduction. No superfluous words. Thank you, Brother Mo. Upon receiving the celestial herb, Ning Rongrong joyfully dashed back to Xue'er, examining the exquisite Chihuahua tulip in her hand. She had just consumed several petals of the Millennium Snow Lotus, which tasted delightful and significantly enhanced her cultivation. To her surprise, during her outing, she encountered Brother Mo, who fortuitously possessed herbs capable of aiding in cultivation. How delightful, for this meant she could indulge in a bit of leisure. Mo Tianxing gazed towards the corner where Yu Tianhing stood and approached him. Yu Tianhing timidly lifted his gaze to meet his. This is for you. Mo Tianxing extended a herb to him, a delicate purple plant resembling an umbrella, yet it was a type of Ganoderma. The entire body of the Ganoderma radiated a violet hue, its base adorned with a jade-like sturdy stem, sprouting 9 leaves. Do I also possess it? Yu Tianheng's small face flushed crimson, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, placing the 9th-grade purple mushroom into his palm and gently ruffling his hair. This 9th-grade purple mushroom possesses the remarkable ability to solidify one's foundation and enhance vital energy, thereby assisting you in establishing a robust groundwork for diligent cultivation. Yu Tianheng immediately nodded in agreement, akin to a chick pecking at grains, expressing his gratitude towards his senior. Those who received the celestial herb presumed it merely served to aid their practice and strengthen their essence, and thus commenced their absorption of its powers right there. Observing the 4 individuals in the living room enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow as they focused on their cultivation, Mo Tianxing settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Having been preoccupied with various tasks in recent days, he found himself somewhat fatigued and, before he knew it, drifted into slumber. Ding. System task completed. Ding. System task. Ding. System. Ding. Mo Tianxing awakened from his slumber, only to find Yi Huangying gazing at him intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What kind of miraculous potion did you give me? It has elevated my soul power by 3 levels. I have now reached the formidable rank of 44. Yi Huangying's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Mo Tianxing gazed at the approaching Yi Huangying and noticed that after consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid, her complexion had transformed into a delicate shade of rosy white, and her features had become increasingly exquisite. As long as the news remains undisclosed, it is fine. But where is Yu Xian? Mo Tianxing surveyed the living room, realizing that one person was missing. After her cultivation, she shed a layer of grime and has gone to the bathroom to wash up, Yi Huangying remarked. Mo Tianxing suddenly realized why the light in his bathroom was illuminated, accompanied by the gentle sound of water trickling from within. At that moment, Ning Rongrong sprang up from the ground, her face aglow with joy as she bounced over. What kind of elixir did my big brother give me? My soul power has surged by 5 levels, breaking through from level 15 to level 20. I feel that if it weren't for the bottleneck at level 20, I could achieve even more. Possessing level 20 soul power at the tender age of 7 would undoubtedly astound a multitude of scholars in the outside world. To them, such a feat would seem utterly impossible. Mo Tianxing offered no elaborate explanation. He merely tousled her hair, reminiscing about Xiao Wu. Before embarking on their journey to the extreme north, he decided to gift her a celestial herb to aid in her early cultivation. I sensed a subtle transformation within my martial spirit. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she raised her right hand, and a delicate palm revealed a radiant pagoda emanating a luminous, glass-like brilliance. Below the base of the tower blossomed a layer of tulip-like sheen, enveloped by a golden century-old soul ring, casting a gentle halo. What changes have occurred? Yi Huangying approached, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the glass pagoda in Ning Rongrong's palm. Without needing to see, Mo Tianxing understood that her martial spirit had metamorphosed from the 7-treasure glazed tile to the 9-treasure glazed tile. Rongrong, how many levels does your pagoda possess? Yi Huangying exclaimed, as if she had suddenly uncovered a revelation. Ning Rongrong quietly counted the levels of her 7-treasure glazed tile, arriving at a number that was almost unbelievable. 9 levels? She gasped, her almond eyes wide in disbelief, and she recounted several times. Sister Yi, could you confirm for me if it truly is 9 levels? Ning Rongrong's emotions surged with excitement. The 9-treasure glazed tile. In our sect, the 7-treasure glazed tile martial spirit is limited to 7 levels, allowing for the addition of only 7 soul rings. That is its maximum capacity. No matter how diligently her father practiced, he remained stuck at level 79, unable to advance further. This was not a matter of talent, but rather a limitation of the 7-treasure glazed tile, which could not accommodate an 8th soul ring, let alone attain the esteemed title Douluo with 9 rings. All of this was constrained by the martial spirit itself. Her father had spent a fortune acquiring a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, hoping that such a rare item would help her break free from the shackles of her martial spirit, yet the results were disappointing. Little did she expect that after requesting a spiritual herb from her elder brother, her martial spirit would transform into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Thank you, elder brother. I must return to the sect shortly to share this wonderful news with my father. Ning Rongrong beamed, her face radiant with joy. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly and said, Do not speak of this outside, or else my brother will be in danger. At that moment, Yu Tianhing concluded his meditation, his body shimmering with strands of blue arcs. And he suddenly opened his eyes, astonishment etched across his face. Originally possessing a soul power of level 15, after absorbing the purple spiritual mushroom, his cultivation surged directly to level 20, an impressive increase of 5 levels. Residual properties of the purple mushroom still lingered within him, yet to be fully refined. Should he achieve complete refinement, he could potentially elevate his soul power by at least 10 levels. Thank you, Senior, Yu Tianheng expressed with great courtesy, to which Mo Tianxing merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. How many levels have you ascended? Ning Rongrong playfully bounced to Yu Tianheng's front, inquiring about his progress. I have elevated by 5 levels as well. Now standing at level 20, Yu Tianheng replied, What about you? I too have advanced by 5 levels. Now matching you at level 20, Ning Rongrong beamed at Yu Tianheng. Primarily, she had recently consumed a few petals of the Millennium Snow Lotus, otherwise. As a support-type spirit master, she could not possibly keep pace with the rapid progression of Yu Tianheng, who wielded the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. At that moment, the bathroom door unlocked, and Shui Yuxuan emerged gracefully in a white dress, her movements delicate and enchanting, her slender waist barely graspable. Her dark hair, still damp with moisture, cascaded down to her waist, her icy complexion and exquisite features radiating a delicate blush. She appeared like an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, untouched by the mundane, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Mo Tianxing could not help but swallow hard upon witnessing the extraordinary beauty and grace before him. A true paragon of elegance whose allure was simply irresistible. Ning Rongrong and Yu Tianheng were utterly captivated, astonished by how radiant Sister Yu Xian had become. Yi Huangying, in a burst of enthusiasm, dashed forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, eliciting a soft gasp from Snow Yu Xian. "Darling, you have become so beautiful," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. "Woa." Yi Huangying playfully pinched her delicate cheek, her hands exploring the smooth, porcelain-like skin, making her feel a twinge of insecurity about her own appearance. "Little Yezi, stop it," Snow Yu Xian protested, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, especially with Mo Tianxing still observing from the side. Mo Tianxing instinctively touched his nose, relieved that he had not suffered a nosebleed, for that would have been quite embarrassing. Shui Yushuan gracefully approached Mo Tianxing, adorned with Yi Huangying. "Thank you for your spiritual medicine," she said, her voice resembling the delicate resonance of a hidden orchid in a secluded valley, crisp and lively. Mo Tianxing merely nodded slightly, unaware of the miraculous effects of the celestial grade water fairy jade skin that could cleanse the marrow and refine the bones. The already stunning Shui Yushuan was transformed into an unparalleled beauty, exuding an ethereal grace that even he found difficult to comprehend. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Tiandou, Douluo had just returned from the sunset forest, his complexion rosy and his spirit invigorated, as if he had regained several years of youth. The antidote provided by the mysterious individual who had seized his medicinal herbs proved exceptionally effective, successfully suppressing his snake venom and significantly alleviating the agonizing pain it caused, granting him a new lease on life. Upon confirming the antidote's efficacy, he hurried to the Tiandou imperial capital to administer it to his beloved granddaughter, thereby effectively curbing the toxin's effects. At last, Douluo's anxious heart found solace, as he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Given the reliability of the antidote, it was only fitting that he fulfill his obligation to investigate the identity of the mysterious man's disciple, Mo Tianxing, who seemed to be affiliated with the Tiandou Royal Academy. A flicker of curiosity flashed in Douluo's eyes. Simultaneously, within the imperial palace, Qian Renxue received a secret missive from the headquarters of the Wuhuan Temple. After reading the letter, she fell into a contemplative silence. The Pope, her biological mother Bibi Dong, summoned her back to Wuhuan City. Abandoned to the Tiandou imperial palace in her youth, she had not been contacted since. Thus, the sudden summons, which was not pinned in her mother's hand, effectively ruled out any rekindling of familial affection. This peculiar recall letter hinted at something amiss. Had her expedition to the Sunset Forest been discovered? Would it implicate Mo Tianxing? Discarding the letter, she ignited it with a flicker of nameless flames before it could touch the ground, reducing it to ashes. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, gazing out at the white doves. The world remained perpetually intricate, obscured, and elusive. Without absolute power, one could never truly seize their fate. Chapter 37. Qian Renxue returns to the palace. First update. Seeking support. In the Wuhuan city, within the Pope's hall, Qian Renxue stood silently before Bibi Dong, who sat regally upon the high throne, holding a crystal scepter. The gaze she cast upon her was somewhat indifferent. "Your Majesty, the Pope," Qian Renxue offered a formal greeting, maintaining a professional distance from her estranged mother. A flicker of displeasure crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, yet she masked it, her expression as frosty as ever. "I have heard of your engagement with Mo Tianxing, the Crown Prince. Make every effort to win him over to our Wuhuan temple, and simultaneously, organize a team to investigate the individuals behind the creation of the soul-guiding cannons." Bibi Dong stated flatly, revealing no intention to engage in idle conversation. At this, Qian Renshue's heart raced with anxiety. They had indeed targeted Mo Tianxing and were preparing an investigation. Fortunately, it seemed focused on the soul-guiding cannons rather than him personally. However, Mo Tianxing's identity could not withstand meticulous scrutiny. He likely had no true master, and the soul-guiding cannon was probably his own invention. Thankfully, she was in charge of the investigation and could suppress certain matters. Qian Renxue promptly accepted the order and turned to leave, her mind racing with thoughts on how to keep Mo Tianxing hidden, at least enough to draw him out of Wuhuan Temple's sight. As a mere fivering soul king, he was under the temple's scrutiny, and should a titled Douluo investigate, that would likely uncover the essence of his soul beast reconstruction, something she hoped to avoid. Just then, As Qian Renxue had taken only a few steps, Bibi Dong called her back. She halted, turning to face her mother on the throne, only to find Bibi Dong's gaze laden with complexity, surpassing her expectations. Her thoughts momentarily shifted from Mo Tianxing, as she seemed to forget the woman before her. She performed a slight bow towards Bibi Dong on the throne, her voice still devoid of warmth. Does your majesty have further instructions? In stark contrast to her earlier assumptions, her spirit seemed to find solace, no longer entangled in the pursuit of maternal affection. Bibi Dong observed this scene, feeling an inexplicable stir within herself. A vexation she could not shake. They had not seen each other in 5 years, and upon their reunion, her daughter's attention had remained steadfastly elsewhere. The daughter she had disdained now appeared to harbor no hope for her, seemingly indifferent. Begone, Bibi Dong waved her hand, a hint of agitation in her tone. Qian Renxue cast a deep glance at her, resolutely turning away without a trace of longing. Watching her depart, Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the scepter. Her eyes tinged with loneliness. Despite her reluctance to admit it, an emptiness lingered in her heart. Upon exiting the Pope's hall, Qian Renxue encountered a striking figure leaning against a stone pillar outside, a man clad in white whose flawless skin and exquisite features rivaled those of a woman. Xue'er, the enchanting man said, a smile gracing his lips. Surprised, Qian Renxue returned a faint smile upon recognizing him. Elder Yueguan. The man was indeed Yueguan, a senior elder of the Wuhuan Temple, a title Douluo of the 95th rank. During her childhood, Yueguan had imparted much knowledge about herbs to her. More importantly, his martial spirit was the celestial-grade herb, the celestial mushroom of the heavenly chrysanthemum, which allowed Qian Renxue to identify the exquisite gift Mo Tianxing had presented her. I detect a familiar scent on you, Shui girl. It can only be that, Yueguan exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as his eyes sparkled. Understanding he referred to the celestial mushroom, Qian Renxue promptly retrieved it from her storage soul guide and held it delicately in her hands. When Yueguan laid eyes upon the celestial mushroom, he trembled in awe, gently touching its petals. It truly is it. The celestial-grade celestial mushroom of the heavenly chrysanthemum. I have finally found it. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. Shui girl, where did you find this? You know I have been searching for it. Might you allow me to borrow it for a few days? Qian Renxue, however, firmly rejected his request. No, I cannot, she stated resolutely, an unwavering tone in her voice. After all, how could she part with the precious gift Mo Tianxing had given her, even for an exchange? She began to walk towards the stone path adjacent to the Pope's hall, leading to the Douluo hall above. It was a rare opportunity to return, naturally. She wished to see her grandfather. Shui girl, please do not leave. I am not asking for much. Could you lend me this celestial-grade herb for a few days? Yueguan implored, hastily pursuing her. Considering his earnest plea, Qian Renxue devised a plan in her mind. I can lend it to you for a few days. But you must agree to one condition, she declared, believing it necessary to pave the way for Mo Tianxing. Name your condition. I would agree to 100 of them. Yueguan replied eagerly. Yueguan hurriedly spoke. Throughout his life, he cherished flowers dearly, especially the elusive and extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, which he had long pursued but never obtained. Even possessing it for just a few days would be infinitely precious. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the Douluo Palace atop the mountain, the supreme sanctuary for soul masters, without exception. When a soul master reaches the esteemed level of 90 and acquires their 9th spirit ring, they may inscribe their name in the Douluo Palace and receive a title, which is the origin of the title Douluo. Zhu Douluo glanced at the Douluo Palace, but halted, reluctant to enter. Shui girl, do not forget your promise, he reminded. Qian Renxue nodded slightly and turned to step into the Douluo Palace. Generally, individuals who have not attained the title of Douluo are not permitted to enter. However, Qian Renxue was different, as her grandfather was the grand offering of the Douluo Palace, its leader, allowing her free access. Upon entering the grand hall, she saw a kind-hearted old man with white hair, draped in an extravagant snow-white robe, who greeted her with a warm smile. Xue'er has returned. Grandfather, Qian Renxue exclaimed, rushing towards him and embracing him tightly. The old man, Qian Daoliu, the 99th rank Douluo known as the Angel Douluo, affectionately stroked her head. How have you fared outside? Tell me any interesting tales. I am all ears. Qian Daoliu said with a gentle smile, as it had been a long time since they last met. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment before mentioning Mo Tianxing and his black dragon martial soul, which had already reached the 10,000-year level at the 4th ring, now standing equal in cultivation with her, both at the 5th ring of Soul King. Qian Daoliu, being wise with age, could easily discern from his granddaughter's words that she held a fondness for the young man. Oh, there exists a peer whose cultivation can match that of Xue'er? Qian Daoliu appeared quite intrigued. Chapter 38. The Shock of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Ning Rongrong was restlessly swinging her short legs on the sofa in the main hall, pouting as her feet couldn't touch the ground. Opposite her sat a gaunt old man, over 2 meters tall, known as Bon Douluo Gu Rong. Grandpa Gu, why has my father returned yet? Ning Rongrong's tone expressed her dissatisfaction. She had been back for quite a while, eager to share good news with her father, only to find him missing, which dampened her spirits. Little princess, do not sulk. Your father is likely on his way back, Gu Rong replied with a benevolent smile, though his hoarse voice was somewhat intimidating. I heard our little witch has returned. Come out and let your father see you. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong excitedly leaped from the sofa. A refined middle-aged man, accompanied by the white-robed elder, entered the hall. Upon seeing him, Ning Rongrong dashed forward. They were none other than Ning Fengji and Qian Daoliu. Father, has it only been a few days? Do you miss me that much? Ning Fengji crouched down to embrace his daughter, a gentle smile gracing his face. Humph. Ning Rongrong turned away, displeased. I had good news to share, but it seems unnecessary now. What good news could Rongrong possibly have? Qian Daoliu inquired with a doting smile. Never mind. I forgive you both. Ning Rongrong released her embrace, wearing a mysterious smile. Ning Fengji was curious about what could bring such joy to his daughter. Let me show you something. Ning Rongrong blinked and raised her delicate hand. A radiant glow began to swirl in her palm, coalescing into a splendid 9-colored light that formed a small tower, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, while a yellow 100-year spirit ring emerged around it. As Ning Fengji gazed at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower in his daughter's palm, he felt an odd sensation, unable to pinpoint its strangeness. Before he could scrutinize further, Qian Daoliu had already noticed the peculiarity and exclaimed, 9 levels of 9 colors. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower? What? Ning Fengji was taken aback, realizing that his daughter's martial soul had transformed into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. His mind instantly recalled the 10,000-year snow lotus. Could it be the 10,000-year snow lotus? It truly has the miraculous effect of transforming martial souls. Ning Fengji was utterly astonished, grateful he had captured that 10,000-year snow lotus. What 10,000-year snow lotus? This is entirely an extraordinary herb I obtained from Brother Mo, which caused my martial soul to change after consumption, directly elevating my spirit power by 5 levels. I am now a 20-level Great Soul Master. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction. She did not wish the 10,000-year snow lotus to take the credit for her achievement. A 5-level increase in spirit power? Qian Daoliu was astonished, quickly examining Ning Rongrong's elbow. Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo's expression shifted. Such potent substances as the 10,000-year snow lotus should not be consumed in excess, as rapid ascension could lead to instability in one's foundation. Moreover, Rongrong had recently consumed the 10,000-year snow lotus. After a thorough examination, they discovered that Rongrong's spirit power indeed reached 20 levels, her vitality robust and unharmed, which relieved them. Rongrong is fine. Her foundation is stable and not superficial. Qian Daoliu gently shook his head. Brother Mo said that the herb strengthens the foundation and will not harm it. Ning Rongrong smiled. Both Ning Fengji and Bon Douluo exhaled in relief. Brother Mo? Ning Fengji's mind conjured the image of Mo Tianxing, the one who crafted the jade butterfly and collaborated with her sect. Brother Mo, Ning Rongrong clarified. Qian Daoliu and Bon Douluo exchanged glances. Indeed, it is that young man. Rongrong, what exactly transpired that day? Ning Fengji promptly inquired. As the transformation of his daughter's martial soul from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower was undoubtedly a momentous event. Ning Rongrong eagerly recounted the events of that day. When Ning Fengji and the others learned that Mo Tianxing had provided each of them with a miraculous herb, they were all astonished. Such precious items he casually gifted away, while it was understandable for Yu Tianheng, as it could be viewed as benefiting one's own kin. The implications were more complex. Princess Yuxian represented the Tiandou royal family, and his daughter represented the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. By distributing this divine herb, he had effectively united the 3 major forces of the Tiandou Empire, making it a most advantageous transaction. Does your brother Mo have more of such celestial herbs? Ning Fengji pressed, his eyes gleaming with hope. If he possessed more of that herb, he would strive to acquire it, perhaps enabling his own 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to undergo transformation as well. I will inquire then, but each herb varies greatly in efficacy. Sister Ye's cultivation speed has accelerated, and Sister Yu Xian has become even more beautiful than before. Ning Rongrong pondered, her jade fingers resting against her lower lip. A glimmer of excitement danced in Ning Fengji's eyes. It seemed imminent that he would soon meet that young man. A similar revelation had transpired within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. What? The soul power had increased by a remarkable 5 levels? Upon learning this, Yu Tianga's father was nearly overwhelmed, worried that his son might have inadvertently consumed some extraordinary treasure, risking his foundational strength, yet he could not discern the cause. This matter promptly alarmed the clan leader, Yu Yuanjin. It is worth noting that Yu Tianga is regarded as the most gifted prodigy of their generation, the family's beacon of hope for the future. Yu Tianga himself had not anticipated the magnitude of this situation. He felt no ill effects within his body. Rather, he sensed the medicinal properties of the spirit herb continuously nurturing his physique. Clan leader Yu Yuanjin personally conducted an investigation and discovered that his grandson's foundation was remarkably solid, with a purple aura swirling within, nourishing his organs. Clearly a significant fortuitous event. Yu Yuanjin immediately inquired about the source of the spirit herb. In the presence of the esteemed clan elders, Yu Tianga dared not breathe a word of dissent and could only comply. It was given to me by brother Mo Tianxing. At this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted, and even the clan leader's demeanor altered, his gaze fixating on his 4th son. You imbecile, hurry and bring that child back. Yu Luo Cheng's face stiffened, a flush creeping to his cheeks. Unbeknownst to the external turmoil, Mo Tianxing remained in his own secluded realm, engrossed in the development of a soul guide in collaboration with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Once he completed this endeavor, he planned to visit Xiao Wu and deliver the celestial herb to her. Chapter 39. Mo Tianxing is kidnapped. First update. Seeking collections, Mo Tianxing spent some time to finally produce the soul guide devices commissioned by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Just as he decided to take a stroll and bask in the sun, he unexpectedly encountered Douluo. At that moment, Douluo stared at him for a while and inquired, "Are you Mo Tianxing?" Mo Tianxing suddenly comprehended that this old poison master had come to fulfill their agreement. "It is I," Mo Tianxing nodded. Before he could engage in any further discussion or explanation, Douluo had already unfurled his cloak, enveloping him and making a swift escape. The students within the academy stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Was someone just abducted? Indeed, the individual who had been taken seemed somewhat familiar. It appeared to be the recently prominent Mo Tianxing. Shouldn't they promptly report this to the faculty? When Mo Tianxing was finally set down, he found himself in an ancient forest, having evidently fled from the Tiandou Royal Academy. At this moment, Mo Tianxing gazed in disbelief at the distant figure of Douluo, astonished that this old man had the audacity to abduct someone. He had no intention of revealing his own vulnerabilities, thus refraining from resistance. As for the potential danger, to be frank, it was uncertain whether his adversary could even match his strength. The 2 men exchanged intense stares, a silent confrontation unfolding between them. "Do you understand why I have captured you?" Douluo sneered, intending to instill fear in the heart of that scoundrel's disciple. "I have no idea," Mo Tianxing feigned ignorance, though inwardly he began to contemplate his next move. "Revenge," Douluo scoffed. "Those who fall into my grasp, 8 out of 10 meet a gruesome fate." At this moment, Mo Tianxing smiled. "Are you not afraid of my master seeking vengeance? You now understand why I mentioned revenge, do you not?" Douluo replied coldly. "He has taken my celestial herbs and destroyed my medicinal garden. Do you truly believe I fear his retribution?" As he spoke, the emerald phosphor serpent emperor's martial soul gradually manifested around Douluo, with green poisonous mist emanating outward. At this moment, Mo Tianxing felt somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this old fellow truly harbored resentment, displaying such a petty demeanor? If he indeed had a disciple, one could only fear that he might lead the apprentice to ruin. Upon hearing the words, Mo Tianxing's expression instantly turned cold. Douluo believed that he had sufficiently intimidated him. Now it was time to ensure compliance, employing the proverbial carrot and stick approach to maintain order and prevent any trouble. Just then, Mo Tianxing unexpectedly remarked, "Master, the bodyguard you provided seems to harbor some discontent." Douluo's initial reaction was to suspect that the lad was attempting to deceive him. However, he was taken aback when a figure cloaked in black silently emerged from the depths of the forest, his feet surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings, exuding an overwhelming aura of a tidal Douluo. Douluo's face changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that Mo Tianxing's master had been following them all along, undetected even by himself. This was a dire situation, for his earlier words had likely led to a misunderstanding. "Master, I am somewhat hesitant to employ the bodyguard you have provided," Mo Tianxing continued, embellishing his words with mockery, seemingly eager for a confrontation between the two. Little did Douluo know that the mysterious figure in black was merely an illusion conjured by Mo Tianxing's soul rings. Yet the aura and sense of pressure it exuded were strikingly real. Should this old poison master decide to act, he could easily unleash the black domain to press forward, taking advantage of the darkness's blind spots to engage in battle without a trace of concern. Douluo could only explain with a stiff demeanor. "I was merely jesting to frighten him, hoping to instill a sense of caution and prevent him from causing trouble." The manifestation of a martial soul made the intimidation far too authentic. Had Mo Tianxing's master not been present, he could only wonder how far this intimidation would have escalated. Mo Tianxing snorted coldly, adopting an attitude of unyielding confidence, as if bolstered by the support of his master. "This is a misunderstanding," Douluo could only concede. If it came to a confrontation, he too was a titled Douluo and could not afford to lose face. "If my disciple suffers even a scratch, your granddaughter will meet the same fate," the raspy voice of the cloaked figure echoed. Douluo furrowed his brow in silence. The figure then retreated into the depths of the forest, vanishing from sight. Mo Tianxing felt that this self-inflicted provocation had nearly reached its limit. Continuing to act so arrogantly could lead to an unfavorable conclusion. "Senior Douluo, should we not make our way back? After all, in such a public setting, abducting someone might have alarmed my three masters from the academy, who could be desperately searching for me," Mo Tianxing said with a smile. Douluo observed how quickly this young man could change his demeanor, and he truly wished to teach him a lesson. However, given the current circumstances, it was not particularly convenient to do so. Therefore, he draped his cloak over him once more and seized him back. At this moment, Mo Tianxing felt an overwhelming urge to curse in frustration. Could you not engage in some semblance of sensible behavior? When Douluo returned to the Royal Academy of Tiandou with Mo Tianxing, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Mo Tianxing also sensed a familiar presence of the title Douluo, seemingly that of the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Does this imply that the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have also arrived? At this moment, Mo Tianxing tugged at Douluo's sleeve, signaling him to cooperate. The elderly man and the young boy returned to the Heaven Do Royal Academy in a remarkably harmonious manner, once again capturing the attention of the students present. What could this possibly mean? Wasn't Mo Tianxing just abducted by the enemy? How has the relationship suddenly improved so dramatically? The faces of the two boys who win a relay the news turned pale. "Brother, if you were kidnapped, could you please cooperate a little? Otherwise, it might lead others to believe I am fabricating the story." Meanwhile, the three esteemed professors were anxiously organizing personnel to search for Mo Tianxing. According to the description provided by the reporting student, the elder clad in green armor, with white hair and green eyes, was very likely the infamous poison Douluo. Their precious disciple had fallen into the hands of the enemy, and it seemed that disaster loomed. Coincidentally, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived with two titled Douluo, including Ning Rongrong, who intended to meet Mo Tianxing. However, they were met with the shocking news of his abduction, causing their plans to collide. Ning Rongrong was utterly stunned upon hearing that her elder brother had been kidnapped. Was he possibly taken by Douluo? Ning Fingji furrowed his brow upon receiving this news. Suddenly, the Sword Douluo beside him seemed to sense something. "I can feel the aura of that old poisoner. He must have returned, and he is within the academy." The expressions of the three professors immediately softened, and they promptly set out to investigate. Just as they were halfway there, they encountered a hurried student reporting that Mo Tianxing had returned, accompanied by his captor. This was indeed perplexing. At this moment, a gentle smile appeared on Ning Fingji's lips, deepening his curiosity about the boy and the charm that seemed to draw so many around him. Meanwhile, Xue'er also received the news of Mo Tianxing's abduction and was rushing to the academy with the royal entourage. Her father, the Snow Knight Emperor, was astounded to learn that the herbs Mo Tianxing had given her had caused her swan martial soul to undergo a transformation. He immediately instructed Xue'er that regardless of the cost, they must recruit Mo Tianxing into the Tiandou Empire. Douluo, Chapter 40. The Gathering of All Parties. As Mo Tianxing and Douluo returned together, they encountered three esteemed professors accompanied by Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, who were also holding hands with Ning Rongrong. "Brother Mo," Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Mo Tianxing return safely, immediately releasing her father's hand and hastening towards him. As Mo Tianxing beheld the approaching Ning Renxue, a gentle smile graced his face. He bent down to greet the young girl, affectionately ruffling her hair. "What brings you here, Renxue?" The sword Douluo and bone Douluo exchanged glances, pondering whether this lad had enchanted Renxue, for she seemed suddenly so familiar with him. At that moment, Dugabo also noticed the two title Douluo beside Ning Fingxi, maintaining an expression of calm. Senior Dugu, Dream Machine, and the others offered polite greetings upon encountering Dugabo, to which he merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Tianxing, I have heard from the Academy students that you were taken away by Senior Dugu. I suspect there may be some misunderstanding involved," Dream Machine remarked. Mo Tianxing naturally understood that his words were primarily intended to provide an explanation to everyone, and he immediately smiled faintly. "Senior Dugu, being an old acquaintance of my master, happened to return to the capital of Tiandou and specially came to see me, testing my recent cultivation achievements in the woods." Upon hearing this, Dugabo followed suit, casually draping his arm over Mo Tianxing's shoulder and giving him a pat. "I wonder what you've been feeding on, young man, for your growth rate is astonishing in the blink of an eye. You have already reached the level of a 5-ring Soul King." The two of them, in their playful banter, stirred the thoughts of the elderly individuals present, causing a flurry of contemplation. Behind Mo Tianxing stands a formidable elder who had anticipated the developments but did not foresee the connection with the poisoned Douluo, suggesting a deeper relationship than initially presumed. "This is not the place for discourse. Let us return," Dream Machine suggested, promptly guiding everyone to the residence of the esteemed chairperson. Along the way, Mo Tianxing exchanged glances with Dugabo, implying the necessity for cooperation. The gathered individuals soon arrived at the opulent hall where the chairperson resided, and the distinguished guests took their seats. As Renxue mentioned, my young brother Mo gifted her a rare spirit herb known as the Qiluo tulip, which facilitated her martial soul's transformation into the 9-treasure glazed tower. I must boldly inquire if my young brother possesses any more Qiluo tulips. I am willing to offer a handsome price for them." Ning Fingxi, with his refined and gentle demeanor, wore a subtle smile, yet his inquiry was direct and unambiguous. The three chairpersons were profoundly astonished upon hearing this revelation. The 9-treasure glazed tower? The 7-treasure glazed sect has indeed given birth to the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower. Their words suggested that Ning Renxue's martial soul had undergone transformation due to the herb gifted by Mo Tianxing. This revelation struck Dugabo differently, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. Spirit herbs? Could it be that those rare herbs were taken from his apothecary? At that moment, Mo Tianxing displayed an apologetic demeanor. "Those spirit herbs were obtained by my master from Elder Dugu. He gifted me 5, which I could not possibly consume alone, hence I distributed them." As for matters concerning spirit herbs, inquiring with Elder Dugu would yield clearer insights. As Mo Tianxing spoke, he turned his gaze towards the solitary Gubo beside him, inwardly reflecting on how timely his arrival was. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to attribute the blame to his non-existent master. Mo Tianxing passed the ball to Dugbo, infuriating him to the point of turning green with rage. How could he so casually hand over the spoils of his medicinal garden to a disciple for the sake of courting? Truly, what a waste. Uncertain whether Dugbo possessed it, Ning Fingxi expressed his willingness to pay any price for a Qiluo tulip on behalf of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. His gaze turned towards Dugbo, filled with a glimmer of hope, for even he could not resist the allure of the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Dugbo felt a stir within. The prospect of having the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School make such a promise was indeed enticing. The Qiluo tulip? He once had a golden tulip in his medicinal garden, but it had been excavated by that scoundrel Mo Tianxing's master. Though the promise from the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School held significant weight, he regrettably had none of those flowers in his possession, and he could only shake his head slightly. Those were rare items, long since vanished. Even though Ning Fengji understood the slim chances of success, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the news. With a resigned sigh, it seemed that the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda was beyond his reach. However, he took solace in the fact that his daughter had fulfilled his long-held wish. Ning Fengji retrieved a golden card from his storage soul guide and handed it to Mo Tianxing. "This is a token of gratitude for the spiritual medicine you sent for Renxue. I hope you will accept it, young brother Mo." He did not specify the exact amount within, but it was evident that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had made a substantial offering. Mo Tianxing was not one to hold back. He promptly accepted the item and, at the same time, produced a storage soul guide ring to hand over to Ning Fengji. This is something my master entrusted me to deliver to the sect leader Ning. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fengji's heart. Could it be that the concealed weapons were completed so swiftly? He accepted the ring, adorned with small pieces of blue starry diamonds, marveling at its compactness. For he had never encountered such a diminutive storage soul guide before. Upon releasing his spiritual power to investigate, he was taken aback when he beheld the interior space of the storage soul guide. It boasted an impressive volume of over 30 cubic meters. How could such a vast storage capacity be achieved? To put it into perspective, the largest storage soul guide in his possession measured merely 7 cubic meters, which was already exceedingly rare in this realm. Thus, the 30-plus cubic meters of space was utterly astonishing. Within the storage space lay 20 palm-sized soul-guided cannons, over 100 butterfly-shaped concealed weapons, and a collection of crossbow bolts inscribed with explosive patterns. These soul guides, etched with core techniques, represented an unparalleled advancement in the realm of violent weaponry. Ning Fengji could not help but feel moved. He promptly retrieved a gold card. The full payment for the concealed weapons, as the previous 1 million gold soul coins merely served as a deposit. Dugobo and the 3 esteemed chairs were perplexed by this transaction, wondering what could possibly be within that could cause the sect leader to display such uncharacteristic emotion. However, this time, Mo Tianxing refused to accept any further payment. I have already collected the money on behalf of my master, and as for the exquisite tulip, it is a gift for Rongrong, so I cannot accept this from sect leader Ning. With the matter laid bare, Ning Fengji felt it inappropriate to press further. If Rongrong's martial soul had indeed transformed into the 9 treasure glazed tower, then it would be he who had reaped an immense benefit. Reluctantly, he returned the card. Yet he made a mental note of this favor. If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, Brother Mo, the 7 treasure glazed sect shall never turn you away. Our doors will always remain open to you, and should you have the time, feel free to visit Rongrong anytime. Ning Fengji said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Mo, you must come to play with me in the future. All right, Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. Just then, a soft knock echoed from outside. Is Elder Meng present? Upon hearing the voice, Mo Tianxing immediately recognized it was Shui Yuxuan who had arrived. Was everyone in such a hurry to gather? How did they all converge at once? A peculiar expression crossed Mo Tianxing's face. Chapter 41. The intent towards the heart of the sea god is the dream present? As the grand doors swung open, sunlight poured in, illuminating the hall. And a breathtaking maiden stepped gracefully into the light. Behind her stood 2 rows of armored knights wielding long spears. She was an enchanting young lady clad in a fitted white gown, moving with poise. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, and her complexion was a delicate blend of fair and rosy hues. Radiating vitality, her eyes sparkled like stars, embodying a beauty that was both stunning and breath-stealing. The assembly within the hall was rendered speechless by her mesmerizing appearance. Even the 3 elderly titled Douluos could not remain unaffected. The 3 of the Dream Sect were equally astonished. Was this truly Princess Yuxuan? How could she seem so transformed after just a few days' absence? As Mo Tianxing gazed at the radiant Shui Yuxuan approaching with a smile, he felt a twinge of astonishment within his heart, even experiencing a moment of fluttering emotions. How could she appear even more enchanting than just a few days prior? The effects of the medicinal herb, with its ethereal, jade-like complexion, seemed yet to be fully absorbed. Was this miraculous herb truly so extraordinary? Upon entering, Shui Yuxuan's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly unprepared for the presence of so many influential figures, including no less than 3 titled Douluos. Her gaze swiftly settled upon Mo Tianxing, a glimmer of perplexity evident in her eyes. Hadn't Tianpin said that he had been abducted? She had specifically come to seek the Dream Sect's leader because of his predicament. Mo Tianxing naturally noticed her puzzled gaze, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, it was not his own hand that moved, but rather that of Du Guobo, making him the passive party in this scenario. Yuxian had greeted everyone present, performing an impeccable court etiquette. Sister Shui Yuxuan, over here. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, pulling Shui Yuxuan to sit beside her, conveniently next to Mo Tianxing. As she approached, Mo Tianxing caught a whiff of a delicate floral fragrance and looked up to see her face, a flawless blend of white and rosy hues. Leaning closer to Mo Tianxing, Shui Yuxuan inquired softly, "Didn't they say you were kidnapped?" "That was not my doing," Mo Tianxing replied quietly. "Please wait for me after the gathering. I have something to discuss with you," Shui Yuxuan whispered in his ear. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, surmising that the royal family likely intended to win him over, as they had probably conducted a thorough investigation into his background. At present, he had become a coveted figure sought after by various factions. and the Tiandou royal family would undoubtedly not relinquish him easily. After all, he was brought back by Xue'er. Mo Tianxing was quite pleased with the situation. As various factions vied for his favor, the benefits naturally accrued to him. He had long harbored thoughts of reclaiming the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield, or perhaps the heart of the sea god. The inheritance of divine status was not something he could relinquish lightly. Ning Fengji observed the whispers exchanged between Mo Tianxing and Xue'er with a sense of wistfulness, reflecting on how his daughter had been born a decade too late to compete for such attention. In truth, all present had come primarily for Mo Tianxing. And now that matters were largely settled, it was only natural for them to disperse. Before departing, Xue'er inadvertently signaled to Mo Tianxing, suggesting he pay her a visit. Within the academy, they convened, and Mo Tianxing cast a glance at the knight wielding a long spear who followed closely behind Xue'er. Recognizing him as an elite soul master of the Fourth Ring, it appeared that the Snow Knight Emperor had elevated his regard for his daughter significantly. The pair made their way to the rear mountain of the academy, where Xue'er dismissed her guards at the foot of the hill, ascending with Mo Tianxing. The rear mountain of the Tiandou Royal Academy spanned a vast expanse, primarily designated as a special training ground for students, designed to accelerate the cultivation of soul masters. As they wandered along the winding forest path, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the stone walkway. Xue'er, hands clasped behind her, admired the scenery, while Mo Tianxing appeared at ease, relishing the tranquility of the moment. "You are clever enough to know why I sought you out, are you not?" Xue'er spoke softly, her voice melodious. This was indeed their first moment of solitude, free from the burdens of pretense in public. There was no need to maintain a facade of maturity and composure. She could simply be herself. At this moment, she felt a sense of liberation, as no one desired to be perpetually constrained by rules. "You wish for me to join the Tiandou royal faction, correct?" Mo Tianxing saw no need to feign ignorance in her presence, maintaining his usual relaxed demeanor. Xue'er walked ahead, her bright eyes sincerely fixed upon him. "Are you willing?" "That is difficult to say," Mo Tianxing replied. "In truth, they value not me, but rather my master behind me. I am merely a figurehead. There are countless geniuses in this world, not enough to warrant such fervent competition among the great powers." Mo Tianxing was candid and straightforward. To be honest, while he could rise to prominence with the support of various powerful factions, he had no intention of fully aligning himself with any particular camp, setting aside all external factors. "I ask you directly, would you be willing to join our Tiandou royal family?" Xue'er was not easily deceived. Her gaze was fixed intently upon him, directed squarely at Mo Tianxing himself. "It was not impossible for me to take a stand, provided that my needs were met." Mo Tianxing paused, his gaze mischievously surveying Xue'er's figure. Instantly, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, alluring and vibrant, leaving her momentarily speechless. However, truth be told, should he be the candidate in the future, she found herself not entirely opposed to the idea. "What do you require?" Xue'er inquired further. "That depends on what you offer me, whether it can stir my heart." Mo Tianxing smiled as he took a step forward. Xue'er's face reddened even more as she silently followed him. "All right, I won't frighten you any longer. I am rather intrigued by the legendary ancient soul guide device mentioned at that auction." Mo Tianxing turned back with a grin. "Are you referring to the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield?" Xue'er immediately recalled that this fellow also had the ability to craft some soul guides, and it was possible that Mo Tianxing's master sought to study that item. Although the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield was steeped in fantastical legends, the contemporary members of the Tiandou royal family could not comprehend it at all, let alone activate the soul guide or utilize its inherent divine abilities. Such an item, if given away, would indeed be a lucrative transaction to win over an extraordinary talent. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, realizing that it would be quite challenging to prompt them to willingly offer their treasures, as they were not privy to the innermost desires of his heart. "Is that all?" Xue'er inquired, uncertain if he required any other valuables. Mo Tianxing scrutinized her carefully. "Are you not afraid that I might make some peculiar requests?" Xue'er's fair face flushed instantly, and she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. After all, a girl's modesty is often quite delicate. "By the way, there is something else. Ever since I consumed the spiritual herb you provided, I have realized that my martial soul has undergone a transformation," Xue'er remarked. At that moment, Xue'er summoned her martial soul, as the vibrant emerald energy surged forth. A magnificent swan, radiant in a rich emerald hue and exuding a profound vitality, materialized behind her. The emerald swan, indeed. Mo Tianxing merely smiled faintly in response. Chapter 42. Youngster, do you wish to join the Spirit Hall? Meanwhile, Qian Renxue returned to the Heaven Dou Empire with the Chrysanthemum Douluo, only to hear the news that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Poison Douluo had both sought out Mo Tianxing, seemingly connected to the enigmatic figure behind him. She found herself feeling somewhat perplexed at this moment. Isn't Mo Tianxing concerned about potential repercussions from engaging with the title Douluo? Or perhaps he possesses the ability to conceal his aura? Xue'er inquired, to which the title Douluo responded, So, Mo Tianxing is indeed the one who gifted you the rare mushroom of the celestial chrysanthemum? Qian Renxue had little to conceal regarding such matters and readily admitted. That lad's celestial chrysanthemum might well have been bestowed upon him by the poisoned Douluo, who seems to possess a rather impressive medicinal garden, though its location remains elusive. There was a hint of regret in the title Douluo's tone as he spoke. I find myself quite curious about the allure of that fellow, to the extent that even our Xue'er is so captivated by him, the title Douluo chuckled. At this, Qian Renxue felt a blush rise to her cheeks, responding, It's not yet certain. Once we bring that young man to our spirit hall, surely matters will fall into place, the title Douluo remarked with a grin. When shall you take me to meet this young man? I shall arrange it, Qian Renxue replied, nodding as she extended an invitation for him to meet under her own esteemed identity. Upon receiving the letter, Mo Tianxing noted that Qian Renxue expressed a desire for collaboration in the realm of hidden weapons on behalf of the Spirit Hall, specifically mentioning the involvement of a highly esteemed senior peer. Could it be a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall? Most likely, it is either Ju Douluo or Gue Douluo. Mo Tianxing carefully tucked away the note, a faint smile gracing his lips, and proceeded to seek out Douluo within the imperial capital. One might wonder, are you truly afraid? Young lad. Douluo was equally astonished upon receiving this news. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing's expression darkened instantly. Douluo did not anticipate that Mo Tianxing would establish contact with the Wuhuan Hall so swiftly. Given his words, it was evident that he was in contact with high-ranking officials of the Wuhuan Hall, likely a title Douluo. While he remained unperturbed in the presence of the title Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the necessity of bringing his own companion when meeting someone from the Wuhuan Hall indicated a concern for personal safety. This apprehension was likely linked to his master, further solidifying Douluo's belief that Mo Tianxing's master was Tang Hao. Only Tang Hao had engaged in such a fierce struggle against the Wuhuan Hall over the years. As for why he speculated it was Tang Hao, in his understanding, only two individuals possessed the ninth ring with a red 100,000-year spirit ring, Pope Bibi Dong and Tang Hao. Mo Tianxing's master is evidently a man, and his palpable trepidation towards the Spirit Hall only amplifies the likelihood that it is Tang Hao, given the gravity of the situation regarding the hidden weapons. Their absence would indeed be suspicious. In any case, you merely need to accompany me for show and ensure my safety, Mo Tianxing stated with a dark expression. Very well, replied Douluo, noting the stormy demeanor of Mo Tianxing. It was apparent that further provocation could trigger an outburst. Thus, Mo Tianxing led Douluo to the designated location. Inside the private room, upon encountering Qian Renxue, Mo Tianxing observed her enduring grace and elegance. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes as she noticed him accompanied by Douluo. Could this fellow possess such remarkable capabilities? It had scarcely been a while, yet he had managed to enlist a title Douluo as his bodyguard. Douluo, Yueguan, seated on the sofa, also expressed astonishment at the arrival, not expecting this young man to possess such prowess to summon a title Douluo. As for Douluo, he held little regard for the chrysanthemum Douluo. Having previously experienced some friction, their relationship was neither amicable nor antagonistic. Long time no see. Mo Tianxing greeted Qian Renxue with familiarity as he took a seat, with Douluo settling beside him. Indeed, Qian Renxue acknowledged with a slight nod, her gaze fixed upon him. Douluo, meanwhile, scrutinized Qian Renxue. At his level of status, he was well aware that she was the granddaughter of Qian Daoliu, and he was taken aback by Mo Tianxing's considerable influence that could prompt her to seek him out. With both the chrysanthemum Douluo and Douluo present, their conversation flowed with enthusiasm. What Douluo did not anticipate was Mo Tianxing's unhesitating agreement to the collaboration on hidden weapons proposed by Qian Renxue. Young man, would you be interested in joining our spirit hall? The chrysanthemum Douluo inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Mo Tianxing. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before Mo Tianxing. Option 1. Agree to join the Spirit Hall, which would grant him a prestigious Spirit Hall token. The support of Qian Renxue and her faction within the Spirit Hall, and the protection of Qian Daoliu, along with a direct reward of 2,000 years of cultivation. Option 2. Refuse to join the Spirit Hall and choose to ally with Tang San, thereby thwarting the political ambitions of the Spirit Hall. Reward. The title of Tang San's most esteemed subordinate. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the options presented by the system. Was there truly a need for selection? To think he would pledge allegiance to Tang San was nothing short of a delusion. His own development surpassed that of Tang San's, exhibiting an extraordinary prowess. Both were individuals who had been reborn with external enhancements, yet his system was infinitely more formidable than Tang San's. Moreover, he had a decade's advantage in every endeavor. Being one step ahead felt as if scaling a mountain. To be ahead by 10 years was an insurmountable chasm. Presently, he possessed not only strength but also influence. With a plethora of powerful allies and backgrounds to choose from, how could he possibly settle for a subordinate position? Mo Tianxing decisively chose the first option and joined the Spirit Hall. Joining the Spirit Hall was not out of the question, however. It was essential to consider the benefits before making a commitment. Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. Oh, what benefits do you seek, young man? Douluo inquired with interest. Qian Renxue felt a surge of delight within. At the very least, he was willing to join the Spirit Hall. On the side, Douluo sensed something amiss. He even began to suspect whether the title Douluo behind this fellow was Tang Hao. Why does this disciple seem somewhat peculiar, displaying no aversion towards the Spirit Hall? I am easily satisfied. A princess to dote on would suffice, though a saintess would also do, Mo Tianxing remarked, gazing at Qian Renxue with a smile. Douluo burst into hearty laughter. Well said, young man. You possess ambition. I hold great expectations for you. However, at present, we have yet to determine a saintess. But a princess is indeed available, so seize the opportunity. Qian Renxue shot a glare at Douluo, subsequently casting a fierce look at Mo Tianxing, clearly displeased. She retrieved a black Spirit Hall token from her bosom and tossed it in front of Mo Tianxing. We are an organization of soul masters. We do not provide wives. You must find one for yourself. Qian Renxue's words were laced with a hint of irritation, reflecting her discontent. What is this? Mo Tianxing took the black token from the table, crafted from a unique type of black iron, heavy in his hand, adorned with the emblematic design of the Spirit Hall. Young man, that is our Spirit Hall's cardinal token, second only to the Pope's decree. With it, you may participate in decision-making at any branch of the Spirit Hall. This token grants you the privilege to travel to Spirit City and have an audience with His Holiness the Pope, explained Douluo with a smile. Such tokens are typically reserved for red-robed cardinals who have made extraordinary contributions. Xue'er has toiled for quite some time to obtain this, yet here you are, preoccupied with her well-being. TSK. Qian Renxue shot a murderous glare at Douluo, instantly silencing him. Douluo, taken aback, thought to himself, I am merely assisting you. Dear Xue, why are you angry? Mo Tianxing, with an unyielding demeanor, accepted the black cult leader's order without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 43. Is Xiao Wu's brother? Upon witnessing Mo Tianxing's acceptance of the cult leader's decree, Qian Renxue's mood improved considerably. Mo Tianxing believed that some matters were better addressed directly. So he called her out privately. Is there something you wish to discuss? Qian Renxue replied, her tone tinged with displeasure. Evidently still agitated by his earlier remarks regarding marrying the princess. I will be departing for a while in the next few days. And it may take some time before I return, Mo Tianxing stated, getting straight to the point, feeling that leaving without notice would be rather inconsiderate. Where are you headed this time? Qian Renxue's ears immediately perked up in curiosity. Mo Tianxing shook his head gently, determined not to divulge any information this time. The northernmost land was unlike any other. It was a distant realm, a veritable death zone for humanity. He harbored no desire for Qian Renxue to seek her out again, fearing the potential for unforeseen calamities. Whether it be her misfortune or that of the soul beasts in the northernmost land, he wished to preserve the sanctity of that realm, especially considering she had a peerless title Douluo grandfather at level 99. Upon witnessing his reticence, Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the duration of his silence. It would likely take at least 3 months, even under the most favorable circumstances. For reasons unknown, Mo Tianxing felt a pang of guilt as he uttered this. Unable to meet her gaze, Qian Renxue, observing him closely, stepped forward and enveloped him in an embrace. Mo Tianxing immediately sensed the warmth of the other party and caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Qian Renxue leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Take care. I will await your return. Mo Tianxing's entire body felt as if it had been electrified, and he nodded slightly in a daze. Qian Renxue released her embrace and Noticing the faint blush creeping to his ears, chuckled softly. I shall take my leave now. With that, Qian Renxue turned and slipped away, leaving Mo Tianxing with a faint flush on his cheeks. Mo Tianxing stood in a daze, utterly astonished. Had I truly been flirted with by a girl? The phrase "I am waiting for your return" was laden with ambiguity, a sentiment he found utterly irresistible. It seemed their relationship had undeniably progressed further. As he made his way back, the image of that moment lingered in Mo Tianxing's mind, a faint smile gracing his lips, which puzzled his companion, Douluo. Had this young man fallen under a spell, or perhaps succumbed to the allure of a beautiful woman? He appeared almost entranced. Upon returning to the Tiandou Royal Academy, Mo Tianxing finally exhaled in relief. It seemed all matters had been sufficiently addressed, and he was preparing to depart the Tiandou Empire for the far north. Before embarking on that journey, however, he intended to visit Xiao Wu and leave her something of significance. Just as he was bidding farewell to the three esteemed professors and preparing to leave, he unexpectedly collided with Xue'er, causing him to feel quite overwhelmed. At times, having an abundance of female admirers is not necessarily a favorable circumstance. Where are you headed? Xue'er inquired, her gaze penetrating, as if she had sensed something amiss. I plan to accompany my master for a period of training, Mo Tianxing replied, mustering his courage to respond. Xue'er regarded him with a profound look. The complexity of her expression was palpable. Mo Tianxing felt a twinge of guilt. Just yesterday, he had declined her invitation, only to turn around and join the Wuhuan Hall. To claim he felt no remorse would be a falsehood. He stood there, contemplating. In truth, men can often feign ignorance. A man may outwardly appear to be straightforward, yet that does not guarantee his sincerity. Xue'er retrieved a delicately crafted box made from golden silk Nanmu wood from her storage ring and handed it to him. What is this? Mo Tianxing had an inkling of what lay within, and upon opening it, he discovered a palm-sized blue crystal nestled inside. The crystal was shaped like a triangular pyramid, adorned with ancient, enigmatic inscriptions that radiated a soft blue glow. It was none other than the sea god's heart, or the Han Haiqian Kuanjia. Xue'er gazed at him with a gentle smile, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. I will await your return. Mo Tianxing felt a pang of heartache. Initially, he had intended to depart quietly, yet in the end, he slightly nodded and turned to leave. Xue'er stood behind him. Watching him go, Mo Tianxing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as if a thorn was lodged in his back. Upon departing from the academy, he swiftly melded into the crowd, employing a technique to mask his presence, transforming into an inconspicuous passerby and vanishing from sight. Xue'er let her hand fall, silently observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians on the street. His inaugural destination on this journey was the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. After several days of travel, Mo Tianxing finally arrived at the entrance of the academy, nestled in a corner of the countryside. It was only then that he reverted to his original appearance. Perhaps accustomed to the grandeur of the Tiandou Royal Academy, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia upon gazing at this humble academy for junior soul masters. As he observed a group of 7- or 8-year-old students preparing to enter, he called out to them, "Little one, come here for a moment." Mo Tianxing waved a gleaming gold soul coin in his hand. Instantly captivated by the shimmering coin, the child's eyes were irresistibly drawn to it. "Please do me a favor and fetch Xiao Wu for me. Just tell her brother is here," Mo Tianxing requested, placing the gold soul coin into the child's hands. The moment the child beheld the coin, their eyes sparkled with delight. "Are you the brother that Sister Xiao Wu often talks about?" Mo Tianxing was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this little one was aware of his existence. He nodded slightly. The child, filled with excitement, dashed towards the academy, shouting all the while, "Sister Xiao Wu, your brother has come to see you." Xiao Wu, who had been cultivating on the academy lawn, was disturbed by the ruckus outside, causing her to feel a surge of irritation as she intended to reprimand the noisy little rascal. Young Tang San, who was beside her, was also roused from his practice by the commotion. "What is the matter? What is happening?" "Sister Xiao Wu, your brother has come to see you." An enthusiastic child waved at Xiao Wu. "My brother?" Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, and the image of Mo Tianxing surfaced in her mind. Xiao Wu's brother? Tang San was equally surprised. He had indeed heard Xiao Wu mention having an elder brother, but he had yet to see him since Xiao Wu arrived at the academy. He pondered whether something had occurred with her brother, never expecting that he would appear today. Before Tang San could fully process the situation, Xiao Wu had already dashed out. "Xiao Wu, where are you going?" He called after her, but her voice echoed back faintly, "To greet my brother," with a resigned sigh. Tang San utilized his ghost shadow perplexing track and followed after her. In this world, he harbored some concerns about her being deceived. While waiting at the academy entrance, Mo Tianxing did not wait long before he spotted a pink figure dashing towards him with uncontainable excitement. As he discerned the approaching figure, he recognized it was Xiao Wu, who he had not seen for some time. A gentle smile blossomed on his face. Xiao Wu, brother. Xiao Wu, with tears glistening in her eyes, threw herself into Mo Tianxing's embrace. The warmth of reuniting with her elder brother in the human realm instantly melted her heart, leaving her emotions uncontrollable. And tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. Mo Tianxing held her tenderly in his embrace, gently stroking her head. Xiao Wu, you have endured much suffering these days. Xiao Wu wept softly in Mo Tianxing's arms, fearing that her brother had forgotten her. How could that be? You will always be my dearest sister. Mo Tianxing replied with a gentle tone. At that moment, Tang San approached, immediately drawn to Mo Tianxing. Clad in opulent attire, exuding an air of nobility. He smiled with warmth, yet there lingered an unsettling aura of danger about him. At this moment, Mo Tianxing also noticed a small boy, around 6 or 7 years old, standing in front of the academy. Though his appearance was quite ordinary, there was a certain maturity in his gaze that transcended his age. Chapter 44. Yu Xiaojiang. Mo Tianxing regarded the 7-year-old Tang San, who was also observing him, his gaze concealing profound depths. It is understandable, considering that when Tang San traversed into this realm, his heart bore the wisdom of over 30 years. Thus, amidst the company of children aged 6 or 7, he remained unnoticed by outsiders. Although Xiao Wu had undergone a rebirth as a soul beast spanning 100,000 years, her understanding of the human world was scant, leaving her only aware of his precocious maturity. After Xiao Wu had sufficiently expressed herself, she finally leapt down from Mo Tianxing's side, grasping his hand. Brother. This is my friend, Xiao San. Xiao San, this is my brother, she introduced with a familiarity that spoke of their bond. Mo Tianxing gazed at him, a professional smile adorning his face. Thank you for taking care of my sister during this time. Should any issues arise in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Tiandou Royal Academy. My name is Mo Tianxing. Tang San nodded slightly. I am Tang San. I merely assisted Xiao Wu. It hardly qualifies as care. At that moment, Tang San felt a wave of confusion. The Tiandou Royal Academy was evidently an elite institution for noble soul masters. Judging by the other's attire and demeanor, he clearly hailed from a prestigious family. Why then would he send his sister to the rural Notting Junior Academy for training? He recalled Xiao Wu mentioning that many might wish to harm her. Her identity could be of great nobility, and to evade the pursuit of enemies, her family might have resorted to such drastic measures. Brother, this is our academy. Let me show you around, Xiao Wu exclaimed, eagerly pulling Mo Tianxing into the grounds, while Tang San silently followed behind. Within the academy, Xiao Wu commanded considerable respect, embodying the essence of a leader far surpassing even the 6th-tier students. Despite her tender age of 7, she was already a spirit master of the first ring and possessed combat capabilities that could easily overpower numerous first-ring spirit masters. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu's brother had arrived, the students gathered curiously around them. They noted Mo Tianxing's tall and handsome stature, his splendid attire marking him as a veritable nobleman in their eyes. The young boy who had previously alerted them brandished a gold soul coin, boasting, "This is a gift from Xiao Wu's brother." An odd chorus of wow erupted from the crowd. Xiao Wu's brows furrowed slightly, her desire to disengage from the throng evident. Mo Tianxing took out a small cloth bag and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your tolerance towards my younger sister's temperament. This is a token of appreciation for everyone." Mo Tianxing unfurled the small pouch, revealing a modest heap of gleaming gold soul coins. The children present were taken aback, instantly converging around him, encircling him in eager anticipation. There is no need to jostle, there is enough for everyone. Mo Tianxing smiled gently, distributing gold soul coins to the children, instantly elevating their fondness for him to its zenith. Throughout this scene, only Tang San appeared out of place, standing at the periphery. Beside him, Xiao Wu pouted, casting her discontented gaze upon her surrounded brother. Tang San, of course, could not indulge in the childish pastime of collecting candy, rejecting the allure of unsolicited gifts. Furthermore, he held a rather indifferent view towards wealth, not placing significant importance upon it. Judging by the aura emanating from her brother, it was evident that he was a formidable soul master, though it remained uncertain whether he was a 3-ringed soul sovereign or a 4-ringed soul sect. After distributing the golden soul coins to each child, Mo Tianxing watched as they dispersed. With a smile, he approached Xiao Wu, who stubbornly turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Mo Tianxing handed Tang San a golden soul coin, wearing a sincere smile. Tianxing felt it would be impolite to refuse, so he reluctantly accepted it. Xiao Wu's brother likely assumed he was merely shy and had gone out of his way to present him with this token, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. Such amiable individuals are invariably welcomed wherever they go, and even Tianxing found his fondness for Mo Tianxing escalating. Perhaps he would save this golden soul coin to treat Xiao Wu to something delicious later. Suddenly, he was reminded that the other party was Xiao Wu's brother, and with his return, it seemed these matters no longer concerned him. This thought brought a tinge of bitterness to his heart. Had Xiao Wu become upset? After all, I have prepared a gift for you. Mo Tianxing bent down to gaze at Xiao Wu. What gift? Xiao Wu pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Tianxing. I will show you later, Mo Tianxing said, gently ruffling her hair. Teacher. Mo Tianxing turned his gaze toward the direction of Tianxing's voice and beheld a gaunt figure standing not far away. The man clutched a hefty tome in his hands. His face adorned with stubble, and his eyes bore a hint of melancholy. The prematurely aged man, with his thinning white hair, resembled a weary middle-aged office worker, beleaguered by the disappointments of life, spending his days in a haze of alcohol and smoke. A master? When Mo Tianxing laid eyes upon him, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of light danced in his eyes, reflecting a scrutinizing gaze. Brother, do you know our teacher? Xiao Wu inquired, her surprise evident. Tianxing's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of astonishment as well. The master understood the theory of twin martial souls, and Xiao Wu's brother was undoubtedly aware of his identity, indicating that the master's status was far from ordinary, having remained concealed within the Nodding Junior Academy for reasons unknown. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback that the young man from the outside world recognized him. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he seemed to be of noble lineage from the Tiandou Empire. When you venture into the outside world, you will naturally come to understand what sort of person your teacher truly is, Mo Tianxing remarked, lowering his head with a smile as he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Ultimately, it is for you to determine what kind of individual he is. Others' opinions may often appear overly one-sided. The rumors circulating are but a mere facade. Yu Xiaojiang gently shook his head. No amount of theoretical knowledge can compare to the satisfaction derived from possessing absolute power, leading a carefree life. His martial soul foretells a tragic destiny. Mo Tianxing merely smiled in silence, seemingly having misunderstood something. Follow me, Yu Xiaojiang said, casting a deep glance at Mo Tianxing. For reasons unknown, he faintly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the other, reminiscent of a dragon-type martial soul, and his companions accompanied Yu Xiaojiang to a secluded chamber, which was quite austere. Although the outside world expressed considerable disdain for Yu Xiaojiang's past, labeling him with various unflattering remarks, in reality, he resembled a protagonist devoid of any halo, beginning with a feeble martial soul and lacking any fortuitous encounters to alter his fate. All his tribulations stemmed from his insufficient strength, resulting in the fleeting of all that was beautiful before him. Such anguish is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. There is not much to say about this matter. However, when it comes to the theoretical study of soul masters, his title of master is indeed questionable. His theories largely align with the martial soul research of the Spirit Hall, leaving it uncertain whether he developed them solely through his own efforts. As for the training regimen he proposed to the students of Shrek Academy, it is indeed difficult to endorse. It is true that he betrayed Bibi Dong by nurturing the son of her enemy. He even ventured to the Spirit Hall to inquire how Bibi Dong cultivated dual martial souls for the sake of his cherished disciple. Ultimately, he took his beloved apprentice and eliminated Bibi Dong, thereby obliterating the Spirit Hall. In Mo Tianxing's view, the Spirit Hall is not without merit. It provides assistance to soul masters of lesser cultivation, facilitates the registration of personal information, aids in the awakening of martial souls, and offers a relatively equitable path for commoners to ascend. The unification of the Douluo Continent can only be seen as an inevitable trend. This ambition is not solely the political aspiration of the Spirit Hall, but also reflects the ambitions of the two great empires. Yet, this justification may scarcely suffice as a rationale for the assault on the Spirit Hall. What grounds are there for war? The people are not to be trifled with. It is merely a personal vendetta. Nevertheless, this personal grievance led to the annihilation of the Spirit Hall. However, now that he has arrived, everything is destined for transformation. Cast a deep glance at Yu Xiaojiang. Please do not take offense at my humble meal. Yu Xiaojiang, unperturbed by trivial matters, would not treat him any differently due to his stature. His primary purpose for this visit was to see his sister. Gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Yu Xiaojiang sensed a subtle disquiet in his words. It seemed he had no intention of taking Xiao Wu away, but rather a hint of preparing for what lay ahead. Xiao Wu looked up at. "It is perilous for me to stay by your side. My current strength is insufficient," he stated calmly. He planned to venture to the northernmost region in pursuit of something he sought. Tianxing lowered his gaze while sipping tea, suspecting that Xiao Wu's brother intended to depart, perhaps never to return. "Rest assured, I shall remain here for a few days," reassured, gently tousling Xiao Wu's hair. He then retrieved a long rectangular jade box from his storage ring and presented it to her. "This is a gift for you. Do open it," smiled. As Xiao Wu opened the jade box, the room filled with an intoxicating fragrance. When Tianxing beheld the contents, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Within lay a large flower of pale pink, approximately 3 feet in length, devoid of leaves, and boasting an enormous blossom with a diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal resembled crystal, translucent and shimmering, with a stamen of light purple, adorned with what appeared to be amethyst-like gems, resplendent and vibrant. "What is this?" Xiao Wu inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to inhale the floral aroma which relaxed her body and allowed her spirit power to flow freely. "This is the ethereal fragrance lily," Tianxing exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. "It truly exists. This is the legendary herb recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, an unparalleled treasure that has manifested before my eyes." The existence of such divine herbs was a revelation to him. Yu Xiaojing observed the flower's fragrance and noted its calming effects, quickening the flow of one's spirit power. Clearly, this flower was extraordinary, likely a rare herb capable of aiding soul masters in their cultivation. The ethereal fragrance lily is the nemesis of all toxins. It neutralizes every poison, though it does not detoxify itself, explained with a smile. He still possessed the ethereal fragrance lily, along with several other rare herbs. Among these was the snow-white swan kiss, which, while non-toxic, could amplify viruses to an alarming degree, making it unsuitable for consumption. In the original tale, Tianxing had cast this herb into the blood pool of the city of slaughter, igniting a viral outbreak that led to its demise. The Heartbreak Red, while protective of its master, required profound emotional ties for harvesting. Xiao Wu, even if she were to bite the black stone beneath it, would find the Heartbreak Red obstinate in its attachment. Moreover, himself harbored a certain aversion towards this celestial herb. He had alternative options for protecting and concealing her spirit beast aura, rendering this herb unnecessary. The rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, being overly vigorous and fortifying, was unsuitable for Xiao Wu. The eyes of the water-seeing dew were intended for those with spirit eyes or eye-related abilities, which was not practical for her. After careful consideration, it became evident that the ethereal fragrance lily was the most suitable choice. This celestial herb, when consumed, could render the user immune to toxins while also expanding their meridians and accelerating their cultivation. Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow at this revelation. Xiao Wu was merely at the first stage of her cultivation, and consuming such a potent herb could jeopardize her foundation. In his understanding, such potent herbs must not be taken lightly, as one's body may not withstand the overwhelming potency. However, Tianxing knew that the ethereal fragrance lily possessed gentle properties, inherently nurturing the meridians without being affected by the user's cultivation level. Yet, this was not the moment for him to flaunt his knowledge. Xiao Wu's brother seemed quite familiar with the properties of this extraordinary herb, leaving Tianxing curious about his true background. It appeared that celestial herbs had appeared multiple times throughout history, meticulously documented by those who came before. Mo Tianxing gently shook his head. The enchanting fragrance of the ethereal flower possessed inherent properties that fortified and rejuvenated the body, unaffected by the cultivation level of the consumer. A peerless celestial treasure? This concept was entirely foreign to Yu Xiaojing. Yet, he acknowledged that it was impossible for him to possess comprehensive knowledge of all matters in this world. In realms he did not comprehend, he would naturally refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. Since Xiao Wu was his sister, he held no doubt about her safety. Xiao Wu, too, could sense the immense energy contained within the delicate pink flower, precisely what she desperately needed during her youth. Both she and her brother were born from soul beasts, ensuring their mutual well-being. As Xiao Wu consumed the flower's petals and stamen, a delightful fragrance filled her senses, the taste a harmonious blend of sweet and sour. As its potent medicinal properties began to disperse within her, she immediately entered a meditative state, with Mo Tianxing standing guard beside her. During this period of protection, Tianxing quietly observed Mo Tianxing. His curiosity about the man's origins piqued. He yearned to discuss the origins and effects of the celestial herbs, pondering whether other celestial treasures existed in this world. However, such thoughts remained confined within him, as a 7-year-old child possessing such knowledge would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, he resolved to wait until his own cultivation reached a suitable level before conducting further inquiries and engaging in discussions. Xiao Wu's process of refining the ethereal flower proceeded smoothly. Upon awakening once more, she was astonished to discover that her cultivation had surged from rank 14 to the threshold of rank 20. If she wished, she could condense her second soul ring at any moment. However, being in the human realm, it was impossible to directly condense a soul ring. Alongside the transformation in her soul power, she began to exude a faint medicinal aroma, nearly masking her soul beast aura. Even a tidal Douluo present would only be able to conjecture that Xiao Wu had consumed a celestial herb, unable to discern her true soul beast identity. Tianxing naturally noticed the changes in Xiao Wu's soul power and aura. Although she did not specify the exact increase in her soul power, he could infer from the effects of the celestial herb that she had likely reached the 20th rank, with her foundation becoming more robust. The medicinal properties of the ethereal flower flowing through her veins would grant her immunity to worldly toxins, while the aura she emanated could dispel toxic mists, testament to the formidable efficacy of celestial herbs. Upon seeing Xiao Wu conclude her training, Mo Tianxing retrieved a storage ring embedded with a starry blue gemstone from his spatial ring and handed it to her. Xiao Wu's eyes immediately sparkled with delight as she cradled the exquisite ring in her hands. It was a silver ring, intricately engraved with a delicate silver vine, featuring an adjustable band that fit her finger perfectly. Inside this ring, there are treasures that should not be revealed easily, understand? Mo Tianxing said with a smile. Ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, he had stored 1 million gold soul coins within, ample to enhance Xiao Wu's living conditions. Additionally, it contained protective soul-guiding devices, healing pills, and even supplies of water and food, truly a treasure trove. Nevertheless, the thought that her brother would soon depart cast a shadow over Xiao Wu's spirits. Do not be upset, little one. Once I finish my tasks, I shall return to take you with me. I have some free time in the coming days to explore the grand cities with you, Mo Tianxing reassured her. Hearing her brother's promise to take them on excursions lifted Xiao Wu's mood slightly. She realized she had yet to explore the vast human cities. Previously, she had been concerned that encountering powerful soul masters outside might expose her soul beast identity, compounded by financial constraints. With her brother's protection in the coming days, she could finally venture forth and see the world. In the following days, Mo Tianxing led Xiao Wu, Tianxing, and the master to the capital of Barak. While it may not rival the grandeur of the imperial capital of the Tiandou Empire, it was undoubtedly a significant city, due to the full payment for the hidden weapons entrusted by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Mo Tianxing has inadvertently become the wealthy young master in the eyes of others, free from the burdens of mundane financial concerns. In the royal capital of Balak, he fortuitously encounters a significant auction event. Accompanied by Xiao Wu and the others, all adorned with unique masks, Mo Tianxing proceeds directly to the VIP lounge. Exhibited a lack of interest in the items at the auction, finding them unimpressive. However, as long as Xiao Wu relished the experience, that was sufficient. He merely sought the vibrant atmosphere. As for Tianxing and the master, they held no particular desires and primarily accompanied Xiao Wu for the sake of company. Following the conclusion of the auction, Tianxing intended to select some fine iron at the blacksmith shop, and it dawned on that he was likely preparing to craft concealed weapons. Given Tianxing's need, the group naturally decided to accompany him, and Xiao Wu momentarily lingered at a hair accessory shop along the way, while Tianxing and the master proceeded ahead. Brother, what do you think of this? Xiao Wu inquired, retrieving several exquisitely crafted gold and silver hair ornaments from the counter, their engraving skill remarkably refined. Just as contemplated this, he sensed that Tianxing and the master were encountering some difficulties at the blacksmith shop ahead. Promptly, he left a sum of gold soul coins exceeding the price of the accessories, hurriedly purchasing them all before dragging Xiao Wu towards Tianxing. You country bumpkins cannot afford refined secret iron. You should leave at once, shouted 4 tall young men outside the blacksmith shop, their arrogance palpable as they unleashed their soul rings, revealing their identities as 4-ringed soul masters. Do not overstep your bounds. Tianxing's gaze turned icy as he positioned the master behind him, the hidden crossbow in his sleeve poised to strike. Although the power of the crossbow was formidable, it felt inadequate against the 4-ringed soul masters unless it could directly target a vulnerable point, such as an eye. Otherwise, he might struggle to penetrate their protective shields, making it challenging to inflict any serious harm. Additionally, they were in the royal capital of Balak, where they dared not act recklessly. He never anticipated that a simple purchase of refined secret iron would be interrupted by these four individuals. "Might you please leave for now?" the shopkeeper pleaded. Aware of the backgrounds of the four youths and recognizing the peril of speaking out against them, he could only lament the misfortune of these two outsiders. What is happening here? At that moment, Xiao Wu made their entrance. Mo Tianxing's gaze was cold as it fixated on the four tall young men before him. The Four-Element Soul Sect? Ah, the main characters have arrived. Upon observing Mo Tianxing's distinctive attire and the noble aura he exuded, the four young men immediately surmised that he was the master of the elder and the youth accompanying him. However, they remained unperturbed. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, and the opponent appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, clearly lacking the cultivation they had attained, making him an easy target for intimidation. At that moment, Tang San furrowed his brow, primarily concerned that he had attracted trouble beyond what Xiao Wu could handle, which would be disastrous. "Xiao San, what is happening? Are these people bullying you?" Upon seeing the four young men, Xiao Wu's expression turned fierce. With her brother by her side, she feared no one. Tang San gently shook his head, preferring to retreat and avoid causing trouble for Xiao Wu. "What a little brat. What can we do to him?" The four members of the Four-Element Soul Sect laughed heartily, dismissing the trio as insignificant. However, their amusement quickly faded when they noticed the soul rings appearing beneath Mo Tianxing's feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple, representing the optimal configuration. They were astonished. He looked to be barely over 20 and was already a 4-ring soul master? When the 5th, black, 10,000-year soul ring emerged beneath Mo Tianxing, not only did the four troublemakers stare in disbelief, but even Tang San and the master were taken aback, leaving passers-by in shock. A 5-ring soul king at such a young age? On Mo Tianxing's form manifested 5 soul rings, a standard configuration that resulted from the simulation of his aura. In truth, the number and configuration of his soul rings should reflect the magnificence of a 7-ringed, entirely black super soul sage. As for why the 4th ring was not transformed into a black 10,000-year soul ring, it has almost become Mo Tianxing's signature. His primary concern lay in the possibility that investigators could trace back to Xiao Wu, whether or not they could perceive her true soul beast form, or capture her to coerce him into submission, would undoubtedly yield unfavorable outcomes. The four soul sects recognized that the individual before them was beyond their capabilities, and that his identity and background were likely formidable, rendering them unable to provoke him. Thus, they fled in disarray. Mo Tianxing then retracted his soul ring and turned his gaze towards Tang San and the master. "Are you both unharmed?" Tang San and the master exchanged complex glances before gently shaking their heads. They approached the shopkeeper to purchase several pieces of refined secret iron. Tang San understood that in this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Strength is the only true foundation of confidence. A surge of determination to grow stronger ignited within him, for even the blue-silver grass martial spirit could achieve greatness. Due to the commotion at the blacksmith shop, their enthusiasm waned, and they had little desire to explore further. Mo Tianxing took the opportunity to procure a substantial amount of supplies within the city, which he stored in his storage ring, including gifts intended for the children at the Nuoding Junior Academy. After escorting Xiao Wu and the others back to the academy, Mo Tianxing distributed the provisions among the children. The entire Nuoding Junior Academy erupted in joyous laughter, with the children expressing their heartfelt gratitude for Mo Tianxing's gifts, each young boy assuring that they would take good care of Sister Xiao Wu. Mo Tianxing couldn't help but smile slightly. This was, in fact, a compensation specially prepared for you, as it was evident how much you had suffered at the hands of Xiao Wu. As Mo Tianxing was about to part ways, although Xiao Wu did not shed tears, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Mo Tianxing gazed at her with a twinge of heartache and reluctance, gently brushing the corner of her eye with his hand before softly tapping her small head. "Little fool, I will return swiftly. By then, my strength should be sufficient to protect you. Upon my return, I shall come to fetch you without delay. A brother's word is his bond." Xiao Wu sniffled, her little nose slightly flushed as she looked up at him with teary eyes. "A promise is a promise." Mo Tianxing tenderly ruffled her hair. "Let us seal this vow with a pact." After the oath was made, Xiao Wu's gaze dimmed a little. Mo Tianxing gently tapped her head once more. "Little fool, you must take care of yourself while I am away. Remember, every person possesses dual facets." Mo Tianxing reminded her, and Xiao Wu nodded, somewhat understanding. Chapter 47. Journey through the ice field. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Mo Tianxing transformed his form and journeyed northward. Although the span of Douluo Continent from south to north is not as extensive as that from east to west, its area is still exceptionally vast. even with Mo Tianxing having attained the rank of a 7-ring soul sage and possessing the ability to fly. Reaching the Arctic ice fields would still require approximately half a month. Over half a month later, Snowfall City emerged. It is the city closest to the extreme north within the territory of the Tiandou Empire, where the chilling cold prevails and snowflakes dance in the air. This place is occasionally besieged by extreme weather or the incursions of soul beasts from the snowy plains. Mo Tianxing arrived at the extreme northern region. Clad in a heavily modified attire, now donning a thick snow mink coat to shield himself from the biting cold. Here, he gathered an abundance of supplies, meticulously preparing for an extended sojourn upon the Arctic ice fields, for it is always prudent to be well prepared. The extreme north diverges greatly from the vast starry forest. Its expanse nearly encompassing half of the Tiandou Empire, a journey of considerable magnitude. Throughout this expedition, he would face not only the perilous attacks of soul beasts lurking in the snowfields, but also the relentless grip of frigid weather, devoid of any forest fruits to replenish his energy. After ensuring every necessary preparation, Mo Tianxing, adorned in his snow mink coat, set forth onto the polar ice plains. The severe cold posed little challenge to him. His internal warmth burned fiercely, a testament to his profound cultivation, but primarily attributed to his consumption of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, which granted him remarkable resistance to the icy elements while the latter provided the necessary heat to sustain his body temperature. Surprisingly, the journey unfolded with relative tranquility. With scarcely any encounters with the soul beasts of the snowfields, not only did he evade the soul beasts, but he also chanced upon a team of soul masters who had ventured to the Arctic ice fields for their own adventures. These individuals rode upon domesticated century-old snow wolves, clad in heavy fur coats. As Mo Tianxing became aware of their presence, they simultaneously noticed him, a solitary figure amidst the snow. Was that individual reckless enough to venture alone into the frigid wilderness? The members of the Soul Master team were taken aback by Mo Tianxing's existence. Among them, a young woman with silvery hair turned upon hearing the commotion, her gaze falling upon the solitary figure traversing the snowy terrain. The icy expanse can be perilous. Should we inquire if he is willing to join us? A man in his 40s posed the question to the silver-haired young woman, who nodded slightly before turning back. The man then guided his snow wolf towards Mo Tianxing, halting before him with a friendly smile. Young one, wandering alone in this snowy expanse can lead to danger. Would you care to accompany us? The snow wolf regarded Mo Tianxing with trepidation, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. Mo Tianxing clearly did not anticipate encountering a kind-hearted person in this place. Observing the overall strength of their Soul Master team, it is evident that they possess considerable prowess. The middle-aged man before him, in his 40s, is indeed a 6-ring Soul Emperor. Mo Tianxing contemplated the advantage of traveling with a beast of burden, which was undoubtedly superior to traversing on foot. Should he join the Soul Master team, he could offer them protection against formidable soul beasts. Thus, he readily agreed, viewing it as a way to reciprocate their kindness and accompany them on their journey. Consequently, Mo Tianxing mounted the snow wolf ridden by a middle-aged man. The snow wolf, though somewhat apprehensive of Mo Tianxing, swiftly galloped to catch up with the group. "Ah, you seem rather youthful. How old are you, lad?" Someone jested upon their return to the Soul Master team. "Of course, I am of age," Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. "What is your name? You don't appear to be from around here," inquired a burly man on his own snow wolf, approaching with a friendly demeanor. "I am Mo Tianxing." Hailing from the Tiandou Empire, he introduced himself. Being in the frigid northern expanse, he felt no need to conceal his identity, confident in his own prowess. The soul masters around him appeared to be locals of Snowdrift City, all tall and robust, exuding a bold spirit. Tiandou Empire? I've heard that place enjoys a perpetual spring, with flowers blooming year-round. Is that true? The man asked curiously, having been born in a land of ice and snow. They found it hard to fathom the vibrant world outside, where seasons melded into an eternal spring, filled with blooming flowers and the melodies of birds. As for Mo Tianxing's cultivation, they had no further inquiries. He simply fell into the category of those to be protected. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in their words. Indeed, it was a perpetual spring, with flowers and greenery adorning every corner. Hearing all of you speak so passionately, I find myself stirred with desire. By heavens, once I earn my fortune, I shall certainly visit the southern imperial city, the rugged middle-aged man exclaimed, his tone brimming with yearning. Uncle, refrain from making such bold proclamations, for they often lead to unforeseen consequences. Mo Tianxing nodded in agreement, observing the composition of the entire team. This Soul Master team consisted of approximately 20 individuals, each a formidable Soul Master of the 5th or 6th ring. standing guard on the periphery to protect the young silver-haired woman at the center. The moment Mo Tianxing laid his eyes upon the silver-haired woman, he felt an unusual sensation. He possessed a keen sensitivity to the aura of soul beasts. Although she was not a soul beast reincarnate, she emanated a faint, ethereal presence reminiscent of mystical creatures. Coupled with the icy expanse surrounding them, it was likely that she was a descendant of the Ice Queen of the Frozen Plains. She must possess a fragment of the Ice Queen's bloodline. The silver-haired lady, adorned in white, seemed to sense Mo Tianxing's gaze. Casting him a cold glance that revealed her remarkably haughty disposition, Mo Tianxing observed the scene with indifference, clearly uninterested in engaging with what appeared to be a rather vain individual. Suddenly, the elder man in front of him nudged him from behind and, with an air of mystery, remarked to Mo Tianxing, "That is our team's soul, Miss Su. Isn't she stunning? You must possess remarkable composure." Many newcomers find themselves utterly captivated by her beauty, openly declaring that they would marry no one but her. Was momentarily rendered speechless. The words of the elder gentleman seemed to carry an air of boastfulness. The silver-haired woman possessed an exquisite beauty, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a snow goddess. In the snow-laden realm, she truly embodied the essence of divinity. However, he had encountered women of such caliber before, whether it be Xue'er or Qian Renxue. Both surpassed her by several leagues. Indeed, she was quite striking. Though he wore a smile, his heart remained unmoved. "Pray tell, young man, what brings you alone to this treacherous ice expanse? Are you not aware of the perilous nature of the tundra? A mere snowstorm could lead one astray, and the elusive winds may silently claim a life," the elder kindly cautioned. "I have come in search of someone," replied, seeking by G to inquire about certain matters. "Searching for someone?" The elder paused, pondering, as it seemed likely that the individual he sought had already met with misfortune, yet such thoughts were best left unspoken. At that moment, the silver-haired woman suddenly cried out, "Be cautious." Her brow furrowed with concern. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted as those present entered a heightened state of alertness. Was taken aback. Could she truly sense impending danger on the ice? Chapter 48. The Might of the Dragon. The Black Dragon King with Golden Eyes. Third update. Seeking support, a situation had arisen. The team of soul masters present fell into a state of high vigilance, awaiting the silver-haired woman's command. Mo Tianxing was somewhat taken aback, uncertain of what was approaching. If it were a swarm of soul beasts, that would be one thing. However, if it were an extreme blizzard, it would be quite another matter altogether. While such harsh weather would not pose a lethal threat to him, the cold could be quite debilitating, and he might easily lose his way, hindering his journey. He hoped that the soul beasts he encountered would possess some degree of status and would guide him directly to the heart of the icy plains to locate the Snow Emperor, thus sparing him the aimless wandering through the snow. It was indeed a swarm of soul beasts. The silver-haired woman's expression grew grave. There were at least a dozen soul beasts with millennia of cultivation. The soul master team present immediately froze in place, instinctively huddling together. Encountering a pack of soul beasts in the snow was perilous, as there were no vantage points for concealment, nor any advantageous terrain or escape routes. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found nothing but open ground, devoid of any hiding spots. In such dire circumstances, their only option was to brace for the worst. "Go to Miss Su's side. The periphery is perilous," the older man in front of Mo Tianxing remarked gravely, turning to him. At that moment, the silver-haired woman cast him a glance but did not rebut his suggestion. "I possess the strength to fight," Mo Tianxing declared, gazing towards the distant horizon, where he could sense the stirring of the soul beasts. As he spoke, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings materialized beneath him, a testament to his formidable aura. When he had the capability to safeguard everyone, he would not retreat or hide away with the women, nor would he take advantage of the situation to show off. He was not that kind of person. With him in the team, the likelihood of bloodshed and conflict was greatly diminished. The older man was astonished upon noticing the 6 soul rings adorning Mo Tianxing. He had anticipated that someone so young could achieve the cultivation of a 6-ring soul emperor. Su Xiaobai, who had been observing from a distance, was equally taken aback, realizing that Mo Tianxing was indeed a 6-ring soul emperor at such a young age. Even she, hailed as the foremost beauty of Snowdrift City, had only just surpassed 4 rings at her current age, highlighting the stark disparity between them. "Good brother," the older man rejoiced, recognizing that an additional soul emperor was certainly advantageous, providing them with greater confidence to confront the icy plain soul beasts. In the distance, the snow and ice trembled, signaling the presence of a colossal entity. The expressions of those present turned serious, and the 5-ring soul kings surrounding Su Xiaobai bore looks of deep concern. With the release of Mo Tianxing's spiritual power, he could perceive the snowy expanse over 1,000 meters away, where a formidable procession of soul beasts was advancing toward his direction. Leading this formidable assembly was a mammoth towering over several meters, its fur a pristine white, with elongated ivory tusks extending majestically from its mouth, and its crimson eyes radiating a chilling glare. The snowfield mammoth? At first glance, Mo Tianxing instantly recognized the soul beast before him. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a soul beast aged between 30,000 to 40,000 years, within the hierarchy of soul masters. It represented the pinnacle of a six-ringed soul emperor, yet it could effortlessly vanquish numerous soul emperors, its combat prowess rivaling that of a soul sage. This formidable creature was merely the leader, followed closely by a dozen soul beasts of 1 to 2,000 years of cultivation, along with a large number of thousand-year-old soul beasts. A grand assembly of snowfield soul beasts emerged majestically upon the snowy plains, stirring up a whirlwind of snowflakes. In an instant, the swarm of soul beasts was visible to all present. They beheld the imposing sight of a snowfield mammoth, approximately 30 to 40,000 years old, accompanied by 11,000-year soul beasts and a host of 1,000-year soul beasts, advancing with great ferocity. The soul masters and attendants simultaneously activated their martial souls and soul rings, the resplendent glow of their soul rings flashing in a dazzling display, illuminating the snowfield. The majority of their martial souls were of the ice and snow variety, featuring beast martial souls such as the white bear and snow leopard, or weapon martial souls like the long sword and snow knife. Among them was also a food-type soul master whose martial soul was an apple tree. Including Mo Tianxing, there were a total of 21 individuals present, among whom the six-ringed soul emperors were a mere handful, with only 6 in number, while the majority consisted of 5-ringed soul kings. This disparity rendered them exceedingly challenged in combat against 1,000-year soul beasts on the icy plains. Among them, Su Xiaobai, sheltered by the soul kings, possessed only the cultivation of a 4-ringed soul zone, with a 6-pointed ice crystal flower hovering above her, seemingly indicative of an ice element martial soul. The gap in strength between the two sides was rather pronounced. This was the icy expanse, the domain of ice and snow soul beasts, leaving these individuals with scarcely any avenue of retreat. Suddenly, the 4th soul ring of the man with the apple tree martial soul illuminated brilliantly, and instantly 21 purple glowing apples manifested upon the tree, distributed to all present. Upon receiving the purple apples, the others promptly consumed them, a faint purple glow radiating from their bodies, as their soul power seemingly experienced a notable enhancement. Mo Tianxing naturally received one as well. Consuming it promptly could enhance everyone's soul power by 30% in a short period. The uncle beside Mo Tianxing reminded him. Mo Tianxing curiously took a bite, discovering that the flavor was indeed delightful. The flesh transformed into a warm current of soul power that surged into his body, reflecting on his journey since crossing over. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in an apple. The distance between both parties was less than 300 meters, and the expressions of the soul master team present were exceedingly grave. Mo Tianxing gazed at the fur of the snow-covered mammoth, pondering its likely warmth. As the majestic creature approached, it suddenly raised its front hooves, emitting a thunderous roar. With a mighty crash, its hooves struck the ground, causing the icy surface to shatter, revealing a vast chasm that rapidly spread towards the spirit master team. Instantly, the spirit beasts behind it surged forward, baring their sharp fangs. The spirit master team was compelled to take a defensive stance, and Su Xiaobai's face turned ashen. The disparity in power was overwhelming, and they faced the grim possibility of total annihilation. A brilliant golden light flickered across Mo Tianxing's eyes, as behind him, a torrent of black energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive, sinister black dragon. Its golden eyes shimmered with dazzling light, and a terrifying draconic aura erupted with sudden ferocity. The atmosphere was charged with an ominous presence, akin to dark ripples radiating through the void. The soul beasts present were momentarily paralyzed, their very lifeblood seemingly frozen, as the overwhelming dragon might threaten to suffocate them. One by one, the soul beasts collapsed to the ground, shuddering as if they were sinners who had angered the divine. The snowfield soul beasts, trembling in fear, dared to lift their heads, only to find the radiant golden dragon eyes coldly surveying them from above. The soul masters and attendants were left in stunned silence. What on earth had transpired? He had merely unleashed his martial soul, yet it had caused all the snowfield soul beasts to fall, as if confronted by a specter. As they beheld Mo Tianxing's black dragon martial soul, their hearts quivered with trepidation. What an overwhelming pressure, specifically targeting soul beasts. Even those of 10,000 years were not spared. Chapter 49, The Emergence of the Snow Emperor. as Mo Tianxing gazed upon the fallen soul beast before him. The imposing figure of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King spirit behind him seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, coldly surveying the multitude of soul beasts present. The ancient soul beasts, stunned, lifted their heads to behold the towering silhouette of the Black Dragon, their hearts filled with astonishment. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King had truly manifested in the icy plains. The prophecy had materialized into reality. "Are you the master?" The ice-field mammoth exclaimed in horror. In the extreme northern region, the core area lay within a crystalline world of ice and snow, where blizzards ceased at the periphery, and the internal realm basked under a clear blue sky. Within this icy expanse, there existed a vast natural cave of profound ice, resembling a paradise with blooming flowers. A smooth path of ice led to a grand staircase, at the summit of which rested a jade bed of ice. At that moment, a breathtaking woman clad in a flowing white gown was meditating there. She was none other than the Snow Empress, the foremost among the three titans of the Arctic realm. As if sensing something, she abruptly opened her celestial blue eyes, which sparkled with an ethereal clarity, seemingly able to pierce through the fabric of reality. She found it hard to believe. Was that the aura of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King? Could it truly be him? The Snow Empress was taken aback. She had not anticipated the truth of the Emerald Swan's words. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King had indeed returned to the mortal realm and had come to the icy plains. Without hesitation, she rose, transforming into a streak of white light. Hastening toward that direction, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon King, also attuned to the aura, were equally astonished. They had not expected the prophecy to come true and hurriedly followed suit. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxing suddenly felt a jolt of trepidation, as if a peerless beast was swiftly approaching him. The overwhelming presence felt as though it could sweep across the entire icy continent, its aura incredibly dense. This sensation of immense pressure was so potent that even the formidable Tianxing, Yolong, and Titan Giant Ape could not evoke such a profound impact on him. The three overlords of the icy plains. It must be the Snow Empress and her companions. You all should retreat at once. Even more terrifying soul beasts are on their way, Mo Tianxing said, his brow furrowing. The soul masters present were left in awe, fully believing his words, and promptly organized their retreat. The icy plains were perilously dangerous. Had they not encountered Mo Tianxing midway, they would have likely sustained severe injuries from the recent onslaught of soul beasts. "And what about you?" inquired a concerned elder, who shared a good rapport with Mo Tianxing, his expression grave. His companions had already retreated several hundred meters away, and Su Xiaobai glanced back at him, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "They are targeting me. You must leave quickly," Mo Tianxing urged. The elder hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the retreating team of soul masters. "Take care," he said, his voice heavy, before urging his snow wolf forward to join the main group. Before departing, he cast a final look at the black-haired youth clad in a snow marten fur coat, whose hair danced in the wind, undaunted by the impending terror. The audacity to venture alone into the icy plains in search of someone was inherently peculiar, tinged with an unsettling aura. Mo Tianxing watched them depart, gradually vanishing from his sight like a fleeting white line, and soon his gaze settled upon the ice-field mammoth. "You referred to me as master earlier. What do you truly know?" Mo Tianxing inquired coldly. He found it curious that the ice-field mammoth had spoken in the language of spirit beast rather than human speech. Yet he was able to comprehend its meaning, just like the spirit beasts of the Sunset Forest, upon seeing his martial soul. They all addressed him as Master, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. If the Emerald Swan and the Ice and Snow Emperors existed, then the divine realm of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King should also be a reality. A tempest approached from the front, stirring a blizzard that engulfed the sky. Mo Tianxing's garments and hair danced in the wind, and his gaze fixated intently on the white figure at the center of the tempest, stirring emotions deep within his heart. No chill of the frigid winds could compare to the mere sight of her. Her beauty was indistinguishable from that of a human, with cascades of pure white hair flowing down her back to the ground. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if capable of perceiving the very essence of the world. Her slender form was flawless, and though her white gown bore no embellishments, it rendered her appearance remarkably noble and exquisite, meticulous in every detail, like the cold plum blossoms in winter, transcending the mundane. The figure before him was none other than the Snow Empress, the third among the 10 fearsome beasts, and the sovereign of the far north. Mo Tianxing gazed up at her, somewhat entranced. It was not solely due to her unparalleled beauty. There were other emotions intertwined within. His admiration for the Snow Empress had been a seed deeply buried in his heart since his previous life, leaving him utterly defenseless against such a powerful and aloof woman. The moment he beheld her in reality, that seed began to sprout uncontrollably, flourishing within him, making it impossible to let go of her presence. Unbeknownst to Mo Tianxing himself, his voice had taken on a somewhat hoarse quality. The Snow Empress, amidst the tempest, naturally heard his call and gazed down at him with a slight furrow in her brow. She sensed a strange emotional resonance emanating from his soul, a complex feeling that resembled a reunion with a long-lost acquaintance. It was an enigmatic sensation she had never experienced before, leaving her at a loss for words. The Snow Empress descended from the storm, landing not far from Mo Tianxing. "Tian?" she inquired, a hint of perplexity evident in her tone. Mo Tianxing was abruptly drawn back to reality by her words, his gaze momentarily constricting with emotion as he gently shook his head. However, from the moment the other party uttered those two words, Mo Tianxing had already begun to deduce certain truths. The existence of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, who once roamed this world for 800,000 years, was indeed a reality. Seeing him shake his head, the Snow Empress's cerulean eyes revealed a hint of perplexity. The appearance and aura of the individual before her bore a resemblance to that of a human soul master. Yet she could distinctly sense the essence of Emperor Tian emanating from him, compounded by the golden-eyed Black Dragon King coalescing behind him. "I am uncertain of my own identity. In the Sunset Forest, soul beasts referred to me as their master, claiming their reverence stemmed from the Emerald Swan. I have followed her path to the ice field, where the soul beasts again call me their master. My heart is laden with questions. Perhaps finding her will yield answers." Mo Tianxing spoke calmly, having begun to realize several truths. The 10 fearsome beasts should all exist, save for the beast god, Emperor Tian. The aura he exuded made all soul beasts perceive him as one of their own. His martial soul had evolved into the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, effectively filling that void. Were it not for his status as a transmigrator endowed with a system, he might have questioned whether he was the reincarnation of Emperor Tian. The Emerald Swan appeared to function like a system bug, seemingly aware of matters concerning Emperor Tian and foreseeing his imminent emergence. The entire situation was undeniably peculiar. Upon hearing the mention of the Emerald Swan, the Snow Empress's gaze towards Mo Tianxing shifted subtly. "What is it that you wish to know?" Chapter 50. The Three Great Kings of the Icefield. "What is it that you desire to uncover?" The Snow Empress gazed at Mo Tianxing, her heart already brimming with tentative answers. "What did Bai Ji come to the Icefield to say about you, and where is she now?" Mo Tianxing's voice regained its calm as he lifted his gaze to meet the Snow Empress's. In the distant horizon, a verdant divine light pierced the sky, revealing a faint silhouette, prompting the Snow Empress to look up. Mo Tianxing's gaze was drawn to that surge of energy. A verdant divine light descended beside the Snow Emperor, and as it dissipated, the true form was revealed. It was a stunningly beautiful woman clad in green, tall and possessing skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, exuding a translucent quality. Her fair and delicate face was adorned with 4 emerald green magical patterns on either side, and her long, dark green hair was tied into 2 high ponytails. Her emerald green eyes, filled with surprise, briefly scanned Mo Tianxing. The newcomer was none other than the Ice Emperor, ranked 7th among the 10 fierce beasts and 2nd among the 3 great kings of the far north. Mo Tianxing immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. At present, her cultivation level should be around 390,000 years, and in a mere decade, she would face her formidable tribulation of 400,000 years, a circumstance from which Wei Yuhao had inadvertently benefited. However, these details were not of primary significance. The focal point lay in her dual ponytails. Was this an audacious challenge to his endurance? He seemed to recall that the Ice Emperor had a penchant for the Snow Emperor. Among the dual sovereigns of ice and snow, the Snow Emperor exuded an air of haughty elegance, while the Ice Emperor was characterized by a cold and aloof pride. The azure and white hues evoked memories of Baisujian and Shao Qing from the legend of the White Snake. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian. The Ice Emperor cast a discerning glance at the martial spirit behind Mo Tianxing, her brow slightly furrowed. Mo Tianxing cast a fleeting glance at her. However, he was well aware that the Ice Emperor was known for his candid nature, so it was hardly surprising. A flicker of realization surged within Mo Tianxing. Since they had discerned the possibility of his identity as the beast god Emperor Tian, he might as well feign it. He immediately raised his head, his golden eyes fixating on the Ice Emperor, a glint of chilling ferocity flashing within them. "Is this truly how you dare to address me?" Unbeknownst to Mo Tianxing, He was inextricably linked with the martial soul, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, resonating in unison. His fierce gaze was flawlessly mirrored in the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, whose noble golden dragon pupils loomed over the Ice Emperor, exuding an overwhelming dragon might that surged like a tidal wave towards the Ice Emperor. Instantly, the Ice Emperor was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, his pupils constricting in fear as he instinctively leaned behind the Snow Emperor for protection. Like a protective parent, the Snow Emperor shielded the Ice Emperor, emanating an invincible aura that dissipated the dragon might, his expression vigilant as he scrutinized Mo Tianxing. Emperor Tian? The Ice Emperor was thoroughly intimidated by that penetrating gaze, feeling as though he were challenging the majesty of Emperor Tian in that fleeting moment. As Mo Tianxing observed the Ice Emperor, who had previously been boastful, he found it amusing that a mere glance and a single word from him had instilled fear in the creature. It seemed she was genuinely intimidated by Tian. Noticing the subtle hint of amusement on Mo Tianxing's face, the Ice Emperor quickly realized she had been deceived, and her frustration escalated. This revelation only served to further amuse Mo Tianxing. Having been discovered, he saw no reason to suppress his laughter. The Ice Emperor was clearly vexed. Yet she refrained from taking action, uncertain if this individual could indeed be the beast god Tian. At that moment, the Snow Emperor also regarded him in silence. Suddenly, a rhythmic thudding echoed from the distant icy expanse, causing the snow-laden ground to tremble. Mo Tianxing followed the sound with his gaze. On the vast ice field emerged a creature towering over 100 meters, its form resembling a small mountain, and its appearance akin to that of an ape. Its body was draped in long white fur, with crimson eyes and formidable fangs. With each breath, it exhaled a chilling wind. And each step sent tremors through the ice field, as it advanced ominously towards Mo Tianxing. Indeed, it was this formidable being. A subtle smile graced the corners of Mo Tianxing's lips. Among the three great kings of the extreme north, the one ranked third was none other than the Titan Snow Demon King. It seemed to possess a name, known as Atai. This creature had just barely surpassed the threshold of 200,000 years, making it the weakest of the kings in the icy plains. He wondered if Xiao Bai was present. After all, he was the adopted son of the Snow Emperor, the Ice Spirit Demon Bear, and Mo Tianxing was rather eager to meet him. Well, now that all three kings of the icy plains had arrived, they could easily gather for a game of mahjong. The Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King approached, the latter towering immensely, casting Mo Tianxing into its shadow. The Titan Snow Demon King also took note of the black-haired youth clad in white below and bent down to scrutinize him. The icy breath that escaped its maw had the power to freeze anything in its path, yet it had no effect on Mo Tianxing. The black dragon with golden eyes, could he be the Emperor Tian? The Titan Snow King regarded Mo Tianxing with curiosity gleaming in its vast crimson eyes. Mo Tianxing was taken aback. This towering figure seemed somewhat unfamiliar with Emperor Tian. After a brief interaction, the Ice Emperor could surmise that he might be an impostor, as the words of this simpleton hinted at second-hand knowledge. It was evident that he had not truly encountered Emperor Tian. Were they not contemporaries? With the Ice Emperor nearing 400,000 years of age, there existed almost a 200,000-year gap with the Titan Snow Demon King, indicating a significant temporal divide. Is there a warmer place nearby? It is rather cold here, Mo Tianxing remarked, though his human physique would not succumb to the cold in this realm. It was indeed chilly, and there was no need to endure the biting wind outdoors. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor could further ascertain that this fellow was not Emperor Tian, for if it were indeed him, he would endure the frigid temperatures in silence. Follow me, the Snow Emperor instructed. The Ice Emperor felt a flicker of dissatisfaction but refrained from voicing it, merely casting a stern glance back at Mo Tianxing. She resolved to interrogate him thoroughly later, determined to uncover the truth of his identity. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor transformed into two radiant arcs, soaring deeper into the icy expanse. As Mo Tianxing gazed at the scene before him, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. He inwardly cursed and unfurled his colossal dragon wings. With a vigorous flap, he stirred up a localized storm of wind and snow, propelling himself at breakneck speed towards the direction where the Ice and Snow Emperors had vanished. One of you possesses a cultivation of 690,000 years, while the other has 390,000 years. Traversing the vast expanse of the ice field is merely a matter of time, though your flights are swift. Have you considered my plight? I am but a mere soul saint of the seventh ring with only 50,000 years of cultivation. How can I possibly compare to your prowess? At that moment, the Titan Snow Demon King made its appearance beside him. It traversed the ground with a pace that was hardly slower than Mo Tianxing's flight above. diligently keeping pace while simultaneously probing into Mo Tianxing's identity and background. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was utterly speechless, merely providing perfunctory responses to some simple inquiries. The distance to the windless realm of the Snow Emperor was still considerable. "Would you like to come up on my shoulders?" inquired the Titan Snow Demon King. At this moment, Mo Tianxing realized that in order to traverse the vast expanse of the icy plains with his current strength, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. He quietly descended upon its shoulder. It was then that the Titan Snow Demon King began to accelerate, moving swiftly into the depths of the ice field as if the distance had been reduced to mere inches. Mo Tianxing finally realized that this fellow had been deliberately accommodating him by moving at such a slow pace. Its speed was indeed unparalleled across the icy plains. Otherwise, how could it have appeared shortly after the arrival of the Snow and Ice Emperors? Nevertheless, it must be said that the Titan Snow Demon King was quite adept at winning favor. Chapter 51. The Divine Creation of the Emperor. In the Arctic ice fields, an expanse of windless territory stretched for miles. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor descended successively into this still domain, glancing back. Indeed, that fellow could not keep up. The Ice Emperor let out a light huff and took the Snow Emperor back to the Ice Palace. Not long after, the Titan Snow Demon King arrived in the Snow Emperor's windless domain with Mo Tianxing, where not a single cold breeze stirred. True to its name, this place, though situated at the heart of the Arctic, was a unique realm of tranquility. Above this expanse, the clouds were unrestrained, and the sun shone perpetually, never setting. On the flat ice plains, pale blue dark ice crystals grew in intricate clusters, towering over 10 meters high. Ahead lay a broad ice avenue, with corners adorned by the Arctic's distinctive white flowers, creating a striking contrast to the tumultuous world of snow and wind outside. Mo Tianxing leapt down from the shoulder of the Snow Demon King, arriving in this relatively temperate realm, where the blood coursing through his veins immediately surged with vitality. He traversed the icy path alongside the Titan Snow Demon King, arriving at the heart of a place surrounded by clusters of crystalline ice. Here, connected to the snowy staircase, lay a broad platform of ice and snow. Upon it rested a flat bed of mysterious ice jade, with nothing else in sight. At this moment, the Ice and Snow Emperors had long been awaiting atop the high platform. Such simplicity? Mo Tianxing gazed at the scene before him with a hint of astonishment. The abode of the Snow Empress starkly contrasted with his preconceived notion of residing within an ice and snow palace. It could aptly be described as barren and desolate. Were it not for the stillness of the area, it would be nearly unbearable. The Snow Empress seemed to have sensed the complexity of Mo Tianxing's emotions, tinged with a trace of sympathy, as both the Ice and Snow Emperors turned their attention toward him. "Has Bibi sought you out? Where is she?" Mo Tianxing inquired. His gaze fixed on the Snow Empress, his mind swirling with numerous questions, uncertain of his assumptions. "She has indeed visited, but she is no longer on the icy plains." The Snow Empress replied softly. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, he was a step behind. "There is no need for you to deliberately seek her out," the Snow Emperor continued. "She has stated that when the time is right, she will come to find you." Mo Tianxing's gaze suddenly shifted, revealing a hint of complexity in his expression as he raised his eyes to look at the Snow Empress. "What exactly did she convey to you?" The Ice Emperor snorted softly, questioning why he should disclose anything. "All I desire to understand is who I am and who Tian is." Mo Tianxing's voice was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp and commanding, exuding an air of chilling authority. However, this was merely a fade for outsiders. What truly occupied his mind was the question of why he found himself here. What had become of Tian? Would he too vanish without a trace? These were the thoughts that plagued him. Bai Ji seemed to have foreseen his arrival, disseminating information ahead of him, almost as if compelling him to seek her out. Tian? This name stirred something within the Ice Emperor, prompting him to glance at the Snow Emperor, who also appeared intrigued. In its youth, it had heard tales of a peerless being among their spirit beasts, a formidable force that swept across various spirit beast congregations, ascending to become the sovereign of all spirit beasts, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian. This legendary figure had mysteriously disappeared, only for the Emerald Swan to emerge on the icy plains, proclaiming that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King was poised for a return. And so they awaited the arrival of Mo Tianxing. When the Snow Emperor uttered the name Tian, its gaze became somewhat distant, as if tracing back to a long-forgotten memory. Approximately 200,000 years ago, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King reigned supreme over the Star Dou Forest. He sought to consolidate the power of spirit beasts and journeyed across vast distances to the Arctic tundra, challenging me and being heir to a duel. The Snow Emperor recounted slowly. If he emerged victorious, we would acknowledge him as the Lord of the Tundra, and all would be compelled to heed his command. As the Snow Emperor spoke, a complex expression crossed its face. At that time, she was reluctant to allow an outsider to disrupt the original order and tranquility of the tundra. She and Tian were separated by nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. However, the tundra was her domain, and she believed she could contend with him. The battle raged for nearly 10 days, shattering the very heart of the tundra, both combatants exhausted and hoarse from their exertions. In the end, she was defeated. And in her fury, Bing-Er intervened. Yet, the disparity in their powers proved insurmountable, leading to Bing-Er's devastating defeat. She had no choice but to concede to the contract, acknowledging that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King would become the new master of the tundra. His expression bore no trace of joy. He merely coldly stated, "I simply do not wish to see spirit beasts continue to struggle for survival." In that era, humanity had yet to rise, but the world was far more brutal than it is today. Do not forget the reason for the existence of deities. They coexisted in an age with the gods. Each time a deity was born into the world, it signified a tremendous calamity for spirit beasts, particularly for those among them who held dominion. Deities could inhabit the world for a century before being compelled to ascend to the divine realm, and some even achieved godhood, remaining on Douluo Continent for 10,000 years. The era of deities was a veritable dark age for spirit beasts, even the mightiest among them. Those with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation could only lie in wait during the arrival of this darkness, unable to protect their own kind. This was the very reason Tian sought to unify the spirit beast factions. His sole ambition was to create a god. No deity born into the world had ever been a spirit beast. They were akin to beasts unacknowledged by the divine realm, reduced to prey, inherently inferior. If spirit beasts could not claim a deity, then they must forge one themselves. What they could not accomplish, I shall undertake. The paths they could not traverse, I shall navigate. Even if the way ahead appears non-existent, even if it leads to death, I shall carve a path to godhood for those who follow. He endeavored to unify the spirit beasts, establish a shared faith, and harness the power of belief from all spirit beasts, aspiring to create a deity through this faith. This was the reason Tian would later be venerated as the beast god by subsequent generations of spirit beasts. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing was rendered utterly speechless. Although he was aware that Tian had always aspired to break free from his shackles and attain the status of beast god, he had never anticipated that. 200,000 years ago, he possessed such grand ambitions to unify the soul beast realm and become the voice of all soul beasts, even in the face of deities. He sought to carve a path to divinity for his kin. 200,000 years have elapsed, yet the soul beasts have not welcomed their beast god, nor have they discovered a definitive path to ascension. As for the legendary million who achieved divinity, it was merely an illusion held by their ancestors, the veracity of which remains uncertain. Furthermore, the cost of time is exorbitant. While humans can ascend to divinity in a mere century, soul beasts, even when confronted with a great calamity spanning millions of years, face the question of whether they can endure it. Even if they do, the attainment of a divine status is not guaranteed. And what followed? Mo Tianxing could not help but inquire. The Snow Emperor shook his head slightly. Tian has demonstrated a crucial truth. The notion that soul beasts can achieve divinity through the power of belief is fundamentally flawed. Instead, they have faced suppression from the divine realm, suffering severe backlash, ultimately vanishing deep within the Star Dou Forest. Chapter 52, A Confession from the Snow Emperor. Mo Tianxing suddenly comprehended that it was not the path of attaining divinity through the power of faith that was obstructed, but rather the deliberate interference of those who had already ascended to the divine realm, effectively sealing off the path. No matter how extraordinary Emperor Tian's abilities were, he remained powerless against the targeted suppression of the formidable figures within the divine realm. Emperor Tian had vanished from the Star Dou Forest 200,000 years ago. The Tianqing Neo Python and the Titan Giant Ape, both of which emerged as formidable soul beasts a mere 100,000 years later, likely possessed only scant knowledge of events from 200,000 years prior. At that time, Emperor Tian was certainly not dead. Otherwise, he would not have appeared in the Douluo world a mere 10,000 years later, having been ensnared at the crucial juncture of ascending to divinity. His survival must have been underpinned by some form of support. Ultimately, only a deity could have salvaged him from the divine machinations, another god lurking within the Douluo Continent. At the first instance, Mo Tianxing immediately thought of the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King is but a fragment of the dragon god within the divine realm. After enduring severe injuries, he has remained in seclusion, recuperating in the depths of the Star Dou Forest. However, despite his numerous explorations of those remote woods, he had never once encountered the likes of Emperor Tian or the formidable soul beasts that have existed for countless years, let alone the Silver Dragon King, Qian. At the time, he reasoned that if Emperor Tian and his companions had not spotted him, then it was likely that the Silver Dragon King did not exist in the present world. Yet, upon confirming the existence of the Emerald Swan and the Ice Empress, it became an undeniable fact that the Silver Dragon King's existence was as certain as iron. It was hardly surprising that he failed to locate the Silver Dragon King within the Star Dou Forest. After all, the Silver Dragon King possesses the ability to conceal his presence even from the divine realm. It would indeed be more astonishing if he were to be discovered. Evidently, the Star Dou Forest harbors many secrets, and it seems imperative to return and unearth these mysteries in order to inherit the legacies of the esteemed figures who once roamed there. Mo Tianxing resolutely made up his mind. When he regained his senses, he found everyone gazing at him with a somewhat enigmatic expression. The Ice Emperor speculated whether it was possible that Emperor Tian had been rendered senseless during the divine tribulation 200,000 years ago, entering a slumber that lasted for over 200 millennia. Upon awakening, he might have forgotten his true identity and, in a state of confusion, began to cultivate anew, resulting in a profound change in temperament. The Snow Empress also surmised that Mo Tianxing could very well be the reincarnation of Emperor Tian, merely a victim of the divine tribulation that obliterated his memories of the past. It is noteworthy that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King is indeed one of the true dragon bloodlines, a pinnacle among soul beasts, making it nearly impossible for human soul masters to possess such a martial spirit. The Titan Snow Demon King's reasoning was even more straightforward. The answer was glaringly apparent. This individual was none other than the legendary golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, who once commanded the world. The Emerald Swan had proclaimed that the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, the sovereign of soul beasts, would once again grace the mortal realm, and it was evidently he. Mo Tianxing had gathered a considerable amount of information, but his gaze remained fixed upon the Ice and Snow Empress atop the high platform. Clearing his throat, he reflected on his arduous journey to the frigid expanse of the polar ice. Although he had encountered the Snow Empress, their conversation had been minimal, with him mostly listening to her tales. As her stories drew to a close, and with Biki absent, it seemed that his purpose had been fulfilled, yet an inexplicable sense of incompleteness lingered. In simpler terms, he was reluctant to depart, wishing to avoid a hasty exit. After all, when one finds themselves in a novel environment, shouldn't they strive to forge friendships and appreciate the surroundings? The system appeared to sense his unspoken thoughts, suddenly presenting him with two options. Option 1. Confess his feelings directly to the Snow Empress, desiring to remain and nurture a deeper connection. Reward: 10,000 years of cultivation. Option 2. Devise an excuse to stay in the icy realm. Reward: 1,000 years of cultivation. Mo Tianxing gazed at the two options presented by the system, feeling somewhat astonished. The reward for the first option seemed exceedingly generous. His current cultivation level had only reached over 50,000 years, placing him at the 7th ring Soul Saint. If his cultivation could ascend to 70,000 years, he would step into the realm of the 8th ring Soul Douluo. A major realm typically required 30,000 years, yet this option continuously offered a reward of 10,000 years of cultivation. Mo Tianxing laboriously cleared his throat. It was not a confession he sought, but rather the alluring temptation of the reward that was simply too great to resist, enabling him to spare years of arduous effort and swiftly attain a cultivation level of 100,000 years. The Ice Emperor sensed that something was amiss with this fellow, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking, yet hesitated. What was he trying to convey? If death were to come, so be it. The reward was paramount. Mo Tianxing gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Snow Empress, I adore you. The people present were utterly astonished. The Snow Empress appeared somewhat taken aback. While the Ice Empress was initially stunned, her expression soon shifting to one of fury. She immediately wrapped one arm around the Snow Empress and pointed an accusing finger at Mo Tianxing. What did you say? Xue'er belongs to me. The Titan Snow Demon King gasped in shock, its body trembling uncontrollably, the pain in its bones still lingering. It had once pursued the Snow Empress, only to be rejected. It had relentlessly pursued her, until she had mercilessly beaten it. At that time, apart from its head, every bone in its body had been shattered, leaving it a mere puddle of mud on the ice plains, taking a long time to recover. That pain was etched into its memory forever. Who would have thought that this newcomer would dare to confess his feelings for the Snow Empress? Such audacity was remarkable. The Ice Empress's emerald eyes blazed with fury. She was practically livid that someone would dare to vie for her woman. Ding. You have selected option 1. Reward, 10,000 years of cultivation. Pure energy surged within Mo Tianxing, causing his aura to swell as his soul power rapidly increased. In mere moments, his cultivation soared from 55,000 years to an astonishing 65,000 years. Oh, how delightful. He was not the least bit surprised by the Ice Empress's outburst, after all. This girl had cherished the Snow Empress for many years, and their relationship had always been rather intimate. Thus, her reaction was hardly unexpected. But what about the Snow Empress? Mo Tianxing then noticed the reaction of the Snow Empress. She unexpectedly smiled, a serene smile, as she gently tucked her snow-white hair behind her ear. Her sky-blue eyes gazing at Mo Tianxing. What is the meaning of this? Mo Tianxing appeared calm and unperturbed on the surface. Yet his heart was already in a state of astonishment. Could it be that the Snow Empress had harbored feelings for Emperor Tian all along, and now mistakenly believed him to be Emperor Tian? Surely, that cannot be the case. Mo Tianxing felt utterly numb inside. It was only at this moment that the Ice Empress noticed the Snow Empress beside her, who was smiling, and it was directed at that fellow. She truly appeared to be experiencing a heartbreak right then and there. Xue'er, you Ice Empress, how can this be? I arrived first. The Titan Snow Demon King was equally astonished. To his surprise, after Mo Tianxing's confession, the Snow Empress not only did not reject him but instead smiled at him. Brother, you truly deserve the title. I, the younger brother, am in awe. Yet, now I wish to find a corner to weep for a while. What is Binger thinking? The Snow Empress gently tapped the tearful Ice Empress's pristine forehead, revealing a tender and affectionate expression. Observing this scene, Mo Tianxing felt completely stunned. Dear sisters, could you please refrain from wasting resources? At this moment, the Snow Empress gently withdrew her hand from the Ice Empress's grasp and gracefully descended opposite Mo Tianxing. A serene smile gracing her face. Were you serious when you spoke just now? Mo Tianxing's ears flushed slightly as he nodded, taken aback by how swiftly the turn of events had unfolded. If you defeat me, I shall follow you. Should you lose, you will be my subordinate. The Snow Emperor's smile held a hint of intrigue. The Ice Emperor was on the verge of tears. Snow Emperor, please don't be like this. Are you intentionally throwing the match to extricate yourself? Chapter 53, The Emperor of Coldness, Snow Dance Shining Sun, First Update, Seeking Collections, to win and follow oneself. Or to lose and become a subordinate. Upon hearing these words, Mo Tianxing's golden eyes ignited with fervor. Ding! The Snow Emperor has issued a challenge to you. Do you accept? Such a splendid opportunity cannot be overlooked. Immediately chose to engage in battle. Ding! A strong desire for victory detected within the host. In accordance with the principle that the host cannot afford to lose, a temporary enhancement of cultivation will be provided. This was unexpected for. Enormous energy surged within him, manifesting as dark void fissures surrounding his form, his clothing and hair billowing wildly. The beneath his feet cracked audibly, resembling a shattered mirror as it spread like a spider's web. His eyes shone with brilliant golden light, and the unique domain and aura around him escalated rapidly, while his cultivation soared to unprecedented heights. 70,000 years, 100,000 years, 200,000 years. An overwhelming torrent of energy poured forth within, evolving within us into a swirling vortex of dark soul power that voraciously devoured vast amounts of strength, absorbing all that it encountered. And his cultivation continued to ascend at an astonishing rate. Witnessing this scene, the Snow Emperor was momentarily stunned, while the Ice Emperor was left utterly bewildered. This individual was clearly unleashing extraordinary power before everyone. The Titan Snow Demon King hastily retreated. This was far too terrifying. Just by unleashing his aura, his cultivation surged back to 200,000, matching the Titan's level, and it was still rapidly increasing. Good heavens, if he weren't the Emperor of Heaven, I would be standing on my head in the snowy plains. Mo Tianxing's cultivation was rapidly ascending, gradually surpassing 390,000 years, surpassing the Ice Emperor present. His gaze towards the Snow Emperor was calm, his heart a realm of clarity. After her initial surprise, the Snow Emperor merely smiled serenely, patiently awaiting Mo Tianxing. Within Mo Tianxing, a second round of black vortexes coalesced, distorting even the void of the external world and giving rise to swirling black soul power black holes. This sight was all too familiar to the Ice Emperor, who clenched his teeth in frustration, his emerald eyes nearly igniting with fury. Truly, it was this individual. Even after 200,000 years, he would recognize him even in ashes. In the blink of an eye, Mo Tianxing's cultivation had ascended to a staggering height, matching that of the Snow Emperor at 690,000 years. At this moment, the surrounding void around Mo Tianxing flowed with dense waves of black energy, unknowingly cloaking him in jet-black dragon scales. A pair of lustrous black horns sprouted from his head, and the destructive power emanating from his body was both celestial and terrestrial. Mo Tianxing could feel the supreme power surging within him, a force capable of tearing through the void and shattering the icy plains, igniting his fighting spirit. His mind was consumed by a desire for destruction. Is what you say true? Mo Tianxing gazed at the Snow Emperor, his eyes gleaming like gold. His voice tinged with a slight tremor. It was not fear, but rather an unbearable urge to unleash the immense energy coursing through him. He yearned for a battle. A fierce and exhilarating clash to liberate his very essence. This was the destructive longing of his martial soul, flooding his consciousness. The windless domain erupted with the onslaught of snow and howling gales. The Snow Emperor brushed aside the strands of hair swept by the cold wind, meeting Mo Tianxing's golden gaze with a soft hum. "Let us ascend to the skies," Mo Tianxing proposed, not wishing to lay waste to the Snow Emperor's abode. The Snow Emperor nodded slightly in agreement. With a subtle exertion of force from his toes, Mo Tianxing transformed into a thick beam of black light, soaring skyward. While the 100-meter ice surface he had previously stood upon shattered instantaneously, the Snow Emperor, enveloped in a torrent of formidable icy power, ascended as a white arc. Following closely behind, the Ice Emperor of the Tundra gritted his teeth and, surrounded by an emerald divine light, pursued after them, leaving only the Titan Snow Demon King standing still, gazing after them. Indeed, they all took advantage of its inability to fly. In the lofty expanse of the 5,000-meter ice field, Mo Tianxing and the Snow Emperor faced each other, separated by a distance of several hundred meters. Mo Tianxing emanated a profound black energy, impervious even to the howling winds and snow of the high altitudes. At his level of mastery, he wielded the laws of space with such finesse that he could hover in the void, even when manifesting dragon wings. The Snow Empress, cold and haughty, was enveloped in a tempest of wind and snow, her azure eyes glinting with a chilling light. As the embodiment of ice and snow, the frozen expanse was her domain, rendering her nearly invincible. The two figures, each exuding destructive power, surged towards one another, their every movement tearing the fabric of the void. The storm roared relentlessly, as the black energy shattered the crystalline pillars of ice into a myriad of shards, which danced amidst the tempest. Each collision between them triggered dramatic climatic upheavals across the ice field. When the Ice Emperor arrived, intent on intervening, the splintered ice shards grazed her cheek, severing a few strands of hair. She stood frozen, hesitant to act. This ultimate confrontation of black and white echoed the brutal skirmish of 200,000 years ago. The entire ice field was captivated by the chaos unfolding above the core. The soul beasts residing near the central circle were left in awe. The source of that tempestuous power was unmistakably the Snow Empress. Yet, the equally formidable presence, imbued with darkness and destruction, posed an unfathomable question. Who could possibly contend with the Snow Empress? The very thought was staggering. In the ice field, the Snow Empress was the undisputed sovereign, an unrivaled force and the cornerstone of peace in her realm. Now, a formidable adversary had emerged, equally matched against her. Was this an overlord from another region of soul beasts, or a divine envoy from the human world? Mo Tianxing freely unleashed the vast energy within him, capable of wielding earth-shattering power with the slightest gesture. At this level, all soul techniques appeared utterly insipid, distilled to their essence, and intricately compressed into a mere handful of moves. As Mo Tianxing's mind stirred, a realm of darkness rapidly unfurled from his very essence, swiftly enveloping the Snow Empress. This was the ultimate transformation of the original Black Domain into the supreme Black Dragon Emperor's domain, capable of shrouding a vast expanse of 10,000 meters upon its release. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of icy brilliance flashed in the Snow Empress's eyes, her silken white hair swirling gracefully around her. She suddenly emanated a magnificent layer of pure white domain, encompassing a radius of 10,000 meters. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, it transformed into a terrestrial forbidden zone, unmatched even by the brilliance of the sun. In this ethereal void, the two formidable domains, Imperial Cold Heaven, Snow Dance radiating the sun, unfurled simultaneously, colliding with one another. The clash of night and day fractured the very fabric of the void where they intertwined. Mo Tianxing experienced an excruciating chill, with frost forming upon his dragon scales, and the blood coursing through his veins nearly frozen, hindering his movements. Although the Snow Empress faced the onslaught of black wind blades and the detrimental effects of vulnerability within the domain of the Black Dragon Emperor, it was evidently an opportune moment. She soared close to Mo Tianxing, her eyes radiating a brilliant divine light. Her snow-white jade palm harbored an immense, latent power of extreme cold as she advanced toward him with lethal intent. Imperial palm, great cold, no snow. This was indeed one of her 3 ultimate techniques. Should anyone be struck by it, they would be encased in ice, possessing an overwhelmingly tyrannical control. When Mo Tianxing realized the situation, the proximity of the Snow Empress left him no time to evade. Mo Tianxing's eyes shimmered with a brilliant golden light. His dragon-like hand emanated a terrifying aura of darkness, as black energy swiftly coalesced within his palm, forming an orb of energy akin to a black sun, warping the surrounding void. It was none other than the Emperor Tian's ultimate move, the Dragon God Claw. In response to the Snow Empress's close-range assault, Mo Tianxing raised his hand and leapt into the fray. Chapter 54. Snow, do not depart. The Dragon God's claw of Mo Tianxing clashed with the great cold of the Snow Emperor as black and white energies collided in the void. The terrifying force of ice swiftly eroded Mo Tianxing's palm, freezing it in an instant and rapidly spreading toward his body. The destructive black energy shredded the entire sleeve of the Snow Emperor's arm, causing blood droplets to splatter. The Ice Empress, who was originally spectating beside them, felt a sudden tightening in her heart upon witnessing the Snow Emperor's injury. In the blink of an eye, Mo Tianxing's form was encased in ice. The Snow Empress immediately distanced herself, raising her arm high. Above in the heavens, snow and ice coalesced into an exquisite deep blue sword, seemingly forged from crystalline ice, emanating an aura of lethal intent. The Imperial Sword, absolute ice, unrivaled. This was the Snow Empress's most formidable means of annihilation, a technique crafted specifically for adversaries of equal caliber. With Mo Tianxing ensnared in the icy grip of the Great Cold, evasion was nearly impossible. With a decisive strike, the Snow Empress wielded the unparalleled Imperial Sword. The sword traced a blue arc through the void, hurtling toward the frozen Mo Tianxing with unrelenting ferocity. Within the icy confines, Mo Tianxing beheld this scene, a surge of darkness and annihilation coursing through him. Crack! The ice imprisoning him splintered with numerous fissures, shattering violently. From the icy mist emerged a towering black figure, 100 meters tall, its grotesque form and golden eyes gleaming like the sun. As it opened its cavernous maw and roared towards the heavens, the resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heart of the Arctic, causing countless high-ranking soul beasts to kneel in submission. The true form had descended. Mo Tianxing transformed into a towering black dragon king with golden eyes. His entire being seemingly liberated as power surged through his colossal form like an unstoppable tide. His golden dragon gaze fixated on the incoming Snow Emperor's sword, resolved to withstand the assault with sheer physical might. The Imperial Sword, imbued with unparalleled murderous intent, sliced toward Mo Tianxing's immense dragon body. The Black Dragon King's claws converged before him, swiftly coalescing into a pitch-black vortex. With a powerful pull of his arms, the vortex expanded into a massive black hole, towering at 100 meters, quietly devouring all in its path like a starry abyss. Upon contact with the vortex, the deep blue tip of the Snow Emperor's sword shattered with a resounding crack, scattering fragments of the Imperial blade in all directions. A glint of icy coldness flashed in the Snow Emperor's eyes as the remnants of her sword erupted, transforming into countless slender, sharp icicles that veered away from the vortex, aiming for the back of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. The icicles pierced through his obsidian scales, becoming stained with his crimson blood. Those shards rapidly siphoned the energy from within the Black Dragon King, detonating with terrifying force. The explosive power left his back in a gruesome state, and with a furious roar, he emerged from the chaos, bloodied and battered, his wings in tatters. With a fierce glare, the Black Dragon King locked onto the Snow Emperor and charged toward her with incredible speed. A smile played at the corners of her mouth as she prepared to suppress him further, but suddenly, she felt a firm embrace around her waist. Someone was pressed against her back, and a massive black vortex loomed behind her. The Snow Emperor's pupils constricted in alarm, a chill running down her spine. "Xue'er, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Mo Tianxing, bloodied and wounded, crouched behind her, whispering with a light chuckle. As the menacing figure of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King dissolved into a cascade of dark light, the Snow Emperor was left utterly astonished. It was evident that he had indeed suffered grave injuries from her ice explosion, yet how had he reverted to human form and silently appeared behind her? Mo Tianxing's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his garments stained crimson with blood, yet he bore a gentle smile. All of his skills had been elevated to a terrifying zenith, including the art of breath simulation, perfected over 690,000 years. capable of deceiving even the mightiest in the same realm, granting him the power to deliver a lethal strike to his foes. After enduring the icy explosion, he adeptly utilized the lingering frost to simulate the golden-eyed Black Dragon King to divert attention, while his true form had already reverted to human shape. Stealthily positioning himself behind the Snow Empress, poised to unleash his deadly move. Should the Snow Empress refuse to concede, he would not hesitate to drag her into the swirling abyss behind him. As Mo Tianxing held her tightly, even the usually composed Snow Empress felt her neck flush crimson. Her exquisite visage blushing profoundly, her ears aglow. She attempted to break free, but her efforts were futile. Mo Tianxing's embrace was unyielding, as if he feared she might feign escape. Could it be that Xue'er intended to play tricks? Mo Tianxing softly exhaled warm breath near her ear, resolute that he would not allow her to slip away easily. The Snow Empress felt her resolve weaken, her body seemingly melting under his hold. A sense of powerlessness enveloping her. "Let me go," she demanded, her cheeks aflame, her strength waning as her gaze shifted towards the distant Ice Emperor. Bingo! The Ice Emperor, who had been standing nearby in astonishment, suddenly came to his senses. "You scoundrel, release my Snow Empress." He charged toward Mo Tianxing, fury igniting within him. "Are you truly foolish enough to approach?" Mo Tianxing remarked with a light chuckle, unfazed, merely retreating a step closer to the ominous black vortex behind him. "I advise you not to act rashly," he cautioned, his demeanor cold as he regarded the approaching Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor halted, apprehensive upon glimpsing the gaping maw of the black hole, genuinely concerned that Mo Tianxing would drag the Snow Empress into its depths. "Stop. Do not act recklessly." The Ice Emperor was now in a state of utter panic. Mo Tianxing whispered into the ear of the Snow Empress. "Although this black hole would not lead to our demise, it would likely render our garments tattered, since Xue'er wished to share in the tribulations." Mo Tianxing's words were left unspoken as the Snow Empress's complexion turned pale in an instant. "I concede," she sighed in resignation, relinquishing her struggle. A flicker of guilt passed through her sky-blue eyes as she cast a glance at the Ice Emperor before lowering her gaze. The Ice Emperor trembled slightly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, embodying a visage of utter heartbreak. Mo Tianxing found himself at a loss for words, as if he were being unjustly accused of usurping love and oppressing others. "Please, let me go," he implored. The Snow Empress freed herself from Mo Tianxing's embrace and soared directly towards the Ice Empress, enveloping her in a tender embrace. The Ice Empress wept bitterly in the Snow Empress's arms, as though they were facing a heart-wrenching farewell. The Snow Empress, filled with remorse, held her close, gently patting her back and sighing softly, seemingly taken aback by the unforeseen outcome. The Ice Empress peeked out from the Snow Empress's embrace, casting a sorrowful glance at Mo Tianxing. "Could you please refrain from taking Snow away?" Mo Tianxing's expression darkened instantly, and he resolutely declined. "Absolutely not. It was absurd. Why should he accommodate someone else when he had acquired his wife through his own merit?" The Ice Emperor, having been rebuffed, wept even more loudly. The Snow Empress shot a disapproving glance at Mo Tianxing, her eyes filled with reproach, before turning her attention back to console the Ice Emperor. Mo Tianxing observed the scene before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. It seemed rather amiss. The roles appeared as though they could be reversed with little difference. Chapter 55, The Ninth-Rank Ginseng King? When Mo Tianxing descended, he immediately sat cross-legged on the frost-covered ground, commencing his healing. The Ice Emperor's explosive ice technique had indeed inflicted severe damage upon him. Even the formidable body of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King struggled to withstand it, resulting in internal injuries. As he sank into a state of tranquility, the system temporarily bestowed upon him 69,000 years of cultivation, which swiftly ebbed away, leaving his entire being feeling hollow. The second martial soul, the blade of living beings, unfurled verdant veins within him, providing a continuous stream of life force to replenish his depleting energy. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Ice Emperor's defeat, the Titan Snow Demon King stood in stunned silence. It was not that he believed the Ice Emperor could not lose. Rather, the very moment Mo Tianxing's cultivation reached an equivalent level to that of the Ice Emperor, the outcome of this confrontation became entirely unsurprising. However, the prior wager dictated that should the Ice Emperor lose, he would have to accompany the victor in departure. The thought of a world devoid of the Ice Emperor's glacial domain was unimaginable to him. The Titan Snow Demon King observed the Ice Emperor, who was comforting the Snow Emperor, and his gaze shifted to Mo Tianxing, revealing a complex array of emotions. As Mo Tianxing neared the completion of his recuperation, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the Ice Emperor gazing at him with reddened eyes, while the Snow Emperor stood quietly beside her. "When do you plan to leave?" Was she accepting the reality of their situation? As Mo Tianxing gazed upon her tear-stained visage, he noticed that the Snow Empress beside her wore a furrowed brow, evidently striving to avoid provoking the Ice Emperor during her own speech. There was no rush for the moment. Mo Tianxing spoke, having departed from the Heavenly Empire for less than half a month. He found himself devoid of pressing matters to attend to. Spending a few more days in the icy expanse posed no issue. Yet it was clear he could not linger indefinitely. Upon hearing his words, the Snow Empress let out a sigh of relief. She had harbored concerns that Mo Tianxing might propose leaving within a few days, which would not only complicate matters for Binger but also weigh heavily on her own heart, as she was reluctant to part with the icy realm. Having existed since the inception of the Ice Plains, she had witnessed 690,000 years pass, making the thought of departing quite difficult to fathom. Initially, she had hoped to recruit him as a subordinate while the Emperor Tian was still in his formative years and his cultivation was relatively low, an opportunity of a lifetime. However, she had not anticipated Mo Tianxing's sudden ascension to her level of prowess, leading to her defeat in their duel and an unforeseen entanglement. Fortunately, she had only agreed to accompany him without making any further promises. Have you ever encountered a millennium-old 9-tiered ginseng king in the far northern lands? Mo Tianxing inquired of the Snow Empress. He recalled that in the original narrative, following Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Deming had proposed 3 conditions to revive her, one of which mentioned the millennium-old 9-tiered ginseng king, said to have the power to transform and reshape a person. This legendary ginseng was believed to be equivalent to a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and at such a level, it would undoubtedly possess spiritual awareness, wandering unpredictably. Deming had indicated that it was likely hidden in the northern territories, fearing human presence, thus making the far northern ice plains a fitting refuge. Therefore, he sought to ascertain whether that being was indeed concealed within the icy expanse. The millennium of cultivation equated to that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, possessing miraculous transformative powers. To call it a divine herb would be no exaggeration. Furthermore, the Millennium Snow Lotus also originated from the ice plains, which even boasted treasures akin to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Were there no celestial herbs to be found? 90-tiered ginseng king? The Snow Empress's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. You must be referring to that little old man adorned with ginseng leaves, correct? The Ice Emperor, upon hearing this, also exhibited a strange countenance. This revelation piqued Mo Tianxing's interest. It appeared they had indeed encountered this entity. Little old man, you have seen him? Mo Tianxing's expression mirrored their astonishment. The millennium-old 9-tiered ginseng king had transformed into a diminutive elder? Once, a little old man, exuding the fragrance of herbs, ventured into the core of our icy realm, igniting fierce competition among the high-ranking soul beasts who vied to possess him, leading to a great melee. Eventually, he sought refuge with Xue'er, who promptly delivered him to me, stating he was preparing for the impending cataclysm 400,000 years hence, the Ice Emperor remarked, raising an eyebrow. Huh? Mo Tianxing was taken aback. So, you possess the ancient 9-grade ginseng king? How about I trade it for Xue'er? The Ice Emperor spoke, his eyes filled with hope and pleading. Mo Tianxing resolutely shook his head in refusal, exclaiming, how could that be? I can offer you something else in exchange. Well, in truth, that old man managed to escape later on, but given his lewd appearance, I could hardly bring myself to engage with him, the Ice Emperor candidly admitted. What a character, daring to negotiate over something not in your possession. Mo Tianxing felt a profound sense of embarrassment. It seemed that the 3 formidable kings of the icy expanse were not to be trifled with. When confronted with a divine herb of immense value, they were resolute and unyielding in their approach. The Snow Empress demonstrated remarkable care for the Ice Emperor, paving the way and providing ample protection. However, the fact that the millennia-old 9-grade ginseng king managed to escape from the Ice Emperor, who possessed an astounding cultivation of 390,000 years, was indeed astonishing. It was no wonder it had survived until now. Do you have a way to help Binger overcome the great tribulation of 400,000 years? The Snow Empress inquired of Mo Tianxing, her sky-blue eyes as calm and unperturbed as the ages themselves. She was genuinely concerned about the impending calamity facing the Ice Emperor. At that moment, the Ice Emperor gazed at Mo Tianxing with surprise. She felt a deep sense of guilt for losing the millennia-old ginseng that Xue'er had prepared for her. For her, relying solely on her own strength to face the great tribulation of 400,000 years seemed an insurmountable challenge. Could this individual truly possess a solution? Meeting their expectant gazes, Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. The snow-colored swan kiss he held was perfectly compatible with the Ice Emperor's own poisonous essence, particularly suited for the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion Soul Beast. Note: The protagonist momentarily forgot that the Ice Emperor had reached the pinnacle of her poison-dispelling mastery. With this celestial herb in hand, it would undoubtedly aid the Ice Emperor in navigating the tribulation of 400,000 years. Seeing Mo Tianxing's unwavering confidence, the Snow Empress harbored no doubts about his capabilities. I shall assist you in capturing that millennia-old 9-grade ginseng king, and in return, you will help Bingo surpass the great tribulation of 400,000 years. The Snow Empress's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The Ice Emperor's expression tightened, as if she wished to voice her thoughts, but was gently restrained by the Snow Empress, whose tranquil gaze held her in silence. The Ice Emperor's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she suddenly embraced the Snow Empress, her sobs barely contained. Throughout this exchange, the Titan Snow Demon King observed from the sidelines, wholly unnoticed. Mo Tianxing gazed at the profound bond shared between the two women, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. If one did not wish to part ways with the Snow Empress, they could accompany me on my journey. I would welcome them wholeheartedly and ensure their well-being. Naturally, such sentiments he dared not voice unless the Ice Empress herself initiated the conversation. Should both the Ice and Snow Emperors depart from the Ice Plains, with the Titan Snow Demon King still present, he, being a super soul beast of 200,000 years, could undoubtedly safeguard the tranquility of the Ice Plains. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Ice Plains, an old man huddled by the fire suddenly sneezed thrice in rapid succession, causing the ginseng leaves atop his head to droop slightly. Who, he pondered, could be thinking of me? The old man calculated with his fingers, and his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 56, Do Not Eat Me, Second Update. Wishing everyone a happy new year, the Snow Empress decreed a lockdown of the Ice Plains, inciting shock among the higher-tier soul beasts within, who speculated that something might be amiss in the Ice Plains. They vividly recalled the recent clash of black and white energies that erupted in the sky, simultaneously, within the core of the Ice Plains. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress hovered in the void, their hands intertwined as they unleashed their domains. The Ice Empress's Eternal Frozen domain merged with the Snow Empress's Snow Dance Radiant Sun domain, forming the Snow Dance Extreme Ice domain, which expanded its coverage dramatically to an astonishing 20,000 meters, with delicate snowflakes dancing within it. The activation of this domain did not disturb any soul beasts. Snowflakes were commonplace in the realm of ice, providing the perfect cover. These falling snowflakes contained the subtle spiritual power of the Ice and Snow Emperors, weaving an expansive net in the void. Anything that came into contact with the snowflakes would be immediately sensed by the two of them, while maintaining their domain. The Ice and Snow Emperors traversed the void, exploring every nook and cranny of the Ice Plains, determined to unearth the 9th-ranked Ginseng King as long as he had not vacated this frigid territory. Concurrently, the millennia-old 9th-ranked Ginseng King, concealed within a cave, felt a flicker of doubt regarding the lockdown of the Ice Plains, prompting him to refrain from any rash actions for fear of drawing attention. Venturing outside could easily expose him. Thus, he resolved to remain hidden a while longer and observe the unfolding situation. It seemed unwise to linger in the Ice Plains. He needed to depart swiftly and return at a later time. Just as he prepared to suppress his aura and take another brief rest, a sense of unease washed over him, as if something were amiss. He extended his mental prowess to probe the cave's entrance, detecting no suspicious soul beast aside from the gentle falling snow. Could it be a mere illusion? The old man felt a pang of uncertainty but hesitated to venture out. Perhaps he was being overly cautious. Among the three great kings, only the Snow Empress could truly thwart him. As for the Ice Emperor, having evaded him once, he could certainly do so again. The Titan Snow Demon King, on the other hand, was too boisterous to approach stealthily, and even if he were to be inadvertently spotted, escape would be effortless. He reasoned that perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Just as he contemplated returning to his slumber, the narrow cave was suddenly encased in ice, trapping the old man within a block of ice. The entire ice mountain erupted, revealing the frozen figure of the old man, adorned with a tuft of ginseng leaves atop his head. Suspended in midair were the Ice Emperor, the Snow Empress, and Mo Tianxing. The Ice Emperor descended silently from the void, appearing before the old man with a smile, gently tapping the ice block. "I have been searching for you for 2 or 3 days, old man. We meet again." The old man within the ice block, upon seeing the Ice Emperor, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with terror. It was over. He had been captured once more by this individual. Mo Tianxing and the Snow Emperor quietly arrived beside the Ice Emperor. Upon seeing the Snow Emperor, the old man was filled with astonishment, his heart racing as he thought, "It's over. There's no escape this time." At this moment, Mo Tianxing was scrutinizing the elderly figure encased within the ice. This diminutive old man stood no taller than 3 feet, his posture slightly hunched. Adorned in white garments, his hair was streaked with gray. And atop his head sprouted a cluster of ginseng leaves, each measuring over 3 inches in height. Is this truly the legendary 9-pin ginseng king, aged for millennia? Why does he appear so ancient? Mo Tianxing scrutinized the little old man with disbelief. No wonder the Ice Emperor remarked that even upon recognizing him as a potent herb, one would still be unable to consume him. His humanoid appearance made it equally unpalatable. With a swift motion of her sleeve, the Snow Emperor gathered both the old man and the ice into her folds, and the 3 of them promptly prepared to return to the windless domain. Mo Tianxing sought to inquire about certain matters from the old man. At that moment, the Snow Emperor waved his sleeve, causing the ice encasing the old man's head to swiftly melt away. However, this merely liberated his head. His body remained ensnared in ice, rendering him unable to escape. Upon regaining his freedom, the old man immediately burst into tears, pleading for mercy from the Snow Emperor and begging the Ice Emperor for clemency. As for Mo Tianxing, he was entirely disregarded in this scenario. In the presence of the dual emperors of ice and snow, appealing to a mere child was utterly futile. Did he truly believe that the ice and snow emperors would heed his pleas? Mo Tianxing bent down and scrutinized the old man encased in ice, lifting a hand to tug at the wrinkled visage of this elderly figure. To his astonishment, as he peeled away a piece of the old man's gnarled skin, he uncovered an area that revealed skin as smooth and radiant as that of an infant. The Ice and Snow Emperor was left speechless. Mo Tianxing wore a knowing smile on his face as he swiftly peeled away the old man's skin, revealing a delicate, rosy-cheeked boy of about 7 or 8 years old. Little one, do you still wish to pretend? The boy gazed at Mo Tianxing with an expression of sheer terror, hastily crying out, "Brother, spare me." His voice, a stark contrast to the previous hoarse tones, was now a pure, youthful sound. At this moment, the Ice Emperor approached, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Seeing you like this, I must admit, I am quite tempted. I'm not tasty. Don't eat me. I can shed my old skin for you. All the medicinal properties are contained within it." The boy's desperate cries echoed, sounding as if someone were truly threatening to consume a child. "Well, it appears to be true." The Ice Emperor mused. "I do prefer tender flesh. I have no desire for old skin," he chuckled, his gaze fixated on the boy. Mo Tianxing was immediately displeased. Promptly pushing the Ice Emperor aside to let her amuse herself, he extracted the snowy swan kiss from the miniature world, presenting it before the young boy. Its fragrance wafting alluringly. "Do you recognize what this is?" he inquired. "Recognize it? Oh, brother, please help me." The boy cried out in despair. "Then speak quickly. Dare to deceive me, and you'll find yourself in dire straits." Mo Tianxing shrugged, his golden eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. The gazes of both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were drawn to the herb in Mo Tianxing's hand, curiosity piqued by the enticing scent it emitted. "This is the snowy swan kiss, a celestial-grade herb," the young boy exclaimed, astonished by Mo Tianxing's possession of such a rare plant. "It possesses remarkable properties," Mo Tianxing replied, a peculiar, sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Speak swiftly, or face the consequences. It is inherently non-toxic, yet it can amplify toxicity and its effects infinitely. For poison cultivators and soul beasts, it is an exquisite celestial herb, capable of providing immense enhancement and transformation." The boy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face, genuinely fearing that the 3 individuals might consume him alive. Upon hearing this, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were equally astonished. Was this celestial herb not on par with the divine medicine before them? Moreover, it was the most suitable celestial herb for soul beasts of the poison cultivation type. Mo Tianxing's smile grew even brighter, indicating that this little creature indeed possessed some knowledge, particularly about the elusive celestial herbs. Its utility to him was significantly greater than that of a mute celestial herb. "Are you aware of the locations where celestial herbs flourish?" Mo Tianxing inquired, for this was his ultimate goal. While the Eye of Ice and Fire was remarkable, it was merely one of the many treasures in this world, accessible only if one knew its whereabouts. With the assistance of this little being, the search would undoubtedly become much more convenient. Chapter 57, The Essence of Eternal Ice. First update, seeking support. Mo Tianxing presented the snow-white swan kiss to the Ice Emperor. "This is for you," he remarked. "This celestial herb is inherently non-toxic. However, it possesses the extraordinary ability to amplify the poison within the user 1,000-fold. Consuming this herb should sufficiently aid you in overcoming the cataclysm of 400,000 years. The Ice Emperor gazed at the pristine herb in her hand, its crystalline white hue gleaming as if each blade of grass were on the verge of dripping with dew, elongated and curvaceous, reminiscent of a swan's elegant neck. Yet, she appeared utterly astonished. "What is the matter?" Mo Tianxing inquired, perplexed by her reaction. At that moment, the Snow Emperor approached to elucidate. In her quest to cultivate the ultimate ice, she has expelled all the poison from her body. When Mo Tianxing received this news, it was as if a thunderclap had struck him, leaving him utterly shattered. In his mind, a vague realization began to surface. It seemed that indeed, it was the case. It was not that the Ice Emperor Scorpion lacked toxicity, but rather that the Ice Emperor had dispelled it herself. There was nothing to worry about, as it could still be utilized. Mo Tianxing felt a tinge of embarrassment. The worst outcome would merely involve the Ice Emperor's toxin being restored. The celestial herbs unsuitable for human consumption should pose no significant threat to the Ice Emperor, who boasted an impressive cultivation of 390,000 years. Even if complications arose, was there not Snow Emperor by her side? Upon hearing this fellow's lack of confidence, the Ice Emperor regarded Mo Tianxing with skepticism. She genuinely questioned whether this individual had presented her with a poisonous plant, intending to poison her and elope with Xue'er. Nevertheless, she herself had once been a poison cultivator soul beast. Although she had shed her toxins, her innate resistance remained intact. Furthermore, her recovery abilities after 390,000 years were beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Even if problems did manifest, she had Snow nearby. With this thought, the Ice Emperor no longer hesitated, swiftly consuming the entire snow-colored swan kiss and initiating the process of refining the herb's medicinal properties. While the Snow Emperor stood vigilantly by her side, she harbored no concerns that Mo Tianxing would harm Icer. If something were to happen to Icer due to this herb, she would certainly confront Mo Tianxing with unyielding ferocity. At this moment, Mo Tianxing began conversing with the 9th-grade ginseng king about life, aspirations, employing both coercion and persuasion to extract valuable information from the little creature's lips, such as locations akin to the Eye of Ice and Fire, where celestial herbs congregate. In the depths of the starry forest, beneath the star lake, there lies a substantial amount of the essence of life, declared the ginseng king. Moreover, only 200,000 years soul beasts currently guard that area, making it ripe for contention. When he had ventured into the core of the starry forest, he had nearly fallen prey to the azure bull python lurking in the star lake. Now, he naturally sought to leverage the power of the Ice and Snow Emperors behind Mo Tianxing to eliminate those two beasts in the starry forest. At this juncture, he had come to understand that although Mo Tianxing's cultivation was modest, his connections with the Ice and Snow Emperors were undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon hearing these words, Mo Tianxing's face immediately darkened. He swiftly delivered a sharp rap to his own head, eliciting a series of pain cries. "Do I still need you to instruct me on venturing into the starry forest? Is it necessary for you to remind me that the star lake conceals the essence of life? And as for the sunset forest, that requires no elaboration. Let's speak of something substantive." Mo Tianxing interjected, preemptively silencing this individual. "If you cannot demonstrate your own worth, you shall inevitably succumb to a fate of being devoured." A glint of cold, menacing light flickered in Mo Tianxing's eyes, and the implied threat was unmistakable. The ice field. There exists a place there permeated with the marrow of eternal ice. The king of ginseng cried out in distress, evidently terrified of Mo Tianxing. Eternal ice marrow? Mo Tianxing was suddenly awakened, pondering the essence of 10,000 years of profound ice that had been devoured by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, which contained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy. The Snow Empress, upon hearing this, was equally astonished and lifted her gaze. She was well aware of the rarity of the 10,000 years of profound ice essence, rich in spiritual energy, which could swiftly enhance one's cultivation. Where could it be found? Mo Tianxing sensed that he might have stumbled upon a stroke of fortune if he were to acquire a substantial amount of this essence. His cultivation could ascend rapidly, effortlessly surpassing 100,000 years of experience. The voice of the Ice King echoed from within a crevice, trembling slightly. Mo Tianxing and the Snow Emperor exchanged a glance, awaiting the Ice Emperor to refine the effects of the snow-colored swan's kiss elixir before allowing the King of Participation to lead the way. After a prolonged wait, a brilliant azure light emanated from the Ice Emperor, as waves of verdant energy surged around him, reminiscent of turbulent seas. A rich, emerald-hued energy wave burst forth from within the Ice Emperor, ascending towards the heavens like divine radiance. The gazes of Mo Tianxing and the Snow Empress instantly fell upon the Ice Emperor, who at that moment emanated an aura that reached an extraordinary height, achieving a state of transcendence, only to subsequently enter a period of stability, gradually retracting the verdant soul power from the external environment back into his being. His form shimmering with radiant hues. Had he succeeded? The Snow Empress, having undergone a similar transformation, could naturally sense that the Ice Emperor had successfully surpassed the formidable threshold of 400,000 years, officially becoming a soul beast of that age. She was taken aback, never having anticipated that the celestial herb provided by Mo Tianxing would facilitate the Ice Emperor's passage through such a significant tribulation. Casting a sidelong glance at Mo Tianxing, the depths of her eyes glimmered with curiosity. The two remained silently awaiting the outcome. After a period of patient anticipation, the Ice Emperor solidified his cultivation, suddenly opening his emerald eyes, brimming with delight, and joyfully leaping from the icy surface. "I did it. I have finally broken through the 400,000-year barrier," he exclaimed, exuberantly embracing the Snow Empress like a child. The Snow Empress responded with a gentle hum, a serene smile adorning her face. However, once the initial excitement subsided, the Ice Emperor caught sight of Mo Tianxing nearby, and his expression quickly soured, letting out a soft huff. "Ice Child," the Snow Empress called out, prompting the Ice Emperor to reluctantly express his gratitude to Mo Tianxing before turning back to chat with her. "Can this child be eaten?" The Ice Emperor gazed at the frozen king of ginseng, her verdant eyes sparkling with mischief, nearly startling the ginseng to death as she seemed intent on consuming him. The ginseng king, feeling utterly helpless, lamented his plight amidst the threatening presence surrounding him. "All right, now he can lead us," Mo Tianxing said as he approached the 9th-grade ginseng king, gently patting its small head with a warm smile. "Of course, should you be toying with us, I shall devour you on the spot. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." The ginseng king trembled in fear. The Snow Empress, realizing that carrying a large chunk of ice was rather impractical, decided to melt the ice encasing the ginseng king, leaving behind a frozen chain that bound him. Now freed from his icy prison, the ginseng king appeared as a child of about 7 or 8 years, exquisitely delicate. If you believe you can escape from the Snow Empress, consider yourself skilled. Should you flee but fail to completely evade us? Mo Tianxing and his companions gradually advanced deeper into the icy expanse. I understand. The ginseng king nodded fervently, genuinely afraid to act against them. Chapter 58. The Dreaming Ice Silkworm. Mo Tianxing and the Snow Emperor arrived at a certain chasm on the icy plains, where the abyss yawned black and fathomless. "Are you certain this is the place?" Mo Tianxing inquired, gazing down at the 9th-ranked ginseng king, who fervently nodded in affirmation. The two Ice and Snow Emperors summoned their mental energies to probe the depths of the abyss, uncovering no anomalies. It appeared no different from other chasms. They exchanged skeptical glances towards the 9th-ranked ginseng king. The outcome of Mo Tianxing's mental exploration was indeed as expected. Yet he harbored no doubts that the so-called first million-year soul beast in history, the heavenly dream ice silkworm, lay beneath the abyss. This extraordinary creature possessed both mental and ice attributes, and under the confines of the mental simulation barrier. Even the Ice and Snow Emperors were unable to discern the true scene. "Let us descend and investigate," Mo Tianxing declared, leaping first into the profound and shadowy ice crevice, with the Ice and Snow Emperors following closely behind, unafraid. As Mo Tianxing plummeted approximately 500 meters, he finally descended to the bottom of a crevice in the ice. The Ice and Snow Emperors silently appeared behind him. The entire valley floor was shrouded in darkness, and not far from the valley's bottom, a half-meter-wide fissure in the rock wall emitted a faint blue glow, radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy. "What is this?" The Ice and Snow Emperor expressed a hint of surprise. "Right ahead," the 9th-ranked ginseng king spoke, prompting Mo Tianxing to lead the Ice and Snow Emperors into the shimmering blue-lit crevice. Inside lay a cavern, leaving them utterly astonished by the sight before them. The cavern's walls were embedded with numerous pieces of blue ice marrow, casting a gentle blue light that illuminated the entire space. The Ice Emperor, gazing at the millennia-old profound ice marrow embedded in the walls, was left in a state of disbelief, while the Snow Emperor wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Mo Tianxing moved like a specter, vanishing from his original position and reappearing in a corner of the cave. There, upon a massive slab of ancient ice, lay an extraordinarily large ice silkworm. This creature boasted a diameter of over 1 meter and a length exceeding 7 meters, its body gleaming with a translucent, white jade hue. A radiant aura pulsed beneath its surface, and it possessed a pair of eyes that sparkled like gold. Along its body, at regular intervals, 10 golden rings adorned its length, creating a mesmerizing pattern from head to tail. At first glance, Mo Tianxing immediately recognized the identity of this being. The 10 golden patterns adorning its form symbolized its cultivation spanning 1,000,000 years. This was none other than the self-proclaimed supreme soul beast of the continent. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm, which boasted a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. Despite having consumed an abundance of the millennium-old mysterious ice essence to nurture its 1,000,000-year cultivation, its combat prowess fell short of that of a mere 10,000-year soul beast, gazed upon the nearly depleted cavern with a heart full of anguish. Wishing he could replicate the actions of the Emperor Tian and his companions, rallying a crowd to indulge in gluttony. At that moment, the ice and snow emperors appeared behind him, their attention drawn to the colossal bed of 10,000-year-old ice jade, where a magnificent creature slumbered peacefully. Is it truly him? The Ice Emperor was taken aback upon recognizing the dream ice silkworm. She sensed an exceptionally rich aura emanating from it. Binger, do you recognize this creature? The Snow Emperor inquired, perplexed. Before them lay the unmistakable ice silkworm, albeit of an unexpectedly grand size. However, it remained fundamentally a creature of the food chain, favored by Binger's lineage. Indeed, it was hardly considered prey, as capturing it required little effort. This is the ice silkworm I mentioned, the one that foolishly pursued me. The Ice Emperor elucidated. Although its precise cultivation level and combat prowess were indiscernible, its mental fortitude was noteworthy. She pondered why such a being was present in this sacred place, noting the gnaw marks on the ancient ice essence clearly. This creature had consumed a significant portion of it, causing her heart to ache at the thought. The Snow Emperor recalled her words with a certain familiarity. This creature is utterly wasteful, sleeping so soundly. The Ice Emperor seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched in frustration. Without hesitation, she extended her crystalline tail, glistening like jade, and pierced the slumbering dream ice silkworm. A piercing scream erupted from the dream ice silkworm, jolting it out of its deep slumber. Mo Tianxing gazed in silence, utterly astounded by the Ice Emperor's ruthless approach. Although she had dispelled her potent toxins, the sheer intensity of the situation was enough to cause discomfort. Beside him, the 9th-rank Ginseng King trembled uncontrollably. For his greatest fear at that moment was none other than the Ice Emperor, who persistently sought to consume him. The dream ice silkworm awakened from its reverie. Its eyes fluttering open to behold a gathering of individuals encircling its jade bed, all fixated upon it. Upon closer inspection, it realized that the Ice Emperor, whom it had longed for, was indeed present. Its eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the Ice Emperor standing before it, flanked by the Snow Emperor. Ice, you have finally chosen to acknowledge me, the dream ice silkworm exclaimed, eagerly rising to embrace the Ice Emperor with its 3 to 4 meter long body. The Ice Emperor, her demeanor already one of indifference, was taken aback by the audacity of this creature attempting to embrace her. Without hesitation, she extended her stinger from behind. Clearly, this creature had yet to fully awaken. It required a firm lesson. Upon witnessing the imposing stinger before it, the dream ice silkworm instantly hesitated, daunted by the threatening display. Mo Tianxing cast a curious glance behind the Ice Emperor, pondering the origin of that tale. Naturally, such a provocative and reckless inquiry remained unspoken. The Snow Emperor had also arrived, and the expression on Tianming Bingsan's face grew somewhat rigid, his 7-meter-long insect form radiating a dazzling luster akin to white jade. Before long, the creature began to shrink rapidly, ultimately transforming into a strikingly handsome youth clad in a flowing white robe, his golden hair cascading down like a waterfall, adorned with 10 golden rings of light swirling around him. The 10 golden halos surrounding him left the Snow Emperor in awe, prompting the thought that he had perhaps transcended the threshold of 1,000,000 in cultivation. Ice, I never expected to awaken from slumber to find you here. Silence. Cease your nauseating chatter, the Ice Emperor retorted coldly, casting a piercing glare that silenced any further discourse, rendering him a stark contrast to his earlier tearful demeanor before Mo Tianxing. Who might these two young ones be? Tianming Binkin inquired, observing the curious pair of Mo Tianxing and the 9th-rank Ginseng King, astonished that they were accompanying Ice and the Snow Emperor. Mo Tianxing gazed at him, a smile adorning his face as he gently patted his shoulder. The unspoken words regarding the everlasting ice marrow were evident. He implied that one could take whatever they fancied. Without hesitation, Tianming Binkin understood this principle well. I am not a bandit. I am merely an ordinary person, Mo Tianxing remarked with a chuckle. This statement left Tianming Binkin bewildered, having just awoken and struggling to comprehend it. Mo Tianxing leaned closer to Tianming Binkin, whispering something in his ear. Bingken appeared somewhat dazed, yet recalling his presumably amicable relationship with Binger and Xue'er, he nodded slightly. Bingdi and Xue'er observed Mo Tianxing, who was engaging in a jovial display of camaraderie with Bingken, and pondered what mischief this cunning individual was up to now. In Chapter 59, entitled Affection Has Always Been Hard to Retain, the Ice and Snow Emperors beheld the unexpected fraternity between Bingken and Mo Tianxing. Subsequently, Mo Tianxing excavated the remnants of the ice essence from the ancient ice cave, distributing it equally among the three of them. Upon securing the largest piece of the ancient ice essence into his small world, the material gathering was complete, and his focus swiftly shifted to Bingken. At this moment, Bingken resembled a veritable repository of spiritual energy, plump and brimming with cultivation prowess. Akin to unrefined Dao fruits, one might even liken him to the fabled flesh of Tang's son. No wonder this individual was captured by the likes of Tian to gather a multitude of souls. However, under normal circumstances, Mo Tianxing would not resort to such methods to enhance his cultivation, unless driven by an overwhelming necessity for power. His reluctance to exploit Bingken did not preclude him from keeping this mobile treasury of spiritual energy close, ensuring that others would not benefit from it. Bingken speculated that Mo Tianxing's deep ties with the Ice and Snow Emperors must stem from some extraordinary means. Therefore, to foster a closer relationship with Bingdi, he readily agreed to befriend Mo Tianxing. Rest assured, Bingdi is one of the later female protagonists, and she shall not be relinquished. Seeing this, the 9th-rank Ginseng King eagerly expressed his desire to join the fray. Bingdi observed Mo Tianxing and his companions fervently discussing potential targets for plunder and the collection of rare herbs, feeling a tinge of peculiarity. Although the 9th-rank Ginseng King possessed only a mere millennium of cultivation, he was as cunning as a 100,000-year soul beast, capable of slipping away with the slightest oversight. Meanwhile, Bingken was indeed an enigma, despite boasting formidable cultivation, reportedly at the level of a legendary million-year soul beast. His combat prowess was woefully inadequate. He might struggle even against a typical 1,000-year soul beast. Thus, these two peculiar beings found themselves united under Mo Tianxing's banner, preparing for their audacious exploits, which seemed undeniably odd. Xue'er, however, maintained an air of calm. Within this cavern, the share of ancient ice essence she gathered was sufficient to elevate her strength, instilling a greater confidence for the impending 70,000-year tribulation. Bingken and the 9th-rank Ginseng King officially became Mo Tianxing's subordinates, with one tasked to seek out rare herbs and the other to procure cultivation resources. Xue'er would accompany them, and as long as the 9th-rank Ginseng King's safety was assured, he was more than willing to explore the outside world alongside Mo Tianxing. Concealing oneself indefinitely, even with the prospect of living for several more 100,000 years, held little significance. As for Bingken, ensuring his voluntary companionship would necessitate bringing Bingdi along as well. Could he truly manage to entice Bingdi away? A thought flickered through Mo Tianxing's mind as he furtively cast a glance at the Snow Emperor. He sensed that this matter required further deliberation. After all, it was imperative that the heavenly dream ice silkworm not remain in the windless domain any longer. Upon the return of Mo Tianxing, he immediately entered seclusion, commencing the absorption of the primordial ice marrow to enhance his cultivation speed. His mastery rapidly approached 70,000 years, with the prospect of a breakthrough in the near future. After the Snow Empress consumed the primordial ice marrow, she too began her tranquil meditation. The Ice Emperor, having recently surpassed the milestone of 400,000 years, found it unsuitable to partake in such rare treasures again for the time being. Thus, only the Ice Emperor, the dreaming ice silkworm, and the 9th-rank Ginseng King remained in the windless realm. The 9th-rank Ginseng King was truly distressed. He feared the Ice Emperor and remained close to Mo Tianxing, anxious that the Ice Emperor might devour him during Mo Tianxing's retreat. Essentially, only the dreaming ice silkworm and the Ice Emperor were left in each other's company. Naturally, the dreaming ice silkworm was delighted to be with the Ice Emperor, persistently engaging her with inquiries and concern. Are you not vexed? The Ice Emperor was thoroughly exasperated by the incessant nagging of this large creature, casting a fierce glare at the dreaming ice silkworm before turning her attention to the 9th-rank Ginseng King, who was hiding beside Mo Tianxing. Tell this fellow to cease his bothersome antics, or I shall consume him myself. Even Emperor Tian could not save you. This statement sent a shiver down the 9th-rank Ginseng King's spine, prompting him to leap forward and pull the dreaming ice silkworm to a secluded corner of ice crystals. My brother, the 9th-rank Ginseng King began, glancing back at the Ice Emperor a short distance away. He beckoned the dreaming ice silkworm to lean in closer to hear his whisper, cautiously confiding, "Is it possible to create a mental interference?" The dreaming ice silkworm then realized the necessity of blocking the Ice Emperor's perception. Otherwise, this little creature would be too intimidated to speak. Consequently, the dreaming ice silkworm unleashed a wave of mental energy, forming a barrier of psychic fluctuations around them, imperceptible even to the Ice Emperor. This was perhaps the sole useful skill possessed by the dreaming ice silkworm. As they leaned against the ice crystals, the ninth-ranked Ginseng King, having ensured the Ice Emperor could not overhear them, turned his attention back. "Brother, I know you harbor affections for the Ice Emperor, but pursuing her in this manner is misguided. One must master the art of allure and retreat." "What do you mean by allure and retreat?" The dreaming ice silkworm, still an innocent novice in such matters, had spent 99.9% of its life in slumber. In contrast, the ninth-ranked Ginseng King, despite living only 10,000 years, had traversed extensively through the southern lands, leaving traces of his journey and encountering the perils of the mortal realm, thus gaining a modicum of wisdom regarding the intricacies of life. In courting a woman, one must act in this manner, the ninth-ranked Ginseng King quietly instructed. While the dreaming ice silkworm nodded occasionally, displaying an expression of dawning comprehension, further solidifying its resolve to win the Ice Emperor's heart. "You must understand. Deep affections throughout history have been fleeting. Only strategic charm can capture the heart." The ninth-ranked Ginseng King imparted the essence of existence in hushed tones. The dreaming ice silkworm exhibited an expression of enlightenment, as though it had grasped the profundity of the moment. In summary, they began to strategize on how to proceed according to this newfound understanding, with the dreaming ice silkworm occasionally glancing at the Ice Emperor, who was meditating nearby, its eyes gleaming with admiration. Truly, they were good brothers. At that moment, Mo Tianxing's cultivation had just surpassed 70,000 years, and a torrent of dark energy erupted from him, overwhelming in its might. This energy coalesced in the void, manifesting as a colossal golden-eyed black dragon, its scales jagged and menacing, reflecting a lustrous sheen of darkness. Enveloped in profound dark energy, 7 massive black soul rings encircled the creature, pulsating with an ominous glow. The transformation of Mo Tianxing immediately captivated the attention of everyone present. The Ice and Snow Emperors, having awakened from their meditative state, felt their very souls tremble at the sight of the shadowy black dragon. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Is this truly the essence of my elder brother? Both the heavenly dream ice silkworm and the ninth-ranked Ginseng King stood in astonishment. Above the 7th soul ring of Mo Tianxing, a layer of black, ring-shaped mist began to materialize, swiftly coalescing into the 8th soul ring. At the moment the 8th soul ring successfully formed, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King let out a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, its golden gaze looking down upon the world below. At that instant, Mo Tianxing, seated beneath, abruptly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a radiant golden light. 70,000 years of cultivation. 8-ringed Soul Douluo. Chapter 60. Ice Emperor, I shall accompany you. Mo Tianxing had just reached the 8th ring level, feeling within him a soul power akin to vast rivers and seas. While his physical strength rivaled that of a colossal dragon, with a mere stomp, he could cause the earth to tremble. As he raised his hand, the air around him subtly distorted, emanating a dense aura of dark energy. The system presented before him the interface of his newly acquired 8th soul ring. 8th soul ring. Great Void Devouring Technique. Soul ring color. Black soul ring age. 70,000 years effect. It conjures a profound black energy vortex in front of him, capable of devouring energy skills and converting them into his own soul power. Mo Tianxing was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Great Void Devouring Technique. Previously, when his power had been augmented by the system, reaching an astonishing 69,000 years, he had wielded this innate soul skill. Even when confronted with the mightiest attack from the Snow Empress's 3 ultimate techniques, the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched, he could withstand it, illustrating the technique's extraordinary potency. Particularly noteworthy was its ability to absorb external soul power for personal use, rendering it an unparalleled skill for sustaining oneself through absorption. Mo Tianxing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This expedition to the icy expanse had proven to be immensely rewarding. First, he confessed to the Snow Empress, which granted him a millennium of cultivation. Subsequently, he triumphed over her in a duel, securing her companionship. Furthermore, he captured the elusive 9-grade Ginseng King and the million-year soul beast, the dreaming ice silkworm, hidden within the icy plains. However, a pressing challenge remained. He needed to ensure the dreaming ice silkworm would follow him wholeheartedly. To achieve this, he must seek a breakthrough through the Snow Empress. Hoping to persuade her to accompany him as well, Mo Tianxing resolved to take the Ice Emperor along, so as to prevent the Snow Emperor from feeling too solitary. As Mo Tianxing raised his gaze towards the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor standing not far away, he began to approach them. The Ice Emperor, Mo Tianxing, appeared somewhat hesitant to speak. Observing his demeanor, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm felt a tightening in her chest, concerned that Mo Tianxing might pose a threat to Binger. After all, the nature of his relationship with the two Ice and Snow Emperors remained unclear to him, and the 9th-rank Ginseng King was merely an interloper. Prior to this moment, Mo Tianxing had already mingled closely with the Ice and Snow Emperors, their bond evidently profound. The 9th-rank Ginseng King cautiously monitored the situation alongside the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. During Mo Tianxing's period of seclusion, their relationship had escalated significantly, and they were nearly inseparable in their daily lives. Noticing the grave expression on Mo Tianxing's face, the Ice Emperor felt a surge of anxiety. An inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloping her. At that moment, the Snow Emperor also regarded Mo Tianxing with a tightening of her heart. Mo Tianxing's expression was somewhat rigid. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the care he had received in recent days, indicating that he was about to return. Upon hearing this, the Snow Emperor felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The Ice Emperor was momentarily stunned, his entire demeanor frozen, with his eyes turning slightly red. "Can't you postpone your departure?" The Ice Emperor spoke with a tone devoid of the fierce demeanor he had displayed towards Tianming Binkan, instead imbued with a hint of pleading. Not far away, Tianming Binkan was seething with rage, ready to charge at Mo Tianxing, only to be firmly restrained by the 9th-rank Ginseng King. "Do not hold me back. I demand a duel." A duel. This scoundrel had taken advantage of the moment when he was asleep to develop a relationship with Binger, feigning innocence while acting as if they were brothers. Even though he was merely a silkworm, such duplicitous and ruthless behavior ignited a fierce indignation within him, making it intolerable. "I demand a duel. Second brother, do not act impulsively. Stay calm." The 9th-rank Ginseng King clung tightly to the hem of Tianming Bingsan's garment, his body leaning at a precarious angle of 45 degrees, gritting his teeth in an effort to restrain him. "You cannot defeat elder brother. And the situation may not be as you perceive it. Remain composed. You must remain composed." Mo Tianxing cast a glance at the nearby commotion where the Dreaming Ice Silkworm, fervently clamoring for a duel, was being firmly restrained by the 9th-rank San Wang. A flicker of skepticism crossed his mind. What were these two mischief-makers up to? Regardless, he resolved to focus on the matter at hand and prioritize subduing the Ice Emperor. Mo Tianxing once again immersed himself in the emotions he had conjured, letting out a soft sigh. "I, too, am reluctant. However, there are pressing matters in the starry forest that demand my attention, and I cannot in good conscience remain idly on the icy plains." Beside him, the Snow Emperor let out a gentle sigh, casting a gaze towards the Ice Emperor tinged with guilt. "Had I known earlier, I would not have engaged in that wager, for it has led us to this poignant separation from Binger." The Ice Emperor lowered her eyelids, yet Mo Tianxing could discern her hesitation, a clear indication of her internal struggle. It seems that a more potent remedy is necessary. As Mo Tianxing contemplated silently in his heart, before he could utter a word, a golden figure lunged toward him like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, the tattered edges of his garment still adorned with the emblem of the 9th-rank Ginseng King. Mo Tianxing instinctively sensed the presence of this individual and could effortlessly evade him, perfectly seizing the opportunity to stage a performance. With a resounding crash, Mo Tianxing was sent flying several meters away by a blow from the Dream Ice Silkworm, landing heavily upon the icy surface. "Do not stop me. I shall not hesitate to devour this ungrateful wretch." At that moment, the Dream Ice Silkworm's eyes burned with a crimson fury, as if ready to unleash flames, wishing to swallow Mo Tianxing whole. "Second brother, do not act impulsively. Please, do not act rashly." The 9th-rank Ginseng King desperately attempted to restrain the Dream Ice Silkworm. He understood all too well that in the presence of the eldest brother, second brother stood no chance of retaliation. The eldest brother's methods and resolve were unparalleled in his extensive experience, ranking first in cunning. Daring to provoke him guaranteed, one would meet a grim fate. Mo Tianxing laboriously rose from the icy surface, revealing a bitter smile. "It is better to leave Tianming on the ice field. This way, you shall have companionship. I will accompany you." The Ice Emperor immediately made a resolute decision, his gaze unwavering. The Snow Empress, observing from the side, was taken aback. Tianming, who had previously struggled, suddenly fell still, his eyes devoid of luster. In that instant, only he comprehended the extent of his defeat. He no longer possessed the qualifications to fight for Binger. Ultimately, the fool was none other than myself. The 8th-ranked Soul King vaguely sensed that something was amiss, as if events were not unfolding as Tianming had envisioned. I have come to understand, without Xue'er, remaining here holds no significance. The Ice Emperor gently shook his head and lifted his gaze to the Snow Empress, who stepped forward to embrace him tenderly. What shall we do with the ice field? Mo Tianxing appeared somewhat troubled, as if questioning whether the sudden departure of the two monarchs from the ice field would truly pose no issues. The Ice Emperor shook his head slightly, explaining, "The ice field is different from the starry forest. It is seldom trodden by humans. With Atai present, we can adequately manage the majority of troubles here. After all, Atai is a super soul beast of 200,000 years, and the ice field is the domain of ice and snow spirit beasts. So there should be no major concerns." S. gaze turned towards the Snow Emperor, who was also reluctant to part ways with the Ice Emperor, giving a slight nod. "When the time comes, I will issue some instructions. Aside from Atai, there are several soul beasts in the ice plains with cultivation nearing 10,000 years. They should be sufficient to safeguard the peace of the ice realm." The 9th-ranked Ginseng King finally discerned the situation and swiftly tugged at the dazed Tianming ice silkworm. "Tianming, it appears that things are not as you perceive. The Ice Emperor seems to have feelings for the Snow Emperor." Only then did Tianming Ice Silkworm regain his senses and look up at the Ice Emperor. Chapter 61. My world upon comprehending the entirety of the situation. Tianming Ice Silkworm learned that Binger and the leader did not share the kind of relationship he had imagined. Instantaneously, he was filled with joy and sought to embrace the Ice Emperor, only to be swatted away by the Ice Emperor. "Get lost. Stay far away, my leader. I was wrong. From now on, I shall follow you." With unwavering loyalty, Tianming Ice Silkworm earnestly declared before the gaze of, leaving the 9th-ranked Ginseng King feeling quite embarrassed on his behalf. Mo Tianxing bore no resentment towards him. He understood that the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm had expressed affection for the Ice Emperor. His earlier words had naturally led to a misunderstanding. Consequently, not only could he keep the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm by his side, but he had also acquired a top-tier combatant with an impressive cultivation of 400,000 years, capable of rivaling the external 98th title Douluo. As for the Ice Emperor's strength, even a 99th level limit Douluo might struggle to withstand her prowess. Mo Tianxing summoned them forward, believing that it would not pose much of a problem to clarify certain matters. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm and the 9th-ranked Ginseng King gazed at Mo Tianxing in confusion, speculating that he might have something significant to announce. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeve, Mo Tianxing summoned a blinding light, accompanied by a potent wave of spatial energy that enveloped everyone present. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm and the 9th-grade Ginseng King vanished from sight. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they sensed an inexplicable force tugging at them, attempting to draw them into another realm. Instinctively, they summoned their inner strength to resist. "It is I. Do not resist," Mo Tianxing's voice echoed in their ears. Mo Tianxing had anticipated this outcome. His miniature world was indeed incapable of forcibly containing such unparalleled beings as the Ice and Snow Emperors. If it were possible, it would be truly extraordinary, rendering the cultivation of divine herbs and elixirs unnecessary, as he could simply use his small world as a prison, effortlessly capturing even the mightiest of foes without a fight. Upon hearing Mo Tianxing's voice, the Ice and Snow Emperors relaxed their resistance, allowing themselves to be guided by the spatial force into another dimension. When the light re-emerged before them, the Ice and Snow Emperors were rendered speechless by the sight that greeted them. They beheld a vast expanse adorned with blue-silver grass, interspersed with cultivated fields growing various spiritual herbs, adjacent to a luxurious villa nestled by a verdant lake, surrounded by clusters of emerald bamboo. Above, a small sun hung in the sky, bestowing warmth and illumination upon this idyllic realm. It resembled a secluded paradise, leaving the Ice and Snow Emperors bewildered. Had they not just been on an icy plain? How had they seemingly traversed to a land of warm spring in an instant? From the nearby herbal fields came the astonished exclamations of the 9th-grade Ginseng King. "Heartbreak Red?" Upon spotting the Heartbreak Red flourishing upon a black crystal, he was utterly astonished. Also discovering the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and the Longing for Autumn Dew in close proximity. 3 varieties of celestial herbs, combined with the snow-colored Swan Kiss that Mo Tianxing had previously provided to the Ice Emperor, amounted to a total of 4 divine herbs. It was evident that their leader had unearthed a treasure trove. Are these herbs truly that precious? The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm questioned, perplexed by the 9th Ginseng King's astonishment. The Ice Emperor broke through the 400,000-year barrier after consuming one, the 9th Ginseng King explained, which was perhaps the most straightforward answer. Upon hearing this, the heavenly dream ice silkworm's eyes gleamed with understanding. I wonder what they taste like. Hey, do not covet my celestial herbs. Mo Tianxing's figure materialized beside the Ice and Snow Emperors, addressing the two lively figures with a hearty laugh. The Snow Emperor gazed at Mo Tianxing, her emotions fluctuating, clearly taken aback by this miniature world. The Ice Emperor, too, wore an expression of shock, having just utilized her spiritual energy to probe the area. She discovered that it encompassed over 300,000 square meters, functioning as a veritable miniature world. Mo Tianxing gazed at the astonished expressions of the two with a subtle smile. Welcome to my world. The Ice Emperor was utterly astounded. Is this truly his realm? Could it be that only deities possess the power to create worlds? The Snow Emperor cast a deep glance at Mo Tianxing, remaining silent. This little world is my greatest secret, Mo Tianxing disclosed. Both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor understood the profound significance of possessing a personal world. It was undoubtedly Mo Tianxing's trump card. The Ice Emperor's heart was tumultuous. The fact that Mo Tianxing could bring them into this realm indicated his immense trust in them. Or rather, in Xue'er, with her being a mere secondary beneficiary. As for the 9th Ginseng King and the heavenly dream ice silkworm, it was evident that Mo Tianxing regarded them as confidants. You may consider this place your second home. The environment is yours to reshape at will. Should you wish to depart, simply tear the fabric of space, and you may emerge. The rules of this little world impose no restrictions upon you. Mo Tianxing said with a smile. The Ice Emperor tentatively attempted to test this, raising her hand to slice through the void, which immediately manifested a rift, allowing her to glimpse the outside world. Driven by curiosity, she ventured through, finding herself back in the original windless ice domain, amidst the icy expanse. She called out into the void a few times, and only then did Mo Tianxing summon the power of space to bring her back. Remarkable, the Ice Emperor marveled. In this little world, she felt a newfound freedom, unbound by constraints. Exiting the small world requires no consent from me, yet entry does necessitate my permission, Mo Tianxing elucidated. The Snow Emperor nodded slightly. This arrangement suited her well, as she too was reluctant to linger in a cage-like world, and she proceeded towards the villa not far ahead. At that moment, the 9th Ginseng King and the heavenly dream ice silkworm approached. Boss, have you discovered a treasure trove? You even possess the immortal Great Heartbreak Red. The Ginseng King exclaimed. Do not covet my divine herbs. From now on, you shall tend to the medicinal fields, Mo Tianxing instructed. To which the 9th Ginseng King obediently nodded. When it came to divine herbs and spiritual medicines, he was undoubtedly the most proficient. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the heavenly dream ice silkworm, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The energy of the 10,000-year profound ice marrow within you has yet to be fully refined. The spiritual essence is quite potent. It would be wise to refrain from exposing yourself in the presence of formidable soul beasts and tidal Douluos, lest you risk capture, he cautioned. This miniature world is nearly devoid of spiritual energy, yet cultivating beside the heavenly dream proves to be somewhat effective, perhaps even more so than in the outside realm. He clarified, it is not merely a gathering to absorb the silkworm's essence. The spiritual energy emanating from the heavenly dream ice silkworm is indeed abundant, sufficient to sustain our cultivation. The heavenly dream ice silkworm had no objections to this, as they were all allies, and he was eager to spend more time with the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperors accompanied Mo Tianxing back to the real world, for there were matters in the icy plains that required his attention. Mo Tianxing and the Ice Emperor, accompanied by the Frost Monarch, arrived at the abode of the Titan Snow Demon King to engage in a meeting, simultaneously summoning the esteemed high-ranking soul beasts of the Arctic Core Circle, announcing that there was a matter of significance to declare. The Titan Snow Demon King surmised that the Snow Emperor intended to depart with Mo Tianxing, preparing to transfer the leadership of the Arctic to the Ice Emperor. Given that the Ice Emperor's cultivation surpassed his own by nearly 200,000 years, he harbored no objections and promptly issued orders to summon the soul beasts of the Core Circle, each possessing a cultivation of over 10,000 years, to hasten their arrival. Chapter 62. A contest of jealousy upon receiving the news. The soul beasts of the Arctic Core Circle swiftly made their way to the territory of the Titan Snow Demon King. As Mo Tianxing gazed across the icy expanse, he beheld a multitude of icebound soul beasts converging towards them in grand procession, among which were several that had existed for over 90,000 years. If all went as anticipated, in another 10 millennia, the majority would ascend to the realm of 100,000 years. The throng of icebound soul beasts encircled the three great kings in concentric rings, forming an impenetrable barrier, with countless eyes fixed upon the Snow Empress at the center. She was their sovereign, the undisputed ruler of the Arctic realm. Though they were curious about Mo Tianxing's identity, standing alongside the three great kings, their minds wandered to the recent cataclysmic battle that had raged above the icy plains, leading them to speculate that he might indeed be a peer of the Snow Empress. A transcendent powerhouse. The soul beasts residing in the core layers, those over 10,000 years old, had gathered in vast numbers, taking considerable time to assemble on the ice fields. The Snow Empress regarded the kneeling throngs of soul beasts before her, all of whom were her subjects. Atai, observing the Snow Empress's silhouette, felt a pang of reluctance, uncertain of when she might return from this departure. I have matters to attend to, and need to temporarily leave the icy plains with being From this day forth, Atai shall assume the mantle of the new leader of the icy plains. The Snow Empress's authoritative voice resonated among the soul beasts. The assembled beings were left astonished. They had not anticipated the departure of the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Atai was utterly dumbfounded. Was the Ice Emperor truly to accompany the Snow Empress? How had he, once a mere observer, suddenly found himself thrust into the role of leader of the icy domain? Overwhelmed with confusion and uncertainty, Atai could only surmise that the Ice Emperor was unwilling to part from the Snow Empress, thus choosing to accompany her. The Snow Empress turned to Atai. I have faith in your ability to manage the affairs of the icy plains well. Being and I will return to visit you all from time to time. The Ice Emperor remained silent by her side. Leaving their homeland for a new world beyond the icy plains indeed filled her with a sense of loss. As one of the three great kings, she felt she had not fulfilled her obligations. Atai nodded slightly, understanding that their hearts had already made a decision regarding this journey, rendering any pleas to stay unnecessary. The multitude of soul beasts present naturally held no objections, though they felt the pang of parting from their ice and snow emperors. As Atai took up the mantle of leadership, a wide pathway was swiftly cleared by the soul beasts, many of whom bore tears in their eyes, filled with sorrow at the impending departure. The path, forged by the soul beasts, stretched long before them as the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress were solemn expressions, with Mo Tianxing trailing closely behind. As they stepped beyond the encirclement of soul beasts, a mournful cry of a monkey pierced the air, mingling with the biting winter winds. The Ice Emperor and Snow Empress glanced back, and the gathered soul beasts let out sorrowful low howls, bidding farewell to their revered leaders. The Ice Emperor found the scene overwhelming, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, while the Snow Empress felt the weight of each step heavy upon her. Together, their figures alongside Mo Tianxing faded into the white horizon of the icy plains. Days later, they arrived at Snowfall City. Beside Mo Tianxing stood the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor traversing the streets accompanied by the ethereal dream ice silkworm and the exquisite nine-tiered ginseng king, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. Even with their veils, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor emanated an enchanting aura, while the dream ice silkworm exuded a striking elegance. And the nine-tiered ginseng king, resembling a delicate boy of 7 or 8, clad in a dark outfit, trailed behind Mo Tianxing like a dutiful little brother. Their curiosity about the human world was palpable, despite being a frail race. They had evolved to the point of posing a threat to the soul beasts of 100 millennia, which surely hinted at a profound truth. The outside world was vibrant and captivating, and they were naturally reluctant to remain confined to their small realm. Snowdrift City, being the northernmost human settlement of the Tiandou Empire, posed no risk of exposing their identities as soul beasts, should they encounter a tidal Douluo here. It would be the latter who sought their doom. The Dream Ice Silkworm and companions were deeply intrigued by the wonders of the human realm, while Mo Tianxing generously provided them with abundant gold soul coins to spend at their leisure. The Snow Emperor, too, found herself enchanted by the myriad of goods. Pausing at a stall adorned with trinkets, she picked up a hair accessory shaped like an ice flower and beckoned the Ice Emperor over for comparison, discovering that it suited her beautifully, prompting a radiant smile. The Ice Emperor cast her gaze over the stall and selected a crystalline blue snowflake for the Snow Emperor. Despite the veil that partially obscured their features, the stall owner was utterly mesmerized by the unparalleled beauty of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. As Mo Tianxing observed the profound sisterly bond between them, he felt a diminishing sense of self. Silently, he reached into his pocket to settle the bill. Watching the two ladies take the lead, Mo Tianxing, along with Tianming Binkan and King Can, followed behind. This situation was untenable. Sooner or later, Xue'er would be assimilated by the Ice Emperor. It was imperative to take proactive measures. Mo Tianxing kept pace with the two of them and directly grasped Xuedi's hand. "Let us explore over there," he suggested, pulling her toward another street. His movements were so fluid that Xuedi barely had time to react before he had taken hold of her hand. She struggled slightly, only to realize that his grip was quite firm, making it impossible to break free. A faint blush crept to her ears as she turned to glance back at Bing Di, with a triumphant smile adorning his face. Mo Tianxing glanced back at the Ice Emperor, clearly relishing the moment. However, Xue'er's hands were undeniably soft, her palms slightly cool, a reflection of her unique constitution. The Ice Emperor, naturally provoked by Mo Tianxing's actions, shot him an indignant glare and promptly wrapped his arm around the Ice Empress's other side, unwilling to concede defeat. "Why not let me hold your hand, Binger?" Tianming Binken stepped forward, adopting a fawning demeanor, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the Ice Emperor, causing him to immediately retreat into silence. Sighing, the ninth-grade Ginseng King trailed behind them, exuding an air of a small adult burdened by the weight of his thoughts. Clearly disheartened by Tianming Bingsan's lamentations. How can there be such a vast disparity between people? He pondered. Ultimately, it all boils down to emotional intelligence. After discussing the art of seduction, he swiftly reverted to his previous affections. Never mind, he mused. Such matters are hardly worth my concern. Whether success or failure lies in fate's hands. The ninth-grade Ginseng King's disposition was notably magnanimous, fortunate to have the protection of formidable allies. He was relieved to avoid the need for constant evasion and decided to enjoy his time in the human realm, observing the quartet gradually recede into the distance. He hastily quickened his pace, his small legs scurrying to catch up, embodying a mindset markedly different from his earlier desire to flee. Master Mo has successfully won the affection of the Snow Empress and possesses a miniature world, seemingly undergoing a revival akin to the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. It is evident that he is a formidable ally. Even if one were to urge him to leave, he would resolutely refuse to do so. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Heaven Dou Empire, Qian Renxue has just received a letter from her grandfather, expressing a desire to meet Mo Tianxing, which has left her in a state of distress. Although Mo Tianxing has agreed to join the Spirit Hall and can maintain her composure in front of the title Douluo, her grandfather is far from an ordinary title Douluo. He may very well discern her true identity. At present, she yearns for Mo Tianxing's return, hoping he will come back soon, while also wishing for him to rapidly enhance his cultivation, even if it means returning a little later. Chapter 63. Bringing you home outside the Nuoding Junior College. After a month and a half, Mo Tianxing has finally traversed the distance between the north and south. Returning once more to Nuoding Academy, accompanied by the 4 members of the Snow Empress, Mo Tianxing asked them to wait momentarily while he approached the gatekeeper of the academy. "Could you please summon Xiao Wu for me?" The gatekeeper, at that moment, was entranced by the ethereal beauty of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. His gaze fixated upon them, having never encountered such exquisite individuals in his lifetime. Tianming Ice Silkworm, noticing the gatekeeper's rapt attention, promptly positioned herself in front of the Ice Emperor and cast a sidelong glance at the man. "Hello," Mo Tianxing spoke again, breaking the spell that had ensnared the gatekeeper, who, upon meeting Mo Tianxing's warm smile, appeared flustered. "I recognize you. You are Xiao Wu's brother. Please, do go inside," the gatekeeper stammered, his words slightly muddled. Mo Tianxing led the Ice Emperor and a few others into the nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. "Are you really leaving your sister here?" The Ice Emperor surveyed the surroundings with a hint of astonishment, clearly finding Mo Tianxing's reliability as an older brother somewhat questionable. Could only smile wryly at this. Compared to his romantic escapades, Xiao Wu's experiences were indeed somewhat unsatisfactory. He planned to take Xiao Wu back to the Star Dou Forest, coinciding with his intention to conduct an investigation in the heart of the forest. The 9-tiered Ginseng King trailed behind the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, surveying the surroundings. He remained quite curious about the elder brother's sister. The elderly man watched as the others gradually receded into the distance, lost in thought. As Mo Tianxing made his entrance into the academy accompanied by the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered crowd. "Xiao Wu, your brother has arrived." Almost all the students in the academy recognized Mo Tianxing, aware that he was Xiao Wu's sibling. Over a month ago, he had generously bestowed golden soul coins upon them and prepared numerous gifts. Thus, they welcomed Xiao Wu's brother with open arms. To their surprise, after more than a month, He returned once again, this time accompanied by two extraordinarily beautiful elder sisters. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, rushed out to greet him. Particularly intrigued by the mention of the two stunning sisters by his side. What could this possibly mean? Tang San, standing nearby, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu's brother would return after such a brief span of 1.5 months. Observing Xiao Wu's eager departure, he hesitated momentarily but ultimately resolved to follow suit. As soon as Xiao Wu emerged, she beheld her brother encircled by onlookers. Indeed, flanked by two aloof and strikingly beautiful elder sisters. Accompanying them was a remarkably handsome young man clad in golden robes, along with a finely featured boy of about 7 or 8 years. The moment Xiao Wu made her appearance, the gazes of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were immediately drawn to her. 100,000-year soul beast, although she emanated a peculiar floral fragrance that masked her aura. The essence of the soul beast could not escape the discerning eyes of the two emperors. The heavenly dream eye silkworm, possessing formidable spiritual power, could effortlessly perceive Xiao Wu's true nature. Meanwhile, the 9-tier Ginseng King found the aura of Xiao Wu to be oddly familiar. The aura emanating from the sister of Mo Tianxing bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the 10,000-year soft-bone charm rabbit, which once intercepted him in the Star Dou Forest. Upon encountering Mo Tianxing, Xiao Wu immediately rushed forward to envelop him in a warm embrace, her heart brimming with joy. Mo Tianxing held her waist, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile. Xiao Wu gently inhaled, her gaze swiftly landing on the 9-grade Ginseng King, who instinctively took a step back in alarm. There was an odd expression in her eyes. The fragrance of medicine exuding from the young boy felt eerily familiar, as if she had encountered it before. The 9-grade Ginseng King hurriedly sought refuge behind the dreaming ice silkworm, his earlier curiosity shattered by the stark reality. The individual before him was undoubtedly the soft-bone charm rabbit that had once sought to capture and devour him in the Star Dou Forest. To his astonishment, she had transformed and recultivated, and was now Mo Tianxing's sister. As Xiao Wu descended from Mo Tianxing's embrace, she approached the 9-grade Ginseng King, who nervously circled away from her. Do you two know each other? Mo Tianxing inquired, bemused by their peculiar interaction. No, not at all. The 9-grade Ginseng King vehemently shook his head, refusing to acknowledge any familiarity. Xiao Wu, however, displayed an innocent smile, already aware of the identity of this fellow. Brother, who are these two sisters? She asked, gazing curiously at the two frosty beauties veiled in delicate gauze beside her brother. I'll tell you later. Just call them sisters for now, Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. You can call me Brother Tianming, the dreaming ice silkworm said, bending gracefully to establish a rapport with Xiao Wu. As for that little fellow, I am Mo Shun, the 9-grade Ginseng King declared as he positioned himself by Mo Tianxing, resolutely affirming his allegiance. From this moment forth, he vowed to be the most loyal little brother of Mo Tianxing. At that moment, Tang San emerged from the academy, his gaze immediately captivated by the ethereal beauty of the ice-snow duo, leaving him momentarily entranced. Such unparalleled beauty existed in this world, akin to an otherworldly being gracing the mortal realm. Mo Tianxing naturally noticed Tang San's emergence and offered him a faint smile. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang also stepped out from his residence and was taken aback by the ice and snow emperors, yet he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Mo Tianxing and Xiao Wu followed Yu Xiaojiang to the residence, where Xue'er and a few others awaited outside, surrounded by a throng of children. At this moment, Mo Tianxing sat across from Yu Xiaojiang. The purpose of his visit was primarily to escort Xiao Wu back home, as her family longed for her presence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu naturally realized that her brother intended to take her back to the Star Dou Forest, and she felt a wave of nostalgia for the familiar surroundings and her companions there. She had been away from the Star Lake for quite some time. Moreover, I have now acquired the strength to protect Xiao Wu. I am truly grateful to the Master for his care and guidance during this period, Mo Tianxing remarked. Lifting his gaze to the Master, with a deft motion of his hand, he retrieved a heavy pouch of gold soul coins from his storage ring and placed it upon the table. His eyes were tranquil, resembling still waters. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head gently, stating, "This is merely my duty as a teacher. Go bid farewell to your friends. It may be a considerable time before we meet again." Mo Tianxing smiled as he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Yu Xiaojiang let out a soft sigh. Xiao Wu finally grasped the implication that her brother intended to leave and not return. She stared at him, her gaze uncertain, before ultimately rising and exiting the room. Outside, Tang San awaited quietly. "Xiao San, accompany me for a stroll," Xiao Wu called to him, her eyes reflecting her reluctance. He was her first friend in the human world. Chapter 64. Brother, is this sister-in-law? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's call, Tianxing followed her, sensing that her emotions were awry. From her reluctant gaze, he could surmise the reason for her distress. As they walked towards the academy's exit, the Snow Empress and others noticed the two youngsters but refrained from questioning them, as they understood the situation. On the rural path outside the academy, Xiao Wu and Tianxing walked side by side. After I return this time, I may not come back, Xiao Wu said, her eyes dimming. Having spent time together, she had come to regard Tang San as her closest friend. Now, she was set to leave with her brother. Tang San's heart tightened instinctively upon hearing her words. Although he had anticipated this, the reality of the situation still pained him. His face adorned with a serene smile. That is wonderful. It is the life that rightfully belongs to you. Besides, I won't remain here forever. I will also venture out into the world, won't I? Tang San replied. He vaguely sensed that Xiao Wu's family possessed significant power within the Heaven Dou Empire. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. With his twin martial souls, he held immense potential. While the blue silver grass was relatively mediocre, he also wielded the renowned Haotian hammer. Reputed as the world's foremost weapon soul, he was confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would eventually catch up to Xiao Wu and reunite with her in the future. Xiao Wu, upon hearing Tang San's words, couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. It's not the same. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. She was truly exasperated with him, having previously thought him quite clever. After all, she was a soul beast, as was her brother, and upon her return, she might remain in the Star Dou Forest for an extended period of training or wander with her brother. How would you know if I don't say anything? Tang San replied, somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, he remained confident, determined to establish himself at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm and to elevate the Tang sect's hidden weaponry. In any case, take care of yourself and don't lose my whereabouts, Xiao Wu declared with a hint of authority. Tang San smiled but refrained from responding. He produced a hidden weapon from his waist, the 24-bridge Minjiwai, and handed it to Xiao Wu. This is for you. Is this your hidden weapon? Xiao Wu received it with skepticism, knowing that he had a natural talent for crafting peculiar gadgets. Yes, keep it as a memento, Tang San affirmed with a nod. Xiao Wu accepted the item, falling into silence as they made their way back. Upon their return, they found Mo Tianxing and the others waiting outside. Mo Tianxing gazed at the returning Tang San and Xiao Wu, a smile gracing his lips. He did not feel the need to undermine Tang San. For his pride forbade such actions, Tang San posed no threat to him. He merely bid farewell to those present, treating everyone equally. As they were about to depart, Xiao Wu turned back and waved to Tang San, saying goodbye. Tang San responded with a gentle smile and a slight nod. Farewell. Within the room, the master observed the heavy gold soul coin bags quietly arranged before him, the words of Mo Tianxing echoing in his mind, leading him to let out a soft sigh. After Mo Tianxing departed from the Nodding Junior Academy with Xiao Wu, she felt somewhat dejected. Once Xiao Wu managed to regain her composure, she realized that she had yet to inquire about the true origins of Bing'er and Xue'er. Mo Tianxing burst into laughter. They hailed from the Arctic tundra, where the Ice Emperor, a majestic ice blue scorpion, boasted an impressive cultivation of 400,000 years. As for Xue'er, Mo Tianxing's gentle gaze fell upon the Snow Emperor, the sovereign of the ice fields, who possessed an astonishing 69,000 years of cultivation. Xiao Wu was utterly astounded. She had never anticipated that these two stunning elder sisters were, in fact, soul beasts of over 100,000 years, one with 400,000 years, and the other with 69,000 years. Her own foundation, having been rebuilt over a mere 100,000 years, paled in comparison to their grandeur. Tianming Ice Silkworm chuckled, claiming, I am the one with the highest cultivation present, having surpassed the million-year mark. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was left in shock. Was she surrounded by a group of anomalies beside her brother? A million-year soul beast. Did that not equate to attaining divinity? What was the use of such high cultivation if she could hardly match even the smallest among them? The Ice Emperor snorted disdainfully, leaving Tianming Ice Silkworm momentarily at a loss for words. Effortlessly extracted the 9-grade Ginseng King, who had been concealing himself behind the Dream Ice Silkworm. This ginseng, though merely a millennium old, possessed powers rivaling that of a 10,000-year-old. With a smile, addressed, greetings, dear little sister Wu Wu. The 9-grade Ginseng King, feeling somewhat nervous, glanced at the petite Wu Wu, who was slightly shorter than himself. So it truly is you, she exclaimed, her face illuminating with joy as she reached out to pinch his delicate cheeks. What did you just call me? Wu Wu inquired playfully. narrowing her eyes with a smile and extending her hand mischievously. Sister Wu, I was wrong. The 9th-grade Ginseng King quickly pleaded for mercy. Wu playfully pinched his face. That's more like it. At such a young age, you still wish to take advantage of me? She huffed lightly. Given that everyone present had a greater cultivation age than her, she refrained from speaking further. However, she couldn't help but feel amused that a millennium-old Ginseng, once chased by her, dared to call her sister. Clearly, he had never learned caution. Wu and the 9th-grade Ginseng King shared a familiar rapport, allowing them to quickly bond. The 9th-grade Ginseng King insisted he now bore a name, promising to be loyal little brother, while Wu gained a little brother in return. Pulling aside, Wu whispered mysteriously in his ear, "Brother, is Sister Xue'er going to be my future sister-in-law?" Her words did not escape the perception of the Snow Empress, who, upon hearing them, maintained a calm facade, though her slightly flushed ears betrayed her inner feelings. With confirmation received, Wu giggled and bounced over to the Snow Empress. "Sister Xue'er, are there any interesting happenings in the Arctic ice fields? How did you meet my brother?" The Snow Empress, clearly unaccustomed to such clingy attention, cast a pleading glance towards the Ice Emperor, who, seemingly annoyed, pretended not to see. Wu continued to pester the Snow Empress with questions, leaving her quite overwhelmed. "Brother, where are we headed now?" Wu returned to his side, curiously grasping his hand. They were currently heading south. If they were to return directly to the Star Dou Forest, they could simply proceed westward. "First, we shall visit the imperial capital of the Tiandou Empire," replied with a smile, intending to inform Qian Renxue and Xue Yuxuan of their safety before returning to the Star Dou Forest. Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then my brother will take me to explore everywhere." She had long heard of the Tiandou Empire's capital during her time at the Notting Junior Academy. Rumored to be several times larger than the Baroque royal capital, bustling with activity beyond compare. Those who could settle in the imperial capital were either wealthy magnates or noble families, a true melting pot of diverse characters. "All right," chuckled, ruffling her little head in agreement. Chapter 65, The Xue'er Field, First Update, Seeking Collections, Tiandou Empire, Imperial Capital. Mo Tianxing returned to the Royal Academy of Tiandou with the Snow Empress and her companions, immediately causing a tremendous stir within the institution. Everyone was captivated by the unparalleled beauty of the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress. As Xiao Wu gazed upon the resplendent and vast grounds of the academy, she was utterly astonished. Having spent so much time at the Notting Junior Academy, she could hardly fathom the disparity between the two institutions. Is this truly an aristocratic academy funded by the royal family of Tiandou? It is remarkably extravagant. Let us proceed. Mo Tianxing led them to seek out the 3 honorary teachers first. The news of Mo Tianxing's return to the academy swiftly reached Xue Yuxuan. Upon receiving the tidings, her face illuminated with joy, and just as she was preparing to seek him out, the messenger sister informed her that Mo Tianxing had returned in the company of 2 extraordinary beauties, one of whom was a delicate little girl clad in pink. As the messenger spoke of these women's exquisite appearances, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Xue Yuxuan's expression momentarily froze upon hearing this news. Perhaps they were merely friends. She consoled herself inwardly, her heart racing with anticipation as she prepared to greet him. Similarly, Qian Renxue received the news while within the palace. A smile graced her lips as she immediately shed her disguise as Xue Qinghe, donning a flowing white palace gown that accentuated her figure, allowing her radiant golden hair to cascade down. A brilliant and confident smile adorned her exquisitely beautiful face as she readied herself to seek out Mo Tianxing. She was well aware of the 2 stunning beauties accompanying him. However, her composure remained unshaken. She understood the importance of striving for her own happiness and would no longer retreat. Mo Tianxing, leading Xiao Wu and accompanied by the Snow Emperor and a few others, pushed open the grand doors of the hall where the teaching seat resided. At that moment, Dream Machine was sipping tea, Jilin was tending to the flowers and plants, and Bai Bashan was indulging in pastries. Upon seeing Mo Tianxing at the entrance, holding Xiao Wu's hand and flanked by several individuals, they were momentarily taken aback. "Ah, young lad, you have finally returned," exclaimed Dream Machine, his surprise palpable as he noticed the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor beside him. Even the 3 venerable old men, who had long seen through the vicissitudes of life, could not help but be astonished. Could it be that such breathtaking beauty still existed in the world? Meanwhile, the presence of Tianning Ice Silkworm and Mo Tianxing was entirely overlooked. Not long after Mo Tianxing had taken his seat, Xue Yuxuan entered with Yi Huangying. The moment Xue Yuxuan stepped in, her gaze instantly fell upon Mo Tianxing, momentarily lost in thought. After a month and a half apart, he remained unchanged. Mo Tianxing offered a faint smile to the two of them. It had been a long time since they last met. Yi Huangying gazed at the smiling Mo Tianxing. Although he remained unchanged, the distance between them had become insurmountable. In response to Mo Tianxing's greeting, she merely nodded slightly, her eyes dimming with melancholy. Shui Yushuan also inclined her head slightly, having already noticed the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, her gaze becoming more restrained. Despite the half-veil that adorned her face, it could not conceal their unparalleled beauty, which radiated a unique rhythm. When the Ice Emperor looked up at Shui Yushuan, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Astonished to discover such a stunning woman among human females, the expressions of the two young ladies hinted at deep feelings hidden within their gazes towards Mo Tianxing, suggesting that he was not as innocent as he appeared. After Shui Yushuan exchanged pleasantries with the three esteemed professors, she took her seat directly opposite Mo Tianxing. She had a multitude of questions to ask, yet was unsure how to begin. Us three old fellows have other matters to attend to, we shall take our leave. Dream Shinji, having matured into a wise figure, promptly departed with Jalin and Bai Baoshan, deeming this battlefield better suited for the younger generation to navigate. Once the three professors withdrew, Shui Yushuan simply lifted her gaze, silently observing Mo Tianxing, her eyes tinged with a hint of longing. Have you been well lately? Mo Tianxing smiled faintly. Overall, he encountered little danger and traveled smoothly. How have you been lately? Xiao Wu suddenly understood. This was her brother's confidant. Indeed, her brother was quite the charming rogue. Pouting, Xiao Wu looked up at the Snow Empress. She still felt that Sister Shui would make a better sister-in-law. As they were all close to one another. Sister Shui, how did you come to know my brother? Xiao Wu sweetly inquired. This innocent question caught the Snow Empress, who usually remained indifferent, completely off guard. Her sky-blue eyes flickered with surprise, and even through the veil, one could discern her astonishment. Mo Tianxing's words struck a chord with Xiao Wu, leaving her defenseless. Upon hearing this, Shui Yushuan felt as though something within her had shattered, and she gazed blankly at Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing remained silent, a hint of awkwardness in his smile, as an inexplicable sense of guilt welled up within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the room fell into a palpable silence. At that moment, a radiant young woman entered. Adorned in a flowing white palace gown, her cascading golden hair shimmering like sunlight. All present were captivated by her enchanting presence. You didn't even inform me of your return. The golden-haired maiden remarked, her gaze fixed on Mo Tianxing, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Mo Tianxing gazed in astonishment at the radiant figure of the stunning young woman clad in a white gown with golden hair, who was none other than Qian Renxue. Shui Yushuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards her, though she was certain she had never encountered her before. The Ice Emperor also regarded the luminous Qian Renxue with surprise, genuinely astonished. How could it be that every girl associated with Mo Tianxing possessed such extraordinary beauty? Xiao Wu, observing the gallant Qian Renxue, was somewhat entranced. This beautiful sister exuded such charm. Tianming Ice Silkworm and Mo Ken were both dumbfounded, pondering how every girl linked to Mo Laoda could be so strikingly beautiful. It seemed utterly unreasonable. The Snow Emperor studied Qian Renxue, sensing a profound aura of light and the essence of a divine being within her, indicating that she was of considerable significance. I have just returned and was about to inform you, Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. For some reason, upon seeing Qian Renxue, he felt no sense of oppression, unlike the pressure he experienced in the presence of Shui Yushuan. Is it truly so difficult for the Spirit Hall-S branch in the Imperial City to seek me out? Qian Renxue appeared skeptical of Mo Tianxing's words, her golden eyes, bright as snow, scrutinizing him intently, seemingly oblivious to the Ice and Snow Emperors beside him. As she took a seat next to Shui Yushuan was momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that the newcomer hailed from the Spirit Hall. When had Mo Tianxing forged a connection with the Spirit Hall? She was entirely in the dark. It's not difficult, Mo Tianxing chuckled. He was aware that she would come. Seeking her out at the Spirit Hall branch was unnecessary. I recall you mentioning that your master is a peerless beauty. I wonder who she might be. Qian Renxue smiled sweetly, her gaze sparkling with playful intelligence as she looked at the Ice and Snow Emperors. Shui Yushuan fell silent, realizing that she knew nothing about Mo Tianxing in comparison to Qian Renxue. Of course, it's my dear Xue'er, the Ice Emperor said with a smile, playfully pushing the Snow Emperor forward while teasingly observing Mo Tianxing. She was curious to see how this charming fellow would navigate the situation. If you're claiming Xue'er as your master out of consideration for your beauties, then Xue'er is mine, and you shall forever remain her little disciple. Humph. Chapter 66, Mo Tianxing. I want them all. You truly are relishing the drama, aren't you? Mo Tianxing felt utterly speechless after the Ice Emperor's unexpected remark. Confronted by the gazes of Qian Renxue and Xue'er, he believed there was nothing left to conceal. Xue'er is my beloved, not my teacher. Upon hearing this declaration, the Snow Empress's eyes sparkled as she regarded Mo Tianxing. In contrast, Xue'er's heart sank at the revelation. So, how many people do you truly cherish? Qian Renxue inquired, holding Xue'er's hand and smiling at Mo Tianxing. For her, the essence of affection lay in companionship, while superficial titles seemed trivial. She yearned to understand the depths of his heart. Xue'er, upon hearing this, also lifted her gaze towards Mo Tianxing. In this era, it was not unusual for men to have multiple wives, yet her status as a princess might become a shackle that restrained her. She longed to discern her standing in Mo Tianxing's heart. If he truly harbored feelings for her, she would willingly relinquish her title. I do not wish to let anyone down, Mo Tianxing stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Qian Renxue and Xue'er. He spoke candidly about matters of the heart. He was neither a saint nor a fool. Although Xue'er harbored affections for him, he had been evasive, primarily due to her princess identity. Committing to her would signify choosing sides, a notion he was keen to avoid. Qian Renxue regarded him as her sole confidant. And her earlier words had struck a tender chord within her. For a girl who dared to love fiercely, hesitation was the most profound wound. You. As Xue'er heard this, the dullness in her eyes rekindled with brilliance as she gazed at Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing met her gaze, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Xue'er's delicate face instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head. This was more like it. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, her legs elegantly crossed as she regarded Mo Tianxing. My grandfather wishes to meet you. I wonder when this busy individual might be available? Qian Daoliu? When Mo Tianxing received this news, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This was the pinnacle of humanity, one of the three supreme Douluo in the world, renowned as the invincible in the skies. The earthly representative of the angel god. Before venturing to the icy plains, he would never have dared to confront the contemporary supreme Douluo. He feared being seen through, and should he be mistaken for a soul beast, the consequences could be dire. However, with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, two unparalleled powerhouses, by his side, he felt confident in facing the supreme Douluo. As for her grandfather, Xue'er was somewhat astonished. Was she really planning to introduce him to her family so soon? She felt an inexplicable familiarity with the girl beside her, as though they had spent a long time together, yet she had no recollection of such a person, leaving her utterly perplexed. Of course, if she had known that Qian Renxue, who was by her side, was actually the Prince Xueqinghe, who had been masquerading as her younger brother for the past decade, she would surely have been taken aback. Let us postpone for now. I have some matters to attend to, Mo Tianxing replied without outright refusal. Qian Renxue's eyes displayed a hint of surprise, as she hadn't anticipated that he would actually agree. The last time they met, he had been accompanied by Douluo, which suggested that he had fully grasped her background. At the very least, he should know what level her grandfather was at. She understood that Mo Tianxing was not foolish. He must have his own methods and means to handle the situation. You're not planning to leave again, are you? Qian Renxue felt an inexplicable premonition upon hearing his mention of having matters to deal with. At that moment, Xue'er also turned her gaze toward Mo Tianxing. Her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. I'll come back to stay for a while. It won't be so soon. I'll also take my sister to have some fun in the imperial capital. Mo Tianxing chuckled awkwardly. To be noticed by the other party made him feel that the days ahead might be somewhat torturous. Your sister? The gazes of Qian Renxue and Xue'er immediately fell upon Xiao Wu. Although Xiao Wu was quite displeased with her brother's flirtatious antics, she still took a liking to the beautiful sisters. After a brief understanding, they naturally hit it off easily. Upon learning the names of these two human sisters, Xiao Wu's expression when looking at her brother became somewhat peculiar. Not only Xiao Wu, but even Tianming Bingcan, Mo Can, and the Ice Emperor regarded Mo Tianxing with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. Snow Emperor, Qian Renxue, Xue'er. It seems you have a special fondness for the character Xue, don't you? Mo Tianxing felt quite innocent under their scrutinizing gazes. It truly was an unexpected turn of events. As for the Snow Empress, there is no need for further elaboration. Xue'er naturally bears the surname Xue. It is merely a coincidence that Qian Renxue happened to incorporate the character for snow in her name. Thus, everything is indeed a matter of serendipity. Mo Tianxing intended to linger in the imperial capital of Tiandou for a while, taking Xiao Wu to explore various attractions. As the princess of the Tiandou Empire, Xue'er naturally embraced her role as a gracious host, meticulously planning the itinerary and guiding them on their adventures. Qian Renxue, too, set aside her responsibilities at the Spirit Hall's branch to join in the merriment. Regarding the identity of the crown prince within the palace, a mere substitute was employed. With the pretext of a contagious illness being circulated, an exaggerated claim meant to dissuade visitors from approaching had finally returned after much difficulty, and she had no desire to engage in trivial matters. Among those most excited and curious were Xiao Wu and Mo Tianxing. While Tianming expressed great interest in the imperial capital of the human empire, finding novelty in every corner, the Snow Empress, naturally inclined towards tranquility, had initially wished to refrain from participation. However, Xiao Wu relentlessly insisted on her company, even adding a playful jab. "My brother is quite the flirt. If you don't accompany us, who knows what mischief he might get up to out there." Compared to the other two, Xiao Wu shared a closer bond with the Snow Empress. The reason being, as soul beasts, they could interact without pretense. The irony, however, lay in the fact that when Xiao Wu voiced these words, Mo Tianxing was present, left speechless as he realized how much Xiao Wu relished teasing her brother. While it was true that he had been somewhat of a flirt, he merely committed the same folly that any man in the world might. Believing in the importance of cherishing one's youth and heart, and fundamentally, he saw no fault in his actions. The news of Mo Tianxing's return spread rapidly. Naturally, the red-robed archbishop of the Wuhuan branch of the Tiandou Empire received word from Princess Qian Renxue, instructing him not to disturb her unless absolutely necessary. This left him somewhat speechless, yet he could not voice any objections, as the princess held a higher status than he. Coincidentally, Douluo was also in the imperial capital, and he intended to catch up with that rascal. Ning Rorong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, upon learning that brother Mo had returned to the capital, immediately urged her father to arrange a meeting with him, for it had been over a month since Mo had departed, and he was finally back. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was even more invested in the matter. They had made several attempts to find him, all of which had ended in vain, and they had yet to catch a glimpse of Mo Tianxing. Now, with the slightest hint of movement, they were determined not to miss the opportunity to facilitate the young man's return to his roots. Chapter 67. I Shall Confide a Secret. First update. Seeking collections, Mo Tianxing and his companions arrived in the imperial capital. Xue'er walked ahead with Xiao Wu, while Yu Huangying trailed closely beside them. Throughout the journey, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with wonder at the myriad of peculiar sights and delectable delicacies the capital offered, affectionately addressing Xue'er as Sister Xian. The Ice Emperor walked centrally alongside the Ice Empress, with the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm following closely by the Ice Emperor's side, accompanied by Mo Tianxing and Qian Renxue stood together at the rear, their presence on the streets of the imperial city captivating the attention of all passers-by, rendering them utterly astonished. Naturally, the crowd recognized the imperial princess, Her Highness Xue'er, who had recently become increasingly ethereal in her beauty, reaching an enchanting level that was simply breathtaking. The two veiled ladies exuded an air of aloofness that was irresistibly intriguing. The golden-haired girl clad in a flowing white gown was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Each of them, if separated, would be a stunning beauty capable of captivating nations, yet today, they appeared together in one group. Amongst this assembly of exquisite women, the young man, Mo Tianxing, drew even more attention than the breathtaking beauties surrounding him. The onlookers gazed at him and Tianming began with envy and jealousy, speculating about their origins and the formidable backgrounds that could allow for such an impressive entourage. The individuals from the Spirit Hall were equally taken aback. Wasn't he the golden-haired girl in the white gown their royal princess? How could she be so intimately associated with a stranger? They recalled the warning issued by the cardinal yesterday. Behave yourselves in the coming days. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will face grave consequences. Could this be the incident he referred to? Who exactly was this young man in the black robe? The Spirit Hall's personnel immediately set about investigating. You seem to be constantly on the move. What exactly are you up to? Qian Renxue inquired with curiosity. Primarily to enhance my cultivation, otherwise. I too would prefer a more leisurely existence, Mo Tianxing responded, fabricating a lie to evade her probing. Nonetheless, there was a kernel of truth in his words. His journeys to the icy plains were indeed aimed at bolstering his strength, and the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor allowing him to depart was a delightful surprise, providing him with formidable support. As for Qian Renxue, her connections with the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Hall, as well as her grandfather, the Limit Douluo, were complex. He harbored numerous secrets that made it inconvenient to divulge certain matters to her. Although he had known the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor for the least amount of time, he felt less hesitation in his dealings with them, finding them more forthright. Well then, how did you come to know those two sisters? Qian Renxue smiled brightly at Mo Tianxing, her expression radiant. However, Mo Tianxing sensed a subtle intimidation lurking within her smile. If he attempted to mislead her, she might very well devise a prank against him at any moment. In fact, I have known them for quite some time. Their cultivation levels are indeed formidable, he replied, carefully weaving a mixture of truths and half-truths, trying to keep his words to a minimum. While the details of their past acquaintance could be debated, he had been aware of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor's existence long before, and it seemed they regarded him as the amnesiac beast god, Emperor Tian. Regarding their capabilities, even her grandfather, the limit Douluo, would find them formidable. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor cast a sidelong glance at him but chose not to comment, tacitly acknowledging his words. Qian Renxue, noticing the Ice Emperor's gesture, likely began to piece together the implications. If Mo Tianxing was indeed a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing recultivation, then the identities of these two aloof sisters were undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps even akin to soul beasts reborn. Mo Tianxing remarked that they were exceptionally powerful, likely having become unparalleled masters in their own right. This was somewhat reassuring, as it ensured his safety would not be compromised. Qian Renxue smiled gently, leaning closer to Mo Tianxing's ear. Allow me to share a secret with you. I am, in fact, the Crown Prince, Xue'er. Upon hearing these words, Mo Tianxing could not help but chuckle. You had already known, hadn't you? Qian Renxue let out a soft huff. Mo Tianxing took the initiative to grasp her hand, turning his head to gaze upon her, a serene smile adorning his face. I have long stated that I am particularly attuned to the radiant aura that surrounds you. No matter what form you take, I shall always recognize you. Does that mean I cannot escape? Qian Renxue replied, her eyes twinkling with a smile as she regarded him. Mo Tianxing suddenly leaned closer to her, whispering in her ear, Where do you think you're running off to, Astonishingly, he had entangled himself with the princess. The members of the spirit hall lurking in the shadows were nearly wide-eyed with shock. Then, they witnessed Mo Tianxing smiling as he softly murmured something flirtatious and affectionate into the princess's ear. Don't stop me. I want to kill that guy. One of the young talents could no longer bear it and attempted to intervene, only to be swiftly subdued by his companions, who gagged him with a tattered cloth. Everyone, behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be dealt with severely. The squad leader coldly huffed, continuing to observe the princess and her entourage. Meanwhile, he pondered whether to inform His Holiness, the Pope, about this development. He wondered what expression would grace the Pope's face upon learning of the princess's romantic entanglement. Not so fast. Since you know my secret, you must share yours as well. Qian Renxue displayed a look of having been outmaneuvered, demanding Mo Tianxing's honesty. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten, Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. Was it during the Sunset Forest? Were you merely captivated by my appearance? Qian Renxue had intended to draw him out, but with Mo Tianxing bringing it up, she found it acceptable. Aren't you also drawn to me for my looks? Mo Tianxing teased, playfully pinching her cheek. The Ice Emperor, embracing the Snow Empress, paid no heed to the unfolding drama. The more outrageous Mo Tianxing's actions, the more resolute he became in ensuring that Snow would belong solely to him. The Snow Empress, though she masked her emotions well, understood the emptiness that lay within her heart. Mo, what caused such a commotion today? A raspy voice suddenly emerged from behind Mo Tianxing, filled with vitality. Mo Tianxing and Qian Renxue halted in their tracks, turning to witness the spirited approach of Douluo. It appeared that the effects of his poison were nearly resolved. At that moment, the Ice Emperor also took note of the commotion behind them and turned back alongside the Snow Emperor. This glance proved to be a grave mistake. It nearly scared the soul out of Douluo, causing him to freeze in place. His green-scaled serpent emperor martial spirit trembled, its innate suppression reaching its zenith, leaving its host profoundly affected, as if a ferocious beast of unparalleled might stood before him. Had he known that two such formidable beings were indeed before him, he might have refrained from using the term as if. The suppression he felt was even more terrifying than when he faced the true form of this impudent disciple's martial spirit previously. Among the crowd, there were individuals possessing exceptionally toxic beast martial spirits, far more fearsome than his green-scaled serpent emperor. If the Ice Emperor were aware of his thoughts, she would likely find it amusing. Her poison had dissipated, yet her adversary's martial spirit still trembled in fear of her. Chapter 68. The majestic entrance of Yu Engine Douluo remained frozen in place. Mo Tianxing glanced at the Ice Emperor, who, upon noticing his gaze, retracted the invisible aura she had been emanating. Instantly, Douluo felt the oppressive weight of the martial spirit lift, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he looked up at Mo Tianxing and his companions, seemingly searching for something. Senior Douluo, it has been a long time. Mo Tianxing greeted him with a smile. In the presence of the Ice Emperor, whose cultivation spanned 400,000 years, Douluo's 92nd level of cultivation appeared somewhat inadequate. Ah, young man, it seems your cultivation has significantly improved in just over a month, Douluo remarked, clapping Mo Tianxing on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Senior Douluo, Xue'er said respectfully, offering a slight bow upon seeing him. Both Xiao Wu and Mo felt a twinge of anxiety. The aura emanating from the old man with green eyes unmistakably indicated a tidal Douluo of the ninth ring. Their cultivation levels were not yet sufficient, and they worried about being discovered. However, the Dream Eye Silkworm was no pushover. It had activated its special spiritual domain before Douluo's arrival, effectively masking the auras of the two young ones. Xiao Wu, having consumed the fragrant celestial spirit, naturally emitted a floral scent that somewhat concealed her soul beast aura. As for the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, it would be curious indeed if they could discern anything. Did they truly underestimate the two sovereigns of their icy realm? Qian Renxue regarded Douluo with keen interest. The last time she encountered Mo Tianxing, he had sought Douluo's presence to establish dominance. She was intrigued by how Mo Tianxing had managed to forge a connection with him. Douluo's gaze casually scanned the crowd, finding nothing amiss. But he noticed Qian Renxue scrutinizing him. Your aura seems even more vigorous than before, Senior, Mo Tianxing remarked with a smile. Douluo was somewhat astonished. He had nearly resolved the toxins within him and advanced from level 91 to 92. Yet this young man had perceived his progress. He had many secrets indeed. With a flick of his hand, Douluo produced a small green pouch and handed it to Mo Tianxing. Inside are a few items. Please pass them on to your insufferable master, Douluo instructed. His master? Both the Dream Eye Silkworm and Mo were taken aback. The formidable presence of Master Mo is complemented by a mentor? Little Wu was equally perplexed. When did her brother acquire a master? In the depths of the Ice Emperor's gaze, a flicker of astonishment passed through. This little rascal has a mentor? It seemed rather implausible, likely a mere fade. Easily discerned by her keen perception, Mo Tianxing was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the small aquamarine pouch held by Douluo. Could it be the coveted Rui treasure bag? Mo Tianxing received the jade-green pouch from his hand, instantly recognizing it as the precious bag in the possession of Douluo, capable of holding living creatures. What is this? Senior? Mo Tianxing inquired, gazing at the auspicious treasure bag before raising his eyes to Douluo. Consider it a token of gratitude, Douluo replied, waving his hand dismissively. Following the method provided by the mysterious individual, he had effectively managed the venom of the green-scaled serpent within his beloved yin, eradicating it entirely not long ago, thus alleviating a lingering worry. He was not one to forget kindness. He had prepared a few items specifically. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my master, Mo Tianxing remarked with a gentle smile. His curiosity piqued regarding the contents of the pouch. Senior, who exactly is your master? Might you divulge a bit? Qian Renxue inquired. Her gaze fixed on Douluo with a smile. She detected a subtle discordance in his words. Had Douluo encountered Mo Tianxing's master? According to Mo Tianxing, his master was an unparalleled beauty, undeniably a woman. However, Douluo referred to her in rather derogatory terms, suggesting a possible misunderstanding regarding her gender. Mo Tianxing suddenly felt a sense of overwhelm. How could Qian Renxue's curiosity be so insatiable? It seemed as though she had uncovered some flaw. Mo Tianxing inadvertently cast a glance at Douluo, and the understanding was mutual. Douluo was instantly at a loss for words. To be honest, he had never actually seen what the other person's master looked like, and he was completely unaware of the other's true identity, having never even witnessed their martial soul. The only thing he was certain of was the crimson soul ring that represented a century of existence. As Mo Tianxing was about to utter a word, a formidable procession approached them. Behold, it is the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. The keen-eyed pedestrians on the street immediately recognized the emblem of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus emblazoned on the attire of the approaching figures. Could it be? It is indeed the esteemed head of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Engine. Upon sighting the man in the black robe, nearly all the soul masters stood in stunned silence. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? What an annoyance they are! Mo Tianxing was utterly astonished. At the forefront stood a man clad in a flowing black robe, his skin exquisite, reminiscent of an infant's, and his long, dark hair cascading behind him like a waterfall. Adorning his forehead was a delicate, iridescent ornament shaped like an inverted V, and he was donned in resplendent azure crystalline armor, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Following closely behind him were 4 middle-aged men. Tianxing, are you willing to return with me? Yu Yuanjin gazed intently at Mo Tianxing, his voice deep and resonant. Such elegance and commanding presence. He was none other than the formidable Yu Yuanjin, a title-bearing Douluo of the 96th rank in the assault system. Heavens, could it truly be? Rumors had long circulated that Mo Tianxing was a stray bloodline of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and though some doubts lingered, the personal arrival of Lord Yu Yuanjin today confirmed it all. Those in the know were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Who would have imagined witnessing such a familial drama unfold on the streets? It was utterly exhilarating. Mo Tianxing felt utterly stunned as he gazed at the man in the black robe not far away. Are you telling me this is Yu Yuanjin, the head of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? May I inquire about your age, esteemed elder? Is your method of maintenance learned from Yunshan of the neighboring Yulan sect? To be frank, clad in black robes, he bore a striking resemblance to Mo Tianxing's own style. He had initially imagined that the head of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family would possess a hairstyle and visage akin to that of Seclusion from the game Honor of Kings. But the reality was utterly shocking to his worldview. Douluo raised his brows as he looked at Yu Yuanjin across from him. What brings this old fellow here? Meanwhile, Qian Renxue observed him with calmness. If Mo Tianxing indeed belonged to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, with a clear lineage as a human, then it would be appropriate to take him to meet her grandfather. However, if he was a soul beast undergoing reincarnation, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family would be like ancestors returning, which would be rather amusing. Regardless of the situation, she remained unfazed. Xiao Wu and the others were equally perplexed, questioning who this man was and why he wanted her brother to return with him. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor fixed their piercing gazes upon Yu Yuanjin, finally encountering a human powerhouse who could barely hold his own. Chapter 69. Defeat him. Tianxing, do you wish to return with me? Yu Yuanjin inquired. His cold eyes fixed intently on Mo Tianxing. His expression darkened instantly. It seemed the matter was far from over. Now even the family head had personally intervened. One could only wonder if this family had lost their senses. Could they not conduct a proper investigation? Perhaps the head of the Yu family had mistaken the identity. Shook his head slightly. The onlookers first glanced at Yu Yuanjin's appearance and then at its attire. While he verbally denied the resemblance, the audience felt a striking similarity. Even Douluo couldn't help but click his tongue in contemplation. There was indeed a certain likeness in style and demeanor that made him question his own perceptions. Yu Yuanjin sighed softly, his gaze penetrating as it locked onto. Child, as long as you are willing to return, everything can be discussed. With a subtle lift of his wrist, the second-in-command, Yu Luomian, presented a rectangular black jade box. Yu Yuanjin accepted the box and opened the lid, which instantly radiated brilliant light. Inside lay a hand-bone resembling black crystal, quietly exuding a potent wave of soul power. Douluo was taken aback. Is this a millennium-old soul bone? Mo Tianxing's gaze narrowed slightly as he instantly recognized that the soul bone within the black jade box was the right arm soul bone of 50,000 years quality, previously acquired by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, known for its formidable offensive soul skills. It was unexpected that they managed to resist the temptation of a 10,000-year soul bone and preserved it until now. However, to showcase it at this moment, wasn't that akin to courting death? Mo Tianxing's gaze fell upon the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. As the moment the soul bone materialized arrived, the atmosphere surrounding the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor underwent a palpable transformation. The Ice Emperor swiftly moved, appearing directly before Yu Yuanjin, unleashing a devastating palm strike imbued with terrifying icy power. Yu Yuanjin sensed an overwhelming threat and instinctively sheathed the soul bone within his sleeve with his left hand, while his right arm instinctively transformed into a dragon claw, shielding his head. The slender jade palm of the Ice Emperor crashed against the draconic claw, causing the tiles beneath Yu Yuanjin's feet to shatter explosively. The ensuing icy mist propelled Yu Yuanjin through the air, sending him crashing back into his kin, who were also hurled several meters away. The impacted tiles lay in ruins, resembling devastation wrought by a cataclysm, fragmented and adorned with a web of cracks, frost forming upon them, exuding an aura of chill. The Ice Emperor stood resolutely in place, her emerald eyes narrowing as they fixated on Yu Yuanjin, revealing strands of lethal intent. The Snow Emperor had, unbeknownst to anyone, taken his position beside the Ice Emperor, his gaze icy as it scrutinized the group ahead. The dream ice silkworm leapt forth, positioning itself before the Ice Emperor. Seizing the opportunity to defend Binger, it naturally sought to assert its presence, even if it paled in comparison to the formidable title Douluo of the 96th rank. Meanwhile, Yu Engine, having been struck and sent flying, was supported by his 4 sons. His previously dragonized hand was now encased in frost, the entire arm frozen, the frigid essence permeating his very veins. At this moment, Yu Engine's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. The ultimate ice. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly delicate young girl possessed the elemental martial soul of ultimate ice and had cultivated it to the pinnacle of mastery, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the scene, shaking his head in disbelief. Soul bones are relics left behind by slain soul beasts. To flaunt them before the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor is tantamount to courting death. The emotional intelligence of this family seems woefully lacking. Otherwise, how could their actions be so foolish? At this moment, Dugubo felt utterly numb. What manner of creature is this? This is a titled Douluo of level 96. A formidable assault-type warrior and the master of one of the 3 great sects, yet he was repelled with a mere glance? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. To effortlessly send a level 96 titled Douluo flying with a single palm strike is a feat that even the deities of the Douluo Palace would struggle to accomplish. Mo Tianxing had previously remarked on the formidable strength of the 2, initially believing they could only reach the pinnacle of the titled Douluo level. He never anticipated their capabilities to be so extraordinary. As for Shui Yuxuan and Yi Huangying, they were utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? The blue electric arcs danced around Yu Engine's ice-encased dragon claw, and suddenly, the ice shattered, releasing a chilling aura that surged upwards. Yu Engine concentrated the cold energy within him and expelled it, accompanied by a thunderous roar, as a magnificent blue true dragon, over 10 meters long, encircled by lightning, materialized behind him. Its whiskers swayed gracefully, and its eyes sparkled with the brilliance of blue lightning. Soul rings began to emerge beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. At the instant the 9th soul ring materialized, enveloped in dense thunder, Yu Engine's aura reached its zenith. Resembling a deity of thunder descending from the heavens, his eyes radiated with dazzling electric light, fiercely fixated on the Ice Empress before him. Who on earth are you? Do you dare to act with such arrogance? The temperature around the Ice Empress plummeted rapidly, as howling winds and snow swirled around her. Her gaze was cold and devoid of emotion, regarding Yu Engine as though he were merely a corpse, and she raised her hand with intent. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Tianxing was immediately taken aback. He was all too familiar with the initial stance of one of the Snow Empress's 3 supreme techniques. The Emperor's Palm, Great Cold without snow. With such a strike, even a level 99 limit Douluo would find it challenging to withstand. How could the level 96 Yu Engine escape unscathed from the Snow Empress's hand? The ramifications of this display in public were certainly concerning. Mo Tianxing immediately positioned himself before the Snow Emperor, exuding a profound aura of darkness. Behind him, a fearsome and rugged black dragon materialized, its golden eyes glimmering with a chilling radiance. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King. As Mo Tianxing's martial soul emerged, the vast aura of the dragon surged forth like waves, instantly overwhelming the weaker members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, causing them to come into intimate contact with the ground. Those of the 7th and 8th rings stood frozen, unable to suppress their trembling, as the terrifying pressure rendered their martial souls incapable of lifting their heads. The azure electric dragon behind Yu Engine quivered in response to the formidable presence of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, bowing its proud head and coiling around him. Yu Engine was utterly stunned. How could this be? His Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was a top-tier beast martial soul. How could it be overshadowed by another in terms of martial prowess, especially when both belonged to the dragon category? Could it be that the quality of the opponent's martial soul surpassed his own? How could that be possible? Observing Yu Engine's lack of response and Snow Emperor's inaction, Mo Tianxing finally felt a sense of relief, albeit with a hint of embarrassment as he glanced at Yu Engine. Fortune favors you. Had Snow Emperor chosen to intervene, you might have already become a lifeless ice statue. Master Yu, what has provoked such ire? A calm voice resonated from nearby, as Ning Fengji approached with a gentle smile, holding Ning Rongrong's hand, followed by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, making their way towards Mo Tianxing. Chapter 70. The matter concluded, refined. As Mo Tianxing observed the approaching Ning Fengji and his entourage, he felt an uncanny sense of timing in their arrival. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin's gaze also fell upon Ning Fengxi, his expression reflecting a blend of complexities. Although they both held the esteemed title of sect leaders among the upper three sects, their strengths could not be more disparate. Ning Fengxi's cultivation was merely at the 7th ring, level 79, yet his sect boasted 2 titled Douluo elders, rendering their overall power superior to that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. The atmosphere grew noticeably tense as the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School made their entrance. Ning Rongrong's heart soared upon spotting Mo Tianxing and Xue Yuxuan, prompting her to release her father's hand. "Big brother Mo, Rongrong has missed you dearly," she exclaimed, joyfully bouncing towards him. However, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of surprise as she beheld the little girl adorned like a princess. Instinctively, she positioned herself protectively in front of her brother, glaring at Ning Rongrong with a watchful demeanor. "Who are you?" "This is my brother." Ning Rongrong, momentarily obstructed by Xiao Wu, pouted in indignation, clearly displeased by the interruption. Mo Tianxing had not anticipated that the initial encounter between these 2 little beings would unfold in such a manner. 2 spirited youngsters, each brimming with defiance. "Xiao Wu, this is Rongrong." Mo Tianxing chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. "This is my sister." "Sister or brother, Mo?" Ning Rongrong scrutinized Xiao Wu, catching a faint scent of delicate fragrance wafting from her. Xiao Wu shot her a glare, clearly feeling perturbed. The other party seemed intent on vying for her brother's affection, but that was out of the question. Yu Yuan gazed upon Ning Fengxi, as well as Qian Daoliu and Gu Daoliu, not to mention Du Gabo and the 2 enigmatic young women. He truly found himself at a loss. With a resigned sigh, he silently retracted his martial spirit. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Tianxing retracted his golden-eyed black dragon king martial soul into his body and positioned himself protectively in front of the Snow Empress, their gazes interlocking. He raised his hand to gently gather her disheveled hair, reassuring her that all was well. The Snow Empress felt a slight flush in her ears and silently withdrew her icy breath, choosing to relent. Ning Fengxi approached Yu Yuanjin, suggesting that this was not an appropriate place for conversation and proposing they find a more suitable location. Noticing the increasing number of onlookers, Yu Yuanjin acknowledged the need for discretion. He glanced at Mo Tianxing before departing with Ning Fengxi and their companions. Within the opulent private room, the spacious interior was adorned with a crystal chandelier that cast a soft, inviting glow. Mo Tianxing gazed at the figure of Yu Yuanjin opposite him, somewhat at a loss for words. "Allow me to reiterate, I am not a member of your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. If you truly possess blood ties lingering in the outside world, it would be prudent to seek them out promptly, rather than incessantly troubling me." Mo Tianxing spoke with clarity, his gaze distant. It was well known that Yu Xiaojing had been expelled from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, not only now, but even a decade hence. There had been no attempts by them to reclaim him. Beside him, Xiao Wu regarded Yu Yuanjin with curiosity. "Brother, is the surname you common in the Heaven Dou Empire?" She turned to Mo Tianxing, whispering her inquiry. Despite her hushed tone, the presence of formidable soul masters rendered her question audible to all. Yu Yuanjin cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Wu, pondering whether the lost child had been found. "Young lady, do you know other individuals with the surname Yu?" Yu Yuanjin inquired. "Our teacher's surname is Yu. Is there a problem?" Xiao Wu responded, equally perplexed, questioning whether the Yu surname was unique to the Heaven Dou Empire. Mo Tianxing reached out and gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yu Yuanjin. The latter raised an eyebrow, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Yet he inquired, "What is your teacher's name?" It seems his full name is Yu Xiaojing. Upon the utterance of those 3 syllables, the faces of the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family turned pale, and Yu Yuanjin's brow furrowed slightly. The expressions of Ning Fengxi and his companions were equally peculiar. Xiao Wu, possessing an extraordinary sense of perception, instantly recognized the strange countenances of those present, who seemed to be well acquainted with her teacher's name. Memories flooded her mind of the first time her brother had encountered their teacher and the words he had spoken. Just as she prepared to ask further questions, her brother gently pressed down on her head, and being perceptive, she promptly ceased her inquiries. With a sigh, Yu Yuanjin turned to leave with his kin. Casting a lingering glance at Mo Tianxing, his gaze sweeping over the ice and snow emperors, tinged with a hint of weariness. Once they departed, Mo Tianxing finally exhaled a breath of relief. He was grateful to have sent the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan away, as their incessant claims of kinship had been quite vexing. "Brother, is our teacher quite renowned? Why does it seem like everyone knows him? Were those people his kin?" Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. If they were indeed his relatives, Their behavior seemed uncharacteristic. Ningfengji smiled gently. Little girl, your teacher possesses cutting-edge theories and knowledge within the spirit master realm. Many hold his theories in high regard, even referring to him as a master. Master? Xiao Wu pondered, her understanding only half-formed. It sounded impressive. Yet she wondered why such a master remained at the nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy, especially considering his spirit power was still stuck at level 29. While the individuals they had just encountered were of such high cultivation, Ningfengji chose not to delve deeper into the matter and redirected his focus to Mo Tianxing. Young Mo, it has been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has evidently progressed significantly, he jested. In truth, even before they faced Yu Yuanjin's obstruction, they had sensed the presence of two mysterious powerhouses beside Mo Tianxing. However, he had never anticipated that the two women accompanying him would possess such terrifying strength. Capable of easily repelling Yu Yuanjin, who was a formidable title Douluo at level 96, an absolute powerhouse within the Douluo Continent. Even Jianshu, without the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, would find it difficult to gain an advantage against Yu Yuanjin. Just how formidable was the soul power of that woman in green? Where did it come from? Compared to the green-clad woman who had intervened, the white-clad woman, who had been about to strike but was stopped by Mo Tianxing, emanated an even more daunting aura. Who were these two individuals? Ningfengji, being astute, understood that it was unwise to pry too deeply into such matters. He steered the conversation towards hidden weapons, expressing that the previous batch of hidden weapons had performed admirably, and they wished to commission another set. Their primary objective for visiting was to deepen collaboration with Mo Tianxing's esteemed master. As for Dugabo, he dismissed hidden weapons as mere trifles, believing them to be irrelevant in the face of absolute strength. Yet, learning that this little rascal's master was skilled in crafting hidden weapons piqued his interest, prompting him to request Mo Tianxing to present some for inspection. Considering acquiring a few for his granddaughter's protection, without any intention of payment, for him, it was a chance to recoup some losses from previous debts. At this moment, Qian Renxue sat beside Mo Tianxing, listening attentively with a gentle smile gracing her features. When Ningfengji inquired whether Mo Tianxing wished to join their Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Qian Renxue responded with a smile, Tianxing has already joined our spirit hall and has been granted the title of pontiff. Her tone carried a hint of apology as she regarded Ningfengji. Ningfengji was taken aback. He had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting to uncover such significant news. The title of pontiff? That is a rank only second to the papal decree, typically bestowed upon those of at least 8-ringed soul Douluo cultivation who have made significant contributions. The implications are profound, given Mo Tianxing's current level of cultivation. He clearly had not reached that echelon, indicating that this was a special promotion to win him over. Ningfengji observed the closeness between Qian Renxue and Mo Tianxing and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It seemed that the spirit hall had invested considerable effort to court him. In the following days, Mo Tianxing's surroundings were markedly tranquil. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had their first encounter, and despite some initial friction, they begrudgingly acknowledged each other for the sake of their brother. Ning Rongrong, upon joining the group, frequently trailed behind Shui Yuxuan and the others. Though initially at odds, after minimal interaction, she quickly bonded with Mo Kan, Xiao Wu, and Tian Meng. Ningfengji felt at ease with Mo Tianxing, at least regarding matters of safety. Mo Tianxing gazed in astonishment at the group of children surrounding the Tianming ice silkworm. Clearly surprised by its affinity for youngsters, it seemed capable of mingling effortlessly with anyone. In the following days, Mo Tianxing devoted his time to accompanying Shui Yuxuan and Qian Renxue. He had informed the two ladies that he would soon embark on another journey, though he refrained from disclosing his destination. Upon returning to the residence of the Tiandou Royal Academy, the Ice and Snow Emperors remained inseparable, exhibiting a level of intimacy that was almost excessive. In the living room, Qian Renxue waved her slender, empty fingers before Mo Tianxing, rendering mere suggestion insufficient to convey her intent. Mo Tianxing comprehended her intent. She was evidently aware that the starry ring in Shui Yuxuan's possession was crafted by his own hands. Cast a glance at the empty hands of the Snow Emperor nearby. Those present were no strangers. He had previously mentioned having a mysterious mentor who guided him in the art of soul tool crafting. Thus his ability to create a soul tool was hardly surprising. He retrieved some precious metallic materials from his storage ring, lifted his left hand, and a shimmering emerald light flickered, revealing a translucent, 3-inch jade-colored carving knife that fell gracefully into his palm. A breath of life? The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor turned to observe the jade-hued carving knife in his hand, which emanated a rich vitality. Qian Renxue and Xue Yuxuan also witnessed this scene, merely assuming that had extracted a tool from his spatial ring, without considering its potential as a second martial soul, primarily because the Blade of Life had yet to be imbued with any soul rings. Xiao Wu and her companions were even less contemplative. It is crucial to understand that the revival of soul beasts hinges on their life vitality, whether they be plant-type soul beasts or the ice and snow maidens. From Xiao Wu's perspective, her brother, having transformed into the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, could hardly possess a weapon martial soul. Mo Tianxing wielded his knife with the precision of a finger, skillfully carving into the celestial sapphire he had extracted, while also experimenting with a unique metallic substance. Xiao Wu and her companions gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding process of the items in his hands. Mo Tianxing spent some time meticulously crafting, ultimately achieving the exquisite carving of 4 rose gold rings. The rings are adorned with intricately carved hollow golden patterns, each set with a luminous starry blue sapphire. Mo Tianxing lifted his gaze, quietly observing the Snow Empress. He extended his hand towards her, a gentle smile gracing his face, his eyes clear and pure, reflecting the figure of the Snow Empress. Instantly, the attention of everyone present converged upon her. Even the Snow Empress, who had endured the trials of 60,000 years, could not help but feel her ears flush slightly at Mo Tianxing's gesture as she raised her delicate, alabaster hand. Mo Tianxing personally adorned the rose gold ring on her ring finger. As she beheld the envious gazes of the crowd, a faint blush graced the Snow Empress's cheeks. She withdrew her hand, concealing it beneath her flowing sleeve. Mo Tianxing gazed at her bashful demeanor, his heart melting entirely. A serene smile adorned his face as his gaze fell upon Qian Renxue and Xue Yuxuan. Mo Tianxing once again adorned the 2 women with entwined rings of unity. Among them, Xue Yuxuan still wore the silver ring he had initially gifted her. He gently removed it, safeguarding it with care, and replaced it with a new ring. Ultimately, he adorned his own ring finger with one of the rings. The 2 women gazed at the radiant rose gold rings in their hands, feeling an authentic joy that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Qian Renxue immediately enveloped Mo Tianxing in a warm embrace, boldly planting a kiss on his cheek. With so many witnesses present, a hint of crimson crept onto Mo Tianxing's cheeks. Just as he contemplated a playful reprisal, she had already slipped away from his embrace, engrossed in examining the ring in her hand. Xue Yuxuan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she took a hesitant step forward, seemingly timid and uncertain. Before turning to flee, would never allow her to escape so easily. He immediately reached out and embraced her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. Xue Yuxuan let out a soft murmur, gazing up at her delicate face flushed and her eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiao Wu pretended to shield her eyes with her hands. Yet the gap was wide enough for her to gaze in astonishment, her eyes wide open. Beside them, expressed his thoughts, remarking how the eldest brother was indeed the eldest. With 3 future sisters-in-law gathered together without igniting any flames in the backyard, unlike the second brother, who had pursued for so many years but still remained unrequited. Xuedi, though always indifferent to worldly matters, had gradually been influenced by Qian Renxue and her companions, though she chose not to reveal it. Joyous moments are always fleeting, and before one realizes, they have silently slipped away. As night descended upon the Yi family, Yi Huangying sat at her desk, crafting a handwritten letter. During the process, gray patterns, imbued with a sense of deathly stillness, began to spread across her arm. She clutched her heart tightly, as if enduring immense pain. Her face contorted with suffering and struggle, sweat pouring from her body. After a considerable time, the gray patterns gradually receded, leaving her feeling utterly drained, collapsing onto the floor. After a long while, she slowly rose, resuming her writing, though her hand trembled as she held the pen. Upon completing her letter, she sat in a daze. Her gaze fixated on the silver ring adorned with a starlit sapphire resting between her fingers, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossing her eyes. Ultimately, she made a decisive choice, gently removing the ring and sealing it with the letter. Dressed in a black cloak, she vanished into the shadows of the moonlight. The capital city remained brilliantly illuminated under the night sky as Yi Huangying, cloaked in black, found a small beggar in a corner. She handed him 3 golden soul coins, requesting him to deliver the letter to the Tiandou Royal Academy, addressing it to someone named. Having completed her task, she ascended to the roof of a street building, where the moon hung high, casting gentle light. For mysterious figures clad in black cloaks appeared behind her, exuding an overwhelming aura of deathly stillness. "Let us depart." The tall figure in the lead spoke, his voice raspy and jarring. Yi Huangying gazed longingly towards the Tiandou Royal Academy, her eyes filled with reluctance. before ultimately turning away in solitude, departing with the 4 enigmatic, cloaked figures. I hope you perceive my departure as mere capriciousness, an unceremonious farewell. We shall never meet again in this lifetime, nor do I wish for us to. May the storm arrive later, while dawn remains. I hope you all fare well. Take care of Yuxuan, and thank you for your celestial herbs. Chapter 72, Abyssal Plane, Dark Era, revised, at dawn, received a letter. Delivered by a small beggar as informed by the messenger. Mo Tianxing felt a sense of intrigue. Who could be the one to pen a letter specifically to him? With a heart full of questions, he returned to the living room where everyone had gathered, their gazes drawn to the letter in his hand. As he tore open the envelope, a glimmering silver object tumbled out. Luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to catch it just before it hit the ground. When he opened his palm, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a finely crafted silver ring, adorned with a starry blue gemstone. Was this not the very ring that Yuxuan had worn previously? Qian Renxue cast a curious glance toward Xue'er. Xue'er's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly snatched the ring from Mo Tianxing's hands, simultaneously retrieving an identical ring from her bosom. The ring in her possession was indeed hers. This one belonged to Xiao Wu. She took the letter from Mo Tianxing and quickly skimmed its contents. Upon finishing the letter, her face paled, and a look of bewilderment washed over her, causing her hand holding the letter to drop limply. What was amiss? Mo Tianxing took the letter from her and hastily perused its contents. After a brief moment, his brows furrowed slightly. Yi Huangying had departed, intending to venture out for training? As a food-type soul master, what could she possibly gain from such an experience? Oscar had spent 5 years in training to gain strength and earn the recognition of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School. What was her purpose for embarking on this journey? Everything about this situation exuded an air of peculiarity, as if shrouded in an ineffable mystery. Just then, Xue'er approached, her delicate brows furrowing as she examined the letter in Mo Tianxing's hands. The letter bore remnants of an abyssal aura. The abyss? In Mo Tianxing's mind, a thought suddenly emerged. A certain individual would bring forth the abyssal realm thousands of years hence. This place resembled a minor divine realm, capable of accommodating deities and boasting god-level powerhouses, far superior to the Douluo Continent. However, was it not a calamity that was destined to erupt after several millennia? How could it manifest in this era? Moreover, why was the Snow Empress aware of matters concerning the abyss? What connection did this hold with Yi Huangying? At this moment, Mo Tianxing was filled with profound doubts. Upon hearing this news, the Ice Emperor was suddenly struck with dread, as if foreseeing some ominous event. The abyss? What manner of place was that? Qian Renxue appeared bewildered and perplexed. The Snow Emperor, with her formidable mental prowess, immediately enveloped the entire region, swiftly taking to the skies to pursue the faintest trace of energy. Mo Tianxing and the others immediately followed, while Xue'er was in a state of utter anxiety. It was evident that Xiao Yezi was in peril, and the abyss spoken of by Sister Shui was far from a good omen. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor traced the scent, ultimately locating the little beggar who had delivered the message. At that moment, the beggar was huddled in a corner, voraciously devouring a meat bun, clearly having been starved beforehand. Despite the bun becoming soiled by his tattered clothing, he paid it no mind. When he suddenly found himself confronted by a group of figures, he instinctively concealed the remaining coins and stuffed the unfinished bun into his mouth, hastily swallowing as he recoiled, fearing they might snatch his food away. "Who entrusted you with this letter?" the Snow Emperor inquired, producing the missive with a grave expression. The little beggar trembled as he recounted his experience and the location, though he refrained from mentioning the reward of 3 golden soul coins, worried they might come to demand it. Without delay, the Snow Emperor and Mo Tianxing vanished from sight, leaving behind several gleaming golden soul coins. The beggar, filled with excitement, hurriedly pocketed the coins, a blissful smile illuminating his face. When the Snow Emperor and Mo Tianxing reappeared, they found themselves atop the eaves of a narrow street, where all traces had vanished, and the scent dissipated into thin air. A somber expression crossed the Snow Emperor's face. Observing her grave demeanor, those present could not help but feel anxious about what had transpired. "Let us return," the Snow Emperor declared. Mo Tianxing nodded and led everyone back to their residence within the academy. In the living room, the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor wore expressions of grave concern, while Mo Tianxing's brow was furrowed tightly. What could have transpired? Xiao or Xue'er appeared pale. The formidable strength of these 2 sisters was widely acknowledged. They could effortlessly send even elders like Yuqian flying. Yet, in light of Xiao's predicament, they displayed such troubled expressions, which naturally caused her anxiety. The Snow Empress cast a glance at Mo Tianxing and let out a soft sigh. It must pertain to the abyssal dimension. Something must have escaped from there. A flicker of complex emotions gleamed in the Snow Empress's eyes. Upon hearing her words, Mo Tianxing's suspicions were confirmed. It truly was the abyssal plane. It appeared that these entities did not emerge in the Douluo world after tens of thousands of years. Rather, it was likely that the Douluo world had already suffered incursions from that realm long before. The Ice Emperor had only a vague understanding of this matter. She had merely heard whispers of it, knowing that it represented an absolute catastrophe, one that would cause even the deities to be driven to desperation. Considering the presence of two ordinary humans, the Ice Emperor recounted the history of that era in a legendary tone. It is said that over 300,000 years ago, during a time when humanity had yet to rise in this world, there existed a plane that connected with the Douluo world. Another realm? Upon hearing this news, Qian Renxue was taken aback. She recalled her grandfather mentioning that after achieving divinity, one would journey to another world, or perhaps to the realm of gods. Since there was a connection between the divine realm and the Douluo world, it was only reasonable to assume the existence of other worlds. Shui Yushuan harbored concerns for Yi Huangying's safety. Although she found the Ice Emperor's words bewildering, she could discern that this was undoubtedly a grave matter. As evidenced by their solemn expressions, the Ice Emperor nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, the abyssal plane was akin to the realm of gods, consisting of 108 layers of abyss. Each layer was interconnected by spatial passages, with each layer housing an emperor. Their cultivation levels were generally comparable to that of a tidal Douluo at the 9-ring level. The higher the layer of the abyss, the more formidable the ruler's cultivation. Within that abyssal plane, there existed numerous beings rivaling the pinnacle of the 99th level limit Douluo, as well as those surpassing the limit Douluo, standing at the demigod level. The Ice Emperor sighed. Limit Douluo? Demigod? This information struck the ears of the listeners like a thunderclap. Qian Renxue's gaze became momentarily vacant. In a world of 108 layers, how many beings could rival tidal Douluos? Furthermore, were there indeed numerous limit Douluos present? Limit Douluo? Could they not stand shoulder to shoulder with her grandfather? Moreover, what was this demigod level? Why had she never heard of it before? According to her grandfather, in this world, aside from him, there were at least two others whose soul power had reached the 99th level. This suggested that there were approximately 3 limit Douluos in the Douluo world. The abyssal plane described by the Ice Emperor boasted over 100 tidal Douluos, with increasingly powerful beings in the higher tiers and numerous limit Douluos, not to mention those demigods beyond them. Mo Tianxing let out a silent sigh. He was acutely aware that the Snow Empress spoke the truth, and there was more to it. The truly terrifying aspect lay ahead. Over 300,000 years ago, when the abyssal plane intersected with the Douluo world, beings from the abyssal plane launched a large-scale invasion, devouring the primordial power of this world. The Snow Empress's eyes dimmed as she recounted these events. It was an era she had personally experienced, where the invasion from other planes rendered the original power structure of the Douluo world utterly incapable of resistance. During that time, countless soul beasts perished, and even those who were deemed sovereigns among soul beasts had no choice but to conceal themselves and lie in wait. Was there truly no alternative for resistance back then? Qian Renxue asked with difficulty. The notion of two worlds colliding, with a multitude of foreign beings invading and consuming the primordial power of this realm, seemed almost fantastical. The Snow Empress shook her head. There was no alternative. The decisive factor was not merely the peak 9th level beings or demigods, but the existence of deities in that world who became its supreme rulers. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Mo Tianxing, was left in shock. Deities in the world? Was it not said that those who ascended to divinity must fly to the divine realm? Why was that not the case there? It was a dark and calamitous era when countless beings in the Douluo world were slaughtered and their energy consumed. Fortunately, the Dark Age did not last long, as a deity arose in the Douluo world, sweeping away the invading abyssal beings, driving them back to their realm, and forcibly severing the bridge between the two worlds, casting the abyssal plane into the boundless void of space. The Snow Empress recalled this calmly. The sea god born in that era was of a relatively gentle disposition. He did not target the soul beasts. After his ascension, he departed for the divine realm. How long did that calamity last? Qian Renxue's question bore a heavy weight. The Snow Empress gazed at her intently. 1,000 years. Instantly, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the hearts of those present. It was the birth of a deity that brought an end to that dark age. But what of now? If the abyssal plane were to rise again, how would they respond? Shui Yushuan felt darkness cloud her vision. As for Xiao Yezi, Yi Huangying should be safe for the time being. likely taken away by certain individuals. The previously silent Mo Tianxing suddenly spoke, his golden eyes shimmering with a chilling light. It was evident that those who came for Yi Huanging were not directly from the abyssal plane, but rather a group that had made contact with it, much like the organization of evil soul masters known as the Holy Spirit Sect, a millennium hence. Chapter 73, Mo Tianxing's concerns, refined, gazed at. It would be best if you could mobilize the forces of it to covertly investigate the remote rural areas, probing into any possible occurrences of inexplicable population disappearances. Let us start from this angle. Upon hearing's words, nodded slightly. Subsequently, S. gaze shifted to, "Is there any convenience on the front? With you can command most of his forces." Replied truthfully. The black allows participation in the decision-making of the. Thus it can indeed mobilize the of the. It may still be insufficient, remarked, his expression distant. A number of individuals should have already made contact with the abyssal realm. S. eyes turned cold as he continued. They may possess sinister cultivation methods, practicing through the hunting of, or even the slaughter of ordinary lives. While they rapidly enhance their powers, their capabilities will transcend the limitations of levels. There may inherently embody some degree of malevolence, which could be further awakened. Alternatively, they might suffer from the corruption of sinister forces, enabling them to combat beyond their usual limits. They are no longer merely, it is more fitting to refer to them as. This era already harbors, with the being one such instance and numerous others hiding in the world. However, due to the suppression by and the relentless oppression by they have been unable to stir significant turmoil in this age, remaining concealed in the shadows. Yet, with the connection between the and the abyssal realm, will find support, naturally growing in strength and forming organizations and cults. Fighting beyond? Upon hearing this news, and her companions were incredulous. Among, a can contend within, while an can rival a, elucidated. Both and were taken aback by this explanation. To engage in combat across one? This fundamentally clashes with our understanding. The notion that could stand against seemed utterly preposterous. In the visible realm, there are merely 30, the apex of the. In contrast, the number of is significantly greater. What would the world become if there were a group of whose strength rivaled that of? While statements seemed unbelievable in this era, they would eventually become a consensus over 10,000 years later. However, appeared contemplative. Indeed, there exists a group within the capable of combat across, yet, and may possess the strength of a. She spoke, aware of many secrets within the. Her is inherently adept at countering, allowing her to battle beyond one against other. Should they encounter me, everything will be turned on its head, and would be weaker than in my presence. If we're to resurface in the. It would certainly launch a full-scale assault. I shall return to conduct a thorough investigation, declared. I will also urge my father to initiate a search investigation promptly. Added, concerned for her childhood friend's safety, who had been taken by a dangerous individual, she could not remain at ease. After this matter, and took their leave. Though reluctant to part with, the urgency of the situation necessitated immediate communication of the information and prompt investigation. Returned to find her father, they set off back to, needing to report this alarming news and to discuss it with her grandfather. After bidding farewell to the two women, S. heart remained uneasy. The lurking within the posed little threat to him, akin to a swarm of flies. Should the enjoined forces, even among or a being from the abyssal realm, would surely perish. Once the situation is clarified, he would decisively eradicate those to prevent future troubles. His true concern lay with the deities concealed within the dark realms and the deep crimson mother that nurtures them. The abyssal realm differs fundamentally from the. It can accommodate the existence of deities, while the deities of can only ascend to the divine realm. From another perspective, the abyssal realm possesses a higher standing than this, akin to a lesser divine realm. Although the abyssal realm has yet to give rise to a god-king level powerhouse, deities do exist. If this era intersects with the abyssal realm without divine realm intervention, considering the current high-end combat power of, would be mere insects before the god-level beings, easily crushed. As for, they might at most be considered a leap beneath the divine level, yet they too would face certain death without question. Even a super beast like, having cultivated for nearly 700,000 years, would be powerless before a god-level entity. As long as one has not ascended to divinity, they remain inferior. When comparing the pinnacle of combat strength, it resembles a fragile egg, easily shattered. Following the normal timeline, in the absence of external interference, in a decade or so, 3 individuals would inherit divine positions and become new deities. However, the leaders of the abyssal realm are not foolish. They already possess god-level beings and would never allow you to comfortably complete your divine trials and ascend to godhood, even if one achieves a divine position. The god-level beings of the abyssal realm would not be easily challenged by newly born deities. Furthermore, should the divine realm above intervene, would find himself in an awkward position. It is worth noting that the so-called deities of the divine realm have never truly regarded with respect. When sought to achieve godhood through faith, he was nearly ambushed by the divine realm just as he neared his goal, vanishing without a trace. Even a supreme god within the divine realm was similarly conspired against by the god kings and met a tragic end, his body severed, giving birth to, and, with barely escaping back to. He himself has been suspected of being's reincarnation, casting doubts on his own identity. If the divine realm were to intervene, it would be difficult for him to clarify matters with and his soul beast allies might very well be the first to be targeted by the deities. Coupled with the encroachment of the abyssal realm, he would truly find himself beset on all sides, leading to a catastrophic downfall. Mo Tianxing couldn't help but smile wryly. This world truly seemed to have thrown him into a hellish mode. If he could not rise swiftly, he would be unable to protect anyone around him. All of this was due to the emergence of the abyssal plane, which had turned the once promising Douluo world into a chaotic mess. Mo Tianxing inhaled sharply, forcing himself to regain his composure. Perhaps there was still a way. The world of Douluo was not devoid of hidden trump cards capable of countering the odds. The first thought that crossed Mo Tianxing's mind was the Silver Dragon King retrieved from the divine realm. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King should still be slumbering deep within the Star Dou Forest. Despite her grievous wounds, if he could harness her divine power, there might still be a glimmer of hope against the abyssal realms. Concurrently, he must expedite his own cultivation. Only by mastering formidable strength can he safeguard those dear to him. The urgency of these endeavors cannot be overstated. Thus, a visit to the Spirit Hall to meet with Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu has become imperative. Additionally, he must also allocate his efforts to combat the evil Soul Master organization and bring back Yi Huangying. Mo Tianxing inhaled sharply, the weight of these matters pressing down upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Brother? Xiao Wu gently tugged at his sleeve, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. As Mo Tianxing regained his senses, he noticed everyone was watching him. He gently placed his hand on Xiao Wu's head and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Even if the heavens were to fall, your brother will shield you. Let us return to the Star Dou Forest. Xiao Wu nodded slightly. All right. Chapter 74. Return to the Star Dou Forest in the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Emperor Xue'er summoned Mo Tianxing and hosted a grand banquet in his honor, with Xue'er by the emperor's side, shining like a brilliant gem. After the banquet concluded, Emperor Xue'er personally confirmed the matter regarding the evil soul masters with him. As for the affairs of the Abyss Plane, Mo Tianxing had yet to mention it. Bringing it up now would only sound absurd, and he had no evidence to present, so it was better left unspoken. Upon receiving Mo Tianxing's affirmative response, the emperor furrowed his brow and immediately ordered a clandestine investigation within the empire. However, he acknowledged that obtaining results would require time. This matter concerns the safety of the common people. If we limit ourselves to the confines of the Tiandou Empire, we are bound to overlook some aspects. Emperor Xue'er remarked. I will personally visit the Star Luo Empire when the time comes, Mo Tianxing replied. He had yet to set foot in the Star Luo Empire. But given the gravity of the situation, it was essential not to neglect it. That is excellent. Emperor Xue'er nodded in agreement. The two then discussed various other matters. And during their conversation, they touched upon Xue'er's future prospects. The emperor placed Xue'er's hand into Mo Tianxing's, gazing at him with a smile. I hope you will take good care of this girl in the future. Xue'er was taken aback by her father's sudden gesture, her fair face flushing a deep crimson. Mo Tianxing held Su Yuxuan's hand and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall treat Yuxuan with utmost sincerity. The Snowy Knight Emperor nodded in satisfaction. He could discern the immense potential within Mo Tianxing. Although he had allied himself with the Spirit Hall, it was not an absolute commitment. At present, seeing his daughter developing feelings for him, he decided to facilitate their bond. He hoped that in the future, when Mo Tianxing took charge of the Spirit Hall, he would show more consideration and leniency towards the Tiandou Empire. The following morning dawned. Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the Snow Empress and her companions, prepared to return to the Star Dou Forest, with Xue'er personally escorting them to the outskirts of Tiandou City. Before the grand gates of the Imperial City, Mo Tianxing gently embraced Xue'er in a farewell. I shall return soon, so wait for me. She replied. Though reluctant to part, Xue'er softly released her embrace, wiping away the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes, forcing a smile. I will await your return. Mo Tianxing nodded silently. The weight of this emotion in his heart was profound, and this promise was one he would undoubtedly fulfill. In the Pope's palace of Spirit City, Bibi Dong, seated upon the papal throne, perused the messages arriving from the Tiandou branch, noting the close relationship between the princess and Mo Tianxing. The letter, however, refrained from elaborating on the specifics of this closeness. It emphasized the presence of two mysterious young women beside Mo Tianxing, whose extraordinary prowess enabled them to effortlessly send the master of the blue dot Tyrannosaurus, Yuanjin, flying as if he were weightless. Judging by the techniques exhibited by the woman in green, it was highly probable she possessed an exquisite martial soul of ultimate ice. This revelation startled Bibi Dong. Yuanjin's strength was among the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. To easily repel him indicated that the opponent's cultivation was likely at the level of a super Douluo, either at 97 or even 98. This assessment pertained solely to the woman who had struck. The other woman, clad in white, had not engaged but had provided support for the woman in green, suggesting their strengths were comparably matched, if not superior. Who were these women? And why did they accompany Mo Tianxing? What was his true origin? Bibi Dong found herself perplexed. First, there was a soul-guided canon capable of threatening soul masters. And now he was accompanied by two unparalleled powerhouses who had even won her daughter's admiration. What secrets lay behind Mo Tianxing? It seemed imperative to arrange a meeting with him soon. At that moment, a knight hurriedly entered the hall, kneeling on one knee upon the crimson carpet. Your Holiness. The princess requests an audience. A flicker of surprise crossed Bibi Dong's eyes as she immediately commanded the audience to be granted. Moments later, Qian Renxue arrived at the center of the Pope's palace. She gazed at her biological mother, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, with a wave of her hand. Bibi Dong signaled for the knights flanking the hall to withdraw. Soon, only Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue remained in the vast chamber. I require the Spirit Hall's resources to investigate certain matters, Qian Renxue stated, her tone somewhat frigid, even in the presence of her mother. She sought the power of the Spirit Hall. Her grandfather would be of no assistance in this regard. The Pope was the ultimate authority of the Spirit Hall. And the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Hall operated independently of each other. What is it? Bibi Dong asked, her demeanor equally indifferent. The re-emergence of evil soul masters in the realm of soul masters necessitates a prompt investigation, Qian Renxue replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate further. Upon hearing the mention of evil soul masters, Bibi Dong's expression shifted subtly. Meanwhile, deep within the Star Dou Forest, at the Star Lake, the previously tranquil emerald waters erupted into tumultuous waves as a colossal azure serpent surfaced, its lantern-sized eyes fixated intently on the western horizon. This was the Tianxing Niumang, a soul beast with over 100,000 years of cultivation. At that moment, a titan gorilla, towering like a small mountain, gazed westward into the forest. Sister Xiao Wu? It's really her. The titan gorilla sensed Xiao Wu's presence and promptly began its rush toward the western woods. Not only did it feel Xiao Wu's aura, but it also detected that of its elder brother. Mo Tianxing and his companions, who were nearing Star Lake, caught sight of a dark figure traversing the forest towards them. It's Erming. Erming has come to fetch us, Xiao Wu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement upon spotting the shadowy form. In the distance, the titan gorilla swiftly navigated through the ancient forest and soon arrived. Sister Xiao Wu, elder brother. The titan gorilla beamed with joy upon seeing Xiao Wu safe and sound. Erming, it's been a long time, Xiao Wu exclaimed, leaping joyfully onto the giant palm extended by the titan gorilla, who gently placed her on its shoulder. Only then did the titan gorilla turn its gaze downward toward Mo Tianxing. Elder brother, you have returned. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. The Ice Emperor gazed at the titan giant ape before him, feeling a twinge of doubt. He found himself comparing it to the titan snow demon king from the far north, sensing it was somewhat diminished in stature and size. Indeed, the titan giant ape appeared rather smaller when juxtaposed with the 200,000-year-old titan snow demon king. The titan giant ape, keenly aware of the Ice Emperors, could vaguely discern the potent aura of soul beasts and the chilling presence emanating from them. Undoubtedly, it was not to be trifled with. Its gaze shifted to Tianming Ice Silkworm and Mo Shun. The ethereal energy surrounding Tianming Ice Silkworm was remarkably rich, while the aura of the boy in black bore an oddly familiar resonance. Cast a sharp glance at the titan giant ape. What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll have my elder brother teach you a lesson. After uttering these words, he swiftly darted behind Mo Tianxing, clearly lacking confidence. Xiao Wu erupted into laughter upon hearing this. He was the one who was chased all the way to that ancient nine-tiered ginseng king. The titan giant ape recalled this moment, nodding slightly, as it appeared that it had already allied with the elder brother, making it reluctant to take action against him. Their group then proceeded towards the Star Lake. Xiao Wu, perched upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, gazed into the distance. Spotting a colossal figure ensconced in the Star Lake, adorned with enormous bull horns, its lantern-sized azure eyes scanning their direction. Excitedly, Xiao Wu waved, "Daming, I have returned." A resounding and majestic roar echoed from the Star Lake. Chapter 75, Transformation. The Sword of Living Beings in the Star Dou Forest at Star Lake. When the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python realized the identities of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, both were left in a state of shock. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from the extreme north, one possessing a cultivation surpassing 400,000 years, the other reaching 690,000 years, were indeed formidable beasts. From the Ice and Snow Emperors, they learned that even those who initially did not choose the path of transformation and recultivation could, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, still manifest a humanoid form. Naturally, this transformation was only superficial. In essence, they remained spirit beasts. Mo Tianxing exchanged the ancient ice marrow he procured from the dream ice silkworm with the piece of spirit gold resting at the lake's bottom. His second martial soul is intrinsically composed of spirit gold, allowing it to undergo transformation through the consumption of this precious material. Frankly speaking, the spirit blade, no larger than 3 inches, is rather diminutive. As a weapon martial soul, its lethality is significantly constrained, primarily serving the purpose of life healing. Should he succeed in utilizing the spirit gold from the depths of the lake to metamorphose it into the spirit sword, it is highly probable that it could rival the divine martial souls of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. When the time comes to select supplementary soul rings, his second martial soul will undergo a profound transformation, resulting in a qualitative leap in his own power. The Tianqing Yo Python readily consented to Mo Tianxing's proposal for trade. It immediately unfurled a piece of verdant metal, half the height of a person, from the Star Lake, exuding a rich essence of life. While the green aura illuminated the surroundings of the lake, the spirit gold radiated a green glow, gently floating before Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing retrieved a sizable piece of eternal ice marrow from his storage ring and presented it to the azure bull python. This magnificent piece of ice marrow measured a staggering 7 meters in length and over a meter in diameter, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy and a chilling breath. The azure bull python accepted it with delight, fully aware that Mo Tianxing possessed a small blade forged from living gold, which, in essence, surpassed even the living gold he owned. For the azure bull python, that piece of living gold merely served as a conduit for cultivating through the life energy contained within the metal. However, the energy conversion rate of this form was exceedingly low, rendering the living gold more beneficial to Mo Tianxing. Conversely, the eternal ice marrow would significantly enhance his own cultivation, making the exchange all the more agreeable. Upon witnessing the block of spirit gold, Emotion's eyes widened in astonishment. His initial clandestine venture to the depths of Star Lake had been solely in pursuit of this very spirit gold, harboring dreams of acquiring even a small fragment for substantial profit. However, his plans were thwarted when the slumbering azure bull python unexpectedly roused, apprehending him without mercy. The trio, including Xiao Wu, relentlessly pursued him, forcing his retreat to the northern realms. Both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor gazed in awe at the substantial mass of spirit gold, their hearts stirred by its immense allure. This unique metal, imbued with vast energy, held great appeal for them, as it could facilitate their cultivation through the life force contained within, albeit with less efficiency. In terms of enhancing cultivation, the eternal ice essence remained superior. Nevertheless, the spirit gold possessed an additional advantage. It could be forged into divine artifacts, whereas the eternal ice essence could merely assist in the path of cultivation. Gazed upon the immense spirit gold that materialized before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having elevated the cultivation of his golden-eyed Black Dragon King martial soul to 70,000 years, achieving the rank of 8-ring soul de law, he found it not too late to embark on the cultivation of his second martial soul. He raised his hand to gently caress the surface of the spirit gold, a vibrant emerald radiance rippling outward, illuminating the entire Star Lake. In that moment, a system prompt reappeared before him. Ding! Detection of spirit gold has been made. Would you like to absorb it into the spirit blade? Mo Tianxing promptly made his choice, and before him materialized an exquisitely carved dagger, reminiscent of verdant crystal, exceeding 3 inches in length, emanating a profound aura of life. As the blade of beings made contact with the gold of beings, A rich surge of life energy enveloped Mo Tianxing entirely. He settled into a cross-legged position, his mind focused and spirit attuned. While the blade of beings began to absorb the vast energy of the gold of beings, undergoing a transformation. The entire star lake radiated an intense vitality, and it was impossible for Mo Tianxing to absorb it all. Thus, those present seized the opportunity to cultivate. As time flowed, Mo Tianxing's process of absorbing the gold of beings persisted for 3 days and 3 nights. The blade of beings, which had initially been a mere 3 inches long, transformed into a 3-foot-long sword after devouring a substantial amount of gold of beings, aptly named the Sword of Beings. The sword's body was entirely translucent, akin to jade. Its edge sharp as a mirror, reflecting clarity, while mysterious runes gradually emerged along the blade, as if crafted by divine hands. Even the seasoned Ice Emperor and Snow Empress could not help but be astonished upon witnessing this spectacle. The sword in Mo Tianxing's hand was of an origin unknown. When he inscribed the final rune into the body of the Sword of Beings, the entire blade roared, unleashing an overwhelming might, a divine power descending. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, fierce winds howled, ominous gales roared, and thunder rumbled menacingly. Mo Tianxing suddenly opened a pair of resplendent golden eyes. As if flickering candle flames danced within, he wielded the Sword of Living Beings, standing poised, as the wind swept away the remnants of clouds. At this moment, his attire and hair billowed gracefully, radiating an aura akin to that of a divine being. All present were rendered speechless. Even the well-versed Ice Emperor and Snow Empress appeared momentarily bewildered. They sensed an ethereal presence emanating from the 3-foot-long sword in Mo Tianxing's hand. Although it could not yet be compared to the divine artifacts forged by the gods, it had already begun to take on the form of a sacred weapon, possessing the potential to evolve into one. According to legend, when deities forged such artifacts, they invoked the heavens, summoning terrifying tribulations of thunder. At the moment the long sword was forged in Mo Tianxing's grasp, a rich emerald divine light enveloped it, accompanied by 4 jade-like soul rings, radiating a brilliant celestial glow. The appearance of these 4 soul rings caused the very heavens and earth to change color. Although a true heavenly tribulation did not descend, it was undoubtedly the nascent form of a divine artifact, its quality yet to reach the level of a true divine weapon. Had he crafted a semi-divine artifact? Ding! Your second martial soul, Blade of Beings, has successfully transformed into the Sword of Beings. The ominous clouds and chilling winds of the heavens gradually dissipated as Mo Tianxing held the 3-foot-long sword, seemingly forged from jade. The nascent divine artifact, Sword of Beings, represented his second martial soul's triumphant evolution from an exceptional martial soul to a genuine divine-grade weapon soul. Simultaneously, he immediately sensed the 4 unique emerald soul rings that accompanied the transformation of the Sword of Beings. This sword, which governed life itself, did not bestow upon him soul rings of a murderous nature, but instead granted him the formidable abilities of life deprivation, life curse, healing radiance, and life domain. Life deprivation could directly siphon the life force from all beings, replenishing his own vitality. Life curse would afflict enemies with a persistent drain of vitality, rendering them weak. Healing radiance had the power to regenerate severed limbs and restore life energy to others. Life domain enabled him to manipulate all living entities, harnessing and channeling their life force for his own purposes. The effects of life domain were immensely potent, as the controlled beings were not limited to plants, animals, soul beasts, or even humans. Although it was a divine skill governing the essence of life, this ability imparted upon Mo Tianxing an unsettling resemblance to that of a sinister soul master. Mo Tianxing retracted the Sword of Living Beings into his body, immediately sensing the ceaseless surge of life energy within him, akin to the sprawling veins of a towering tree nourishing his internal organs and limbs. Simultaneously, he could perceive the life energy of all beings within a 10,000-meter radius. This was the essence of the Sword of Living Beings' life domain, allowing him to sense the humble blue-silver grass, ancient woodlands, soul beasts, and even the formidable Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor before him. Naturally, prior to advancing his cultivation, he could not hope to influence such unparalleled powerhouses as the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Yet, once he transcended into the realm of 100,000, he would find himself nearly invincible wherever life existed. Chapter 76, The Sleeping Place of Guyu Na, Revised. Mo Tianxing regarded their astonished expressions with a gentle smile. What is it? The green longsword just now, was it an artifact? The Ice Emperor found it difficult to articulate. To call it an artifact felt inaccurate. It hadn't yet reached that exalted level. Yet, to assert it was not an artifact would also be a fallacy, for it had already begun to exhibit the rudimentary form of one. However, aren't artifacts forged solely by deities? Could it be that this individual has ascended to divinity? That notion was even more ludicrous. If he possessed such prowess, he would not have been outmaneuvered by the divine realm 200,000 years ago. In the Ice Emperor's view, Mo Tianxing resembled a reincarnated Emperor Tian. Tianming Ice Silkworm and the others were equally intrigued. What precisely was the verdant longsword crafted by their leader that could evoke such a phenomenon in the world? Xiao Wu fell into contemplation. Why did the 4 embellishments on the emerald divine sword resemble soul rings so closely? Alternatively, did the nature of this green divine sword bear a resemblance to a martial soul? Yet, her brother was clearly the reincarnation of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. How could he possibly possess a weapon martial soul? Xiao Wu was utterly perplexed. That is my martial soul. Mo Tianxing flipped his left hand, and the sword of life reappeared, exuding a rich aura of vitality. As he focused his mind, 4 lustrous jade-green soul rings manifested around the sword of life, shimmering with alternating brilliance. Not only Xiao Wu, but even the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and the heavenly blue bull python were taken aback. A martial soul? Just a dual martial soul, Mo Tianxing explained with a smile. However, this second martial soul is not innate. It seemed the master had not informed Xiao Wu about the existence of dual martial souls in this world. Nevertheless, his dual martial soul was not an inherent gift but was selected later. Not innate? Is there really a distinction between innate and acquired martial souls? Xiao Wu was astonished, gazing at the divine sword in her brother's hand, enveloped by 4 jade-green soul rings, which clearly did not conform to the typical color scheme of soul rings. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, not delving into the specifics of the situation, but instead directly unleashing his domain of life. The blue-silver grass on the ground, manipulated by Mo Tianxing's will, swiftly grew and ensnared Xiao Wu's ankles. Startled, Xiao Wu lifted her foot, only to discover the remarkable resilience of the blue-silver grass. As if it had been endowed with some enhancement. Could her brother truly control the blue-silver grass? Logically, only those whose martial soul was blue-silver grass could wield it, yet her brother's martial soul was evidently that of a weapon, not merely the blue-silver grass. Mo Tianxing smiled faintly as the blue-silver grass beneath Xiao Wu suddenly withered en masse. A branch from the ancient tree behind her extended gently, wrapping around her waist and lifting her 3 feet off the ground. Is this the domain that governs life? The Snow Empress inquired, her tone tinged with astonishment. She could vaguely sense that they were within an invisible domain, one that seamlessly integrated with their surroundings yet posed no threat to them. Precisely. Mo Tianxing replied with a smile. With his confirmation, the Snow Empress understood. To wield the attributes of life likely indicated the exclusive rules of the god of life. If he could continue down this path, he might very well gain the favor of the god of life and attain the rank of a deity, shattering the shackles that bound soul beasts without divine protection. However, with the abyssal plane intersecting with the Douluo world, the peace of this realm might not endure for long. There was no need for Xue'er to be overly concerned about the matters of the abyssal plane. Mo Tianxing could perceive the apprehension in her heart and smiled gently. Xue'er looked up at him in confusion. Do you have a solution? The abyssal plane truly harbors deities. Even the sea god, who ascended to godhood 300,000 years ago, dared not confront the abyss head-on, ultimately severing the passage between the 2 realms. Now, the sea god has long since ascended to the divine realm, leaving the Douluo world devoid of deities. Even if human deities were to emerge in this age, it would still spell disaster for us soul beasts. It is impractical to hope that the newly born deities would be benevolent towards soul beasts. The soul beast clan is not without deities. Come, allow me to show you other areas of the core region, Mo Tianxing said with a smile. As his life domain expanded, he faintly sensed a subtle life force emanating from a certain region deep to the north of the Star Lake. This life force was well concealed, appearing to others merely as weeds or the vitality of ancient trees, yet within his domain. Such minute distinctions were impossible to escape his perception. Xiao Wu found this peculiar. The Star Lake is the heart of the Star Dou Forest, the most suitable haven for soul beasts to inhabit and cultivate, having resided there for 100,000 years. She was well aware that it was indeed the so-called core region. Could there be other unique locales within the Star Dou Forest? Nevertheless, since her brother wished to explore other places, she had no objections. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python exchanged glances, sharing a sense of skepticism. Their thoughts mirrored Xiao Wu's. They were equally curious about Mo Tianxing's meaning. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress possessed slightly more knowledge. The disappearance of the Emperor had transpired nearly 200,000 years ago, and there were geographical discrepancies between the former core region and the present one. Furthermore, This individual before them might very well be the reincarnation of the Emperor, the former ruler of the Star Dou Forest, and thus he would certainly possess greater insight. Thus, Mo Tianxing led the group towards the northern Star Lake. High-ranking soul beasts deep within the Star Dou Forest retreated upon seeing the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, the two kings. The sight of these soul beast monarchs departing the Star Lake to the north left the higher-ranked soul beast astonished. What could be happening in the northern forest that prompted both kings to investigate? The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python obediently followed behind Mo Tianxing, accompanied by Xiao Wu, the Snow Empress, and the others. Mo Tianxing has resided in the heart of the starry forest for several years. The formidable soul beasts to the north are naturally aware of his presence. After all, he is not someone these little creatures can provoke. They can only hide at a distance, stealing glances at him. Mo Tianxing led the group northward along the Star Lake for approximately 20 kilometers, eventually halting at the heart of a dense forest. The Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python exchanged puzzled glances. Have we arrived? Is there an issue here? The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor also unleashed their domains to perceive the surroundings, yet they remained empty-handed. It must be noted, however, that if one were to gaze down from above, one might discern that the trees in this entire area appear slightly taller, forming an expansive circular formation, with this location at its very center. The domain of life wielded by Mo Tianxing enveloped this particular region, continuously extending downward. Upon delving approximately 1,000 meters beneath the surface, his life domain vanished, or rather, it was eroded by the encircling silver elements lurking beneath. Below this expanse lies a unique silver space, shaped akin to a silvery dragon cocoon, severing all perceptions and explorations from the outside world. Mo Tianxing realized that he had finally discovered the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, who lay in slumber, healing from her wounds, deep within the Star Dou Forest. Chapter 77. Challenging Guyu Na, Refined Edition. Utilizing the unique characteristics of the realm of life as a conduit. Mo Tianxing transmitted information to the Silver Dragon cocoon nestled underground. This information plunged into the depths like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples across the surface of the colossal silver chrysalis. Subsequently, a brilliant silver light surged forth from the depths, piercing through the ground and soaring into the heavens. The onlookers were enveloped by an unparalleled aura and immense pressure, causing them to retreat hastily. Even the Snow Empress, with her cultivation spanning 690,000 years, sensed a profound threat and withdrew alongside the Ice Emperor. Only Mo Tianxing remained steadfast, radiating a dense aura of darkness, his eyes shimmering with golden light, his visage exuding the solemnity of a sovereign. The silver energy ascended through the firmament, stirring tumultuous winds and crafting a vast azure vacuum in the sky. Within the luminous silver column emerged a colossal and robust silver dragon, its immense wings unfurling to obscure the sun, adorned with semicircular scales that glimmered with a silvery sheen. Its elongated neck and formidable horns commanded respect, while its eyes sparkled as brightly as the midday sun. At the moment of its descent, an overwhelming dragon might radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings like a tempest. The Titan great ape and the azure bull python found themselves in the presence of a deity, their very souls trembling under the oppressive might of the dragon, compelling them to kneel. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress had already shielded Xiao Wu, Tianming, and Mo shunned behind them, their expressions grave as they beheld the towering silver dragon, which loomed hundreds of meters high. The dark energy that enveloped Mo Tianxing coalesced on its own, and the phantom of the golden-eyed black dragon emerged, bowing its proud head before the imposing silver dragon. "We welcome our master." Mo Tianxing's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to behold the self-acting golden-eyed black dragon king behind him, his pupils narrowing in shock. "Tian, I have stated that unless there are matters of utmost importance, do not disturb my recuperation." The silver dragon king gazed down upon the multitude of guests below, its colossal dragon form causing the surrounding void to warp, as 9 elemental rings encircled its majestic figure, resembling resplendent divine halos. In an instant, Mo Tianxing realized the truth. His golden-eyed black dragon king martial soul was, in fact, the very beast god, Emperor Tian, he had been searching for. The Ice and Snow Empresses were utterly astonished by the revelation. To them, even if Mo Tianxing was not Emperor Tian himself, he was intricately connected to him. What was happening now? Moreover, when had Emperor Tian acquired a master? The true form of Emperor Tian, the golden-eyed black dragon king, was a pure-blooded true dragon. Yet here it was, bowing in submission to the silver dragon before them. As the silver dragon appeared, it seemed as though the very elements of the surrounding space were ignited, intensifying the 9 elemental forces to an extraordinary degree, far more potent than before. Even their ultimate cultivation of ice was severely impacted. They had both ascended to an extraordinarily elevated tier within the power hierarchy, verging on being peerless powerhouses. Yet, in the presence of the silver dragon, a profound sense of helplessness and fear enveloped their hearts. Only a deity could exert such overwhelming pressure upon them. Could it be that this silver dragon was a divine being, birthed from the souls of these spirit beasts? The shock within the ice and snow empresses was beyond measure. Just as the silver dragon king's inquiry resonated, its gaze was drawn to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, and its eyes narrowed instantly. The heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the peril and attempted to flee, only to find the surrounding void seemingly frozen in place. The ice and snow empresses swiftly reacted, immediately intervening to obstruct its escape. At this moment, Mo Tianxing also came to the realization that the pure energy within Tianming was an immense boon for the Silver Dragon King, who had suffered grievous injuries in the divine realm. It could very well assist her in restoring her divine powers. He was profoundly astonished by this revelation. 2 critical points emerged in quick succession. First, his martial soul unexpectedly activated, allowing the beast god emperor to revive. Second, the allure of Tianming to Guyu Na was exceedingly potent at this juncture. Mo Tianxing raised his left hand, and a brilliant emerald light suddenly manifested. In his grasp appeared a 3-foot-long sword of vivid green, adorned with 4 emerald soul rings that enveloped it. The blade pointed directly at the Silver Dragon King. Silver Dragon King. Mo Tianxing's gaze was icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Particularly alarming was the revelation that his own martial spirit possessed an anomaly. "You insolent wretch." Tian's expression shifted dramatically. "Shut your mouth, or I shall be forced to silence you permanently." Mo Tianxing bellowed, his eyes a fiery crimson, brimming with murderous intent. Should Tian exhibit even the slightest sign of defiance, he would undoubtedly cripple this martial spirit, regardless of the potential harm to his own foundation. No one is permitted to touch Tianming. With his sword aimed directly at the Silver Dragon King, emanated a fierce aura, his crimson eyes glowing intensely as his long, dark hair billowed around him. "You." The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, found himself at a loss for words, unable to express his anger. Bound to the other's martial spirit in a soul form, he understood that should the latter choose to abandon his martial spirit, it would likely lead to his own demise as well. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, upon hearing his declaration, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Nearly brought to tears by her older brother's unwavering loyalty, the Snow Emperor appeared silently beside, standing resolutely against the proud Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King gazed down coldly at the human before him, a spark of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. "If you dare to touch him, today shall be your last," declared icily. The circumstances of the day were beyond his expectations. He was bewildered as to how Emperor Tian's soul manifested through his martial spirit. A critical question loomed. Why would the Silver Dragon King assist him? Dominant in the icy plains, he had even persuaded the Ice and Snow Emperors to safeguard him, leading to a subconscious belief that all soul beasts would aid him. Yet, he had inadvertently overlooked the fact that his prowess among soul beasts derived from their suspicion that he was the beast god, Emperor Tian, the Silver Dragon King. A first-tier deity and a half-embodiment of the dragon god, the true sovereign of all soul beasts, would surely see through his facade. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to gamble that the Silver Dragon King could not fully discern his true nature. He held on to the conviction that the other could not perceive his possession of a system, as long as she could not grasp his entire essence. He still had room for maneuver. The golden-eyed Black Dragon, a martial spirit he had selected from the system, was beyond Emperor Tian's interference. It was likely that the golden-eyed Black Dragon martial spirit had first drawn the attention of Emperor Tian in the Star Dou Forest under certain unique circumstances, leading to a fusion with his own martial spirit. His soul sword served as the finest testament to this truth. He was aware of the Silver Dragon King's past, the dynamics of the divine realm, and the overarching direction of events. Perhaps he could make a stand. The Silver Dragon King coldly regarded, unable to penetrate the essence of this seemingly insignificant human. The fact that he possessed an artifact prototype imbued with potent life attributes and could audibly declare her true identity suggested profound ties to the divine realm. This human might very well be favored by the goddess of life, should she choose to eliminate him. It was almost certain that the divine realm would take note of her whereabouts. Currently, even a first-tier deity dispatched by the divine realm could obliterate her. The Silver Dragon King's gaze flickered with uncertainty before she made a decisive move. Am I to be threatened by a mere human? In a swift motion, the colossal silver dragon claw, infused with elemental power, tore through the void, freezing the space surrounding and the Snow Emperor. The sharp dragon claw struck directly towards, clearly intending to deliver a lethal blow. The Snow Emperor's azure eyes flared with ferocity. As she unleashed her full power, the space around her shattered like glass, freeing her from the spatial restraints. In that instant of liberation, the Snow Emperor positioned herself in front of, releasing a wave of chilling breath that rapidly expanded outward. Flowers, trees, and all that it touched became encased in frost, while snowflakes drifted down, crystalline and radiant, outshining even the sun above. This was her exclusive domain, Emperor Han Tian, Snow Dance, Radiant Sunday. Within the Snow Emperor's realm, she moved gracefully like an ethereal being amidst snow, her hair flowing and her hands as white as jade, enveloped in the power of frigid frost. This was one of her 3 ultimate techniques, capable of encasing all in ice, great snow of no cold. Even the 700,000-year-old Emperor Tian could not evade the fate of being frozen. The great snow of no cold struck directly against the massive dragon claw. As the Snow Emperor's icy power collided with the Silver Dragon King's claw, an overwhelming chill permeated through, rapidly freezing the claw and spreading toward her arm. The clash unleashed a terrifying energy that stirred the winds for miles around, sending snowflakes slicing through the air like blades. The spatial restraints around shattered in an instant, liberating him from his bondage. Mo Tianxing promptly summoned the vast soul power within him to forcibly suppress the golden-eyed Black Dragon King spirit. The 4 emerald-green soul rings adorning his soul sword illuminated simultaneously. Instantly, a layer of emerald ripples emanated from within him, representing the life domain inscribed upon his soul sword. As the life domain spread, the plants, previously encased in frost, shattered the ice and surged in size exponentially. Life deprivation, life curse, healing divine light. Before Mo Tianxing could unleash his skills, the frost on the Silver Dragon King's claws shattered with a resounding crash. The Snow Empress felt a shroud of despair envelop her as her gaze darkened. The illusion of being encased in ice was merely that, an illusion, since the elements controlled by her adversary included the very essence of ice. No matter how formidable her great snow of no cold was, it could not imprison a deity who inherently commanded the ice element. That would be akin to attempting to drown a fish with water. The Silver Dragon King struck toward the Snow Empress's abdomen with an overwhelming force. Mo Tianxing's pupils suddenly constricted. The Ice Emperor charged forward with great haste, his eyes filled with terror. No. The Silver Dragon Claw struck directly at the Snow Emperor's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air like a kite with its string severed, accompanied by a cascade of blood blossoms. Mo Tianxing and the Ice Emperor both rushed forward at great speed to offer their greetings. At this moment, Mo Tianxing's eyes were a fiery red, filled with an almost frenzied intensity, and the sword of beings in his grasp quivered slightly, as if reflecting his impending madness. The Snow Emperor had suffered a grievous blow due to his inadequacy. Just then, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears once more. Ding! It detected that the host was facing an adversary beyond anticipated limits. Would you like to expend a quarter of your life force to perform a cultivation lead? At this moment, Mo Tianxing seemed to grasp a lifeline, resolutely choosing to confirm. Ding! Your cultivation is being recalibrated. Suddenly, an energy bar appeared before him, reaching a full 100%. Ding! Cultivation adjustment successful. The following permissions have been granted to you. Mo Tianxing was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of immense power, flooding through his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. An aura of vibrant life emanated from him, his speed escalating to such an extent that he appeared behind the Snow Empress in the blink of an eye, enveloping her in his embrace. The Snow Empress, her complexion pale, looked up at Mo Tianxing's anxious face as the vast life force continually flowed into her. The two were engulfed by this potent vitality, suspended in the air like a radiant sun emitting a deep green glow. At that moment, the Ice Emperor arrived. The fatal wound suffered by the Snow Empress was swiftly healed by the tremendous life force infused by Mo Tianxing, though she remained weak and pale, yet no longer in grave danger. Mo Tianxing entrusted the Snow Emperor into the embrace of the Ice Emperor, at that moment radiating an aura of life energy akin to the sun in the heavens, continuously unleashing immense power that seemed nearly capable of engulfing his entire being. His strength ascended progressively, having long surpassed the former cultivation of 690,000 years, and was steadily approaching the realm of demigods, with this remarkable growth showing no signs of abating. In Mo Tianxing's grasp, the sword of living beings bore witness to the gradual emergence of 4 dark green soul rings. which expanded to a total of 9. At present, a layer of dark green energy enveloped the 9th soul ring, heralding the impending formation of the 10th. A divine-level soul ring. The Silver Dragon King undoubtedly recognized this development, discerning the opponent's evident connection to the divine realm. Faced with such a predicament, she had no choice but to unleash her full power. Annihilating her foe swiftly was her only recourse. With a powerful beat of her dragon wings, accompanied by sharp blades of wind, she propelled her agile form forward, her body crackling with purple lightning as she charged towards Mo Tianxing at lightning speed. Countless icy shards coalesced before the Silver Dragon King, hurtling towards Mo Tianxing in a fierce assault. At this moment, Mo Tianxing's gaze was entirely engulfed by a verdant luminescence. In the face of the Silver Dragon King's relentless assault, he raised the Sword of Creatures, unleashing a formidable sword energy that swept across the heavens, cleaving the shards of ice in two, causing them to explode in the void. The Silver Dragon King was taken aback, yet she charged forward without hesitation. Although she was unaware of the means by which her opponent had swiftly ascended to godly power, she recognized that this was the opportune moment to annihilate him, before he could fully transcend into divinity. As her form materialized before Mo Tianxing, her dragon wings, akin to intersecting blades, aimed to strike him down on the spot. However, to her astonishment, her wings were met with a sword, resulting in a profound silence. The Silver Dragon King's eyes were filled with disbelief. Mo Tianxing raised his hand and swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy imbued with green lightning that swept the Silver Dragon King aside, leaving a trail of vivid red dragon blood in its wake. The Silver Dragon King was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, she was a dragon of immense power. Even if her elemental control was limited, her strength was certainly beyond that of a mere demigod. What are you so astonished by? Mo Tianxing's cold voice suddenly echoed behind her. The Silver Dragon King, filled with horror, turned to face a dazzling beam of sword light. At the same moment, a colossal hand, formed from dense gray mist, materialized above her, descending with the intent to crush her. In an instant, her wings shielded her entire form. Yet her body was forcibly driven into the earth by the oppressive gray hand, stirring up clouds of dust. Simultaneously, numerous trees extended thick roots and branches to bind her dragon form, pinning her firmly to the ground. Enraged and bewildered, the Silver Dragon King, who had the ability to manipulate earth and wood, furiously broke free from these trivial restraints. As she lifted her gaze once more, she beheld Mo Tianxing standing suspended in midair, his sword now vanished, replaced by a myriad of emerald leaves swirling around him, resembling a vast sea of verdant blossoms. Chapter 79, The Battle of the Covenant, revised. Countless emerald leaves floated around Mo Tianxing, emanating a glimmering chill. As the Silver Dragon King lifted her gaze, Mo Tianxing waved his arm, and the multitude of leaves that had gathered around him transformed into a surging torrent, rushing forth to engulf her. The Silver Dragon King sensed the peculiar nature of these leaves, her sharpness subdued, aware of their sinister potential. Without hesitation, she enveloped herself with her wings, conjuring a dazzling silver energy shield, seemingly prepared to withstand the onslaught head-on. Each leaf hurtling through the void resembled a blade of icy brilliance. Under the relentless assault of this vast torrent of leaves, the silver energy shield conjured by the Silver Dragon King was swiftly shattered. The once mighty Silver Dragon King vanished from sight, only to emerge from the side as a streak of silver light, deftly maneuvering around the blade-like leaves. Within this radiant arc was a young girl clad in white, with silver hair and silver dragon wings unfurled behind her. Her violet eyes sparkled with intensity, revealing her true form as the human manifestation of the Silver Dragon King. As soon as she appeared, Mo Tianxing locked his gaze upon her and transformed into a vibrant green rainbow, intercepting her head-on. Guiyuna, infuriated, boldly charged forward, unafraid of a direct confrontation. However, the outcome revealed that her recklessness had indeed been ill-advised. In the fleeting moment when Mo Tianxing collided with her, his body transformed into a flurry of drifting green leaves, causing Guiyuna to grasp at emptiness as he reformed behind her. Startled, Guiyuna turned to find a robust arm seizing her throat. And with a swift motion, he hurled her violently towards the ground, resulting in a resounding explosion beneath. At the bottom of the deep crater, Guiyuna coughed up blood, her throat firmly grasped by Mo Tianxing's right hand, rendering her powerless. Simultaneously, a verdant sword of life re-emerged in his left hand, poised ominously against her forehead, his golden eyes exuding an icy detachment. Had she not been injured at her core, causing a drastic decline in her physical strength, she would not have allowed this mere insect to subdue her. "Do not move," Any movement will lead to your demise. Guyona's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed defiantly on Mo Tianxing. Get away from me. Mo Tianxing's oppressive aura intensified as he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon her. Silver Dragon King, if you believe this was merely a stroke of luck, then next time, I shall make you wish for death. Mo Tianxing gradually loosened his grip on her throat, seemingly intending to release her. You brought this upon yourself. Guyuna was just about to deliver a fierce counterattack when a brilliant light of divine essence suddenly burst forth from the center of Mo Tianxing's brows, directly piercing through her sea of consciousness at such a close distance. The terrifying mental force invaded without restraint, the realm of the sea of consciousness. Imbued with an overwhelming force of dark green, descended with a singular focus upon the ancient Guyuna at the heart of the world, launching himself forward with lethal intent. No matter how formidable his external power appeared, it was merely ephemeral once the tide of his strength receded. The mere presence of the Emperor Tian, which resided in his golden-eyed Black Dragon King martial spirit, would suffice to bring him to his knees. Should the Silver Dragon King take notice, not only would the Abyssal Realm and the Divine Realm be at stake, but the relentless pursuit of the Silver Dragon King alone could spell doom for his prosperous days. The true sovereign of the Soul Beasts was the adversary. And should he allow the Silver Dragon King to escape, he, a mere pretender to the throne, would face a counterattack from the Soul Beast faction. Even if the frozen plains remained under the Snow Emperor's dominion, it would offer no sanctuary. At that juncture, he would be confronted by the trifecta of Abyssal, Divine, and Soul Beast forces, effectively turning a promising hand dealt by fate into a complete disaster. Note, in opposing the Divine Realm, those by his side, including the Snow Emperor, Xiao Wu, and Tian Ming, would inevitably suffer, rendering any choice to ally with the Divine Realm nearly impossible. Thus, it was imperative to subdue the Silver Dragon King and maintain control over the lineage of the Soul Beasts. Abruptly awakening from her meditative state, Guyuna opened her eyes wide, filled with both shock and fury at the sudden assault on her consciousness by Mo Tianxing. Instantly, a monumental confrontation erupted between them within the realm of the Sea of Consciousness. Mo Tianxing, at the cost of exhausting his own soul's power, was determined to dominate Guyuna. The sort of living beings he possessed granted him a unique incantation, enabling him to forge contracts with other beings until she submitted. Only through absolute force could he compel his adversaries to yield. The power of the rules and runes enveloping Mo Tianxing coalesced into a multitude of chains of order, launching forth to ensnare Guyuna. Concurrently, the void delineated a contract crafted from primordial runes, every character radiating an aura of enigmatic law. Submit or perish. Mo Tianxing intoned coldly. What a farce. In the guise of an ant, do you dare to presume that a dragon would bow to you? Guyuna scoffed, resolute in her intention to engage in a battle to the death. Even in demise, she would never consent to servitude. That is not for you to decide. Mo Tianxing's eyes blazed with a fiery intensity, his external self committing audacious acts, causing Guyuna within the Sea of Consciousness to feel an overwhelming resonance, instantaneously shattering her defenses, leaving her mind and spirit vulnerable. Mo Tianxing suddenly materialized before Guyuna as a mysterious chain of divine order extended from the contract, serving as a bridge that bound them together, forcibly forging a covenant. Despite being aware of the slim odds of success, he found himself with no alternative. It was inconceivable that the other party would willingly enter into a contract with him. While he still had the upper hand, it was imperative to exert his dominance. The runes of the contract began to illuminate gradually, and as Guyuna regained consciousness, she was filled with fury. Emperor Tian, if not now, then when? As the darkness surged and coalesced behind Mo Tianxing, a formidable figure emerged from the void, an austere man clad in a black robe, adorned with long, ebony horns. His golden dragon eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance. It was none other than the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. He had entered alongside Mo Tianxing's soul. With claws transformed into dragon appendages, Emperor Tian unleashed a terrifying aura of darkness, executing his formidable technique, the Dragon God Claw, which was aimed directly at Mo Tianxing's head. With 700,000 years of cultivation, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King struck with full force, seeking to catch Mo Tianxing off guard. The moment has arrived. Mo Tianxing's eyes glimmered with a fierce and intimidating light as he swiftly executed a powerful palm strike. With the ancient creature attached to his golden-eyed Black Dragon King martial soul, how could he possibly lack any caution? Mo Tianxing's palm resembled exquisite jade. With a single strike, it clashed head-on against Emperor Tian's Dragon God Claw. The collision unleashed a terrifying energy field, transforming the entirety of the sea of consciousness into a vivid interplay of black and green hues, propelling Emperor Tian violently away. Mo Tianxing smirked coldly. In the face of the current divine-level power system, what is Emperor Tian? Meanwhile, he remained focused on suppressing Gu Yuna. As the contract neared its conclusion, she might as well resign herself to her fate. Mo Tianxing suddenly realized that Gu Yuna was gazing at him with a cold smile. A sense of unease gripped his heart as he felt that something was amiss, yet the other party showed no signs of struggle. It was then that he discerned the unsettling truth. The master-servant contract had been unwittingly altered and reversed. In other words, once the contract was established, he would be the one subjected to the other's influence. Gu Yuna regarded Mo Tianxing with an icy stare. As a deity who governs elements and order, it was trivial for her to manipulate the master-servant contract. Chapter 80, The Art of Psychological Warfare, revised, as Mo Tianxing gazed upon the modified master-servant contract. Poised to be finalized, he abruptly tore it apart and cast it aside. Gu Yuna, witnessing the ashes of the contract, realized that the other party was not so easily subdued. Upon realizing the futility of his method, Mo Tianxing resolved to subdue his opponent through sheer force. His aggressive onslaught shattered the void, overwhelming even the formidable Gu Yuna, who was unable to fully withstand his might. At that moment, she was gravely injured, her soul having suffered significant damage in the divine realm, and she had yet to recover. As she found herself unable to decisively conclude the battle, her defeat became inevitable. While Gu Yuna was forced into retreat, an uncontrollable surge of dark energy emanated from behind Mo Tianxing, swiftly coalescing into a colossal, golden-eyed black dragon king, its gaze radiating fierce malevolence. This was none other than the beast deity Emperor Tian, who had infiltrated the realm of consciousness alongside Mo Tianxing's martial soul. With a chilling glance, Mo Tianxing revealed the sword of living beings in the palm of his hand, executing a swift counterattack that unleashed a verdant blade of light, cleaving through the void. In a state of alarm, Tian invoked the dragon god's claw in a desperate attempt to resist. The emerald blade of light surged past, severing his right arm, which had been conjuring the dragon god's claw, causing it to dissipate into soul energy. Tian hastily retreated, clutching his severed arm, his face a mask of horror as he gazed at Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing held the sword of living beings, gazing down with an icy demeanor. The essence of Emperor Tian resided within his martial soul. How could he not be vigilant? In truth, he had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Just as Emperor Tian, who had been gasping for breath, suddenly perceived 3 swirling blades of emerald green sword energy rushing towards him, sealing off the space around him. This was an attempt to sever his life. Gu Yuna swiftly harnessed the power of space, appearing behind Emperor Tian to pull him back. At the same time, she conjured a tempest of elemental chaos to counter the flourishing swordplay of Mo Tianxing. Alas, her actions were a fraction too late. The interwoven emerald sword energies cleaved a grievous wound into Emperor Tian's waist, exposing bone and spilling blood profusely. Gu Yuna, burdened with the severely injured Emperor Tian, retreated in haste. At that moment, Emperor Tian's complexion turned ashen. How could the disparity in their powers be so vast? Cease to indulge in further dialogue and charge forward once more, intent on vanquishing both adversaries. The clash of titans erupted anew. Even though the god of the imperial heavens was a demigod, he could not offer assistance in this fierce encounter. Within the realm of consciousness, Gu Yuna found herself retreating steadily, while loomed like a deity, exalted above all. He understood that his advantage was but a fleeting mirage, a mere exploitation of Gu Yuna's grievous wounds and diminished state. Should she engage in a life-or-death struggle, Gu Yuna possessed the capacity to trade blows with him on equal terms. His prior insistence on subjugating her was merely a psychological tactic. His true aim was to forge a partnership against the abyss. By initially establishing an unacceptably high threshold, he hoped to maneuver the negotiation into a realm where both parties would be compelled to concede, thus achieving his desired outcome, a principle known as the broken window theory. If you wish to persist in battle, I shall accompany you to the very end, even if it means igniting my soul. We may as well embrace mutual destruction. Declared coldly, suspended in the lofty expanse of the consciousness realm, wielding the sword of sentient beings. Below, Gu Yuna gritted her teeth, her fists cracking with tension, the flames of fury blazing in her eyes. However, her current state precluded any further confrontation unless she truly intended to perish alongside him. What do you mean? Gu Yuna fixed him with a frigid glare. To continue this struggle is merely to ensure our mutual demise. The divine realm would applaud such an outcome. Having eliminated 2 threats without lifting a finger, S. sardonic smile deepened. Guyunna's heart stirred with intrigue. 2 threats? Could it be that he, too, is targeted by the divine realm? Moreover, how did he know her true identity as the Silver Dragon King, and that she lay in wait here? These were perilous enigmas. He was aware of the divine realm's affairs, yet his knowledge of her concealment was a contradictory point. If the divine realm knew her whereabouts, they would have long dispatched deities to confront her. It was illogical to allow a mere human to face such a challenge alone. There was undoubtedly a missing link that she had failed to discern. Doubt flickered in Guyunna's eyes. Mo Tianxing discerned that the other party had filled in the gaps of their thoughts quite thoroughly. The conflicts between us, I suspect, have not escalated to the point of life and death, have they? Had you not initiated your assault on Tianming from the outset? Had Emperor Tian not been perpetually anchored to my martial soul? Mo Tianxing remarked coldly, casting a frigid glance at Emperor Tian behind her. If you wish to continue this battle, by all means, test whether you can replace me, he scoffed. A glimmer of icy light flashed in Guyunna's eyes. Chapter 81. Emperor Tian and Mo Tianxing revised. In the realm of reality, at the bottom of the deep pit, Mo Tianxing's soul returned, which had been suppressing Guyunna. He immediately flashed towards the direction of the Snow Empress, distancing himself from Guyunna, brandishing the Sword of Beings. Standing in mid-air to protect Xiao Wu and the Snow Empress behind him. Just as he retreated, a brilliant silver pillar of light surged from the pit's depths. The human-formed Silver Dragon King, Guyunna, stood amidst the light, her garments and hair fluttering. Her gaze icy as she regarded Mo Tianxing on the other side of the sky. Yet this time, she did not launch another attack. Do you believe there is any merit in discussing matters at this juncture? Guyunna spoke coldly. Had you not sought to harm my friends first, would things have deteriorated to this extent? I merely retaliated in self-defense, Mo Tianxing replied, his eyes fixed coldly on Guyunna across the void. Guyunna snorted but did not respond. Emperor Tian, emerge, Mo Tianxing commanded coldly. As his words fell, thick dark energy surged behind him, swiftly coalescing into a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his countenance stern, with a pair of ebony dragon horns protruding from his forehead. At that moment, his right hand hung limply, rendered powerless. His soul state had been severed by Mo Tianxing, and in reality, it would take him several months to recover fully. From the very beginning, you have been plotting against me. You truly have a well-calculated scheme, Mo Tianxing observed coldly, his tone frigid. He had always found it peculiar why his golden-eyed black dragon martial soul exuded such tremendous dragon might, allowing him to navigate the spirit beast realm with ease, instilling fear and reverence in powerful spirit beasts without the need for combat. The Ice and Snow Emperors had mistaken him for Emperor Tian, believing he had merely lost his memories, yet only Mo Tianxing understood that he was human, while Emperor Tian had vanished without a trace. He had appeared in the guise of the latter. He had always sensed a strange incongruity and had never ceased his inquiries. To this end, he had once pursued the footsteps of the Emerald Swan, by Ji, seeking news of Emperor Tian. Now, the truth had begun to surface. Emperor Tian was Emperor Tian, and he was he. They were 2 distinct entities, not the same individual. This revelation, while shocking to the Snow Empress and Xiao Wu, brought an unexpected consensus among them. The one with whom they shared a tangible connection was Mo Tianxing, not Emperor Tian. Acknowledging this truth sufficed. The Snow Empress gazed quietly at Mo Tianxing in the void, a hint of concern in her eyes. In the void, Emperor Tian regarded the gaunt young man clad in black. Though his golden eyes appeared calm, a tempest raged within. 200,000 years ago, he was meant to embark on the path to divinity within the Star Dou Forest, yet divine intervention led to his failure and demise. To his astonishment, he discovered that a supreme being resided deep within the Star Dou Forest, employing special means to preserve his soul consciousness. That being was none other than the Silver Dragon King, who had escaped from the divine realm back to Douluo Continent. It was then he realized that the spirit beasts had their own deity all along. From the Silver Dragon King, he learned that the dragon god had fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by the God King, ultimately leading to self-destruction, resulting in the birth of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. She had returned to Douluo Continent amidst the chaos of the divine realm, hiding deep within the Star Dou Forest, and it was she who had saved him. Henceforth, he pledged his allegiance to the Silver Dragon King. She foretold that one day, she would lead the spirit beasts to strike back at the divine realm, reclaiming the glory that belonged to the dragon god. He secretly resolved that he would follow his master into the divine realm, restoring the splendor of the dragon race. This commitment plunged him into a prolonged slumber. His premature awakening was primarily due to sensing the presence of kin within the Star Dou Forest. following this trace to the Star Lake. He instead encountered a human boy who had intruded into the Star Dou Forest, possessing the golden-eyed black dragon martial soul. At that moment, he contemplated the path of spirit beast recultivating, merging with the boy's martial soul in a soul state. Thus, he once again fell into slumber, awaiting the boy's growth to seize control of his body. However, he never anticipated the boy's meteoric rise, even in the extreme northern reaches. His 70,000-year cultivation and abilities were inadvertently activated, awakening him from his stupor. This human boy was shrouded in secrets until he deciphered these mysteries. He dared not recklessly attempt to seize him. Considering that the boy was also destined for the Star Dou Forest, he resolved to have his master subdue him. Returning to slumber. Yet, to his utter disbelief, the boy exhibited a devilish prowess, his strength seemingly boundless, effortlessly unleashing divine-level power, battling his master fiercely, rendering his demigod-level strength utterly ineffective. Since we share a history, let us lay our cards on the table. My reason for seeking you is straightforward. The abyssal plane has begun to merge with the Douluo world. Mo Tianxing addressed Guiyuna. Guiyuna raised an eyebrow, entirely perplexed. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian's expression shifted dramatically. His master, having descended from the divine realm, was unaware of the abyssal plane's affairs, yet he, as an indigenous inhabitant, was all too familiar with them. 300,000 years ago, the ultimate catastrophe stemmed from an incursion of an alternate plane. A first-level deity, commanding several gods, sought to invade the Douluo world. The power system of the Douluo world alone was insufficient for defense. In such a scenario, it was likely that the divine realm would dispatch enforcers to the Douluo world, a scenario we both wish to avoid. Mo Tianxing continued calmly. At his words, Guiyuna's face turned frosty as she exchanged glances with Emperor Tian, her eyes filled with inquiry. Emperor Tian nodded slowly, albeit with difficulty. With Emperor Tian's affirmation, Guiyuna's expression grew increasingly grave. The existence of first-level deities in that plane meant that if the divine realm intervened, they would most likely dispatch a first-level god to address the situation. Had she not suffered severe injuries, her strength, transcending that of a first-level deity, would render her fearless. However, at present, her power barely reached the divine level, and she could not even contend with this lunatic before her. Facing a first-level deity from the divine realm would yield a predictable outcome. What do you propose? Guiyuna regarded him coldly, her eyes filled with frost. The power system employed by the other party was evidently akin to that of the life rules, implying they were likely a visitor from the divine realm, or perhaps a representative of some deity on the mortal plane. Yet, his previous words suggested that neither of us wished to witness the divine realm's arrival. I have old grievances with the divine realm. This matter does not concern you. Mo Tianxing began to fabricate non-existent matters. Primarily, even if he candidly confessed, asserting that he had no connection with the divine realm and would not divulge any secrets. Guiyuna could never bring herself to believe him. Instead, she felt an overwhelming impulse to silence him permanently. Even if he spoke the truth, she would remain skeptical. Thus, it was preferable for her to consider something she might find more palatable and acceptable, perhaps an old grudge with the divine realm. He presented this pivotal piece of information, leaving the rest to her imagination. A flicker of turmoil crossed Guiyuna's eyes, hinting at her unspoken thoughts. With the threat of interdimensional invasion, those who prided themselves on justice from the divine realm would likely dispatch primary divine enforcers to this world, placing her identity at risk of exposure. Why should I trust you? Guiyuna demanded. The claim of a grudge with the divine realm, who could ascertain its veracity? Was it merely a tactic to buy time? Mo Tianxing cast a cold glance at the other party. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. This statement effectively silenced Guiyuna, who had initially hoped to hear an explanation, only to find his demeanor more defiant than her own. Alas, she found herself in a position of weakness. Even if he truly had connections to the divine realm, he could easily abscond with his allies, leaving her powerless to intervene. What do you intend to do? Guiyuna inquired, her tone softening somewhat. We must preemptively sever the passage between the abyssal plane and the Douluo world to thwart their invasion before the divine realm becomes aware, Mo Tianxing replied calmly. He did not wish for the Douluo world to become a battleground for the conflict between two great planes. Though he was no savior, he could not stand idly by while the safety of the world was at stake. Chapter 82. I offer you two paths. I come here with no ill intent. I merely seek your cooperation. Yet, upon your awakening, you threaten my friends and endanger my beloved, Mo Tianxing stated coldly, without a hint of politeness. Guiyuna lowered her head, remaining silent. Mo Tianxing gazed at her with silent intensity, refraining from uttering another word. An oppressive stillness enveloped the space. punctuated only by the howling winds that swept across the vast expanse. Where lies the point of convergence between the abyssal realm and this world? How can I ascertain that you are not merely deceiving me? Gu Yuna spoke calmly, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Mo Tianxing. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. If the prior claims of an incursion from the abyssal realm were indeed true, her current predicament was dire. She had been recuperating from severe injuries, initially believing she was merely facing prey, only to encounter a formidable adversary. In the recent clash, her old wounds had been exacerbated, leaving her in a precarious position. Given the circumstances, it appeared that her only recourse was to seek collaboration and compromise. Upon hearing her words, Mo Tianxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely feared that Gu Yuna would stubbornly persist in opposing him. Yet it seemed there was still hope for collaboration. Confirming this is quite simple. You need only accompany us on our expedition, Mo Tianxing proposed. However, Gu Yuna fell silent once more. Currently, she was in a state of weakness, and the notion of leaving with them hardly seemed a decision befitting a rational individual. I possess a mystical herb that may aid your injuries, Mo Tianxing remarked, as he extracted a vibrant crimson herb from his small world and tossed it to Gu Yuna. She observed the enigmatic plant soaring towards her, promptly raising her hand to harness her wind energy to catch it, allowing it to hover delicately in her palm. The herb was a brilliant shade of red, infused with a potent essence of fire elements, quivering softly, its supple leaves resembling the comb of a rooster, with veins shimmering in golden red. This was indeed the phoenix coxcomb herb, cultivated by Mo Tianxing within his small world. The phoenix coxcomb herb is renowned for its ability to replenish vital energy and is suffused with an abundance of fire elements, making it particularly suitable for fire-type martial spirits. From the moment of her inception, Gu Yuna had mastery over the 9 elemental forces, including the fire element. In her current weakened state, this herb was perfectly suited to her needs. Mo Tianxing had initially selected it to assist her in her recovery. Though he had not anticipated their first encounter would lead to conflict, Gu Yuna could sense the immense and pure energy of fire elements contained within the herb, making it exceedingly beneficial for her at this juncture. Observe that the matters concerning Gu Yuna were temporarily resolved before turning his gaze to Tian. Although I am unaware of the means by which you have fused with my first martial soul, you now face 2 paths, he stated coldly, directing his attention towards Tian. First, become my soul spirit. I shall ensure that you retain your complete self-awareness, and we shall unite our fates, sharing life and death. When I ascend to divinity, you shall naturally be freed from the soul spirit state and evolve into an independent 3rd-level deity. Second, sever your own arm and extricate yourself from my martial soul. His tone remained composed as he fixed his gaze upon Tian, considering Gu Yuna's presence. His words were notably courteous. Otherwise, merely the act of betrayal would warrant a punishment far graver than self-mutilation. An entity possessing self-awareness and the might of a 700-year-old super beast posed an immense threat should it linger by his side, as one could never predict when it might instigate chaos. It is crucial to note that his current divine power was merely transient. Once it waned, he would be unable to suppress the formidable Tian. The risks would undoubtedly outweigh the benefits. Should Tian consent to become his soul spirit, their fusion would grant him peace of mind. Conversely, should he refuse, even if it meant sacrificing the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, he would be compelled to sever ties with a potential adversary. This was his bottom line, and he refrained from imposing excessively in consideration of Gu Yuna. Upon hearing the 2 options presented by Mo Tianxing, Tian's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. He raised his left hand and forcefully tore off his own right arm, blood gushing forth. This shocking act left Tianming Bingcan and the others utterly astounded. Such ruthlessness. Was this truly the man who once stirred the spirit beast realm and was revered as the beast god? Even the Ice Emperor frowned at this display. A person capable of inflicting such pain upon himself would undoubtedly employ even more terrifying methods against his foes. In that moment, Tian transformed, becoming a towering, 1-armed golden-eyed Black Dragon King. His formidable black scales glistened, his powerful body and elongated neck crowned by a pair of ebony horns. His eyes shone with a golden hue, akin to flickering candle flames, and his wings unfurled to eclipse the sky. At that instant, dark energy surged around the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, emanating a uniquely potent soul force. The soul matter coalesced in the void, ultimately materializing into a translucent, ephemeral human form of Tian. His visage cold and his right arm devoid of substance. Gu Yuna promptly channeled a portion of her original power to stabilize his soul state. Mo Tianxing quietly observed the scene before him, contemplating the formidable Tian with a sense of regret. Deep down, he harbored a desire for Tian to choose the first path. As a soul spirit with 70,000 years of cultivation, Tian would not only significantly enhance his own comprehensive strength but also alleviate the concerns surrounding his existence. Alas, Tian had always been proud. Even in the face of divine beings among humans, he had never yielded. To become the soul spirit of another, relying on humanity for hope, would mean losing his essence. Before the appearance of the Silver Dragon King, he embodied the hope of all soul beasts. If he, the leader of the soul beasts, were to bow down, despair would ensue for their lineage. He lived not solely for himself. In his current state, Tian's soul was exceedingly frail, having merged with Mo Tianxing's martial soul. The forced separation left him gravely weakened and vulnerable. His silhouette flickered in and out of visibility, his vitality waning. As he soared back to the side of Guyuna, she channeled a portion of her primordial power to stabilize his soul, enveloping him in silvery energy that nourished his weakened essence. Tian offered a slight bow in gratitude, his heart heavy with guilt. During a time of crisis for his master, he had been unable to assist, instead requiring her to once again summon her primordial strength to aid him. Guyuna merely shook her head gently, signaling that he need not feel remorse. In her eyes, Tian, the beast god, had performed admirably. He had simply encountered the misfortune of facing the anomaly that was Mo Tianxing. Chapter 83, Reflection, Refined. Tian temporarily succumbed to slumber, and Guyuna agreed to collaborate, bringing matters to a tentative conclusion. The divine power within Mo Tianxing swiftly receded as the threat dissipated. Guyuna merely cast a fleeting glance at the fluctuations of Mo Tianxing's power, showing no signs of astonishment nor any intention to take further action. There was a secret about him. He was likely a deity who had fallen from grace and was now on the path of reascension. After all, it is rare for a deity from the divine realm to fall without cause. This could very well be the source of his grievances with the divine realm. For deities, even if they descend to mortal form, reclaiming their former divine power within a short span of time is not an insurmountable task. It merely requires an extreme elevation, at a certain cost. As for whether he was once a second-level or first-level deity, that remained beyond her knowledge. Mo Tianxing felt the rapid depletion of power within him and couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, this was not the strength he had cultivated. It would fade away with time. To acquire this force capable of contending with Guyuna, he had sacrificed a quarter of his life, although he did not sense anything amiss beyond the weakness. The system seemed concerned that he might forget the price paid for this power and had specially displayed a notification. It was a jade plate of deep green hue, now diminished by 1/4, indicating he had 3/4 of his life remaining. He had initially pondered whether the system's claim of taking a quarter of his life referred to his life force. If so, he could supplement it with the pure life energy contained within the Sword of Beings, allowing him to continuously draw upon his vitality and refresh his godly powers at will. However, the system calculated this based on the totality of his existence, showing no intention of allowing him to exploit any loopholes. Once the 4 opportunities were exhausted, his life would likely be seized directly by the system, or he would be sent away from the Douluo world, leaving only his corporeal form behind. At that point, it was uncertain whether another soul would inhabit this body. Thus, he absolutely could not afford to perish. Should he die, everything would be rendered void. He wondered if there might be any means in the future to reclaim that missing quarter of his life. The lack of a part always left one with an unsettling feeling. The system's provision of such choices was likely intended to grant the host a means to evade certain death, serving as a form of 3 life-saving charms. Utilizing the 4th would truly be a one-for-one exchange, resolving the immediate crisis while also sealing his own fate. He must not rely excessively on the system's power, nor allow such circumstances to recur. His strength would inevitably grow stronger over time, and it was unlikely he would need the system's intervention each time. Although he had consumed 1 life-saving opportunity today, the remaining 2 were still ample. As for the matters concerning Guyuna, Mo Tianxing made an appointment with her, promising that after he ascertained the specific circumstances of the Abyssal Plane invasion, he would come to the Star Dou Forest to find her. Guyuna naturally had no objections to this. Mo Tianxing nodded in agreement and returned to the side of the Snow Empress, taking her hand in his. "How's your injury?" Mo Tianxing inquired, feeling her pulse. His brow furrowed with concern for her well-being. The Snow Empress shook her head slightly, replying, "I am fine. I have nearly recovered. From now on, I shall protect you," Mo Tianxing said gently. The Snow Empress hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the Snow Empress and her companions, departed from this territory with unwavering resolve. During their journey, the Titan Great Ape occasionally glanced back at Gu Yuna, a flicker of trepidation evident in its gaze. It was revealed that the Star Dou Forest harbored a divine spirit of their soul beasts, along with the formidable king of the golden-eyed black dragons, Tian. Boasting a terrifying cultivation of 700,000 years. The Titan Great Ape sheepishly averted its gaze, exchanging a knowing glance with the sky blue bull python. These two were indeed the rightful rulers of the Star Dou Forest, and it would be prudent for them to vacate the Star Lake post-haste, lest they attract unwanted attention. Gu Yuna observed the retreating figures of Mo Tianxing and the Snow Empress, a peculiar glimmer flickering in her eyes. Led everyone back to Star Lake. The Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python seemed restless, and even the typically cheerful Xiao Wu found her spirits dampened. To her astonishment. Despite having lived in the Star Dou Forest all her life, she was utterly unaware that two formidable soul beasts lurked within its depths. Their sudden appearance was marked by hostility, as they immediately attempted to seize Tianning. Had it not been for her brother's intervention, even the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor would have been unable to withstand the might of the Silver Dragon King. At that moment, Tianming wiped the sweat from his brow. Reflecting on the perilous nature of the Star Dou Forest, their journey had felt akin to traversing the gates of the underworld. If it hadn't been for the timely aid of Mo Tianxing, he would have surely become a meal for the beast. As for Mo Can, he sighed in relief. The oppressive aura emanating from the mother Tyrannosaurus was nearly suffocating. Had it not been for his presence among the crowd, he doubted his status as a millennium-old 9th-grade ginseng king would have garnered any attention. Otherwise, facing the recovering mother Tyrannosaurus, he likely would have met a dire fate. He resolved to remain within the confines of his leader's small world, minimizing his excursions to avoid unnecessary peril. Mo Tianxing had previously mentioned the existence of abyssal realms. His fragile form could scarcely endure such tribulations. Tianming, Mo Can, and Xiao Wu, you should stay in my small world for the time being, Mo Tianxing suggested. Both Tianming and Mo Can readily nodded in agreement, having learned their lesson. They had initially been reluctant to remain idle, believing that with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor present, their venture would pose little risk. Reality, however, had dealt them a harsh blow, revealing that terrifying entities existed in this world that even the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor could not contend with. Xiao Wu silently nodded, recognizing that her own strength was insufficient and that she needed to expedite her cultivation to enhance her abilities. Mo Tianxing observed that Xiao Wu appeared somewhat melancholic and gently ruffled her hair. Initially, he had contemplated leaving Xiao Wu in the Star Dou Forest for a while, intending to investigate the circumstances surrounding the abyssal plane, confident in the safety provided by the presence of Deming and Erming. However, the unexpected arrival of Gu Yuna and Di Tian compelled him to reconsider this decision. It was indeed wiser to keep Xiao Wu by his side, as long as she remained obediently within the confines of the small world. He realized he had been exceedingly careless. Previously, during his time in the Soul Beast realm, everything had proceeded smoothly, leading to a dangerous reduction of his vigilance. He had naively assumed that a mere few words would suffice to persuade the Silver Dragon King to join his ranks, completely overlooking the potent spiritual energy emanating from the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, which posed a significant temptation for the severely injured Gu Yuna, ultimately igniting conflict. The eruption of this incident was entirely due to his excessive complacency. He had subconsciously taken the cooperation of Soul Beasts for granted as an inevitability. If he continued to adhere to such fixed patterns of thought and judgment, he would be perilously close to genuine peril. One must never regard frequently occurring events as certainties. Just as when one eliminates all impossibilities, the remaining, however improbable, may indeed serve as a breakthrough. Nothing should be rigidly categorized. Each situation requires fresh evaluation and discernment. Mo Tianxing rubbed his temples, feeling a faint throbbing pain in his head. Experience is the best teacher, and he would treat this as a lesson learned. The affairs in the Star Dou Forest had reached a temporary conclusion. Yet he wondered about the progress of the investigation into the Evil Soul Master Organization by the Tiandou Empire and the Spirit Hall. Where was he Huanying now? And was she in any danger? When had she caught the attention of the Evil Soul Masters, managing to evade everyone's notice? Chapter 84. Investigation Results in the Tiandou Empire. Within the royal palace, Emperor Xue'er scrutinized the recent investigation reports with a furrowed brow. Numerous residents from remote villages had vanished mysteriously within a short span. Yet their homes remained untouched, the ground still unblemished by dust, and not a whisper of gossip had emerged. Upon deeper investigation, a multitude of corpses had been unearthed behind the desolate villages. The expressions of the slain were filled with terror, their life essence seemingly drained, as if they had endured immense suffering before death. The locations of the massacred villages were remote and scattered, but there was a discernible concentration in several areas. After dispatching a considerable force for covert inquiries, a group of mysterious individuals had been tentatively identified, likely the evil soul masters referred to by Yu Xian. Had it not been for Yu Xian's mention of the evil soul masters, the disappearance of villagers across disparate regions might not have captured the attention of the imperial authorities. Simultaneously, the Spirit Hall received similar investigation reports. Pope Bibi Dong examined a report that mirrored the findings of the Tiandou Empire. With Spirit Hall branches spread across the Douluo Continent, conducting investigations was indeed convenient, encompassing both the Tiandou and Xingluo empires. Bibi Dong understood all too well what the evil soul masters were. When a person's martial spirit underwent mutation, it could yield both advantages and disadvantages. Some spirits might become worthless, while others grew significantly stronger, and a rare few underwent uniquely malevolent transformations. In essence, such mutations often came at the cost of others' lives, blood, and bones, swiftly enhancing one's own power. However, this augmentation bore a sinister quality, intensifying as one's cultivation progressed. In terms of strength, these individuals generally surpassed ordinary soul masters, maintaining a significant gap in power. Tracing back to the ancient era when the goddess of light attained divinity, the Spirit Hall was originally known as the Hall of Light, tasked with eradicating evil and heretical forces, with the six-winged angel martial spirit being particularly lethal against evil soul masters. Given the extensive slaughter of villagers, the rapid identification of several groups of enigmatic figures in black robes provided some clarity regarding their current activities and potential gathering points. These evil soul masters displayed remarkable organization and were likely to have emerged from the city of slaughter. A glint of cold light flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. It seemed imperative to visit the city of slaughter for a serious discussion with the master of slaughter, should he wish to meddle in the affairs of the continent. She would not hesitate to make him aware of divine retribution. She immediately instructed her subordinates to relay the message to Qian Renxue, indicating that she would handle the matter entirely, implicitly advising her not to interfere. The primary concern was the unknown levels of the escaped evil soul masters. Should any titled Douluo-level masters appear, the situation would become exceedingly complex and require a specialized team. At that moment, Qian Renxue was also at the Spirit Hall. Upon receiving the news, she felt a surge of surprise, her thoughts racing. She would handle everything? She discerned the underlying message. Was it concern for her impulsiveness and safety? A faint smile graced Qian Renxue's lips. Outside the Douluo Hall, clad in a flowing white dress, she gazed over the entire spirit city. The gentle breeze tousled her golden hair, lending her an enchanting grace as she looked toward the direction of the sunset forest. She pondered about his current state. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she retrieved the rare and fragrant Tong Tian chrysanthemum from her rose gold ring, cradling it in her hands and inhaling its delicate aroma. In her mind's eye, a familiar silhouette appeared, smiling at her in return, and she smiled back. Was leading the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor towards the Soul Master City, while Xiao Wu, Tianming, and Emokin were sent to a small world for cultivation, under the guidance of Tianming and the Ice Silkworm. Their progress was remarkably swift. The rationale was straightforward. The Spirit Hall and Douluo Hall are the paramount sanctuaries of Douluo Continent, and with the presence of Qian Daoliu, a 99th level ultimate Douluo, it would be exceedingly difficult for the three of them to conceal their modest cultivation levels. As for the Ice Emperor, Mo Tianxing actually preferred her to remain in the small world. In terms of strength, he believed the Ice Emperor could contend evenly with an ultimate Douluo, perhaps even gaining the upper hand in physical prowess. However, when it came to concealing her aura, the terrifying perception of the six-winged angel spirit might very well reveal her true nature as a soul beast. Yet, when Mo Tianxing broached the subject, the Ice Emperor stubbornly refused to enter the small world, remarking, "Do you think you are amusing? To put it plainly, I simply do not wish to be bothered by Tianming and the Ice Silkworm. After finally finding some peace, do you expect me to just go in there?" The Snow Emperor interjected, "Ice, your ability to conceal your aura is commendable. Truth be told, any soul beast that could cultivate for 400,000 years was far from ordinary. The six-winged angel spirit ranks among the most elite divine spirits in humanity, and they, too, are emperors of a lineage with pure blood among soul beasts." With the Snow Emperor's endorsement, Mo Tianxing had little room to argue and thus acquiesced. In comparison to the severely wounded Silver Dragon King, a first-level deity, Qian Daoliu, a 99th level ultimate Douluo, appeared considerably less formidable. If their true identities were indeed uncovered, they could simply retaliate. The Snow Emperor possessed strength surpassing that of an ultimate Douluo, and the Ice Emperor's capabilities were also close to that level, ensuring a solid baseline of security. Ultimately, the Ice Emperor felt aggrieved from her time in the Star Dou Great Forest. If that so-called human ultimate Douluo dared to annoy her, she would not hesitate to let him experience what it meant to be trapped in 1,000 miles of ice and a myriad of snowflakes. After several days of arduous travel, Mo Tianxing and his companions finally arrived at the capital of the Spirit Hall. Mo Tianxing held the Black Bishop's decree given to him by Qian Renxue, displaying it to the Knights of the Spirit Hall and informing them of his intention to seek her out. The entire knightly order knelt in unison, proclaiming their reverence for the bishop. The Ice Emperor observed with some astonishment. A mere token could command such a display of submission from a multitude, bowing to someone of unknown origin. In her eyes, these insignias were nothing more than trivialities. Yet, if one were to flaunt the black scales of the emperor in their northern realm, even the soul beasts aware of their significance would likely prostrate themselves in awe. The knightly order promptly dispatched 2 knights, who unleashed their flying soul abilities and hastened to report to the Spirit Hall that someone bearing the bishop's decree sought the princess. Upon receiving this news, Qian Renxue was filled with delight, her 6 golden wings unfurling behind her as she soared towards Spirit City. The young man in the black robe holding the bishop's decree was accompanied by 2 extraordinarily beautiful young women, and it was evident that Tianxing had arrived. She could hardly contain her eagerness to see him, recalling their earlier promise and knowing he had come to the Spirit Hall to find her. Chapter 85, The Lord of Slaughter and Bibi Dong revised, in the City of Slaughter, within the resplendent hall. A stern man with white hair and crimson eyes sat upon a throne forged from blood and bone, clad in a robe as red as blood. He exuded an aura of intense bloodlust, resembling a living embodiment of the Shura. A crisp knock echoed from the door, and the silver-haired man suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, gazing towards the entrance. "Come in," he commanded. As his words fell, a young girl clad in a black maid's outfit entered, followed by a strikingly beautiful woman adorned in luxurious garments, crowned and wielding a crystal staff. The man on the blood-red throne propped his chin on his hand and lifted his gaze to the approaching noblewoman. "You have arrived. It seems you anticipated my visit." The woman, holding the crystal scepter, responded coldly. The blood-clad man gestured slightly, prompting the maid to discreetly withdraw, leaving only the 2 of them. "What brings the Pope herself to the City of Slaughter?" The Lord of Slaughter regarded the noblewoman with intrigue. This was none other than Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. He had sensed her presence as soon as she arrived in the City of Slaughter, for there existed a mutual awareness among those who wielded the domain of the God of Slaughter. Bibi Dong had earned the title of the God of Slaughter after emerging victorious from 100 battles over the past 2 decades, making her a distinguished guest in the City of Slaughter. Having successfully traversed the Hell Road and acquired the God of Slaughter domain, she could freely enter and exit the City of Slaughter. However, he found it peculiar. The City of Slaughter and the Spirit Hall had always maintained a non-interference policy. Now, with her fierce demeanor, was she seeking him out due to the demise of that young man from the Spirit Hall in her domain? Yet, this was his territory. Anyone daring to enter should be prepared for the consequences. Did the Pope truly believe she could play this game? "I trust you are aware of the reason for my visit," Bibi Dong stated icily. The Lord of Slaughter observed her fluctuating expression, growing weary of her accusatory tone. "Is it truly necessary?" he retorted. Her words pricked at him, and he could sense her growing ire as she tightened her grip on the crystal scepter, a glimmer of menace flashing in her eyes. The audacity of the Lord of Slaughter to extend his influence beyond his realm was intolerable. Did he regard the pact they had once forged as mere jest? Or did he deem the Spirit Hall beneath his notice? "Are you implying that you have permitted them to roam freely?" Bibi Dong's voice was laced with frost. The brazen act of unleashing bloodthirsty marauders from the City of Slaughter into the outside world to bolster their strength had crossed the line. The Lord of Slaughter furrowed his brow, sensing the strangeness of the situation, feeling that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he had indeed orchestrated the battles within the arena. As the master of the City of Slaughter, he sought to prevent the emergence of another God of Slaughter. Thus, he had arranged for stronger opponents to quell the contenders midway through the 100 battles. The young man from the Spirit Hall had been inadequate, ultimately perishing. If he were to be held accountable, it was indeed a calculated maneuver on his part. "It was my design. Are you challenging the authority of the City of Slaughter?" He replied coldly, fixing his blood-red gaze upon Bibi Dong as the aura of the God of Slaughter subtly enveloped the area, his presence escalating with intensity. This is the city of slaughter. An outsider has no place to dictate terms here. Do you truly believe the spirit hall is so easily intimidated? Bibi Dong's scepter struck the ground, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged forth. Her eyes darkened to a blood-red hue, radiating the same sanguine aura of the god of slaughter. Tensions escalated as both parties prepared for confrontation. The Pope of the Spirit Hall and the Lord of Slaughter bracing for imminent conflict. They both perceived the other's transgressions and showed no sign of retreat. If you refuse to recall them, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Any intruder shall be met with merciless retribution. Bibi Dong's voice was chilling, akin to a decree of judgment. The Lord of Slaughter grew increasingly perturbed. Are those who kill your people in the city of slaughter considered intruders? Recall? Recall what? Wait a moment. He furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying discrepancies in the discourse. Is there a misunderstanding here? Beyond the city of slaughter, where else could such organized and disciplined evil soul masters emerge? Only you possess the authority to unleash those marauders upon the world. Bibi Dong's icy gaze pierced through him. Evil soul masters? The Lord of Slaughter was perplexed, unable to comprehend her words. Do you still find it necessary to feign ignorance? Either you summon them back, or I will mobilize the titled Douluos from the Elder Hall to eliminate them all. Bibi Dong stated coldly. She had discerned the location of the evil soul master's stronghold, but refrained from acting hastily, recognizing the unique nature of evil soul masters. An 8-ring soul Douluo could contend with the title Douluo. If she could impose deterrence from the source, she could avoid chaotic battles that would jeopardize the Spirit Hall's strength. The title Douluos in the Elder Hall were core to the Spirit Hall's power, and she was reluctant to risk any mishaps. The Lord of Slaughter began to grasp the situation. You have come here because a group of evil soul masters has emerged in the outside world? Not due to that young man from the Spirit Hall? His surprise was evident as he sought confirmation. Bibi Dong, sensing the oddity, nodded slightly. You think those evil soul masters are unleashed by me? The Lord of Slaughter inquired once more. Bibi Dong acknowledged with a nod. Aside from the city of slaughter, I cannot fathom any other place with such capability. The Lord of Slaughter shrugged, reclining against his throne. According to the rules of the city of slaughter, only those who achieve 100 consecutive victories and successfully traverse the Hell Road may exit. Of course, I possess the authority to bypass the Hell Road. But only those who have earned the title of God of Slaughter through such victories can do so. After all, the city of slaughter is also a sacred site of divine inheritance, and I dare not transgress the established rules under the watchful gaze of the deities. The Lord of Slaughter remarked with a hint of disdain. Bibi Dong too emerged from the city of slaughter, and it is improbable that she remains oblivious to the regulations. Perhaps her misconception stems from his earlier words, suggesting that she could depart without traversing the path of hell, leading her to believe that the Lord of Slaughter possessed such authority. Were it not for the inherent restrictions of the city of slaughter, which only allow entry but not exit, how could the Spirit Hall tolerate the existence of such a place? Of course, another significant reason lies in the fact that this is a site of inheritance left by a powerful deity, and the Spirit Hall does not dare to act excessively. Chapter 86. Limit Douluo, Qian Daoliu, Revised, Spirit City. As Mo Tianxing and Qian Renxue meet once again, Qian Renxue joyfully leaps into his embrace, leaving the members of the Spirit Hall in a state of astonishment. The regal princess, whom they regarded as unattainable, has now taken the initiative to throw herself into the arms of a mysterious man. Moreover, this man is accompanied by 2 stunningly beautiful women, their faces obscured by veils. It seems that he enjoys the fortune of having such splendid company. How can it be that all the wonders of the world are monopolized by this young man? The members of the knightly order are consumed with envy, jealousy, and resentment, wishing they could bind Mo Tianxing and see him meet a fiery end. Mo Tianxing disregarded the envious and resentful gazes, taking Qian Renxue's hand as they walked cheerfully towards the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall's main building sprawled across an expansive area, exuding lavishness in every detail. Within its confines resided numerous high-ranking spirit masters, divided into several zones, some dedicated to the study of spirit theories, others to combat techniques, and yet others to the research of soul bones and soul beasts. At the heart of it all lay the 3 main halls: the Hall of the Pope, the Hall of Elders, and the Superior Douluo Hall. The existence of the Douluo Hall established the Spirit Hall's enduring foundation on the Douluo Continent. The previous Spirit City was as prosperous as the imperial capital of the Tiandou Empire. It is no wonder that Bibi Dong contemplated establishing a nation. She possessed both power and prestige, yet lacked an ambitious and iron-fisted ruler. Bibi Dong of today perfectly fit this description. Qian Renxue informed him that the headquarters of the evil soul masters had been thoroughly investigated, located at Chilling in the Star Luo Empire. From the observed defensive forces, it was noted that more than 3 8-ringed soul Douluo had been detected. According to the calculations of the evil soul masters, they likely possessed the terrifying strength to contend with Tiandou Douluo. The simultaneous defense by 3 evil soul masters of comparable might to Tiandou Douluo was a force that even the previously renowned Holiness sect would hesitate to confront directly. In a short span, a terrifying organization had emerged, surpassing the so-called #1 sect in the world. It remained uncertain whether any among them had attained Tiandou Douluo status. If so, their overall strength would exponentially increase. The sects of the world seemed incapable of eradicating them, and even the high-ranking spirit masters of the 2 empires would struggle against them. The only entity on the Douluo Continent with the capability to eliminate them was likely the Spirit Hall itself. Mo Tianxing found it curious that the Pope was absent, not expecting to encounter Bibi Dong's absence during his visit. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, leading the way ahead of him. She mentioned that she would take full responsibility for dealing with the evil soul masters, likely having ventured out for this purpose. After all, if the Spirit Hall acted unilaterally without any reinforcements, even if they ultimately eradicated the strongholds of the evil soul masters, the Spirit Hall would likely suffer significant losses. She guided Mo Tianxing directly to the Douluo Hall, with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor trailing behind him. Along the way, they encountered Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, who regarded Mo Tianxing with curiosity, their gazes drawn to the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor behind him with a hint of trepidation. This was not due to their ability to see through their true nature, but rather because earlier reports from the Tiandou imperial capital had mentioned the mysterious woman in green who had effortlessly repelled the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's master, Yu Yuanjin. It was noteworthy that Yu Yuanjin was a level 96 assault-type Tiandou Douluo. To be easily sent flying by her indicated that her soul power likely reached levels 97 or even 98. From the intelligence gathered, it was apparent that she possessed the terrifying prowess of an ultimate ice-type spirit. As for the woman in white, her strength was at least comparable, if not superior. The Spirit Hall had long conducted investigations into their identities, only to find a blank slate. They appeared as if descended from the heavens, materializing without leaving a trace. Now, as these 2 enigmatic women accompanied Mo Tianxing to the Spirit Hall, it was no surprise that others regarded them with caution. Upon learning that they were to visit the Douluo Hall to seek the grand offering, Qian Daoliu, they exchanged glances, both expressing surprise as they silently acknowledged each other's thoughts, choosing not to pry further. Although they preferred to avoid interactions with the grand offering, they held unwavering confidence in his absolute strength, which rendered him nearly invincible in this world. Qian Renxue led Mo Tianxing around the Hall of the Pope, taking the side path that ascended towards the Douluo Hall atop the mountain. Mo Tianxing gazed in awe at the Douluo Palace carved from the mountainside. Upon stepping into the palace, he was immediately enveloped by a formidable spiritual force. Simultaneously, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress sensed the overwhelming aura within the Grand Hall, particularly from the towering statue of the 6-winged angel that stood majestically at its center, exuding a hint of ancient divine presence. "Grandfather, I have brought Tianxing with me," Qian Renxue exclaimed excitedly as she entered the Douluo Palace, leading Mo Tianxing deeper into the hall. At the far end of the palace, beneath the statue of the 6-winged angel, stood an elderly man clad in a white robe adorned with golden embroidery, with long white hair and a kind visage. He radiated vitality and wore a benevolent smile. He was none other than Qian Daoliu, the high priest of the Douluo Palace, a pinnacle of human combat prowess. Having achieved the ultimate level of 99 in soul power, Xue'er has arrived, Qian Daoliu greeted with a serene smile as he spotted Qian Renxue and her companions. His gaze then fell upon the 3 outsiders. The young man in the black robe, clearly Mo Tianxing, was the one his granddaughter often spoke of. The 2 mysterious women accompanying him, judging by their aura, were clearly formidable, each possessing at least the level of 98, if not the same ultimate level of 99 as he did. Furthermore, both had chosen the path of extreme ice. In this world, any human who reached such heights must have dedicated countless hours to arduous training to attain their current status. Not only had these 2 women achieved such mastery, but they also retained a youthful appearance, reminiscent of the High Priestess of Sea God Island, who seemed eternally youthful. It suggested that these women were likely divine envoys, perhaps the inheritors of a frost deity previously unseen. Quite intriguing, Qian Daoliu mused as he regarded the 2 women, offering a slight smile without a hint of hostility. Although they outnumbered him, this was not merely the Douluo Palace. It was also a sacred ground of angelic inheritance. Within the confines of the palace, he held absolute authority and felt no fear of outsiders. Tianxing, this is my grandfather, Qian Renxue said, leading Mo Tianxing to stand before Qian Daoliu. Her face adorned with a tranquil smile. Greetings, esteemed elder, Mo Tianxing said respectfully, bowing slightly upon meeting Qian Daoliu. The elder looked at him with evident satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Young as you are, to have achieved such remarkable feats, truly, talent emerges in every generation, each excelling in their own right. The future belongs to you young ones, he remarked. As Qian Daoliu praised Mo Tianxing, he gently patted his shoulder, releasing a ripple of soul power that flowed over him. Mo Tianxing suddenly felt a wave of pressure descend upon him. Did these old men all enjoy playing such games? He found himself somewhat speechless, pondering why the older generation so often resorted to such probing methods. The pressure exerted by Qian Daoliu was not overwhelming. Roughly within the tolerance range of a sixth-ring soul emperor, the force was quite gentle, serving more as a test to gauge the limits of his endurance. Appeared to turn a blind eye to the situation. Could easily discern that her grandfather was testing. She had initially exaggerated his abilities, sparking her grandfather's curiosity about his potential. And now their meeting inevitably prompted a desire for exploration. However, she trusted her grandfather to exercise discretion and not impose undue hardship on him. Discovered that the soul pressure he had exerted had no effect on whatsoever. Notably, the force he had just released was substantial enough to challenge even a six-ring soul emperor. He recalled that mentioned this boy was merely a five-ring soul king, and such resilience indicated he had underestimated the lad. Intrigued, he swiftly escalated his power to the threshold a soul emperor could withstand, yet remained unfazed. There were no signs of soul rings or martial souls. Even the fluctuations of soul power were imperceptible. Impressive, indeed. Intensified the pressure to the level of a seven-ring soul sage. Under such oppressive force, even a soul sage would struggle to maintain composure, their bodies compelled to reveal their martial souls and soul rings. Yet, once again, remained composed, as serene as a cloud. Was astonished. What was this boy's origin? How could a five-ring soul king endure the pressure of a seven-ring soul sage? This was unexpected. He became increasingly curious about the boy's limits and wondered just how formidable the golden-eyed black dragon martial soul, which even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex feared, truly was. Had it truly reached the divine level? If only knew that actual cultivation had already ascended to the level of an eight-ring soul Douluo, he would realize that the pressure he exerted was akin to child's play. Skeptical, raised the pressure to the level of an eight-ring soul Douluo. 4. This intensity felt like a mere tickle, devoid of any sensation of oppression. However, he sensed that the effect was nearing its peak. Furrowing his brow, he began to feel the pressure becoming difficult to withstand. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even he, the primary tester, found it absurd that only at the level of an eight-ring soul Douluo did fatigue begin to manifest. This boy's physique was remarkably well trained, which explained his ability to surpass limits unattainable by most, allowing him to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the fourth ring. Moreover, it was likely that he possessed more than one soul bone. Securing soul bones indicated that his mysterious master was certainly not an ordinary figure. He increased the pressure further, albeit with a gentler approach than before. He believed that by diminishing the intensity to the threshold of a soul Douluo, he would be able to unearth the boy's secrets. Yet, even when he reached this limit, his complexion paled slightly, dark soul power swirling around him, his hair and garments fluttering, brow furrowed in concentration. It seemed he had reached the edge of his endurance, yet his martial soul and soul rings remained elusive. Was it true that only under the duress of a tidal Douluo could his martial soul be compelled to surface? With caution, adjusted the soul power pressure to the level of a nine-ring tidal Douluo. Mo Tianxing also felt that it was about time, so he feigned exhaustion, as a dense wave of dark energy surged forth from his being, rapidly coalescing behind him. Beneath the feet of Mo Tianxing, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 3 black soul rings gradually materialized, his eyes shimmering with divine brilliance. A 6-ring soul emperor. Qian Daoliu suddenly comprehended. No wonder. It was clear that this young man had ascended from a 5-ring soul king to a 6-ring soul emperor, which rendered the situation somewhat reasonable. His gaze fixated upon the dense dark energy surging behind Mo Tianxing. From within the dark energy emerged glistening black dragon scales and a lithe dragon form, which suddenly opened a pair of resplendent golden dragon eyes amidst the black mist, radiating a dazzling golden light. The golden-eyed black dragon king. As the martial soul of Mo Tianxing emerged, An overwhelming aura of dragon might spread forth, countering the formidable soul power pressure equivalent to that of a title Douluo. Which family's young scion has advanced to the rank of title Douluo? Came the astonished voice of an elder from the depths of the grand hall. Two elderly gentlemen, clad in resplendent white robes adorned with golden embroidery, approached with measured steps. Mo Tianxing's gaze settled upon the two elderly figures. The resemblance between them was striking, as if they were twins. Dressed in white robes adorned with golden threads, their garments were intricately embroidered with the image of a spiraling dragon. The dragon staff. The golden embroidery on their ceremonial robes represented their respective martial spirits, both of which were the dragon staff. They were the demon suppression Douluo and the Thousand June Douluo, both esteemed title Douluos of the 96th rank. Instantly recognized the identities of the two worshippers. In the Douluo Palace, the distinct characteristics of blood brothers and the Panlong staff made it effortless to ascertain who they were. He recalled that the original text described the Panlong staff as being imbued with the evil-subduing dragon, a particularly rare dragon species that even eludes the control of the dragon god, marking it as an anomaly among dragons. The evil-subduing dragon is born of the essence of heaven and earth, a unique entity within the dragon lineage, possessing the extraordinary ability to dispel malevolence, thereby enabling the wielder of the Panlong staff to unleash powers beyond their own capabilities. These two worshippers must have sensed the formidable dragon might emanating from the golden-eyed black dragon king behind him, prompting their appearance. Grandpa Qian Gu. Qian Renxue greeted the two worshippers with a warm smile, having grown up within the Douluo Palace and being well acquainted with its venerable guardians. Little Snow has arrived. The evil-subduing Douluo said with a grin directed at Qian Renxue. The gaze of the Thousand Jin Douluo fell upon the golden-eyed black dragon king's martial soul behind Mo Tianxing, and he noted the palpable apprehension displayed by the evil-subduing dragon towards it. The evil-subduing Douluo, sensing the same, turned his attention to Mo Tianxing, a six-ring soul emperor. This revelation surprised him. He had initially suspected it was some dragon martial soul that had broken through to the title Douluo rank. To his astonishment, it was this young man whose presence stirred the evil-subduing dragon. That black dragon martial soul harbored secrets. Is he the one that Little Snow has been mentioning? The evil-subduing Douluo and the Thousand Jin Douluo approached Mo Tianxing, their expressions tinged with curiosity. At the same time, the two worshippers took note of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor beside Mo Tianxing, somewhat taken aback by their unparalleled beauty. However, being seasoned individuals, they subtly sensed the threat emanating from the two women, clearly recognizing that they were not ordinary beings, likely formidable forces whose cultivation surpassed their own. Young man, have you taken a master? Would you be interested in apprenticing under us? The evil-subduing Douluo inquired with a benevolent smile. Recognizing Mo Tianxing's youth and potential as a six-ring soul emperor with a unique black dragon martial soul, eager to take him under their wing, their martial souls, intertwined with the dragon lineage, could provide him with valuable guidance in his cultivation. I already have a teacher, Mo Tianxing replied coolly. Qian Daoliu, smiling, stroked his beard as he observed the two brothers, gradually easing the pressure surrounding Mo Tianxing, and gently patted his shoulder. Truly impressive for one so young to reach such heights. His future achievements may well surpass even mine. The evil-subduing Douluo and Thousand Jin Douluo were taken aback by this statement. To receive such high praise from the Grand Worshipper, suggesting that he could potentially surpass one of the pinnacle figures, was indeed remarkable. The Grand Worshipper was a level 99 limit Douluo, surpassing that would mean attaining godhood. Does this young man possess the potential for divinity? Your flattery is unwarranted, Mo Tianxing replied. Hearing her grandfather praise Mo Tianxing so highly filled Qian Renxue with joy. Have you received the inheritance of the gods? Qian Daoliu asked. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor's eyes brightened slightly. The inheritance of the gods. It seemed this human was well-versed in significant matters. The expressions of the evil-subduing Douluo and Thousand Jin Douluo turned grave, for matters concerning the gods were undeniably serious. The Douluo Palace was indeed one of the realms where divine inheritances could be found, and it held a first-tier divine legacy. Mo Tianxing had not anticipated that Qian Daoliu would pose such a question right from the outset. Was this topic not a tad too abrupt? Although he currently lacked a definitive divine inheritance, he possessed the heart of the sea god, which represented the legacy of the sea god. Additionally, he held dominion over the god of slaughter's domain within the city of slaughter, serving as the key to the Azura god's inheritance. However, such information was undoubtedly not something he could readily disclose. Mo Tianxing gently shook his head. I am aware of a certain place, the land of divine inheritance. You might consider venturing there, Qian Daoliu remarked. Grandpa Qian Renxue furrowed his brow, filled with concern. The allure of the divine inheritance is so profound that even a titled Douluo would find it hard to resist, and the perils are self-evident. 9 out of 10 who embark on such a journey meet their demise along the way. Naturally, she did not wish for Mo Tianxing to take such a risk, believing it unwise for him to know of it, at least for the time being. Mo Tianxing was somewhat astonished, not expecting that Qian Daoliu would show such kindness and offer him guidance. It is well known that for the titled Douluo of the outside world, clues to the location of the divine inheritance are exceedingly precious, representing a glimmer of opportunity, a hope for ascension to godhood. Some titled Douluo have spent their entire lives searching for the divine inheritance, yet found not a single lead. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder, Mo Tianxing said respectfully. In my youth, I once teamed up with companions to traverse the seas, arriving at an island known as Sea God Island, which harbors the sea god's legacy. Qian Daoliu reminisced about the glorious days of yore, the scenes of Sea God Island vividly etched in his memory, now transformed beyond recognition. He pondered, wondering how she was faring. The sea god's legacy, Sea God Island? The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise and suspicion crossing their eyes. They recalled that 30,000 years ago, the deity who quelled the chaos of the Abyss realm was none other than the sea god, his divine inheritance. Spanning across the ocean? Hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a twinge of unease. The ocean was undoubtedly perilous. As a land-based soul master, Mo Tianxing would be akin to a rootless reed on the ocean, with fate uncertain and life hanging in the balance. She cast a worried glance at him, reluctant for him to take such a risk. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to the elder for the guidance. Should you find yourself visiting the Sea God Island in the future, please convey my regards to the high priest. Qian Daoliu let out a long sigh, wondering how she is faring at this moment. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing's mind was instantly flooded with memories of Qian Daoliu's past. It seems that in the original narrative, Qian Daoliu, Tangshan, and Poseidon were acquainted in their youth. Both Qian Daoliu and Tangshan had once pursued Poseidon, who promised to marry the one who ascended to godhood first. At that time, Qian Daoliu was already the spokesperson for the god of light. Although he was bestowed with divine power by the god of light, he was fated never to achieve divinity himself. Tangshan, in the prime of his youth and unencumbered by such shackles, was evidently the choice of Poseidon. He discerned the underlying meaning in Poseidon's words and quietly withdrew, never again setting foot on Sea God Island. Moreover, Mo Tianxing recalled that Qian Daoliu had made a vow with Tangshan not to invade the gates of the Haotian sect. This was also one of the reasons why, after the tragic demise of his only son, Qian Xuanji, at the hands of Tang Hao, and the Haotian sect's retreat from the world, Qian Daoliu refrained from personally annihilating the Haotian sect. Should I one day reach Sea God Island, I shall certainly convey a message to my esteemed predecessor. Mo Tianxing affirmed with a nod. Qian Daoliu slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement. I am already aware of the matters concerning the evil soul master. You must refrain from acting recklessly for the time being. These 2 offerings will assist us in unison. The demon hunter Douluo and the 1,000 Jun Douluo? Mo Tianxing gazed at Qian Daoliu, astonished that he had dispatched 2 elders, clearly indicating the significance of the matter. It seems I must trouble you, esteemed elder, to make the necessary arrangements. As they exited the Douluo palace, Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, concerned that Mo Tianxing might venture across the vast ocean in search of Sea God Island. Mo Tianxing could naturally perceive her concerns, but he merely reached out to gently pat the top of her head. Rest assured, I shall not embark on any endeavor without certainty, nor will I depart without notice. Qian Renxue nodded somewhat reluctantly and added, if you truly intend to go, you must take me with you. Mo Tianxing was slightly taken aback. She should have already received the acknowledgement of the 6-winged angel goddess inheritance. Would she be able to undertake the sea goddess test? However, he recalled that Tang San had similarly been recognized by the Xue'er god before embarking on the sea goddess trial. Note, those who possess the domain of the god of death are all eligible to receive the Xue'er goddess inheritance. Very well. If we are to journey to Sea God Island in the future, I shall take you along, Mo Tianxing responded. Qian Renxue then breathed a sigh of relief. This was more like it. Her mood improved considerably. Just then, a knight approached to report that the Pope had returned. A smile instantly graced Qian Renxue's face as she took Mo Tianxing's hand and headed toward the Pope's palace. Having spent these days in the Spirit Hall, the relationship between mother and daughter had softened somewhat. Although it was not overly apparent, She could sense it faintly. Now that Mo Tianxing happened to be at the Spirit Hall, she naturally wished to introduce him to her biological mother. When Mo Tianxing received the news, he was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated that upon his visit to the Douluo Palace, the Pope would have already returned. Remarkably, he had yet to meet the Pope in person. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor had accompanied him throughout the journey. Yet they were indifferent to the identity and role of the Pope. In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong reclined gracefully in the papal throne. Her elegant legs crossed as she pondered the matters concerning the evil soul masters. They were not from the city of slaughter, thus, from whence had they emerged? At that moment, a report was delivered, announcing that the princess had arrived with Mo Tianxing and his companions for a visit. Interesting, Bibi Dong mused, giving a slight nod. Soon after, the heavy doors of the Pope's chamber creaked open, allowing 4 figures to step into the light. Bibi Dong raised her gaze to meet them. Chapter 89. A Secret Letter from the Spirit Hall. Mo Tianxing gazed at Bibi Dong, who sat on the papal throne with an air of nonchalance. Her leg elegantly crossed over the other. A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Indeed, Bibi Dong possessed unparalleled beauty as the Pope. She exuded an imposing authority befitting her high status, gracefully embodying both nobility and the alluring charm of femininity. Her skin was fair and taut, giving her the appearance of a woman in her late 20s. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze to Mo Tianxing, recognizing him as the youth who once auctioned a soul-guiding device. Strangely, his aura concealed the specifics of his cultivation level. It seemed he bore some unique item that masked his soul power. Her attention then shifted to the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, from whom she could faintly sense an intense chill. Bibi Dong held some knowledge of the Ice Emperor, clad in a green dress with twin ponytails. It was during her intervention against Yu Yuanjin in the imperial capital of the Tiandou Empire that she had drawn the attention of various major factions. They speculated that she possessed soul power exceeding level 97, marking her as a super Douluo of the utmost ice. Even within the Spirit Hall, she would be regarded as an extraordinary figure of reverence. The white-clad woman beside her likely held a comparable level of power. Thus, it became evident that Mo Tianxing was accompanied by 2 formidable beings, each exceeding level 97. This revelation hinted at a background for Mo Tianxing that was indeed worthy of contemplation. She had previously investigated Mo Tianxing's identity. But aside from knowing that he possessed a unique black dragon martial spirit with dark attributes, she was entirely unaware of anything else. Could he be from a reclusive family? Having met His Holiness the Pope, Mo Tianxing spoke, while the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor behind him remained silent. Mo Tianxing engaged in negotiations with Bibi Dong regarding the handling of the headquarters of the Evil Soul Masters in the Star Dou Empire, as well as several other strongholds. The Evil Soul Masters do not merely occupy one location. Within the borders of the Heaven Dou Empire alone, there are 4 strongholds. While the Star Dou Empire is home to 3 significant outposts. Among these, to the north of the Star Dou Empire lies a mountain range known as Qian, which gathers a considerable number of elite Evil Soul Masters. The strength of their formidable members is several times greater than that of the other strongholds. And the mountains are heavily guarded by powerful Evil Soul Masters, suggesting it may serve as their headquarters. Currently, it has come to light that there are 3 individuals possessing the rank of 8-ring Soul Douluo. The 8-ring Soul Douluo among the Evil Soul Masters are formidable enough to contend with the 9-ring title Douluo. Based on the known strength from preliminary investigations, it has already reached the level of the top 3 sections. It remains uncertain whether any of them have achieved the rank of title Douluo among the Evil Soul Masters. If they are afforded some time to develop, even the Spirit Hall may find it challenging to suppress them. And Bibi Dong share a common vision, disseminating information to the influential factions within the 2 empires, intending to unite these forces for a simultaneous strike against the 7 strongholds of evil spirit masters on the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall swiftly relayed this intelligence to both empires and the 3 upper sects. The Emperor of the Snowy Night received a confidential letter from the Spirit Hall, detailing the 4 major strongholds of evil spirit masters within the Heaven Dou Empire and proposing a solution. The letter suggested a coordinated assault involving the royal family of the Heaven Dou Empire, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the Spirit Hall sub-branch, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to the evil spirit master strongholds, ideally eradicating them once and for all. At the conclusion of the letter, the Emperor extended his regards to Xue'er, stressing that she should not partake in this operation, entrusting the matter concerning Yi Huangying to himself. After perusing the letter, the Emperor could not help but reflect on the Spirit Hall's dominance over the continent. Their infiltration into the two empires was indeed formidable, as they managed to ascertain the locations of the evil spirit master strongholds within the Heaven Dou Empire with alarming precision, akin to their own research. The existence of these evil spirit masters was now a foregone conclusion, despite their apprehension regarding the spirit hall's presence. The emergence of 4 strongholds within the Heaven Dou Empire posed a significant threat, necessitating a well-structured plan before taking action. Relying solely on the royal family's capabilities to simultaneously eliminate the evil spirit master strongholds seemed a daunting task fraught with potential pitfalls. The emperor had previously heard of the crown prince's severe illness, making it inadvisable for him to visit. Thus, he summoned Shui Yuxuan to deliberate on the matter. Shui Yuxuan, trusting in Mo Tianxing, advised her father to heed the suggestion, as there were no alternatives. She was also aware that the evil spirit masters were merely a precursor to the true calamity stemming from the abyssal forces behind them. Once the existence of the abyssal realm was confirmed, internal conflicts within the Douluo Continent would likely diminish, uniting against a common external foe. This would undoubtedly benefit the Heaven Dou Empire, as the Spirit Hall would be less inclined to engage in overtly aggressive actions against the two empires under such circumstances. With a slight sigh, the emperor lamented not the collaboration with the Spirit Hall, but rather the dwindling strength of the royal family. The revelation of the evil spirit masters starkly highlighted the disparity between the empire and the Spirit Hall, a disheartening realization for him. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji also received a confidential letter from the Spirit Hall, catching the attention of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who were equally astonished. The Spirit Hall's correspondence to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School raised suspicions, as it seemed too convenient, leading Ning Fengji to wonder what ulterior motives lay hidden within. Upon opening the letter, he discovered it was penned by Mo Tianxing. Though surprised, he knew of Mo Tianxing's amicable relationship with the Spirit Hall and their princess, making such communication plausible. He was, however, curious about the significance of this letter. With a composed demeanor, he read the contents, which detailed the existence of evil spirit masters and the 4 strongholds within the Heaven Dou Empire. The more he read, the more furrowed his brow became. While he had heard of evil spirit masters, whose rare emergence was attributed to the peculiarities of their martial souls, the rapid assembly of such numerous strongholds raised suspicions of deeper machinations at play. Master, how credible is this letter from him? Could it be a scheme to ensnare the 3 upper sects? Bone Douluo inquired, clearly apprehensive. The unpredictability of human nature left them all wary. Sword Douluo echoed his concerns, as the implications of an 8-ringed soul Douluo rivaling a 9-ringed title Douluo were profoundly unsettling. There were fewer than 20 titled Douluos openly acknowledged on the Douluo Continent, each a formidable force at the pinnacle of the soul master hierarchy. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's reputation as one of the continent's foremost powers stemmed from having 2 titled Douluos among their ranks, underscoring the immense influence of such figures. The notion that an 8-ringed soul Douluo could contend with a 9-ringed title Douluo seemed preposterous. Ning Fengji set the letter aside, plunging into contemplation. He was not easily swayed by Mo Tianxing's words, regardless of the latter's past favors to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The letter provided specific locations, warranting an investigation before hasty decisions were made. We shall dispatch individuals to verify the claims without rushing to conclusions, Ning Fengji declared. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo nodded in agreement. This approach was indeed prudent, regardless of the truth or whether it was a ruse by the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School found themselves entangled in a complex situation. At the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, when Yu Engine received a letter from the Spirit Hall, he too felt perplexed, questioning what schemes the Spirit Hall might be plotting. Upon opening the letter and recognizing the signature of Mo Tianxing, he wondered what the young man could possibly want. As he read further, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Evil spirit masters? For strongholds? A united offensive? He promptly convened a council of elders, who erupted into a barrage of skepticism, their core sentiment being one of distrust towards the Spirit Hall. The example of Haotian sect served as a cautionary tale, reinforcing their belief that this was a trap, and Mo Tianxing's alliance with the Spirit Hall only deepened their mistrust. While they possessed some knowledge of the evil spirit masters from ancient texts, they were confident that if these masters were as formidable as suggested, the 3 upper sects would have long since been replaced. The absurdity of the Spirit Hall leveraging such a far-fetched excuse left Yu Engine with a headache. The truth will reveal itself through investigation, particularly regarding the royal family's response within the Heaven Dou Empire, he mused. Yu Engine rubbed his temples and commanded, "What is the meaning of this? a plethora of nonsensical matters. The emperor of the Xinglua Empire also received a confidential missive from the Spirit Hall, bearing the seal of the Pope. However, upon reading it, he too found it absurd. The Xinglua Empire is a bastion of unparalleled strength. Unlike the Navii royals of the Tiandou Empire, whose authority relies heavily on the support of the 7 major sections, the royal family of Xinglua is akin to a formidable tiger in its mountain lair, firmly grasping real power in their hands. You, Spirit Hall, dare to claim that a burgeoning stronghold of malevolent spirit masters has emerged right under my nose, and there are 3 of them? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. What kind of jest is this? Investigate at once. The Emperor of Xinglua dispatched inquiries to the locations indicated by the Spirit Hall regarding the presence of these malevolent spirit masters. Soon, the news returned confirming the unsettling truth. Notably, the Qiwu Ridge to the north of the empire had been overtaken by a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes, rendering further exploration perilous. This revelation left the emperor in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that the Spirit Hall was orchestrating this charade? Such a possibility could not be dismissed. Yet, he hesitated to probe too deeply. Should it prove to be true, even if the likelihood was minimal, he risked alarming the serpent and disrupting his plans. Word had it that the Spirit Hall had also conveyed this intelligence to the Tiandou Empire, whose strength was equally formidable. Were this indeed a conspiracy by the Spirit Hall? It was unlikely they would dare to strike against all first-rate powers across the continent simultaneously, unless they possessed the means to systematically eliminate their strongest adversaries. If they truly wielded such capability, they would have long since swept both empires aside. The Emperor of Xinglua fell into deep contemplation, although he maintained a skeptical stance. He nevertheless sent envoys to the Spirit City to partake in the forthcoming operation, eager to ascertain the precise circumstances. Mo Tianxing remained within the Spirit Hall, primarily to harmonize the forces of the 2 great empires, since he could leverage the energies of various top-tier factions. There was no need for him to intervene personally in every matter. The strongholds of the evil soul masters numbered as many as 7, with the strength at his disposal. He could only execute a concentrated strike on one location, leaving the others unattended. Any premature action would merely alert the evil soul masters, causing them to scatter and hide among the common folk, posing an even greater threat. Furthermore, the existence from the abyssal plane would not be believed, no matter how eloquently he spoke. It was far more effective to allow them to investigate themselves, witnessing the truth firsthand, which would lend greater credence to their claims. In the future, when facing the invasion from the abyssal plane, the support of these formidable factions would be indispensable, and Mo Tianxing was merely taking prudent measures in anticipation of what was to come. Simultaneously, he procured some special metal materials from Qian Renxue within the Spirit Hall, requesting her assistance in locating a secret chamber. Qian Renxue, having a rough understanding of his intentions, complied without hesitation. In the confines of a secret chamber, Mo Tianxing commenced the utilization of a miniature version of the Sword of Living Beings, inscribing the core array of the Soul Guidance Cannon upon the metallic materials before him. This time, he was not merely crafting a 5th-level Soul Guidance Cannon. He believed that in confronting the stronghold of the evil Soul Masters, it was time to let the technologies from a millennium hence shine forth. If implemented effectively, this innovation could yield exceptional results in future confrontations against the abyssal realms. His current strength and influence were sufficient to ensure his own safety, free from the constraints of the Spirit Hall. In the Star Dou Empire, at Enrolling, 3 enigmatic figures cloaked in black patrolled the mountainous terrain. Whispers suggested that the group venturing out had successfully created a blood soul pearl, granting them the power bestowed by their master, possibly enabling them to ascend directly to the rank of Soul Emperor. Alas, they lamented their inability to reveal themselves. Any action taken must be executed with utmost caution. If mass slaughter were feasible, the process of refining the blood soul pearls would undoubtedly accelerate, allowing them to present their offerings to their master and swiftly enhance their own cultivation through the bestowed power. The yearning to rapidly ascend to the status of Soul Emperor was palpable. At that point, they would possess the strength to contend even with Soul Saints. Regrettably, their capacity to harness the master's power was too feeble, unlike the Holy Maiden brought back by the elders from the Tiandou Empire, whose rate of cultivation improvement was indeed terrifying. Within less than half a month, she had transitioned from a 4-ringed Soul Master to a 6-ringed Soul Emperor. The black-cloaked figures engaged in fervent discussion, unaware that not far away, a pitch-black crow perched upon a branch, listening intently, its eyes gleaming with an unusual brilliance before it took flight. Chapter 91. The battle plan within the Grand Assembly Hall of the Spirit Hall. The titans who wielded dominion over the continent converged. Ning Fingji, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, stood resolute, accompanied by his sword Douluo protector. Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, was present, along with the red-clad archbishop of the Spirit Hall from the Heavendou Empire. And the representatives of the royal families, Prince Shui and Duke White Tiger from the Star Dou Empire. These formidable figures, whose mere presence could shake the very foundations of the Soul Master realm, had gathered together due to a confidential missive. Their expressions were etched with gravity. In times past, such a gathering was often convened to discuss the crafting of world rules. Today, however, it was precipitated by a cadre of mysterious black-robed individuals establishing a stronghold on Douluo Continent. Upon receiving the secret communication from the Spirit Hall, disbelief initially clouded their thoughts. Yet their investigative efforts yielded astonishing revelations. The claims made by the Spirit Hall were indeed valid. As they awaited further developments, the grand doors of the Assembly Hall were thrust open by heavily armored knights, revealing 7 figures that commanded the attention of all present. Bibi Dong, resplendent and dignified, grasped a crystal scepter, flanked on her left by Qian Renxue and on her right by the Snow Emperor, with the Ice Emperor in close proximity. Additionally, 2 venerable elders adorned in embroidered golden and white robes accompanied them. These were the demon-subduing Douluo and the Thousand June Douluo, both esteemed members of the Douluo Hall. Appointed by the Grand Offering, Qian Daoliu, to assist the Pope in eradicating the evil soul masters. Their martial spirits, the dragon-subduing staff, possessed innate properties to counteract malevolence, ensuring a high probability of success against the evil soul masters. The entrance of these 7 figures instantly captivated the attention of all in attendance. I pay my respects to your Holiness the Pope, and to the 2 esteemed offerings. The Archbishop rose to greet Bibi Dong with a deep bow. Those present, each of significant standing, representing either sects or empires, were not obliged to pay special homage even in the presence of the Pope and her offerings. Their gazes lingered upon the demon-subduing Douluo and the Thousand June Douluo, their hearts stirred by a sense of awe. Both renowned for their prowess. Each a titled Douluo of the 96th rank, they occupied esteemed positions among the offerings. The support from the Douluo Hall for the Spirit Hall's current endeavor was unexpected and remarkable, with 2 offerings dispatched to lend their aid. Mo Tianxing acknowledged the esteemed figures present. Ning Fingji, regarding Mo Tianxing with a warm smile, expressed his fondness for the young man. The Archbishop of the Spirit Hall from the Heavendou Empire offered Mo Tianxing a friendly smile. Well aware of his recent induction into the Spirit Hall and the exceptional Black Bishop's decree awarded to him, placing him on equal footing with the others present. This young man, having achieved such feats at a tender age and maintaining a close association with the royal princess, was poised for greatness. It was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Having lived many years, his discerning eye recognized that those who ascended to the position of Archbishop were far from ordinary. Yu Yuanjin's demeanor shifted upon seeing Mo Tianxing, his expression revealing a hint of peculiarity, especially upon noticing the Ice Emperor by his side, which rendered his countenance somewhat rigid. Prince Shui cast a cold glance at Mo Tianxing but chose to remain silent. His negative impression of this individual, who had bullied his grandson, was firmly entrenched. It was perplexing to him how the young man had managed to charm both Yu Xian and his elder brother to his side. Duke White Tiger, a strikingly handsome man clad in white fur, with flowing golden locks cascading behind him, regarded Mo Tianxing with curiosity. Among those gathered, none were without their own significance. The members of the Heavendou Empire seemed particularly intrigued by this youth named Tianxing, who had appeared alongside the Pope. Could he be the Pope's newly appointed disciple? Duke White Tiger had indeed heard rumors of a dazzling young genius emerging from the Heavendou Empire, known as Mo Tianxing. The Star Dou Empire had also conducted inquiries, and he recalled that this prodigy had reportedly reached the 4th ring at a remarkably young age, purportedly a remnant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was said that various factions had vied for his allegiance. How had he so swiftly allied with the Spirit Hall? Of course, had Mo Tianxing been aware of the thoughts swirling in Duke White Tiger's mind, he might have considered delivering a volley from his soul guidance cannon. Though the Star Dou Empire's intelligence network was formidable, it primarily focused on its own territory, with only limited insights into the Heavendou Empire. The distance between the 2 empires rendered the flow of information relatively sluggish, and compared to the top-tier powers within the Heavendou Empire, the Star Duo's understanding of its clandestine affairs was somewhat outdated. Once all were seated, deliberations regarding the strategy against the evil soul master's stronghold commenced. The eradication of these strongholds was to occur simultaneously, with careful consideration given to the allocation of personnel for the Evil Soul Master's headquarters at Enrolling. The emergence of the Evil Soul Master organization had prompted a rare alliance among the major powers on Douluo Continent, a phenomenon seldom witnessed in a century. The 4 strongholds of the Heavendou Empire were assigned to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Heavendou Royal Family, and the Spirit Hall. Prior to the operation, Soul Masters were to be mobilized to encircle the targets. Only those possessing the rank of Soul Emperor and above would be permitted to join the hunt for the Evil Soul Masters, ensuring their safety. With 2 Title Douluo at their disposal, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was expected to swiftly dismantle their assigned stronghold and subsequently provide assistance to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. As members of the 3 upper sects, their collaboration is bound to be more seamless. Although the Heavenly Dou Spirit Hall is presided over by the Cardinal in Red, Bibi Dong simultaneously mobilizes both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo to swiftly resolve the strongholds and assist the Heavenly Dou Royal Family in battle. After all, the Royal Family of the Heavenly Dou Empire can only dispatch 1 Title Douluo to oversee the situation. Among the 3 major strongholds within the Star Luo Empire, the White Tiger Duke and the Star Luo Royal Family can handle them, yet the true battlefield lies at the headquarters of the Evil Spirit Masters at Enrolling. There, 3 8-ring Spirit Douluos have already been confirmed, possessing terrifying powers that rival those of Title Douluos. This is merely the visible aspect. How many Spirit Douluos do they truly possess? Have they birthed Evil Spirit Masters of Title Douluo caliber? These remain uncertain. Furthermore, the latest intelligence gathered from Enrolling vaguely mentions the terms Saintess, Master, and Blood Soul Orb. The White Tiger Duke rests his chin upon his hands, his expression composed. They are evidently a well-disciplined organization of spirit masters, and the master they reference is likely their leader. While the Saintess is probably the most extraordinarily gifted among the evil spirit masters, destined to be the heir to their leader. Chapter 92. The Man with the Bronze Mask, the Saintess of the Evil Spirit Master Organization. At the first instance, Mo Tianxing thought of the abducted Yi Huangying. According to the conventions and tropes of the original narrative, it was highly likely that the Saintess referred to her. She had absorbed the celestial herb, and although she was a food-type soul master, her cultivation speed was undoubtedly among the fastest of all soul masters. However, Mo Tianxing could not fathom how Yi Huangying's orange martial spirit, no matter how mutated, could possibly be linked to the aberrant martial spirits of the evil soul masters. What transformation had her orange martial spirit undergone that prompted those malevolent soul masters to seek her out and take her from the Heavendou Empire? This operation aimed not only to retrieve Yi Huangying, but also to eradicate the evil soul master organization in its entirety. It was highly probable that this endeavor would attract beings from the abyssal plane, though it remained uncertain whether the connection between the Douluo world and the abyssal plane lay at the Enrolling Ridge. In this campaign targeting Enrolling Ridge, the Pope Bibi Dong would personally lead the expedition, accompanied by the demon exorcist Douluo and the Thousand Jin Douluo, with the Star Luo Empire also indicating the possibility of dispatching an additional Title Douluo for assistance. Mo Tianxing naturally intended to journey to Enrolling as well. With a cultivation level of 70,000 years and the prowess of an 8-ringed soul Douluo, he could easily contend with a Title Douluo under the explosive manifestation of his golden-eyed Black Dragon King martial soul. His secondary martial soul had evolved from the Blade of Life into the Sword of Life, augmented by 4 ink-green life soul rings, bestowing him with an innate life domain, rendering him akin to an indomitable cockroach. His overall strength undeniably surpassed that of a typical Title Douluo. This was merely a fraction of Mo Tianxing's capabilities. Coupled with the formidable presence of the Ice and Snow Emperors by his side, their expedition against Enrolling was practically assured, as long as their adversaries lacked divine-level power. Nevertheless, following his encounter with the Silver Dragon King in the Star Dou Forest, he could not afford to be complacent. He had prepared certain measures in advance, intending to unveil their hidden cards before engaging in battle. Naturally, this referred to physical detonations. In the Star Luo Empire, at Enrolling, the mountains had been hewn, creating an extensive stone corridor, with guards stationed outside. The walls of the corridor were illuminated by flickering candlelight. A stout middle-aged man, accompanied by 3 mysterious figures cloaked in black, entered this passage, with the dim candlelight illuminating their path ahead. At the corridor's terminus stood a heavy stone door. The 2 black-robed sentinels guarding the door respectfully addressed the leading middle-aged man as left protector. The man offered no response, merely retrieving a black special token from his robe and pressing it into the stone door's recess. Instantly, a sliver of light glimmered from the seam of the door, which began to open slowly. The black-robed men followed their leader into the passage. Beyond the stone door lay a brilliantly illuminated underground realm, featuring an expansive platform adorned with numerous luminous stones, casting light akin to that of day. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns resembling formations were etched into the wide platform, distinctly unique. The left protector advanced deeper into this radiant expanse, while the three black-robed figures remained stationed behind him. At the platform's depths, a shadowy figure stood. The left protector promptly knelt on one knee, addressing the figure as master. The cloaked figure slowly turned, revealing a bronze mask obscuring his features. "How has the mission progressed?" he inquired. "Master, we have gathered a total of 124 blood soul pearls. Furthermore, I have a matter of utmost importance to report," the left protector replied. "Oh?" The masked man expressed mild surprise. "Speak." "According to internal intelligence from the Star Dou Empire, our headquarters has been compromised," the left protector stated. The black-robed figure paused momentarily, then erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. The laughter was wild and unrestrained. After a lengthy pause, he lowered his gaze to the kneeling left protector. "Do you truly believe the imperial power of the Star Dou Empire can thwart us?" "Not at all." The left protector stammered, his voice trembling as he addressed the gravity of the situation. "Then tell me, should the Star Dou Empire decide to act against us, what do you assess their chances of success to be?" The masked figure sneered. 3 out of 10, the left protector managed to choke out. The masked man bent down, gently patting the left protector's shoulder. "You underestimate our own strength. Remember, our power extends beyond ourselves." The masked figure's tone bore a hint of enigmatic amusement beneath the mask. The left protector felt a twinge of fear in the presence of this leader. He had conveyed the information. How the master chose to proceed was beyond his influence. "Since the Star Dou royal family is aware of our existence and the location of our headquarters, we need not continue hiding. During this time, instruct others to expedite the infusion of blood soul pearl shells. Inform them that any team capable of collecting 5 blood soul pearls will receive special rewards from the master." "Understood." The left protector acknowledged and promptly withdrew. Watching the retreating figure, the masked man could not help but mutter a curse, "Fool." Yet, as the moment called for capable individuals, he had yet to find suitable replacements. "The Star Dou Empire? Come at us. We shall consume all that you send our way." He chuckled coldly, anticipation flickering within him. From the moment they arrived at Enrolling, they had secured an invincible position. With their current strength, they would not flinch at the prospect of a mere Star Dou Empire. Indeed, the entire Douluo world would soon be theirs. He would execute the master's will and dominate this realm. Not even the Tiandou Empire would deter him, unless the 7 offerings of the Douluo Hall emerged in full force. But was such a scenario plausible? Could the Star Dou Empire possess such capability? Therefore, the immediate priority was to continue infusing the blood soul pearl shells and summon the master's avatar as swiftly as possible. The masked man strode towards a concealed chamber, where a black-haired maiden sat cross-legged, her body adorned with gray demonic patterns, shrouded in dense black mist. Sensing his presence, she opened her gray, desolate eyes. "What commands do you have, master?" Had Mo Tianxing been present, he would have instantly recognized her as the long-missing Yi Huangying, now reappearing deep within the lair of the evil soul masters at Enrolling. "The master plans to send you to that dimension for cultivation. There, your powers can be better developed," the masked man declared. "To leave this world for that abyssal dimension?" Yi Huangying's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 93. The operation commences 5,000 meters away from Enrolling, atop a towering peak. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was atop the mountain, setting up a 9th-level fixed spirit-guided cannon, securely anchoring the towering weapon with a metallic platform. The destructive power of the 9th-level spirit-guided cannon is astonishing. A single shot can obliterate the entire Enrolling, the explosive force capable of engulfing a radius of 100 miles. With such a weapon unleashed, not even a spirit Douluo would survive, let alone a title Douluo. Even a limit Douluo would suffer severe injuries from its impact. This indeed stands as the most effective means for precise elimination, primarily focused on interrogating the leader of the evil soul masters regarding matters related to the Abyss Dimension, while simultaneously harboring concerns for Yi Huangying's safety. He intended to reserve this level 9 fixed soul-guided cannon as a contingency, determined not to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Although the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were unaware of its specific utility, they were nonetheless intrigued, recognizing that had invested considerable time crafting this iron contraption. Qian Renxue had previously witnessed the formidable level 5 soul-guided cannon created by, which possessed enough power to eliminate a typical Soul King, despite its initial size being merely palm-sized. The current cannon stood impressively at half a person's height, suggesting its potency would be even greater. At that moment, the demon slayer Douluo and the thousand Qian Daoliu descended from the sky, curiously observing the intricate iron framework assembled by, which prominently featured the half-person high iron object. Resembling an egg yet boasting a tail akin to that of an arrow, crafted from iron sheets. "Young man, what exactly have you been tinkering with?" The demon slayer Douluo inquired, stepping closer to examine the peculiar iron object, utterly perplexed, as he had never encountered anything like it before. He raised his hand to pat the metal casing, producing a resonant echo. Witnessing this, Qian Renxue was nearly startled into a panic and rushed forward to intervene. "You mustn't strike this object recklessly. It could explode." Mo Tianxing smiled gently beside him, assuring that it was of no concern. The 9th-level fixed soul-guided cannon was equipped with an anti-misfire device, making it impossible for it to be detonated by mere taps from the adversary. "This was my contingency plan." Mo Tianxing merely smiled mysteriously. The operation to eradicate the headquarters of the evil soul masters involved many formidable warriors, with the weakest among the participants being a 6-ring soul emperor. The main forces of this endeavor comprised 6 tidal Douluo-level powerhouses: the Demon Suppression Douluo, the Thousand June Douluo, the Pope Bibi Dong, the White Tiger Duke, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Emperor. This mission would be led personally by Pope Bibi Dong, who would oversee the coordination of the entire operation. Mo Tianxing proposed to Pope Bibi Dong that he, accompanied by the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, would infiltrate the depths of the evil soul master headquarters, creating an opening from within while being flanked on 2 sides. This plan was primarily motivated by the suspicion that Yi Huangying, who was likely the so-called Holy Maiden within the headquarters of Qiwu Ridge, needed to be rescued first before launching a cleansing operation to avoid collateral damage to allied forces. Duke White Tiger furrowed his brow upon hearing this, deeming it a reckless and ill-conceived strategy that could jeopardize the lives of 2 tidal Douluos. He found it utterly absurd to even consider such an approach. At this critical juncture of eradicating the evil soul masters, how could he allow for such arbitrary actions, even if those 2 tidal Douluos were there to protect him? The original plan must not be disrupted. Had this situation arisen within the Star Dou Empire's army, he would have long since subjected Mo Tianxing to military discipline. Of course, his remarks stemmed from a complete lack of understanding regarding the cultivation levels of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, as he merely regarded them as ordinary tidal Douluos, speculating that they were likely sent to safeguard Mo Tianxing, serving as esteemed elders of his hidden faction. Mo Tianxing remained silent, merely gazing at Pope Bibi Dong. He understood the gravity of the situation. If he lacked confidence, he would not act recklessly. Pope Bibi Dong nodded slightly, granting her tacit approval. Duke White Tiger was immediately infuriated. Qian Renxue wished to accompany him, but was halted by Mo Tianxing. What awaited them deep within Chilling was uncertain, and he could not allow her to take such a risk. Moreover, the Pope would not permit her involvement in this operation, even though she had now ascended to the realm of the 6-ring Soul Emperor. Watching the retreating figures of Mo Tianxing and his companions, Qian Renxue's gaze dimmed with concern, hoping for their safe return. Duke White Tiger, however, regarded them with a cold indifference, clearly displeased with the young man. Outside Chilling, since the location of their headquarters had been compromised, the surrounding defenses had multiplied several times over, with patrols constantly roving the periphery of Chilling. The patrolling members of the Evil Soul Master faction had evolved from ordinary 5-ring Soul Kings to a cadre of 6-ring Soul Emperors, organized into teams of 3, with 3 teams forming a larger unit, conducting daily cross-patrols around the mountains. "Boss, word from inside says our headquarters has been exposed. Why not relocate? Why remain here?" inquired a black-robed patrol member, clearly perplexed. "Why fret over such matters? Our ranks are formidable. The Star Dou royal family is insignificant," retorted the squad leader. "Those guardians are comparable to tidal Douluo, and with our master's profound cultivation. Even if the Star Dou Empire were to take caution and send tidal Douluo to confront us, they would meet their demise," teased one of his subordinates. "This is likely a ploy by our master to lure them into a trap, intending to eliminate some significant adversaries," the squad leader responded gravely. They indeed possessed the strength to contend with the Star Dou royal family. Even if they held their ground here, they felt no fear. The master remained unfazed despite the exposure of the headquarters, likely aiming to ensnare larger prey, such as tidal Douluo. We shall merely safeguard our respective posts," the squad leader declared, just as he and his two subordinates leapt into action. However, the flora beneath their feet silently extended tendrils, ensnaring their ankles and swiftly creeping up their bodies, effectively immobilizing them. Enemy attack. The three Soul Emperors immediately realized the peril and attempted to break free from the vine's grasp, eager to deploy signal flares. In the darkness, three shadowy figures emerged, swiftly striking at their necks, dispatching them with lethal efficiency. The vines recoiled instantaneously. The three figures materialized, revealing Mo Tianxing wielding the sword of living beings, accompanied by the Ice and Snow Emperors. Mo Tianxing extracted special identity tokens from the dark-cloaked men, and the three of them immediately donned black robes. At the same time, they invoked their first soul skill, Mirage. He transformed his appearance to resemble that of the recently incapacitated subordinate, while he himself disguised as the team leader. The aura emanating from the three of them was indistinguishable from that of the original three evil soul masters. "Remember to coordinate with my actions," Mo Tianxing instructed. The Ice and Snow Empress nodded slightly, and Mo Tianxing led the two women toward the entrance of Chuling. Chapter 94. The Right Guardian? Mo Tianxing accompanied the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor to the entrance of Chuling, where two men clad in black robes stood guard. He promptly produced his black iron token, proclaiming, "Long live the Master." Upon arriving at this location, Mo Tianxing had employed the Domain of Life to decipher their secret codes and procedures, having previously observed the movements of the patrolling squads in the shadows. The two black-robed sentinels, upon recognizing the identity token and the corresponding code, naturally granted them passage, allowing the trio to enter without hindrance. Mo Tianxing immediately led the two Emperors of Ice and Snow into the narrow stone corridor, following the dim candlelight deep into the mountain. The trio ventured further until they reached the end of the passage. There, two men clad in black robes stood imposing, emanating the aura of two seven-ringed soul saints. The seven-ringed soul saints of the evil soul masters possessed a cultivation level formidable enough to rival an ordinary eight-ringed soul Douluo. How could such high-level combatants merely serve as gatekeepers? What formidable evil soul masters lay hidden within their ranks? Upon the appearance of Mo Tianxing and his companions, the two sent forth a sharp reprimand. Another attempt? There was a second command to enter this place. How was he to know it? Mo Tianxing immediately raised his head, his golden eyes shimmering with a radiant brilliance, emanating a profound aura of darkness. He intended to summon the golden-eyed Black Dragon King spirit to vanquish the two gatekeepers. To his astonishment, the two seventh-ring soul saints knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We welcome the Right Protector." The Right Protector? Mo Tianxing was also taken aback. Was this merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, being mistakenly identified by these two individuals, or were they intentionally deceiving him? A sense of suspicion arose within Mo Tianxing as he gazed upon the intricately sealed stone door. Noting that the contours of the groove above bore no resemblance to the black iron token he held, utilizing his spiritual probing to discern the shape of the groove, he deftly molded the black iron token within the confines of his sleeve to match the corresponding form, pressing it against the stone. Although the massive stone door remained unchanged, Mo Tianxing's physical prowess rivaled that of a fully grown golden-eyed black dragon. As he exerted a subtle force through his palm upon the black iron token, an overwhelming strength caused the token to warp slightly, and a sliver of light pierced through the once tightly sealed stone door, which began to creak open gradually. With renewed vigor, Mo Tianxing exerted his strength, causing the two stone doors to swing open, revealing a brilliantly illuminated underground platform. Unceremoniously, he tucked the black iron token, which had been nestled in the stone door's recess, back into his palm, and nonchalantly stepped onto the radiant platform alongside the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, leaving behind two bewildered soul saints, one knee on the ground. Did the Right Protector just leverage his physical prowess to open the door? Has the token become ineffective? As the great doors closed behind him, Mo Tianxing's gaze fell upon the expansive platform beneath his feet, immediately drawing his attention to the myriad of runes etched below. Ding! Blood Soul Great Formation detected. Mo Tianxing furrowed his brow. The Blood Soul Great Array. The system immediately began to elucidate. This so-called Blood Soul Great Array possesses the capability to absorb immense Blood Soul power, continuously bestowing this energy upon the primary array master. It is akin to shouldering a vast reservoir of energy. Until the collected Blood Soul energy is expended, the soul power of the array master remains virtually unscathed. Clearly, such an apparatus is not something those malevolent soul masters could concoct on their own. Rather, it originates from the abyssal realm. a gift bestowed by their so-called overlord for the purpose of indoctrination. No wonder they are sacrificing the lives of innocent civilians to forge blood soul orbs. It is, after all, to sustain the blood soul great array. A glint of ferocity flickered in Mo Tianxing's eyes. This entity must be eradicated. It could not be allowed to persist. He immediately summoned the power of the system, which enabled him to perceive the entirety of the colossal platform, gradually analyzing it in search of the pivotal core. As the system's power enveloped the area for inspection, four operational cores of the Blood Soul Grand Formation emerged distinctly within Mo Tianxing's gaze. Though the Grand Formation would continue to function as usual after the destruction of these four cores, the utilization of the Blood Soul's power within the formation would be rendered completely ineffective. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Tianxing inadvertently dismantled the core of the formation and strode deeper into the platform. Along the way, he encountered several groups of formidable soul saints who, upon catching sight of his golden gaze, immediately bowed in reverence, addressing him as the Right Protector. This elicited a flicker of confusion within Mo Tianxing. Who, pray tell, was this Right Protector among the evil soul practitioners? How could they mistake him for that esteemed figure? Where's the saintess? He inquired directly, simultaneously wishing to gauge their reactions. The two soul saints he questioned exhibited no skepticism, for the Right Protector had been absent for an extended period, and the saintess was not found in her usual chamber. They promptly directed him, stating that the saintess had been summoned by the master and should be within the master's hall. Upon hearing the words, Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the Ice and Snow Emperors, proceeded towards the sanctum of the Evil Soul Master, the leader of the Evil Soul Masters. I am curious to discover what manner of individual he may be. Following the guidance of those present, Mo Tianxing arrived at the leader's hall and boldly pushed open the grand door. Within the hall stood a figure cloaked in black, hands clasped behind his back, with long, dark hair cascading down like a waterfall. He seemed to sense Mo Tianxing's arrival, slowly turning to the side, his face obscured by a bronze mask that bore an enigmatic, half-smiling expression. As Mo Tianxing entered the grand hall alongside the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, the massive door behind them shut with a resounding thud, and a series of candles ignited along the sides of the hall. Right Protector, it has been a long time, remarked the man in the bronze mask, his hands resting within the loose sleeves of his robe, his expression behind the mask ambiguous, as if it bore a hint of a smile. This statement left Mo Tianxing even more perplexed. While he could comprehend the possibility of the previous sinister soul practitioners mistaking identities, the notion that even their leader could err was exceedingly strange. Either this individual before him had long been aware of their masquerade and was deliberately mocking him, or their Right Protector had never revealed himself, leaving even their leader ignorant of his true visage. But could this truly be the case? Yet, since he chose to feign ignorance, Mo Tianxing saw no reason to expose the ruse. Where's the saintess? He inquired coldly. That is a question you should be asking yourself, the bronze-masked man replied. After all, you have been the one guiding her in her cultivation. Mo Tianxing felt a sense of uncertainty in the perception of those outside. The Right Guardian was supposed to have been absent from the Red Cliff Ridge for an extended period, yet this individual before him claimed that the Right Guardian had been consistently mentoring the Holy Maiden. Mo Tianxing, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, was enveloped by a surge of dense dark energy. Centered around him, a layer of black energy unfurled in the void, a manifestation of his domain skill, the Black Domain, which devours all light. The man behind the bronze mask, with his flowing black hair, stood motionless, allowing the Black Domain to envelop and consume him. His eyes, akin to stars in the abyss, quietly observed Mo Tianxing and his companions. Chapter 95, The Golden Ghost Butterfly. As the Black Domain expanded and enveloped the entire hall, an oppressive silence descended, plunging the chamber into a profound darkness, while Mo Tianxing and the masked man faced each other across the void. Mo Tianxing emanated an intense aura of darkness as 8 jet black soul rings, ancient as time itself, began to rise beneath his feet. Behind him, the manifestation of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King's spirit emerged, its golden gaze radiating a brilliant light, the sole beacon amidst the encompassing gloom. Accompanying the display of his spirit, ebony dragon scales adorned his body, his arms swelling into formidable dragon claws. With ease, his draconic feet crushed the cobblestones beneath him, while a pair of obsidian dragon wings unfurled majestically from his back. With a powerful tremor of the dragon wings behind Mo Tianxing, a tempest surged in the air, propelling him forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards the man adorned with a bronze mask. His intention was to capture their leader first and then inquire about Yi Huangying's whereabouts. Having cultivated for 70,000 years as an 8-ring soul Douluo, Mo Tianxing had already surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary title Douluo, rivaling even a 95-level title Douluo. The man in the bronze mask, shrouded in the darkness of the abyss, could not discern the presence of his adversary. Yet he could feel the terrifying gale howling towards him, heralding an immense dread. No longer concealing his power, a colossal skull materialized behind him, its hollow eye sockets suddenly igniting with a sinister crimson glow. A golden aura radiated through the shadows, revealing a pair of enormous golden butterfly wings shimmering with golden light. It was a magnificent golden butterfly, its head a stark white skull, with eyes ablaze in a fierce red light. Mo Tianxing's pupils narrowed slightly. What kind of martial soul is this? As the martial soul manifested, the man in the bronze mask had his waterfall-like black hair billowing, rapidly shifting to a brilliant gold at the roots, resembling golden threads dissipating in the void. A pair of magnificent golden butterfly wings unfurled behind him, tearing through his attire to reveal a robust physique, with nails elongated like blades. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings swiftly emerged, revealing him to be a title Douluo, the golden ghost butterfly. The ghost butterfly Douluo. A crimson bloodlight illuminated from within the mask of the bronze-masked man. As his wings gently fluttered, an ethereal cyclone materialized beneath him, allowing him to hover silently in the air, without a trace of sound. Mo Tianxing's right hand, adorned with a dragon's claw, brimmed with dark energy, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Third soul skill, Dragon King's Claw. The bronze-masked man raised his hand to confront Mo Tianxing's palm directly, seeking death. Mo Tianxing's eyes sparkled with a resplendent golden radiance as the Dragon King's claw collided with the opposing hand. At the moment of contact, a terrifying tempest of energy erupted. The man in the bronze mask was sent flying by Mo Tianxing's strike, hurtling through the hall and crashing into the stone wall over 100 meters away, causing the surface to splinter and crack extensively. Yet, the bronze-masked man sustained only minor injuries, as the majority of the force was dissipated by his wings. Striking a butterfly with the power of a true dragon proved futile. He raised his arm, and the 7th soul ring on his body illuminated, conjuring a massive golden magic circle behind him. From the shimmering golden ripples emerged a colossal golden ghost butterfly, measuring several meters across, gently flapping its grand, shimmering wings. The manifestation of his martial soul, the ghost butterfly, had arrived. Simultaneously, as the gigantic golden butterfly flapped its wings, countless golden specks of light materialized in the void, erupting into brilliant golden rainbows that pierced the air. These were strands of golden silk, shooting forth like beams of light, though they appeared delicate. Their essence was more formidable than any metal, effortlessly penetrating the stone pillars as if they were mere tofu. The golden strands spanned across the void, swiftly advancing towards Mo Tianxing, sealing off his path. The 8th soul ring on Mo Tianxing glowed brilliantly, and before him materialized an immense black vortex, shimmering with cold starlight, devouring and shattering the incoming golden threads with unparalleled dominance. The bronze-masked man suddenly clenched his palm, causing the golden threads that had not been consumed to abruptly alter their trajectory in the void, forming an exaggerated arc. They intertwined in midair, weaving into a grand spherical net of gold that enveloped him, swiftly constricting with the intent to rend him into pieces. Suddenly, a golden gleam flickered in Mo Tianxing's eyes as the 7th spirit ring on his body radiated with an intense light. Beneath his feet, a vast black ripple emerged, akin to a surging tide. Deep within this dark wave lay a colossal shadow, a massive creature swiftly ascending from below, gradually revealing its form from the swirling darkness. The elongated, obsidian dragon horns and the fearsome, jagged head illuminated with brilliant golden pupils, glimmering like radiant flames in the abyss. Its long and robust neck, covered in shimmering black dragon scales, exuded an aura of power. The towering dragon body stood at least 100 meters tall, its head nearly brushing against the vaulted ceiling of the cavern. Its eyes flickered like dancing flames, fixating on the feeble golden ghost butterfly ahead. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the void, the very air trembled. The true form of the martial spirit, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. As the golden-eyed Black Dragon King descended, an overwhelming aura of draconic might pervaded the surroundings. The dragon wings unfurled with a mighty whoosh, instantly tearing apart the golden sphere of light, transforming it into countless fragmented golden threads that cascaded downwards. Mo Tianxing stood atop the head of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, The dragon's wings suddenly quivered, leaving behind a shadowy silhouette in the void. Opening its mouth, it unleashed a torrent of black flame, aimed directly at the golden ghost butterfly ahead. The ninth soul ring on the bronze-masked man's body gleamed with sudden brilliance as he pointed a finger at Mo Tianxing. His golden hair billowed behind him, while the golden ghost butterfly behind him hovered in the air, gathering golden energy in its abdomen, radiating a shimmering golden light reminiscent of octopus tentacles, disturbing the stillness of the void. Mo Tianxing furrowed his brow, evidently sensing a profound sense of crisis emanating from the gathering golden divine light. The aura released by the opponent's ninth soul skill was exceedingly peculiar, shrouded in a vague, ineffable power that was difficult to define. From the confrontation, it was clear that the opponent's martial soul was extraordinary, seemingly a peculiar amalgamation of light entwined with death. A unique product of intertwined attributes. The golden radiance enveloped the battlefield, making him appear more akin to an evil soul master in contrast to his own dark energy. As the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor beheld the special energy encompassed in the opponent's ninth soul skill, their expressions shifted subtly. They immediately grasped each other's hands, simultaneously unleashing their respective domains. At the moment the Eternal Freeze domain and Snow Dance Radiant Sun merged, a terrifying breath of frost rapidly expanded from beneath their feet, enveloping the entire hall in a blanket of ice and snow, with snowflakes cascading down. Before the bronze-masked man, translucent snowflakes appeared, silently drifting from the air. His entire being, alongside the golden ghostly butterfly behind him, became encased in a layer of ice, frozen along with the gathering golden divine light, transforming the snowy expanse into a forbidden realm. Chapter 96. The arrival from behind the scenes. The Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain's release extended beyond the hall itself. The headquarters of Tiandou Ridge beneath the main seat was instantaneously frozen by this icy breath. Evil soul masters, whether they were soul emperors or soul Douluos, were all directly encased in this terrifying domain. Those who had been observing from a mountaintop 3,000 meters away were suddenly struck dumb as they witnessed Tiandou Ridge being covered in frost. The vegetation of the mountain sealed in ice, exuding an intense chill. The Duke of the White Tiger, who had been carefully watching Tiandou Ridge, was left speechless at this scene, swallowing hard in disbelief. What had transpired? Could it be the commotion caused by the three individuals who had entered earlier? Even Bibi Dong's eyes could not conceal her shock upon witnessing this spectacle. The area enveloped in frost was likely over 10,000 meters. What soul skill could possibly cover such a vast range, freezing an entire mountain? Was this truly a level attainable by human strength? Who were these two women? The demon suppression Douluo and the Thousand June Douluo were equally astonished. The might of altering heaven and earth. Could it be that the two women had reached the pinnacle of 99-level Douluo, comparable to the Grand Offering? Where had they emerged from, and what was the true background of that young man? At this moment, Qian Renxue was also numb with disbelief, though she had an inkling. Having witnessed her sister Binger effortlessly defeat a 96-level opponent, she realized the immense strength of these two sisters. Yet, she had never anticipated it would reach such exaggerated heights. This power was simply terrifying. Bibi Dong rose into the air, beneath her feet manifesting 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red colossal soul rings. All troops, heed my command. Attack. Her voice resonated through the void as she transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Tiandou Ridge, with the demon suppression Douluo, Thousand June Douluo, and Duke of the White Tiger closely following. The Soul Emperors and Soul Saints trailed behind the Pope and titled Douluos, forming a radiant arc toward Tiandou Ridge. Deep beneath Tiandou Ridge, within the main hall of the sect leader, the bronze-masked man's pupils froze in that final moment. He had never anticipated that the insignificant lackey, whom he had consistently overlooked, could unleash such formidable power, instantly sealing his fate and freezing his soul power. With no time to ponder, the golden-eyed black dragon king beneath Mo Tianxing unleashed a torrent of black flames, engulfing him. Simultaneously, Mo Tianxing lunged forward, delivering a dragon claw strike that shattered the ice encasing the bronze-masked man's face, causing his mask to explode into fragments and reveal a pale visage. The golden-eyed black dragon king directly obliterated the martial soul's true form behind him into scintillating fragments, while Mo Tianxing seized the man's neck with one hand. The golden hair of the bronze-masked man dimmed rapidly, transforming back to black as his eyes lost their luster. Where is Huangyi? Mo Tianxing's golden eyes fixated on him, his voice icy and piercing. The evil soul master's soul power, along with his limbs and organs, had been entirely frozen by the ice, yet he remained alive. Upon hearing Mo Tianxing's inquiry, he finally laid eyes on Mo Tianxing's true form, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Do you believe you have one? At this moment, he was fully aware that these individuals were intruders, even summoned by the Star Luo Empire. Yet, he had never anticipated that the Star Luo Empire, which he had underestimated, would ultimately deliver a devastating blow. What do you mean? Mo Tianxing's gaze was razor-sharp, the pressure in his hand intensifying, poised to snap the man's neck at any moment. Behind Mo Tianxing stood the true form of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, while the Ice and Snow Emperors shed their disguises, revealing their true selves, and appeared behind Mo Tianxing. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Mo Tianxing felt an even greater sense of trepidation. He had never relaxed his vigilance for a moment. The stronghold of the malevolent soul masters was never his primary concern. What truly troubled him was the infiltration from the abyssal realms. You shall soon discover the truth, along with the right guardian whom you have so carelessly overlooked. Ha ha ha. The man clad in a bronze mask laughed uproariously, his entire being exuding a faint golden radiance. Mo Tianxing acted swiftly, abruptly twisting his opponent's neck, causing their body to transform into radiant beams of light that ascended into the sky. The Snow Empress immediately struck, icy winds howling past. Yet she was unable to impede those luminous rays. In an instant, the beams merged into the grand formation beneath their feet, causing the entire mountain to tremble. S expression shifted dramatically. If this mountain were to collapse, he would surely be buried alive. He needed to depart from this place swiftly. With a powerful flap of his dragon wings, accompanied by the Ice Snow Emperor, transformed into a streak of light and soared rapidly towards the exit. As colossal boulders fell from the heavens, effortlessly shattered them with a single hand, hastily leading the Snow Emperor away to safety. Upon emerging from the depths of the platform, they witnessed the once formidable Blood Soul formation now shattered into fragments. At the center of the formation stood a figure cloaked in black robes, their face obscured by dark fabric, revealing only a pair of golden eyes that quietly observed and his companions as they fled. Upon gazing into the pair of golden eyes, Mo Tianxing was taken aback. The right protector? The other party also possessed golden eyes, emanating a profound aura of darkness. Could this be the reason why those malevolent soul masters misidentified individuals? Mo Tianxing unleashed a fierce palm strike, intent on obliterating his opponent. Be cautious, the Snow Emperor cautioned, as he and the Ice Emperor once again invoked the Dance of Eternal Frost, unleashing a terrifying breath of icy mist that enveloped the dark-robed man at the altar's center. Those affected by this domain, provided they were not divine beings, would find their capabilities severely constrained. Mo Tianxing took the initiative. While the Snow Empress stood ready to unleash the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme unmatched at any moment. As Mo Tianxing unleashed his powerful strike, a dense crimson energy shield naturally formed around his opponent, effectively barring him from entry. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of blood soul energy frantically poured into the body of the man in the black robe, causing his internal aura to ascend at an astonishing rate. Mo Tianxing's pupils suddenly constricted. The speed of ascent was terrifying. The opponent was likely harnessing this power to temporarily reach the limits of a Douluo, or even divine strength. The sect leader was probably just a facade. This obscure right guardian was the true mastermind behind the scenes. At that moment, Pope Bibi Dong, accompanied by the demon-subduing Douluo, the Thousand June Douluo, and the Duke of the White Tiger, burst in. Upon seeing the mysterious figure in black robes at the center of the formation, they could distinctly sense the escalating power emanating from him, clearly aimed at achieving the peak Douluo level. Would the Snow Empress allow him such ease? She immediately raised her hand, conjuring a massive ice sword from the void. It was the Ice Emperor's supreme technique, the Ice Extreme unmatched, surging with tremendous might, and fiercely slashed toward the blood-colored shield. Suddenly, a wisp of scarlet energy, akin to flames yet ethereal, surged from beneath the earth, infusing the black-robed man. Instantly, his eyes were tainted by crimson. To dare lay hands upon this emperor's vessel was truly to court death. The sanguine aura erupted from within him, conjuring a malevolent wind in the void. Chapter 97. An unexpected embrace. To dare lay hands upon this emperor's vessel was truly to court death. The black-robed man abruptly raised his head, his eyes igniting with a blood-red glow, his aura bursting forth, crimson energy flowing uncontrollably. The suspended ice sword radiated an overwhelmingly dreadful pressure, as if it could cleave the heavens and the earth, rushing toward him with the surging force of glacial power. At the altar's center, the crimson-eyed man raised his hand like a claw, conjuring a gigantic blood hand formed from dense blood mist in midair, which collided directly with the descending ice sword. The breath of ice intertwined with the blood-red energy, The terrifying force generated by their clash transforming the area into a deadly realm, with chaotic energy torrents ravaging the void, tearing apart the mountains and earth. The tidal Douluo, led by Pope Bibi Dong, had just entered the vicinity when they were met with the tumultuous waves resulting from the clash between the Snow Empress and the enigmatic figure. The contrasting red and white energies were immensely powerful, directly rending the mountains apart. Two beams of light penetrated through the Qian Ridge, bursting from the summit and piercing the heavens. The Ice Emperor summoned the icy power within, his aura radiating coldness, his eyes shimmering with a jade-green chill. He unleashed the Ice Emperor's fury, enveloping himself in azure energy, charging toward the black-robed man to alleviate Snow's burden. The entire Qian Ridge trembled perilously under their confrontation. On the verge of collapse, faced with the current predicament, those soul masters of rank 7 and above activated their martial spirits, hastily fleeing from the mountainside. If they lingered any longer, they would undoubtedly be buried alive. Even though their cultivation might reach the 70th or 80th level, the limitations of mortal strength remained. While they could not perish instantaneously, they could easily be crushed to smithereens by the falling rocks. In this operation, the number of rank 7 soul saints and rank 8 soul Douluos was scant, with the majority being 6th ring soul emperors. In the close-quarters clash between two peak Douluos, they were akin to fragile ants, easily swept away by the aftershocks of battle. Faced with the impending collapse of the mountain, it was highly probable they would not escape. Yet they continued to retreat, their eyes filled with terror. Mo Tianxing stepped onto the towering, 100-meter-high, golden-eyed Black Dragon King, which suddenly materialized beside them. I will guard the rear. You all must hasten your retreat. During the discourse of Mo Tianxing, he simultaneously unfurled the dragon wings of the celestial, casting aside the boulders that had plummeted from the heavens. The soul masters gazed in a trance at the colossal black dragon coiled around Mo Tianxing, and promptly made their way towards the exit under his protection. With Mo Tianxing's safeguarding presence, the 6 tidal soul emperors were instantly filled with hope. Hastily retreating in the direction of Mo Tianxing, Pope Bibi Dong observed the enigmatic figure cloaked in black at the center of the altar, shrouded in a crimson aura. As he engaged in a fierce battle with the Snow Emperor, the two Ice and Snow Emperors were locked in a fierce confrontation, each side evenly matched. This mountain could not withstand much longer, and it was unwise to linger here. Even though their cultivation levels had reached the realm of 96 tidal Douluo, they could not emerge unscathed in the face of impending collapse. We must depart from this place, Bibi Dong declared, leading the Demon Slayer Douluo, the Titan Douluo, and Duke White Tiger as they swept towards Mo Tianxing's direction. While airborne, Bibi Dong attempted to bring Mo Tianxing along, only to find herself grasping at emptiness, which left her somewhat astonished. You all should retreat first. Mo Tianxing's figure rapidly solidified from a state of dark energy, evidently having employed a special method to evade Bibi Dong's grasp. Mo Tianxing fixed his gaze upon the altar's center, where the two Frost Emperors clashed with the Crimson figure. He activated his aura simulation while simultaneously gathering strength, preparing to engage in battle once the others had retreated. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were not incapable of suppressing one another. However, in their human forms, they could not unleash their true power. Mo Tianxing was solely focused on waiting for Bibi Dong and her companions to withdraw, allowing the Ice and Snow Emperors to unleash their full might and swiftly subdue their adversary. Bibi Dong was truly infuriated by Mo Tianxing. How could there be such a reckless and exasperating individual? As a mere 6-ring soul emperor, his wisest course of action in such a dire situation would have been to retreat early, rather than meddle foolishly. She immediately instructed the demon-suppressing Douluo to retreat outside the mountain, while she herself flew toward Mo Tianxing. Were it not for the fact that this individual was favored by her daughter, she would have long since disregarded him. I will take you away from here, Bibi Dong declared as she approached Mo Tianxing. As Mo Tianxing was about to take action, he sensed the approach of Bibi Dong from behind. Why had she returned? Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Tianxing was utterly bewildered. Your Holiness, what are you doing? All you need to do now is to withdraw obediently. Why persist in this? If you do not leave, how can the Ice Emperor and Snower unleash their full strength? The wrath of the soul avatar emerging from the abyss was palpable. It had descended into this corporeal form, utilizing the power of 128 blood soul pearls to attain the strength of an ultimate Douluo. Logically, as long as it avoided the deities and priests of this world, it could sweep away its formidable adversaries with ease. However, it had not anticipated that upon its consciousness descending into this body, it would be relentlessly suppressed by the two women before it, rendering any escape impossible. Finding itself unable to contend with these two women, it decided to eliminate the two smaller targets instead. A pair of massive blood-red skeletal wings unfurled behind the crimson deity, which then transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling towards Mo Tianxing. Even though the ice and snow emperors reacted promptly and surged towards Mo Tianxing like flowing light, the collapse of the surrounding area rendered the space too constricted for them to catch up in time. Bibi Dong felt a tightening in her heart at this sight. If Mo Tianxing were to be harmed by the might of this ultimate Douluo, would he not face immediate demise? As the crimson deity charged towards him, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Mo Tianxing's eyes. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? Under the execution of breath simulation, both the black domain and the life domain were unleashed simultaneously by Mo Tianxing, while maintaining the true form of the golden-eyed black dragon, King Martial Soul. A verdant glow emanated from the palm of his left hand, and the sword of beings quietly materialized in his grasp, its emerald blade encircled by 4 emerald soul rings. The dual martial souls manifested at once. Concurrently, the 8th soul ring on Mo Tianxing's body suddenly illuminated, revealing a profound vortex black hole before him, radiating a chilling glimmer. All of this remained concealed under the technique of breath simulation, invisible to any outsiders, just as Mo Tianxing braced himself for the impending assault from the crimson deity. He was unexpectedly enveloped in a soft embrace by Wenrua Yuhua, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bibi Dong had appeared behind him without his notice, pulling him into her embrace and pivoting his direction. At the same time, her 9th soul ring, signifying 100,000 years, flared to life, casting brilliant red light across the vast expanse as she stood before Mo Tianxing, confronting the full might of the limit Douluo alone. In the 98th chapter, the crimson deity surged forth, empowered by the force of blood and soul, its claws aimed directly at the entwined pair, initially intent on eliminating them one by one. The deity now seized the opportunity to strike both in one fell swoop. As the crimson deity approached, it suddenly became aware of the terrifying vortex black hole ahead. With the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor blocking its retreat, there was no time for it to alter course. Moreover, it dismissed the notion that these two insignificant beings could concoct a trap capable of ensnaring it. The crimson deity plunged headlong into Mo Tianxing's black vortex, intending to tear through the void with its hand. However, a harrowing force of destruction swept over it like a blade, one that even the body of a limit Douluo could scarcely withstand. Emerging from the depths of the black hole, the deity was drenched in blood and bore wounds streaming with dense dark energy, akin to mist that swiftly eroded its injuries. Yet as it escaped the black hole, it unwittingly stepped into the dual realms of the black domain and life domain. Its movements immediately hampered, and its power diminished layer by layer, encumbered by the negative effects of life deprivation, with its life force continuously siphoned away by the domain. Crossing these dual thresholds, the crimson deity smirked cruelly, eager to witness the extent of their capabilities. Its claws, sharp as daggers, slashed through the void, causing the air to reek of blood as it unleashed 4 crimson death lines, envisioning Mo Tianxing and Bibi Dong torn asunder. Although it lacked the divine power of its true form, the quasi-divine strength it wielded rendered the annihilation of these insignificant beings as simple as a mere flick of its finger. The 4 death lines struck Bibi Dong, yet her form transformed into energy, rendering the attack futile. She reassembled as if nothing had occurred. This was the essence of Bibi Dong's 9th soul skill, the Undying Body, a divine skill derived from the 100,000-year soul beast, the Death Spider Emperor, which granted her 2 abilities: the capability to reconstitute her body even when shattered, and the ability to transform her form into energy. As long as the attack did not reach the divine level, it could not slay her in the state of the Undying Body. In this state, Bibi Dong could evade all fatal injuries from beings below the divine level. Though she was currently at the 96th level, she had cultivated her dual martial souls to the rank of Title Douluo and possessed several pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. With numerous hidden cards at her disposal, even at the 96th level, she could contend with the limit Douluo. Bibi Dong was not one to passively endure attacks. Amidst the crimson deity's onslaught, her 7th soul ring ignited, and a massive purple-black martial soul imprint emerged behind her. In the void, a colossal spider, 100 meters in length, materialized, its 8 robust legs resting upon the martial soul imprint, suddenly revealing 6 eyes the size of lanterns, emanating waves of purple-black energy. The martial soul's true form, the Death Spider Emperor. A crimson glimmer flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the blood-red aura of the god of death erupted forth from her being, enveloping the crimson deity. In that instant, she appeared as a sovereign of death, pronouncing the death sentence upon the rebellious deity. The Death Spider Emperor swung its enormous legs like scythes, charging towards the Crimson Deity. The deity was taken aback. How could an ordinary individual pose such a challenge? The woman before it was not someone it could easily overcome, especially with two formidable threats still behind her. The Crimson Deity transformed into a blood-red comet, surging upwards through the rocky summit, piercing through the mountain layers. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor immediately followed suit, transforming into two icy comets, vowing not to let it escape. Let us depart. Bibi Dong grasped Mo Tianxing's sleeve, transforming into a purple-black comet as they ascended through the tunnel they had carved. Mo Tianxing, being lifted, felt utterly speechless. Please, I can fly on my own. The collapsing mountain poses no threat to me. However, Bibi Dong clearly had no intention of heeding his protests. As Mo Tianxing and Bibi Dong burst forth from the summit of Chitter Ridge, the massive mountain crumbled with a thunderous roar, dust billowing into the air. The Demon Suppression Douluo, the Thousand Jin Douluo, Duke White Tiger, Qian Renxue, and the Assembly of Soul Masters breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the Pope and the cloaked young man emerge unscathed. The weight of concern that had burdened Qian Renxue finally lifted. Thankfully, they were both safe. Upon emerging into the open sky, free from the constraints of the underground arena, Mo Tianxing's gaze was immediately drawn to the clash between the Crimson Deity and the Ice and Snow Emperors, witnessing the ultimate collision of ice and blood soul power. The ferocious battle between them could shatter mountains and freeze vast expanses, enveloped in the chilling breath of utmost ice, rendering even the Demon Suppression Douluo and Thousand Jin Douluo hesitant to approach the terrifying confrontation. In the clash of such unparalleled powers, the two 96th level assault-type title Douluos appeared insignificant. Moreover, the two mysterious women on their side had the upper hand against the evil Soul Master, who was desperately attempting to flee. After placing Mo Tianxing in the void, Bibi Dong instructed him, go to Xue'er. With that, she turned to support the Ice and Snow Emperors. Qian Renxue, adorned with 6 golden wings, soared into the sky, her expression filled with concern as she approached Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing gently embraced her before releasing his hold. Stay close to the esteemed seniors. Do not wander off. Leave that to us. Trust me. As he spoke, he revealed the magnificent 8 rings of his soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. This spectacle left Qian Renxue utterly astonished, while those below were rendered speechless. Had he not just possessed a 6-ring cultivation? How had he suddenly transformed into an 8-ring soul Douluo? Achieving 6 rings before the age of 20 was already extraordinary. Yet this individual had somehow surpassed that to reach 8 rings before the same age. How could this be possible? Duke White Tiger rubbed his eyes in disbelief. And both the Demon Slayer Douluo and the Titan Douluo stood in stunned silence, observing this young man. They felt as though they had squandered a significant portion of their lives. Mo Tianxing bid farewell to Qian Renxue, and beneath his feet, the imprint of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King martial soul materialized. From this imprint emerged a towering 100-meter-high golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Those who had previously encountered the colossal Black Dragon finally comprehended that it was the true form of his martial soul. The opponent's cultivation level was undoubtedly above the 7th ring. Mo Tianxing stood atop the dragon's head, wielding the 4-ringed sword of living beings, charging towards the Crimson Deity. Chapter 99, The Frost God Priest. Mo Tianxing commanded the true form of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, enveloped by 8 magnificent soul rings that shimmered with radiant brilliance. Armed with the sword of living beings, he charged directly at the Crimson Deity. Bibi Dong, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. An 8-ringed soul Douluo? How could this be possible? The Crimson Deity, confronted by the combined might of the Ice Emperor and Bibi Dong, was engulfed by a tumult of fury and disbelief, truly treating him as a wounded cat. With his hands clasped together, a boundless sea of blood surged forth behind him, transforming into a crimson canopy above. The scene darkened ominously as blood rain fell incessantly, gradually revealing the silhouette of a sanguine demon. With dark red wings sprouting from its back and formidable horns adorning its head, the demon stood tall and imposing. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red eyes, unleashing a surge of sanguine energy that expanded through the void. The overwhelming aura of blood and the colossal figure of the demon left all present in sheer awe. What manner of sorcery was this? Bibi Dong gazed up at the enormous crimson demon looming before her, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. The figure bore no soul rings, resembling neither a martial soul's true form nor anything less than a force capable of obliterating the heavens, rivaling that of a 99th level limit Douluo. From whence had this being emerged? In response to this development, a glint of frost flashed within the depths of the Ice Emperor's eyes as a tempest of blizzards erupted in the void, crystalline snowflakes cascading with the chilling winds. The Ice Emperor transformed into a towering figure of 100 meters. As she descended, the surrounding area became a flurry of dancing snowflakes, the icy winds howling fiercely. She appeared as a deity descended from the heavens, standing resolutely before the crimson deity, shielding Mo Tianxing and his companions behind her. Her flowing white hair billowed in the air, and her sky-blue eyes seemed to penetrate all, while her ethereal gown swirled gracefully, resembling a sprite amidst the wind and snow. This was indeed the true form of the Ice Emperor. In her human guise, she could not fully unleash her formidable power, although this place was not an ice field. The snow-dancing eternal frozen domain created in collaboration with the Ice Emperor was sufficient to establish the conditions of an icy landscape. Before the towering crimson demon, the Ice Emperor's 100-meter stature appeared as diminutive as a mere mortal before a giant. A stirring sensation coursed through Mo Tianxing's heart as he immediately enveloped the Snow Empress with a simulated aura. Beneath her feet, 9 colossal soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, arose, with the 7th soul ring gleaming ominously like a dark sun. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the formidable silhouette of the Snow Empress, which delivered an overwhelming impact upon their souls. It was as if the frost goddess herself had descended, a spectacle of unparalleled magnitude. Qian Renxue gazed blankly at the Snow Empress's figure, her eyes vacant with disbelief. Even Bibi Dong, witnessing this scene, found it challenging to mask the shock within her heart. The configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings was a phenomenon she comprehended more deeply than others. There were only 2 conceivable explanations for such a soul ring arrangement. One possibility was the existence of a twin martial soul, indicating that this was the individual's second martial soul. The first 4 rings could naturally include a 10,000-year soul ring, achievable through the hunting of 10,000-year soul beasts. How rare are twin martial souls? Throughout history, there has only been a singular instance, which ultimately ended in tragedy as the soul-bearer could not withstand the burden of too many soul rings and perished. She should be regarded as a pioneer of twin martial souls, nearly unique in existence. The other possibility was that of a divine emissary, a priest of the gods. Priests of the gods, through divine trials, could enhance the age of soul rings and wield even more mysterious divine bestowed rings. Qian Daoliu from the Douluo Palace was a priest of the gods, possessing the same 8 black and 1 red soul ring configuration. And he was a level 99 limit Douluo. The white-haired woman before them demonstrated strength unequivocally at the level of a 99 limit Douluo. Her formidable prowess starkly contrasting with her youthful appearance. If she were indeed a priest of the gods, it would elucidate everything: her ageless visage, her unparalleled ice and snow powers, and the terrifying strength of a limit Douluo. All evidence pointed to the conclusion that she was a priest of the gods, and furthermore, a priest serving the frost goddess. Bibi Dong's gaze toward the Snow Empress shifted dramatically. A priest of the gods cannot inherit divine status. Her presence here likely indicated a quest to find the frost goddess's successor. The reasons for her companionship with Mo Tianxing, however, remained shrouded in mystery. The Ice Emperor would not permit the Snow Empress to confront formidable foes alone, and thus she transformed back into her true form. Upon the snow-covered ground, a colossal ice-blue emperor scorpion of over 100 meters in size suddenly emerged, causing an uproar. Promptly simulated for her an identical configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings. The 7th black 10,000-year soul ring shimmered with an ominous ebony glow, masquerading it as the true form of her martial spirit. The onlookers, witnessing the Ice Empress's soul ring configuration, had become utterly numb. They indeed mistook the ice-blue Empress Scorpion, exuding an aura of terrifying frost, as her martial spirit's true embodiment. The ice-blue Empress Scorpion radiated a chilling presence akin to a primordial beast that transcended time, resembling a superlative predator. 8 black and 1 red. Yet another soul ring configuration that defied conventional understanding. The Demon Suppression Douluo and the 1,000 June Douluo, as esteemed members of the Spirit Hall, were well aware of the soul ring configurations of the Grand Priest Qian Daoliu, knowing that such configurations were awarded to those who had successfully passed the divine trials. It was no wonder that these 2 young women possessed the strength of limit Douluo. If deities were involved, everything fell into place. The previously aloof white-haired woman was likely a priestess of the divine, while the green-clad lady seemed to embody a guardian spirit beast, or rather, a similar type of divine protector. After all, she was human, yet the aura she exuded inevitably led them to associate her with guardian deities, which was truly understandable. Had the Ice Empress known their thoughts, she would have surely turned around to eliminate these 2 old souls. Though Bibi Dong was equally astonished by this scene. She knew that the current situation demanded her full attention. She immediately unleashed her seventh soul skill, revealing her martial spirit's true form. Behind her, a colossal death spider emperor, measuring 100 meters, emerged from the dark purple martial spirit imprint. Her death spider emperor was hailed as the sovereign among insect martial spirits, having absorbed a 10,000-year death spider emperor soul ring and soul bone, further enhancing her martial spirit, bestowing her with tremendous suppressive power over insect-type martial spirits. Yet, as her death spider emperor confronted the Ice Empress's transformed ice blue Empress Scorpion, it exhibited signs of trepidation, even contemplating submission. The overwhelming pressure from the martial spirit penetrated Bibi Dong's own senses, sending chills down her spine. How could this be? Bibi Dong was equally astounded. Her death spider emperor was a top-tier martial spirit, a regal entity among insect-type spirits, having absorbed the essence and terrifying pressure of the 10,000-year death spider emperor. Under such circumstances, how could another's martial spirit impose such significant pressure upon her? Even if the opponent had similarly absorbed the ice blue Empress Scorpion, they would merely be wary of each other. Bibi Dong gazed at the Ice Empress below, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 100. Art is explosive. The Ice Empress and the Snow Empress joined forces to combat the Blood Demon God. Their collision of icy storms and blood soul power generating energy waves that swept across the heavens, burying mountains beneath a flurry of snow. Even though the opponent was a divine avatar, possessing immense powers, they were steadily forced back under the combined might of the Ice and Snow Empresses, suffering grievous injuries. While Bibi Dong and Mo Tianxing provided auxiliary support, although Bibi Dong possessed only 96 levels of soul power, in a state of full eruption, she could reach the level of a 98-rank ultimate Douluo, capable of contending with limit Douluo levels. Though Mo Tianxing is merely an 8th ring soul Douluo. With the enhancement of his twin martial spirits and 2 formidable domains, he wields the Life Sword, a semi-divine artifact, capable of inflicting considerable damage upon the Crimson Deity, a being of ultimate Douluo strength. The Crimson Deity, overwhelmed and furious at the sight of the 4 assailants before him, summoned the blood-red demon behind him to raise a colossal hand, instantly sealing the void. Even the Ice Emperor, possessing similar ultimate Douluo prowess, found herself momentarily restrained, let alone Mo Tianxing and Bibi Dong, who were swiftly immobilized. The Crimson Deity, with no time to spare for the trio, seized the opportunity. His palm enveloped in potent crimson energy, descending from the heavens with the intent to annihilate the Snow Empress. It was a matter of either her demise or his defeat. In his eyes, the Snow Empress posed the greatest threat. Even without support, her power ranked among the elite of the demigods, potentially surpassing several of the demigods from the abyss's lower echelons. The other 3 were hardly a concern. He believed he could leave unimpeded, unfazed by the descending bloodied hand. The Snow Empress unleashed her icy might, her palm radiating with the formidable force of ice, boldly confronting the attack with her ultimate technique. The Emperor's palm, great cold without snow. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor, who had been confined, witnessed this scene and, with all her might, shattered her restraints. The surrounding void fracturing like shattered glass, as she soared towards the Snow Empress at incredible speed. In the depths of his soul, Mo Tianxing felt an overwhelming anxiety, emanating a dense aura of darkness that caused numerous cracks to appear in the surrounding void. His palm swiftly broke free from its constraints, activating the 9th-level fixed soul cannon that lay 3,000 meters away. Simultaneously, he shattered the bindings enveloping him. He hurled the Sword of Beings in the direction the Snow Empress was headed, transforming it into a verdant long rainbow that soared through the air. The Snow Empress ascended like an ice arrow, a solitary beam of light amidst the crimson sky, confronting the colossal blood-red hand that obscured the brilliance of the heavens, striving to pierce through the veil of darkness. Although the Ice Empress had been briefly restrained, there was no time to halt the unfolding scene. 5,000 meters away, atop a mountain peak, the 9th-level soul cannon roared to life, its tail spewing forth crimson flames as it traversed the sky. In an instant, the cannon soared over the heads of the demon suppression Douluo and others, charging towards the massive blood-red demon god in the void. What was that? The demon suppression Douluo, already on edge as he observed the epic clash between the Snow Empress and the blood-red demon god, suddenly noticed a dark object trailing a blood-red flame. Rushing towards the demon god, was it that young scoundrel Mo Tianxing's contraption? At that moment, as the Snow Empress approached the descending blood-red hand, a jade-green long rainbow shot toward her, seemingly concealing a needle within its brilliance. She immediately raised her colossal left hand to grasp the green light and the tiny needle, while her right palm, infused with an overwhelming chill, executed a powerful strike. The frigid energy instantaneously froze the blood-red giant hand, rapidly spreading upwards. Simultaneously, a surge of scarlet energy invaded the Snow Empress's body, the violent crimson force swiftly eroding her palm, causing her to cough up a mist of blood. Success. The blood-red demon god rejoiced within, aware that while his hand was freezing, his opponent had also fallen prey to his lethal strike, an all-out blow that, even if it did not kill, would surely inflict severe damage. If not now, then when? Just as the blood-red demon god intended to eliminate the Snow Empress. He was taken aback to see her suppress her injuries in an instant, her body enveloped in potent life force. Wielding a massive verdant divine sword as she charged towards his frozen arm, aiming for his colossal head. It was none other than Mo Tianxing's Sword of Beings. Before the Snow Empress could fully succumb to the invasion of the scarlet energy, the immense life energy radiating from the Sword of Beings enveloped and subdued it, allowing her wounded body to recuperate swiftly under its nurturing influence. The blood-red demon god was filled with dread. He had unleashed a full frontal assault, yet now struggled to execute an effective counter. The Snow Empress, wielding the Sword of Beings, transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the center of his brow, trailing a cascade of blood. The demon god's gaze turned blank, a fissure appearing on his forehead, oozing thick blood. He slowly raised his enormous hand, attempting to salvage something. But beneath his massive blood-red eyes, a minute speck of dust drew his attention. This object, trailing a blood-red rainbow flame, resembled a walnut-sized particle of dust. Yet it instilled a profound sense of peril within him. In his current state, even if he wished to evade, he found himself powerless. The Snow Empress sensed a wave of intense unease and descended before Mo Tianxing, grasping his hand to retreat. Both the Ice Empress and Bibi Dong swiftly withdrew to a safe distance. Suddenly, a brilliant blood-red light erupted behind them. A terrifying sonic wave accompanied by scalding heat swept through the air, shattering the snowflakes in an instant. The extreme heat obliterated the frozen realm created by the dance of eternal snow, transforming it into vapor and evaporating it almost instantaneously. The blood-red demon god's shadow was shattered into a colossal energy mass, swiftly dissipating, while the oppressive blood curtain in the sky lifted, revealing a vast blue void. Soul masters in the vicinity of Xiao Wu Ridge beheld the Snow Empress and the Pope rushing towards them. The fierce winds and scorching waves howled all around, vaporizing trees and vegetation. As the earth itself rolled away beneath the heat, small mountains swallowed whole by the radiant blood-red light. In that moment, they witnessed a blood-red sun in the sky. No, it was a resplendent blood sun, outshining the true sun. The Snow Empress and her companion sped toward them, Bibi Dong carrying Qian Renxue, as the ground behind them rapidly vanished, enveloped in the blood-red glow. Qian Wu Ridge was shrouded in a sphere of blood-red energy, its brilliance surpassing that of the rising sun. When the storm finally subsided, the original Qian Wu Ridge had vanished, replaced by a supermassive crater spanning 100 miles in diameter. All beings within hundreds of miles had been reduced to ashes, rendering the area a desolate wasteland. Chapter 101, Conclusion in the Heaven Dou Empire. One of the strongholds of the evil soul masters, the surrounding mountains had been flattened. 7 swords, imbued with a fierce killing intent, descended, piercing the ground and impaling a middle-aged man within the ruins, forcing him to maintain a kneeling posture before death. The sword Douluo Continent landed gracefully, his white robe billowing. As he approached the sect leader, Ning Fengxi, joining forces with the Bone Douluo. "Are you unscathed, Brother Jian?" Ning Fengxi inquired. At this moment, Ning Fengxi was radiating a spectrum of soul power, a massive treasure tower hovering above him, shimmering brilliantly. It was his martial soul true form, the 7 treasures glazed tower. The towering structure was adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, with the 7th black soul ring gleaming with a dazzling light. Witnessing the recent battle, he felt a deep sense of concern. An 8-ringed soul master had compelled Brother Jian to exert all his strength, even under the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tower. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on his heart. The sword Douluo gently shook his head, affirming that he was indeed fine, yet the battle had profoundly shaken him. As Mo Tianxing had stated, an 8-ringed evil soul master could force him to unleash his full power, indicating that they had reached the threshold of Tiandou Douluo. With their insidious techniques, even a newly ascended Tiandou Douluo might struggle against them. It was crucial to note that there was a significant gap of 1 soul ring between them. The emergence of an 8-ringed soul master was far more common than that of a 9-ringed Tiandou Douluo. making it all too easy for evil soul masters to traverse this chasm. Fortunately, there was only one 8-ringed soul master in this stronghold. If a 9-ringed title Douluo were to appear among the evil soul masters, their power would be unfathomable. Contemplating this, the sword Douluo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He wondered how the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan was faring. Ning Fengji gazed into the distance. Their intelligence had not indicated the presence of an 8-ringed evil soul master, yet one had appeared. It was likely that other strongholds faced similar situations. Yu Yuanjin had likely encountered an 8-ringed evil soul master as well. However, with his status as a 96th level assault-type title Douluo, he should not succumb so easily. After all, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul possessed the power of thunder, which was particularly effective against evil soul masters. To be safe, we should head over to check on the situation. Ning Fengji retracted the true form of his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tower, and, accompanied by Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, hastened towards the stronghold cleared by the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Meanwhile, at the stronghold overseen by the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, a thunderous explosion erupted, creating a vast crater in the earth, instantly engulfed in billowing smoke. The clan leader and the elders of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, witnessing this scene, were taken aback and rushed toward the gaping pit. If something were to happen to the clan leader, it would undoubtedly spell tremendous trouble for the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. At that moment, a figure soared from the depths of the crater, descending to the ground with a few coughs, slowly emerging from the swirling dust. The hearts of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan members raced with anxiety. Yu Yuanjin was enveloped in dancing blue arcs of electricity. His blue armor on the left shoulder shattered beyond recognition, and the dragon transformation effect on his body gradually dissipating, leaving him disheveled and covered in dust as he coughed softly. "Are you all right, clan leader?" The second-in-command of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan rushed forward to support him. Worry etched on his face. They had witnessed the ferocity of that explosion. Even a title Douluo would have struggled to withstand its might. "Cough, I am fine." Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, not yet in such a fragile state. "What on earth are these monsters? An 8-ringed soul master can contend with me." And upon realizing they cannot defeat me, they resort to self-detonation. They are nothing short of lunatics. If such a group is allowed to wreak havoc on the Douluo Continent, it would surely descend into chaos and suffering. It is fortunate that we are cleansing them in a timely manner. I wonder how the situation is faring on the other side. Fortunately, Mo Tian had mobilized everyone, ensuring that at each stronghold there was at least one title Douluo present. Initially, he thought this was excessive and unnecessary. However, it now appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Were a group of Soul Douluo to handle this stronghold, it was highly likely they would face utter annihilation. The title Douluo under the Tiandou royal family was somewhat weaker, possessing only 94 levels of soul power. And his martial soul was not of the highest caliber. He was the barbarian Bull Douluo. Although the barbarian Bull Douluo could not eliminate the 8-ringed evil soul master in a short span, he managed to hold him off. Before long, he was joined by 2 title Douluo reinforcements from the Spirit Hall, the Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and the Ghost Douluo Guemei, in a collaborative onslaught by the 3 title Douluo. The 8-ringed evil soul master could not endure for long and was ultimately crushed by the barbarian Bull Douluo's martial soul true form in a devastating blow known as the Heavenly Bull Fist. The barbarian Bull Douluo expressed his gratitude to the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. However, he was unaware that these 2 title Douluo from the Spirit Hall had already arrived and had been observing the situation for some time. Upon realizing that the 8-ringed evil soul master stood no chance of quickly dispatching the barbarian Bull Douluo, primarily due to his formidable defenses, they felt compelled to intervene to tidy up the aftermath. After all, the Pope had instructed them to eradicate the evil soul master's stronghold without leaving any survivors. Meanwhile, the Chrysanthemum Douluo pondered, one hand on his waist, the other supporting his chin, wondering how matters were unfolding for the Pope. In the same vein, within the borders of the Star Dou Empire, Mo Tianxing and his companions retreated to the lakeside of the forest, 100 miles away. During the fierce battle with the Scarlet Demon God, the Snow Emperor suffered a grievous injury from the invasion of Crimson Power. After Mo Tianxing administered the Eternal Ice Marrow to the Snow Emperor, he utilized the soul technique and domain of the Sword of Living Beings to tend to her wounds, while the Ice Emperor remained vigilantly by her side. The once dignified Pope Bibi Dong now bore slightly charred edges on her garments. However, her protégé, Qian Renxue, suffered minimal harm. As for the Demon Spirit Douluo and the Titan Douluo, they were also unscathed, having successfully brought along the other soul masters to shield them from the aftermath of the explosion. That scene left an indelible mark on their memories, surpassing even the awe inspired by the Snow Emperor's battle against the colossal blood-red demon god. Duke White Tiger would forever remember the terror of that rising crimson sun. The destructive force of the explosion posed a significant threat, one that even he, a titled Douluo, could not underestimate. Had it been unleashed at close range, he might have met his demise. If such a calamity were to befall their imperial capital in the Star Dou Empire, could they truly withstand it? Chapter 102, Child of Fortune, Child of the Divine. In the abyssal plain, at the 108th layer, a towering palace loomed atop the clouds. Beneath the regal throne knelt a deity, while above, seated upon the exalted throne, was a supreme emperor. The Dark Emperor, cloaked in a black robe that enveloped his entire being, bore broad shoulders and a cascading mane of translucent white hair. His visage, akin to jade, was strikingly handsome, with eyes as dark as the abyss itself, instilling a sense of dread in those who gazed upon him. The terrifying pressure emanating from the Black Emperor was enough to warp the very fabric of the void, rendering the kneeling deity below incapable of raising his gaze. This was the ruler of the abyssal plane, the abyssal holy lord, an entity of first-tier divinity. The deity kneeling below was none other than the Crimson God who had utilized the rift connecting the abyssal plane to the Douluo world to send forth his soul avatar to the red mist ridge of the Douluo world. His true identity was the Demon Emperor, master of the fourth layer of the abyss, the abyssal demon lord. Just as he dispatched the first powerful avatar to the Douluo world, it had yet to establish a stable interdimensional passage before it was swiftly vanquished by inhabitants of that realm. He was to report the events of his encounter in the Douluo world. It appeared that the denizens of the Douluo world had sensed their presence beforehand, launching a devastating assault on their headquarters even before the deity had truly descended upon their realm. They had even mobilized two 99th level ultimate Douluo priest deities against them. Had it not been for this assault by the two ultimate Douluo, and given that his soul had yet to fully acclimate to the cultivation of that body, he could have easily escaped had even one of those ultimate Douluo been absent, despite the formidable presence of the white-haired woman, the Snow Emperor. The frost deity's priest contemplated, uncertain if the Douluo world was under the watchful eyes of the divine beings. The frost deity was merely a second-tier deity in the divine realm. As long as there were no divine kings involved, even first-tier deities posed only a moderate threat. His own strength far exceeded that of an ordinary first-tier deity. The sea god from the past, capable of wielding oceanic powers in the Douluo Continent, merely severed the connection between the two worlds, which did not imply inferiority. The timely arrival of the deity priest did not necessarily indicate that the divine realm had its gaze fixed upon them. Such coincidences were rare. It was improbable that he had been targeted just as he made contact with the Douluo world. Even if it were true that he had drawn the attention of the divine realm, he was determined to consume the Douluo world. That realm had birthed several first-tier deities, leaving behind numerous divine legacies, and existed in a window of opportunity devoid of divine guardians. He would certainly not relinquish it. I understand. You may withdraw, spoke the abyssal holy lord. The demon emperor sighed in relief, hastily exiting the divine hall, inwardly grateful that the holy lord had not imposed any punishment. Nevertheless, he had truly exerted himself. Even if other deities had descended to orchestrate a plan, they would likely have met with a similar fate. Observing the demon emperor depart, the abyssal holy lord propped his chin upon his hand. The previously established base had been uprooted, and further infiltration into the Douluo world required careful consideration. The gods of the abyssal plane, constrained by the rules of the Douluo world before the interdimensional passage was fully opened, found themselves unable to launch an offensive. Had they been able, he would have struck with fury long ago. Fortunately, a batch of indigenous seedlings had recently been sent from the Douluo world. These natives would not be bound by the Douluo world's rules. With proper cultivation, they might prove useful. With this thought, the abyssal holy lord rose from his exalted throne and turned toward the depths of the dark palace. This Douluo world shall be mine to devour. In the Douluo world, Star Dou Empire assisted the Snow Empress in purging the crimson power within her, subsequently entering a period of seclusion. During this time, news reached them of the successful eradication of various strongholds by multiple factions. Concurrently, a chilling revelation regarding the evil soul masters swiftly swept through the upper echelons of the soul master world. The apprehended evil soul masters divulged a horrifying truth. The source of their mutated martial souls was a power from another realm. Beyond the Douluo world lies an abyssal dimension, which has now established contact with Douluo. It will not be long before the master of this abyssal realm descends, threatening to engulf the entire world. The captured evil soul masters, in a frenzied state, exhibited an almost maniacal reverence for this enigmatic abyssal lord, firmly believing that their savior would arrive. They regarded the Red Mist Ridge as a sacred site, anticipating the manifestation of a deity. The notion of a deity's appearance may seem far-fetched. Yet for those soul masters who witnessed the extraordinary battle of the ultimate Douluo, it was a reality. Miracles had unfolded before their very eyes. A blood-red demon, shrouded in darkness, unleashed a tempest of carnage, ultimately being vanquished by the combined might of two frost deity priests, the Pope and Mo Tianxing. Following this divine conflict, the soul masters who participated in the Battle of Red Mist Ridge almost unanimously revered the Snow Empress as the goddess of frost. News of the Ice and Snow Emperors swiftly circulated among the major factions. The configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings was indeed awe-inspiring. It was nearly certain that they hailed from the lineage of the frost deity. No wonder they could effortlessly repel the formidable 96th level assault-type master. Yu Engine of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yu Engine found himself the center of attention once more, as discussions of the Ice and Snow Emperors inevitably led to tales of his defeat. Yu Engine expressed his profound chagrin. The tale of that fierce battle of the ultimate Douluo naturally reached Qian Daoliu through the accounts of the demon-slaying Douluo and the Thousand-Gene Douluo. The two enigmatic women accompanying Mo Tianxing are very likely the priestess and devotee of the frost deity. When Qian Daoliu received this news, he remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated it all along. He had also received information regarding the abyssal plane promptly and did not find the situation particularly absurd. The existence of divine realms implies the existence of other planes as well. It is not surprising that disparities in strength exist. In the face of that abyssal plane, the Douluo world finds itself in an unequivocally disadvantaged position. The two women emerging from the frost deity's domain targeting the limit Douluo from the abyssal plane serves as a stark reminder, even a priest of his caliber. A 99-level limit Douluo could be slain. Furthermore, he heard that Mo Tianxing had also participated in the divine hunting war, able to manifest his martial soul's true form. Displaying 8 soul rings at that moment, wielding a verdant longsword that resembled a divine artifact. These were witnessed firsthand by the demon slayer Douluo and the Qianjin Douluo, who dared to engage and contend with the limit Douluo, indicating an at least 95-level title Douluo prowess. What is his origin that permits the two priestesses of the frost deity to protect him closely, allowing him to reach the 8th ring before the age of 20, while simultaneously possessing an artifact-like weapon? No one in the Douluo world has achieved such feats. Is he the fated child born to combat calamity, or a divine offspring from the celestial realm? Chapter 103, Bestowal of Titles and Ranks. The upper echelons of the Soul Master community are in disarray due to the matters concerning the abyssal plane. The more information they acquire, the more anxious they become, and their despair deepens in light of the current circumstances. The abyssal plane harbors living deities of the present era, and the quantity and quality of tidal Douluo-level powerhouses far exceed that of Douluo Continent. In the face of such an invasion, the forces of the Douluo world are utterly incapable of resisting. Where exactly is the so-called interdimensional passage, and to what extent does it extend? Can it be severed? These remain unknown to them. They can only place their hopes on Mo Tianxing. They are aware that the priestess of the frost deity is formidable, nearly an invincible entity beneath the divine level. Mo Tianxing's ability to command 2 extreme Douluo priests to stand by his side has sparked widespread discussion across various circles, raising questions about his true origins. Meanwhile, the matter of the level 9 soul cannon that Mo Tianxing has set up outside Xiao Wu Ridge has been suppressed by the Pope and the royal family of the Star Dou Empire, who wish to keep the existence of such a formidable weapon a secret from the outside world. Bibi Dong is profoundly shaken by the power of the soul cannon she has encountered up close. Its destructive capability surpasses that of most tidal Douluo's 9th spirit abilities. At a sufficiently close range, it could deliver a fatal blow to tidal Douluo below level 95. Even those above level 95 would likely suffer severe injuries if struck at close range. Ever since she witnessed the soul cannon's potential threat to a 5-ring soul king, she has been concerned about whether it could be developed to threaten 6-ring soul emperors and 7-ring soul saints. However, this remains merely a conjecture, as creating such a weapon would require considerable time for research and development. Progress must be gradual, and a cannon capable of threatening 6-ring soul emperors and 7-ring soul saints is likely still a long way off. What she did not anticipate was that Mo Tianxing would leap directly past the goals of the 6-ring and 7-ring, crafting something capable of injuring tidal Douluo. It remains uncertain which poses a greater danger when compared to the evil soul masters. Nevertheless, if this technology is utilized effectively, it could play a critical role in repelling invasions from the abyssal plane in the future. Simultaneously, the very person at the center of this controversy, Mo Tianxing, is currently attending a celebration banquet within the Star Dou Empire's royal palace. The Snow Empress has nearly recovered from her injuries, and she, along with the Ice and Snow Emperors, has temporarily remained in the Star Dou Empire, primarily due to the personal invitation extended by Duke White Tiger. As a gesture of hospitality, Mo Tianxing found himself in a position where he could hardly refuse, as he needed to establish a connection with the Star Dou Empire to prepare for the forthcoming alliance. Thus he nodded in agreement. As for Pope Bibi Dong, the Demon Slayer Douluo, and the Thousand June Douluo, they had returned to the Spirit Hall shortly after the conclusion of the God-hunting war. Among them, Qian Renxue wished to delay her return, intending to accompany Mo Tianxing back at a later time. Bibi Dong consented, providing Qian Renxue with the Pope's decree and instructing her on several matters before leading her two devoted followers and the elite forces of the Spirit Hall back to their headquarters. As the Pope, Bibi Dong, after experiencing this battle, profoundly realized that relying solely on the Spirit Hall's strength was utterly insufficient to contend with the abyssal plane. It was imperative to consolidate the powers across the continent. The initial plan to exert military dominance over the continent would likely need to be postponed, at least for the time being. Thus, it seemed that forming an alliance was the only viable option. The subtle shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor towards Qian Renxue did not escape the latter's notice, gradually dispelling the shadows that loomed in her heart. The emotional barriers she had harbored against her mother began to loosen and open up. Naturally, she was determined to fulfill her mother's instructions with utmost diligence. As night fell, the Star Dou Empire's palace was adorned with vibrant lights, bright enough to rival daylight, as a celebratory banquet was held to commemorate the eradication of the evil soul master stronghold. During the feast, the Emperor of Star Dou personally received Mo Tianxing, extolling his youthful achievements and contributions to vanquishing evil. He conferred upon him the title of Count and designated a parcel of territory within the Star Dou Empire for his independent governance, granting him a completely autonomous existence alongside the title of Count in vast expanses of fertile land. When Mo Tianxing received the news, he momentarily stood in stunned silence. The prospect of an official title and nobility held an immense allure for him. After all, as a descendant of the agricultural lineage, the blood of farmers flowed through his veins, and historically, men have always harbored grand ambitions of seeking titles and accolades. The temptation of such an honor was undeniably extraordinary. A servant presented him with a silver tray bearing 3 carefully prepared items, an exclusive seal of account, a parchment map depicting the designated territory, and a golden honor medal. The medal was adorned with a pure red ruby, intricately outlined with golden threads, radiating brilliance. The Emperor of Xinglua orchestrated these gestures to forge favorable relations and to glean information regarding the Level 9 Soul Cannon from Mo Tianxing. While he was aware of the news from the abyssal plane, there was little he could do to expedite matters. Such issues were beyond his immediate control. His primary concern lay with the soul device capable of impacting even the Limit Douluo battle. According to Duke Baihu, the soul cannon installed by Mo Tianxing was the very catalyst for the Red Sun's emergence. Its power posed a significant threat to the safety of tidal Douluo, leaving little chance for resistance from an 8-ring soul Douluo. Furthermore, this device was not merely a one-on-one weapon. It was a large-scale instrument of destruction. If produced en masse, its strategic implications would be unfathomable, capable of annihilating 2 great empires with ease, provided the numbers were sufficient. This matter loomed over him like a sword. The timing of its descent uncertain, endangering not only his life, but also that of the Xinglua Empire. He recognized Mo Tianxing's growing proximity to the Tiandou Empire and the Spirit Hall, having had minimal prior contact with the Xinglua Empire. He aimed to draw Mo Tianxing onto his ship, believing that bestowing a title would be the optimal choice, for no man could resist the allure of nobility. However, Mo Tianxing declined this gift, a refusal that left the Emperor and Duke Baihu deep in contemplation. Was this man truly sane, to spurn a title offered freely? The rationale behind Mo Tianxing's refusal was straightforward. Xue'er was the princess of the Tiandou Empire. Accepting a title and territory from the Xinglua Empire would place her in an untenable position. Moreover, the significance of that title and land held little value for him. Should he wish to achieve recognition, he could easily request a peace from the Night Emperor. The Emperor's calculations had faltered, though he remained undeterred. He swiftly shifted his focus, expressing to Mo Tianxing that the impending invasion from the abyssal plane necessitated an alliance among the Spirit Hall, Tiandou Empire, and Xinglua Empire to establish a unified front against the foreign invaders. What he proposed aligned perfectly with Mo Tianxing's thoughts and the sentiments of the Spirit Hall and Tiandou Empire. Faced with the threat of an abyssal invasion, they had no choice but to set aside grievances and unite for any hope of survival. Qian Renxue, representing the Spirit Hall, engaged in discussions with the Emperor regarding this alliance, which would soon be placed on the official agenda. As the celebration banquet of the Xinglua Empire concluded successfully and guests dispersed, it was already quite late. Qian Renxue sat in the courtyard, holding the Pope's decree, her thoughts wandering far and wide. It seemed her birth mother was gradually beginning to acknowledge and accept her, whether during the operations at Chilling, when she was instructed to remain behind, or the moments when Tianxing told her to stay close to Xue'er, or even amidst the aftershocks of the Level 9 soul cannon explosion when her mother instinctively sheltered her. These instances had shattered what she believed to be an unassailable emotional barrier. This was the first time she felt the warmth and concern of a mother, something she had never experienced in her youth. Despite her initial resolve to forget about having a biological mother and to emulate her coldness, she now found herself regretting that decision. Even as her mother began to show her affection, the bond between them had become irrevocably strained. Yet, when her mother exhibited even the slightest care, the icy heart she had constructed began to melt in an instant, sparking an overwhelming urge to rush into her embrace and weep. Even if her mother had been indifferent to her existence or unconcerned for her well-being, she had grown accustomed to life without her. However, the sudden display of concern stirred a tumult of emotions within her, igniting a desire to collapse into her mother's arms and cry unabashedly. With the Pope's decree in hand and her eyes slightly reddened with unshed tears, she found herself alone in the courtyard. "Why are you here alone?" Mo Tianxing appeared behind her, slowly approaching. Qian Renxue tilted her head back, feigning interest in the stars outside. "The stars are beautiful tonight, just taking a look," she replied lightly, though deep inside, she knew she was merely trying to suppress the tears that threatened to fall. Mo Tianxing lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, where the moon shone faintly amidst a sparse array of stars. He sat down beside Qian Renxue, who also looked up at the celestial expanse. "If you feel like crying, then let the tears flow," he said. "I am no longer a child." A gentle smile graced Qian Renxue's face as she raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Mo Tianxing gently pulled her into his embrace, their shoulders leaning against each other. "You should take a rest if you're weary," he spoke softly, his hand tenderly caressing the crown of her head. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, nestling against his shoulder as her consciousness gradually faded. She gently slipped from his shoulder, resting her head on his knee, surrendering to a sweet slumber. In her dreams, she reconciled with her mother, adorned in a pristine wedding gown, walking hand in hand with Mo Tianxing down the aisle. A serene smile graced her face as she softly murmured his name. Mo Tianxing gazed towards the distant horizon. Since his arrival in the realm of humanity, his footsteps had never ceased. In stark contrast, those years spent in the Star Dou Forest had been his most tranquil and leisurely moments, days spent basking in the sun by Star Lake, playfully tormenting the high-ranking soul beasts, occasionally contemplating how to acquire the coveted soul gold from the hands of Deming. Initially, he found the Star Dou Forest rather dull and ventured out to experience the vibrant world beyond. However, since his departure, he encountered an increasing number of events, each more pressing than the last. He met Shui Yuxuan and Yi Huangying and entered the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou for cultivation, where 3 venerable elders implored him to become their disciple, even if only in name, which he gladly accepted. He encountered Qian Renxue, who posed as the prince of the Heaven Dou Empire, and journeyed to the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, where he collected all of Dugu Boas' celestial herbs, forming an unspoken bond with him. In pursuit of Bai Ji, he ventured to the icy plains, where he encountered the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and the legendary 10,000-year 9-grade Ginseng King. The disappearance of Yi Huangying led to entanglements with the Abyssal Plane. Upon returning to the Star Dou Forest to seek the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna for a solution to the abyssal predicament, he nearly sacrificed himself in the process. The emergence of the evil soul masters at the Red Mist Ridge of the Star Luo Empire ignited the god-hunting war, marking his first confrontation with denizens of the Abyssal Plane, while Yi Huangying remains unaccounted for to this day. His cultivation level has ascended from the 5-ring Soul King to the 8-ring Soul Douluo in less than a year. To claim that he is not weary would be disingenuous. Mo Tianxing gently caressed Qian Renxue's hair, lifting his gaze to the endless, dark night sky. and let out a deep sigh. His once tranquil days had gradually drifted away, though he could not pinpoint when it had begun. Evading the issues at hand would resolve nothing. With the imminent invasion of the abyssal realm, he found no solace in others' reliability. To protect those dear to him, he needed to ascend to divinity swiftly, the god of slaughter from the city of killing, and the sea god from Sea God Island. Once the martial soul hall forged an alliance with the two great empires, he would have to venture to both places. At dawn, Qian Renxue awoke in Mo Tianxing's lap, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld his sleeping visage. Recalling the events of the previous night, a faint blush crept across her delicate face. Mo Tianxing awakened from a subtle movement in his embrace, lowering his gaze to the freshly awoken Qian Renxue, and with a smile, he playfully pinched her delicate face. The Ice Emperor, witnessing this scene, was filled with uncontainable ire, promptly taking hold of the Snow Empress and departing, perplexed as to what Snow cherished in this scoundrel. Who was so fickle? The Snow Empress merely glanced back without uttering a word. Several days later, Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the Ice and Snow Emperors, returned to the Heaven Dou Empire with Qian Renxue. It had been quite a while since he last saw Xue'er, and he felt compelled to treat her with the utmost respect. During their journey home, the Ice Emperor dragged the Snow Empress ahead, completely disregarding Mo Tianxing behind them. This peculiar behavior piqued Mo Tianxing's curiosity, wondering what temperamental mood this esteemed lady was in. In contrast, the Snow Empress was notably well-behaved, causing no fuss. Among the four, Qian Renxue possessed the weakest cultivation, having only recently crossed the threshold of the 6-ring Soul Emperor rank. In the presence of Mo Tianxing, who stood at the 8-ring Soul Douluo level, alongside the two extreme Douluo-ranked frost deities, she seemed rather inexperienced. The distance between the Star Dou Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire's capital was considerable, however, under the swift guidance of the two extreme Douluo. They arrived at the Heaven Dou Empire in less than a day. When Mo Tianxing once again encountered Xue'er, he noted her noticeably haggard appearance. Her joy at his return was palpable, for she had been tirelessly assisting her father in the investigation and eradication of evil soul master strongholds, laboring day and night. Mo Tianxing gazed at her with a twinge of sympathy. Xue'er, however, gently shook her head, noting that it was primarily her brother's illness that burdened her. Otherwise, such matters would not have fallen upon her shoulders. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing displayed a rather peculiar expression. Qian Renxue, catching wind of the conversation, concealed herself behind Mo Tianxing and stifled a laugh. If Xue'er were to discover that the gravely ill individual, whom she had been forbidden to visit, was none other than the very Qian Renxue hiding behind Mo Tianxing, one can only imagine the look that would grace her face. Suddenly, Qian Renxue leapt forward, grasping Xue'er's hand, and proclaimed her intention to treat her to some delectable delights. She was aware of a particularly exquisite dessert shop, thus diverting the conversation seamlessly. Mo Tianxing observed the scene before him, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. During this moment, Qian Renxue glanced back, winking at him as if to convey a silent warning. If you dare to expose me, you shall face dire consequences. The Ice Emperor, pulling along the Snow Emperor, walked ahead of Mo Tianxing, letting out a soft hum, leaving him to trail behind in solitary silence. Mo Tianxing gazed at their retreating figures, a gentle smile gracing his face as he promptly followed. Chapter 105, Davis's Awkward Moment, Third Update. Upon learning that Yi Huangying remained missing, Xue'er's eyes instantly clouded with despair, leaving her in a daze for quite some time. Mo Tianxing fell silent. Regarding Yi Huangying, his knowledge was indeed limited. From the surviving evil soul masters, he confirmed that the saintess was none other than Yi Huangying. When he initially captured the leader of the evil soul masters in the depths of Chuling, the latter mistook him for the Right Protector, and from their words, it was easy to deduce that the Right Protector had taken Yi Huangying to another location. Not only did the saintess Yi Huangying disappear at the same time, but several other exceptionally gifted prodigies were also sent away by the Right Protector to an unknown destination. Who, then, was this Right Protector within their organization? How could their leader be so easily mistaken? The information gleaned from the evil soul masters did not clarify the identity of the Right Protector. Whenever he appeared, he was always shrouded in a veil, his true form unseen. None among the evil soul masters had ever glimpsed his true visage. Mo Tianxing had encountered that enigmatic Right Protector at the altar of the Blood Soul Great Formation in Chuling, where he possessed a pair of dazzling golden eyes, exuding a potent aura of darkness. The deity of the abyss had utilized that vessel to descend, The right protector was presumably merely a vessel for the abyssal deity's arrival, having perished the moment the deity descended, severing the thread of clues regarding Yi Huangying. Days later, the Spirit Hall extended invitations to the two great empires to convene in Wuhuan City to discuss an alliance. In inviting the Tiandou Empire, it was only natural that they would not limit their invitation to the royal lineage. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School also received invitations. As for the reclusive Haotian School, once hailed as the #1 sect under heaven, they would be welcomed should they dare to attend. The Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiandou Empire dispatched Prince Xue'er and Xue'er to accompany him, with the formidable Bull Douluo providing close protection. Ningfengxi, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, traveled with the Sword Douluo, leaving the Bone Douluo to safeguard the home and care for Rongrong. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School was represented by Yu Yuanjin and several elders, heading toward Wuhuan City. Meanwhile, the Star Luo Empire sent Duke Baihu, accompanied by the Crown Prince Davis, to the same destination. Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the Ice and Snow Emperors and Qian Renxue, made his way to the Spirit Hall City. Within the spacious conference hall of the Spirit Hall, the floor was adorned with polished black tiles that gleamed. Seated at the long ebony conference table were the prominent leaders of the various factions across the Douluo Continent. At the head of the table sat Pope Bibi Dong, flanked by the Spirit Hall's princess, Qian Renxue. Beside the Snow Star Prince sat Xue'er. The presence of Mo Tianxing is undoubtedly striking, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the vicinity. This is primarily due to the imposing figures of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor flanking him, radiating an aura of aloofness. Their exquisite appearances and unparalleled prowess establish them as the pinnacle of the Douluo world, noble beings of the 99th level, the Limit Douluo, and the Divine Priest. The emergence of such extraordinary power naturally captivates all eyes. When Yu Yuanjin encounters the Ice Emperor once more, his expression betrays a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that these seemingly delicate young ladies were, in fact, 99th level Limit Douluo, Divine Priests. The Ice Emperor, too, takes note of Yu Yuanjin, casting a disdainful glance in his direction that sends a chill coursing through his body, leaving him hesitant to act recklessly. Mo Tianxing was also observing the actions of those present, most of whom were familiar faces, at least having met once before. Behind the Duke of White Tiger sat a tall young man, over 6 feet in height, with golden hair. He was slightly shorter than Mo Tianxing, and his eyes shimmered with a striking combination of gold and silver. This was none other than Davis, the great prince of the Starry Luo Empire, who was now in his mid-teens. In the grand celebration held at the Imperial Palace of the Star Luo Empire, Mo Tianxing had a few fleeting encounters with Dai Mubai, who was approximately 6 years his junior among the Shrek Seven Devils. In the original narrative, he was ultimately vanquished by Dai Mubai during the prestigious Soul Master competition and later faced defeat in the struggle for the throne, rendering his experience nothing short of disastrous. However, whether Dai Mubai, lacking the extraordinary Qirong Tong Tianju, could surpass his older brother remains a matter of conjecture. Unbeknownst to Davis, Mo Tianxing's gaze was fixated intently on Xue'er. He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Ice and Snow Emperors, and, naturally, he dared not entertain any notions regarding these two peerless beings. Qian Renxue, being not only the princess of the Spirit Hall, but also in a romantic relationship with Mo Tianxing, was someone he dared not provoke. Thus he chose to disregard Mo Tianxing entirely. Nevertheless, he was aware that Xue'er was the princess of the Tiandou Empire. Though he could not fathom how she had transformed into such stunning beauty, surpassing even his own fiancée, Davis found himself utterly distracted, unable to absorb the meeting's content. As his thoughts were consumed by how to initiate a conversation with Xue'er once the meeting concluded. This gathering was set to last several days, and he pondered whether he could successfully win her over during that time. Davis remained blissfully oblivious to the fact that Xue'er was also Mo Tianxing's beloved. He was trapped in a cognitive misapprehension, believing that Mo Tianxing had already united with the Spirit Hall's princess, and thus could not possibly have any ties to the princess of the Tiandou Empire. Xue'er, noticing Davis's covetous gaze, furrowed her brow and instinctively looked towards Mo Tianxing. Observing Davis's interest in Xue'er, Mo Tianxing remained composed, feeling a twinge of curiosity regarding the prince's development over the years. The conference led by Pope Bibi Dong and Mo Tianxing proceeded smoothly, primarily because all parties were inclined towards forming alliances. The day was merely dedicated to solidifying specific matters and establishing certain regulations. which could not be finalized in just a couple of days. After the preliminary discussions concluded, the attendees naturally returned to their designated accommodations. As the assembly adjourned, Davis adjusted his attire and retrieved a vibrant red rose from his sleeve, rising with a humble smile as he approached Xue'er. Their original seating arrangements placed Xue'er at one end, with Mo Tianxing and the Ice and Snow Emperors seated not far apart in between. Upon seeing Davis approaching Xue'er, Mo Tianxing rose from his seat. Davis, having already been attentive to Mo Tianxing, assumed he was departing and nodded to him with a smile. However, Mo Tianxing shifted his stance, positioning himself squarely in Davis's path, regarding him with a knowing smile. Davis stood momentarily bewildered, questioning Mo Tianxing's intentions. The Ice Emperor, observing the scene with interest, continued to embrace the Snow Emperor while watching the unfolding drama. Qian Renxue approached Xue'er, taking her hand with a radiant smile, whispering something in her ear before they drifted toward Mo Tianxing. Upon witnessing Xue'er's approach, Davis disregarded the obstruction posed by Mo Tianxing, prioritizing his attempt at conversation. Yet, before he could take a step, he felt an inexplicable heaviness weighing down upon him. As if an immense force had descended, gradually bending his posture and causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. He then beheld Qian Renxue and Xue'er, one on each side, joyfully linking arms with Mo Tianxing as they strolled towards the Grand Hall's exit, trailed closely by the Ice and Snow Emperors. In that moment, Davis felt utterly shattered. Chapter 106. The transmission of soul guidance devices. The Spirit Hall, together with the two great empires, ratified an agreement to stand united during the incursion of the Abyssal Plane, pledging mutual support, information sharing, and collaborative resistance against their adversaries. As for the remaining minor details that required revision, Mo Tianxing found himself lacking interest. Since the incident involving Davis, he had not encountered him again. In the aftermath, Duke Baihu personally sought him out to apologize, clarifying that at that time, Crown Prince Davis was genuinely unaware of Xue'er's relationship with him, and he hoped Mo Tianxing would not take offense. Mo Tianxing naturally regarded this with a dismissive smile, not taking it to heart. He contemplated his next move to the City of Slaughter, with the intention of acquiring the God of Slaughter domain, competing for the position of Xue'er God against the contemporary masters of slaughter. In the original narrative, Tang San spent more than a year in the City of Slaughter to complete 100 trials and attain the title of God of Slaughter, subsequently gaining the God of Slaughter domain after traversing the Hell Road. However, he could not afford to squander time. The impending invasion of the Abyssal Plane loomed large, and if he were to depart in such a manner, upon his return, he could only wonder what transformation the continent would have undergone. Simultaneously, this era was due for the advancement of soul guide technology, which would be instrumental in clearing the battlefield during a large-scale invasion of the Abyssal Plane through the use of soul guide cannons. In the days that followed, Mo Tianxing diligently inscribed the core engraving techniques for soul guides of levels 1 through 7 within his private chamber, preparing to develop the soul guide technology of this age. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were naturally present, yet they found themselves perplexed by the intricacies of these techniques. Qian Renxue and Xue'er, however, exhibited a keen curiosity, having roughly deduced the nature of this endeavor. "Are you intending to pass down the methods for crafting soul guides?" Qian Renxue inquired. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. The creation of soul guide devices necessitates the presence of individuals endowed with soul power. The Spirit Hall boasts a multitude of soul masters, making it quite suitable for this endeavor. Xue'er harbored a keen interest in such capabilities that could enhance the empire's strength. In the past, the Tiandou Empire had experienced significant friction and conflict with the Spirit Hall, which necessitated vigilance against infiltration by its members. Although an alliance has been formed now, the development of the empire's power must not be neglected. This manuscript will be replicated into numerous copies, allowing all eligible individuals to learn. With a smile, Mo Tianxing picked up his brush to continue his sketches. The process of mastering the techniques for crafting soul guide devices requires the establishment of certain constraints, alongside the identification of the learners. As for the limitation to level 7 soul guide devices, it is primarily because the art of soul guide creation is a gradual journey. One must first thoroughly comprehend the methods for crafting the preceding levels before advancing to the creation of level 8 and 9 devices. Mo Tianxing has already provided a comprehensive introduction and explanation of the soul guiding devices. However, he surmised that since his return from the realm of slaughter, there are likely very few individuals who have attained the rank of level 6 soul engineer. If one could reach the esteemed level of a level 7 soul engineer solely through the comprehensive guide he has left behind, it would indeed be a testament to extraordinary talent. Furthermore, a master must retain some secret knowledge. Otherwise, teaching the apprentice could lead to the master's own demise. It would be sheer folly to divulge all the techniques of soul-guiding device fabrication. He intends to observe potential candidates after distributing this guide, seeking suitable individuals to take under his wing, with the aim of instructing them in the creation of level 8 and even level 9 soul-guiding devices. Establishing constraints and identity verification? Shui Yuxuan murmured thoughtfully. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly. You have witnessed the formidable power of the soul-guiding cannon. Thus, its intricate craftsmanship must not be carelessly disseminated or utilized, for it could potentially ignite the flames of civil strife. Therefore, a set of regulations is necessary to govern this particular group. Those who study the creation of soul-guiding devices shall henceforth be referred to as soul mentors. Each soul mentor must operate under their true identity. Qian Renxue and Shui Yuxuan nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the matter. By the way, what are your plans regarding your journey to the city of slaughter? Qian Renxue inquired. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuxuan's gaze dimmed noticeably. Mo Tianxing did not conceal his intention to venture to the city of carnage from them. However, he had only just returned and was already preparing to depart once more. Among the three women, her cultivation was the weakest. Despite her diligent training, her current level of soul power had stagnated at the 4th ring, 48th level, rendering her unable to keep pace with their formidable strength. Even though her martial soul had transformed into that of the Emerald Swan, a premier support martial soul, it offered little assistance to him. Mo Tianxing naturally noticed the change in Shui Yuxuan's expression and immediately stepped forward to gently embrace her. Not so fast. I intend to first select a group of individuals here who wish to learn about soul-guiding devices and lead them on their journey. Mo Tianxing harbored a sense of guilt towards Shui Yuxuan. Among the three women, he had spent the least amount of time with her. The Snow Empress was often by his side, and Qian Renxue could accompany him on various perilous missions. However, due to her martial soul and strength, Shui Yuxuan was mostly confined to the Tiandou Imperial Palace, awaiting his return. Yet, the invasion from the abyssal plane imposed immense pressure upon him, compelling him to grow stronger without pause. It could only be said that this era was fraught with instability. Only after resolving the issues with the abyss could they hope to enjoy a tranquil life. Upon hearing Mo Tianxing's words, Shui Yuxuan seemed to awaken from a dream. While she could not assist him on the path of soul masters, what of the realm of soul tools? Previously, Tianxing had mentioned that the crafting of soul tools merely required one to possess soul power. There seemed to be no stringent demands regarding cultivation level. Yet, the soul tools produced could wield power far surpassing their creators, allowing them to realize their own worth. Perhaps she should endeavor to pursue the path of soul tools. Releasing her embrace, Shui Yuxuan lifted her head and gazed earnestly at Mo Tianxing, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. I wish to learn how to craft soul tools. Very well, Mo Tianxing replied with a smile, gently patting her head. Upon learning that Mo Tianxing intended to recruit a cadre of soul masters from across the realm to impart the art of soul tool creation, Pope Bibi Dong recognized the preciousness of this knowledge. Should one monopolize this technique, unifying the continent would merely be a matter of time. However, given the current situation with the abyssal plane, solitary development was impractical. It was imperative to swiftly identify promising talents endowed with soul tool capabilities, thus recruiting disciples from the entire soul master community. Bibi Dong had no objections to Mo Tianxing's decision, for even if she had, there was little she could do. Mo Tianxing explicitly stated that the location of the preaching would be at the Spirit Hall, where they would hold the initiative. Do you truly intend to venture into the city of slaughter? Bibi Dong inquired. The city of slaughter is unlike any other place. Once one enters, even if she were the one to lead them inside, they could not be brought back out. Bound by the rules, all must rely solely on themselves. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, well aware of these matters, as Bibi Dong had explicitly outlined the pros and cons, as well as the realm of the god of killing. To him. Chapter 107. Mo Tianxing takes disciples. Second update. The Spirit Hall announced that Mo Tianxing would recruit a group of disciples at its location, imparting the art of crafting soul guidance devices, thereby guiding them on their journey and preparing them in advance for the impending confrontation with the abyssal plane. Upon the dissemination of this news, it immediately stirred a tempest within the Spirit Master community. The name Mo Tianxing has long reverberated throughout the realm of Spirit Masters. Accompanying him are two priests of the Frost deities. Furthermore, Rumors have emerged that Mo Tianxing's soul power has ascended to the level of an 8-ring soul Douluo. It is he who has ingeniously crafted that soul-guided cannon. The 9th-level soul-guiding cannon, crafted by Mo Tianxing, played a pivotal role in the Battle of the God Hunting at Xiao Wu Ridge, marking a terrifying achievement that brought an end to the extreme Douluo. This news swiftly spread among the upper echelons of the Soul Master community, creating a seismic wave of shock. A soul-guiding device capable of threatening a tidal Douluo? Undoubtedly, this signifies the pinnacle of potential within this domain. The 9th-level cannon poses a threat to tidal Douluos, and should one pursue this path to its utmost, achieving the rank of 9th-level soul engineer, they would wield even greater intimidation than a tidal Douluo. Their strategic significance could surpass that of a tidal Douluo. Mo Tianxing is indeed the pioneer of this path. Coupled with the news of his intention to take disciples, the entire Soul Master community was set ablaze with excitement. Upon receiving this information, Ning Fingji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Mo Tianxing would disclose the methods of crafting soul-guiding devices. The significance of these devices to those currently utilizing them is immense, enabling auxiliary and even food-type soul masters to exhibit formidable offensive capabilities not derived from soul skills, but from the soul-guiding devices themselves. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo understood the importance of mastering this technology. Their sect desperately needed such external weapons for self-defense. If they could acquire this knowledge, it would greatly alleviate the sect's vulnerability. Should we send Rongrong? Sword Douluo hesitated. Given the recent alliance between the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires, it was reasonable to assume there would be no internal strife during the impending invasion from the Abyss Plane. Ning Fingji, while not having interacted extensively with Mo Tianxing, trusted his character. Dad, Grandpa Jian, what are you talking about? What's this about the Spirit Hall and Brother Mo? At that moment, Ning Rongrong entered the hall and overheard her father and grandfathers discussing something cryptic. My dear daughter. Humph. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing her father call her, crossed her arms defiantly and turned her head away, clearly displeased. She was still sulking over being left behind during a visit to the Spirit Hall to meet Brother Mo and Sister Yuxuan. Is my dear daughter still upset with her father? Ning Fingji chuckled, bemused. It was said that daughters lean towards outsiders at such a young age. She was already inclined to seek out Brother Mo for companionship. Then tell me what's so special about Brother Mo, and I won't be mad anymore. Humph. Ning Rongrong sulked, turning her head away in irritation. All right. Brother Mo is preparing to recruit disciples and teach the methods of crafting soul-guiding devices. Would you be interested? Rongrong? Ning Fingji inquired with a smile. Brother Mo is taking on disciples? Ning Rongrong immediately perked up, her eyes brimming with curiosity. As for the methods of crafting soul-guiding devices, she completely disregarded them, her mind filtering out any mention of it. To learn from him? Ning Rongrong frowned slightly. Then her expression brightened. I'll go. Ning Fingji felt a slight headache coming on. The focus was on whether she wanted to learn. Learning that could be quite arduous. You know, if you agree so readily now, don't come crying to your father later. I'm going. Do you not believe in your daughter? Ning Rongrong puffed up her cheeks, glaring at her father in displeasure. All right, this is what my precious daughter has decided. With Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian as witnesses. You mustn't go back on your word later. Ning Fengji ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair and resolved to send her forth with Mo Tianxing's personal guidance. As long as she didn't get distracted, she should learn a great deal. Even if her cultivation progressed slowly, that would suffice. Meanwhile, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuanjin received this news and found himself speechless. What was this rascal up to now, imparting the methods of crafting soul-guiding devices? He had also heard rumors that the 9th-level soul-guiding cannon could harm tidal Douluos. This technology would likely become increasingly prevalent, making early mastery advantageous. With a wave of his sleeve, he instructed the clan to send a few individuals to investigate. Thus, the responsibility fell upon Yu Tianheng, leaving him utterly bewildered. According to the elder's wishes, since he had previously interacted with Mo Tianxing, despite some misunderstandings, he was to go without further ado. Yu Tianheng was thus inexplicably thrust into this situation. Before the Tiandou imperial family received this news, Shui Yuxuan had already dispatched a letter. The letter indicated her intent to select a few candidates from the royal family to send over, and that she would also be studying there. Reassuring her father not to worry, the Snow Knight Emperor, trusting in Mo Tianxing's favorable disposition towards their royal family, immediately ordered the selection of obedient candidates to send. As news spread, The unruly offspring of the Tiandou imperial family swiftly fell into line, each one more well-behaved than the last. On the other hand, upon hearing this news within the Star Luo Empire, Emperor Star Luo also prepared to arrange personnel. Initially, he intended to send his eldest son, Davis. But after hearing from Duke Baihu about the misunderstandings between the eldest prince and Mo Tianxing, he reconsidered. Although Mo Tianxing was unlikely to hold grudges, being in the presence of one who had once coveted his woman might prove uncomfortable. Emperor Star Luo was no fool. Since sending the eldest son was inconvenient, he decided to send the third son, Dai Mubai, along with his fiancée. This unexpected benefit fell into Dai Mubai's lap, leaving him surprised yet elated. However, upon learning that his elder brother's indiscretions had cost him this opportunity, he realized he would have to behave himself while accompanying his fiancée. Upon hearing of this, Davis seethed with anger. How dare that insufferable younger brother snatch away his chance? Missing this opportunity could lead to unforeseen consequences in the future. Yet, given that he had already offended Mo Tianxing, approaching him to learn the crafting methods of soul-guiding devices was a terrifying thought. After all, while outsiders perceived Mo Tianxing as amiable, Davis had felt quite the opposite, sensing a penchant for targeting individuals. Chapter 108, Tang San and Tang Hao. Third update, Spirit Hall. Within the courtyard of Mo Tianxing, Xiao Wu, Mo Shan, and Tian Mingbing found themselves in a state of ennui, emerging from their small world to seek amusement. Although this was the Spirit Hall, the presence of the Ice and Snow Emperors cloaked them, ensuring that their identities remained concealed. The primary reason for their escapade was that Mo Tianxing intended to linger within the Spirit Hall for a while. Confining Xiao Wu and the others within their small world would undoubtedly meet with their discontent, as they yearned to bask in the refreshing embrace of the outside air. Felt that there was indeed no danger, he had established a barrier in his courtyard that even Qian Daoliu's spiritual force could not penetrate, rendering this place invisible to him. Moreover, after Xiao Wu consumed the essence of the fragrant fairy herb, the divine aroma emanating from her naturally masked the presence of soul beasts. Even if she were to encounter a titled Douluo, her essence would not reveal her as a soul beast in reincarnation. As for Mo Can and Tian Ming, their aura was effectively isolated, and combined with the overwhelming presence of the Ice and Snow Emperors, the possibility of exposure was virtually non-existent. At this time, the Spirit Hall was preparing various metallic materials as requested by Mo Tianxing. Fortunately, the Spirit Hall was financially robust and possessed great strength, so gathering these materials was hardly a burden. During this time, Mo Tianxing prepared some carving knives for newcomers to craft core soul guide devices. He himself wielded the spirit sword that could cut through iron like mud, but others lacked such conditions and thus needed to rely on external tools. Brother, are you planning to teach them how to make soul guides? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes wide as she observed the carving knives Mo Tianxing was fashioning. These knives were crafted from a special material, exuding a chilling metallic luster. Each knife measured a mere 3 inches, perfectly fitting in the palm, with tips as fine as a pen, inscribed with unique runes. Yes, the representatives from various factions have nearly arrived, Mo Tianxing replied. Xiao San also dabbles in these iron tools, though he is not as skilled as you. I wonder how he has been lately, Xiao Wu remarked casually, watching the carving knives take shape in Mo Tianxing's hands. He also sent me a hidden projectile, she added, but compared to the soul guides you are making, it pales in comparison. Upon hearing Xiao Wu mention Tang San, Mo Tianxing felt a flicker of interest. Meanwhile, at the Nodding Junior Academy in the back mountain, Tang San, who had been training on the hillside, suddenly opened his lavender eyes, and his soul power surged forth, revealing 2 yellow soul rings around him as he scanned his surroundings warily. Without warning, he turned and propelled 3 poison-piercing needles from his sleeve towards the bamboo forest behind him using the crane-catching dragon technique, while simultaneously grasping another bundle of needles with his left hand. The 3 needles shot through the air towards the bamboo forest, but before they could reach their target, they were halted by a thick layer of soul power, suspended in midair. It seems you have not slackened in your training over the past year. A familiar and resonant voice emerged from the bamboo grove, as a figure clad in a black robe with a hood stepped forward. The man slightly raised his head, revealing half of his weathered face, and Tang San was momentarily stunned upon recognizing him. The black-robed man removed his hood, unveiling a rugged visage adorned with a beard. Tang San, upon seeing his true form, was taken aback and rushed forward to embrace him. Father, the black-robed man gently caressed Tang San's head with his broad palm. The man was none other than the youngest titled Douluo in the continent, Tang Hao. From now on, I shall guide your training. Tang San responded, his heart brimming with joy. With his father personally instructing him, particularly with the renowned Haotian hammer, his future was undoubtedly bright. Tang Hao bid farewell to the master, and together they set off towards the sunset forest. The dynamics of this continent are changing rapidly, and there is no time for a slow ascent. Tang Hao explained during their journey. Tang San was perplexed. At merely 7 years old, he was training at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and his information was quite limited, leaving him largely unaware of the outside world. However, Tang Hao was different. He had heard gossip in the Soul Master community regarding evil Soul Masters, the Abyssal Plane, Soul Guides, the Spirit Hall's alliance with the two empires, and Mo Tianxing accepting disciples. The enmity with the Spirit Hall was an everlasting wound in his heart. Had he been strong enough, he would not have let Ain sacrifice herself. Now, with the Abyssal Plane invading the Douluo world and the Spirit Hall allied with the two empires to resist the threat, his desire to annihilate the Spirit Hall and avenge Ain felt increasingly distant. In the years he had withdrawn from the Soul Master world, so many astonishing changes had occurred. The young man named Mo Tianxing, who had recently emerged, was destined to lead a revolution in soul guide technology, while Haotian sect remained closed off. It was truly foolish. Recently, a type of offensive soul guide had emerged on the continent, one capable of threatening tidal Douluos. All stemming from the young man named Mo Tianxing. Tang Hao stated calmly, "An offensive soul guide? Mo Tianxing? Isn't he Xiao Wu's brother?" Tang San was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao halted, his expression grave as he regarded his son. That little girl is actually a 10,000-year soul beast in human form, not truly human. Tang San's mind reeled upon hearing this. Xiao Wu was a soul beast, a 10,000-year soul beast. How could that be possible? He had learned from the master that a soul beast reaching 10,000 years was the highest level ever discovered by humanity, with a red 10,000-year soul ring granting 2 skills and always producing a soul bone. A question suddenly arose in Tang San's mind. If his father knew Xiao Wu was a soul beast, why had he not taken action against her? If Xiao Wu were a soul beast, then what of her brother, Mo Tianxing? Tang San's mind raced as he recalled Mo Tianxing's figure. In demeanor and manner of speech, he appeared no different from ordinary people, and he was well-liked in character. "I am not certain," Tang Hao replied. When he had covertly protected his son in the past, he had also been aware of Mo Tianxing, but he had not initially considered any peculiarities about his identity. A 5-ring Soul King's training speed was indeed extraordinary, yet it was insufficient to conceal the essence of a 10,000-year soul beast. He had speculated that Mo Tianxing and Xiao Wu were not siblings, and that Mo Tianxing was likely unaware of her true identity. However, given the subsequent information he had gathered, it seemed that at under 20 years of age, Mo Tianxing had already reached the rank of 8 rings and was accompanied by 2 women who resembled divine priestesses for protection. It was probable that he had received a divine inheritance. Logically speaking, Mo Tianxing should not have been ignorant of that little girl's true identity. If he had known all along that she was a 10,000-year soul beast, was he perhaps keeping her captive, waiting until she reached level 90 to harvest her soul ring and extract her soul bone? Chapter 109. The Ice and Snow Emperors in Disguise. Could it be that Xiao Wu is merely a soul beast kept by her so-called brother? After arriving at this conclusion, Tang San was utterly stunned. He had believed he had hidden himself sufficiently, yet someone had proven to be even more cunning, revealing no signs of their true nature. He felt a wave of sorrow for Xiao Wu, regardless of her being a soul beast or not. She was his friend. If he were in that situation, how could he exploit the bond of siblinghood to engage in such captivity? It was truly despicable. If he dared to do such a thing, Tang San, would ensure that he paid with blood for his transgressions. Tang Hao merely cast a quiet glance at his indignant son, saying nothing. "Let us go. The times are changing, and you must rise as swiftly as possible. Even if the advancement of soul guide technology brings about an era of transformation, your own strength is paramount," Tang Hao advised. The emergence of Mo Tianxing has undeniably bestowed a formidable advantage upon the technological advancements of the Spirit Hall's soul-guiding devices, complicating his quest for vengeance even further. Since Mo Tianxing intends to disseminate this technology, it is only a matter of time before they gain access to it. As for aligning with those malevolent soul masters from the Abyss Plane to strike against the Spirit Hall, he resolutely refuses to pursue such a path. His grievances with the Spirit Hall are personal, and he remains an integral part of the Douluo world, a position he is unwilling to compromise. His mind is in turmoil, engulfed by confusion. Should he attempt to diminish the Spirit Hall's power now, it would inevitably weaken their resistance against the forces of the Abyss, further endangering the already precarious Douluo world. Therefore, he chooses to suppress the flames of revenge for the time being, dedicating himself to nurturing his son, and has resolved to observe the unfolding events in the future. However, Tianxing does not share this perspective. Within the grand hall of Mo Tianxing, numerous sleek, dark long tables are meticulously arranged. Upon each table lie intricate blueprints, a diverse array of materials, and finely crafted chisels. Representatives from various powerful factions have already arrived and are presently seated here. As gazed ahead, the 9-year-old had now grown to a height of 1.40 meters. He sat at the workbench, one hand clutching a carving knife and the other holding the core blueprint, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, unsure of how to proceed. Beside him sat a poised, black-haired little girl, clearly younger than by a year, wore a troubled expression, evidently taken aback by the arduous nature of mastering the intricacies of the soul guide core, yet she persevered, driven by a promise made to her father and 2 grandfathers. Determined not to be a source of embarrassment for her father, sent over by the family, quietly occupied a corner, diligently engaged in his work, until the core he was inscribing unexpectedly exploded, leaving him in a disheveled state. Undeterred, he silently tidied up, embodying a self-sufficient demeanor. The once playful little girl, in a moment of inspiration, chose to sit beside, attempting her hand at the task. Her fleeting seriousness was commendable, though it remained uncertain how long she could maintain it. Meanwhile, they had taken on a shopping excursion, likely to procure clothing and shoes. Having resided in the extreme northern lands, their attire was inherently lined with fur, and their cultivation of the ultimate ice element rendered them impervious to the cold. Yet, in this southern realm, where spring seemed eternal, the climate was not necessarily hot, but appeared distinctly out of place. As they interacted more with, they became aware of the myriad peculiarities of the human world, including the vibrant array of clothing. Initially dismissive and disdainful, they underwent a transformation after several shopping trips with, ultimately leading to her mischief against. Mo Tianxing found himself at a loss with her. Yet the Ice Emperor indeed possessed a discerning eye, allowing him to indulge in a visual feast, thus he felt no inclination to comment on her. Originally engrossed in her specialized study of crafting the core of a soul guide device, Xiao Wu abruptly sneezed loudly, causing the carving knife in her hand to veer sharply and ruin the material she was working on. Instantly, Xiao Wu wrinkled her delicate nose, leaped up from the workbench, and placed her hands on her hips. Who was the scoundrel speaking ill of me behind my back? With a fierce glare, Xiao Wu turned to fix her gaze upon Emotion. Sister Xiao Wu, it was Timmy, Emotion hastily protested, waving his hands in denial. At that moment, a large hand descended upon her head, affectionately ruffling her hair. Perhaps the weather has turned cooler. Do take care of your health. The speaker was none other than Mo Tianxing, clad in a flowing black robe, who was now smiling gently down at her. Xiao Wu immediately lost her indignation. Meanwhile, Xue'er, who had been diligently etching the final incision, infused her soul power into the meticulously engraved core of the soul guide device. To her astonishment, the entire metallic piece began to emanate a soft glow. A relieved smile spread across Xue'er's face, indicating her success. The attention of everyone present was irresistibly drawn to the gently glowing metallic core in her hands. Wow, Sister Yuxuan has succeeded. Teach me, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing over with eager curiosity to observe the radiant third-level core formation in Xue'er's grasp. Mo Tianxing approached to observe her. Xue'er clearly exhibited a far superior aptitude for the art of soul guide crafting compared to her peers, showcasing her exceptional talent. Qian Renxue glanced at the object in her hand, having met with yet another failure, and could not help but scrunch her nose. Leaning closer to scrutinize the core formation pattern held by Xue'er. Engaging in the creation of such intricate details demanded intense concentration and was exceedingly taxing. The delicate and densely packed lines of the formation core could easily be ruined with the slightest distraction. In contrast, cultivation seemed relatively straightforward. Suddenly, the great hall doors swung open, revealing a figure bathed in light and shadow, their eyes emanating an emerald glow. The gazes of all present were irresistibly drawn to that enchanting silhouette, although Mo Tianxing could not clearly discern her features against the light. Her silhouette and high ponytail were enough for him to recognize her. As Mo Tianxing's eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness, he finally beheld the Ice Empress's attire. At that moment, the Ice Empress donned a pink lace-trimmed dress that delicately showcased her smooth, bare arms and evoked boundless imagination regarding her bosom. The dress was relatively short, revealing a substantial length of her long, fair legs. Adorning her head was a pink satin ribbon that tied her hair into twin ponytails, her dark green locks cascading down to her waist, while a charming smile graced her exquisitely pale face. As Mo Tianxing gazed at the scene before him, he found himself momentarily taken aback. What does it mean to be breathtakingly beautiful? Tianming Bingcan, witnessing the same spectacle, was equally astonished, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. She instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Mo Tianxing's firm grip. "Where is Xue'er?" he inquired, striving to maintain his composure. The Ice Emperor had departed with the Snow Empress, and now that he had returned, she was nowhere to be found. "Xue'er, come out." The Ice Emperor called out from outside the grand entrance. It was then that the Snow Empress shyly peeked from the side, revealing her entire figure. At that moment, she donned a delicate pink lace gown, her alabaster arms exposed, cascading white hair flowing down her back, and a hint of crimson gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. The regal air that once surrounded her had softened, replaced by a lively and somewhat innocent charm. The two of them appeared in matching pink warm-toned sister outfits, creating a striking contrast to the previously aloof demeanor of the Ice and Snow Emperors. This vivid disparity rendered Mo Tianxing utterly speechless. Chapter 110, Arranging the Aftermath Second Update. Noticing Mo Tianxing's unwavering gaze upon her, the Snow Empress felt a flush of warmth rise upon her delicate visage. As Mo Tianxing gazed at the Snow Empress adorned in a resplendent pink gown, he found himself momentarily taken aback, a sentiment echoed by the students within the grand hall. Dai Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. When he first arrived, he had firmly instructed himself not to repeat the same missteps as his elder brother, to restrain his words and temper his gaze. Upon encountering Shui Yuxuan and Qian Renxue, he reminded himself that while the two sisters were indeed beautiful, he must not linger his gaze too long, lest he find himself in dire straits. However, upon beholding the Ice and Snow Emperors, his defenses crumbled entirely. The still youthful Zhu Shiqing was equally mesmerized. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong cast a glance at her own unadorned appearance, silently reassuring herself that she was still young and had time yet to blossom. Mo Tianxing swiftly exited, closing the door behind him, and led the Ice and Snow Emperors to the backyard, securing the door. "Did you select all of this?" Mo Tianxing inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I found it quite appealing and purchased it. Do you have any objections?" she retorted, having noticed someone's eyes widen in astonishment moments earlier. The Ice Emperor crossed her arms and huffed lightly, clearly displeased. "What is wrong with dressing Snowy up? Why bother with so many concerns?" The Snow Emperor, holding Mo Tianxing's hand, gently shook her head. Mo Tianxing felt a burgeoning headache. It was challenging to articulate his thoughts in the moment. He could not allow the Ice Emperor to continue this way. If left unchecked, one might fear that Snowy would be led astray. Should Snowy adopt the Ice Emperor's style, how would he ever cope? "Must it be that I can only show you in private?" The Ice Emperor huffed, her discontent palpable. Mo Tianxing dared not respond to that remark. The Snow Emperor lightly tugged at his sleeve, prompting him to turn back, their gazes locking. "Is it that you dislike this outfit I chose?" she softly inquired, ready to revert to her previous attire. "I like it," Mo Tianxing replied, observing that the Snow Emperor's ensemble was indeed harmonious, appearing less ethereal and more grounded in reality. The crux of the issue lay not with Snowy but with the Ice Emperor. If she were to parade around in such attire before him daily, what man could endure that? Naturally, it was not a sentiment he could voice aloud. The Snow Emperor remained oblivious to the root of the problem, still defending the Ice Emperor. At this juncture, Mo Tianxing found himself at a loss, ultimately conceding to the Ice Emperor's triumph. Nevertheless, it was evident that both the Ice and Snow Emperors were quite fond of their current garments. For Mo Tianxing, this marked the beginning of an ordeal. Let it be, he thought, hoping to gradually acclimate to the situation in the days to come. In the ensuing days, Mo Tianxing instructed his disciples within the Grand Hall, while the Ice and Snow Emperors typically lingered in the rear courtyard. Since Mo Tianxing's earlier admonitions, the Ice Emperor had become notably more subdued. When Mo Tianxing remarked that she should refrain from wandering about in her attire, it was to avoid any negative influence. She patiently complied, remaining in the garden, where only a select few, such as Xiao Wu and her companions, were permitted to engage with her. As for the Snow Empress, being inherently tranquil, she found comfort in any environment. Thus, a month passed in tranquil monotony. During this time, Mo Tianxing managed to impart the rudiments of soul-guiding devices to them. In terms of innate talent, Shui Yuxuan emerged as the most gifted among them, now barely capable of crafting a Level 4 Soul Guide core, while simultaneously delving into the intricacies of other Level 4 Soul Guide formations. The intricacy of inscribing the Soul Guide core escalated with each level, necessitating a comprehensive understanding of preceding knowledge to progress further. Thus, intuition proved paramount on the path of a soul master. Conversely, Ning Rongrong exhibited the most formidable learning aptitude. Eventually able to inscribe cores for level 2 soul guides with a casual ease, akin to the mundane act of eating or drinking. With a modicum of focus, she could accurately inscribe cores for level 3 soul guides. It could be said that those hailing from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possessed a significantly superior dexterity compared to their peers. Mo Tianxing is not at all surprised by this issue. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, due to the peculiar nature of their martial souls, requires meticulous control over the power provided by amplifiers. Moreover, amplifiers are typically not limited to just one individual, prompting the sect to develop a specialized technique known as the Seven Apertures Linglong Heart Cultivation method, which allows for multitasking as a standard practice. Their precise grasp of the intricate requirements for crafting soul-guiding devices indeed represents an inherent advantage for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the art of soul device creation. Mo Tianxing felt that he had imparted nearly all the essential knowledge required, leaving the remaining exploration to them. He had merely provided the foundational elements. Akin to laying the bricks for their future endeavors, it was now up to them to gather materials and accumulate the techniques they had mastered to ascend to loftier realms. In the following days, Mo Tianxing prepared for his journey to the city of Carnage, a place renowned as the realm of the Xue'er goddess divine inheritance. With the Xue'er goddess consciousness present, it was highly likely that one could perceive the means of others. Having learned from the past experience in the Star Dou Forest, he was not foolish enough to bring Xiao Wu and the others along. Should his small world be detected, it could ignite new conflicts. To become a god of slaughter, to acquire dominion over such a realm, and to be a candidate for divine inheritance, one must earn the deity's recognition through personal strength. Although the Ice and Snow Emperors possessed extraordinary power, virtually unmatched beneath the divine tier, their essence as soul beasts could not elude the scrutiny of divine consciousness. Thus, he would not allow the Ice and Snow Emperors to take such risks. His journey to the city of Carnage would likely span a year, a domain beyond his control, where he would have to adhere to the rules established by the Xue'er god, conservatively estimating a year's departure with the impending invasion from the Abyss realm. The uncertainties loomed large. The Spirit Hall could not remain for long. Aside from the threat of exposure, numerous other factors necessitated caution. Could he allow the Ice and Snow Emperors to escort Xiao Wu and the others back to the extreme north? This proposal would have been feasible in the past, but the current circumstances had shifted dramatically. Should a deity from the Abyss realm forcefully cross over, even the extreme north could face annihilation. It was not mere overthinking on his part. The unpredictable events that could unfold within a year were beyond his foresight. He sought to avert any conceivable dangers. The only entities capable of resisting divine-level adversaries, aside from his own desperate efforts, were the Silver Dragon King Guiyuna, who was recuperating deep within the Star Dou Forest. The safety of the Star Dou Forest would provide greater assurance. Although he had previously experienced friction with the Silver Dragon King, their current status was one of collaboration. She understood the consequences of harming those close to him. When Mo Tianxing conveyed this matter to them, Xiao Wu instantly felt disheartened. To rely on that mother Tyrannosaurus for protection? In the past, the prospect of returning to the Star Dou Forest would have filled her with joy. Yet now, the home she had cherished for so many years lay dormant under the shadow of the mother Tyrannosaurus, and it was only natural that she could not feel elated about the change of ownership. Mo Tianxing could only offer her solace, for the Great Ming and Second Ming were also present. Primarily, Mo Tianxing wished to ensure their safety. Chapter 111. The Silver Dragon King Seeks Medicine. Farewell. In Journey to the City of Carnage, first update, Mo Tianxing personally escorted Xiao Wu and her companions back to the Star Dou Forest. Upon his return to Star Lake, he immediately noticed a young girl clad in a white dress seated in meditation by the lakeside. As she perceived Mo Tianxing and the others' arrival, she slowly opened her pale violet eyes and cast a frosty gaze upon Mo Tianxing. It was none other than the Silver Dragon King. Mo Tianxing had not anticipated that she not only remained awake, but had also transformed into human form. The Silver Dragon King cast a cold glance at Mo Tianxing. After some negotiations between the two parties, Guiyuna inquired about the great battle that had erupted a month prior. Clearly, the god-hunting war at Xiwu Ridge had stirred her. At that time, Guiyuna had been awakened, sensing the divine aura descending upon this world. Though that aura was suppressed by interdimensional forces, it bore the essence of divine power and was not the aura of deities from the divine realm. At that moment, she had already been convinced that Mo Tianxing had not deceived her. Indeed, other realms sought to invade this world. She had originally awaited Mo Tianxing's return with news. However, she had been waiting by the Star Lake for over a month, and it was only now that he had come bustling back. Mo Tianxing felt a twinge of awkwardness regarding the situation. It was not that he had forgotten. Rather, he believed he would eventually return to the Star Dou Forest. So he had delayed his response. He truly did not anticipate that Gu Yuna was awaiting his news. Gu Yuna, however, did not bother to hold it against him. I will be departing for approximately a year. Please keep an eye on them for me, Mo Tianxing stated. Revealing the true purpose of his visit, Gu Yuna merely cast a cold glance at the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor before lifting her gaze to Mo Tianxing. The reason for her gaze was that the current Gu Yuna appeared to be merely in her teens, seemingly having shrunk in stature since their previous encounter after their battle. Mo Tianxing and Gu Yuna stared at each other intently, their gazes locked in a silent standoff. After several minutes of this tension, Gu Yuna finally managed to squeeze out 2 words through gritted teeth. Reward. A month prior. After consuming the crimson herbal remedy provided by Mo Tianxing, the potent essence of the medicine had significantly healed her injuries, even showing signs of mending the original source wounds she had sustained in the divine realm. This was the very reason she had been waiting for Mo Tianxing. As for the news regarding the abyssal plane, everyone knows how to concoct an excuse. Once her strength is restored, she would crush everything related to the abyssal plane and Mo Tianxing without a second thought. Mo Tianxing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the situation at hand. He initially presumed that the other party was referring to vengeance. His first thought was that this young lady sought his assistance in exacting revenge, to storm the divine realm and take the life of the contemporary God King. Once I ascend to godhood, I shall undoubtedly assist you in your quest for retribution, he proclaimed with a solemn expression. Gu Yuna was initially stunned, her mind in a state of disarray. Why would I want you to assault the divine realm? To deliver vegetables to the God King? No, that wasn't right. This fellow was clearly quite astute, most likely attempting to deceive her for his own gain. Herbal medicine. Gu Yuna shot Mo Tianxing a fierce glare, her words remaining scarce. Mo Tianxing only then realized that the other party was demanding the celestial herb from him. He was utterly bewildered. Could it be that you, the Silver Dragon King, have fallen to such a lowly state? Do you not also notice the astonished and peculiar expression on Mo Tianxing's face, and without hesitation, she stepped on his foot, evidently quite irate. Enough, enough, Mo Tianxing exclaimed. Slipping into his dialect, he promptly retrieved the herb known as Wang Chuan Xiu Shui from his miniature realm and handed it to Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna accepted the seemingly unremarkable herb from Mo Tianxing's hand. The herb was entirely emerald green, and curiously, at its center were 3 snow-white leaves, each adorned with droplets of water, reminiscent of the morning dew. After a brief examination, she confirmed that this herb was of the same quality as the previously encountered red herb, clearly belonging to the same echelon. While her expression remained composed, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, as though she were extorting him. It was all the fault of this scoundrel. If he had taken the initiative to present it, there would have been no need for her to ask. Mo Tianxing cast a glance at the barren herb garden within the miniature world, where only the half-bloomed acacia heartbreak remained. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly lost 2 precious herbs due to Gu Yuna. At this moment, he was utterly bereft of tears to shed. Mo Tianxing glanced at Mo Can, who was hiding behind the Snow Emperor. This was indeed a potent herb, its efficacy surpassing that of celestial elixirs. It seems I must find an opportune moment to take this little rascal on a quest for other treasures, perhaps to the Valley of Questioning Emotions. The celestial herbs are truly insufficient. After receiving the celestial herb, Gu Yuna retreated to a corner to cultivate. As for Ming and Ming, upon returning to Star Lake, they dared not make any significant movements, fearful of provoking the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. Mo Tianxing conveyed certain matters and bid them farewell. Xiao Wu's eyes were already glistening with tears. Brother, Mo Tianxing turned to gaze at her. Please take care. Xiao Wu's eyes were tinged with red, filled with reluctance. She understood that this farewell would mean a separation of nearly a year before she could see her brother again. Mo Tianxing gently stroked Xiao Wu's head and said, Xiao Wu, be good. I will return to take you all back as soon as possible. Take care. The Snow Empress gazed intently into his eyes. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the Ice Emperor. What is it? The Ice Emperor replied, crossing his arms and turning his head away with an air of arrogance, seemingly disinclined to engage with him. Mo Tianxing's expression darkened instantly. Do not take them around indiscriminately. Here, this is for you. He handed her a storage ring. The Ice Emperor hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Upon probing with her spiritual sense, She discovered it was filled with garments and accessories, seemingly well fitted to her size. Oh, she thought, initially expecting something of greater significance. Please be cautious. I shall return shortly. Mo Tianxing waved them goodbye. Goodbye, Boss Missouri. Take care. Mo Kan and Tian Mang waved back at him. Gu Yuna, who was cultivating by the lakeside, glanced up, pondering if it was truly necessary. Yet, upon seeing the Ice Emperor's attire, she felt a subtle stir within her heart. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly before turning to depart. As she watched her brother's retreating figure, tears slipped from Xiao Wu's eyes. Her heart was truly heavy with reluctance. The Snow Empress bid him farewell. Her gaze tinged with sorrow, yet she understood that he would return safely. Mo Tianxing returned to the Spirit Hall, instructing Qian Renxue to diligently cultivate there. In the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue was fortunate to have a grandfather who was a limit Douluo. Along with numerous offerings from the Douluo Palace and tidal Douluos from the Elder Hall, making it one of the safest havens outside of the Star Dou Forest. In contrast, the strength of the Tiandou Empire was considerably weaker, and Mo Tianxing felt uneasy about Yu Xian staying there, harboring concerns that someone might exploit her to threaten him. He expressed his hope that Yu Xian could temporarily remain in the Spirit Hall to study soul guide devices. Yu Xian agreed, wishing to alleviate Mo Tianxing's worries. And with the company of others, she would not feel lonely in the least. Mo Tianxing informed the two of them that if, within the coming year, any matter arose that even the Spirit Hall could not resolve, such as the true deities of the abyssal plane descending, they should seek out the Ice and Snow Emperors in the Star Dou Forest, for they would extend their assistance. Although Qian Renxue and Shui Yuxuan were unaware of the specifics, it was evident that Mo Tianxing had left a contingency plan in place. After bidding farewell to the two women, Mo Tianxing proceeded to the Pope's palace to seek out Bibi Dong, preparing for the journey to the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong, seated upon the Pope's throne, gazed at the approaching Mo Tianxing and reiterated a warning to him. In that place, one could only rely on oneself. Devoid of the ability to wield soul skills, relying solely on soul power and technique. After confirming once again, Mo Tianxing indeed intended to venture into the city of slaughter for training. Follow me. Bibi Dong rose from her throne and departed the Spirit Hall with Mo Tianxing. Chapter 112. Entering the city of slaughter for the first time, second update. Accompanied by journeyed northward, memories of the city of slaughter surfacing in his mind. He recalled from the original narrative that there were 3 entrances to this grim city, one of which was accessed by through an underground passage from a tavern. This route was the most commonplace, serving as a means for other soul masters to enter the city of slaughter. Only by defeating the Death Knight outside the city could one earn the right to enter. In contrast, traversed a different path, having been granted entry by the Pope. It was said that those who emerged from the city of slaughter, having acquired the title of God of Slaughter, could freely navigate in and out of its confines, which likely referred to one of these paths. After several days of arduous travel, eventually led to a desolate cliffside where no road lay ahead. Without hesitation, demonstrated the domain of the God of Slaughter. As the domain's fluctuations reached the cliff's surface, a unique ripple manifested, transforming into a vast blood-red void passage, within which a long stone corridor awaited. In the city of slaughter, trust no one. Complete 100 consecutive victories at the swiftest pace to earn the title of God of Slaughter. Beware of Bloody Mary, she is not to be trusted. Keep your wits about you, for I shall return to claim you in a year, cautioned. Go forth. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly, fully aware of the circumstances. Bibi Dong watched him as he walked towards the passage leading into the Crimson Vortex. She believed that Mo Tianxing would emerge from it, becoming the new generation of the God of Death. As Mo Tianxing stepped into the passageway, the blood-red vortex behind him vanished, replaced by formidable walls of stone. Before him lay an elongated corridor. He traversed this passage until he reached its junction with the rocky terrain. Ahead stood the colossal skeleton of an ancient creature, its gaping jaws forming an archway through which he passed. Upon crossing this threshold, Mo Tianxing found himself in a dimly lit, crimson-hued subterranean realm. Gazing upward, he beheld a grand citadel, constructed from massive stones, rising majestically upon the flat ground. Suspended above the fortress was a violet moon, shrouded in layers of darkness, reminiscent of a nightfall draped in shadows, casting a faint, blood-red luminescence. Around Mo Tianxing stood several withered old trees, their gnarled branches teeming with crows, whose cold eyes fixated upon him, reflecting his figure in their depths. As he arrived, the imposing gates of the grand capital slowly creaked open before him. Mo Tianxing faintly discerned a cacophony of sounds, as a dense throng of figures surged forth from the city gates, clad in heavy black armor and donning imposing metal helmets. They were a formidable sight, wielding sharp broadswords with an air of aggression. Leading the charge was a knight in black armor, mounted upon a battle steed that bore its own protective gear. The black-armored knight, gripping a dark broadsword, sat astride his horse, coldly regarding Mo Tianxing through the crevices of his helmet. Those who dare trespass into the city of slaughter shall be met with no mercy. His voice resonated with chilling depth as he raised his broadsword high, a glimmer of icy light flashing along its edge. Simultaneously, the cadre of soldiers in black armor began to converge in a fan-like formation towards Mo Tianxing, wary of any potential resistance from him. Mo Tianxing's lips curled into a faint smile. The black-armored knight swung his sharp great sword, the sound of the wind howling through the air as he ruthlessly slashed towards him, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Under normal circumstances, defeating oneself would grant the proof required to enter the city of carnage. However, today, he found himself beset by a craving for a Bloody Mary, fortuitously encountering an intruder in the city of carnage, perfectly positioned to use this young man's corpse as a trade for a few cups of the drink. As the gleam of the great sword flashed past, it was nearly upon his opponent, yet the latter did not even summon his martial soul. Clearly a naive fool unaware of the suppression of soul rings and abilities in this realm. In that moment, he beheld Mo Tianxing smiling. The great sword, imbued with formidable momentum, came to an abrupt halt just as it was about to cleave into his opponent's shoulder. The black-armored knight stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before him, while the surrounding black-armored soldiers, initially advancing, gulped in terror and retreated several steps. Mo Tianxing deftly grasped the edge of his opponent's sword with his bare hands, a bemused smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the black-armored knight atop his steed. Did you not just proclaim that there would be no mercy? As Mo Tianxing's final words echoed in the air, the blade he had seized shattered instantaneously, fragments of the heavy sword scattering like autumn leaves. Mo Tianxing possesses a physique that genuinely embodies the power of a true dragon. With a mere intention, he can effortlessly shatter the ground beneath him with a single step. The expression of the black-armored knight shifted to one of sheer terror as he promptly turned his steed to flee. Yearning to escape back within the confines of the city of slaughter, he realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. This individual could easily crush his heavy sword even without the aid of a martial spirit, resembling a humanoid soul beast with astonishing strength. Safety awaited him beyond the city gates. Should he dare to act within the city, no matter how formidable he may be, he would be ruthlessly subdued. Mo Tianxing toyed with the blade fragment he had extracted from his opponent's shattered sword, all the while calculating the distance to the city gate. It appeared to be approximately 50 meters. I shall allow you to flee for 49 of those. Just as the black-armored knight was about to step through the gates, a sigh of relief escaped him, grateful that his adversary had not pursued. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the void with the swiftness of a flash. In an instant, the armor at the back of the knight's neck was effortlessly breached, and a sharp blade pierced through his windpipe, unleashing a cascade of crimson droplets. The bloodied shard of the blade swiftly embedded itself into the rocky surface of the city gate, leaving a solitary drop of scarlet. The black-armored knight collapsed at the threshold of the capital, his eyes wide open, gradually dimming as the blood stained the ground beneath him. Mo Tianxing brushed off the dust from his sleeves and strolled leisurely ahead. The black-armored soldiers blocking his path retreated in haste, their hands trembling on their heavy swords. Clearly terrified of the slaughter Mo Tianxing might unleash, one of the black-armored men dashed swiftly towards the city gate. Prompting his companions to regard him as foolish, was he not courting death? Mo Tianxing observed the scene with great interest. The black-armored soldier approached the body of his former captain, rummaging through it before dragging the recently deceased captain's corpse aside to clear a path for Mo Tianxing. He then respectfully bowed at the city gate, awaiting his arrival. As Mo Tianxing approached, the soldier presented a black token before him with utmost reverence. "My lord, this is your pass for entry into the city of slaughter. Please enter. There will be someone to guide you at the gate." The entire process unfolded seamlessly, vividly illustrating the laws of the city of slaughter. Mo Tianxing took the black token, which was intricately engraved with a skull, accompanied by the number 6666. Mo Tianxing's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his hand to pat the shoulder of the fellow beside him, striding confidently ahead. Behind him, the group of black-armored soldiers exchanged glances with one another. Chapter 113, City of Carnage. First update, Mo Tianxing arrived at the ominous city gates. Enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere, where the word City of Slaughter loomed large above, 2 rows of soldiers clad in black armor stood silently at the entrance. indifferent to the sight of the black-armored knight perishing outside the gates. A woman, her face obscured by a black veil, emerged from within, adorned in an alluring black gauze dress that accentuated her enchanting beauty. "Welcome to the city of slaughter," she said, gracefully approaching Mo Tianxing and gesturing invitingly beside him. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly and entered alongside her. A raven perched atop a house in the city, its eyes reflecting the figures of Mo Tianxing and the woman in black gauze, glimmering with a sharp light. Meanwhile, in the city of bloodshed, within the opulent hall, a stern man with white hair and crimson eyes sat upon a blood-bone-forged scarlet throne, clad in a robe as red as blood. He emanated a palpable aura of slaughter. He was the Lord of Slaughter. The Pope Bibi Dong had personally delivered him, demonstrating her ruthless intent. "My lord, shall I make arrangements?" A beautiful woman in a gauzy garment served the Lord of Slaughter, gently massaging his shoulders. "Not necessary. Simply keep a close watch on him," he replied slowly, closing his eyes. Over a month ago, Bibi Dong had expressed suspicion towards him due to the sudden emergence of numerous evil soul masters in the outside world. He had felt increasingly uneasy these days, sensing that something was amiss on the continent, and it seemed prudent to find an opportunity to investigate further. As Mo Tianxing entered the heart of the city of carnage alongside the enigmatic woman draped in black silk, he was greeted by a realm awash in hues of blue and violet. The violet emanated from the moon that hung in the sky, while blue lights adorned the streets on either side. The city bustled with inhabitants, yet none paid heed to the presence of this outsider. Apart from the pervasive darkness, it bore little distinction from any ordinary city. "I am your guide," the woman proclaimed. "Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult me, and I shall provide answers to all your questions. For the duration of 12 hours, as long as you remain by my side, you shall be in a state of absolute safety. However, this protection shall lapse after 12 hours, at which point you will officially become a part of the city of carnage." A novice protection period? Mo Tianxing held a vague recollection of the rules governing the city of slaughter, though his understanding was far from comprehensive. He was aware that this place served as the domain of the god of Xue'er, which fundamentally explained why the spirit hall refrained from intervening here. As he and the veiled woman ventured deeper into the city, he observed the surrounding environment and the flow of people. It is said that within the city of slaughter, all abilities of soul masters are rendered ineffective. Survival hinges solely on one's innate soul power and physical prowess. This realm is rumored to be the legacy of a formidable soul master who transcended the 100th level. The veiled woman elucidated. Entering the city of slaughter is comparatively easy, yet exiting it is nearly impossible. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Mo Tianxing, as if she sought to discern a hint of trepidation in his eyes. From the moment he stepped foot in the city of slaughter, his fate seemed all but sealed. In a millennium, only 8 gods of slaughter have emerged, with 2 having appeared in the past century. Given the odds, she harbored little belief that a 9th god of slaughter could arise at this juncture. "Are you referring to the champion of the 100 consecutive victories in the slaughter arena?" Mo Tianxing inquired. The veiled woman's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly masked by a nod. "Indeed. Only by claiming the title of champion in the Hell Slaughter arena and obtaining the qualification to challenge the Hell Road can one hope to escape the city of slaughter. Throughout its 1,000-year history, only 8 gods of slaughter have been birthed." As she spoke, she assessed Mo Tianxing's expression, hoping to detect a trace of fear, but was destined for disappointment. His demeanor revealed no sign of disturbance. She found the golden-eyed youth in the black robe to be rather peculiar. "Understood," Mo Tianxing replied nonchalantly, his attention drawn to the low, dark buildings flanking the road, from which emanated the muffled sounds of men's groans and women's sobs. In the city of slaughter, currency is non-existent. All sustenance is provided free of charge. Here, death holds the highest value, with the blood and skulls of the deceased serving as currency for other goods. The veiled woman explained as they passed by. "How is food supplied in such a place?" "There is no sunlight, making agriculture impossible, I presume?" Mo Tianxing queried. "Are there individuals from the outside who provide sustenance?" The veiled woman appeared momentarily taken aback, but offered a brief explanation. As they continued, a man who had been reveling in the shadows suddenly faltered, collapsing as a black scale pierced his heart, crimson blood staining the ground. How might one swiftly elevate their status? To be honest, I have little desire to partake in the free offerings or dwell in these lowly black stone dwellings. I wish to be undisturbed in my dreams, Mo Tianxing remarked. The Hell Slaughter Arena is where you can quickly attain your desires. However, since you have just entered the city of slaughter, it would be prudent to remain in the outer district for a while, allowing yourself to acclimate before venturing into the inner city. the veiled woman advised. Surely there must be limitations on the number of matches and timing at the Hell Slaughter Arena? Time is what I lack most at present, Mo Tianxing asserted, unwilling to squander moments in such a place. Indeed, there are restrictions on matches and time. Are you certain you wish to proceed now? The veiled woman's brow furrowed with concern for his safety. Absolutely, let us go, Mo Tianxing replied, leading the way, causing the veiled woman to hasten her pace to keep up. Very well, the Hell Slaughter Arena lies within the inner city. I shall escort you there, she conceded, no longer attempting to dissuade him. Having spent considerable time in the city and witnessed many like Mo Tianxing impatient and eager for slaughter, she knew they often met swift ends. Initially, she anticipated fresh blood would invigorate the arena, but it seemed this individual was merely destined to diminish its ranks, foreshadowing a decline in this year's performance. Understanding Mo Tianxing's intent to head directly to the Hell Slaughter Arena, the veiled woman grew noticeably colder in her demeanor. She would explain only if he inquired. The outer city spanned a considerable distance, and after walking for over half an hour, they finally reached the towering walls of the inner gate. In contrast to the outer walls of the City of Slaughter, these were significantly shorter, standing only about 10 meters high, with the gate wide open and devoid of guards. Private killings are prohibited in the outer city. You have already violated this rule, the veiled woman remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing feigned ignorance, and the woman in the black veil found herself at a loss. The inner city, devoid of guards, allowed for unrestricted movement, free from the constraints of regulation, yet it also demanded that one be prepared to face the corresponding dangers and repercussions. Once we enter the inner city, I implore you to remain within 5 meters of me, as I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise, the woman in black cautioned, offering what could be considered her final warning. Chapter 114, Crushed to Dust. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun, second update. Mo Tianxing followed the woman in black veil into the inner city. The disparity between the inner and outer cities was striking. Unlike the desolate and dreary atmosphere of the outer city, the inner city was a realm of unparalleled opulence, radiating brilliance. Moreover, the inner city was teeming with more people than the outer city, creating a lively, almost euphoric atmosphere, as if a wild celebration was underway. The woman in the black veil led Mo Tianxing directly to the Hell's Arena, the very heart of the City of Bloodshed. Are there any rules governing the battles here? Mo Tianxing inquired, contemplating the possibility of employing a soul-guiding device, albeit with a hint of cunning. It is quite simple. You present your identity token to register, and then you must wait for the match to commence. Any form of engagement during the waiting period is strictly prohibited. Each group entering the arena consists of 10 participants. And regardless of the methods employed, as long as you are the last one standing, you will emerge victorious, the woman in black explained. Any means necessary, then? That puts my mind at ease. A gentle smile graced Mo Tianxing's face. What consequences might arise if the architecture here were to be inadvertently damaged? Mo Tianxing was subtly laying the groundwork for his impending prowess. The woman in black gauze was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, as he was the first to pose such a question. The materials used to construct the arena of slaughter were extraordinarily resilient. Even a tidal Douluo-wielding soul ring abilities could not bring them to ruin. You are overly concerned, she thought, shaking her head lightly, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. She was already aware of Mo Tianxing's earlier feat of slaying the captain of the guard outside the City of Slaughter and had a rough idea of his considerable strength. Yet it was evident that he had not yet reached the level of being able to dismantle the arena. Mo Tianxing paid no heed to her thoughts. Instead, he proceeded directly to the registration desk, following the established procedures, and awaited the commencement of the arena of slaughter. Had not waited long before he was matched with an opponent and proceeded directly towards the arena of slaughter. By the way, what is your current soul power level? The woman in black gauze inquired before entered. 87, he casually replied, entering the arena without a backward glance, leaving the woman in black gauze standing there in a daze. Is 87 the level of soul power? She pondered as she observed, who had just stepped onto the stage, clad in an immaculate black robe. His long black hair flowing freely, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant golden hue, and a serene smile gracing his face. He stood in stark contrast to the aura of the ruthless inhabitants of the City of Slaughter, while those matched against him were tall, imposing figures adorned with scars. In such a setting, his distinctiveness was striking. Kill him. A voice from the audience broke the silence, quickly igniting a fervor among the crowd. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The chorus of the audience grew louder and louder, creating an overwhelming clamor. Even though they bore no personal grudge, they still yearned for his demise. For these seasoned beings, accustomed to the dance of life and death, the ending of another's existence was merely a matter of jest. The 9 individuals in the arena naturally fixed their gaze upon at once. In this environment, it was only logical to eliminate the anomaly before turning on one another. Mo Tianxing remained utterly unperturbed by the predatory gazes of the 9 individuals, akin to that of wolves and tigers. The cacophony of slaughter outside failed to rattle him. In the audience, a woman clad in black gauze fixated on Mo Tianxing, uncertain of the veracity of his words. As the preparation time elapsed, the other 9 lunged towards Mo Tianxing in a frenzied assault. Some wielded heavy machetes, intent on claiming his head. Others brandished crimson serrated sabers, eager to rend his body asunder, while a few, empowered by their beastly martial spirits, surged forth. Their muscular forms resembling granite, and their nails transformed into deadly claws as they closed in on Mo Tianxing. As Mo Tianxing beheld this scene, a flicker of azure light emanated from the ring upon his finger, and in his grasp materialized an olive-shaped iron lump. The 9 combatants of the slaughter arena, along with the onlookers, erupted into uproarious laughter. Was this truly the weapon of that young man? Even a brick would be a more formidable choice than this. The towering figure wielding a blood-red serrated blade displayed a gruesome grin, pondering which village's lamb had dared to venture into the city of slaughter to meet its demise. As they all lunged forward, encircling him from all sides, above, below, and around, each adversary leapt into the air, determined to block his every escape route. Should even one of them manage to impede him, the remaining 8 would unleash their lethal strikes upon his vulnerable back, ensuring his swift annihilation. Yet, just as their fatal blows descended, Mo Tianxing's form abruptly vanished, brushing past the burly man wielding the blood-red curved blade, his garments and hair billowing in the wind. The man's pupils constricted in shock, devoid of time to react before his figure plummeted. The 9 assailants found themselves grasping at nothingness, as Mo Tianxing had long since disappeared, leaving behind only his earlier weapon, the olive-shaped iron lump, its tail flickering with blue flames. Suddenly, the metallic shell ignited, radiating a dazzling white brilliance. The expressions of the spectators shifted to one of bewilderment, their minds flooded with a singular, pressing question. What on earth was that? The 9 hunters surrounding Mo Tianxing sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, but it was too late for them to react. In an instant, those in closest proximity were engulfed by the searing white light, reduced to ashes, accompanied by a terrifying crescendo. The slaughter arena resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as a robust white arc ascended towards the heavens. The blinding white radiance illuminated the entire dark realm, momentarily blinding those accustomed to the shadows, who shielded their eyes in response to the deafening sound that compelled them to cover their ears. Even the veiled woman was not spared. The thunderous noise roused the slaughtermaster, who had been slumbering in the upper chamber, bewildered and questioning the chaos. What was happening? Who was wreaking havoc? As the white arc dissipated, only Mo Tianxing remained suspended in the air, his hands tucked within his sleeves, his garments and hair dancing in the breeze. The fabric of his black attire rustling menacingly, and his golden eyes gleaming with an unsettling brilliance. The 9 assailants that had once besieged him had vanished without a trace, leaving only a wisp of ash swirling in the void. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly incapable of comprehending the spectacle before them. Mo Tianxing cast a glance at the battlefield below, where not a trace of the recent carnage remained. He then raised his gaze to the woman clad in black veils, a self-satisfied smile gracing his features. To the onlookers, this was unmistakably the grin of a devil baring its fangs. At that moment, a heavy crimson aura, like a long rainbow, descended from the sky above the slaughter ground. Within this sanguine energy field stood a white-haired man draped in a garment of blood. Coldly surveying all that transpired below, he was none other than the master of the city of carnage, the Lord of Slaughter. Mo Tianxing raised his gaze to the slaughter lord looming above him and immediately soared forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Chapter 115. All Our Schemes. First update. The audience present was utterly astonished, witnessing the arrival of the slaughter lord, and promptly knelt down en masse. We pay our respects to the Lord. Those on their knees were filled with trepidation. How could this young man's first foray into the arena of death summon the slaughter lord? Was he not mad to stand alongside such a figure? As Mo Tianxing ascended to the same height as the slaughter lord, the spectators kneeling below appeared as if they were venerating 2 kings. The slaughter lord's gaze fell upon Mo Tianxing, his crimson eyes sharp and penetrating, exuding a palpable aura of menace, while he felt a flicker of surprise. Normally, even an 8-ring soul Douluo, unbound by the rules of the city of slaughter, would be greatly affected by the oppressive aura he radiated, rendering them nearly incapable of maintaining their composure. Yet this young man disregarded his murderous aura entirely and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. What could this mean? Junior Mo Tianxing pays his respects to you, Senior. In the presence of the Slaughter Lord, Mo Tianxing offered a gesture of deference. Senior Qian asks me to convey his greetings to you. While others were oblivious to the identity of the Slaughter Lord, Mo Tianxing, as a time traveler, was fully aware. The current Slaughter Lord was none other than Tangshan, the great-grandfather of Tangshan. Tangshan was a genius from the same era as Qian Daoliu, and the two shared a deep camaraderie, their powers on par with one another, making them one of the three supreme Douluos of their time. Famously known as invincible on the ground, Mo Tianxing knew that Qian Daoliu had once ventured to Sea God Island with Tangshan in their youth, both in pursuit of the sea god priestess, Poseidon. Thus, it was evident that their relationship was once quite amicable, even if they had become mortal enemies. The passage of time would likely lead them to appreciate one another, even if only as the last remnants of their generation. He also wished to discern whether the Slaughter Lord still possessed his own consciousness or if he had become a mere shadow of the original Tangshan. This statement left others puzzled, yet it resonated deeply with the Slaughter Lord, causing him to momentarily falter, his eyes narrowing. The senior Qian he mentioned, could it be that old fellow Qian Daoliu? He immediately connected the dots. Realizing this young man had been personally sent by the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, and that the senior Qian he spoke of was likely indeed Qian Daoliu. Could it be that this young man was a disciple of that old coot? With this thought in mind, the Slaughter Lord regarded Mo Tianxing with suspicion, however. Mo Tianxing remained unperturbed, smiling back at him. The so-called greetings from the senior were entirely fabricated. As Qian Daoliu at that moment had no knowledge that Tangshan was the current Slaughter Lord, he still believed Tangshan resided on Sea God Island. Although Bibi Dong had encountered the Slaughter Lord, she too was unaware of his true identity within the Soul Master realm. Mo Tianxing felt a degree of confidence in his audacity to engage with the Slaughter Lord, fully intending to cultivate a rapport for his own benefit. Merely acquiring the domain of the god of slaughter was insufficient. To pursue the legacy of the god of Xue'er, the current Slaughter Lord, akin to a high priest, might very well be the presiding figure of the Xue'er goddess trial. In the original narrative, Tangshan's inability to recognize his great-grandson, Tangshan, wielding the Haotian hammer, was primarily due to his fractured consciousness during that period, leading to a muddled will and the emergence of a persona that had forgotten his original identity. All of this stemmed from Tangshan's critical moment during the divine trial, when he was disrupted by the Rakshasa god, resulting in his failure and a gradual descent into madness. For Mo Tianxing, his probing words yielded a crucial piece of seemingly insignificant information. Tangshan was still lucid. This insight indirectly indicated that he had not yet lost his sense of self, suggesting that he had not undergone the pivotal ninth trial of the Xue'er god and had not been interfered with by the Rakshasa god. At this moment, he still possessed the right to inherit the Xue'er god's legacy, and moreover, he remained the primary heir. In order for Mo Tianxing to surpass him and inherit the position of the Xue'er god, he must first remove the current first heir from power. There are two ways to achieve this, either through failure in the divine examination or by the demise of the individual. Given his current strength, attempting to eliminate the limit Douluo, the master of slaughter, would indeed border on folly. However, as individuals shaped by the modern civilized culture of Earth, we cannot solely entertain thoughts of violence and bloodshed. Instead, we should endeavor to hasten the master of slaughter's divine examination for the Xue'er god position, leaving the rest to the capabilities of the Rakshasa god. Mo Tianxing's mind was calculating with remarkable clarity, his gaze fixed on the eyes of the Lord of Slaughter, which sparkled with an unsettling brightness. Ah, the divine position. Under Mo Tianxing's unabashed scrutiny, the Lord of Slaughter felt an uncanny sensation, akin to that of a beloved grandson gazing at his grandfather, sending shivers down his spine. Could it be that this young man harbored some insidious intent? What was the commotion that had just transpired? The Lord of Slaughter regarded Mo Tianxing, who, sensing the scrutiny, hastily explained, "I sincerely apologize for inadvertently disturbing you, esteemed elder, as I employed certain external means for protection." As he spoke, he retrieved a metallic object from his storage ring, one of the many sixth-level soul-guided cannons he had crafted prior to his arrival. The onlookers instinctively recoiled at the sight of the very object that had previously obliterated a group of individuals, fearful of this unpredictable individual. The Lord of Slaughter cast a sidelong glance at him before dismissing the matter entirely, transforming into a crimson streak and vanishing into the void above the arena of slaughter. "Young man, come to the court to find me later." The voice of the Lord of Slaughter resonated in Mo Tianxing's ear, causing his eyes to shimmer with brilliance. At that moment, the crowd finally comprehended the reality. The victor of the slaughter arena had emerged. Standing above the spectators' platform was none other than Mo Tianxing, who, without employing a single technique, had effortlessly claimed victory in this brutal contest, all the while holding an iron object in his hand. It was only then that the audience shook off their previous stupor and realized a crucial detail. This young man could actually fly within the arena of slaughter? There were only two possible explanations. Either he possessed a rare soul bone with flight capabilities, rendering him immune to the soul skill restrictions of the City of Slaughter, or his soul power exceeded level 70, allowing him to sustain himself in the air without the aid of wings. He appeared so youthful, making it utterly improbable that he could possess soul power of such magnitude. Thus, only one possibility remained: this individual possessed a soul bone. Moreover, it was an exceedingly rare flight soul bone. The realization of this fact was not limited to a mere few. After the departure of the Lord of Slaughter, the expressions of those in the audience shifted to one of danger. A soul bone with flight capabilities held immense practical value within the slaughter arena. To possess such an asset would be invaluable. Yet, as they gazed at the iron object in Mo Tianxing's grasp, a sense of apprehension mingled with their covetous glances. Though their aggressive, fiery gazes revealed no intention of concealment, remained unfazed, descending from the heights to land beside the woman in black gauze. A harbinger of hell? It dawned on the crowd that another emissary of the abyss was present. Is this lad still a novice under protection? Let us proceed, declared, taking the lead with the soul-guiding cannon in hand. Though the woman in black was astonished by the earlier spectacle, time was of the essence, and she hurriedly followed suit. None dared to obstruct their path. As a servant of the Lord of Slaughter, the emissary of hell commanded a formidable presence. To provoke him was tantamount to challenging the authority of the Lord himself. However, that did not preclude them from trailing behind. In their eyes, the lad was destined for demise. He possessed a treasure soul bone, and once the protection period for novices elapsed, it was inevitable that someone would make a move. Indeed, fortune favors the swift. Chapter 116, The White Lotus Package? I merely seek the celestial herb. Second update. Mo Tianxing departed from the arena of slaughter, accompanied by the enigmatic woman in black gauze. Behind them, a persistent following presence loomed, with not merely one group in pursuit. Their intent was clear: to kill and seize the soul bones. Naturally, they had set their sights on Mo Tianxing, poised to strike as soon as the novice protection period expired. Once the soul bone possessing flight abilities emerged, one could only speculate about the ensuing tempest of bloodshed that would engulf the City of Slaughter, and to whom the spoils would ultimately belong. Mo Tianxing was acutely aware that certain flies had set their sights on him. In the City of Slaughter, encountering formidable hunters after the conclusion of a killing arena was a rather commonplace occurrence. This phenomenon is one of the significant reasons why, even among the rankings, the highest winning streak merely stands at 63 victories. Mo Tianxing and the woman in black veils strolled down a relatively tranquil street, casting a glance at the enigmatic figure beside him. I am aware that you have numerous questions to pose, but is there any way to rid ourselves of those pesky followers? The woman in black veils comprehended precisely what Mo Tianxing referred to as flies, a predicament that nearly every newcomer encounters. In the realm of bloodshed, should one exhibit exceptional ruthlessness coupled with overwhelming strength, the petty individuals would naturally refrain from harboring any intentions. Mo Tianxing's prior actions were limited to launching that iron object and utilizing the flight soul technique. Without engaging in any direct confrontation, those who refrain from showcasing their abilities are invariably perceived as weaklings, while those who exhibit their treasures often face near certain demise. Yet, Mo Tianxing appeared to embody both qualities, leading everyone to regard him as a plump target ripe for slaughter, thereby attracting an overwhelming number of opportunistic onlookers. The woman in the black veil seemed to have taken this into account, and after careful deliberation, she resolved to escort Mo Tianxing to the upper court of the slaughter arena. The individuals who had been stealthily following him were suddenly deterred from advancing. The reason was simple. Unless summoned by the Master of Slaughter, it was strictly forbidden for them to approach the upper court under normal circumstances, as it served as the residence of the Master of Slaughter and the emissaries of the underworld. Mo Tianxing had not anticipated that he would seek a refuge to rest, especially after arriving in the City of Carnage. The visual chaos and blood-soaked scenes overwhelmed him, and he had yet to fully acclimate to this new environment, having just endured a brutal slaughter. Initially, he intended to find a place to recuperate and gather his thoughts before presenting himself before the Lord of Carnage. However, after much wandering, he found himself returning once more. The woman in black veils guided Mo Tianxing towards the cluster of dark villas situated beside the court. As Mo Tianxing traversed the path, he beheld the towering crimson edifice at the heart of the court. The grandeur of the structure immediately evoked memories of the Douluo Palace and Spirit City. This blood-red hall evidently served as the nucleus of the City of Slaughter, likely also housing the Temple of Shura. Along the way, the woman in black veils encountered another maiden clad in white. She appeared youthful, perhaps 17 or 18, with silky black hair cascading over her shoulders and skin as pale as snow. Her exquisitely delicate face was also partially veiled, yet it could not conceal the smile that adorned her countenance. Adorned in crystal-high heels, she approached them with graceful strides. "Sister Black Lotus, who is this?" the young woman in white asked curiously, casting a glance at Mo Tianxing before looking back at the veiled woman. "So her name is Black Lotus," he mused. Mo Tianxing finally learned the name of the woman in the black veil, though it sounded more like a code name. Could it be that the girl in white silk before him was named by Lian? The duo of black and white? Clearly, Lian acknowledged her presence and was prepared to take Mo Tianxing away. Sister Lian's judgment remains impeccable. This young man is quite promising, though he appears a bit fragile. The girl in white jested. Lian's expression darkened as a surge of potent dark soul power enveloped her, her garments and hair swirling as if she were on the brink of unleashing her fury. The girl in white, with her hands clasped behind her, wore a playful smile, yet retreated a few steps. "Sister Lian, do not act impulsively. I shall take my leave now. I wish you both a delightful time. I will return shortly." The girl in white waved goodbye with a smile. Lian's aura intensified to a point of unbearable tension, ready to strike at any moment. Sensing the escalating situation, the girl in white swiftly withdrew, hopping away in her crystal-high heels, her gauzy dress fluttering playfully, exuding an endearing charm. Wore an expression of peculiar surprise, as if he had encountered something utterly bizarre. However, one could assume that those residing here were indeed emissaries of the underworld, albeit rather eccentric ones. Observing his strange demeanor, Lian contemplated that he must have misunderstood the situation. Yet, the more she attempted to clarify, the more convoluted it became. The enigmatic woman in black led to a secluded villa. "Feel free to inquire about anything within the span of 12 hours, she stated. Seated on the sofa with a nonchalant posture, surveyed his surroundings with an air of authority. The interior was surprisingly simple, adorned with a few potted green plants and a floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the outside world. Lian's expression darkened. Was this a jab at her earlier remarks? "What is the level of your soul power? And what was that iron object you previously displayed?" Tu noticed this discrepancy. From the words of the White Lotus, he had gleaned that Lian frequently brought men home, though the reasons for such actions were her own prerogative. Nevertheless, he was not one to engage frivolously, as he had a beloved wife waiting for him, and thus he must maintain his integrity outside. "First, disclose your precise level of soul power," he demanded. Lian furrowed her brow. "It's approximately around 86 or 70. Why do you ask?" Found her response curious. "What difference does it make if you know? Are you planning to absorb my soul power? Do you possess a method for supplementing your own vitality? If that were the case, I would request your assistance in eliminating someone," Lian stated earnestly, locking her gaze onto that White Lotus. "Perhaps we could bind her tonight, and I shall execute her before your very eyes." Smirked, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "What reason do I have to assist you? You are merely an ordinary woman." He began to comprehend that Lian likely harbored a formidable enemy within the City of Slaughter, one whose strength surpassed her own. Or perhaps her identity as an emissary of the underworld prevented her from acting. The White Lotus had been warning him. Those who had previously promised assistance to Lian were now deceased, having lacked the requisite strength. It appeared that the depths of Lian's heart were indeed dark. This made sense, as this place was inherently a city of slaughter. It was plausible that layers of deception were at play, with the White Lotus being part of an elaborate trap. Lian lowered her head in contemplation, silence enveloping the room. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze once more. "Tonight, I shall deliver the White Lotus to you, along with a complimentary celestial herb. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Mo Tianxing's eyes instantly brightened. No, it was not the mention of the White Lotus that caught his attention, but rather the celestial herb that was offered as a bonus. Does the City of Slaughter possess celestial herbs? Chapter 117. Capturing the White Lotus. First update. The City of Slaughter also harbors celestial herbs. Wait, does she know about celestial herbs? Mo Tianxing appeared somewhat skeptical, evidently unconvinced that a mere harbinger of hell, like Black Lotus, could procure such a celestial herb. Pray tell. The so-called celestial herb you speak of, could it possibly be harvested from the garden of the Lord of Carnage? Having deceived many in the past, Mo Tianxing was naturally wary of being deceived himself. One cannot simply accept everything at face value. Moreover, it was indeed audacious of the Ice Emperor to offer a millennium-old 9th-grade ginseng, which was not in his possession, in exchange. Black Lotus shook her head slightly in response. That is not the case, and no one would dare challenge the authority of the sovereign in the city of Carnage. She continued, the celestial herb is known as the blazing red lotus, a crimson lotus platform approximately 5 inches in diameter, with petals as red as flames. It can significantly enhance the quality of fire attribute martial souls, accelerate the elevation of spiritual power, and alter one's constitution. As for further details, you shall have to wait for White Lotus to return. The blazing red lotus, you say? In the celestial herb compendium of the system, Mo Tianxing indeed stumbled upon a particular herb, its description remarkably aligned with the details provided. It was explicitly noted that this herb flourished in the subterranean magma realms or the mouths of volcanoes. This city of slaughter seemed to lie beneath the earth, thus presenting a plausible environment for such a herb to exist. Do not presume that your title as a messenger of hell grants you the liberty to toy with me. The repercussions of such folly would be profoundly severe, and I trust that your words carry veracity. Mo Tianxing's gaze narrowed, shimmering with a brilliant golden flame, the warning unmistakable. Although the other party bore the title of a hellish emissary, making overt acts of violence inadvisable, Mo Tianxing was well-versed in the art of obliterating evidence. The Black Lotus nodded slightly, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As Mo Tianxing observed her confirmation, he began to organize his thoughts. He contemplated how to establish a rapport with the Lord of Slaughter, recognizing the necessity of finding an opportunity and a point of entry to facilitate the progression of the divine examination. Regarding the celestial herbs within the city of Slaughter, he understood the urgency, for his stock was nearly depleted, leaving only the unworthy Xiangxi Du and Changhong. He needed to swiftly achieve 100 consecutive victories in the arena to earn the title of the God of Slaughter and bravely traverse the path to hell. Meanwhile, within the luxurious confines of a hotel in the inner city of the city of Slaughter, on the highest floor in an opulent private chamber, a towering, bald, muscular man reclined on a sofa surrounded by 2 provocatively dressed women. He was one of the 3 most renowned masters in the city of Slaughter, boasting an impressive record of 58 consecutive victories in the hellish arena, and currently ranked 2nd, codenamed Lone Wolf, the leader of the Lone Wolf gang. At that moment, a subordinate was reporting information about Mo Tianxing from beyond the veil. The Lone Wolf, who had been flirting with the women in his embrace, tightened his grip upon hearing that the man had been taken by the Black Lotus. The sudden increase in pressure caused the women to wince in pain. Yet they dared not utter a sound, gritting their teeth to endure. Members of the other 2 gangs were also observing him, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Mo Tianxing and retrieve the coveted flying soul bone. Yes, I shall obey your command, the man responded hastily before retreating. Behind the veil, the Lone Wolf clenched his toy, seething at the thought of that vile Black Lotus engaging in her petty schemes. Do you think you can simply send someone to eliminate me? I shall make you pay dearly. His eyes gleamed with malice as he gritted his teeth, gripping tightly, leaving deep bruises on the black-clad woman beneath him. In the city of Slaughter, there was no clear distinction between day and night. When weary of revelry, one naturally returned to rest. As Bai Lian strolled through the inner city streets, observing the dwindling crowd, she surmised that matters concerning the Black Lotus were likely reaching their conclusion, especially since she had been out for nearly 7 or 8 hours. She doubted anyone could endure much longer. With her hands clasped behind her, she hopped cheerfully towards the court of the arena. The onlookers, captivated by the enchanting figure of the white-clad maiden, felt a stir of desire but dared not approach. At most, they entertained fleeting thoughts. After all, she was a messenger of hell, a being far beyond their reach. Those who had dared to act against her had met their demise. Upon returning to the court, Bai Lian found it rather desolate as well. Even the other messengers of hell had deemed it late and were likely resting. She effortlessly made her way back to her small villa, pondering whether the 2 inside had tidied up, as she was still young and wished to avoid any unsettling sights. Standing at the door, she gently knocked and carefully pressed her ear against it to listen intently. Once assured there were no unusual sounds within, she cautiously opened the door, akin to a little cat returning from a hunt. Upon entering the dimly lit living room, she took a delicate whiff of the air, finding everything seemingly normal before stealthily reaching for the light switch. The moment she activated it, a large net fell from the ceiling, ensnaring her. Bai Lian's heart raced as she attempted to tear free, only for a swift figure to appear, pinning her down. Indeed, she was literally subdued. As a girl clad in black gauze sat atop her, and the assailant was none other than the Black Lotus, Mo Tianxing emerged from the rear of the living room. Casting a glance at the bewildered Bai Lianhua, a smile gracing his face, Bai Lian was utterly dazed. "Sister He Lian, I promise I won't dare again." "Please spare me," she whimpered, her eyes welling up with tears. In that moment, her eyes turned red, and she appeared on the verge of tears. It is a well-known truth that a woman's tears hold sway only over men. To other women, they merely invite a reprimand, compelling one to cry even louder. It turned out that Sister He Lian and the young gentleman were still entangled in their affair. Had she known, she would have refrained from returning. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Bai Lian felt a profound sense of injustice. He Lian, however, merely regarded her with a cold stare, wishing to deliver a few blows instead. Mo Tianxing approached Bai Lian and crouched down in front of her, gazing at her face with a smile. After the earlier chaos, her veil had fallen away, revealing her delicate, fair visage. "Your sister Halian has commissioned me to eliminate you. Shall we proceed here? Or would you prefer to return to a private chamber?" Bai Lian was momentarily stunned by his words. Had she truly been sold out? "I could double the price and offer your sister Halian in exchange. What do you say?" Bai Lian blinked her large eyes, compelling herself to remain calm. Though she was uncertain of what Halian had disclosed to this man, her immediate priority was her own safety. "Your sister Halian has valued you at 1 rare herb. If you can offer 2, I shall apprehend her and sell her for profit on the spot." Mo Tianxing wore a benign smile. Bai Lian was left in shock. Rare herb? Halian's expression darkened at this revelation. What was this man insinuating? Chapter 118. Where shall I sleep? Second update. Rare herb? I have no idea what you are talking about. Please, kind sir, let me go, Bai Lian pleaded innocently, blinking her eyes. The fiery red lotus. Are you truly unaware? Mo Tianxing's gentle smile belied a hint of danger in his gaze. As a mere hell envoy, how could I possibly know where to find rare herbs? Bai Lian hastily replied. Very well, if you are ignorant of this matter, then so be it, Mo Tianxing said, rising and striding toward the sofa. Bai Lian breathed a sigh of relief, while Halian appeared somewhat bewildered. Wasn't she going to drag her down into this mess? Given that Bai Lian was aware of their intentions, it would be prudent to eliminate her to avoid future complications. His seemingly casual words were laced with lethal intent. I am a hell envoy. Any who dare to harm me provoke the wrath of the Lord of Slaughter. At this, Bai Lian's expression turned icy. She had never believed that Mo Tianxing or Halian would truly dare to do anything to her, at most issuing verbal threats. Halian harbored similar doubts, as fellow hell envoys. They were truly limited in their capacity to threaten one another. Oh, is that so? Mo Tianxing settled onto the sofa, a ripple of verdant energy emanating from him, enveloping the entire room. This was Mo Tianxing's domain of life. The city of Slaughter sealed the soul skills of the soul rings, leaving his domain unaffected. As the life domain enveloped her, Bai Lian's expression shifted dramatically, her body erupting with intense white soul power, as if genuinely provoked. What have you done to me? Bai Lian's voice trembled with fear. Halian, witnessing her reaction, was equally stunned. Though unaware of Mo Tianxing's actions, she sensed it was likely no good, prompting her to retreat warily. Her expression filled with suspicion. Bai Lian's face was now etched with terror. She truly felt afraid, as she could distinctly sense her life force rapidly depleting. If this continued, she would become utterly weakened, leading to her demise, possibly under mysterious circumstances. Mo Tianxing observed Bai Lian with great interest. In truth, his actions were a calculated strategy to serve as a warning to Halian, signaling that should she dare to engage in any subterfuge, even as a harbinger of hell, he possessed the capability to render her existence utterly inconsequential. I assure you, I will take you to gather the celestial herbs. At this juncture, Bai Lian had no choice but to acquiesce, for the opponent's methods were exceedingly enigmatic, capable of directly influencing her life force. Why didn't you say so earlier? What was the need for this? Mo Tianxing tapped the leather of the sofa, a smile gracing his countenance as he retracted the emanating aura of life. Bai Lian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, casting a resentful glance at Halian. Mo Tianxing then realized that Halian and Bai Lian had accidentally discovered a celestial herb in a certain volcanic area within the city of Slaughter. However, With their current cultivation levels and lacking flight soul skills, they were utterly incapable of retrieving the herb from the depths of the magma. Thus, they had no choice but to conceal this secret for the time being. Note: I am aware that individuals within the City of Slaughter cannot leave the city due to the presence of law enforcement. And this is a plot addition I made, a bug, if you will. Please be gentle with your criticism. It was written to facilitate the narrative. Primarily considering that the celestial herb could not have already fallen into someone else's hands, as that would imply it had been consumed already. The setup of being attacked while foraging outside the city is not applicable here. Now, surprisingly, He Lian had divulged this information to Mo Tianxing, using it as leverage to enlist his help in hunting down a certain individual, while also dragging herself into the fray. Bai Lian truly felt as if she were on the verge of despair, undoubtedly a tragic pawn in this unfolding drama. The person He Lian sought to eliminate was none other than the leader of the Lone Wolf Gang, a man codenamed Lone Wolf, who was also a formidable presence consistently ranked among the top 3 in the slaughter arena. This individual had previously slain He Lian's brother. At that time, He Lian was not yet a Hell Messenger, but the seeds of vengeance had been sown. After becoming a Hell Messenger, she had never ceased her pursuit of Lone Wolf, attempting to recruit individuals newly arrived in the City of Slaughter to assist in his assassination, but to no avail. What is the cultivation level of this Lone Wolf you speak of? Mo Tianxing inquired. Given the certainty surrounding the celestial herb and its whereabouts, it was only prudent to take note of the individual He Lian wished to eliminate. He Lian's expression darkened. At least above level 80, and he possesses soul bones. His decisiveness in battle and mastery of combat techniques are unparalleled. The opponent's soul power is exceedingly high, making it nearly impossible to find a match for him within the slaughter arena. Even a titled Douluo, without the enhancement of soul ranks, would hardly be able to defeat him. The difficulty in hunting down Lone Wolf is quite apparent. Bai Lian sighed softly in response. She was aware of He Lian's predicament. Even the other 2 individuals ranked in the top 3 of the slaughter arena would likely lack the capability to vanquish Lone Wolf. And He Lian would not be able to persuade them, unless Lone Wolf were to offend the Lord of Slaughter, prompting the law enforcement to take action against him. However, Lone Wolf was notoriously cautious and would never commit such a folly, rendering the possibility of revenge nearly non-existent. The enigmatic young man in the black robe, despite possessing some peculiar abilities, would likely find it challenging to contend with Lone Wolf. Above level 80 and with soul bones, Mo Tianxing mused, not overly concerned about this so-called Lone Wolf. Even without the use of soul skills, his strength far surpassed that of an average titled Douluo. Moreover, his physique was akin to that of a humanoid dragon, providing him with an immense advantage within the City of Slaughter. Time is of the essence. I have an audience with the Lord of Slaughter tomorrow, Mo Tianxing stated, revealing no intention of departing as he spoke. An audience with the Lord? He Lian and Bai Lian exchanged bewildered glances. What could he possibly want with the Lord? To know this will require additional remuneration. There is, however, a more pressing matter. Mo Tianxing replied casually, propping his chin on one hand with a tranquil smile upon his face. He Lian and Bai Lian looked at him in confusion. Is there another issue? Where shall I stay? Mo Tianxing asked. Initially, he had merely requested He Lian to guide him to a place free from disturbances. Yet she had brought him directly to the hall. Following that, he had awaited Bai Lian's return, and throughout this entire process, he had yet to secure a place to rest. Weren't you sharing a room with Sister He Lian? Bai Lian blinked in confusion, studying Mo Tianxing's expression. He Lian's face darkened instantly. She truly wished to tear apart this white lotus flower. How infuriating. She had never even touched a man. Yet her reputation had been sullied by this little girl. However, she could not be bothered to explain herself. After all, this was the City of Slaughter, a place where one could unleash their nature and wickedness, rendering explanations unnecessary. The more one explains, the worse it gets, and none would believe her. Both of you discuss among yourselves and prepare a room for me. Tomorrow, I wish to sleep until I awaken naturally, so please do not disturb me. Mo Tianxing yawned, clearly fatigued. He Lian and Bai Lian exchanged glances. Shall I just go find another place to stay? Bai Lian timidly suggested, genuinely afraid of the 2 of them, as she was already coerced into this situation. Neither Mo Tianxing nor He Lian exhibited any trust in her, especially after she had just been outsmarted by them. Forget it. I will meditate in the living room. You both may return to your respective rooms, Mo Tianxing declared. In the City of Slaughter, it was commonplace for people to intrude and commit murder. He wished to avoid any disturbances during his rest. Indeed, it was very late, and he would make do with staying here for the night. As for the He and Bai Lian sisters, they posed no threat to him. His instinctual caution was quite strong. Observing Mo Tianxing meditating cross-legged on the sofa, Bai Lian hurried back to her room, locking the door behind her. Yet, feeling uneasy, she shoved the dresser against the door for added security, still apprehensive that a rogue might break in and ruin her purity. Chapter 119, Lord of Slaughter. What if the Haotian sect is displeased? Wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve. The following morning, Bai Lian emerged from her room, her eyes heavily shadowed from lack of sleep. In the living room, Mo Tianxing sensed her presence and slowly opened his eyes, catching sight of her resembling a panda. Bai Lian had hardly slept a wink, her mind racing with worries that Mo Tianxing might force his way in during the night. She had spent the entire night in a state of anxiety, feeling utterly unsafe and exhausted. Just then, He Lian's door swung open. Having completed her grooming, He Lian appeared in a flowing black gauze dress, her face unmasked and revealing her striking features. Mo Tianxing proceeded to the Hall of Slaughter to pay a visit to the Lord of Slaughter. Outside the hall, the emissaries of hell stood guard. Yet upon seeing Mo Tianxing, they did not impede his passage. Instead, they welcomed him alone. Mo Tianxing followed closely behind, accompanying the envoy to pay homage to the Lord of Slaughter. At the far end of the grand hall, he finally beheld the Lord of Slaughter, seated upon the throne of blood and bones. Junior Mo Tianxing pays respects to the esteemed senior, he said, bowing respectfully. The Lord of Slaughter, perched upon his blood-soaked throne, lifted his gaze to regard him. What is your connection to Qian Daoliu, young man? Mo Tianxing mentioned that he is discussing marriage with the granddaughter of Qian Daoliu. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Slaughter gained clarity. Although this young man is not a disciple of Qian Daoliu, his connection is nonetheless significant, as he is at least affiliated with the same faction as the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, the Pope, Bibi Dong, would not have personally come to deliver the news. In a sense, he's also considered a junior of his. What recent events have transpired in the outside world? Inquired the Lord of Slaughter. The Pope, Bibi Dong, had previously harbored suspicions regarding the sudden emergence of a multitude of evil spirit masters, suspecting them to have escaped from his city of slaughter. Mo Tianxing promptly informed him of the developments concerning the abyssal plane, revealing that the major sects had begun to form alliances. The Lord of Slaughter fell into deep contemplation, even questioning whether this young man was deceiving him. In the Douluo world, even after attaining divinity, one cannot remain in this realm. After a millennium, they must depart, as the world's consciousness will expel these deities. Otherwise, the Douluo world would collapse under the weight of divine power, forcing the deities born from Douluo to ascend to the divine realm after 10,000 years, leaving behind only legends of their existence. The abyssal plane that Mo Tianxing spoke of is a world where deities coexist with sentient beings, teeming with formidable individuals of the titled Douluo rank, with the number of extreme Douluos being several times that of the Douluo world. Their realm can accommodate deities, which is tantamount to a presence akin to the divine realm itself. Even if it may not possess the same depth as the divine realm, it certainly exceeds the current Douluo world as capacity for resistance. If what this young man claims is indeed true, then the Douluo world is on the brink of an unprecedented catastrophe. Unless the divine realm intervenes or new deities emerge from this world to safeguard the Douluo realm for a millennium, his own divine trial has reached the crucial ninth assessment. Should he succeed, he shall inherit the title of the Xue'er god, becoming the new Xue'er deity. Unbeknownst to Mo Tianxing, his mention of the abyssal plane had already ignited the Lord of Slaughter's ambition to undertake the ninth trial of Xue'er ahead of time. After a prolonged silence, the Lord of Slaughter's gaze sharpened as he looked upon Mo Tianxing. How is the Haotian sect faring now? It has been nearly 60 years since he departed from the Haotian sect, reigning in the city of slaughter, concealed from the outside world, all for the purpose of inheriting divinity. He wondered how Poseidon was faring. Did the promise made back then still hold? Presently, the Haotian sect remains the foremost sect in the world, although it has since chosen to retreat from the limelight. Mo Tianxing found no reason to conceal the truth. The Spirit Hall had neither obliterated the Haotian sect nor slain Tang Hao. In fact, it was the Spirit Hall that had suffered the loss of a pope. The question of who owed whom and who sought vengeance was indeed a matter open to interpretation. As for the idea of retreating, the Lord of Slaughter furrowed his brow, evidently having deduced that something had transpired within the Haotian sect. Mo Tianxing elucidated the conflict and bloodshed between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao, having taken the 10,000-year metamorphosed spirit beast, the Blue-Silver Emperor, as his wife, found himself ensnared by the Spirit Hall, leading to a cataclysmic battle between the two factions. Ultimately, This confrontation resulted in the sacrifice of Tang Hao's wife, enabling her to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, where she engaged in a fierce clash with the former pope, Qian Renxue, culminating in mutual devastation. Tang Hao, wishing to sever ties with the Haotian clan to avoid entanglement, withdrew from the world, leading to the clan's retreat from public view. The former pope Qian Renxue, gravely wounded, met his demise as a consequence. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Slaughter fell into a contemplative silence. He was acutely aware of who Tang Hao was many years prior. Upon his initial arrival in the city of Slaughter and wielding the Haotian hammer, he recognized him as his descendant. Subsequently, through sheer prowess, he achieved 100 consecutive victories in the arena, emerging as a champion and securing the domain of the god of slaughter. He stood as one of the two legendary slaughter gods to have emerged from the city of Slaughter in nearly 2 decades, the other being the current pope, Bibi Dong. So it was indeed that child. The Lord of Slaughter merely sighed softly, refraining from further comment. He did not wish to adjudicate the right or wrong of the situation, recognizing it as but one perspective of many. Given the cunning nature of Qian Daoliu, it was already an act of mercy that, following the loss of his only son, he refrained from unleashing a massacre upon the Haotian clan. Without his presence, the Haotian clan could not withstand the might of Qian Daoliu. Even after Tang Hao's prolonged absence, his adversary still adhered to the agreements forged in the past. Should an irreconcilable conflict arise between the Haotian clan and the Spirit Hall in the future, he would remain steadfast in his promise not to step foot within the Haotian clan's gates, leaving a sliver of hope. Likewise, having not attained divinity, he languished in the city of Slaughter for much of his life. Perhaps it was time to return, to revisit the Haotian clan, before undertaking the 9th trial of Xue'er. After bidding farewell, Mo Tianxing encountered the 2 maidens, He Lian and Bai Lian, preparing to first gather the celestial herbs, for such treasures are best secured without delay. Upon returning to his residence, Mo Tianxing found that the black lotus and white lotus were already prepared, adorned in flowing silk garments with veils that shrouded their faces. The black lotus leaned in to whisper something to the white lotus, whose cheeks flushed a vibrant red, visible even through the delicate fabric, as if they might burst forth with droplets of water. Upon noticing his return, the white lotus exhibited a startled demeanor, akin to a kitten caught in the act of mischief, swiftly retreating to her chamber, leaving Mo Tianxing somewhat perplexed. What could be the cause of her behavior? Mo Tianxing pondered with a hint of suspicion. The black lotus, seated serenely upon the sofa, regarded him with a tranquil expression, assuring him that all was well. Today we shall venture to procure the flame-red lotus, Mo Tianxing declared. The black lotus nodded slightly in agreement. It is indeed possible. Yet you are likely already under the scrutiny of those individuals. This mission will most probably encounter an ambush. As we are both emissaries of the underworld, we may only face the theft of the celestial herbs, but you. Her concern for Mo Tianxing's safety from potential assailants outside the city of Slaughter was evident, as the situation appeared far from optimistic. I am well aware. As long as the celestial herbs are secured, everything else can be negotiated, Mo Tianxing replied. Chapter 120, The Flame Red Lotus, Second Update, wishing everyone a happy New Year's Eve. That night, Mo Tianxing, accompanied by the Black Lotus and White Lotus, set forth to the secret location to gather the celestial herbs. The moment they departed from the upper court, news reached the members of the Lone Wolf Gang, who promptly dispatched their strong men to intercept them. Not only the Lone Wolf Gang, but the leaders of the other 2 major factions in the city of Slaughter had also sent their men on the journey, preparing to ambush Mo Tianxing. Now that 12 hours had elapsed, the novice protection period had expired, even though this young man continued to remain close to the emissaries of the underworld. They would not hesitate to strike. They were determined to reclaim the soul bone possessing the flight soul skill. Mo Tianxing was well aware of those who stealthily trailed behind him. However, he remained unperturbed. Whether to deal with them or not hinged on the authenticity of the news regarding the celestial herb. With the guidance of the Black Lotus and White Lotus, they swiftly arrived at a realm of molten lava. The flowing magma cast a crimson glow upon their faces. Following White Lotus's direction, Mo Tianxing soon discerned a small rocky outcrop, encased in lava, located 500 meters away, upon which a delicate red lotus bloomed. Mo Tianxing gazed into the distance, his pupils narrowing slightly. Before him was a lotus platform, measuring approximately 5 inches in size, adorned with 12 petals of fiery crimson. At its center, the vibrant red stamen flickered and burned like a dancing flame. It was undoubtedly a celestial herb. Mo Tianxing immediately leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of dark light as he soared towards the fiery red lotus flourishing on the opposite bank of the molten lava. For anyone who has attained the realm of a soul saint at level 70, the ability to fly using soul power is within reach. Thus, the 500 meters was not a considerable distance for him. Meanwhile, he extended his mental energy, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters around him. Ascertaining that approximately 30 individuals had followed them from the city of slaughter to this location, through the fluctuations of soul power emanating from them, Mo Tianxing could discern that among the 30-odd individuals, there were 6 soul saints, 8 soul emperors. While the rest were of soul king cultivation, all of them were denizens of the inner city of the city of slaughter. And not a single one could be deemed weak. Mo Tianxing paid little heed to these individuals. His spiritual sense faintly detected that there seemed to be something lurking within the magma, coiled around the blazing red lotus. Could it be a guardian spirit beast? No, that's not right. It is a soul beast. As Mo Tianxing pondered, just as he was about to arrive, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the magma below, violently disrupting the molten surface to reveal its crimson-scaled armor. It was a colossal crocodile, measuring several dozen zhang in length, its scales slick with the scorching magma. With powerful forelimbs adorned with sharp claws, it lunged towards Mo Tianxing's abdomen, simultaneously opening its serrated maw wide, aiming to devour the fiery red lotus. The black and white lotuses, originally perched on the shore, were utterly stunned. Caution! They had never anticipated that such a terrifying creature lurked beneath the magma, thriving within its depths. Should it strike Mo Tianxing with a single claw, he might very well meet his demise on the spot. The onlookers, initially lurking at the periphery, were equally astonished by this spectacle, although they were at a considerable distance. It was clear that the creature intended to traverse the magma pool to reach the central red lotus. But what was this sudden emergence of the crimson giant crocodile? If it were to eliminate that young man within the magma pool, how could they possibly collect the soul bone? As Mo Tianxing witnessed the massive crimson crocodile attempting to devour the celestial herb before him, a surge of fury ignited within him. How dare it seize what lay before my eyes? Without hesitation, he reached out and grasped the crocodile's approaching forelimb with a resolute grip. The colossal crimson creature was mere inches away from the blazing red lotus, although the herb had yet to fully mature. The incursion of these outsiders compelled it to act swiftly for its own safety, just as its jaws were poised to make contact with the precious plant. A sudden and formidable force halted its ascent, causing it to snap its jaws in frustration. It felt an overwhelming force yanking its body back, rendering it powerless as it beheld the human youth with flowing black hair whom it had previously scorned. Doubt filled its mind. Was this a twist of fate? Before it could comprehend the situation, its entire being was unceremoniously hurled away, soaring toward the molten rock wall 300 meters distant. With a resounding crash, the crimson giant collided with the magma's inner wall, its head becoming lodged within the rocky surface as it thrashed its limbs in a desperate attempt to extricate itself. Mo Tianxing quietly descended upon the small rocky outcrop at the center, cautiously collecting the flame red lotus, which was still undergoing its transformation, roots and all, into his miniature world. At that moment, a familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Successfully collected the celestial herb flame red lotus. It has been recorded in the compendium, granting a reward of 2,000 years of cultivation. As Mo Tianxing gazed upon it, the once shadowy depiction of the blazing crimson lotus suddenly ignited with a vibrant red luminescence, emanating waves of scarlet spiritual essence, while its petals gently swayed. At that moment, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, a collection degree of 1324 had appeared on his celestial herb compendium, accompanied by an exquisitely crafted red treasure chest illustration. Was this the reward for completing the compendium of celestial herbs? He opened the compendium for a brief glance. The Eye of Ice and Fire had yielded 11 celestial herbs in total, including the rare 10,000-year 9th-grade ginseng king. To his astonishment, the recently acquired blazing crimson lotus was also among them. A cursory inspection revealed that the crystal dragon blood ginseng was included as well. A treasure seemingly once held by the Min clan, one of the 4 illustrious affiliated families of the Haotian sect. Mo Tianxing was completely immersed in his own world. While the scene just moments ago left everyone present utterly astonished, they could hardly believe that his seemingly frail figure had managed to hurl the enormous crimson crocodile, measuring several dozen feet in length, with nothing but his own strength. His physique appeared even more formidable than that of a soul beast. Fortunately, he had not perished in the magma pool. Otherwise, they would have faced an insurmountable predicament. The Black Lotus and White Lotus were also rendered numb by the sight. The disparity in their sizes provided a tremendous visual shock. Could this fellow possess such immense strength? At that moment, the crimson blood crocodile had extracted its head from the rocky crevice, and upon its first glance, it discovered the spot where the fiery red lotus had once flourished was now barren, with the young man in the black robe standing in a daze. Fury surged within it as its eyes blazed with wrath. Had the precious celestial herb, which it had guarded for so long, been plucked away by you? Seeking death, it immediately leaped back into the magma pool, swiftly making its way towards Mo Tianxing, revealing its sharp claws and fangs. The Black Lotus and White Lotus hurriedly called out to Mo Tianxing, urging him to be cautious. How could he remain in a stupor at such a perilous moment? Was he courting disaster? Upon hearing the calls of the two women on the shore, Mo Tianxing instinctively raised his gaze towards the colossal crocodile charging towards him. Propelled by a torrential downpour of molten lava, Mo Tianxing gazed coldly at the crimson giant crocodile charging towards him, faintly perceiving the shimmering brilliance emanating from its skeletal structure, while its scales rustled with a haunting melody. Chapter 121. The External Soul Bone? Mo Tianxing vaguely perceived a shimmering glaze of radiant brilliance emanating from the chest bones of the crimson giant crocodile, which was lunging towards him with ferocious intent. Supreme Bone? What a jest! Soul Bone? Mo Tianxing, filled with suspicion, faced the oncoming giant crocodile. He raised his palm, striking it back with an unremarkable motion, as his hand slowly descended upon the menacing jaws of the colossal beast. Crack! The crimson giant crocodile heard a resounding snap from its elongated beak, leaving it utterly astonished. Its once formidable beak, akin to copper and iron, skewed, and the massive body, stretching dozens of yards, was suddenly dealt a tremendous blow, hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, it collided with the opposing cliff face, which instantly became riddled with cracks. The crimson giant crocodile quickly regained its composure, both alarmed and furious. Its powerful feet shattered the rocky ground beneath, and an intense, ominous red energy radiated from its form. Its physique began to swell, rapidly transforming from dozens of yards to an imposing 60 yards in length, with its forelimbs growing even more robust and its eyes gleaming with a sinister bloodlust, while its chest exuded a dazzling, gem-like glow. With a deafening roar, the crimson giant crocodile unleashed a sound wave that reverberated through the void, an awe-inspiring display of power. The onlooking hunters were left speechless by this spectacle. The aura emanating from the spirit beast clearly indicated that it was an entity of over 50,000 years of cultivation. Engaging in battle with such a creature in this volcanic terrain, without the enhancement of soul rings, would render even a soul sage above level 70 potentially powerless against it. At this moment, both the Black Lotus and White Lotus felt a deep concern for Mo Tianxing. The unexpected encounter with a terrifying spirit beast, rivaling the prowess of a 50,000-year-old entity while seeking to harvest celestial herbs, was truly beyond their expectations. The blood-red giant crocodile, treading upon the surface of the molten lava, charged towards Mo Tianxing with the intent to rend him to pieces. As Mo Tianxing observed the transformation of this creature, he remained utterly unperturbed. The changes in its physique bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a bloodline-activated beast. Furthermore, the aura emanating from it was at least on par with that of a seven-ring soul sage possessing a true martial spirit. The crimson giant crocodile lunged forward, but Mo Tianxing raised his hand and delivered a punch, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, striking precisely at the previously targeted spot. The crocodile's jaw, which had only just begun to heal, shattered once more, its teeth scattering in all directions. This blow left it dazed, causing its body to be hurled backward. Yet it quickly regained its footing amidst the lava pool, its gaze filled with uncertainty as it regarded the figure of the man in the black robe standing resolutely upon the central rock. Could it be that this fellow's physique was even more outrageous than its own? Wasn't the human body supposed to be rather fragile? Why did it feel as if it were merely a lump of clay in comparison to this being? Yet, how could it simply relinquish that celestial herb? That was out of the question. The crimson giant crocodile's chest glowed with a radiant light, and a thick, blood-red rainbow erupted from its chest, hurtling towards Mo Tianxing with a speed that was almost blinding. As Mo Tianxing shifted his form, a crimson rainbow swept past him, accompanied by a series of explosive reverberations from behind. Rocks crumbled under the force, and he marveled at the formidable power of this divine technique. His spirit ignited with clarity. He immediately soared towards the colossal red crocodile, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The red crocodile, its chest aglow with treasure light, unleashed 4 torrents of crimson rainbows, intent on annihilating Mo Tianxing on the spot. However, These assaults failed to graze even the hem of his garment, tracing luminous arcs through the void, soaring directly over the heads of the Black Lotus and White Lotus, thereby dislodging more than 30 hidden hunters from their rocky concealment. It was only then that the Black Lotus and White Lotus realized that their every move had been under the watchful gaze of these individuals. Meanwhile, Mo Tianxing had approached the great crocodile, treading upon the molten surface of the lava, after repeatedly failing to execute its deadly maneuvers. Even the most dim-witted of creatures could discern that it was no match for its adversary. It promptly sought refuge by diving into the magma pool. Although the human could fly, the magma pool remained a sanctuary for their kind, a veritable zone of life. It could escape at any moment, which emboldened it to engage in combat with Mo Tianxing amidst the relentless onslaught. Ultimately, however, Mo Tianxing seized its scaly armor with his bare hands, yanking its massive form from the depths of the magma pool and casting it into the air, where the seething red lava splattered like rain. It could not touch him in the slightest. Mo Tianxing swiftly executed an ascending dragon punch, striking the massive crocodile's jaw and instantly delivering a fatal blow. At the moment the crimson giant crocodile breathed its last, a radiant treasure glimmered from its chest, and a piece of red, crystal-like bone fell forth, accompanied by a demon core emanating a rich aura of flames. Mo Tianxing raised his hand, and the scintillating piece of bone and the demon core were drawn into his palm, directly transporting the colossal 60-zhang crimson crocodile into the realm of his miniature world. This crimson behemoth was evidently akin to the ancient beast that the hellish envoy Lu had occupied, resembling the 10-headed blazing sun serpent. Its flesh was undoubtedly a great tonic, and Mo Tianxing would not let such an opportunity slip away. As for the flat, sword-like piece of crystalline bone in his grasp, its appearance resembled that of a human sternum, adorned with glimmering runes and imbued with arcane power, exuding the essence of supreme bone. While it might seem improbable for this to be an external soul bone affixed to the chest, the inherent soul skills it possessed unleashed a formidable force. Mo Tianxing strode directly to the side of the Black and White Lotuses, only to behold the encroaching hunters, who had surrounded the three of them. Their gazes were akin to those of ravenous wolves and fierce leopards, fixated intently on the gleaming soul bone in Mo Tianxing's grasp. They had come here specifically for the flight soul bone that belonged to him. Now, with an additional soul bone having just fallen, the question was not who would perish, but rather who would survive. Hand over the soul bone in your possession, along with the flight soul bone, and perhaps I might spare your life, sneered a middle-aged man from the Lone Wolf gang, his face marred by a long, narrow scar. As he advanced with his cohorts, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Once a soul bone has fused with a human body, it can only be extricated by severing the connection to the body. Self-harm or external damage would merely cause it to fall again. The Black and White Lotuses instinctively shielded Mo Tianxing behind them, their expressions wrought with apprehension. There were 6 soul saints, 8 soul emperors, and a host of soul kings present, in the subterranean realm, devoid of soul ring enhancements. Even if Mo Tianxing's soul power were indeed at the formidable level of 80 or higher, he would still be outnumbered. Furthermore, he had previously engaged in a fierce battle with the crimson crocodile in the magma pool, depleting his stamina significantly. Let us all converge and incapacitate that brat. Sever his limbs and seize his flight soul bone. The hunter's eyes glinted with malice, their murderous intent palpable. Mo Tianxing observed the scene, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He truly could not fathom the thoughts of these individuals, who, upon witnessing the soul bone, seemed to forget how the crimson giant crocodile had met its demise. Initially, he intended to refrain from bloodshed during this festive season, yet it appeared that they lacked a certain understanding. He stowed the soul bone and demon core into his storage ring and retrieved a 7-level soul cannon, which was the size of a water barrel, cradling it in his arms. With his dark attire and hair dancing in the wind, he wore a smile upon his lips. Since this joyous occasion was not suitable for violence, he decided to entertain the onlookers with a display of fireworks. Chapter 122. The premature trigger of the Xue'er's 9th trial, seeking initial subscription, wishing everyone a happy new year, 6 soul saints of the 7th ring. 8 soul emperors of the 6th ring, alongside a multitude of soul kings, fell victim to Mo Tianxing's wrath. At this moment, he held the 7-level soul cannon tightly, his gaze cold and piercing as he faced the approaching wolves and tigers. Let us proceed. He left the cannon behind, lifting Black Lotus and White Lotus into the air. Before the hunters could react, they transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring directly toward the city of slaughter. The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past. Mo Tianxing and the 2 women vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the water barrel-sized iron lump, which was now covered in white cracks and radiant spots. They had previously heard whispers of such an object, rumored to be perilous, with the explosive energy capable of reducing Soul Kings to ashes, a truly formidable force. Although they held a degree of confidence in their own abilities, an instinctive trepidation gripped them, prompting an involuntary retreat. The 6 Soul Saints, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the iron lump, had already turned to flee. However, being labeled a 7th-level Soul Cannon, it was inconceivable that even 7th-rank Soul Saints, unable to unleash their soul techniques at such close proximity, could withstand it. Boom. The cataclysmic explosion unleashed a searing heat that instantly engulfed the nearest Soul King, reducing him to ash, while the fiery tongue swept over the 6th-rank Soul Emperors. Even the 7th-rank Soul Saints could not evade the dazzling white light produced by the blast, their forms gradually vanishing within the radiant pillar. The once serene lava-laden ground, where they had gathered herbs, now illuminated with a glowing mushroom, casting a blinding white light that illuminated the hellish city of slaughter. The powerful shockwave and heat surged toward Mo Tianxing and his companions in midair, scorching much of White Lotus's white gauzy dress, causing her to instinctively shrink beside Mo Tianxing. Black Lotus faced a similar plight, with the situation proving to be dire. Mo Tianxing immediately manifested the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Martial Soul, his form instinctively transforming into that of a dragon. From his back emerged a pair of immense black dragon wings, which shielded the 2 women while simultaneously propelling him forward with a sudden surge of speed, transforming him into a streak of black lightning as he raced towards the city of slaughter. There seemed to be no necessity to deploy the 7th-level Soul Cannon, for they were merely a group of 7th-rank Soul Saints incapable of wielding soul skills. Persistently engaging in such violence, the Master of Slaughter would eventually find himself expelled. Fearing the destruction of his underground domain, perhaps a 9th-level Soul Cannon could reduce the structures beyond the arena of slaughter to rubble. He indeed possessed one in his possession. Yet, he hesitated to take such action, for this was the sacred ground of the Azura god, and the arena was none other than the divine hall of the Azura deity. Furthermore, the Master of Slaughter, in his current state of lucidity, was a formidable limit de law. What Mo Tianxing was unaware of was that the explosion caused by the 7th-level soul-guided cannon had such tremendous force that it caused the already fragile crust to experience a slight subsidence, with tectonic plates pressing against one another. Simultaneously, the sound of the explosion awakened a terrifying entity that had been dormant beneath the volcanic magma for ages. After being sealed for an eternity, it suddenly opened its immense blood-red eyes. The volcano within the underground world of the city of slaughter erupted violently. Scalding magma flowed forth, and a thick, billowing cloud of smoke from the eruption surged toward the city of slaughter. Upon returning to the territory of the city of slaughter, Mo Tianxing beheld the ominous sight of dense smoke billowing upward, the fiery magma gushing forth from the depths of the earth and advancing ominously toward the city of slaughter. Mo Tianxing gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback. It appeared that matters had escalated beyond control. He had yet to unleash the 9th-level Soul Guide Cannon. So how had it come to this? Had he known, he would have acted decisively to eliminate the threat. It seemed that arrogance truly invites divine retribution. The reality was that playing with nuclear weapons underground could easily lead to one's own demise. At that moment, the Lord of Slaughter was roused from his reverie by a familiar, thunderous explosion echoing from outside the city. He rushed to the upper court, soaring into the sky, to witness the erupting volcano beyond the city of slaughter. Streams of lava seeped from the earth, gradually encroaching upon the surface, making their way towards the city. Simultaneously, something monstrous seemed to awaken beneath the volcano, and he could even sense the ancient aura emanating from it. The leader of the Lone Wolf gang, known as the Lone Wolf, was also gazing towards the now erupting volcano outside the city of slaughter. Was that not the very direction he had sent his men to hunt down Mo Tianxing and his companions? What on earth had transpired? The inhabitants of the city of slaughter became acutely aware of the searing lava advancing toward their metropolis, with toxic gases spreading ahead of the molten rock. The Lord of Slaughter transformed into a crimson streak, hurtling toward that location, just in time to intercept Mo Tianxing and the 2 hell messengers as they returned. What have you done, boy? The Lord of Slaughter was evidently infuriated, his accusatory gaze fixed intently upon Mo Tianxing. It was this very individual who had awakened him with an explosive contraption. Initially, he had thought little of it. After all, the arena was constructed from special materials, rendering it nearly impossible for mere mortals to cause its destruction. He had believed that Mo Tianxing would not create any significant disturbances. Yet now, He realized his negligence in failing to warn the young man had inadvertently summoned the molten fury of the volcano and awakened a terrifying entity. At this moment, Mo Tianxing felt a twinge of remorse. Beside him, the Black Lotus and White Lotus were utterly terrified, hastily confessing in a state of panic. Should the city of slaughter be destroyed, even 1,000 or 10,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for their sins. Just then, the distant volcano erupted once more, and from its depths came a piercing cry, reminiscent of some primordial creature. The sound waves, upon interacting with the terrain, reverberated and spread widely, swiftly reaching the city of slaughter, relaying all its information back through the echoes. The expression of the Slaughter Lord shifted dramatically, his gaze now gravely fixed upon the distant volcano. The inhabitants of the city of slaughter heard the anguished cry, though they did not pay it much heed. However, at that moment, the Slaughter Lord transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the volcano outside the city. Once the god of Azura, he had suppressed an ancient evil being here. A legend spoke of its power rivaling that of demigods. Even the newly ascended god of Azura had struggled to confine it beneath the volcano, only to be awakened by the explosion caused by that young man. In the entirety of the underground realm, within the city of slaughter, he realized that he alone was capable of confronting it. Simultaneously, the mark of the god of slaughter on the Slaughter Lord's forehead suddenly glimmered with a brilliant red light, and his ninth trial as the god of Azura automatically commenced. The challenge was none other than to vanquish this ancient being that had been suppressed in this place since time immemorial. Upon discerning the presence of infrasound, Mo Tianxing's pupils instantly narrowed. Infrasound? Could it be the bat? Wait, a bat. Chapter 123. Liberation of Authority, the True Essence of Martial Souls. A bat? Mo Tianxing was taken aback. Could it be that blood-red nine-headed bat king, the very creature responsible for the failure of the god of slaughter's trial, which had also led to its own parasitism? The god of slaughter's fate now seemed bleak, teetering on the edge of peril. Immediately unfurled the dragon wings upon his back, suddenly soaring forth like a streak of inky light, piercing the void as he pursued the Lord of Slaughter. The Lord of Slaughter, sensing the approach of, turned to face him and spoke. This is not a place for a junior like you. Return at once. From within the massive volcano came the malevolent roars of demons. As something stirred within, tumultuous and fierce, a torrent of magma erupted from the volcano's mouth, cascading down its slopes towards the city of slaughter. A colossal crimson figure, measuring several hundred meters in size, burst forth from the volcano's opening. Its immense blood-red wings unfurled in the air, droplets of magma cascading from its body like rain, revealing 9 formidable heads, each adorned with sharp fangs and eyes as red as blood, belonging to the blood-red nine-headed bat king. As it broke free from its shackles, it opened its cavernous maw and roared into the void, seemingly proclaiming its return to the world. The terrifying sound waves emanated with palpable force, fracturing the air itself. These sonic waves easily infiltrated the human body, disrupting one's vital energy and soul, as though the mind were struck by the weight of a 1,000-pound hammer. Even the Lord of Slaughter, a limit Douluo, wore an expression of grave concern at that moment. While it was nearly impossible for a limit Douluo to slay a demigod, the requirements set forth by the Xue'er god for those inheriting his divine position were exceedingly rigorous. At the very least, that target was merely a demigod, leaving a glimmer of hope, rather than a true deity. As Mo Tianxing gazed upon the colossal crimson, nine-headed bat king soaring through the void, a sense of astonishment flickered in his eyes. This creature, a demigod birthed from the ancient times of the Douluo Continent, retained its overwhelming power even after being suppressed by the god of Xue'er for countless years. One could not help but wonder if such a formidable entity would yield a soul bone upon its demise. Senior, you must possess the authority to unlock the restraints binding my soul ring, Mo Tianxing implored. Positioning himself beside the Lord of Slaughter while observing the massive crimson bat hovering ominously above the volcanic crater, he recalled that the captains of the law enforcement night corps guarding the city of slaughter had the ability to wield soul rings, a privilege supposedly bestowed by the Lord of Slaughter himself. The Lord of Slaughter regarded him with a mixture of surprise and furrowed brows. Was this young man genuinely requesting permission to access the soul ring? Even if such permission were granted, against a half-divine ancient creature, even a typical title Douluo would be rendered inconsequential, merely cannon fodder. What purpose would it serve to grant this boy such access? However, in the face of impending disaster, the young man's courage to approach was indeed remarkable. At that moment, the blood-red nine-headed bat king, having adapted to its surroundings, simultaneously locked its gaze on the Lord of Slaughter, dismissing Mo Tianxing entirely. It unleashed a piercing, mournful sonic wave. Its vast wings stirring the air violently as it surged toward the Lord of Slaughter. This creature sensed the presence of the man who had imprisoned it for a millennium. "Step back." The Lord of Slaughter warned coldly, a blood-red mark materializing on his forehead as a crimson ripple radiated from him, enveloping the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters. His body emanated an overwhelming surge of blood essence, rising like a column to the heavens, while beneath him, the formidable configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul rings, signifying the successor of the divine test, gradually manifested. Suddenly, a surge of scarlet energy coursed from the palm of his right hand, infused with the aura of slaughter, swiftly materializing into a 2-meter-long blood-red blade in the void. The razor-sharp edge gleamed like a mirror, radiating an overwhelming will to kill, akin to a flickering, malevolent flame. The artifact, the Xue'er demon sword. At that moment, the Lord of Slaughter resembled a descending demon god, his hair and garments billowing wildly, exuding an ethereal presence. Grasping the Xue'er demon sword, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, charging directly toward the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Mo Tianxing gazed at the retreating figure, when suddenly, 8 colossal black soul rings emerged beneath his feet, as dark as ink. Had the soul ring's authority been activated? As Mo Tianxing's mind stirred, the 7th soul ring upon him shimmered to life. Beneath his feet, the void was suddenly marked by a colossal martial soul imprint, spanning a diameter of 100 meters. A profound aura of darkness surged forth, akin to an overwhelming inferno. From the depths of this abyssal sea of soul power, a fearsome and jagged black dragon emerged. Its obsidian scales glistened like iron, and its powerful, single-clawed limbs were robust. The dragon's majestic head suddenly illuminated with a pair of resplendent golden eyes, resembling a flickering flame in the depths of night. This was the true embodiment of the martial soul, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. On the pinnacle of the dragon's head stood Mo Tianxing, his gaze icy and resolute, his robes billowing dramatically in the wind. At an indeterminate moment, a long sword of jade green hue materialized in his left hand, exuding a potent aura of vitality. The blade was entwined with 4 emerald-hued soul rings, radiating a resplendent green light. The dual martial souls manifested simultaneously. By merely affixing the soul rings of the second martial soul to the first, he could unveil both formidable powers at once. Simultaneously, Mo Tianxing unleashed the realms of the Black Dragon Emperor and the Realm of Life, the 2 domains embodying destruction and vitality, expanding to envelop a diameter of 10,000 meters in the void. As the Lord of Slaughter and the blood-red 9-headed Bat King clashed fiercely, they sensed an unsettling shift behind them. The overlapping domains descended upon them, merging with his domain of slaughter to encompass the same vast expanse, ensnaring the blood-red Bat King within its grasp. The Lord of Slaughter, embroiled in combat, was momentarily taken aback. The 8 black soul rings configured around him, and the verdant sword he wielded emanated an aura of divinity. Was this individual also an inheritor of the divine? It appeared he was aligned with the deity of life. Judging by the millennium-level age of his first and second soul rings, it seemed the opponent had likely embarked upon the divine trial, reaching at least the 6th examination. With a powerful flap of the wings behind him, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Mo Tianxing, boldly entered the fray, determined to return the entity he had inadvertently disturbed. Although Mo Tianxing's cultivation has only reached the level of 70,000 years and 8 rings, his soul power reserves far exceed those of an average 9-ringed titled Douluo. His physique is astonishingly formidable, resembling that of a humanoid dragon, with power that is nothing short of terrifying. Under the super enhancement of dual domains and his martial soul's true form, his actual combat strength can temporarily elevate to near that of a 98th level Super Douluo. Utilizing the bleeding and weakening effects of the life domain, along with his extraordinarily tenacious healing abilities, he provides substantial support to the Lord of Slaughter, while still being more than capable of engaging in combat himself. The citizens of the City of Slaughter gazed at the awe-inspiring battlefield outside the city, where the Lord of Slaughter wielded his blood-red blade, cleaving through the heavens and the earth. The imposing black dragon unleashed an overwhelming presence, while the diminutive black figure radiated an intense dark energy capable of annihilating everything. Their combined efforts even managed to suppress the enormous blood-red bat. In the face of the joint assault from the Lord of Slaughter and Mo Tianxing, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King found itself at a disadvantage, having been suppressed for a millennium and still not fully restored to its semi-divine power. Both the Lord of Slaughter and Mo Tianxing recognized that the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's strength had not yet fully returned, making this the optimal moment to defeat it. Regrettably, Even with the full deployment of the three great domains and the Lord of Slaughter's relentless assault, they could only manage to keep it at bay, unable to fundamentally harm it. Its power only grew stronger with the passage of time. The intelligence of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King was also remarkably high, having already established itself at the semi-divine realm. The only true threat to it was the Lord of Slaughter, wielding the relic of the Xue'er god. If it could eliminate the Lord of Slaughter, the remaining black-robed young man would be nothing more than a slippery fish that could be dealt with at will. Thus, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King secretly gathered its strength, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the Lord of Slaughter. However, before it could execute its plan, the Bat King suddenly flapped its wings, striking towards Mo Tianxing at an exceedingly cunning angle. The restrictions on its movements were indeed imposed by this slippery foe. First, it must eliminate this adversary. As Mo Tianxing beheld the blood-red nine-headed Bat King charging towards him, he promptly commanded the golden-eyed black dragon to unleash the Dragon King's claw. The already robust dragon claws swelled further, emanating a dense aura of dark energy, causing the very void to warp and giving rise to distorted purplish-black vortices. The clash between the Dragon King's claw of the golden-eyed black dragon and the razor-sharp talons of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King unleashed a tumult of chaotic energies, intertwining red and black in the fabric of space. In that moment, all 9 heads of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King opened their cavernous maws simultaneously, gathering a surge of crimson energy within their darkened mouths, which erupted forth in a torrential blast aimed squarely at Mo Tianxing. Positioned atop the head of the golden-eyed black dragon, ding, your Sword of Living Beings has attained the 5th, 6th, and 7th soul ring enhancements. Do you wish to proceed with the augmentation? The sound of a system notification echoed in Mo Tianxing's ears, instantly filling his heart with joy. He was currently facing opponents of increasingly outrageous caliber, ranging from the deity-like power of Guyuna to the avatar of a god transported from the abyssal plane, Extreme Douluo. And now he was confronted with the terrifying presence of demigods. In such circumstances, even his full power seemed insufficient. He lacked the means to engage in combat effectively. In the fierce clashes dominated by the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, he, a grown man, could only flit about providing support, utterly powerless to influence the course of battle, which was exceedingly frustrating. Originally, the Sword of Living Beings, with its 4 soul rings, was already formidable, offering either domain control, group healing, or life curses. Yet it still lacked explosive output and self-protection capabilities. Should he add 3 more rings, his Sword of Living Beings could reach 7 rings, summoning the true form of his martial soul, potentially leading to a significant transformation. Mo Tianxing decisively selected Confirm. Just as the 9 crimson beams of light were about to descend upon him, an aura of life, akin to that of a divine pillar, erupted from his being once more. The Sword of Living Beings in his hand radiated a dazzling brilliance. 3 emerald green energies enveloped the 4th soul ring, coalescing with a flourish, while the details of the newly acquired 3 soul skills swiftly surged into Mo Tianxing's consciousness. At that moment, the 9 resplendent crimson energy beams were already upon him. Mo Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the descending energy of lethal brilliance. In an instant, an abundance of verdant leaves materialized around him, enveloping his figure and dissipating the 9 crimson energy strikes entirely. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King was momentarily taken aback, astonished that its innate skill had been thwarted by a mere mudfish. Once the layer of green leaves faded, the Lord of Slaughter had arrived behind Mo Tianxing. With his right hand wielding the Xue'er demon sword, a torrent of scarlet sword energy surged forth, aimed at the head of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Though the creature dodged the fatal blow, it suffered a deep gash across its right wing, blood spilling profusely. Simultaneously, in his left hand, he summoned the colossal Haoyan hammer, the true form of his martial spirit, and struck down upon the head that had previously evaded him, delivering a devastating blow. The impact reverberated, bang. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King had no time to react before being violently propelled away, crashing into a massive volcanic structure behind it, shaking the very earth beneath. 3 of its smaller heads exploded into a mist of blood, while its entire body teetered on the brink of rupture, drenched in its own lifeblood, unleashing a piercing, anguished roar, its blood-red eyes wide with fury. It must be noted that it was a demigod in stature, the pinnacle beneath the divine. How could these 2 mere humans inflict harm upon it? Enough pretense. It was time to reveal its true power. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King's eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson light, a unique aura of blood emanating from its chest, rapidly coursing through its internal meridians to rejuvenate its body. The once severely injured form began to metamorphose, its claws becoming more robust, even adorned with golden runes. The 3 heads that had been severed regrew at an astonishing rate, and its previously damaged right wing restored with remarkable swiftness. A golden mark manifested at the center of each of its 9 foreheads, and a hint of golden light flickered in its blood-red eyes, shining brilliantly. The aura it exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive, a terrifying presence capable of annihilating all. This was the pinnacle of its evolution. The second form activated the latent power of its bloodline, elevating its prowess to an apex state. In this moment, its strength truly transcended into the realm of demigods. The Lord of Slaughter sensed the formidable aura radiating from its adversary, his expression turning gravely serious. Was this the true essence of a demigod-esque battle? Mo Tianxing was somewhat taken aback by this scene. Why did it seem that the creatures emerging from the magma all possessed this particular ability? The colossal crimson crocodile he had encountered earlier exhibited the same trait. Was this indicative of a unique species? How could they all possess a remarkable second form? At that moment, the golden-red 9-headed bat king grasped and crushed the volcanic rock that restrained its form, its wings flaring as it surged forth. Harnessing the power of wind and thunder, directly charging towards the slaughter master. In contrast, Mo Tianxing remained remarkably composed. The 7th emerald soul ring on the sword of living beings in his hand lit up, and behind him, a colossal martial spirit emblem materialized in the void. The true form of the martial spirit descended. However, the emblem did not reveal a sword, but rather a towering giant tree, adorned with resplendent green leaves and intricately intertwined roots. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the verdant leaves of the majestic tree behind him were, in fact, shards of emerald sword blades. Scatter myriad leaves in a flurry of blossoms. In that moment, the green leaves on the towering giant tree all fell away, swirling through the air to converge into streams, entwining around Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing brought his fingers together, forming a sword technique with his hand. Kill. Countless green leaves converged, resembling a river flowing through the sky, transforming into several streams of clarity that surged towards the golden-red 9-headed bat king. Chapter 125. Decisively slay the golden-red 9-headed bat king. First update. Mo Tianxing manipulated the myriad flying leaves to converge into a flowing torrent. Imbued with a chilling sword aura as sharp as a blade, charging towards the golden-red 9-headed bat king. The Lord of Slaughter wielded the Haotian hammer in his left hand and the Xue'er demon's sword in his right, launching a formidable assault marked by overwhelming power. The golden-red 9-headed bat king adjusted its flight trajectory with its bat wings, executing a mid-air spin to evade the edge of the Xue'er demon's sword. Its soaring wings, sharp as daggers, aimed to cleave towards the Lord of Slaughter's form. With a fierce strike, the Haotian hammer crashed against the bat wings, but the impact was deflected, sending a recoil back at him. The golden-red 9-headed bat king opened its mouth, unleashing 9 beams of crimson killing light that surged towards the Lord of Slaughter. The myriad green leaves transformed into a colossal barrier, countering the lethal beams while simultaneously assaulting its corporeal form. Undeterred, the golden-red 9-headed bat king raised its claws to confront the leafy shield. However, it was utterly unprepared for the fact that each seemingly delicate leaf was as sharp as a blade. Even with its demigod physique, the swirling leaves pierced through its defenses, inflicting grievous wounds and causing blood to flow freely. It immediately let out a piercing roar, the terrifying sound waves reverberating through the void, causing the countless leaves enveloping it to scatter. The golden-red 9-headed bat king's eyes gleamed with ferocity, its 9 heads raised high, coalescing a fearsome energy sphere in the void. Immense like a blood sun, accompanied by searing heat and turbulent winds that conjured a storm, reminiscent of a blood sun's descent. Can you temporarily hold it off? The Lord of Slaughter inquired. At that moment, the Xue'er demon's sword radiated an extraordinarily brilliant light, exuding a heavy aura of slaughter. As his entire presence underwent a radical transformation, the 8 black and 1 red soul rings adorning him erupted in succession, unleashing a tremendous surge of soul power that flowed back into himself. Exploding rings? Mo Tianxing observed the scene before him, fully aware of the explosive ring technique employed by the Haotian sect, which could significantly enhance one's power, allowing them to transcend a level. The Slaughter Lord, already at the pinnacle of the 99th level, was poised to step into the realm of demigods with the amplification provided by the explosive ring's soul power. This would undoubtedly be the key to vanquishing the Jinhong 9-headed bat king. Leave it to me, Mo Tianxing declared, positioning himself protectively behind the Slaughter Lord. He turned his gaze towards the Jinhong 9-headed bat king, who was also gathering strength as countless flying leaves once again returned. The blood sun coalesced by the Jinhong nine-headed bat king erupted violently, charging directly towards the Slaughter Lord. Mo Tianxing immediately commanded the golden-eyed Black Dragon King to shield himself before the Lord of Slaughter while simultaneously manipulating the swirling leaves, transforming them into a vortex of ethereal winds that surged toward the blood sun. At the moment of collision between the leafy tempest and the blood sun, energy erupted in the void, and the storm raged fiercely, with countless leaves disintegrating upon contact with the colossal sphere of energy, akin to snow melting under the sun. Yet, a multitude of leaves still surged forth valiantly. However, this was insufficient. The blood sun swiftly tore through the flurry of leaves. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, with a single arm, slashed through the void, ripping it apart and manifesting a pitch-black vortex with a diameter of 100 meters, shimmering with cold starlight. This was Mo Tianxing's 8th soul skill, the Great Void Technique, capable of devouring all soul power attacks. The blood sun plunged directly into the Great Void Vortex, its immense energy filling it to the brim before shattering it. The full force of a demigod's power was unleashed, and Mo Tianxing's abilities were utterly inadequate to counter it. The disparity in soul power and cultivation stood starkly before him, as that crimson energy sphere descended like the blood sun itself, relentlessly crushing down upon Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing swiftly formed a seal, and the massive roots of the world tree surged forth, intertwining around him to rapidly construct a colossal nest resembling an ancient wood dragon. Each rugged root was remarkably resilient, boasting an unparalleled defensive attribute. Unfortunately, the disparity in power between the two parties was still overwhelmingly vast. The crimson blood sun swiftly eroded and severed the ancient roots, obliterating them with relentless ferocity. Mo Tianxing could sense the searing heat drawing ever closer, as rays of sunlight pierced through the gnarled roots of ancient trees. His triple defenses proved futile against the absolute killing move of his opponent, merely prolonging the inevitable. As the protective barrier of his ancient wooden dragon's nest was torn asunder, the blood-red sun, imbued with intense heat, descended, accompanied by incessant warnings from the system. At that moment, the Lord of Slaughter swept past Mo Tianxing, lightly patting his shoulder, his figure adorned with crimson demonic runes, hair billowing like snow. "Leave it to me," he declared, wielding the Azure demon sword as he confronted the vast blood sun, raising his hand to unleash a cataclysmic strike. That sword, akin to the creation of the heavens, transformed into a dazzling ray of light, eclipsing even the blood sun itself. With a resounding clash, the colossal blood sun was cleaved in two, erupting into a magnificent explosion. The Lord of Slaughter became a crimson rainbow, charging toward the towering golden-red nine-headed bat king, his eyes consumed by the sanguine rage, radiating with a blood-red glow. "If I slay you, I shall complete the 9th trial of Azura and ascend as a true deity. Dare you impede me?" Driven by an indomitable will, the Lord of Slaughter was resolute in his intent to vanquish the beast. Before the nine-headed bat king could react, the Lord of Slaughter swung the Azure demon sword, striking with divine fury. The brilliant crimson light descended upon its midsection, and in that instant, the air fell into an eerie silence. When the stillness dissipated, an explosive tempest of energy erupted from the Bat King's waist, its massive form severed in twain, blood raining down like a crimson deluge. The Lord of Slaughter radiated a potent soul force, akin to flames, with the Azure demon sword engulfed in sent fire, his demeanor vacant. As if bereft of spirit, suspended in the void, his gaze hollow and devoid of light. The severed body of the nine-headed Bat King transformed into countless blood-colored specters, recklessly charging at the Lord of Slaughter. "Be careful." Mo Tianxing, witnessing the Lord of Slaughter's stupor, recalled the interference of the Rakshasa deity. He immediately summoned a multitude of flying leaves to hasten toward the Lord of Slaughter. Countless blood-colored specters inflicted wounds upon him, siphoning his blood, injecting toxins into his being, while a single formidable bloodbat stealthily penetrated the Lord of Slaughter's brow. The verdant leaves of Mo Tianxing's flying blades annihilated all the crimson ghost bats. And amidst the blood mist, a shimmering object fell, descending alongside the Lord of Carnage from the void. Mo Tianxing immediately commanded the golden-eyed Black Dragon King to intercept the Lord of Slaughter, while simultaneously drawing the radiant skeletal remains that fell from the blood mist into his palm. "Where's the demon core?" Mo Tianxing's expression shifted slightly as his gaze swept through the void, ultimately resting upon the unconscious form of the Slaughter Master, his demeanor laced with complexity. The demon core had embedded itself within the Slaughter Master's being, and simultaneously, his final trial of divine examination had ended in failure. It appeared that the Rakshasa deity had long since sown the seeds of doubt within him, thwarting his path to divinity at a critical juncture. Though unaware if this was indeed the deity's intent, Reaching this point inevitably stirred a sense of sorrow for the demise of both the hunted and the hunter. Chapter 126. Beneath the Volcano, Second Update. Mo Tianxing gazed upon the unconscious Lord of Slaughter, first securing the severed bone that had fallen from the golden-red, nine-headed bat king into his storage ring. The decision regarding this relic could wait until the Lord of Slaughter regained consciousness. At present, the foremost objective was to quell the erupting volcano, if left unchecked. The city of Slaughter would soon be engulfed in flames. However, before addressing the volcanic threat, it was imperative to transport the Lord of Slaughter to a place of safety, after which he would devise a means to stifle the restless volcano. Mo Tianxing immediately commanded the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, returning the Lord of Slaughter to the upper court. After briefly briefing the Hell Messenger, he turned and soared towards the massive volcanic crater, leaving the onlookers in awe and reverence. As the enormous black dragon swept across the sky, the figure cloaked in black atop its head shimmered with 8 dark, colossal soul rings, gliding over the city and heading towards the erupting volcano, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. The inhabitants of the city of Slaughter were equally astonished by this spectacle. Was that not the individual who had detonated bombs in the Hell of Slaughter just the day before? He had fought shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Slaughter against formidable foes. They could scarcely believe that such a youthful individual was an 8-ringed soul Douluo. In the city of Slaughter, the authority to wield soul rings was a privilege reserved for the captain of the law enforcement team, a clear testament to the Lord of Slaughter's trust in him. At this moment, he was hastening towards the volcano, evidently intent on addressing the impending eruption. In that instant, Mo Tianxing's stature loomed large, and the people of the city of Slaughter prayed fervently, hoping for his success in averting the volcanic disaster. The city of Slaughter lay a mere 10 miles from the erupting volcano, and for Mo Tianxing, it was but a moment's journey to the volcanic edge. At the crater, he gazed down upon the churning magma, exuding scorching white smoke, his brow furrowed in contemplation. From the blood-red giant crocodile to the golden-red nine-headed bat king, both emerged from the magma, and compared to the soul beasts of the world, the probability of explosive soul bones was astonishingly high, indeed, currently at 100%. Clearly, there lay a hidden secret beneath. The martial spirit of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King dissipated into black soul power, while the martial spirit of the Sword of Living Beings had long since been released. He hovered above the surface of the magma lake, hesitating. Undoubtedly, there was a monumental secret hidden below, and he was reluctant to simply seal the crater. Besides, blocking would be less effective than guiding, and an eruption would inevitably recur. Having consumed the octagonal profound ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, he possessed a remarkable resistance to both ice and fire. Complemented by the physical enhancement from his golden-eyed black dragon and the healing prowess of the Sword of Living Beings, he should be well equipped to handle the situation. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Mo Tianxing's body transformed, his palm revealing hard, black dragon scales while exuding a verdant life force, ensuring ample protection as he reached out to touch the searing magma. He vaguely recalled that the temperature of the magma could reach between 900 to 1,400 degrees. As his hand gently submerged into the magma, a searing sensation coursed through him. However, overall, the pain was bearable. When he withdrew his hand, it remained unscathed, with white smoke rising from the dark dragon scales, the life energy swiftly mending the damaged scales. The fire resistance was indeed impressive. Recognizing the feasibility of this endeavor, Mo Tianxing fully immersed himself into the magma, enveloped by the intense heat, yet finding it manageable. After a brief period of adaptation in the shallows, Mo Tianxing propelled himself deeper into the volcano with his black dragon wings. I am curious to discover what lies within the depths of this volcano, and what could possibly allow life to emerge in such a high-temperature environment of molten rock. As he descended, the temperature of the magma gradually escalated. The deeper he went, the more even Mo Tianxing found it challenging to endure. Upon reaching a depth of approximately 1,000 meters, he contemplated retreating, concerned about the possibility of an unforeseen disaster. Having studied Earth's geology, he was well acquainted with the origins of magma and the causes of volcanic eruptions. He understood that a careless breach of the magma layer could lead him into the mantle, where being swept away by molten rock would be a certain death. One might question whether one can indeed reach the mantle at a mere 1,000 meters, assuming such ignorance. To that, I can only respond that this is not Earth. Who knows the structural layers of Douluo planet? If the protagonist were to meet with misfortune, who would bear the consequences? Such a monumental responsibility is beyond anyone's capacity. Perhaps it would be wiser to turn back. As Mo Tianxing contemplated his departure, His expansive spiritual perception faintly detected an emptiness 100 meters ahead, devoid of any flowing magma. What could this be? Mo Tianxing hesitated for a moment. With the system at his disposal, who would dare to bring about his demise? He immediately surged downward. As Mo Tianxing broke through the barrier of magma, he found himself plunging into a unique and expansive passageway, surrounded by volcanic rocks, with a layer of magma above. The two elements existed independently, distinctly separated. What sort of place is this? Mo Tianxing, filled with suspicion, continued to advance. The domains of the Black Dragon Emperor and the realm of life were simultaneously activated as he proceeded towards the end of the passage. Would he encounter the creatures of the Earth's core? Mo Tianxing was uncertain. At the very least, he felt compelled to investigate first. His own strength could be considered sufficient for self-preservation. Mo Tianxing faintly discerned the cacophony of numerous bats converging, causing his heart to sink and his steps to falter. Just moments ago, he had allied with the Lord of Slaughter to vanquish a demigod-level bat, and now, if something else were to emerge, would he still stand a chance of survival? An overwhelming swarm of crimson bats encroached upon the perimeter of his awareness. Mo Tianxing immediately sensed that although these bats were numerous, they were merely at the level of 10-year soul beasts. He unleashed the black wind of the Black Dragon Emperor's domain, resulting in their annihilation before they could even approach his true form. As he walked along the path marked by the corpses of these bats, he soon encountered a towering stone gate ahead, adorned with countless intricate runes. Flanking the stone door were two eerie braziers, casting an unsettling glow. What could this be? Upon witnessing this object, Mo Tianxing could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Could it be that the previous demigod-level golden-red, nine-headed Bat King was the guardian of this gate? If a demigod is stationed to guard the entrance, what kind of world lies beyond? Might there exist actual deities? Or perhaps, is this akin to the abyssal realm of the Douluo world? If the entities within were to be unleashed, even the abyssal realm might find itself overwhelmed. Mo Tianxing raised his hand and pressed against the immense stone door, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, he exerted a gentle force, gradually pushing open the long-sealed entrance. Chapter 127, The Proxy of Massacre, First Update. Mo Tianxing pushed open the massive stone door, revealing a desolate expanse of yellow rock. Above him stretched a grayish-red sky, and flocks of black crows soared through the air, while scaled creatures moved about on the ground. It was an entirely different realm, an uncharted world. Even Mo Tianxing, who was aware of the script, found himself momentarily bewildered. Were it not for the presence of his martial soul and soul rings, he might have doubted whether he had truly entered the world of Douluo. At that moment, he was suddenly engulfed by a gigantic shadow, prompting him to look up. High above, a colossal crimson bird glided past, glancing back at the black-robed anomaly emerging from the sealed stone door, appearing equally perplexed. Mo Tianxing raised his gaze to meet the eyes of the colossal avian. An owl? The enormous owl immediately pivoted in the sky, unfurling its beak, lined with sharp teeth, and let out a piercing screech akin to the wail of an infant, lunging towards Mo Tianxing with ferocity. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Tianxing summoned the Sword of Beings with his left hand and executed a swift strike. The emerald sword light cleaved through the heavens, effortlessly slaying the approaching dark red falcon in an instant. Its severed remains plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a fallen demon core. However, this time, no soul bone emerged, which provided Mo Tianxing with a sense of normalcy as he promptly enveloped the crimson demon core in his palm. Had there been an absolute guarantee of a soul bone materializing, it would have been truly terrifying. It appeared to be merely a coincidence that the crimson giant crocodile had fortuitously dropped a soul bone, and it was not surprising that the golden-red nine-headed Bat King, standing among the demigods, had also shed a piece of soul bone. Just as Mo Tianxing contemplated delving deeper, an overwhelming sense of peril suddenly engulfed him, as if a terrifying entity from an immeasurable distance had fixated its gaze upon him. Without uttering a word, Mo Tianxing swiftly retreated behind the heavy stone door, sealing it shut before making his way back. After a considerable time, he soared from the magma vent, enveloped in a thick plume of white smoke. His dark dragon scales glowing a fiery red, his complexion flushed. Observing the lava still spilling forth, he summoned the power of the realm of life, causing massive ancient trees with gnarled roots to sprout around the expansive volcanic crater, delving into the volcanic interface without sustaining any damage. The roots intertwined intricately, swiftly sealing the volcanic mouth in a short span of time. As for the lava that had already spread to the ground, it billowed with thick white smoke, releasing a plethora of toxic gases. Mo Tianxing cast a glance and immediately invoked the ancient witch Songlong nest once more. An abundance of ancient wood roots surged forth from beneath the earth, forming an expansive forest that shielded the city of Slaughter from the encroaching magma and toxic fumes. The inhabitants of the Slaughter city gazed in awe at this miraculous spectacle, utterly astonished. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Mo Tianxing, aimed at halting the volcanic eruption and the flow of lava. The immense consumption of soul power left even Mo Tianxing feeling profoundly fatigued. Yet he did not possess the arrogance to return directly to the city of Slaughter. After all, it was a haven for bloodthirsty maniacs, and he harbored no illusions of gratitude from them. He would be fortunate if they did not stab him in the back. Mo Tianxing, having restored his soul power and recuperated from his injuries, awaited the moment when he would regain a formidable strength of 70 to 80%. With an unwavering resolve, he unfurled his colossal ebony dragon wings and soared directly towards the city of Slaughter, descending with unparalleled majesty. In the skies above the city of Slaughter, Mo Tianxing hovered with his immense, obsidian wings extended, enveloped in 8 gigantic, ancient black soul rings. His flowing black hair framed a countenance marked by sternness, and his eyes radiated a brilliant golden light, reminiscent of a divine being's descent. Below him stood the denizens of the city of Slaughter, with the law enforcement teams assembled in groups, while the Hell Messengers, including the Black Lotus and White Lotus, awaited his arrival. Upon witnessing Mo Tianxing's descent, all present knelt on one knee in reverence, proclaiming, "Welcome back, Master. We humbly request that you temporarily take command of the city of Slaughter while we await the awakening of our esteemed leader." The captain of the law enforcement team, a formidable titled Douluo of 9 rings, along with several other captains, all of whom were esteemed soul Douluo of 8 rings, represented the absolute strength granted by the Lord of Slaughter through the authority of soul rings. Following the captain's rallying cry, the entirety of the city of Slaughter echoed their fervent call. Mo Tianxing was somewhat bewildered. To take over as the proxy for the city of Slaughter? This was truly beyond his expectations. Initially, he had merely aspired to become the champion of 100 battles in this hellish arena, and through the path of carnage, attained the domain of the god of killing, contending for the position of the Azura god against the Lord of Slaughter. However, due to his excursion to gather celestial herbs and the subsequent detonation of a soul-guiding cannon, a series of unforeseen events had unfolded. Now, he was being revered by the denizens of the city of Slaughter as the of the Lord of Slaughter? It was utterly absurd. In truth, the reason was quite simple. The authority over the soul rings of Mo Tianxing was personally bestowed by the Lord of Slaughter, signifying his allegiance and trustworthiness, at the very least. He holds the esteemed position of the captain of the enforcement team. Furthermore, his remarkable ability to join forces with the Lord of Slaughter in confronting the terrifying golden-red 9-headed Bat King speaks volumes of his formidable strength, which is beyond dispute. Additionally, his successful return of the Lord of Slaughter unharmed clearly reflects his unwavering loyalty. Moreover, his extraordinary capabilities allowed him to single-handedly resolve the crisis of volcanic eruptions, halting the spread of lava and rescuing the city of Slaughter from the brink of disaster. Lastly, the presence of 8 black soul rings adorning him suggests a connection to the configuration of the Lord of Slaughter's soul rings, indicating that he bears a striking resemblance to the Lord, and he is likely the heir to the Lord of Slaughter's legacy. In light of these 5 points, it is evident that appointing him as the acting leader of the city of Slaughter prior to the Lord of Slaughter's awakening is the most fitting choice, capable of garnering the support of the populace. While he may be serving in an interim capacity, the actual matters requiring his attention are rather few. With him overseeing the city of Slaughter, it can swiftly return to a state of normalcy. Thus, the captain of the city of Slaughter, the harbinger of hell, has chosen to temporarily entrust the responsibilities of the Lord of Slaughter to Mo Tianxing. The other members also require a supreme powerhouse capable of providing stability, ensuring their continued enjoyment and peace of mind. Mo Tianxing observed that everyone desired him to temporarily assume the position of the Lord of Slaughter, and he was naturally inclined to oblige, as it would facilitate his endeavors. In the court, the Lord of Slaughter remained in a state of unconsciousness. Mo Tianxing sat upright upon the throne of Slaughter, gazing at the 2 rows of Hell Messengers standing within the Grand Hall, among whom the Black Lotus and White Lotus were naturally included. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was filled with emotion. He had only arrived in the city of Slaughter for a few days, yet he found himself seated in the position of the Slaughter Lord. As the acting Slaughter Lord, it appeared that he could bypass the 100 consecutive victories of the arena and directly challenge the Hell Road, significantly reducing the time required for his endeavors. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. His gaze fell upon the bowed figure of Halian. Recalling his promise to her, should the matter of the celestial herb prove true, he would assist her in eliminating an adversary. Halian, Balian. You two are to mobilize the enforcement team and capture the lone wolf designated as number 4528, Mo Tianxing commanded. Halian immediately lifted her head, her eyes shining bright as snow. As you wish. In the grand hall, seated upon the throne of slaughter, Mo Tianxing issued orders for Halian and Balian to lead the enforcement team in capturing the lone wolf. Halian, filled with joy, obeyed and took her leave with Balian. For Mo Tianxing, being able to delegate tasks to others spared him the necessity of taking action himself, which he welcomed wholeheartedly. The two women, accompanied by the captain of the enforcement team, a 9-ring titled Douluo capable of utilizing soul skills, along with the elite members of the enforcement team, were sure to ensure the lone wolf's demise. For Halian, a target that had previously seemed nearly impossible to eliminate was now at the mercy of Mo Tianxing's single decree, allowing her to finally avenge the hatred that had long been suppressed within her heart. Balian, too, felt happiness for Halian, though she harbored a lingering fear of Mo Tianxing. She could hardly believe that this once timid newcomer to the city of slaughter had swiftly transformed into their temporary superior. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Lone Wolf gang, the Lone Wolf wreaked havoc on the upper floor of the establishment, his eyes ablaze with fury. Exhausted, he collapsed onto a sofa, gasping for breath as he forced down a Bloody Mary, struggling to calm himself. Through his extensive network of intelligence, he had learned that Mo Tianxing had fought alongside the Slaughter Lord and returned alive. In that moment, he realized he was doomed. That mad woman had truly brought him face to face with a formidable opponent. Initially, he had hoped to instill fear in Mo Tianxing through warnings, for he considered himself an 8-ring soul Douluo. Even without the use of soul rings, it was unlikely that Mo Tianxing could kill him. And he believed he could rely on the Lone Wolf gang. Even if it came to a confrontation, he thought, he could at least make it a fight to the death. What he had not anticipated was that the enforcement team and the hellish emissaries would appoint Mo Tianxing as the acting Slaughter Lord. In that instant, he understood his fate was sealed. The acting Slaughter Lord could easily decide his life or death with a mere word. In the city of slaughter, there was truly no place left for him to escape. As he lamented his predicament, he cursed himself for not eliminating that wretched woman alongside her years ago, which might have spared him from such turmoil. Damn it, truly damned. Before long, his keen senses detected the movement of the enforcement team, swiftly surrounding his establishment. Panic surged within him. All officers, respond. He bellowed, yet received no reply. He called out several more times, his frantic roars echoing through the empty halls. But still, no one appeared. Bursting from his private chamber, he rushed into the corridor, only to discover that the once bustling establishment was now deserted, leaving him utterly alone. Useless. They are all utterly useless. The lone wolf's eyes burned crimson as he smashed his palm against the railing in frustration, desperate for an outlet for his pin-up rage. He yearned to strike down a few individuals, yet they had all fled. Just then, two elegantly dressed women in gauzy attire ascended the stairs with graceful steps. The lone wolf immediately noticed the two veiled figures, one clad in black and the other in white. His gaze fixated on the woman in black, for they were none other than Halian and Balian. It's you. I will tear you apart. Fury surged within him as he leapt from the upper floor, his wolf spirit manifesting with a fierce howl. His eyes glowed with a scarlet hue, and elongated claws emerged from his hands, slicing through the air as he lunged toward Halian. Though Halian possessed only a 5-ring cultivation, she showed no fear in the face of his assault. Just before the lone wolf could descend upon her, a towering figure clad in blood-red armor soared into the air behind her, delivering a fierce punch aimed at the descending lone wolf. Upon seeing the blood-red armor, the lone wolf's pupils constricted in shock. What is this? The clash of fists and claws transpired in the blink of an eye. In that moment of collision, the lone wolf's body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against the ceiling like a cannonball, blood spraying forth as cracks spiderwebbed across the overhead surface. His eyes rolled back into his head as he fell into unconsciousness. The armored figure was none other than the captain of the enforcement team, a terrifying presence of the 9-ring title Douluo, a being unbound by soul rings. The lone wolf stood no chance of resistance. As the blood-armored figure made his entrance, a multitude of black-armored enforcement team members followed closely behind. The lone wolf's body slowly descended back to the ground, and he suddenly regained consciousness, his eyes now consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy, perhaps a result of the Bloody Mary coursing through his veins. In a fit of madness, he attempted to stabilize himself in midair. his body thrumming with chaotic energy as he lunged at the blood-armored figure, undeterred by the knowledge of his opponent's power. The blood-armored man merely smiled coldly. A mad dog, poisoned beyond repair. He summoned his weapon, a seemingly ordinary long knife imbued with a dense aura of bloodlust. Simultaneously, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings rose beneath his feet. In the city of slaughter, only those who had been personally granted the release of their power by the Slaughter Lord could manifest their soul rings while summoning their weapon. His soul power far exceeded that of the lone wolf. The disparity between a title Douluo and a soul Douluo was akin to the gap between heaven and earth. The blood-armored figure was a seasoned warrior, having taken countless lives, and the lone wolf was unable to utilize his soul ring abilities. Even without them, he could easily defeat this opponent. As the lone wolf descended, the blood-armored man raised his blade and swung, meeting the lone wolf's claws in a fierce clash. The sharp edge of the knife carved a deep gash across the lone wolf's body, sending him flying. Undeterred, the lone wolf charged recklessly once more. But the enforcement team members retreated in alarm. The blood-armored man's third soul ring flared to life. As the lone wolf barreled toward him, he was met with a cascade of knife lights and shadows. The lone wolf's prized claws were severed by the blade's brilliance, and as the knife descended again, he watched in horror as his hands were reduced to bloody stumps, his legs suddenly torn from his torso. The lone wolf collapsed, his body mangled. Yet he fought to crawl forward, his face contorted in rage, desperate to tear flesh from the blood-armored man's body. In his frenzied state, he had utterly lost his senses. Had he been coherent, he would have sought to attack Halion, not this formidable foe. Just then, Halion gracefully stepped into view before the fallen lone wolf, a pitch-black dagger clutched in her hand, and without hesitation, she plunged it downwards. The lone wolf struggled desperately in a pool of blood for a considerable time, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. The armored man raised his hand and delivered a swift blow, mercifully ending the wolf's life, before taking the spoils to report back. Chapter 129, The Convergence of the Soul Core, First Update. With the vendetta of the Black Lotus avenged, profound gratitude welled up within Mo Tianxing. However, at that moment, he was in seclusion, impervious to any disturbances. In truth, even if someone sought to intrude, they would find Mo Tianxing absent, as his true self had long since returned to his own miniature realm, endeavoring to condense his first soul core. As for the Lord of Slaughter, he had previously ventured to investigate. In the fierce battle with the golden-red nine-headed Bat King, the Lord of Slaughter resorted to the secret technique of the exploding ring, resulting in severe damage to his foundation and leaving him utterly weakened. Furthermore, he had been poisoned by the golden-red nine-headed Bat King, rendering him in a state of utter disarray, while others remained oblivious. Mo Tianxing understood all too well that the demon core of the golden-red nine-headed Bat King had merged with the Lord of Slaughter, leading to a fierce struggle between their souls within the latter's body. The Lord of Slaughter, a being of extreme prowess, found himself incapable of contending with the adversary, thus transforming into something unrecognizable. This was the fundamental reason for Tang San's failure to recognize him upon entering the city of slaughter. During that fierce clash, he had aided the Lord of Slaughter in vanquishing the golden-red nine-headed Bat King, earning a reward of 20,000 years of cultivation from the system. This singular reward propelled his cultivation span from over 70,000 years directly into the realm of 90,000, nearing 100,000 years of experience. Within the spirit-beast hierarchy, a cultivation of 90,000 years could roughly match the strength of a title Douluo of the 90th rank. Once a spirit beast transcended the 100,000-year mark, its combat prowess could rival that of a 95-level title Douluo. Thereafter, every additional increment of 100,000 years would elevate their cultivation by 1 rank. The Ice Emperor's 400,000 years of cultivation, when accurately assessed, equated to the 98th level. Nevertheless, both the physicality of the spirit beast and its immense soul power, comparable to that of a 99-level spirit master, bestowed it with true strength sufficient to rival a 99-level ultimate Douluo, thereby categorizing it as such. The Snow Emperor's might surpassed that of the Ice Emperor, existing far beyond the realms of an ultimate Douluo. Upon crossing the threshold of 700,000 years, she would firmly establish herself in the semi-divine domain. At present, he himself had approached the threshold of 90,000 years of cultivation, with his strength equivalent to that of a title Douluo slightly below the 95th level. When exerting himself fully, he barely neared the 98th level. Even with an additional 20,000 years of cultivation, his peak would still only reach the early stages of the 98th level, let alone surpass the formidable barrier of the 99th level. Such strength remained inadequate. He needed to grow stronger. It was imperative to traverse the path of cultivation to its utmost limits to reach the pinnacle and transcend the summit of the 99th level. Before breaking through the 100,000-year threshold, he must condense his first soul core. The soul core is fundamentally the reason the power of a tidal Douluo far exceeds that of a soul Douluo. Within the soul core, one can store a significant volume of liquid soul power, its essence surpassing that of a soul Douluo, with overall capacity multiplied. Soul power is the wellspring of all strength and soul techniques, making it exceedingly vital. Only by condensing a soul core before reaching 100,000 years of cultivation can he confidently aspire to rival a 96-level tidal Douluo after surpassing the 100,000-year mark, forcefully breaking through the 98th level to attain the strength of a 99-level ultimate Douluo. Mo Tianxing vaguely recalled that Emperor Tian utilized the creation of soul power vortices to compress soul energy. Although he was unaware of the specific methodology, he could attempt it repeatedly. Initially, he experimented externally, finding it relatively simple to compress the soul power vortex outside his body, as it resembled his 8th soul skill, the great void-devouring technique of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. However, one involved absorbing the soul power of others, while the other entailed compressing his own. This endeavor demanded considerable mental fortitude. A moment's carelessness could result in catastrophic explosions. The destructive force of such explosions was contingent upon the amount of soul power compressed. Nevertheless, with his ability to manipulate myriad petals, Mo Tianxing possessed an extraordinarily powerful mental capacity. After numerous external trials, he finally commenced internal experimentation. Naturally, prior to this, he summoned life energy to safeguard his meridians, preparing himself for eventual rescue. He was unconvinced that, with the formidable protective attributes of the blade of living beings, compressing a soul core could spell his doom. Thus, over the course of 10 days, Mo Tianxing dedicated himself to compressing the soul core, creating one soul power vortex each day. After 10 days, he had successfully formed 10 soul power vortices within his body, compressing a substantial amount of soul energy while meticulously maintaining the balance among them. This was akin to planting explosives within his body. Should the fusion of these 10 soul power vortices fail, the detonation of even one would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction, unleashing destruction comparable to that of a 7th-level soul guiding cannon, an explosion of terrifying magnitude. At this juncture, even Mo Tianxing felt as though he were walking a tightrope. Any misstep, while not leading to utter ruin, could result in severe injury from which recovery would be protracted. Yet, with a path ahead of him, he felt compelled to take the first step, as he had precious little time left to contemplate. The abyssal planes were encroaching, deities were descending, and if he did not elevate his strength, he risked being discarded by the world. Within the microcosm, Mo Tianxing felt the 10 swirling vortices of soul power within him and swallowed hard. At this moment, he wished for the protection of a strong guardian. For the situation was indeed perilous. Even though the sword of living beings was an invincible safeguard, a sense of unease still gripped him. Yet, at such a critical juncture, retreat was not an option. He summoned the sword of living beings, and the 7th soul ring entwined around the sword suddenly ignited a brilliant emerald light. Behind him, a colossal emerald mark of his martial spirit materialized, revealing a towering ancient tree that soared 100 meters high. With the sword of living beings as his foundation, he steeled himself. If death were to come, so be it. Leaves fell like a cascade around him, enveloping his form. Simultaneously, Mo Tianxing began to channel the 10 vortices of soul power within him, initiating their first fusion. The 10 vortices converged towards his lower abdomen's dantian, intertwining to form a grand divine ring. The swirling forces harmonized as they made initial contact, causing a gentle tremor among the vortices of soul power. Mo Tianxing felt a trickle of cold sweat trickle down his cheek as he decided to slow the convergence process. Once the 10 soul power vortices stabilized, he gradually resumed the gathering and merging of their energies. As the vortices further intertwined, their structures transformed, with some even altering their original flow direction, beginning to intake vast amounts of soul power. The overflow of soul energy was voraciously consumed by the adjacent vortices, disrupting the delicate balance of the initial 10 vortices. The smaller vortices shrank further, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mo Tianxing felt a surge of anxiety and promptly accelerated the process of fusion. He directed the most potent vortex of soul power towards the center of the swirling maelstrom, striving to counterbalance the collapse of the smaller vortices. This action, however, only hastened the disintegration of the vortex, causing the surrounding structures to begin their own implosion. In an instant, a vast quantity of soul power was drawn into the central vortex, which now exhibited signs of instability, while the smaller vortices were on the verge of eruption. At this moment, Mo Tianxing was utterly overwhelmed with anxiety, compelled to hasten the process with a steely resolve. Chapter 130. The Return of the War God Script, Second Update. Mo Tianxing seized the opportunity to forcefully reverse the balance of yin and yang, allowing the soul power vortex, on the brink of collapse and dissolution, to ultimately merge into the colossal vortex at its core. It shimmered with erratic flashes of lightning, while within his body, an incredibly fierce blade of ethereal wind manifested, wreaking havoc upon his form. Yet, a rich surge of life energy surged forth, rapidly mending the wounds inflicted. Mo Tianxing's complexion was as pale as death, the vitality within him mending wounds at a pace far slower than the destruction inflicted upon him. His once recovered meridians and organs were once again ravaged by the relentless onslaught of the void's razor winds. Just as one wave subsided, another arose, the excruciating agony, coupled with the tumultuous integration and struggle of his soul power, inflicted unbearable torment upon him, causing even the surface of his skin to exude a fine sheen of blood and sweat. Yet, he harbored no intention of surrendering. He clenched his teeth in steadfast resolve. The torment of tearing and growing persisted for an indeterminate duration, until all the swirling vortices gradually converged into a singular, larger whirlpool. From the depths of this vortex, a black, translucent orb began to coalesce, the size of a dragon's eye, emanating an exceptionally dense aura of darkness. Mo Tianxing understood that it was the embryonic form of the soul core. After enduring the most arduous period of collision and fusion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he remained vigilant during this crucial phase of connection, steadfastly maintaining his mental energy and controlling the process of compressing the soul core. This grinding continued for 3 days. After 3 days, when Mo Tianxing infused the last trace of energy into it, the smooth and luminous black soul core officially came into existence. Nestled within the dark vortex hidden inside him, radiating a brilliant black luster, Mo Tianxing felt the nascent dark soul core within him, and an intense sensation of emptiness surged through his body. The black soul core, drawing upon the surrounding dark vortex, began to absorb the other soul energies within him to fill the core. Mo Tianxing finally let out a breath of relief, a radiant smile gracing his face. At long last, he had achieved success. With a cultivation of 100,000 years behind him, he had condensed the soul core, now, even without exerting himself. Merely relying on the unique martial soul power of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, he had already reached a level close to 95. Once he stepped into the realm of 100,000 years, all of his soul rings would transform into those of 100,000 years, and his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of 96, approaching the terrifying existence of 97. Feeling the depletion of energy within him, with the presence of the soul core and cyclone, he no longer needed to consciously cultivate. The cyclone would draw in external soul power, replenishing the deficiency of the soul core autonomously. Simultaneously, he could directly harness the immense energy within the soul core, significantly easing the burden of maintaining the true form of his martial soul. Mo Tianxing first retrieved several pieces of eternal ice marrow from his storage ring, consuming them to rapidly replenish the immense spiritual energy contained within his soul core. After all, allowing the soul core to remain vacant and accumulate energy slowly was undeniably a time-consuming endeavor. Consequently, after Mo Tianxing ingested and refined the eternal ice marrow, he spent the better part of a day painstakingly filling his soul core, managing to achieve only 30% of its capacity. The remaining 70%. He simply lacked the patience to wait for it to replenish naturally. Next, Mo Tianxing took out the spoils from the recent battle. In his possession were 2 soul bones and 2 demon cores, one of which was the translucent golden torso bone dropped by the slain golden-red 9-headed Bat King. This bone was of a quality far beyond that of a 100,000-year soul bone, seemingly approaching the divine tier, likely possessing incredibly formidable divine abilities. This soul bone belonged to the Master of Slaughter. He was not so greedy as to directly fuse with it, for he recalled how Tang San nearly fell victim when merging with the deep-sea demon whale king. The consciousness of the golden-red 9-headed Bat King might very well reside within this bone, and there was no need to gamble with such risks. However, relinquishing it was a difficult decision, for it was a soul bone dropped by a being of demigod caliber, which could significantly enhance his strength. The soul bones on the Master of Slaughter should be complete, and once he awakens, Mo Tianxing hoped to negotiate an exchange for this soul bone. For now, he would temporarily safeguard it. As for the external soul bone resembling a sternum, which dropped from the crimson giant crocodile he had hunted. Mo Tianxing could speculate on its abilities, most likely related to the radiant light it had previously exhibited. The demon cores were sourced from both the crimson giant crocodile and the dark red owl he hunted in the underground world. These beings did not produce soul rings but instead generated inner cores, indicating a distinct evolutionary cultivation system. Mo Tianxing played with the 2 demon cores in his hand, which contained a certain amount of energy. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Detection of a 5th-grade demon core and a 6th-grade demon core. Would you like to exchange them for the corresponding cultivation level? Mo Tianxing was momentarily stunned. Before his eyes, the 5th-level dark red demon core appeared, capable of redeeming 540 years of cultivation, and the 6th-level crimson blood giant crocodile demon core, capable of redeeming 1,200 years of cultivation. Could such items be exchanged for cultivation? His gaze instantly brightened. This system surprisingly possessed such a considerate feature for trading and redeeming cultivation. At that moment, he was troubled by the lack of a place to accumulate cultivation and break through the 100,000-year limit. Faced with the choice between completing system tasks and farming for experience, he would gladly opt for the latter. He envisioned spending 3 years in the underground world, rapidly accumulating cultivation, returning as a war god, and slaying deities to make the world aware of his might. His mind was flooded with vivid imagery. If he could cultivate swiftly enough, even the abyssal dimensions would have to bow before him. With this thought, Mo Tianxing could hardly contain the fervor in his eyes. However, the matter of the underground world required careful deliberation and gradual exploration. He recalled that this world held terrifying entities that made his heart race. The demigod-level golden red 9-headed bat king merely served as a guardian of the portals between realms, while the true master of that world was at least a 3rd-level deity. He immediately shook his head, forcing himself to calm down, fearing that he might inadvertently stir trouble again. Silently, he exchanged the demon cores in his possession for their corresponding cultivation, instantly elevating his cultivation to 95,000 years. With just another 5,000 years needed to reach the coveted threshold of 100,000. Having secluded himself for over 10 days, he was uncertain about the current state of the city of Slaughter and whether the Lord of Slaughter had awakened. He promptly returned from the small world to the Xue'er temple in the upper realm, inquiring with the emissary of Hell about the recent developments in the city of Slaughter. It was mentioned that the Lord of Slaughter had briefly awakened in the interim, appointing Mo Tianxing to act on his behalf, only to descend once more into madness. This news did not come as a surprise to Mo Tianxing. After all, the Lord of Slaughter was an ultimate Douluo, endowed with formidable willpower. Even if faced with a demigod, he could not be entirely subdued, or else it would not be a descent into chaos and madness, but rather a resurrection of the golden red 9-headed bat king. Being entrusted with the duties of the Lord of Slaughter was indeed a responsibility only he could shoulder. Throughout the city of Slaughter, aside from the Lord, he was the only one capable of commanding those law enforcement captains endowed with soul ring authority, maintaining stability and preventing internal strife within the city. Mo Tianxing immediately proceeded to the residence of the Lord of Slaughter for recuperation. Chapter 131. The Opening of the Path to Hell. First update, City of Slaughter, Upper Court. Upon encountering the Lord of Slaughter once more, Mo Tianxing found him still ensconced in a state of unconsciousness. The grievous injuries inflicted by the explosive ring had been miraculously reversed by his Sword of Life as healing divine art. Yet the essence of his soul was evidently still embroiled in a fierce struggle. With the Lord of Slaughter's divine examination having ended in failure, he was destined never to ascend to godhood, thus eliminating any notion of rivalry between them. Moreover, during the initial descent of the golden red 9-headed bat king, had it not been for the Lord of Slaughter standing valiantly in the forefront to thwart that cataclysm, Mo Tianxing would have undoubtedly expended a quarter of his own life force in battle. This was indeed a profound act of salvation, and one should certainly reciprocate such kindness. The extreme Douluo, within the realm of Douluo, represented a pinnacle of combat prowess in the face of the abyssal plains invasion. It would be most advantageous to draw him into a similar alliance. Presently, the Lord of Slaughter was likely caught in a tumultuous struggle of the soul, with limited external assistance feasible, yet the possibility was not entirely out of reach. Mo Tianxing pondered extensively, holding in his hands 2 remaining celestial herbs. One was the unclaimed, and thus unusable Xiangxi Duanchang, and the other was the recently acquired Lihua Honglian. Were these herbs to possess any utility, he would undoubtedly not hesitate to utilize them. However, their primary effects lay in bodily transformation or healings, with no relevance to the soul's restoration, rendering their use a mere extravagance. Moreover, He harbored an inexplicable sense of connection between the Lihua Honglian and the world beneath the volcano, creating an unsettling feeling about its immediate use. He recalled that in the original narrative, one of the 3 conditions to resurrect Xiao Wu was the possession of a sacred soul herb of over 10,000 years. Known for its miraculous ability to awaken the soul, supposedly found deep within the Star Dou Forest. At that time, Deming and Ming had assured Tang San that they could assist in this matter. The sacred soul herb should aid in awakening the consciousness of the current slaughter master. Even if it did not fully awaken him, it would still provide substantial assistance, at least offering hope to suppress the consciousness of the golden-red 9-headed Bat King. Thus, he resolved to expeditiously depart from the city of slaughter and return to the Star Dou Forest. His role as the acting slaughter master was merely acknowledged by the populace of the city, according to the city's rules. He did not possess the freedom to traverse back and forth like the true slaughter master or the contemporary god of slaughter. Only by traversing the Hell Road could he attain the god of Xue'er's inheritance. It appeared he needed to embark on the Hell Road ahead of schedule. As the acting slaughter master, he was not required to achieve 100 consecutive victories, and no one would obstruct his participation in the Hell Road challenge. Naturally, he could directly summon others to initiate the Hell Road. His presence was akin to a glitch in the system. Originally planned for a year, he had remarkably reached this juncture in less than half a month, suggesting his current progress was rather extraordinary. Returning to the throne of slaughter in the upper hall, he observed the Hell Messengers arrayed on either side of the Grand Hall. Qian and Qian had evidently risen to the leadership among the Hell Messengers, with others looking to them for guidance, particularly since the acting slaughter master had established a close rapport with them. How close? There was once a time when Mo Tianxing was not yet the acting slaughter master, and he shared a chamber with the two. Thus, one might speculate that their relationship was indeed intimate. However, such speculation remained unspoken, as it could prove perilous. Qian, Qian, and Mo Tianxing addressed. Subordinates present, the two promptly responded. Stepping forward, I shall be departing to seek medicinal herbs, and will temporarily leave the city of slaughter for a while. During my absence, ensure the slaughter master's affairs are maintained, he instructed. The Hell Messengers below immediately shifted in demeanor. The slaughter master had only recently fallen into a coma, and they had just appointed a formidable acting slaughter master to oversee the city. They were apprehensive that the spirit hall might sever ties upon learning of the slaughter master's predicament. The enduring strength of the sinful paradise was intricately linked to the might of the slaughter master. Now, after only a few days in position, the acting slaughter master intended to leave, ostensibly in search of medicine. Although the precise nature of this medicine remained ambiguous, it was likely a life-saving remedy for the comatose slaughter master. They understood that Mo Tianxing was merely notifying them of his plans. Understood. Qian and Qian responded swiftly. Regarding Mo Tianxing's intention to temporarily depart, they would comply with his orders, hoping for his swift return to regain control. After all, they were but two humble Hell Messengers, and should chaos arise within the city of slaughter, their abilities would prove insufficient to manage it. Mo Tianxing instructed them to perform their respective duties and to withdraw for the time being. He took advantage of these few days to replenish his soul core, gathering energy and fortifying himself. At the same time, he resolved to return to the volcanic crater, which had been ensnared and sealed by the ancient roots of his trees. This was a gateway to another world, a secret he deemed essential to keep hidden, preferably by imposing confinement. Thus, he proclaimed that no one was permitted to leave the city of slaughter, and any transgressors would be subject to immediate execution by the enforcement team. Previously, there had been no such regulation, allowing individuals to roam freely outside the city of slaughter. This leniency enabled the Hell Messengers to discover celestial herbs and allowed the Lone Wolf Gang, along with other factions, to send operatives to pursue Mo Tianxing. However, the situation had changed, for Mo Tianxing was now in command, and the rules had been altered. They were to be entirely confined within the walls of the city of slaughter, and the enforcement team dutifully complied. Subsequently, once the bloodlust in the arena reached its peak, Mo Tianxing descended from above the slaughter grounds. The audience, who had been witnessing the conclusion of the brutal combat, were utterly unprepared for the sudden arrival of the acting master of slaughter at that moment. Mo Tianxing immediately summoned a vast reservoir of soul power to communicate with the unique terrain of the hell-killing ground. In an instant, a chilling gray wind swept through the entire arena. This ominous gust surged forth, intent on annihilating everyone present, draining their blood until they transformed into lifeless husks, which subsequently disintegrated into countless particles of ash. Mo Tianxing found this entirely predictable. There was no room for sanctimonious pity regarding the demise of these individuals. This was, after all, a city of slaughter, and those who emerged from its depths bore the stains of blood upon their hands. Who among them could claim superiority? Once the arena was cleared, a vast chasm appeared beneath the killing field, where gray winds howled and countless souls lamented, their anguished cries echoing in the air. The chasm emitted a glow reminiscent of molten lava, illuminating his visage. Mo Tianxing remained unfazed by the grim spectacle of the fallen souls before him. Beneath the yawning chasm lay a pathway paved with volcanic rock, leading towards a road bathed in a dark crimson hue. The road to hell, perhaps. Mo Tianxing's gaze flickered with a glimmer of golden coldness, and in an instant, he leaped into the fray. Once he traversed the treacherous path of hell, he would attain the realm of the god of death. All the hellish messengers and attendants knelt on one knee, respectfully bidding farewell to Lord Mo. Chapter 132. Braving the Path of Hell, Second Update. Mo Tianxing arrived at the threshold of Hell's path, where he found himself enveloped in a faint sanguine hue. He stood upon a circular platform with a diameter of 5 meters, surrounded by an abyss of immeasurable depth, save for a narrow path ahead, barely half a foot wide. The pervasive crimson tint cast a veil over his vision, rendering the landscape ahead somewhat obscured. Is this truly the path of hell? Mo Tianxing's eyes shimmered with a resplendent golden light, effortlessly piercing through the faintly crimson horizon, while beneath the abyss lay a seething cauldron of Bloody Mary. As Mo Tianxing stepped onto the narrow path, barely half a foot wide, he strolled leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, his silhouette vanished into the faint crimson mist. With his deeper foray, the ambient temperature began to rise, accompanied by a cacophony of discordant sound waves. The increase in temperature posed no threat to Mo Tianxing. After all, even if he were to plunge into a pool of molten lava for several hours, the most he would suffer would be a slight scorching of his dragon scales, thanks to the healing properties of the Sword of Living Beings, rendering it a negligible concern. As for the source of the sound waves, they undoubtedly emanated from the bats. With even their demigod-level king of the blood-red 9-headed bats having been slain, Mo Tianxing felt no trepidation towards these delicate creatures and continued his advance. For others traversing the treacherous hell road, the most perilous aspect lay in the air itself. Saturated with the subtle toxins released by Bloody Mary, prolonged exposure posed genuine danger. However, the toxins of Bloody Mary were trivial for Mo Tianxing. The Sword of Living Beings alone sufficed to maintain an absolute state of shock, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. The Crimson Bats, which had previously occupied the Hell Road, sensed Mo Tianxing's approach through their echolocation and surged forward with frenzied enthusiasm, filling the dark red corridor. The cacophony elicited a slight frown from Mo Tianxing. These Crimson Bats measured approximately a foot in length, yet when their massive, blood-red wings unfurled, their span exceeded 1 meter. Before the bats could draw near, a layer of inky black ripples emanated from Mo Tianxing, enveloping the entire corridor in darkness. The blood-red bats, shrouded in this obsidian veil, abruptly lost their sight, however. As bats navigate primarily through sound, this loss of vision was of little consequence. In the ensuing darkness, they were swiftly dispatched by the blade of ethereal wind, plummeting into the abyss below, and an eerie silence descended upon the world. This was the domain of Mo Tianxing, the Black Dragon Sovereign. Once his domain was established, all lesser beings were swiftly vanquished. The Crimson Bats were far from the only casualties, as the frenzied bats of the Hell Road charged into Mo Tianxing's domain, resulting in a significant loss of life. Hidden within the sanguine shadows, a formidable dark golden creature, suspended above the Hell Road, became enraged. Its 6 blood-red eyes locking onto the black figure within the shrouded realm. Gradually, it unfurled a pair of immense wings, the dark golden 3-headed Bat King. How dare anyone so brazenly slaughter its subordinates? Upon extending its wings, the dark golden 3-headed Bat King measured over 10 meters in length. Its claws suddenly released, sending the nearby bats crashing into the dark domain. The dark golden 3-headed Bat King descended, its sharp talons poised to obliterate the Hell Road beneath it, shattering 100 meters of the path in its wake. With a powerful flap of its colossal wings, it unleashed a torrent of terrifying wind blades. As it breached Mo Tianxing's domain, its agile form and formidable echolocation abilities enabled it to deftly evade the incoming black wind blades. Its blood-red wings slicing through the air at an exceptionally acute angle, aimed directly at Mo Tianxing at the heart of the domain. Mo Tianxing was already quite displeased to witness this individual wreaking havoc on the path ahead. Now, he had audaciously delivered himself right to Mo's doorstep. In an instant, A verdant divine sword materialized in his left hand. As the dark golden three-headed Bat King lunged at him, Mo raised his hand and unleashed a single stroke of the sword. The emerald sword energy swiftly sliced through the waist of the oncoming dark golden Bat King, cleaving the once mighty creature in two, blood cascading through the air like rain. The notions of tough skin and iron bones, or the vulnerabilities of its head, were rendered utterly irrelevant. Under the sheer force of violence, it resembled nothing more than a snowflake frozen in time, utterly powerless against the stone. The dark golden three-headed Bat King fell, leaving behind a blood-red demon core. Mo Tianxing raised his sleeve with a flourish, and the demon core immediately soared into his grasp. The blood-red bats behind him, witnessing this spectacle, instantly fell into disarray, evaporating in a state of sheer terror. Upon witnessing the situation, Mo Tianxing, seeking tranquility, promptly relinquished his own demon core to the system. The appraisal revealed it to be a 6th-level demon core, resulting in an immediate enhancement of his cultivation by approximately 1,000 years. As Mo Tianxing approached the 100-meter severed road, he effortlessly leaped across, landing on the pavement of the opposite bank. Confronting the minor adversary of the initial stretch, he traversed it with ease, unscathed, and proceeded deeper into the infernal path. With Mo Tianxing's continued descent, the ambient temperature indeed escalated, and the concentration of toxic gas intensified. Ahead, a pair of fiery red eyes emerged. On the narrow path, a dark red serpent lay coiled. Although the crimson mist in the area was dense, obscuring visibility, it posed no hindrance to Mo Tianxing, who could distinctly discern the presence of a massive crimson snake. The serpent's body entwined around the narrow passage, and upon Mo Tianxing's intrusion, it too became aware of his presence, emitting a rustling sound. The dark red serpent began to slither forward slowly, flicking its tongue, while its golden red eyes glowed like lanterns. The creature's head and back were adorned with 9 prominent bulges, each resembling a vivid red mushroom, seemingly pulsating with flowing blood. Its abdomen was particularly enormous, swelling in the constricted pathway, and it measured at least 10 meters in length. This was the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. From a distance of 100 meters, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent emitted a croaking sound, reminiscent of an infant's wail, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, the serpent's voice crescendoed, and the fleshy tumor atop its neck illuminated as it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a broad beam of fiery crimson light. This beam resembled a fiery line, laden with an intense, acrid stench, hurtling towards Mo Tianxing. The fiery radiance fluctuated violently along the narrow path, producing a sound akin to flames consuming air, while a faint red mist enveloped the fiery glow, evidently entwining with highly toxic substances. Mo Tianxing observed the scene, wielding the sword of living beings. He struck forth with a single blow, cleaving through the inferno and heading straight for the serpent's massive body, targeting precisely the vital point of its 7 inches. Chapter 133, The Domain of the God of Killing in the Azura God. First update, Mo Tianxing unleashed a sweeping sword energy, effortlessly slicing through the fiery rays emitted by the 10-headed solar serpent, while simultaneously targeting its vital point. The 10-headed solar serpent was struck with terror, instinctively evading the attack, its golden red eyes wide with fear, as the 9 golden red fleshy tumors on its back radiated a bright glow. In an instant, these 9 tumors burst open, splattering 9 streams of scalding golden red liquid towards the sword light unleashed by Mo Tianxing. Concurrently, its tail coiled around the narrow path, attempting to conceal its massive body beneath the edge of the passage. It became evident that, in the face of overwhelming power, even a direct confrontation from the outset could not withstand nor evade the decisive strike of a superior being. The verdant sword radiance whistled past, annihilating the 9 streams of searing toxic fluid, which reflected in the serpent's eyes, filled with astonishment. The sharp blade of energy struck its body with ferocity, leaving behind a myriad of green fissures across its form. In an explosive climax, its very being shattered, fragments of its corporeal body plummeting into the abyss, leaving behind a demon core that emanated a golden red glow in the void. Mo Tianxing promptly summoned it into his grasp. Ding! The inner Dan of the 10 solar serpents from the primordial beast realm can be exchanged for 1,300 years of cultivation. This time, Mo Tianxing chose not to redeem it immediately, but instead stored it within his spatial ring. Although the items mentioned in the original novel may not hold significant value for him at present, they are indeed quite rare, akin to unique treasures, and thus worth retaining. As for the reward of 1,000 years of cultivation, he could easily acquire that through other means, rendering it unnecessary to squander such an opportunity. Mo Tianxing continued his descent along the narrow path of this infernal road, which inclined downward, drawing him ever closer to the abyss. The air became increasingly oppressive, suffused with a faint crimson mist. On either side of the narrow passage, the depths churned with a dark red liquid blood. This sanguine fluid, reeking of a potent metallic scent, radiated an intensity akin to molten lava. The essence of this blood fervently sought to infiltrate Mo Tianxing's being, aiming to corrode his sanity and disturb his spirit. Embodying a will of slaughter, a manifestation of divine-level mental corruption, Mo Tianxing felt a sense of agitation, yet the sword of being safeguarded his spirit, preventing him from losing his way. As he advanced, the narrow path ahead had become entirely engulfed in seething, scarlet liquid, extending for approximately 200 meters. Gazing into the distance, 500 meters away, he beheld a colossal opening in the rocky wall, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. It was evidently the exit to the path of hell. With a sudden surge of power from the tips of his toes, Mo Tianxing propelled himself like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the entrance of the crimson-hued aura. For him, the distance of 500 meters was but a fleeting moment. As his body traversed through the layer of the enchanting red glow, a vivid scarlet mark of the god of slaughter emerged on the surface of his golden-eyed black dragon king martial spirit. A blinding light enveloped him, momentarily hindering his vision, which had become accustomed to the dim atmosphere of the city of slaughter. The energy ripples behind him swiftly transitioned from a tranquil state, eventually reverting back to the weighty layers of rock. Mo Tianxing slowly opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a vast and profound chasm. He found himself at the bottom of this canyon, approximately 1,000 meters above the ground. Without hesitation, he summoned his golden-eyed black dragon martial spirit, immediately sensing the mark of the god of slaughter imprinted upon it, though he paid it little mind. He unfurled his expansive dragon wings, and with a powerful flap, he was swept up into the air amidst a tempest of winds. The entire canyon lay silent, devoid of any other souls to welcome him, evidently. The Pope had not anticipated that within less than half a month of entering the city of slaughter, he would already break free from the path of hell and attain the realm of the god of slaughter. After determining the orientation of the starry forest, Mo Tianxing transformed into a dark, elongated rainbow that pierced the sky. He pondered the fate of the Snow Empress, and whether Gu Yuna had upheld her promise. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, as Mo Tianxing surged forth from the path of hell, leaving behind the domain of the god of death, his presence caught the attention of the Xue'er god. The imposing figure clad in blood-red armor upon the divine throne was captivated by Mo Tianxing from the lower realm. Intrigued by the dual soul and the 8 black spirit rings he possessed, he had left a legacy in that world. And the heir was at a critical juncture of the 9th trial. He had believed that there would finally be a worthy successor, only to have some meddler from the divine realm disrupt the process, resulting in the heir's failure in the divine examination. Since the divine examination had failed, he was indifferent to the matter. He could afford to wait a little longer. Anyone who acquired the domain of the god of death was qualified to inherit his divine position. There were indeed 2 others in that world. After the first heir encountered misfortune, the other 2 would naturally be guided to the city of slaughter to take over. As he contemplated indulging in a brief slumber, he soon discovered that yet another individual had successfully challenged the path of hell and earned the qualification of heir. This young one possessed many secrets, which piqued his interest. The Xue'er god stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Douluo world was far removed from the divine realm, shrouded in mystery. He had little desire to monitor it closely. Like the previous heir, who had collapsed at a pivotal moment, any effort expended would be in vain. Thus, he would refrain from scrutinizing too intently, choosing instead to pay attention when the heir began the divine examination or reached the 9th trial. After all, the successor to his Xue'er god position was of great significance. Even in the face of external interference, failure to pass the assessment rendered one unqualified. Mo Tianxing was somewhat aware of the temperament of the Xue'er god, recognizing his indifference towards his successors, which led him to prioritize the ascension to the Xue'er god position. Should he have activated the Sea God's mark first, the Sea God, with his character, would likely reveal all his hidden cards and might even intervene from time to time, which would undoubtedly create considerable discomfort. Furthermore, it was highly probable that he would take notice of the connecting abyssal plane. If the Sea God were to discover the existence of the Silver Dragon King, Yuna, it would inevitably result in chaos. Given Mo Tianxing's current strength and resources, he possessed no negotiating power against the colossal entity of the divine realm. Nor was he in a position to mediate. Therefore,